smiling slyly. Little Mika, your elder sister is happy today. I've taken some advantage of the Qin family's name. Let me not be mad at you. But remember, today I didn't come with Yichun. I have an official invitation. With that, Sheridan presented the invitation, causing Mika to show disbelief. Jarvis, shareholder of Zhengxin Pharmaceutical? Why you? Why not? You can inherit over a dozen companies from your family, so why can't I be a shareholder? Sheridan shrugged with a smile. Realizing Jarvisolf's earlier instructions, she excused herself to meet other tables for potential business collaborations. Seeing Mika sulking, Jarvisolbert approached with a smile. Old Ford, how's your health? Jarvisolf politely asked, ignoring Mika's tantrum. You worried about me, Youngchin? Thanks to those pills you gave me last time. I feel younger every day, haha. Jarvisolbert laughed heartily. Jarvisolf handed over a larger porcelain bottle, saying, I just made some more. Since you enjoy them, Old Ford, please accept this gift. Jarvisolbert was surprised at Jarvisolf's thoughtfulness, and accepted it immediately. Suddenly, a young voice interjected. Today is the official celebration of the Qin family acquiring the Qin family conglomerate, and you're gifting a bottle of medicine? Isn't that a bit stingy? Hashtag chapter 247, traditional Chinese bone setting technique. Mika looked over, and it was Bentley. Jarvis, a suitor of Mika, and given the Lin family's formidable influence in the capital, Mika had no choice but to try getting along with Bentley recently. But no matter how hard she tried, Mika just couldn't develop any interest in Bentley. If not for maintaining the business cooperation between the Shen and Lin families, Mika would have told Bentley straight that she had already pledged herself to Jarvisolf. Bentley, didn't you promise me not to challenge Yichun in public? Moreover, his medicine has been good for grandfather. What's wrong with it? Mika frowned. Seeing Mika get angry, Bentley panicked immediately and chuckled as he explained, Xiao Yin, don't be mad. I didn't say anything bad about the medicine. It just looks very irregular, and if there's an issue after taking it, who can we complain to? In fact, I've heard that Vince is unwell lately, so I've been studying medical knowledge. These are miracle capsules I had someone bring back from the West. They're said to be very suitable for elderly people needing blood replenishment. Jarvis, he spoke. He gave a glance, and a man in a suit next to him immediately brought out a medicine box, which contained multiple boxes of medicine when opened. These are 100 boxes of medicine, symbolizing Vince living 100 years. It's also my birthday greeting to make up for our absence at your 80th birthday last time. Bentley then personally offered the medicine box. Jarvisolbert actually did not want to give Bentley any face, but considering the Lin family's power, he didn't want to hinder the development of his own clan's descendants, so he just smiled faintly. Bentley, I appreciate your intentions, but such a big medicine box. Virgila, my grandfather is so old, and you bring such heavy gifts. How can he carry them? Mika rolled her eyes and quickly called someone to take away Bentley's medicine box. Seeing that Jarvisolf hadn't even spoken before he suffered a loss, Bentley felt naturally displeased and coldly added, Vince, I know you have a particular fondness for medicine. Jarvisolf does understand some medical techniques, but I studied medicine abroad. Oh, you studied medicine too? Tell us what you know. Jarvisolbert showed some interest. Of course, I know the basics. The level of Western medicine is 3 to 4 levels higher than domestic medicine. Even if I'm just a novice abroad, I'm still considered a professional doctor compared to these mediocre doctors here. Bentley raised his chin, looking disdainfully at Jarvisolf. Jarvisolf snorted, and in the next moment, he grabbed Bentley's hand without hesitation, saying, Young Alphensoster Lin understands medicine? Great to meet you. We should spar on medical skills sometime. Bentley gritted his teeth, thinking Jarvisolf was trying to intimidate him, so he used all his strength and replied through gritted teeth. Medical skill competition? Sure, why not? But what can traditional Chinese doctors like you do? You probably haven't even seen an MRI machine, right? Jarvis, and you still believe in acupuncture and massage? That's hilarious. Just as he finished speaking, Jarvisolf's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint dark luster emanated from his jade-like pupils. He then pinched his hand, and a crack sound echoed in the air. Ouch! Bentley let go, feeling a strange pain radiating from his wrist joint. My hand. Jarvis, moving it for a moment, he found something odd. His arm couldn't lift properly. His wrist was completely weak. Is this dislocation? You young people really don't know your own strength. Quickly find a doctor. Jarvisolbert sighed helplessly. Although he hoped his Aaliyah could choose between these two excellent young men, he didn't want to see such intense and meaningless conflict. Mika suddenly said, Why find a doctor? Isn't Yichun a doctor? Jarvis, this point, Bentley wanted to mock again, but the pain in his wrist grew more severe. The dislocated sensation felt extremely bizarre, as if his hand could break off at any moment. Jarvisolf shrugged and explained, We have traditional methods for treating dislocations. Would young Alphensoster Lin like to try? If not, I suggest waiting for a Western doctor. Alphensoid with injections and medications, it might take 10 to 15 days to heal. Fuck. My hand is dislocated. Fix it now. Jarvis, aren't you a TCM doctor? You. Keep this up, and the blood vessels will necrotize. Your wrist may not survive. Jarvisolf stroked his chin calmly. Scared stiff, Bentley swore, Stop scaremongering. Fix it. Before Jarvisolf responded, Jarvisolbert interjected, Bentley, didn't you say you understood medicine? Virgil, you can't diagnose your own condition? Jarvis, healer cannot treat oneself. Jarvis and Vince, I never meant to look down on Dr. Chun. Dr. Chun, please treat me. Bentley was drenched in cold sweat. Jarvisolf sighed, muttering, This is tough. Though traditional Chinese medicine is powerful, I'm not very proficient. I beg you. I feel like my hand is going to waste. Bentley pleaded, inching closer to Jarvisolf. Mika thought that letting Bentley's hand become useless wouldn't work. Even if her grandfather didn't care, stepmother Jarvis Liza would certainly retaliate against Jarvisolf. Yichun, save him. Mika then instructed Jarvisolf to act. Jarvisolf reached out, gently pinched and patted Bentley's wrist. Jarvis, another crack sound echoed. Healed. Bentley couldn't believe his eyes. but he knew his feelings were accurate. The sense that his hand was about to snap vanished, and he realized how incredible traditional bone-setting techniques were. So this is TCM bone-setting? My God. Bentley gasped in amazement, forgetting everything else in front of Jarviselbert and Mika. Jarviself chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow. It seems you gained a new appreciation for TCM in this short time. So maybe we can skip our contest. I wouldn't want a hollow victory. Speechless, Bentley could only retort, isn't this because I'm strong? Your TCM is just survivor bias. But Jarviself's eyes were already gleaming with jade-like light, clearly analyzing all the small issues in Bentley's body. He smiled and asked, strong? I think young Alphensoster Lin is overly confident. Want to check your liver and lungs at the hospital? Hashtag chapter 248, playing word games. His liver and lungs? What's wrong with his liver and lungs? Jarviselbert asked, somewhat curious. After all, Bentley was still young, with a long life ahead of him. Jarviself smiled as he explained, nothing serious, just that both have developed some lesions. If things continue like this, developing tumors isn't impossible. Everything depends on fate. You're talking nonsense. Don't give me that cryptic rubbish. My body is perfectly healthy. Bentley retorted angrily, though he couldn't let it show too much, resorting to a sarcastic tone. Jarvis, all right, then stay healthy. After all, our bodies belong to us, and doctors can't make decisions for you. Jarviself said with a faint smile, then sat down without another word. The celebration was about to start, so Bentley had to leave. Before he did, Jarviselbert couldn't help but warn him, since Ichun has warned you, take good care of yourself. Try to drink less and be more moderate in everything. Don't end up regretting it later. Bentley grew anxious at Jarviselbert's words, but he didn't show it outwardly, only scoffing and muttering, impossible, before rushing off to contact his personal doctor. Jarviself silently watched all of this, not bothering to say more. He had already prepared himself for the challenges of joining the Shin family, ready to face any difficulties head-on. Jarvis least now, the biggest obstacle in front of him was Shin Hopianru, Bentley's stepmother. Jarviself, though Bentley came from a powerful family, his intelligence clearly wasn't a match for Jarviself. Once the celebration began, Jarviselbert took the stage and introduced Jarviself grandly, declaring him one of the key contributors to the successful acquisition of the Qin family conglomerate by the Shin family. Hearing this, Bentley was stunned. He had originally mocked Jarviself as a connection-driven nobody who lacked competitiveness, never expecting that this guy had accomplished such a monumental feat. Jarviselbert spoke. Details of Jarviself's strategic battles between the Shin family and the Qin family were revealed to everyone. Hearing Jarviself's achievements, Bentley felt an even heavier pressure. He began to doubt whether he was really as sick as he thought and privately informed Jarviselbert, rushing to the county hospital for a temporary checkup. After all, no matter how much he wanted to marry into the Shin family, he cared more about his health. Once Bentley left, Jarviself became the sole focus of attention as the de facto groom-to-be. When everyone gathered around him, he seized the opportunity to announce, I came here today to introduce you all to Jiangxin Pharmaceutical, a company I founded. Ms. Sheridan is now a shareholder, so I hope you will pay more attention to our company in the future. Jiangxin Company? Isn't that the clinic that claimed to invent the universal cure? Nonsense. Haha. Someone chimed in mockingly. What? Jarvis Universal Cure? That's absurd. It's just a joke. Clearly, most people were unaware that Jarviself's universal cure had gained market recognition. However, he wasn't worried. His primary goal was to increase Jiangxin's visibility. Eventually, these messages would be released, and once people realized Sheridan was a shareholder, their attacks on the clinic would likely diminish. After the speeches concluded, the celebratory event was about to disperse when a young man with a slicked-back hairstyle walked over, hands in his pockets. He extended his hand towards Jarviself. Hello, Mr. Chun. It's been a while. Remember the last time I saw you beating up Franco? That was just 2 months ago. How did you transform from a Xyler into an entrepreneur so quickly? The mention of Franco, Jarviself's expression darkened. Looking at the thin, sharp-faced man before him, he found no recollection, unsure of who he was. Let me introduce myself. I'm Bill, one of Stacy's suitors. Jarvis, and yes, I consider you one of them too. Do you know the conditions for marriage alliances among our prominent families? Don't think that driving away Bentley gives you a sure victory. Our prominent families emphasize compatibility. Even if you are an entrepreneur, you aren't a shareholder in Jiangxin Pharmaceutical. You're merely an employee and thus not compatible with the Shin family. Whereas my family has a long-standing relationship with the Shuns. Bill spoke confidently, keeping his hand extended until he noticed Jarviself's lack of interest and withdrew it. Regardless, you're still a Xyler. Mr. Franco is still in the hospital because of your beating. You don't want to take responsibility for that. But that doesn't change the fact that you're uncouth, Bill sneered, shaking his head. Mika heard this honeyed yet venomous talk and felt indignant, but she didn't want to damage the Shin family's relationship with the Yu family. She tried to explain on Jarviself's behalf. Franco had a grudge against Ichun. What's the problem with teaching him a lesson? Teach? Stacy, let me, a rational gentleman, explain to you. Jarvis, a wealthy lady. If you marry a man who solves problems with violence, what if he turns abusive towards you, or even hits Vince? It's not impossible. Bill gestured dramatically. Jarviself sighed, not wanting to engage with this smooth-talking youth. He coldly replied, you guessed right. I am indeed a brute. If you keep talking, I might make you Franco's roommate. Want to try? Bill's face darkened as he clenched his fists, feeling intensely frustrated. Jarvis, according to his intelligence, this blind man wasn't afraid to use violence. So he stepped back and loudly proclaimed, Jarvis, are you trying to hit me? Alphensoster Chin. Oh wait, you're not even a master. Showing off now? Let's see if you dare lay a finger on me today. This comment drew the attention of guests who hadn't yet left. Mostly important partners of the Shin family, influential figures. Jarviself knew this kid was deliberately provoking him. If he acted violently in front of these powerful people, it would bring negative consequences for both him and the Shun family. Mika was anxiously watching. not wanting Jarviself to suffer such humiliation within the Qin family. Virgil, as a member of the Qin family, she lacked the standing to criticize Bill, especially after signing the cooperation contract. Jarvis, that moment, Sheridan walked over, patting Bill's shoulder, teasingly saying, "Small fry, Stacy has made her intentions clear. She doesn't like you. No matter how well you play word games, what does it achieve?" Chapter 249. The Puppeteer Revealed. Playing word games? How can you be sure I'm just playing word games? What if this blind man really is the scoundrel I described? Bill glanced at Serena beside him. She exuded an air of gentleness, her body's curves as sinuous as a water snake. Sheridan's lips painted in fiery red drew alluring lines while her lively eyes captivated anyone who met them, as if they could ensnare their very spirit in the next moment. This kind of Soraya indeed had a strong allure, but Bill forced himself to maintain his composure, reminding himself he was in front of Mika and must not lose his decorum. "Beautiful, huh? Your eyes are almost popping out," Sheridan chuckled, causing everyone present to suppress their laughter. Bill only realized that he had been charmed by her upon hearing the laughter. "Vixen," Bill cursed under his breath. Sheridan smirked coldly. "Oh my, so this is the quality of the Yu family's young master. I thought who was the real rogue. Turns out it's you. Not only are you a rogue, but also one with low morals and poor education." Bill flew into a rage, especially as mocking laughter echoed around him. He pointed a finger at Sheridan and shouted, "You bitch, you're just a prostitute whom the Qin family disdains. Who knows what kind of relationship you have with that blind old man? Otherwise how could he give you his clinic?" Upon hearing this, Sheridan's face turned pale, and Jarvisel frowned slightly. Both were ready to teach this foul-mouthed rich kid a lesson, but before they could act, Mika interrupted sharply, "Enough, Bill. Though our families are long-time acquaintances, your behavior has severely crossed my limits. I ask you to leave our Qin family banquet right now." Mika fumed at Bill. Bill swallowed hard and gave Sheridan a meaningful look, whispering, "Han Yin, have you forgotten who she is? She's a bad Soraya. Jarviself hangs around someone like her. Can he be a good person? Haven't you forgotten that he's a complete rogue?" Mika huffed. Recalling the past made her furious. If it weren't for Bill's scheming behind her back, she wouldn't have faced such unfair accusations from Jarviself. "You don't mention it. I almost forgot. Earlier, you've been spouting nonsense here, right, Bill? I've already investigated and found out Sister Sheridan never did any of those things you accused her of. You're making it all up." Mika blushed furiously. Sheridan was touched by this. She hadn't expected Mika to have gone out of her way to understand her situation. No wonder Mika had stopped being difficult toward her later on. Bill was speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Sheridan interjected. "Did I not tell you the truth, little puppy? Even if Stacy considers matching status, she still has to choose someone she likes. Why would she ever pick you? A fair-skinned pretty boy. Jarvis, are you a man or not? Step up. How close do you need to be to Ichun to worry about getting slapped? If you didn't admit you were a man, I'd think you were some desperate girl trying to embarrass yourself. With Stacy ordering you out, you're truly stubborn." The two women's banter shattered Bill's defenses. He felt aggrieved yet couldn't cry out. You. Just as Bill was about to lose his ground, a domineering male voice rang out. "Who dares bully my nephew?" Jarvis' slightly chubby man strolled forward, looking to be around 60 years old. Despite his silver hair, he appeared full of vigor. Jarviself's jade-like pupils narrowed slightly, his blurred vision becoming clear as he recognized this man. He was from the photograph he had seen earlier. "Who is he?" Jarviself asked casually. Mika explained in a hushed tone. "He's the former deputy governor, Talon. We're in trouble now. Grandfather will scold us for offending him." Jarviself finally understood why Mika had been wary of Bill and the Yu family. Talon, Bill's uncle, was a formidable figure. His anger surged, amazed that this old man dared attend the Qin family celebration voluntarily. He still hadn't addressed Jarvis Lear's affair. He was ready to confront this old man. "Brother Yu, it's been a while. Didn't expect you'd show up in person without notice." Jarviselbert greeted Talon, after seeing off another round of guests. Mika quickly pulled Jarviself and Sheridan aside, whispering, "Let's go. Don't cause more trouble for grandfather." Outside, Mika explained that the Yu family was Shun's largest collaborator in acquiring the Qin family's assets. This explained why the Lin family sought to align closely with Shun, using its influence to develop business in the provincial capital and build ties with the Yu family. "Deputy governor? I didn't know this brat had such a powerful backing. That makes him quite troublesome." Sheridan, who had dealt with many important figures, knew the weight of deputy governor. "But thank you this time, Sister Sheridan. I decide to clear up misunderstandings and stop being hostile toward you." Mika extended her hand bravely. Sheridan hesitated, then smiled faintly. "No need to thank me. Ichun is my brother, and you're my sister-in-law. It's my duty to take care of you." Mika nodded immediately, realizing Sheridan always regarded Jarviself as a younger brother, which made her feel her perspective had been too narrow. "Jarvis, chatting." Jarviself suddenly said, "You chat. I have something to handle." Before Sheridan and Mika could react, Jarviself vanished. Chasing outside, Jarviself saw a black sedan speeding away. His jade-like eyes shone with a dim luster, focusing on the car where Talon sat in the back seat, attended by a Soraya. "Damn, thinking you can run?" Jarviself snorted. Now that he had caught this big fish, he wouldn't let go. Leaving his cane behind, he sprinted into an alley. Using his geographical advantage, he positioned himself on the car's inevitable route. Talon sat with closed eyes, enjoying the ride. "Boss, that blind guy is catching up." The driver, a man wearing sunglasses, spoke calmly. "Blind guy? That little brat?" Talon rubbed his chin, a sinister smile spreading. "Fine, might as well kill him here. Take him somewhere secluded." Please note, in this translation, I've maintained the paragraph structure, character names and pinyin, and kept the tone and style consistent. Let me know if you need further adjustments or additional content. Chapter 250, Too Elated Too Soon. Talon, I swear you'll answer to me today. Jarvis muttered to himself. His jade-green irises shimmered with a golden hue as they focused sharply on Talon's bulky frame ahead. Even though Jarvis had exerted his utmost speed, so fast that passers-by could barely see him, it was still difficult to catch up to the speeding black limousine in front of him. Gradually, Jarvis realized this path led to an abandoned construction site area. This realization spurred him to accelerate his pace further, closing the distance between them. Under Jarvis's relentless pursuit, the black sedan dared not stop and sped along the road. Finally, it halted beneath one of the abandoned buildings, and Jarvis slowed down. The road ahead was barricaded. Attempting to force through would risk a serious accident. The door of the black car opened, and a man in a white shirt respectfully exited from the driver's seat, then promptly opened the rear door for Talon. Jarvis nearly naked Soraya was kicked out of the car by Talon, continuously apologizing. Alphensoster, I'm sorry. Please punish me severely. Used your teeth, huh? Do you think I won't beat you senseless with my belt? Talon struggled to get out of the back seat while fixing his belt and smoking a cigar. Heskay, it lit lost. He cursed, throwing the cigar onto Serena's face. She only dared to lie prostrate on the ground, not even daring to sob. Jarvis watched this scene with icy intensity. Though his eyes were hollow, they conveyed an unsettling presence. Seemingly noticing this, Talon sized up Jarvis, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Jarvis, I admire you. Even Connor couldn't match you. It seems you are quite capable. Only now did Jarvis realize how familiar Talon's voice sounded. Virgil's, it was the same voice he heard on the phone call to Connor. This meant Talon must be Connor's boss. Therefore, he must have been involved in the mine disaster. I don't want to waste time. If you want to live, answer these questions. First, were you involved in the Xuanhuan mine disaster? Jarvis frowned deeply, his expression grim. Mining disaster? That has nothing to do with me. I just helped clean up after Connor. I know you suffered because of it, but consider this. Many others endured pain because of him. Jarvis, weren't you already avenged? Jarvis, and I've helped you too. Haha. Talon shrugged, laughing coldly. Surprised, Jarvis asked quickly, did you kill Connor? I didn't say that, but if you want to work with me, then maybe he was killed by me. Jarvis, anyway, I said nothing about our relationship. I hope your choice won't be as foolish as Connor's. Talon's tone darkened, his eyes flashing with menace. He gave a signal to the man in the white shirt, who immediately explained, Jarvis, the boss values you highly and wants to give you a chance to redeem yourself. Connor also had a chance, but he wasn't sincere, and you know what happened to him. Besides, the boss doesn't need to dirty his hands to take care of anyone. To be honest, Connor died by my hand, the man said coldly. Despite his calm demeanor, Jarvis detected the chilling implication. He regarded human life as expendable, ready to kill at will. Regardless of his character, he was undoubtedly a skilled fighter. It was precisely because of this that Talon dared to confront Jarvis now. But Jarvis was not intimidated by any adversary. Taking a deep breath, he slowly approached the two men. This unexpected move surprised Talon, who stepped back and asked anxiously, what are you up to? Have you chosen how you're going to die? Jarvis narrowed his icy gaze and murmured, you should not give me a choice because once I have you, I won't give you any options either. Lanny, take care of him. Talon shouted angrily, stepping back. Lanny advanced toward Jarvis, his steps steady, but his hands moved too fast for the eye to follow. In an instant, he pulled out a dagger and tossed a purple pill at Jarvis. Jarvis's jade-green eyes gleamed as he saw through the air to identify the potent poison released by the purple pill. It was set to release periodically. With a loud bang, a dense cloud of purple smoke spread out. Recognizing the toxic fog, Jarvis immediately furrowed his brow, held his breath, and leaped several meters back. Lanny, however, was incredibly swift and agile. Jarvis' slender figure darted out of the smoke, like a born assassin. Jarvis couldn't help but feel impressed. While he expected Talon to have some skilled guards, he hadn't anticipated this level of expertise. If it weren't for the power of his heavenly eye technique, which allowed him to see through Lanny's movements, there would have been no way to track him with the naked eye. With a sharp whoosh, the dagger sliced through the air. Jarvis countered with a powerful punch aimed at Lanny's chest. However, Lanny's body was incredibly flexible. He instantly recoiled and leapt into the air, striking down with a powerful kick. Jarvis gathered his energy into his legs, becoming extremely nimble, and effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Lanny was taken aback. Jarvis, though he had known Jarvis's punches were fast, and that he was adept in ancient medical techniques like acupuncture, he never expected their skills to be so evenly matched. Jarvis after a prolonged struggle, both were evenly matched. Then Lanny gritted his teeth, enduring a palm strike from Jarvis, which sent his dagger flying. Before Jarvis could react, Lanny slammed his palm onto Jarvis' shoulder. You are indeed a master, but you lose. Prepare to die. Lanny sneered, and with a wave of his hand, the purple pill in his palm released a potent toxin. Smirking, Lanny added, I have special antitoxin implants. This poison can't harm me but will tear you apart inside. Just as he gloated, Jarvis's footsteps sounded through the fog. Jarvis, are you celebrating too soon? Chapter 251. The real culprit behind the mine disaster. It's impossible. This poison was given by Alphensoster poison. How could it not work? Lanny was utterly shocked. He had been a killer for over a decade and had almost never failed. However, Jarvis slowly approached, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. This poison is indeed very potent. There's nothing wrong with the poison itself. But if you think you have a way to counteract it, why wouldn't I? This moment, Jarvis's body was enveloped in true chi, but Lanny, who did not know how to identify true chi, couldn't see through it. To him, it seemed as if Jarvis also had special medication to counteract the poison. So you deliberately let me get close to you just to trick me? Lanny belatedly realized, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of fear. He had joined the ranks of professional killers in his early teens, serving various influential figures. By his early 30s, he had become one of the youngest elites in the assassin world. He never imagined that he would be defeated by a similarly young man. What was even more terrifying was that this young man remained calm and composed in such a dangerous situation, like an experienced veteran. The humiliation made Lanny furious. Clenching his teeth, he said, "You're indeed talented, but unfortunately, you've caught the eye of the boss. I can only kill you. If you regret it and want to live, fake your death, and I might let you off." Lanny's sudden change of attitude took Jarvis by surprise. "What do you mean? Even though you tricked me into getting close, you can't win against me. I still have confidence in defeating a blind person. My assassination skills within 3 steps are renowned nationwide, and I've never failed in 15 years. Since I see you as talent, and someone who dares to oppose a beast like Connor, just tell me, do you want to live or die?" Lanny's tone was sharp, but his voice was low. Jarvis stroked his chin. He had originally intended to directly disable the killer, but he didn't expect the killer to show any hesitation. "If you can kill me, go ahead and try," Jarvis said coolly. "It seems you've made your choice. Then I'll send you on your way." Seeing Jarvis' indifference, Lanny turned grim and was about to draw his knife. Unexpectedly, he found himself completely immobile. His body was already paralyzed. Only then did Lanny notice the silver needles Jarvis had inserted into his arms at some point. "Do you know I'm proficient in acupuncture? Since you seem reluctant to kill me, shall I spare your life?" Jarvis reached out, grabbing Lanny's right hand and twisting it sharply. With a crack, the bone snapped, causing Lanny to scream in excruciating pain. The poisonous fog gradually dissipated. Jarvis kicked Lanny away, his murderous intent shifting to another person nearby. "Talon." "Lanny, you useless piece of trash. How could you not deal with this worthless thing?" Talon scowled, casually hanging up his phone. But when he saw Jarvis walking toward him with fury, he panicked and tried to run. Jarvis leaped up, kicking Talon away. Blood spurted from Talon's mouth as he felt immense regret at this moment. He hadn't expected Jarvis to be even more formidable than Connor's investigation suggested. Even top-tier killers weren't a match. "Lanny, you bastard. I give you 30 million a year, and this is how you repay me? Useless. Jarvis, absolutely useless." Talon felt like his internal organs were shattered from the kick. In Jarvis' eyes, climbing forward was Connor's replacement. He coldly said, "Since you killed Connor on your own, the sins he carried will be repaid by you. I was going to ask you about your misdeeds, but seeing your state, it's best to just end your life. No, wait before you die. I'll make you wish for death." Jarvis' hollow pupils burned with unending malice. Talon struggled forward until he was cornered by Jarvis. Unable to stand, abdominal pain racked his body as blood continued to pour from his mouth. "Don't hurry to kill me. Haven't you not yet found Jarvis Lyra's parents? If you kill me, her parents." Talon tried to threaten him, but Jarvis immediately stabbed a silver needle into his throat, making his voice hoarse. Did you want to meet Toby again?" Talon gritted his teeth, deeply regretting underestimating this blind man. He was terrifying. "How dare you mention Sister Carissa?" Jarvis' rage flared, wishing to tear Talon limb from limb. Calmly regaining his composure, he asked fiercely, "Tell me where Toby and the others are, or I'll cut your mouth off and feed it to dogs." With his hoarse voice, Talon managed to say, "Hunt. Jarvis Lyra, I already handed over to you. It wasn't me who captured her. It was the Blue Dragon organization." Jarvis glared, saying coldly, "The people from the Blue Dragon organization will die too. But before that, what about the mine disaster? Who orchestrated it if not you?" It was that person." Talon clenched his teeth, tears streaming down his face, possibly from fear of death. "Tell me, the real culprit behind the mine disaster. If you help me find him, I'll spare your life." Calming down, Jarvis believed that blame should fall on the right shoulders, hoping to get a name out of him. "The xuanhuan family." Talon swallowed hard. "Who from the xuanhuan family?" Suddenly, Jarvis' pupils constricted. Jarvis' killing intent appeared behind him. Fortunately, his heavenly eye technique allowed his perception to transcend the ordinary. With a slight twist, he dodged the stab coming from behind. With a bang, Jarvis slapped Lanny away, who had barely gotten up. For Jarvis, disposing of these two was now child's play. The back and forth had already drained his patience for questioning. "Forget it. I'll investigate myself. Time to send you on your way," Jarvis murmured, moving forward. Unexpectedly, Talon managed to rise, rasping, "Lanny, stop him. Otherwise, your sister is dead for sure." Jarvis frowned, but the next moment, Lanny recklessly pounced, breaking the cardinal rule of assassins by attacking head-on without defense. Without hesitation, Jarvis punched him, causing blood to gush from Lanny's mouth. Taking this chance, Talon stumbled to his luxury car, started the engine, and attempted to flee. Chapter 252, can save your sister. Jarvis' brows furrowed, and he naturally had no intention of letting Talon off easily. It had taken him so long to seize this opportunity, and he was not about to let go so readily. But just as he was about to chase after Talon, Jarvis found someone blocking his path. Narrowing his eyes, Jarvis' jade-colored pupils emitted a dark gleam. In front of him stood Fuiz, who was in disarray, blocking his way. Jarvis sneered and said, "You protect him so loyally. Do you know what value your life holds to him? Jarvis, and do you even know that he's less than an animal?" It wasn't that he pitted the man in front of him. Rather, Jarvis himself was cautious. This man indeed had impressive skills. If not for Jarvis disabling one of his arms earlier, he would still be facing a dual threat now. "None of your damn business." Fuiz lunged at him frantically, while the engine roared to life on the other side as Talon prepared to drive away. Jarvis immediately took out 2 silver needles, aiming them at Talon's car window. Just as he was about to throw them, Fuiz threw himself forward, blocking Jarvis' view. Jarvis, death-seeking fool. Jarvis grew impatient and thrust the silver needle straight through. The 2 silver needles pierced directly through Fui's body, leaving 2 bloody puncture marks. But the force of the needles greatly diminished upon impact and was deflected by the car window when it hit. Vroom. The black sedan sped away, while Fui's fell to the ground, a pool of blood spilling from his mouth. Looking at this pitiful assassin, Jarvis couldn't help but feel a bit bitter. Why would such a capable person sacrifice themselves for someone worse than an animal? This made Jarvis recall Ralph, who was with Isaac. He felt a growing sense of unease. Your sister is in his hands? Seeing that Fui's still had some remaining breath, Jarvis asked. Fui's coughed weakly, unable to stop the blood flowing from his mouth. He sighed deeply, knowing he was doomed. With a bitter smile, he gazed at Jarvis for a moment before speaking slowly. Blind man, don't struggle anymore. You can't fight against them. If you keep investigating like this, who will die besides Connor? Jarvis Neon, everyone around you will all die. Tell me something useful, and I might be able to save your sister, Jarvis said coolly. Fuis shook his head in despair, not believing that Jarvis could actually accomplish this. But then he reconsidered and murmured softly before closing his eyes. My sister is? Jarvis, the critical moment. Fuis closed his eyes and ceased breathing. Jarvis stood up, preparing to leave in annoyance, but then noticed a Soraya sobbing nearby. It was Serena whom Talon had kicked down earlier. Jarvis picked up Talon's accidentally dropped coat from the ground and threw it over her. With something to cover herself, Serena hesitantly got up, her eyes filled with fear. Go. Don't find Talon again. I have no grudge against you. I'll let you live, Jarvis said, observing Serena's beauty. She must have been someone's pure girl before being reduced to a toy for a beast like Talon. Thank you for sparing me. Here, take this. Sandra suddenly handed him a phone. Jarvis took it, frowning slightly. It's Talon's phone, she said, then ran off without looking back. Jarvis' phone? It might be useful in tracking Talon. Jarvis kept it and decided to visit the Four Seasons Medical Hall, first to inform Walter about Talon's situation. Before leaving, Jarvis recalled Fuis's resentful expression as he died. He smiled faintly and remarked, Talon, someone like you probably never thought your subordinates would betray you, did you? Then he approached Fuis, carefully inserting a silver needle into his chest and injecting a stream of his own inner energy. Immediately, Fuis's heart thumped back to life. Jarvis left him with a breath of life, thinking if Talon had someone Fuis was willing to die to protect, wouldn't his sister's chances be even slimmer if he died? By saving Fuis, regardless of whether his sister lived or died, he would have no reason to continue serving Talon. The idea stemmed from seeing Serena's terrified face. Jarvis knew from his previous life how power structures worked and how to use people effectively, but he hadn't expected Talon to be so arrogant as to disregard the lives of those around him completely. Jarvis took the barely alive Fuis to the provincial capital's Four Seasons Medical Hall, informing Sheridan to wait for him for a while and return home later. Upon entering the medical hall, Walter was surprised. Jarvis checking Fuis over. He shook his head and commented, what kind of injuries did he endure to reach this state? Most shocking is that each fatal wound was narrowly avoided. Brock marveled, while Jarvis simply instructed, let Yoel handle the treatment. With meticulous care, he should stabilize within half a month. Of course, how long he remains unconscious depends on Yoel's skill. I understand. Brock promptly went to work. This was part of Jarvis's plan. Yoel was Brock's youngest disciple. Initially, Brock wanted to take Jarvis as a disciple, but he declined. To make up for this regret, Jarvis imparted some techniques to Yoel and left some of his unique inner energy in Yoel's fingers. If Yoel were to treat Fuis personally, it would be more stable. Jarvis after all, Fuis was currently hanging on only by the thread of inner energy Jarvis had injected. However, considering the dangers, Jarvis ensured Fuis would remain unconscious for at least 10 days as a precaution. Inside the room, Brock checked the phone Jarvis gave him but found it had a lock screen password. I have specialized technicians, but it would take at least 2 days to crack the code. That's plenty of time for Talon to clean up any important data, Brock sighed. If it's useless, forget about it. I didn't come here just for this. Jarvis responded nonchalantly. Do you want me to help you deal with Talon? He is indeed a tough opponent, but I've already helped you enough. Brock's eyes revealed a glint. Jarvis knew there were no free lunches. From the moment he met Brock, he understood that this elder was different from Jarvis and was skilled in calculations. So he said, just tell me, what do you need from me? Brock inhaled deeply, sizing up Jarvis and pretended to be reluctant. Ichun, have you infiltrated the Shin family already? You mentioned pursuing Talon at the banquet, which proves you are now a key guest of the Shin family. Since that's the case, could you bring someone to me? Who? Jarvis asked. Brock spoke slowly. She is Mika's stepmother, Jarvis Liza. Translation ends here. Hashtag chapter 253, family grievances. Mika's stepmother, Jarvis Liza? Jarvis never expected that this person would have any connection with Blake. To be honest, I don't get along with Mika's stepmother, and this might be beyond my capabilities. Jarvis spoke frankly. Brock helplessly shook his head and explained, that's not a problem. You only need to figure out a way to draw her out. Everything else will be taken care of. Jarvis additionally, the operation inside the Shin family is a long-term affair, and there will be more tasks for you. Jarvis promised, this won't harm the Shin family. Before fully executing the plan, you can first investigate her current position within the Shin family, especially regarding her power in business. Jarvis narrowed his eyes, thinking that perhaps Jarvis Liza wasn't really part of the Shin family. So, can you tell me what Jarvis Liza did that requires investigating? Jarvis was cautious. Jarvis, though he didn't get along with Jarvis Liza, the internal affairs of the Shin family couldn't be easily revealed. Brock, seeing Jarvis's reluctance, decided to reveal all the information he had. He said that Jarvis Liza was suspected of commercial fraud and had embezzled over 300 million yuan using the Shun family's name. Now, Blake didn't intend to hold anyone accountable but wanted to stop Jarvis Liza's misconduct within the Shin family, which involved deeper commercial secrets that were inconvenient to disclose. Jarvister hearing the gist of it, Jarviself was still confused and asked, if so, why not directly inform the Shin family? I believe they would also take action if they knew about this. If Mika knew about Jarvis Liza's scandals, she likely wouldn't listen to Jarvis Liza's advice anymore. Jarviself had noticed before that Jarvis Liza exerted considerable control over Mika. This could be an opportunity to save Mika from Jarvis Liza's grasp. This matter. Let me introduce you to someone, Brock said mysteriously. Jarviself followed Brock without hesitation, leaving the Four Seasons Medical Hall and heading to a villa in the suburbs. Passing through numerous tall buildings, Jarviself found the environment here unique. Beautiful yet almost deserted, with various places storing vast amounts of confidential information. This place was likely an important government department associated with provincial leadership, disguised as a villa for maximum deception. It had significant implications. The people inside must be even higher level than Hongrueyu. But when the door opened and Brock greeted them, Jarviself was surprised by the elderly man with a cane standing in front of him. Brother G, you personally came for such a small matter? Is this your informant? Isn't this Jarviself? Godric was shocked. Jarviself also didn't expect to see Godric. Seeing that Godric knew Jarviself, Brock was also surprised by Jarviself, though he understood. The excellent young man like Jarviself naturally commanded respect and admiration. Jarvister explanations, Jarviself learned that the provincial capital's Nadia family was a scholarly clan of old. Jarvis Liza was Godric's youngest Aliyah. Over the years, Godric had devoted himself to medicine and divorced his wife due to their incompatible feelings, resulting in a distant relationship with Jarvis Liza. Unbeknownst to everyone, Jarvis Liza, now middle-aged, started making waves in the business world. Without the protection of the Shin family, most of the city's business tycoons would have already acted against her. Just hearing this tip of the iceberg made Jarviself realize how complicated and ugly the relationships among these influential families were. Each scandal likely carried countless innocent lives behind it. I didn't expect Godric to know Ichun. Since we're all here, let's speak openly. Ichun. This matter has nothing to do with the Shin family and must remain so. Brock's words were firm. I hope you can explain further, Walter, Jarviself asked. You may not know, both the Nadia and Shin families are influential in the provincial capital. Such unsightly matters mustn't be publicized. We can only persuade Jarvis Liza privately to leave the Shin family. Only then can we avoid bigger conflicts. Brock spoke cautiously, which earned Jarviself's respect. Indeed, in the eyes of those in power, there were always more powerful forces at play. One Nadia family probably equaled 20 G families. With such deep backgrounds, the Nadia's influence in the provincial capital likely rivaled that of the Shuns. Godric, to get me to do this favor, I'll need some compensation, right? Jarviself asked. What compensation? Speak up. Godric looked at him curiously, wondering if he misjudged Jarviself. I want to ask if there are any officials in the provincial capital surnamed xuanhuan. Jarviself narrowed his eyes, remembering Talon mentioning this surname before retracting it. But since Talon was still alive, Jarviself wasn't sure if the man was bluffing. The prudent approach was to investigate first. Xuanhuan? There aren't any. Jarvis, are you looking for someone? If it's just for investigation, you just need to wait. Jarvis, for how to talk to Yenru, I'll give you updates later. Godric sighed. Having spent much effort on this Soraya, please investigate anyone surnamed Xuanhuan, whether officials or businessmen, the more influential, the better. Jarviself left after saying this. On the way back, Brock remarked, I didn't expect you to know Godric. That makes things easier. Do you know the power of the Nadia family? Once this issue is resolved, we can catch Talon no matter where he runs. Jarviself wasn't concerned. His memories traced back to over a decade ago, when he heard his father mention Xuanhuan, just before the mining disaster. It felt suspicious at the time. Now, it seemed he was closer to finding the real culprit. Jarviself felt he was nearing the truth. Father, rest in peace, please watch over everyone. I will find and avenge those who harmed you. Returning to the county late in the evening, Jarviself instructed Sheridan to go back to the Jingshin Medical Hall and told him to attend the business gala in 3 days. You're not leaving? Great. Let's stay at a hotel tonight. Mika cheered upon hearing Jarviself planned to stay in the county. Jarviself playfully poked Mika's nose, gently saying, don't celebrate too early. Right now, you're still very popular, and I'm not sure if I'll have the chance to marry you. Mika pouted, knowing Jarviself was joking around. While they were getting cozy, a clear female voice interrupted. Oh my, in broad daylight, embracing and holding each other, how inappropriate. Chapter 254, Jarvis' word of caution. Mom, why are you here? Mika turned around and immediately let go of Jarviself's hand when she saw it was Jarvis Liza. Jarviself was not accustomed to public displays of affection either, but he couldn't help feeling that although he had established a significant place in Mika's heart, he still seemed to be no match for this stepmother. If Jarvis Liza were Mika's biological mother, it would be one thing. How could such a mere stepmother make Mika obey her every word? Han Yin, I am sincere with you, and I believe you are too. If that's the case, why should we have to face opposition? Jarviself narrowed his eyes, seemingly determined to oppose Jarvis Liza. Jarvis Liza snorted coldly and raised an eyebrow. Oh, you think since you're freely in love, I have no right to object? Since that's so, you haven't even gotten engaged, let alone married. You should know who is the host and who is the guest here, right? Jarvisant, are you asking me to leave? Jarviself asked calmly. Upon hearing the word, aunt, Jarvis Liza felt an inexplicable burst of anger, but couldn't lash out due to propriety. Jarvister all, with Mika in between them, Jarviself calling her aunt was entirely correct. Don't worry, you don't need to fear me. I won't drive you away now. With her grandfather still around, you can still stay at the Shun residence, Jarvis Liza said with a cold laugh. She clearly perceived Jarviself's open defiance. Mom, Ichun didn't mean it. Mika felt aggrieved. The once independent Soraya groomed by the business world seemed like a little girl again before Jarvis Liza. To Jarviself, Mika looked like a completely different person. You stop speaking for him. Xuanhuan, get back to your room quickly. The celebratory banquet is almost over, and as an unmarried young lady, you shouldn't linger until the end. Jarvis the Shin family's Aaliyah, how could you not understand the rules? Jarvis Liza scolded sharply, leaving Mika speechless. She looked at Jarviself apologetically and slowly moved aside. Jarviself was troubled and remained silent, watching Mika reluctantly leave for the elevator. This is Gabrielua Hotel, the best hotel in the entire county. Even in such a setting, it's the lowest standard for Xuanhuan's daily accommodations. Can't help it, your county is too poor. Jarvis Liza gloated arrogantly. Then she sized up Jarviself disdainfully, smirking slightly. I do know you have some ability, but those eyes of yours look too terrifying. What method did you use to make my Aaliyah so infatuated with you? Could it be that your acupuncture has a mesmerizing effect? Hearing this, Jarviself couldn't hold back. He frowned and asked, I want to ask you first, what method did you use to make Mika so close to you? I don't see much good attitude from you, this stepmother. This was actually Jarviself's genuine curiosity. He wasn't just trying to argue. Jarvis Liza froze, her expression stiffening momentarily before turning calm. Jarvis, after a moment of silence, Jarvis Liza shook her head gently. It seems you aren't such a remarkable divine doctor after all. Their praises might just be flattering exaggerations. Jarvis, anyway, I'm quite disappointed in you. Jarviself squinted his jade-colored eyes. In that instant, his pupils emitted an unusual glow, making his blurred vision clear. Seeing Jarvis Liza's face, Jarviself felt. This Soraya wasn't joking. His gaze became more penetrating, closely observing Jarvis Liza's brain activity. His conclusion was simple. She truly despised him. Could it be something was wrong with Mika's body that he hadn't noticed? That would explain Jarvis Liza's sudden change in attitude. Jarvis' sense of unease stirred within Jarviself. No matter what, let me give you a warning. Don't harm Mika. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Jarviself said coldly. He was never one to flatter others. Even if it was Mika's birth mother, he responded with even harsher attitudes toward anyone who disrespected him. Haha, she is my Aaliyah, yet you tell me not to hurt her? Do you know that for the Shuns, you are the outsider? You really are amusing. Jarvis Liza laughed incredulously. She found this blind young man's confidence laughable. Jarviself stared at Jarvis Liza's triumphant face, recalling Gideon. This father-Aaliyah duo bore some resemblance. But Jarvis Liza's arrogance contrasted starkly with Gideon's humble demeanor. Do you plan on clinging to the Shuns forever without ever returning to the Nadias? Jarviself remarked lightly. The Nadias? Jarvis Liza frowned slightly. You are called Jarvis Liza, as Xuanhuan told me. It's probably not a secret, but perhaps there's another secret. You're Gideon's Aaliyah, the former president of the provincial hospital. Jarviself said as he sat down on a nearby chair. His implication was clear. They still had much to discuss. Jarvis Liza was stunned, shocked by the name mentioned. How did you find out about my identity? While it's not a secret in the Shuns, you are just an outsider. Hasn't the old man already chosen you? Jarvis Liza pondered, unable to figure out why. Jarviself studied Jarvis Liza for a long time, his eyes emitting faint glows. During their conversation, he was observing her psychological state. From these exchanges, Jarvis Liza remained unusually calm, indicating her reaction to Gideon was not intense. Phew, Jarviself exhaled softly. This discovery was a relief for him. Gideon told me your identity. He gave me a mission, saying I must bring you back, Jarviself explained. With Jarvis Liza's stunned expression, Jarviself recounted most of his conversation with Gideon today. Of course, he didn't mention dealing with Talon, as the two matters weren't closely linked. Jarvis Liza was amazed. You made a deal with my father to secretly send me back to the Nadias, and you dare tell me all this? Jarviself smiled gently and countered. Did you think I truly wanted to help him? Chapter 255. Jarvis an odorless and tasteless Jarvisura. What? Do you want to join me? Jarvis Liza flashed a playful smile. Her low-cut evening gown accentuated her tall and slender figure, and standing before Jarviself, she exuded an awe-inspiring beauty that was both icy and elegant. If not for her appearance as Mika's stepmother, Jarviself would have easily mistaken her for the true young miss of the Shin family just by looking at her appearance. That aristocratic bearing was not something ordinary people could imitate. I just don't want to get involved in your family matters. Besides, old Alfonsoster Nadia didn't tell me much about why he wanted you brought back. He only said you were a business fraudster. Such talk might have fooled me 2 months ago, but now? Jarviself's mind raced with memories of the last 2 months of corporate intrigue and deception. He shook his head lightly and continued, but having experienced it myself, I know the business world is inherently a place of manipulation and deceit. I'm not curious about what happened between you and your father or your grievances. Since old Alfonsoster Nadia doesn't provide me with reasons, I simply don't care. Jarvis, all I care about is my own purpose. Based on the current situation, you appear to be a Soraya who wants to seize control. I'm telling you this to express my sincerity. Your response will help me determine one thing. Jarviself's hollow eyes turned towards Jarvis Liza. Jarvis Liza stared into his deep, unfathomable eyes, feeling as if the blind man before her could see right through her. Determine what? Jarvis Liza asked. I want to confirm your attitude towards this matter. Are you resistant? Or are you willing to accept? Jarviself asked. Jarvis Liza took a deep breath, still pondering whether Jarviself's words were sincere. Deceiving someone important could be fatal. Yet this blind man seemed to challenge such authority, exploiting every gap. Jarvis, merely the founder of a small clinic, Jarviself had nothing significant to lose. In contrast, as the Aaliyah of the Nadia family and Jarviselbert's Aaliyah-in-law, if things escalated, it wouldn't end well. Defying a superior? You have some interesting ideas. I underestimated you earlier. The disdainful look on Jarvis Liza's face vanished, and now she felt the need to reassess this young man. But aren't you betraying Jared? He acted as an intermediary for you, yet you divulged information to me. That's disloyal and dishonorable. Jarvis Liza avoided answering directly, countering with her own question. Jarviself shook his head, I'm merely completing transactions in my own way. Your large families must have many entangled interests. But I am simple. If you agree, I'll help you fulfill your obligations. Jarvis saying this, he chuckled, realizing his interaction with Jarvis Liza had been bold. He noticed her heartbeat accelerating. Under Jarvisel's efforts, Jarvis Liza was visibly nervous. This led Jarvisel to conclude that Jarvis Liza wasn't worried about her relationship with the Nadia family but feared stepping out from under the Qin family's protection. His words weren't intended for real transactions, but to gauge her attitude. You can stop thinking. I won't agree to this. You think you can leverage our relationship with Han Yin? Forget it. Jarvis Liza sneered, turning to leave. Jarvisel remained calm, saying softly, don't worry. I'm willing to wait. Jarvis Nadia. This Jarvis Nadia further irked her. She suddenly realized how deep this young man's strategy ran. Could she have misjudged him? Just as she was about to leave, Jarvis Liza paused, hesitated, and turned to examine Jarviself again. I'm not completely unfamiliar with you. I know you've been investigating the Qinglong organization. While I don't understand your connection to them, perhaps I can help you test your sincerity. 3 days from now, at the Chamber of Commerce meeting, sit with me. I'll introduce you to someone. With that, Jarvis Liza walked away without looking back. Sitting there, Jarviself reflected for a long while before deciding to meet this person 3 days later. Knowing Jarvis Liza was old Alphensoster Nadia's Aliyah piqued his interest even more. Given the high-profile nature of the event, many prominent businessmen from the capital would attend. An introduction from Jarvis Liza would likely involve someone of equal or higher status. Jarvis the victory banquet. Jarviself wasn't present because, by local custom, the closing ceremony must be conducted by senior members of the family. Such events aimed to bring good luck. Jarvister absorbing the Qin family. The Qin family had become a provincial powerhouse. In this county, hosting a celebration was about performing rituals beneficial for future development. Jarvis Feng Shui master stood beside Jarviselbert, asking about Jarviself. So, this medicine was refined by Dr. Chen? Impressive. The Feng Shui master marveled, holding the pill reverently. Virgil's. That child is a medical prodigy. Soon, he'll be my grandson-in-law. Jarviselbert proudly announced. Indeed, perhaps you could introduce me sometime. I find this young man intriguing. He could learn from a sage in the mountains if he wishes, the Feng Shui master said with a cunning glint in his eye. Of course, both being renowned doctors, they should exchange knowledge. I'll have Yichun meet you someday, Jarviselbert chuckled. Won't your stepmother blame you for sneaking out like this? On the plush hotel bed, Jarviself lay watching Mika, wrapped in a bath towel, fling herself toward him. Blushing, Mika buried herself in his embrace, murmuring, she doesn't know. My stepmother may speak harshly, but she's not unkind to me. I believe once she trusts you, she'll accept us. Mentioning Jarvis Liza made Mika seem childishly happy. Jarviself's jade-like eyes shifted, focusing on her pale shoulders. Jarvis the towel slipped, he saw her supple skin. He reached out, touching the small wound on her neck where he had removed the heart-devouring curse. Why hasn't this healed yet? Curious, he scrutinized it more closely, noticing an unusual, odorless, and tasteless aura emanating from it. Hashtag chapter 256, Midnight Jarvisambush. The odorless and tasteless aura surprised Jarviself. He reached out to touch it, only to find that the aura was moving inside Jarvisenden's body. Jarviself's hand followed the movement of the aura, tracing along Jarvisenden's smooth back. Not understanding his intentions, Jarvisenden misunderstood his actions. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, mistakenly thinking that Jarviself's temperament had changed, and he now had different feelings for her. Yichun, you? Jarvish. Jarvisenden's face flushed as she imagined Jarviself's handsome face. Then her body leaned backward into Jarviself's embrace. Warmth occasionally emanated from Jarviself's fingers until they slowly brushed against Jarvisenden's abdomen, then rapidly descended. Jarvisenden bit her lower lip, feeling as if her soul were trembling. Hanshen, has your stepmother ever given you anything to drink? Jarviself asked suddenly. In his view, his true energy was chasing the odorless and tasteless aura, trying to eliminate it. However, it unexpectedly behaved like a living entity, moving continuously inside Jarvisenden's body, ultimately retreating to her perineum under duress. This made Jarviself hesitate momentarily before stopping to ask his question again. Yichun, how can you still ask about this? Really? Jarvisenden mumbled, turning around to cover Jarviself's mouth with her moist and warm lips. She didn't want to hear him speak about matters that could ruin the mood. Jarvis both let out muffled groans. Jarvisenden felt a wave of warmth and palpitation below her abdomen, causing her to emit a coy sigh of bliss. Jarviself tackled the challenge head-on, releasing all his inner energy into Jarvisenden's body to capture the odorless and tasteless aura. Jarvister catching it, he increased the intensity, attempting to eliminate it, but the aura stayed between Jarvisenden's legs, lifeless yet unvanishing. This strange phenomenon puzzled Jarviself. Memories from his past life surged in his mind. Soon, he found the answer. There was a mind-controlling poison in the southern region that was odorless and tasteless. The original poison could be completely dispersed by true energy, but later, the witch doctors of the southern region developed various variants of this poison. These variants had diverse forms, but one thing remained constant. Their ability to bewitch the mind and their odorless and tasteless characteristics. Could this be Jarvis Liza's tactic? No wonder she underestimated my medical skills. She must have used these despicable methods behind the scenes. Seeing Jarviself stopped, Jarvisenden embraced him and asked, "What's wrong? Yichun?" "Nothing." Jarviself smiled, gently holding Jarvisenden's slender waist and pulling her petite, soft body into his arms. They then tumbled together, hiding under the blanket to struggle and roll. Thankfully, Jarvis Liza hadn't done anything excessively improper to Jarvisenden. Jarviself decided to take a long-term approach. To solve the issue with Jarvis Liza, he first needed to understand the internal conflicts within the Qin family. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Jarviself frowned, and Jarvisenden paused her actions. "Who is it?" Jarvisenden asked with a frown. "Open up." Quickly, deliver food. Jarvis Man's voice sounded agitated outside. Jarvisolf's jade-colored pupils faintly glowed as his gaze pierced through the hotel door, revealing a group of reporters and Bill. That guy actually called reporters in the middle of the night to catch him off guard? Truly shameless. He immediately instructed Jarvis to dress, while he quickly put on some underpants and strutted over to open the door. Jarvis, soon as the door opened, a group of reporters surrounded Jarvisolf, snapping photos of his bare upper body. Bill shoved Jarvisolf, who bounced back 2 steps due to Jarvisolf's rock-hard body. You claim to be Hanshin's admirer, but now the truth is exposed, right? I've always suspected you and Sheridan were involved. Jarvis Man and a Soraya alone at night. Look, there are women's shoes. Bill, noticing a pair of high heels inside the room, became even more agitated. He laughed and said to the surrounding reporters, hurry in, there's something good inside. We're catching them red-handed. Did I tell you to come in? Jarvisol frowned, his anger evident. If you don't allow us to enter, we can't go in. Under normal circumstances, I couldn't do much. But today, I'm coming in no matter what. Don't you dare to own up to your actions? Do you think I won't send these videos to Alphonse Maximilian? The entire Jingshin Medical Hall will be ruined. Do you really want to come in and see? Jarvisolf took a deep breath and asked. Bill sneered and said, of course, I want to see. I've told you before that you aren't worthy of competing with me for Hansen. Hansen actually likes me, not a man like you who knows a few tricks to deceive girls. Now, you've shown your true colors. See if Hansen still gets fooled by you. Upon saying that, he noticed Jarvisolf stepping aside, so he strutted in arrogantly, only to see Jarvisenden buttoning the last button on her blouse. How can this be? Hanshin, you? Bill's world seemed to shatter at that moment. Jarvisenden was somewhat embarrassed but turned pale when she saw Bill. Bill? What are you doing here? The reporters at the door. Did you bring them? Jarvisenden was utterly surprised. Bill looked at Jarvisolf, blocking the reporters outside and Jarvisenden inside with tousled hair, his face full of shock and embarrassment. Ichun and I have already decided to be together. Didn't I tell you? My grandfather hasn't announced it publicly merely because the timing isn't ripe yet. Bill, I am so disappointed in you. You're violating my privacy. Jarvisenden slapped Bill across the face, leaving him speechless and extremely aggrieved. So, you two have been together all along? Tears streamed down his face, mingling pain, grievance, and resentment. Mr. Yu, should we proceed to film? Jarvis reporter outside couldn't help but ask. Film your head. The lit lost. Bill was filled with rage and could only leave in protest, dispersing all the reporters. If the scene was captured by the journalists, tomorrow's headline would read, Jarvisolf and Jarvisenden meeting in a hotel, spending a night together, while Bill would just be a backdrop, losing his true love, unable even to compete with a blind person. Carrying this resentment, Bill stared at Jarvisolf for a long time, but couldn't utter a single word of spite. Ultimately, he left silently. Moo sighed deeply. Chapter 257, Giving You a Chance. Jarvister Bill left. Jarvisolf also dismissed the reporters. They reluctantly deleted all the photos they had taken of Jarvisolf, as they were essentially under Bill's control and had to comply. This bill has gone too far. The Yu family has been bullying us Shin family for years, relying on their deputy governor. Mika crossed her arms, her face filled with anger. Jarvisol found himself curious. Mika seemed knowledgeable about her family's affairs. Could she know anything about Talon? Isn't Talon retired already? Jarvisolf asked. Retired? That old man would never. Jarvis, according to my grandfather, the Yu family excels at cultivating connections in official circles. This so-called retirement is just giving the position as a favor to another family. In reality, they've bribed many officials in the province over these years. Mika suddenly covered her mouth mid-sentence. Fortunately, you're the one who heard this, Ichun. Don't tell anyone else. It's too dangerous. Mika went over to lock the door, showing how truly worried she was. Jarvisolf didn't worry much about the secrecy of the information. Since he decided to oppose these people, he had already prepared himself for any underhanded tactics. The information Mika provided was indeed true, matching what he had learned from Silas. Jarvisolf hadn't expected that the position of deputy governor could be given away as a mere favor. How powerful must these influential families be if even provincial officials were their pawns? No wonder Connor kept delaying the compensation payment. No matter how much they reported it upwards, nothing changed. It was rotten at its core. Hanyan, do you know anything about the Aloysius family? Jarvisolf suddenly asked. Not really, but I know they made their fortune through jade trading. Why are you bringing them up again? Jarvis, are you interested in them? Mika answered honestly, straightening her clothes as she spoke. She understood the chaotic environment Jarvisolf was in, and their time together was becoming increasingly compressed. The Aloysius family is connected to Talon and Connor, Jarvisolf said casually. How did you find out? Mika asked, surprised. Her reaction wasn't unexpected. After all, he hadn't shared all his recent findings with her. Jarvisolf suddenly remembered Serena, he found at Talon's private residence, Bernice. He tentatively asked, Hanyan, do you have any older sisters or cousins? Cousins? What cousins? Don't change the subject. Where did you get this information about Connor being connected to the Aloysius family? One deals with mining, the other with jade. How could they be related? Mika rubbed her chin, assuming Jarvisolf was discussing business relationships. Jarvisolf was more focused on that photograph. Jarvis Neon associated with Connor wouldn't escape his scrutiny. Of the 4 people in the photo, he had met Talon. The other person was likely Jarvis Viv, the patriarch of the Aloysius family. The new deputy governor might very well be Jarvis Viv's father. There was still one Soraya. Who could it be? Jarvisolf pondered. Mika hastily got up, leaned in, and gave him a light kiss on the cheek, saying naturally, I have to go, Ichun. Visiting you late at night only caused trouble, and if my stepmother finds out, it wouldn't be good. Jarvisolf looked at Mika's sexy yet innocent face and felt something odd. He smiled slightly and asked, You have eyeshadow? Did you put on makeup? Mika blushed and pouted. Isn't it for seeing you? Even though you can't see me, girls love to look pretty. With that, she opened the door and left. Jarvis felt a surge of joy. Who said he couldn't see? He didn't expect Mika to prepare so much for a visit. However, meeting him behind Jarvis Liza gave him a thrilling sense of illicit excitement. That night, Jarvis barely slept, his mind constantly reviewing recent events. Talon had slipped through his fingers, meaning he lost a crucial lead. Pursuing him directly would surely raise suspicion. He knew the xuanhuan mentioned by Talon, but not his full name. With 2 days until the business gala, Jarvis figured he'd spend most of the time in the hotel. Half asleep, Jarvis felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he saw a voice message. Meet me at Shanghai Jarvis at 8 in the morning. I have information about Connor. The message energized him. Though he didn't know the sender, he resolved to meet whoever it was. Soon it was 8 Jarvis M, and Jarvis quickly made his way with his cane to Shanghai Jarvis. Vendors were selling breakfast, and mostly elderly people and children were milling around. The county town lacked the bustling vibrancy of the provincial capital. Jarvis walked deeper into the alley. It grew quieter. Jarvis sensed something amiss. His jade-colored eyes, usually blurry, sharpened, and the surroundings became clear. Behind a wall, he saw 3 or 4 Xylers waiting, while in front of him stood a man with pockmarks on his face. Barkley? Jarvis immediately recognized him as Brendan's younger brother, whom he had once disciplined. You actually dared to come? Blind kid, today you finally fall into my hands. Barkley waved his hands, signaling the 4 Xylers to flank Jarvis. Each Xyler held professional iron rods, clearly hired professionals. Jarvis sighed. These men were no match for him now that he had mastered the Holy Hand scripture. In memory of your brother, I'll give you a chance. If you don't want to die, speak clearly. Jarvis frowned, trying to reason with Barkley, but Barkley didn't believe him. Crossing his arms, he sneered. Who gives a damn? Did you explain things when you used my brother? Beat him to death. Jarvis' harm will be on my head. Upon command, the 4 Xylers advanced. They didn't underestimate Jarvis, attacking from blind spots with precise aim. Jarvis locked onto each Xyler's weakest rib areas and struck them with swift punches. Compared to Jarvis' rapid strikes, their movements seemed slow motion. None of them even grazed his shoulder before being forced back. Hashtag chapter 258. Connor's funeral. Ow. Each of the 4 Xylers took a hit and stumbled back several steps. Jarvis had deliberately controlled his strength. He hadn't crippled them, but this punch was enough to make them suffer considerably. Clearly unable to endure the pain, their faces contorted in agony. This kid. Who is he? Damn it. One of the Xylers cursed through gritted teeth, still wanting to swing his iron pipe. Jarvis kicked out, sending the man flying 3 meters away, crashing into a wall before falling unconscious. Seeing their comrade die so tragically, the other 3 were left pondering the sharp pain radiating from their ribs, remembering that they hadn't even seen the blind man's moves clearly when they were struck. Initially, Declan had said it would be simple to deal with a blind man, so they had only sent 4 people, thinking this job paid too easily. But at this moment, the 3 regretted their decision. This blind man was no ordinary person. If you don't want to die, then scram quickly. I have no interest in you. Jarvis coldly remarked, his focus solely on Declan. Jarvis Talon's unexpected escape. Jarvis didn't want to get distracted. Run quickly. One Xyler turned around and left without looking back, still warily watching Jarvis' stern face. Experienced Xylers never underestimated any opponent. He gave a disdainful glance at Declan, feeling cheated for being set up by such a formidable adversary. What the hell? Is this guy a doctor? Don't let him deceive you. This kid only knows some fancy moves. What are you afraid of with 4 of you? Declan shouted. But the other 2 also dropped their iron pipes after hearing him. With 2 clanging sounds, those 2 Xylers carried away their unconscious comrade, bowing apologetically to Jarvis as they prayed not to meet such strange people again on the streets. Seeing this, Jarvis relaxed slightly, raising an eyebrow as he looked directly at Declan and bluntly asked, Your brother begged me to work with him. Why wouldn't you? His younger brother, agree? Tell me, why did you call me here? What news do you have about Connor? Jarvis, he spoke. He slowly approached Declan, his tone gradually turning colder. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I might just kill you. Hearing the word kill, Declan found it amusing yet sensed that Jarvis wasn't joking. Seizing the opportunity, he picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it fiercely at Jarvis. Jarvis' whistling sound echoed as the stone grazed past Jarvis' ear, who effortlessly dodged it, as if completely seeing its trajectory. What the hell? You're not blind? Declan felt something eerie, but couldn't understand it, only cursing under his breath, idiot, before fleeing. But in the next instant, Declan felt a tingling sensation in his neck. Jarvis' silver needle Jarvis had thrown at an unknown time had already taken effect on the acupoint at the back of his neck. Declan immediately collapsed to the ground, his face and body still bearing scars from earlier encounters with Jarvis. He gritted his teeth, saying, Damn you. Using this dirty trick again. Blind turtle, may your whole family die. With a smack, Jarvis kicked Declan in the face, which soon swelled up. Jarvis, aren't you worried that because of your brother, I won't dare to kill you? Jarvis drew out a silver needle, placing it in front of Declan's eyes. Declan frowned tightly, enduring the intense pain on his face. Originally, he wanted to retort but was overwhelmed by Jarvis' intimidating aura. It's not just you. Even your brother's life means nothing to me. If I must let you live, I can make you just like me. Jarvis broke the silver needle into 2 halves, making Declan flinch backward in fear. Jarvis' technique resembled magic. What kind of doctor was this? Using silver needles like a launcher. The funeral for Connor will be held secretly soon. My brother planned to tell you, but I told you first. If you expose my brother's position, our entire xuanhuan mining company might be doomed. Under pressure, Declan confessed truthfully. Where and when is the funeral? Jarvis furrowed his brows, surprised that he actually obtained valuable information. He had only heard about Connor's death but hadn't seen the body. Seeing Connor's corpse would allow Jarviself to quickly deduce the murderer's method based on his keen eyesight. From there, he could lock down the timing and manner of the attack and trace back to find the motive. The funeral is tomorrow morning, but I advise you not to go, or I'll come after you again. Our xuanhuan mining has done some shady things, but nothing compared to Ihan mining. We've never offended you, blind turtle, so don't misunderstand. Suddenly, Declan felt his neck grabbed. Jarviself's face flushed red with suppressed anger. I admire your loyalty to your brother, but you're misguided. I believe even he doesn't want a reckless brother like you. Let me resolve this for him. Jarviself increased his grip, making Declan open his mouth wide but unable to produce any sound. Under Jarviself's palm, Declan felt as though he saw his grandmother who died 10 years ago. Jarvister an indeterminate amount of time, Declan's eyes began to roll back. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Jarviself. Spare my brother, Alphensoster Dr. Chun. Consider this a debt owed to you. Jarviself sneered and threw Declan, now almost foaming at the mouth, aside. I thought you planned to hide indefinitely? You sent someone to test my stance toward Connor. What are you afraid of? Jarviself narrowed his eyes, having sensed Brendan hiding nearby, and forced him out by threatening Declan. Brendan sighed and explained, I heard you collaborated with Gideon. That left me uncertain about your position. If possible, we don't want our xuanhuan mining to be cannon fodder in your hands. Compared to the provincial big shots, any mistake from us could cost lives. Now Jarviself understood. They were merely cowards fearing trouble. However, this indirectly proved how fast information spread in these circles, likely monitored everywhere. You brought news of Connor's funeral, right? If you help me get in, we'll call it even. Jarviself said calmly. Chapter 259. Helping you to disable him. You really don't care? Brendan's eyes lit up. He knew Jarviself was a man of his word, and this event only added to his reverence for him. Jarvis that moment, Declan was still unconscious. Jarviself gave him a disdainful glance and said coolly, Do you not want your brother to wake up? What I'm telling you is not a deal, it's an order. Jarviself thought it would only breed suspicion if he continued to be tactful with these people. Instead, he decided to suppress them with sheer force. Brendan swallowed hard. He had been watching the entire process and now deeply regretted his petty tricks. Jarvister his cancer was cured. He initially thought there was no need to follow Jarviself's orders. But from what he could see now, as long as he was involved with Jarviself, he would have to submit. With those skills and methods, 10 more people would make a difference. Tomorrow, my brother will personally take you to the funeral in our Zhao family's name in xuanhuan County. Meanwhile, I'll act as the partner company representative and divert attention. Then, you can do whatever you want. I'll cooperate, Brendan said. This attitude won Jarviself's approval. Jarvister all, it wasn't their first collaboration, and Brendan understood what Jarviself wanted. Jarviself then took out a silver needle and pierced it into Declan's wrist. Immediately, Declan came to, gasping for air. Brother, save me. This blind guy wants to kill me. He wants to kill me. Declan's mind cleared instantly upon waking, but seeing Jarviself's jade-colored pupils filled him with immense fear. Brendan's face darkened, angrily rebuking, You brat, didn't I tell you not to cause trouble? Starting today, you will study medicine under Alphensoster Dr. Chun. What? On what basis? Declan tried to argue back, but seeing Jarviself's cold expression, his voice faltered. Jarviself was also confused, not understanding Brendan's intentions. Then Brendan coughed lightly and explained, Alphensoster Dr. Chun. You can attend the event as Alphensoster of Barrett of the Zhao family, ensuring nobody notices. Barrett. So that was Declan's real name. Jarvis that moment, Barrett cracked his neck and stood up as if nothing happened. Most astonishingly, he felt no pain in his face. Earlier, it had swollen after being kicked by Jarviself. Who was this blind man who, with just 2 silver needles, seemed to transform his body? Very well, then I'll make an exception and take on this disciple. Since we're doing a formal apprenticeship, we can't skip the proper kneeling ceremony, right? Otherwise, how can I ensure future obedience? Jarviself smiled, watching Barrett with interest. Barrett's face fell, about to refuse, but Brendan yelled, Hurry up and bow. Alphensoster Dr. Chun has agreed to take you as a disciple. Do you want to keep him waiting? Jarvis that moment, Barrett recalled Brendan's advice before leaving. Either completely crush or utterly flatter Jarviself, or else their xuanhuan mining company would have no future. Thinking this, despite feeling rebellious inside, Barrett knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Jarviself. Just as he went to kowtow a 4th time, Jarviself stopped him with a foot to the forehead, saying coldly, 3 kowtows are enough. The 4th is for the dead. Barrett felt a chill run down his spine. Looking up at Jarviself's arrogant face, he felt those hollow pupils exuded an ancient aura. These 3 kowtows aren't without meaning. The first is to heaven and earth, the second to the ancestors of the lineage. The third is to honor your master as a father. From now on, treat me as such, okay? Jarviself smiled sardonically. Fuck you. Barrett couldn't help but retort, thinking Jarviself was going to say something serious, only to be insulted again. Barrett, if you don't change that temper, you'll always be called Declan, Brendan said coldly. I understand, Alphensoster. I'll listen from now on. Barrett changed his tone, his eyes filled with resignation. Jarviself sensed the Zhao family might not be simple, but he didn't care much about it. With Barrett as his disciple, he now had a legitimate identity to attend Connor's funeral. This solved his dilemma of what identity to use for the gathering in 2 days. The next morning, Barrett picked up Jarviself in a luxurious sports car, which turned out to be a limited edition. Though Jarviself wasn't interested in such ostentatious displays, he recognized it was typically only someone like Jarvis who could afford to flaunt such a vehicle. Clearly, the Zhao family was more powerful than Brendan let on. They drove quickly to a villa in the outskirts of a county town. Wearing sunglasses, Jarviself followed Barrett inside. Sure enough, with the identity of Barrett's master, Jarviself remained unnoticed and unchallenged. Even people he had met before did not recognize him, allowing him to slip in unnoticed. Few attended the funeral, just over 40 people, mostly Connor's business partners. In their conversations, Jarviself learned that even Connor's friends and family refused to show up. This was a relief to Jarviself. He feared losing control and lashing out at Connor's family. Unexpectedly, a fat man spilled wine on Barrett, leading to an argument. Suddenly, the man pushed Barrett away, yelling, "You're from Zhao family of Xuanhuan County? I don't care who you are. From now on, the whole of Xuanhuan listens to me. Isn't your brother Brendan? Listen up, you two will be my dogs from now on." The fat man even kicked Barrett, who left angrily. "How can you let him off? What a coward you are." Jarviself sneered. Barrett glanced around, whispering to Jarviself, "What do you know? That's Atlerard, a gangster, whose boss is none other than Jarvis of the provincial capital. Do you know Jarvis? Jarvis, are you so tough you dare provoke him?" Hearing Jarvis, Jarviself perked up. Wasn't he a gang brother of his? Jarviself patted Barrett on the shoulder with interest and grinned. "Not just provoke him. I'll disable him for you today." Chapter 260. Beating a dog requires consideration of its owner. Disable him? You sure can talk big. Zen immediately showed a look of disdain. Jarvis, mere blind man. How could he possibly stand up to a top-level gangster? He didn't believe it for a second. Jarviself curled the corner of his mouth and raised an eyebrow, asking, "What if I do?" "If you can manage that, I'll kneel and call you daddy." "There's no way. How did you hoodwink my brother?" Zen was utterly unconvinced. Before Zen had finished speaking, Jarviself stood up and walked straight toward Atlerard. Jarvis, that moment, Atlerard was holding a glass of red wine, laughing and talking with a group of formally dressed men, constantly mocking Zen. The Zhaos have always been useless, let alone that guy who's the most useless one. His brother has some commercial talent, but what is that guy good for? Not even worthy to carry my shoes. Those around echoed in agreement. Boss Chen speaks the truth. We will rely on your protection in Xuanhuan County. Exactly. Who dares not pay respect to Boss Chen in Xuanhuan County? They would meet only one end, death. Everyone laughed in agreement. Atlerard patted the back of his flunky with a bitter smile. Watch your words in future. This is Gerard's farewell ceremony. Don't talk about life and death. It's inauspicious. He then rolled his eyes and asked, "By the way, do you know how Gerard died?" "How? I heard he was disabled before he died." The situation behind this powerful figure must be significant, as even Gerard could be messed with. Someone clicked their tongue in marvel. That would be me naturally. Gerard was too arrogant in the underground world. It's just unfortunate he provoked me. Haha. You all need to be careful from now on. Atlerard patted his chest proudly. There was a cunning glint in his eyes, but regarding the exact circumstances of Gerard's death, everyone murmured uncertainly. Even if they were suspicious, they dared not speak up. Even with just a millionth chance that Atlerard spoke the truth, under such powerful forces, they were powerless. Jarvis, bunch of rats. Just killing Gerard isn't so special. Why don't you go dig up his coffin board? Jarviself laughed as he approached. Where did this blind man come from? He seems to be Alphensoster's in. Didn't know Brendan believed in feng shui now? Clearly a fraudster. Someone laughed mockingly. This blind man here to support Zen? Haha, your apprentice is such a waste. Must have been taught by a useless master like you. The lackey adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, reaching out to pat Jarviself on the shoulder. Jarviself grabbed the lackey's wrist coldly. Is there room for you to speak here? Jarvis! The lackey screamed in agony, drawing the attention of those around. You let go, ah. The force made the lackey feel as if his hand no longer belonged to him. Then came a crack. He felt his bones fracture. Jarviself gave a sneer, letting go of him in disdain. The lackey's face was contorted with pain, unable to utter a word. Beating a dog requires consideration of its owner. Do you want to die? Atlerard rolled up his sleeves, preparing to punch. But just as he raised his wrist, Jarviself grabbed his collar. Atlerard was astonished. He was clearly taller than the blind man yet couldn't reach him at all. Trying to wrench Jarviself's arm away, he found it was like trying to bend steel. You were right. Beating a dog requires considering its owner. Before I beat you, should I ask your master first? Jarviself calmly finished and pushed Atlerard aside. Atlerard hit the ground hard like a thrown stone. Discussion arose among those nearby. Who is this kid? One of the Zhao family's servants? Looks like the Zhao family is doomed. Virgil's challenging Atlerard, soon to become head of security in Xuanhuan County. Zhao family's Xuanhuan mining may be completely ruined. Seeing this, Zen pulled down Jarviself's sleeve, whispering angrily, Jarvis, are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing could ruin Xuanhuan mining? Ignoring him, Jarviself made a phone call. Long time no see, Homer Atlee. Don't you have someone named Atlerard under you? I'm wondering, can I disable him? Jarviself's tone was icy, without much explanation. Soon, Atlerard's pocket buzzed. Rubbing his tailbone, grimacing in pain, he answered his phone. Damn blind dog, I won't forget today. Atlerard muttered as he took out his phone, seeing it was his boss, Jarvis. Hello, Brother Chi, what's up? His forced smile quickly faded as Jarvis scolded, Atlerard, did you offend a blind young man? Jarvis, apologize and get down on your knees. Why, Brother Chi, this guy insulted me, he said. Listen to me, Jarviself is my brother. If you offend him, you're dead. With that, Jarvis hung up. Atlerard looked up awkwardly at Jarviself's jade-like pupils, which seemed to shimmer with a strange light. Swallowing, he suddenly remembered hearing from Jarvis that Gerard was disabled by a blind doctor, who was close friends with Jarvis. Could this person be Jarviself? Fear spread within Atlerard, making his legs weak. Seeing this, Zen hastily chuckled. Morgan? It's a misunderstanding. You don't have to. I was wrong. Morgan. Big Morgan. Please forgive me. Atlerard knew offending Jarviself meant certain death. Reluctantly, he kowtowed 3 times. What? You're joking? Morgan. Zen gaped, surprised. Jarviself smiled in satisfaction and stepped on Atlerard's shoulder, making everyone choke in shock. Atlerard was the biggest shot at Gerard's funeral, the next head of security in Xuanhuan County. to see him beneath a blind man's feet. Extending his hand, Atlerard gently massaged Jarvisel's foot, smiling. Morgan, is the pressure okay? I'm brothers with your boss, Jarvis. You dare call me brother? Jarviself asked with a raised eyebrow. Chapter 261. Who was the culprit? Atlerard's heart leapt to his throat, and without thinking, he shouted, Father! Alfonsoster! Grandfather! Jarvis ancestor! Please, I will turn over a new leaf and be a good person from now on. I swear. Tears streamed down Atlerard's face as he cried like a Soraya. Jarvis Dural, as Jarvis' direct subordinate, he was well aware of how ruthless Jarvis could be. If Jarvis blamed him for this, it wouldn't just be him. His whole family would be ruined. It won't do you any good to apologize to me. Go apologize to my good disciple instead. If he isn't satisfied, I'll let Jarvis carve out your intestines. Jarviself kicked Atlerard's face, making him turn to look at Barrett. Barrett looked utterly bewildered, saying somewhat guiltily, Morgan, I didn't do this. Don't call me Morgan. I'm your son from now on. Father, please plead for me. I beg you. Atlerard, like a child who had done wrong, knelt down and crawled towards Barrett, clinging to his legs tightly. You don't have to go this far. Morgan. Barrett swallowed hard. Jarvis, the young master of the Zhao family in Xuanhuan County, despite his lofty status, he knew that Atlerard had always been a local tyrant in Xuanhuan. That such a powerful figure could be subdued so easily by Jarviself was simply unbelievable. Plead for me. Father Zhao, henceforth in Xuanhuan, whatever you say goes. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. Atlerard's tone was sincere. Barrett was taken aback by how events had unfolded, feeling an inner shock. He could only harden his resolve and address Jarviself. I know your prowess. Please don't make things difficult for him. Jarviself's lips curled slightly as Brendan suddenly appeared, clapping his hands and saying, Everyone, please disperse. In 10 minutes, we'll proceed with Connor's farewell ceremony. Jarvis, for my brother's matter, please bear with us. President Chun, let's work together more in the future. Brendan smiled, pulling Atlerard up. Atlerard wiped away his tears, filled with dread. Everyone present now viewed the Eric differently, realizing they had connected with influential people and should not be taken lightly in the future. Jarviself naturally understood Brendan's intention. He was giving him only 10 minutes to see Connor's body. He walked in one direction but was stopped by Barrett. You aren't really going to cripple Atlerard, are you? No interest. Unless you want to kneel and call me father? Jarviself smiled peculiarly, making Barrett blush red with shame. During the Isaiah incident, Barrett had only thought Jarviself was a blind man with some basic skills. Now, seeing how he wielded power, Barrett realized he was on a different level entirely. Come, keep watch for me. Jarviself whispered, summoning Barrett. Though still not fully convinced of Jarviself's authority, Barrett obeyed orders after what happened with Atlerard. Jarviself entered through the back door of the hall, while Barrett stood guard outside to prevent disturbances. Inside the hall, Jarviself's jade-green eyes glowed faintly, capturing every detail. The hall was unremarkable, with no one guarding nearby. It seemed even the family couldn't participate, which explained why the funeral had turned into a battlefield for fame and fortune. Most attendees were likely there for the business opportunities in Xuanhuan County. Perhaps some hidden figures were among them. Jarviself's earlier actions were meant to attract their attention, securing a peaceful moment for himself. His pupils subtly gleamed golden, focusing sharply on the coffin. Jarvister inspecting, Jarviself confirmed it contained Connor's body. He began examining every inch meticulously. Poison. Jarviself inhaled deeply, finding toxic fumes in Connor's throat, indicating poisoning, a common cause of death. However, upon closer inspection, something unusual caught his eye. There was a barely visible knife wound on the back of Connor's neck, looking like it was made by a professional butcher's knife, almost undetectable to the naked eye. Definitely the work of an extremely skilled knife wielder, and not an ordinary knife. Jarviself immediately recalled the military knife assassin who attacked Zhengxin Medical Hall. Could it be the same person who killed Connor? Jarvis, clearly, it wasn't Talon, as he didn't know Jarvis Lira's whereabouts. The Qinglong organization came to mind. Jarviself knew he must uncover the truth behind Connor's murder to find out who wanted to hide the mining disaster's secrets. Don't move. Tell me why you're examining the body. Your eyes aren't normal, are they? Jarvis' middle-aged voice with magnetic depth startled Jarviself as a cold blade pressed against his back. Jarviself's eyebrows furrowed, catching a glimpse of the man behind him. A man in tight-fitting clothes disguised under a security guard's coat. He had only noticed the man's approach at the last second, and the swift movement was impressive. More importantly, how did he recognize the heavenly eye technique? Who are you? Jarviself pretended to be unaware, turning his head slightly. Don't move. The Edric was surprised, striking out but finding his blade shatter unexpectedly. With a metallic ting, the broken blade fell to the ground as Jarviself punched forward, forcing the man to retreat several steps and collide with the wall. Jarviself immediately took out a silver needle and shot it at the man's arm, paralyzing him instantly. Not bad. Indeed impressive. The man smiled bitterly, sizing up Jarviself admiringly. Who are you? Jarviself asked coolly, 3 simple words radiating intense killing intent. Jarvis' bone-chilling sensation washed over the man, causing him to sigh helplessly. I'm not your enemy. You're Jarviself, right? How about we cooperate? I can help you take down the Qinglong organization. Jarviself's brow furrowed. He picked up the broken blade and pressed it against the man's throat. Tell me what you know or die. The man smiled bitterly but remained silent until Jarviself was nearly losing patience. Then, an elderly voice spoke slowly. Let him go, Jarviself. I know what you want to find out. I will tell you the answer. Chapter 262. The mysterious old Alfonson. Jarviself was spreading his true chi throughout his body. The information and abilities of this mysterious man far exceeded those of any previous enemy, so Jarviself remained highly vigilant and prepared to break through the encirclement on his own. Thus, without turning around, he saw the old man's face, recognizing it as a stranger. Tell me, what do you know? Jarvisulf did not stop his movements, still threatening the man's life. Connor was indeed killed by the Jarvisher Dragon Organization. Talon is just a coward. He doesn't dare provoke you and only thinks about saving himself. Enoch stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression composed. This confident attitude and straightforward words somewhat calmed Jarvisulf's mind. Jarvis drew a cold snort. He threw the blade away and removed the silver needle from the man's wrist. The man immediately slumped to the ground, letting out a long breath. The capabilities of this blind man far exceeded his imagination. Not only those seemingly all-seeing jade-colored pupils, but also his exceptional acupuncture skills. Even after the restrictions were lifted, the needle still affected his entire nervous system. Why did the Jarvisher Dragon Organization kill Connor? Jarvisulf didn't directly ask about the mine disaster, considering he wasn't sure of the man's identity yet. Enoch scrutinized Jarvisulf carefully before shaking his head and sighing. Jarvisul, I can tell you, is that the Jarvisher Dragon Organization is merely a tool used by someone else. It is neither good nor bad in itself. If there are grudges and enmity between you, it must be the work of the people behind them. Who are the people behind them? Jarvisulf narrowed his eyes. The Jarvisher Dragon Organization had a vast influence and formidable means. Who could be using them? That person must be extraordinary. I'm incapable of telling you that. Haha, young man, getting angry at us old folks won't get you anywhere. Even Connor was just a tool being used. I advise you to give up on your investigation sooner rather than later. Don't waste such great skills and end up ruined, the old man said, then shook his head and walked out. It will be too late when you regret it. Jarvisulf turned around, only to find that the man had left without him noticing. These two individuals were still mysteries, but he would let the Eric investigate them later. Jarvisulf was more concerned with the old man's words. He never expected that there was another big tiger behind the Jarvisher Dragon Organization. Could it be Jarvisviv? He had only seen this name in the Lion Tiger Casino's archives, supposedly the patriarch of the Aloysius family. Thinking back now, many things became clear. The complex entanglements of these major families meant that his involvement might have offended the interests of certain powerful figures. This was likely why Connor had managed to escape death multiple times. Unfortunately, the Qin family's downfall completely stripped Connor of his backing. If Jarvisulf hadn't dismantled the Qin family, Connor might still be able to rely on other forces to wield power. This investigation gave Jarvisulf a new direction. The person who killed Connor was in the Jarvisher Dragon Organization, and the knife wound matched the technique of the military man who attacked Jingxing Clinic. It seemed the Jarvisher Dragon Organization had set their sights on him. Before leaving the memorial hall, Jarvisulf inserted a silver needle into the coffin, pricking the Danteon acupoint on Connor's corpse. This old villain infuriated him even in death. We are gathered here with heavy hearts to bid farewell to Comrade Connor. Under the tree shade, Jarvisulf closed his eyes, waiting for the ceremony to end. He planned to ask Barrett about the identity of the mysterious old man. Suddenly, cries for help erupted from the crowd. Help! Call a doctor. Official Lau has a heart attack. He must be sent to the provincial hospital immediately. How could we send him to the provincial hospital in time? Even the county hospital is 30 kilometers away. What can we do? Jarvisulf noticed there were no doctors present, thinking it must be someone gravely ill. Out of curiosity and instinct as a doctor, he slowly approached the crowd. There, he saw the same old man from the memorial hall clutching his chest, his face twisted in pain. His jade-colored eyes quickly identified that the old man's heartbeat was weakening, with severe vascular rupture due to blood stasis and a heart condition. If this continued, he would die within 5 minutes. Move aside. Quickly take Official Lau to the nearest small hospital. It's only 10 minutes away. 2 men rushed in with a stretcher, followed by a tall man in a trench coat with an indifferent and stern expression. That demeanor made Jarvisulf glance at him again, but with lives at stake, he didn't pay much attention to the man, simply stating, "Everyone move aside. I'll try to save him. Otherwise, he'll die in 3 minutes. This is my private doctor, Dr. Chun. Please trust his medical skills. He cured my cancer." Brendan immediately spoke up in support. People murmured among themselves, no one stopping Jarvisulf. Jarvis for all, everyone still remembered how he subdued Atlerard. Who dared to challenge him? Jarvisulf felt the old man's pulse and had a plan. Just as he was about to start treating him with silver needles, the trenchcoat man suddenly stepped forward. "Move aside. We're taking him away," the man said in a deep voice, allowing no room for argument. "If you take him, he'll die. Jarvis, are you here to save or kill?" Jarvisulf replied calmly, continuing to remove the old man's shirt. Unexpectedly, the man pulled out a black cloth and pointed something hidden beneath it at Jarvisulf's head. Everyone froze, barely daring to breathe. Clearly, this man held a high status. Jarvisulf's brows furrowed, his eyes darkening, locking onto the man's hand. Through the black cloth, he saw the man was holding a black pistol. To bring this out in public and have no one dare speak up spoke volumes of this man's authority and influence. Everyone's hearts raced. Even Barrett showed hesitation, unable to speak. But Jarvisulf paid no heed, inserting another silver needle into the old man's chest, muttering, "Wait a bit, even the best doctor needs time." He took a deep breath, gathering true chi at his fingertips, and gradually infused it into the old man's body via the silver needles. Enoch's expression visibly improved as he stirred, but the trenchcoat man coldly threatened, "If you move again, I'll kill you." Ignoring him, Jarvisulf immediately pulled out another needle and stuck it into the old man's forehead. Chapter 263, The Jarvistidote for Fire Poison. Jarvisulf's silver needle pricked the old man's forehead, and instantly, his brows furrowed as he regained some consciousness. Everyone present gasped in shock. "He's awake?" Only the man in the windbreaker became even more furious, gritting his teeth as he said, "Jarvis, aren't you truly unafraid of death? Do you want to kill me in front of everyone? If you dare, just shoot." Jarvisulf raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. He then placed his palm gently over the old man's heart. Hiss! Enoch clenched his teeth, his face becoming even rosier, and his condition visibly improved. Witnessing this, Hope began to well up in the onlookers' hearts. Who would have thought a blind man could actually possess medical skills? Even professional doctors had given up on him, yet he managed to bring him back from the brink. I really will shoot. Darren clearly didn't want Jarviself to interfere. Despite the obvious improvement in the elder's condition, he gripped the gun tightly with both hands. Beneath the black cloth, his hands trembled, not out of fear but out of anger. Everyone held their breath for Jarviself. If the trigger were pulled, the blind man would be dead instantly. No matter how skilled he was, he couldn't withstand a bullet. Some timid women covered their eyes, while others instinctively stepped back, fearing the scene might soon turn into a crime scene. Didn't I say if you're going to shoot, do it now? I'm a doctor. Saving lives is my duty, Jarviself said somewhat impatiently, feeling the old man's pulse again. His demeanor was as if he were in a clinic, completely unaffected by the threat. This unwavering attitude moved the onlookers. That's what a good doctor should be. It's no wonder the Zhao family chose him to be Barrett's master. He's talented and virtuous. Jarvis' respected-looking elder nodded approvingly, filled with admiration. Others chimed in. Fernand speaks the truth. This young man, despite his visual impairment, has a clear mind. Even if he couldn't save Griffin, he did everything he could. Heart issues become uncontrollable with age. Alas, some people were already accepting the outcome, considering the elder was nearly 100 years old. Darren looked grim, his emotions complex. Pointing a gun at someone who still dared to help, was he genuinely a selfless doctor? Jarvis for a moment. Jarviself sighed with relief and said casually, he's better now. Please keep the noise down. This patient not only has heart disease but also very fragile eardrums. Loud noises will affect him. Everyone stared at each other in disbelief that Jarviself had actually saved the man. The elderly man remained lying there, appearing lifeless until Jarviself removed the silver needle. Only then did the old man suddenly open his eyes, taking a deep breath as if holding back for a long time. Cough, cough. What happened to me? Enoch propped himself up, sitting mianchang de zuoqilai, manlian yihuo. Correction for fluency and natural reading in English. Cough, cough. What happened to me? Enoch 支撑着自己的身体勉强坐起，满脸疑惑. Revised for better flow in English. Cough, cough. What happened to me? The old man asked as he struggled to sit up, his face full of confusion. Father. Darren rushed over, checking the elder thoroughly. Jarvis, are you really okay? Does your ear not hurt anymore? How about your chest? The man asked with genuine concern, a stark contrast to his earlier cold demeanor. Don't put on an act. You must have been hoping I'd die, bringing me to such a remote place without a personal doctor. I almost died here. Enoch shot a scornful glance at the man, filled with resentment. Jarvis, this point, the crowd confirmed that the old man was indeed improving. They gathered around to explain the situation to him. Upon learning that he was saved by a blind man, the old man couldn't help but respect Jarviself. Young man, I didn't expect you to not only be skilled in martial arts but also proficient in medicine. My body feels refreshed now, like I could live another 2 or 3 years. Enoch chuckled. Not possible. You can live at most half a year more, Jarviself said calmly. During the treatment, he had examined every organ inside the old man's body. Jarviself, though his limbs and muscles were relatively healthy, his internal organs were severely overworked. Even if saved, he wouldn't last more than a few months. You're talking nonsense. Just because you got lucky doesn't mean you can spout gibberish. Darren put away his gun and lunged at Jarviself, fists ready. Do not be rude, son. This divine doctor saved my life, and I should treat him with respect. You dare lay a hand on him? Jarvis, and your gun with no bullets. Don't try to deceive anyone next time. Enoch's stern rebuke left the man speechless. Everyone realized the gun was unloaded, causing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Even if the gun was unloaded, it couldn't change Jarviself's fearless attitude in the face of danger. Enoch, upon learning this, was deeply moved. He harshly drove away his son and gripped Jarviself's hand earnestly. No wonder you dared to challenge Connor. Young man, I admire you greatly. Tell me, what do you want? I'll repay you properly. Jarviself wasn't surprised. He had used his heavenly eye technique to see through the gun's emptiness and remained calm. Saving lives is my duty, not a means to gain rewards. You don't need to worry, Jarviself declined politely, intending to leave. This gesture further impressed the old man. He held Jarviself firmly, praising, You are the most exceptional young person I've ever met. So young yet with such composure and incredible skills without flaunting them. I may not know you, but I understand you very well. Do you have a girl suffering from fire poison? Enoch lowered his voice, smiling. How do you know that? Jarviself's brows slightly knitted. Never mind how I know. Just know that we are neither friends nor enemies. But I wouldn't mind having one more friend. Enoch grinned and pulled out a small glass bottle from his pocket, handing it to Jarviself. Inside was a transparent liquid, resembling water but clearly not. Jarviself's jade-colored pupils glowed faintly, recognizing the essence of the liquid, a combination of water and a special fluid containing rare Chinese herbs that were now extinct. This medicine was given to me by an old gentleman. It's highly effective against fire poison. Initially, I planned to use it for my grandson who suffered from fire poison, but he's already cured. So, I'm giving this to you. Enoch handed the medicine to Jarviself and released his hand. Brendan immediately interjected. Since Havelock is fine, let's all disperse. Our farewell ceremony needs to proceed. Jarvis, the murmuring crowd dispersed. Jarviself stood there holding the medicine, lost in thought. Then he asked Barrett, Who is this old man? He. Barrett laughed lightly. From the xuanhuan family. Translation provided strictly in English, preserving the original tone, style, and paragraph structure. Hashtag chapter 264. Endure for a moment. Xuanhuan. The surname instantly caused Jarviself's pupils to constrict. Xuanhuan? Which faction are they from? Jarviself held his breath, thinking that this xuanhuan might be related to the one Talon had mentioned. Of course, it's a family from Xuanyang County. Jarvis, although their influence within Xuanhuan is rather average, in recent years, they've reportedly done well in customs export trade and have made quite a fortune. Cannon muttered, eyes filled with envy. They've seized the business opportunities perfectly. If I could find such an opportunity too, my father would surely look at me differently. Cannon's eyes were filled with dreams, completely unaware that Jarvisel's face had darkened. The xuanhuan family and their involvement in export trade stirred Jarvisel's mind, especially considering the gun in the hands of Raymond's son, which was far from ordinary. But Jarvisel only developed a bit of interest in the xuanhuan family and did not want to act immediately. Jarvis, after all, just mentioning a surname casually, as Talon did, couldn't determine much. It might even be a trap set by Talon for him. Zhang, help me investigate this xuanhuan family. Jarvis, through the funeral, Jarvisel found Brendan and expressed his request. Instead of endlessly speculating, he thought it best to confront them directly. Thanks to the Shin family, Jarvisel now had the confidence to face any force head-on. Jarvis, long as it was within the provincial capital, no one would dare challenge the current momentum of the Shin family. What specifically do you want to investigate? You helped the Shin family swallow the Qin family. You wouldn't be thinking of swallowing the xuanhuan family as well? Brendan swallowed hard, always suspecting that Jarviself had designs on his own Zhao family. However, Jarviself's ambitions were bigger than he had imagined. The mere Xuanhuan mining company probably didn't even catch his attention. Don't worry, I have no interest in this kind of family. I want to know, who among them has any connection to the mine disaster? Jarviself left with a dark expression, determined to leave no clue unexamined regarding the truth of the mine disaster, especially since Connor had died suddenly. Every name present or absent at the funeral deserved scrutiny. Jarvis, the same time, outside a villa in a black sedan. Dad, this guy is part of Jarvis' circle. Don't treat him favorably just because he saved you. The man in the passenger seat looked helpless. Raymond in the back seat had deep, pensive eyes and hesitated, saying, there's something unique about this young man's gaze. I believe he is a promising and upright youth. Gaze? Isn't that kid blind? The man showed impatience. You don't understand anything. If you had followed our ancestors more, learning the art of observation, you wouldn't have insisted on getting into the customs business and causing our family so much trouble. Raymond's face was stern, his tone tinged with blame. Hearing this, the man turned away and dared not speak further. Jarvis, this moment, another man sitting in the back, the one who had confronted Jarviself, respectfully said, Alphen Sostergu, as I was saying, an overseas assassination team has been targeting Jarviself's personal information. Who's behind it remains unclear. Overseas? This young man really seems to have a bad fate. Who could he have offended so early in life? Raymond sighed heavily, surprised that this kid had managed to offend such powerful forces. He shook his head in exasperation. Help me investigate this. Whether we assist him or not, I want to know what these people are up to. Raymond declared firmly. Virgil, sir. Jarvis. Ichun. Don't. Jarvis Lyra complained, feeling a surge of heat within her body. Carissa, endure for a moment. It will be over soon. In the quiet night, under dim lights, amid an intimate atmosphere, their bodies intertwined almost fully as Jarviself forcefully extracted the silver needle from Jarvis Lyra's body, allowing her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. How do you feel? Jarviself asked with a furrowed brow, having already given her the medicine provided by Raymond, but the medication had yet to take effect. Using acupuncture, Jarviself had forced the medication through her meridians, circulating it throughout her body. Jarvis Lyra's complexion indeed improved, becoming rosier. Jarviself, though I don't know what has changed, I feel much better. Lately, I felt uneasy. You're truly amazing, Ichun. Jarvis Lyra smiled gently, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead and lightly patting Jarviself's back. Jarvis, long as Carissa is happy. Jarviself breathed a sigh of relief, putting away the silver needles and relaxing on the bed. Since Jarvis Lyra had been poisoned by fire toxins, treating her each time drained his mental energy, perhaps due to the supposed Driscoll. Jarviself slowly turned his head. Through the blurred light, he saw Jarvis Lyra's moonlit skin beneath her tight clothing. Jarvis Lyra was like a flower bud, waiting to bloom before Jarviself, tempting him at every moment. Virgil, he only admired silently, marveling at her enchanting beauty. Carissa, haven't they harmed you all this time? Jarviself asked. I find it strange too, but somehow, danger has always passed. Speaking of harm, it's mostly those snobbish dogs. They said I would soon be sent to some big boss, Ichun, but thank goodness you rescued me. Jarvis Lyra felt immense gratitude. She hugged Jarviself tightly, wishing to offer herself to him. Her face flushed red as their bodies rubbed against each other, creating a stifling heat. Jarviself reached out, caressing Jarvis Lyra's waist, lost in thought. He had examined her thoroughly many times and found no signs of anyone else touching her. But why? Why did the Qinglong organization go to such lengths to take her away, only for Talon to let her go without doing anything? Carissa, Alphen Sodelin is attending a cocktail party with me tomorrow night. For the next 2 days, take care of the Jingxin clinic. Jarvis Lyra is a trustworthy young man. Ask him if you need help. Just as Jarviself was about to leave, Jarvis Lyra held onto his hand. What is it? Jarviself turned, seeing the innocent and longing look in her eyes, which seemed to grip his heart. Jarvis Lyra loosened her collar, revealing her voluptuous figure. Biting her lower lip, she pleaded, Ichun, I know I can't keep you, but please stay with me a little longer. Jarviself wanted to push her away but felt a soft place press against his hand, the tingling sensation making him instantly capitulate. Carissa, I'm here. Chapter 265, Jarvisquisition of the Four Seasons Clinic. Jarvis, through the tumultuous events, Jarviself still left the Jingxin clinic. He couldn't let all his efforts go to waste. With countless spies lurking in the shadows, Jarviself had to avoid drawing too much attention. He hurried back to the county town's hotel and found Mika's room at Gabrielua Hotel. During the treatment of Jarvis Lyra, he once again extracted that mysterious, colorless, and odorless gas under the influence of his true qi, which proved to be even more effective for treating goo poison-like toxins. Jarviself wanted to use this opportunity to probe the goo poison inside Mika's body. Jarviself, though, he couldn't confirm it was indeed a goo poison. Since Jarvis Liza could control Mika so deeply with it, it certainly wasn't an ordinary toxin. However, unexpectedly, Jarviself's intentions were met with Mika's refusal. Ichun, my mother just isn't satisfied with your background. She never doubted your sincerity towards me. How can you say such things about her? Mika's eyes brimmed with tears as she became genuinely upset. Jarviself was taken aback. He hadn't expected his seemingly casual remark to provoke such a strong reaction from Mika. Hanyan, since you take this so seriously, we should discuss it thoroughly. How can you be sure you aren't being controlled by your stepmother? Jarviself narrowed his jade-green eyes, still focusing on the internal condition of Mika's body. Even now, he could see that colorless, odorless gas within her. This gas was eerily similar to the one inside Jarvis Lyra, clearly two branches of the southern border goo poison. Could this Jarvis Liza have some connection to Driscoll? Ichun, I didn't expect to see distrust in your eyes. Mika pouted, her brows furrowing tightly. Jarviself's expression remained unfathomable, revealing nothing, a clear sign that Mika was desperately defending Jarvis Liza. You're already spouting nonsense for your stepmother. Jarviself sneered, feeling the situation becoming difficult. Indeed, no matter how many precautions you take, it's hard to guard against treachery within the family. He wondered what means Jarvis Liza used to successfully marry into the Shin family. I'm not talking nonsense. You're the blind one here. I warn you. If you keep targeting my mom like this, watch out. Mika pointed at Jarviself, growing increasingly agitated. Jarvis, this critical moment, Jarviself inserted a silver needle into Mika's forehead. Instantly, she seemed to lose focus and fell silent. Jarviself removed the needle, and Mika frowned, touching her forehead as if she were just waking up. I'm sorry, Ichun, I couldn't control myself just now. That's not what I meant. Mika clearly hadn't lost her memory. She simply calmed down from her sudden burst of anger. Hanyan, about your stepmother. Just as Jarviself was about to inquire further, he was interrupted by a sharp voice. Stop bewitching my Aaliyah, Jarviself. The door opened, and Jarvis Liza strutted in, heels clicking. 2 hotel staff members in uniform followed behind her. Take her away. She needs to bathe and sleep. Jarvis Liza glanced at Jarviself and immediately shifted her focus to Mika. Mika left reluctantly, and Jarviself felt as though they were being caught red-handed. However, he didn't get angry but instead smiled faintly after everyone left. I feel like you wanted to talk to me alone. Jarvis Liza's face reddened slightly as she retorted angrily. Remember your place. Jarvis, after all, I am Mika's mother. You, just a junior, must know your place. Speaking of knowing one's place, do you know yours? Stepmother of the Nadia family? If I recall correctly, Silas told me the Nadias and Shuns are longtime enemies. Jarviself snorted, suspecting that Jarvis Liza might be seeking revenge on the Shin family. These matters between our large families aren't something an ordinary disabled person like you should meddle with, understand? Jarvis Liza's face was filled with disdain. While she acknowledged Jarviself's abilities, she remained obsessed with social equality. If Bentley hadn't gone to the capital for medical treatment and Bill suddenly disappeared, when would our Hanya need you to attend to her? Instead of bothering us, why don't you find ways to improve your standing? Otherwise, you'll embarrass yourself at tomorrow's party. Jarvis Liza folded her arms across her chest, smirking. Jarviself's expression remained cold as he replied calmly, just a small party. I have everything prepared. Jarvis, for the person you want me to meet, I'm not particularly interested. He had made up his mind. Once he dealt with Talon, he would target Jarvis Liza next. Jarvis Liza shrugged confidently, sizing him up meaningfully. Oh, you have preparations? Very well, seeing as the person I want you to meet won't give you the time of day without proper standing. Considering they are the leader of the Jarvisher Dragon Organization, Jarvis Liza said offhandedly, with an annoying smirk. The leader of the Jarvisher Dragon Organization? Could this be the Star Jarvis Lyra mentioned? Jarvis Lyra spoke of Star kindly, saying she treated her well and provided care openly and secretly. But according to Jarviself's investigation, the attack on the Jingshin clinic that nearly killed Jarvis Lyra was indeed carried out by the Jarvisher Dragon Organization. Revenge for old debts was inevitable. Given this opportunity, Jarviself wouldn't let it slip away. Thank you for your help, Jarviself replied calmly, not wanting to reveal his plans. Jarviself began to think Jarvis Liza might be competent and asked, what if you release Han Yan and remove the goo poison from her body? I can help solve the troubles for the Nadia family. Himph. Jarvis Liza scoffed, giving him a scornful look. Don't be too presumptuous. Think you can fix everything? I went to the Nadia family yesterday, and everything is already perfectly resolved. With that, Jarvis Liza strutted off, confident and swinging her back. Jarviself was surprised she wasn't shocked by his knowledge of the goo poison, implying she had enough confidence to stay in the Shin family. The next morning, Jarviself rushed to the Jingshin clinic to learn the full story. It turned out Jarvis Liza had personally severed ties with the Nadia family, causing Gideon to be hospitalized from anger. Gideon appreciates you highly. He could help you against Talon, but considering his current health, Brock looked helpless. That's fine, as long as he remains well. Jarvis, through this evening's event, I will visit him at the hospital. Jarviself didn't want to miss this chance. Gideon linked crucial figures like Talon and Jarvis Liza, who shouldn't die so easily. Relieved, Jarviself then turned and said, I came today to acquire the Four Seasons Clinic. Chapter 266, Crisis. Jarvis broaches. You want to buy the Four Seasons Medical Hall? Brock's eyes suddenly lit up. He couldn't help but feel delighted. Jarvis, after all, running a medical hall in the provincial capital was extremely challenging. In recent years, fierce competition and market chaos had made it very difficult for medical halls to turn a profit. But such a renowned place in the provincial capital, closing down would involve many more interest-related issues. Selling shares was the best option now. Just, where do you get so much money? Remember, even if your Jingshin Medical Hall expands, it's still just a small enterprise worth at most 3 million yuan. Our Four Seasons Medical Hall serves the entire provincial capital, with financing reaching over 50 million yuan. Brock was quite puzzled. Could it be that Jarviself wanted to borrow money from him? Don't worry about the money. Jarvis, mere 50 million. Didn't you forget I once had a bounty of 100 million on my head? My net worth is far more than 100 million now. Jarviself said jokingly. Hee, stop teasing me. The G family is already struggling in the provincial capital. It's not as easy to sell the Four Seasons Medical Hall as you think. Brock shook his head and laughed bitterly, assuming Jarviself was joking. Jarviself then said seriously, just the contract signed with old Alphensoster Nadia for 20 million should tell you I'm not joking. This? You have a collaboration with old Alphensoster Nadia? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Brock suddenly became agitated. If the relationship between the Qins and the Zhangs was just acquaintance-based, it wouldn't mean much. But a commercial partnership was an entirely different story. With the clout and renown of the Nadia family, they could not only open up the market for the Zhengxin Medical Hall in the provincial capital, but also elevate its authority in export trade. Which medical hall wouldn't want a grand collaboration with a prominent pharmaceutical family? 80 million yuan. Your Four Seasons Medical Hall will belong to me, and I will transfer the funds to your account within 10 days, Jarviself stated assertively. This price completely lured Brock. Not only did it put money into his pocket, but more importantly, he felt confident handing over the medical hall to Jarviself. I can agree to this, but our cooperation must not stop. Brock suddenly added. Go ahead. Jarviself let out a breath, revealing a gratified smile. The Shin family is about to embark on a project in the jade industry. This project involves many parties and is highly complex. Investigating the project itself is difficult, but I hope you start by investigating why the Shin family wants to get involved in this business, Brock said gravely. Jarviself's brows furrowed. A suspicion arose in his heart. Hadn't Brock always praised the Shins? Why had he recently been trying to investigate them everywhere? Could there be some financial motive? No problem, but Jarviself didn't ask further and agreed directly. Jarvis acquiring the Four Seasons Medical Hall was indispensable for revitalizing the Zhengxin Medical Hall. Jarviself had always been confident about expanding Zhengxin to the provincial capital because of the Four Seasons Medical Hall. This prestigious reputation suited Jarviself perfectly to showcase his revitalizing medical skills. However, Jarviself hadn't expected to receive a summons from Jarviselbert right after leaving the Four Seasons Medical Hall. Jarviselbert called Jarviself to the Shun residence in the provincial capital, earnestly informing him of an important project. When the time comes, I'll arrange for you to act independently. Remember, this time you're not representing the Shin family, but yourself. Even if you don't secure the project, ensure you create competitive pressure for them, Jarviselbert sternly instructed, hands clasped behind his back. Jarviself, holding the proposal, asked vacantly, Jarviself, though you say someone will assist me, may I ask what business is outlined here? Jarvis, through some hesitation, Jarviselbert explained. It's a jade industry project, mainly involving importing jade raw materials from overseas, processing, polishing, and finally selling them. This is a full-service industry, and landing it means fame and fortune. So that's it. Why does Alphonse Maximilian believe I can shoulder this responsibility? Jarviself smiled faintly, his jade-colored pupils glinting. He quickly scanned the proposal, noting the company contracted for the project under Mika's control, a jewelry enterprise. The Shin family's appetite seemed to have grown after swallowing the Qin family. While that was natural for businessmen, why couldn't the Shin family compete under their own name? Were they afraid of retaliation? I've always believed you are a remarkable person. Honestly, Yichun, I trust you completely. Jarviselbert patted Jarviself's shoulder before slowly exiting the room. I will get the project. However, old Alphensoster, since I have my own identity, no need for your arrangements, Jarviself said. These words stopped Jarviselbert in his tracks. He asked incredulously, you have an identity? Who gave it to you? Dushin County, Jarrett's master, Jarviself replied calmly. Jarvister leaving the Shin family, Jarviself soon arranged a meeting with Brendan. When Brendan heard about the big business, he was thrilled. But when he learned that the competitor was the Aloysius family, Brendan's face fell instantly. You want me to compete against the Aloysius family? Jarvis, are you trying to ruin me? Brendan was somewhat angry, but clearly didn't want to offend Jarviself. So, like a submissive grandson, he reluctantly explained, my dear child, I can agree to anything else, but competing with the Aloysius family, impossible. Do you know what role the Aloysius family plays in the jade industry? They are akin to the Shin family in daily commodities. Jarvis, everyone knows, almost all daily commodity industries in the provincial capital are controlled by the Shin family. By the same logic, the entire jade and jewelry industry is monopolized by the Aloysius family. Who dares oppose them? Brendan explained passionately. Jarviself's expression turned severe. Why boost others' morale while dampening your own spirit? Jarvis Uyanji is master. I decide on this matter. Just give me a written permission. Rarely seeing Jarviself so firm, Brendan was hard-pressed to refuse. Is there really no room for negotiation? Brendan asked. Not only do you have no room for negotiation, neither does the Aloysius family. Wei Zhao will take this project. Jarviself dismissed it disdainfully. Brendan felt helpless internally. Opposing the Aloysius family was something he was utterly unwilling to do, but refusing meant certain death at Jarviself's hands, so he meekly complied and signed the agreement. Leaving the hotel, Jarviself bid farewell to Brendan, but noticed a man in a tight uniform trailing Brendan. Jarvis' sense of foreboding crept over Jarviself, so he hurriedly followed. Please note that proper nouns like character names and place names are kept as close to their original form as possible for authenticity. The translation aims to maintain the original tone and structure while ensuring it reads fluently in English. Chapter 267, High-End Gala. Following him wasn't easy. The more Jarviself followed Brendan, the more he felt something was off. The uniformed man behind Brendan moved with remarkable agility. Even in broad daylight, his actions were highly covert. Brendan hadn't noticed him at all throughout the journey. Since Brendan needed to get a stamp from a nearby company, he chose to walk. Fortunately, there were many pedestrians along the way, leaving no chance for the uniformed man to make any moves. Jarvis quickly followed them and suddenly realized that after Brendan entered a building, the uniformed man vanished without a trace. His jade-colored eyes emitted a faint dark light as he scanned every corner of the building but found nothing. Just as he wanted to get closer to observe, Jarvis felt a chill run down the back of his neck. He immediately dodged to the side. Just by a second, he heard a whoosh as a military knife slashed down beside him. That knife seemed to cut through the air itself, followed by a horizontal slash that made an almost melodic sound as it split the air. The uniformed man was surprised, not expecting this blind man to react so sharply. He immediately withdrew and defended himself, only to be kicked in the arm by Jarvis next moment. Sparks flew as his leather shoes screeched against the floor. Then, a silver needle flew towards him, embedding itself into the uniformed man's abdomen but was blocked by a steel plate, falling to the ground. Oh! Jarvis was startled. He hadn't expected such professional protection on specific pressure points. Clearly, someone had done their homework on him. He was about to ask for the man's identity, but the uniformed man showed no intention of staying and turned to flee. Jarvis threw several more silver needles, all deflected by the man's armor, and fell uselessly to the ground. Don't let me see you again. Jarvis spat angrily, stopping his pursuit. The uniformed man's escape speed rivaled that of a car, undoubtedly a specially trained professional. Seeing he had shaken off Jarvis, the uniformed man sighed in relief, turning into a small alleyway. He peeled off the protective plating on his palm and sent a message on his phone, smirking, "Good thing I was prepared. That kid wouldn't have seen this coming, right?" Jarvisa. Just as the man was gloating, another silver needle pierced into the inside of his revealed armor, striking a crucial point, the Laogong acupoint. Wah. Intense pain and numbness rendered the uniformed man immobile as Jarvis appeared on the surrounding walls. Jarvis leaped down, grabbing the man's hand, interlocking fingers with him. "Now, you can't escape, can you? Tell me, why were you following Brendan?" Despite Brendan now complying with him in everything, officially Jarvis was still part of the Zhao family. It was quite possible his influence had led to them being targeted. "Who are you, meddling in other people's affairs?" The uniformed man gritted his teeth, struggling fiercely but enduring unbearable pain in his palm. Jarvis narrowed his eyes, concentrating true chi into his hand. This level of concentration could make his opponent feel as if his hand were burning in a fire, causing actual skin burns. "If you don't answer, I'll change my question. Who is your master?" Jarvis' tone grew heavier when he noticed the man's military knife matched the Nepalese kukri used by the assassin who attacked the Jiangxin medical hall. The uniformed man slowly opened his mouth, completely exhausted. Jarvis that moment, he smirked, coldly saying, "You're just a blind man. Why do you like getting involved with power struggles? Do you think you can win?" Finishing, he clenched his teeth, suddenly pulling his hand free and leaping back. Jarvis was taken aback. For an instant, it was as if the man had used some strange technique to suppress him. "Connor is dead. If you keep investigating endlessly, you will all die one by one." The man left these words hanging before disappearing into silence. No matter how hard Jarvis tried to track him using the Heavenly Eye technique, he couldn't find the man's location. It was as if none of this had happened. It seemed almost certain they were targeting him, only this time aiming at Zhao family's eldest son. If Brendan died under the blade, Jarvis' new identity might also be under threat from the Zhao family. Jarvis squinted his eyes and called Brendan, advising him to take personal safety precautions starting today. "Me? Personal safety? Relax, Alphensoster Dr. Chun. I'm more worried about your safety." Brendan chuckled, clearly not taking it seriously. "Have Aaron take me to the gala. From now on, don't come out to meet me personally." Jarvis hung up hurriedly. The sky gradually darkened as the gala began. The event had 3 phases. Being primarily business-related, socializing was placed second. First, everyone needed to engage in formal greetings upon entry. This event was organized by upper-tier capital forces inviting downstream markets. Naturally, the Zhao family was among the invitees. Jarvis wasn't concerned about this part. The second phase involved dining, giving Jarvis a chance to meet the female leader of the Qinglong organization. The final phase was the business investment meeting. Jarvis quietly took out the proposal document detailing the bidding strategies for the Jade project and handed it to Aaron upon entering the gala venue. The Chamber of Commerce gathering took place beside a seaside villa in the city center. Property prices in the cheapest residential areas alone started at over 10,000 per square meter, let alone the top-tier commercial districts. To hold such a gathering here indicated immense economic strength. Alphonsine entrepreneurs from downstream markets seized the opportunity to showcase their charm. "Can you believe we got selected? It said we're going to meet the host, a big shot in real estate, who specifically asked to see me." Aaron mumbled excitedly. "Just be careful not to offend anyone. You'll need me to clean up your mess later," Jarvis replied dismissively, scanning the entire villa courtyard. To his surprise, Jarvis, Liza, and others were already in the backyard. It seemed just attending the gala wasn't enough. They needed to enter the backyard somehow. "How do we get into the backyard for the meeting?" Jarvis asked. "This I don't know. Jarvis, aren't we supposed to bid? Let's just enjoy ourselves until then," Aaron said nonchalantly. Suddenly, a well-dressed man approached them, looking over Jarvis before asking, "Is this Mr. Chen from Jiangxin Medical Hall?" Chapter 268. At Linyuan, Invaluable. Jarvis Jiangxin Clinic. Jarvis narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "I'm a doctor from Jiangxin Clinic, and I've already resigned." "President Homer. Nice to meet you." Barrett immediately moved closer. He quickly recognized this person as the famous president of a construction company in Xuanhuan County, whose business had soared in recent years and reportedly shifted its focus to the provincial capital. "You are..." President Homer squinted his eyes, seemingly indifferent. He then glanced at Jarvis with interest and laughed. "President Chun is truly modest. Jarvis, though your statement aligns with what President Young just said, I still have to say, it's quite unusual for someone of your caliber to join this Chamber of Commerce, isn't it?" Jarvis did not respond. feeling that talking to these seasoned businessmen felt like having no secrets left. How many informants did they have? No matter what he did, it could be easily uncovered. I'm young Master Zhao from the Zhao family. Barrett. We met 3 years ago. Barrett was still trying to catch President Homer's attention. Oh, Hanyu. I wish you a pleasant stay. Goodbye. President Homer didn't care much about Barrett and started to leave after saying this. Hey, didn't you initiate this meeting? What's going on? Barrett was taken aback. His previous fantasy crumbled instantly. President Homer paused, seeming to recall something, and chuckled. I mainly wanted to see President Chun, but who knew that President Chun wouldn't be interested in me? However, I find President Young very interesting. He raised an eyebrow, giving a lecherous look. Jarvisel felt a surge of disgust and coldly said, I advise you not to lay a hand on Sheridan, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. This remark left President Homer momentarily speechless, the air freezing for a few seconds. Jarvistor swallowing hard, Barrett forced a smile. Ha, this is my master. He's not used to such occasions. Jarvis apologies, President Homer. No problem. Young people are often passionate. President Homer nodded approvingly at Jarviself, though his smile betrayed hidden intentions. Jarviself was too lazy to utter more pleasantries. Concealing his identity was already the most complex move he needed to make. With absolute power at his disposal, why should he plot further? Just as he thought this, Jarviself saw a familiar figure pass by. Jarviself, though the man had blonde hair like a foreigner, his aura was unmistakably familiar to Jarviself. Stop, Jarviself said calmly, and the man stopped immediately. Upon confirmation, Jarviself was certain that this was the assassin who had tried to kill Brendan earlier that day. But instead of being alarmed, the man shrugged and asked, What? What's wrong? This is an assistant arranged by our company for me. He doesn't speak Chinese and came from overseas. I asked him to assist me with some English communication. But looking at you all, it seems you don't need that kind of help, right? President Homer replied, clearly smug. Of course not. Our Zhao family handles domestic businesses and can't compare to you. Barrett was drenched in cold sweat, despite wanting to retort but forcing himself to speak diplomatically. Jarviself scrutinized the man for a long time. Though his hair was now blonde and his eyes appeared strikingly blue, Jarviself still found it peculiar. Hello, nice to meet you. Jarviself frowned slightly, extending his hand towards the Hiroshi. The Hiroshi gave a strange smile, clearly unwilling to shake hands because Jarviself deliberately extended his left hand. President Homer urged, he's greeting you. Extend your hand. Virgil's? Under pressure, the Hiroshi hesitated, but finally reached out with his left hand for a brief handshake with Jarviself. The next moment, intense pain surged through the Hiroshi's body as Jarviself tightened his grip, focusing his true energy into his palm. The Hiroshi immediately lowered his head, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. No mistake, this was indeed the assassin. Confirmed, Jarviself immediately harbored thoughts of killing him. However, causing a scene here might affect future plans. I didn't expect you to be so polite. I misjudged you. President Homer suddenly turned back, placing a hand on Jarviself's shoulder when he saw him initiate the handshake. I can give you some benefits. How about you give me President Yang's contact? Her figure really suits my taste. President Homer continued, raising an eyebrow, hoping Jarviself would help him with Sheridan. Do you want to die? Jarviself replied coldly. The atmosphere once again fell into awkwardness. Feeling almost suffocated, Barrett quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Jarvisel right, President Homer, President Yang and my master have a close relationship. Please stop joking. I was wondering, how do we get to the backyard for the cocktail party? Jarvistor all, there aren't many genuine business talks happening here. Heh. Barrett smirked at President Homer. President Homer glanced at Jarviself dismissively and turned to Barrett, laughing. Sure. Young Master Zhao is learning how to do business now? Wanting to go to the backyard is fine. I'm one of the organizers. You have 2 ways to enter. What ways? Barrett immediately asked. Usually, Brendan represented the Zhao family and xuanhuan mining at various high-end events. Though Barrett had some status, he lacked knowledge of many matters and felt like a complete country bumpkin in such situations. Either you receive an invitation from the organizer, which is quite hard. Unless you're from one of the 10 prominent families in the provincial capital, we won't invite you. President Homer shrugged, with a mocking expression. Or show your symbol of status, proving you have sufficient standing. Today is the Jade Fair, themed around nobility. Only the elite wearing our main Jade brands exude wealth, not just anyone can participate. Got it? President Homer patted Barrett's shoulder. Then he glanced at Jarviself with a strange smile. Okay, then we indeed don't qualify. Cold sweat trickled down Barrett's forehead. Jarviself, however, spoke coldly. Jarvis, are you part of the organizing committee? Can you check if this card gets us entry? Saying that, he calmly pulled out a black card and handed it over. Jarvis Black Gold Dragon card? That must be a fake. Look at the gold patterns. President Homer laughed, recognizing it instantly. However, upon touching the Black Gold Dragon card, President Homer's expression changed. Indeed, the card was embedded with genuine gold, and the dragon imprint felt incredibly delicate, especially the unique national number on the back. Barrett frowned, forcing a laugh. Alphensoster, don't joke. Such a trick can't fool President Homer. Sorry, I apologize on his behalf. This is a genuine Black Gold Dragon card. President Homer gaped in shock. Chapter 269. You try it too. The Black Gold Dragon card. This is a proof of the highest status. I nearly offended someone important. Alphonsonager Homer instantly felt regretful and bowed his head in apology to Jarviself. Jarviself put away the Black Gold Dragon card, his face expressionless. Alphensoster Chin? What I said to Miss Sheridan was just a joke. She is very understanding. Please don't take it to heart. Alphonsonager Homer began bowing and explaining, but Jarviself didn't give him a pleasant look. Seeing this, Barrett also felt a bit resentful and asked with a frown, Alphonsonager Homer, what's wrong with you? Just because of a mere black gold dragon card, do you have to react like this? Shut up. Do you want to kill me? Alphonse Homer leaned over and grabbed Barrett's hand, whispering in her ear. Do you know what this black gold dragon card signifies? It represents the most prestigious family heads in the provincial capital. There are no more than 10 people in the entire city who can pull out this card, and some might already be. Alphonse Homer explained impatiently, looking quite anxious. Barrett nodded silently, understanding the significance of the black gold dragon card, but still not fully grasping the situation. With such a powerful black gold dragon card, Alphonse, how did you get it? Barrett asked. What's it got to do with you? Go find a seat inside properly with Alphonse Homer. Jarvis coughed lightly. Please go in. Seeing Jarvis speak, Alphonse Homer naturally didn't dare to delay. With the status of the black gold dragon card holding him down, he now didn't even deserve to carry Jarvis' shoes. Barrett was led into the inner venue by Alphonse Homer, but Jarvis claimed he had other matters to attend to and managed to send Alphonse Homer away. Jarvis then followed the blonde Xyler to a corner. Suddenly, the Xyler realized Jarvis was tracking him and leaped over the wall. Jarvis frowned, immediately jumping up after him. His movements were even quicker, landing directly in front of the blonde Xyler. Let's talk straight if we have something to say. No need to act all foreign. Jarvis loosened his wrist, maintaining a calm expression. The blonde Xyler sized up Jarvis, then glanced at the height of the wall, feeling a wave of fear wash over him. Jarvis, aren't you pretending to be blind? You probably used some kind of trick. The blonde Xyler swallowed hard, clearly under significant pressure. Jarvis didn't rush to act. Instead, he patiently asked, your direct superior isn't that Homer guy, right? Someone else must have ordered you. He had experienced many business events recently. With his extraordinary intellect, Jarvis could see through most of their moves. Since the Xyler had an assassination mission, it was impossible for him to conduct investigations simultaneously. This party was clearly targeting Barrett. Their goal wasn't himself but the Zhao family. Jarvis and Alphonse Homer couldn't possibly exploit his connection with the Qin family. Clearly, the real culprit was someone else. Spill it. Is it that Qinglong organization? Regardless of whether you talk or not, you're not getting out of this alive, Jarvis said while pulling out silver needles from his pocket. The blonde Xyler sneered, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He realized Jarvis had intentionally forced him outside the wall. If they were inside, Jarvis wouldn't dare attack so directly, but outside, there was no one around. With a shout, the blonde Xyler lunged forward, but Jarvis easily dodged. Jarvis' dagger appeared with a swish, almost piercing Jarvis' neck. But as soon as the blade touched Jarvis' skin, it bounced off as if striking steel. What the? Jarvis-erg. The blonde Xyler gritted his teeth, his face crumpling under Jarvis' punch, the skin cracking and splitting apart. Jarvis then thrust the silver needle into the Xyler's forehead, causing him intense pain. Slowly, the Xyler's hair turned black, his azure eyes became dark, and his facial skin began to dry and age. This was the long-lost art of disguise from ancient times. Jarvis was surprised. Using such shameless means? Why target the Zhao family? Jarvis asked coldly. The blonde Xyler lost all ability to resist, grinding his teeth and saying harshly, old blind dog, I should have killed you last time. Jarvis frowned and struck the Xyler's face with a palm, saying indifferently, I'll give you 3 more seconds. Counting down, he slowly lowered his fingers. 1, 2. How about that? Jarvis afraid to kill me? If you kill me, you'll never know the truth. The blonde assassin grinned arrogantly, full of mockery. Jarvis was taken aback. He didn't expect the Xyler to be smart, but this kind of intelligence was meaningless to Jarvis. He smirked and slapped the Hiroshi's chin hard, asking sarcastically, do you think you've caught me by the tail? Isn't that true? Blind mutt. The Hiroshi retorted, trying to move but unable to, only lifting his chin slightly in defiance, looking at Jarvis with contempt. Jarvis' jade-colored pupils flickered with a dark light. Jarvis, that moment, the Hiroshi felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Somehow, he sensed something sinister lurking in Jarvis' hollow gaze. Jarvis silently pulled out a silver needle, pressing it against the Hiroshi's eye, saying coldly, being blind is indeed unbearable. But there's a saying, unless you have been through another's pain, do not advise them on goodness. How about you try this taste? Jarvis asked, raising an eyebrow as the needle slowly approached. The Hiroshi swallowed hard, gritting his teeth and saying, if you touch me, I won't tell you anything. If you really want to know, let me go. You're not in a position to negotiate. Jarvis coldly replied and viciously stabbed the needle in. Jarvis-erg. The Hiroshi wanted to scream but felt his throat choked. He saw out of the corner of his left eye that Jarvis had already sealed his throat with a needle. Now the Hiroshi felt the needle pierce his right eye. Strangely, his vision remained unaffected, but a steady stream of heat flowed into his brain. The Hiroshi's consciousness gradually blurred, losing control over his thoughts. Who was behind your orders? Jarvis asked calmly. Curtis, the Hiroshi responded in a low voice. The Aloysius family? Jarvis furrowed his brows. He had heard of the Aloysius family. Curtis was the eldest son of the head of the influential Jarvis Viv, essentially Jarvis Viv's right-hand man. But why were they targeting the Zhao family? Chapter 270. I have something to Jarvis you. You. The blonde Xyler gritted his teeth, his fingers twitching slightly. Jarvis's brows furrowed slightly, and he immediately pulled out the silver needle with force. Instantly, the blonde Xyler lost vision in his right eye. Jarvis! He let out a low, agonized scream but was quickly kicked unconscious by Jarvis. Jarvis, observing the Xyler for some time, Jarvis decided not to kill him. He wanted this boy to return and report to Curtis so that the Aloysius family would understand his capabilities. If they dared to obstruct him again, he would surely hold them accountable. Returning to the party, Jarvis noticed it was already in the clearance phase. The first segment of the gala was reserved for networking among leaders of mid and lower-level companies, which had little impact on the top-tier figures. Hence, it concluded swiftly. Even so, many from the mid and lower levels were awestruck by the opulence of the elite business circle, a world of luxury far beyond their experience despite earning tens of millions running their companies. On his way through the venue, Jarviself observed the lavishly dressed young women trying desperately to catch the attention of various bosses by squeezing forward. Despite their efforts, few succeeded. Jarviself simply smiled and brushed past the girls who approached him with smiles. His target was clear, the power brokers sitting in the corners. Alphen Sosterchin, where have you been? The next segment is about to start. We need to take our seats. Boss Homer has arranged a very upscale booth for us. Barrett raised an eyebrow habitually, then realized Jarviself couldn't see her expression. Jarvis, young man with yellow hair, sized up Jarviself and asked, "Who's this guy?" "Boss Yao." "My master." Barrett replied. "When did you get a master?" Jarvis, and he's blind. Haha. What can someone like him teach you? The yellow-haired man whispered mockingly. But Jarviself paid no attention. He didn't even notice Barrett, only walking toward the man sitting deep inside. The man in a white suit wearing a coat over his shoulders looked up, surprised to see an angry blind man approaching. He quickly recognized this blind man as Jarviself. Jarviself grunted coldly. "I could recognize you just by the foul smell you carry, young Alphensosterly from the Lee family." This person was none other than Isaac, who had nearly killed Mika. Isaac panicked, standing up and stepping back 2 paces. His bodyguards rushed to shield him, but Jarviself remained still, saying coldly, "Step aside. This matter doesn't concern you." He then fixed his gaze on Isaac, indifferent. "I said I'd beat you every time I see you. What do you think you are? Die, blind turtle. Beat him senseless." Isaac retorted, furious at potentially losing face before so many familiar acquaintances at the chamber meeting, fearing it might affect the Lee family's business. The bodyguards advanced but were easily subdued by Jarviself. Then another blind man emerged behind Isaac and engaged Jarviself. Jarviself's punches and kicks were swift, yet the man managed to keep up. Eventually, Jarviself reined himself in, delivering a final blow to the man's chest, sending him several steps back. "Well done. Impressive." Someone cheered from the crowd. "Is this part of the entertainment? Jarvis, blind man with such martial prowess." Unaware spectators assumed it was a performance, never suspecting anyone would dare disrupt such an upscale gathering. The man smirked, bowing. "Indeed, this young brother is impressive. I admit my inferiority, but if I could see, you wouldn't stand a chance against me." He chuckled arrogantly, then slowly opened his eyes. "I closed my eyes not because I'm blind, but for weighted training. You, The man was surprised, noticing Jarviself's jade-green eyes. You're blind?" Only now did the man realize the crowd's reference to blind wasn't about him. Damn. The man retreated several steps, but Jarviself's palm struck down instantly. The man dodged, but the chair Jarviself hit shattered into pieces. The audience continued applauding and cheering. "Your skills are indeed impressive, but I have backup." "Haha, a mere blind man, no matter how skilled, is just a brute without strategy." The man crossed his arms confidently. Believing it was a show, the crowd watched intently, curious about his next move. Jarviself frowned, feeling intense itching all over his body. He saw a swarm of black insects crawling out from his clothes, one after another, terrifying. "Oh no, bugs. Help," someone shrieked. The insects spread across Jarviself's clothing like ink, causing nearby women to scream in horror. "Guhong," Jarviself muttered, examining one insect closely with his jade-green eyes. "Correct, Guhong. Scared now? Jarvis, apologize to Isaac if you know what's good for you," the man sneered. Using Heavenly Eye Technique, Jarviself discovered the insect's simple structure akin to common pests like cockroaches or flies. Their method of attack was merely gnawing at flesh or skin, usually triggered by a medium. Jarvis' faint dark light shimmered in his eyes, scanning his body. He found a small sticky pill at his sleeve. Its unique odor likely guided the insects. Such a simple trick. Jarviself flicked the pill onto the man's neck irritably. Startled, the man tried to remove it but exclaimed, "You're crazy. Jarvis. It won't come off. Jarvis." Insects swarmed away from Jarviself and climbed rapidly onto the man, who writhed in pain, screaming for help, creating chaos. In the end, the man plunged into the swimming pool in the courtyard. With everyone's attention diverted, Jarviself walked calmly to Isaac, who gulped and hurled a chair at him. Jarviself shattered the chair with a punch, then grabbed Isaac by the neck, saying coldly, "For what you did to Han Yin, I should kill you 100 times over. But this time, I'll give you a chance. I have something to ask you." Chapter 271. Your life is spared. What do you want to ask? "I advise you not to act rashly. There are plenty of big shots here. If you harm me, none of your people will live either." Isaac was extremely nervous. He could only maintain normal function with antibiotics flooding his system. The torture by Jarviself had regressed his limbs and manhood to an infantile state, unable to rise at all. Therefore, despite Isaac's deep hatred for Jarviself, the lingering shadows in his mind made him fear endlessly. The Aloysius family has people looking for someone everywhere, and there are many killers arranged at this venue. I took a rough look, and only a few people brought bodyguards. Jarviself frowned slightly. The few people referred to some prestigious families who had already caught Jarviself's attention early on. Clearly, the Aloysius family was not targeting just the Zhao family. The situation here was chaotic, and the reputable families had prepared in advance, undoubtedly knowing the underlying reasons. Jarviself originally found it tricky, but then noticed Isaac sitting in the corner. That prompted him to come over and inquire. "You think you're staring at what? You're really crazy." Isaac chuckled bitterly. He felt completely baffled by the blind man in front of him. From his previous experiences, Isaac almost confirmed that Jarviself wasn't truly blind. But why did he always present himself with jade-colored pupils? How did he manage that? However, this was not something Isaac needed to ponder now. He knew that if he didn't answer properly, he would be dead immediately. Jarviself was capable of such brutality. If you must know, I have no choice but to tell you ha. Isaac continued to chuckle bitterly, tears welling up in his eyes as Jarviself's grip tightened, causing him pain. The Aloysius family intends to build a jade empire covering the entire provincial capital. They'll start by targeting high-level consumers. These so-called cooperative enterprises, formed under the guise of business partnerships, are actually customers of the Aloysius family. This bidding project offers no chance for other forces. Any force that dares compete with the Aloysius family will face intimidation. Even those with bodyguards have been threatened, but they dare not stay away, fearing their status in the provincial capital might be jeopardized if they do. So this was a scam from the very beginning. Isaac sneered coldly, staring at Jarviself with malevolence. There's another secret I must tell you. Jarvis Viv has had his eye on you for a long time. He has close ties with Connor. Isaac's eyes turned bloodshot. This was information he intentionally released. Ever since escaping Jarviself's clutches, Isaac hadn't given up on his quest for revenge. However, after thorough investigation into Jarviself, he learned that Qian was ruthless enough to take on capitalists like Connor. This deterred Isaac. Initially, this information was hard for Jarviself to uncover, but Isaac deliberately released it, aiming to draw Jarviself into a trap. Himph, you little punk, your life is spared, Jarviself said coldly, releasing Isaac. Isaac clutched his throat upon hitting the ground, coughing. Don't say I didn't warn you. The Aloysius family isn't as easy to handle as I am. They dared to attack the Zhao family because they can easily obliterate the entire clan. By the time he regained his senses, Jarviself had vanished, leaving a bewildered crowd behind. Wow, Boss Zhao, your mentor, is incredible. James gaped at the approaching blind man, amazed. Barrett was also taken aback. He'd heard of Isaac, whose father nearly propelled the Li family into the top 10 clans of the provincial capital, but they were ultimately outpaced by the Ouyang family. Even so, a camel, no matter how thin, is still bigger than a horse. Virgil, in Jarviself's hands, this young master behaved like a docile lamb. Just how much hidden talent did Jarviself possess? Barrett was speechless. What are you waiting for? Enter the venue. Jarviself snapped coldly. Barrett hastily bid farewell to James and followed Jarviself obediently. James watched them leave with a bitter smile, his expression turning cold. Only when his demeanor became icy, showing no trace of emotion, did James pull out his phone and dial the number. Virgil's, they've already made contact with Isaac. Jarviself's methods are indeed formidable, but even such a person isn't invincible. It all depends on how much money you're willing to pay, right? 50 million? Is this guy's life really worth that much? James hung up, a cold smirk spreading across his face. The second part of the party also had its distinctions. Ordinary VIPs continued to hold broad discussions outside the courtyard, but unlike the socializing in the first part, this session focused more on business transactions. The main difference was that agreements made in the outer area required signing contracts under the host's witness, subject to multiple regulations. Inside, it resembled a high-end black market where large companies held private talks for various business investments. The host didn't interfere but profited anyway, as the true elite business circle valued connections most. Cooperations established at the party, once achieving remarkable results, would bring immeasurable benefits to the host's reputation, far beyond monetary value. Boss Zhao, we heard you weren't coming. It's surprising you're here in the inner area. Helping facilitate your cooperation with the provincial chemical plant is our sincere effort. Jarvisking for 3% of the profit isn't too much, right? Jarvis man puffing on a cigar raised an eyebrow, exuding wealth. Brendan sat upright, holding the agreement and frowning. Jeremiah, my concern isn't about profit. You may not understand as you aren't from our circle, but the critical thing here isn't profit, it's reputation. Collaborating with a chemical plant, yet having the Jarvis gang's name marked, it's impossible for any company to accept this. Within our circle, we can discuss it casually, but if this gets out, xuanhuan mining might collapse entirely. Brendan wiped cold sweat from his forehead. He hadn't even touched on the core issue. This Jarvis gang was a notorious organized crime syndicate. How could they use his company's name to promote them? If authorities got wind of it, his entire industry might be shut down instantly, which was too perilous. Jarvis, are you refusing to cooperate then? Huang snarled, leaning on the table while his bodyguard prepared to act. Jarvis seemed to crawl inside Brendan's heart when a figure walked over and stood beside him. Boss Zhao, discussing business? Jarviself asked with a faint smile. Chapter 272. It's you. Dr. Qian? How did you get in here? Brendan was somewhat surprised, then he immediately stood up. He glanced around but didn't see Aaron. He whispered, where's the guy with the pockmarks? That boy doesn't know the rules. Don't bring him inside casually. Before we discuss anything else, what kind of business is Brendan talking about here? Jarviself curled his lips, not intending to explain himself to Brendan at all. After all, the reason Jarviself walked over was that he saw this person surnamed Huang. The axe symbol in his hand was unforgettable for Jarviself. Jarvis that time, in Lion Tiger Casino, Jarviself had seen people from Jarvis's gang, but they were always oppressed by the Green Dragon organization. Now they were even thinking of making money in the business circle? What business we talk about isn't important. What matters is that we meet and form connections. More friends mean more opportunities. Jeremiah took out a business card and handed it to Jarviself. Alfonso, I know what this gentleman is called and what business he is in. Jeremiah immediately began enthusiastically cultivating relationships, understanding that anyone who could enter this inner court must be a powerful boss. Whoever he collaborated with didn't matter. As long as it brought real benefits to Jarvis's gang, it was all good. But Jarviself didn't even glance at it, coldly saying, business isn't done like this, is it? If violent threats count as doing business, perhaps this Chamber of Commerce should be moved underground to the casinos today. This comment made Brendan break into a cold sweat. He looked worriedly at Jeremiah. Jeremiah was taken aback, not expecting Jarviself to speak so frankly. The blind man before him wearing sunglasses without taking them off seemed less wealthy, but rather exuded an old-fashioned aura of a seasoned gangster. Could he be a bodyguard hired by Brendan? CEO Zhao, you waste my sincere intentions to collaborate. Who would have thought you'd play tricks on me? Jeremiah's face darkened as he slammed his hand on the table fiercely. You're looking for death. Jarvis' bodyguard, incited by Jeremiah's gaze, immediately rushed forward to grab Brendan's collar. However, Jarviself was faster. Before Brendan could dodge, the bodyguard was kicked away by Jarviself. Hiss. Jarvis, are you tired of living? The bodyguard clenched his teeth, stumbling back several steps after being kicked in the chest by Jarviself. Just as he was about to charge forward again, he suddenly felt unbearable pain in his chest. I've sealed your conception vessel point. Jarvis, need more drastic movements could rupture your arteries, Jarviself said indifferently. What? Hiss. The bodyguard tried to struggle, but the next moment, his face turned pale, and he spit blood. This scene terrified everyone around. Jeremiah was also shocked, threatening, Brendan, talking business with you is giving you face. What are you trying to do? Threaten me? Think if you're worthy. Brendan's heart raced up to his throat. He knew that Jarvis's gang started near Xuanhuan County and once dominated the entire provincial capital underworld. Their power was formidable. Even a fallen camel is still larger than a horse. How could he dare provoke them? Dr. Chun, please stop. If this continues, my business will really go bankrupt. They have backing. Brendan advised earnestly. Jarviself lost patience. Why couldn't Brendan understand? Even if he humbled himself and agreed to these people's demands today, he would be challenged in the future. In short, this was a pit, a bottomless abyss. I see you've been kicked by a donkey, Jarviself said coldly, then overturned the table, scattering everything on it to the ground. People around gasped in shock. Kill him for me. Jeremiah finally exploded in anger, ordering all the bodyguards to rush forward. But Jarviself showed no fear, effortlessly fending off the surging bodyguards in just a few moves. Brendan was already panicking. Jarviself, enough or not? He breathed heavily, losing control of his temper. Jarvis, after all, this was an official occasion. Once trouble started, not only would his mining operations, but also the entire Zhao family would be implicated. Jarvis, that point, in Xuanhuan County, their entire industry would be targeted by various sectors, leaving no way out. But at this moment, Jeremiah suddenly froze, muttering, Jarviself? Is that the Jarviself who runs the Qing Clinic? Brendan, you seem blinded. If you don't want to live, let yourself perish. Jarviself said impatiently. He originally intended to help Brendan so that the Zhao family could take over the Jade Project from the Shin family. Unbeknownst to him, Brendan was a complete coward. Jarviself was about to turn and leave when Jeremiah rushed over, bending down to grip his hand excitedly. Jarvis, are you really Jarviself? Your eyes. Jeremiah waved his hand in front of Jarviself's face. Jarviself, though, with his heavenly eye technique, Jarviself could faintly see some traces without using true energy. He was accustomed to remaining unmoved. This quickly confirmed to Jeremiah that the person before him was indeed blind. So it's really Jarviself. Divine Dr. Chan, I have heard much about you, and it's an honor to meet you. Jeremiah immediately bowed towards Jarviself, admiration evident on his face. Who are you? Jarviself frowned. To be honest, you probably don't know me, but I know you. This story is long. Do you know a restaurant owner named Cecil? Jeremiah asked, tilting his head. Cecil? Having not heard this name in months, Jarviself almost forgot. He nodded, explaining, what does this have to do with him? Then, under Jeremiah's explanation, Jarviself understood the whole story. It turned out that Jeremiah had a hidden illness. Hearing that his friend Cecil was cured by a blind divine doctor, he sought treatment there. However, upon reaching Qing Clinic, he was intercepted by Buoqiang Clinic. Finian sent another blind man to treat Jeremiah, which resulted in worsening mental decline. Later, it turned out that person wasn't a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner but a fraud. Jarviself laughed coldly, saying, for a leader of a major gang, how could you be deceived by such petty tricks? Is your brain full of porridge? Virgil's, yes. My brain is full of porridge. I never expected to meet you today, Divine Doctor. I want to tell you two things. First, Cecil is my longtime friend, and I should be respectful to you. Secondly, hee. Jeremiah scratched the back of his head, looking embarrassed. Jarviself pulled out a rough business card from his pocket, tossing it to Jeremiah. Come to Sichuan Clinic in the provincial capital after half a month. Understood. Knowing Jarviself's capabilities, Jeremiah naturally didn't dare to be careless. Meanwhile, Jarviself's jade-colored pupils glimmered slightly. In one glance, he could see some strange substance in this person's brain. Chapter 273. I have the plan and the money. Those strange substances didn't resemble parasites, but rather some specialized machinery. Just as Jarviself wanted to observe further, he was interrupted by a signal from the machine. Considering the sudden involvement of the Jarvis gang in the business world, it likely implicated some form of corporate warfare. Now wasn't the time for additional complications, yet Jarviself also didn't want to miss any clues, so he rescheduled his examination for 2 weeks later. Jarviself, my services don't come free, Jarviself said coolly. Rest assured, I'll prepare plenty of money by then. I've checked your clinic's fees and will pay 3 times the highest price. Jeremiah sighed in relief. Compared to making money, he preferred good health. Jarviself glanced back at Brendan, nodding subtly. Do I look like someone obsessed with money? Jeremiah rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then suddenly understood. So that's how it is. He hurriedly approached Brendan, gripping his hand tightly. Brother Zhao, you know such an incredible person. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Huh? Brendan was startled. While he did respect Jarviself's medical skills, he never expected Qin's name to carry so much weight. Brother Zhao, I'll follow your advice for this project, changing all trademarks to the provincial chemical factory's name and reducing profits to 1%. Business is about connections, making friends. Jeremiah laughed heartily, patting Brendan on the shoulder. Behind him, several ladies in miniskirts brought forward a wooden tablet with dragon engravings, along with paper and pen, clearly intended for signing a contract. What's this? Jarvis' new contract? Did you have it ready all along? Brendan perused the contract, thoroughly surprised. Hee, old customs you know. Boss Zhao, understand me this time. Next time we'll go drinking in Xuanhuan County. Jeremiah tugged at Brendan's sleeve, hoping he wouldn't create more trouble. Brendan couldn't help but sigh. High-level business circles indeed relied heavily on relationships. Perhaps Jeremiah had prepared reasonable contracts from the start, using underworld clout only against those without powerful connections. But after Jarvisel's lesson, they immediately showed their sincerity. How fickle people can be. Despite this, Brendan still signed his name obediently, solidifying the partnership with the Jarvis gang. Jarvis after Jeremiah left, the area was cleared up again, and Brendan pulled Jarvisel aside. Forgive me, divine doctor. Losing my temper today was my fault. Brendan apologized sincerely, looking quite embarrassed. Jarvisel wasn't petty and simply smiled. I'm not helping you out of duty. This half-year cooperation will undoubtedly benefit you greatly. Of course. The other party is a provincial-level enterprise. Success could bring huge profits and open our mining market throughout the province, significantly boosting our reputation. Brendan exclaimed joyfully, then grew increasingly red-faced. It seemed he was both eating from the bowl and cursing it. Divine doctor, I'll follow your lead from now on. Wherever you say, I dare not go elsewhere. Brendan finally grasped Jarvisel's influence and dared not hesitate. Jarvisel wasn't concerned, saying calmly, for this jade project abroad, the Zhao family must get it, regardless of who the opponent is. Since discovering it was the Aloysius family, Jarvisel was even more determined to oppose them. If the Shin family was hesitant due to compassion, then he would be the bold challenger. Bidding isn't a problem, but how can we win? We lack a feasible plan. Brendan found this tricky. I have the plan here, no need to worry, Jarvisel explained calmly. You? Brendan was puzzled. Wasn't Jarvisel a doctor? How could he devise an operational plan for such a massive project? This jade project involved at least 10 billion, too intimidating for ordinary enterprises to participate. Jarvis in the money? Just the initial bidding fund requires 30 million. I can't gather that much, Brendan said worriedly. The funds are mine to cover. You just ensure the project details are clear, Jarvisel finished before turning to leave. Brendan was left bewildered. Even with the Zhao family's wealth and influence, they couldn't compete with the Aloysius family, yet Jarvisel had thrust him into this. Through his investigation, Jarvisel soon confirmed the jade project was openly tendered, but covertly hinted that the Aloysius family was the strongest competitor. Other participating families would merely give it a face-saving effort. Jarvis Neon truly daring to compete with the Aloysius family would likely end up dead. Brendan was now putting his life on the line. Alphensoster, I've gathered news. This project is initiated by an overseas luxury company, targeting wealthy domestic clans. Winning this means untold profits, secure for the next decade, Simeon stated firmly. Jarvisel lay on a long chair with sunglasses, feigning rest. You're amazing. How did you convince my brother to take on such a risky bid? He's notoriously timid. Know that the Zhao family has assets worth tens of billions, yet he usually only dares small deals. Simeon abruptly covered his mouth, wary of revealing too much. Underneath the sunglasses, Jarvisel's eyes glowed with jade light. Beyond the crowd and white walls, Jarvisel focused on an elegant dining table within a private room. Occupants were top-tier individuals, reachable only through the 10 Great Clans invitations. Jarvisel kept watch on Jarvis Liza. He'd soon meet the so-called star, the leader of the Jarvisher Dragon organization. What expression should he wear? Beating a Soraya in public wouldn't do. Jarvisel was calm, impatient only for time to pass. Suddenly, a graceful old lady approached. Despite wrinkles indicating her advanced age, her demeanor revealed condescension. Heard the Zhao family hired a master to teach self-defense, but turns out it's a blind doctor, she sneered, causing Jarvisel to frown. Another troublemaker? Chapter 274. Your seat has been replaced. This is... Jarvisel stood up from the bench. Barrett carefully studied Serena for a moment, then remembered who she was. He quickly introduced her to Jarvisel. This is Alfonso Damria of the Ouyang family. Greetings, Alfonso Damria. Barrett stood up and bowed gracefully in Western etiquette. Jarvisel narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, the Ouyang family? The one from the traditional Chinese medicine lineage, but obsessively studying Western medicine? From Tradefinian, both brothers had gone astray due to their obsession with Western medicine, eventually being taken away by the law enforcement officers. Seeing Alfonso Damria's expensive demeanor, Jarvisel couldn't help but feel compelled to praise her, but her eyes were full of ridicule and disdain, and she spoke with a heavy Western accent. Jarvis Niwei, how can you dress so casually? I heard you have some skills, but truly impolite. Alfonso Dam Ouyang spat out English words with displeasure in her eyes. Jarvisel stood up coldly and said, Alfonso Dam, you initiated the conversation. It's only fair that I respond. Don't expect me to bow to you. Relax, today, I'm just a bodyguard for the Zhao family, not a petty businessman. If you want superiority, find someone else. Had she been younger, Jarvisel might have acted on impulse. But considering she was an elderly Soraya, he politely let her know it wasn't wise to provoke him further. However, Alfonso Dam Ouyang became more animated. She placed her hands on her hips and sneered, I can't understand how those two brothers lost to you. You look like a hopeless loser, a failure. They're not just losers now, they are convicts. If you wish to see your grandsons, you'll have to visit the provincial prison. Jarvisel taunted smugly. You bastard. Jarvisnimal. You've made me furious. Alfonso Dam Ouyang gasped, nearly losing her breath and reaching out to strangle Jarvisel. Jarvisel easily dodged her. Given her frailty, Alfonso Dam Ouyang nearly fell into the nearby pool. Fortunately, Barrett steadied her. With a bead of sweat on his forehead, he asked anxiously, Alfonso Dam, are you all right? Be careful when you walk. Excuse me, I need to leave. He promptly pulled Jarviself away, who didn't forget to add with a smirk, forgot to mention, those two will be in prison for at least 3 years. Looks like your medical family dynasty won't have any successors. Chuckle. Better start cultivating another kid who knows how to make medicine without poison. These words infuriated Alfonso Dam Oying almost to fainting. Her servants quickly rushed to support her. Recovering slightly, she stomped her foot angrily and ordered, "Find out everything about this boy. I must deal with him." Jarvis absolutely. "That old Soraya is formidable, Alfonsoster. You must be careful. She'll surely seek revenge." Barrett said smugly. Jarviself observed Barrett approvingly. This young man seemed to have some insight, which was better than his rigid older brother Brendan. When dealing with power, there was no need for meekness. Targeting the weaknesses of identity and pride was effective. "Don't worry about me. I'll handle things as they come. Though I'm your master, I haven't taught you much. But if you complete this task, I'll teach you some martial arts." Jarviself grinned, knowing Barrett was very interested in combat techniques. "Alphan martial arts? You know martial arts? Tell me what to do. I'm willing to do anything." Barrett became immediately excited. Jarviself felt confident teaching Barrett, having been a medical sage in his past life, knowledgeable in many areas even if not to a high degree. It would suffice for Barrett. In the bottom right corner of the large box at the bidding site, there's a secret file. "Steal a copy for me," Jarviself whispered. Barrett hesitated before deciding to act. These events made him believe that Alfonsoster Jarviself must be a godlike figure. Leaving Barrett behind, Jarviself entered a VIP room. Upon seeing his black gold dragon card, all security personnel and hostesses were astounded, practically genuflecting to usher him in. Because of his sunglasses, no one knew about his vision condition. Our Hope has done remarkably well lately, managing over a dozen companies on her own and helping the Shin family merge with the Qin family. Jarvis Liza's voice rang out in the VIP room, clear and melodious. Note: I've maintained the meaning and style while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The phrase Tunbing Chanjia is translated to merge with the Qin family to fit the context better. The other men in the private room raised their glasses one after another, fawning and flattering. "Sister Nadia is truly impressive. You've only been married into the Shin family for a few years, yet you've already taken the Shin family to new heights." True to the Nadia family name, it was often said that half of this provincial city bears the Shin name, and the other half, the Nadia name. Looks like that saying isn't far off. This translation maintains the meaning, flows naturally in English, and keeps the terminology consistent with the style of the passage. Just regarding Miss Hanshin's marriage. A man sees the opportunity to create an issue. In such dinners, besides networking, there's often more competition and confrontation in various aspects. Jarvis Liza was well prepared and retorted with a cold laugh. "You shouldn't underestimate our Hanyan suitors. Bill from the Yu family, Isaac from the Lee family, and even Bentley from the Lin family. All of them are handsome young masters. Each one is exceptional in their own right. But I heard that among so many excellent suitors, Miss Mika chose a blind man? This is worth you explaining to us, Sister Nadia. Is the blind man exceptionally outstanding, or is he not even qualified at all?" Jarvis Soraya chuckled and started to mock. Laughter erupted around the room. Jarvis or someone stirred up the crowd. They quickly tried to smooth things over. "Sister Nadia, don't be upset. Heather was just joking. It's her first time at such an event, and she doesn't know any better. Please don't take it to heart." Jarvis that moment, Jarviself happened to be outside and pushed the door open, entering the room. "Since it's your first time here, you can leave now. Someone else will take your seat." Jarviself walked over calmly and gestured for Serena named Heather to stand up. "You are?" Xiaohua furrowed her brows. She had relied on her beauty to attract a CEO of a listed company to attain her current status, so naturally, she felt insecure. Note: I have made slight adjustments to ensure the translation reads more naturally in English while preserving the original meaning. If you need further edits or have additional text for translation, feel free to let me know. But seeing just an ordinarily dressed young man standing before her, she sneered disdainfully. Where did this disrespectful person come from? Throw him out. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "Hey, isn't this the rumored boyfriend of Mika? It must be Jarviself." Instantly, murmurs erupted throughout the room, with some laughing and others chiming in. Jarvis Liza also felt unsettled. Jarviself had entered without being summoned, disrupting her flow and leaving her speechless and embarrassed. "Whether I am blind or not, it seems all of you can see just fine. Since you can see, why don't you give up your seat? If you want to know about the relationship between Hanyin and me, why don't you hear it from me directly?" Jarviself's words were laced with sarcasm. Heather, however, wore a mocking expression and sneered, "Oh, if I'm not mistaken, you're just the owner of a traditional medicine clinic. What qualifications do you have to sit here?" Note: I've translated the text while ensuring coherence with the previous context and maintaining the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. The translation aims to be natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors, preserving the tone and style of the original. Chapter 275, Solemn Declaration. Whether I can come in or not isn't your concern. Rather, how did you get in here with no real name company under your young name? Jarviself walked forward and suddenly grabbed Sophia's wrist. Sophia's face turned red as she immediately became furious. "Let me go. Jarvis, are you publicly harassing me? Do you believe I won't have the peace officers arrest you?" However, her struggles were futile because Jarviself's grip was too strong. Just as everyone started panicking and wanted to stand up to intervene, Jarviself laughed and said, "Miss, you have a pregnancy pulse." Jarvis, and it's not just one, indicating multiple non-identical pregnancies. "What?" Someone gasped in surprise, while a man abruptly stood up, staring at Sophia in shock. "You're talking nonsense. What pregnancy pulse? It lit out of here." Sophia was furious and struggled wildly, even swinging her handbag at Jarviself. "Perhaps you've had too much alcohol?" Jarvis, he finished speaking. Jarviself picked up a glass of wine and handed it to Sophia, who saw that it was the exact glass in front of her. "Oh, so it's not wine but water. It seems like you're trying to stabilize the pregnancy?" Jarviself smirked and placed the wine glass down. The nearby man leaned over, picked up the glass, sniffed it carefully, then took a sip. There wasn't even a hint of alcohol. Everyone present gasped in shock, understanding that non-identical meant from different men. For someone as young and beautiful as Sophia to use men to rise up in society was not uncommon. But to place several men's emotions at such a high position simultaneously was courting disaster. Nonsense. The hospital confirmed it's just one baby. Sophia insisted. Jarviself released Sophia's wrist and, unbeknownst to anyone, opened her handbag and pulled out a document, scattering papers on the table. Curious people around them picked up the documents to inspect, especially the man with a flushed face who was frantically examining the prenatal reports. You slut. Tell me what this means. You only slept with me, didn't you? The man angrily grabbed Sophia by the hair, shouting. It does indeed say non-identical multiple fetuses, along with various infectious diseases. Sophia, how could you do this at your age? Someone sighed from the table. Sophia looked pained but couldn't explain, only repeating, Brother Osiris, sorry. It's all my fault. How dare you be so ignorant? I treated you well. I give you 2 million a month, and you repay me like this? Go to hell. Slut. Slap. Osiris struck Sophia so hard that her nose implant tilted, and she flew into the wall. Jarvis, this moment, a man walked in and bowed to everyone. Jarvis Liza stood up and called out, President Armand. Everyone knew this was the big boss of the event organizer, Bray. Let me introduce our distinguished guest from xuanhuan Group, Mr. Jarviself. He specifically requested to attend this party in person. Could everyone please make some room? Upon learning a black gold dragon card holder was at the party, Bray hurried over. People exchanged glances. Most were core members of the city's top 10 families, yet none deserved such courteous treatment from Bray. Thus, this Jarviself must have an extraordinary background. They all attempted to stand up and offer their seats but were stopped by Jarviself. Please remain seated. First, let those unrelated leave. I still have something to say. They reluctantly sat back down. Osiris was puzzled but still emotionally charged, asking, Mr. Chun, my name is Osiris. This meeting is sudden. Forgive me if I cannot stay long. Jarviself smiled faintly. Deal with your personal matters. But I advise you to get checked for infectious diseases since she has many. Osiris's face alternated between green and red as he immediately pulled Sophia by her hair and left. Bray also politely explained, please settle down. I need to handle their private matter outside since we don't allow disturbances here. Jarvister leaving, Jarviself smiled wryly, finding the phrase, no disturbances allowed, rather ironic. What nonsense. It clearly meant no disturbances from the weak. Strength spoke the loudest, a rule Jarviself admired. He surveyed the room, confirming everyone belonged to the 10 prominent families, including core members of the Ouyang, Li, and Yu clans. Jarviself coldly began. My being here doesn't concern any of you directly. I've asked you to stay momentarily to clarify one thing. Everyone held their breath, uncertain about Jarviself's background, and thus hesitant to offend him. I am not Mika's rumored boyfriend, Jarviself stated, causing Jarvis Liza to frown. I'm officially dating Han Yen and will be her husband in the future. Jarvis, for the Shin family's stance, I couldn't care less. For the rest of you, if you wish to cooperate with me, I welcome it. But if you have other thoughts, it's best not to interfere with me, or I won't forgive you. I'll make sure you're in matches Connors. Understand? His resolve stemmed from the Aloysius family's actions. Since the Aloysius family was sending assassins, the 10 families were hardly innocent. Jarviself needed to establish his stance fully. Understood? Please leave. I didn't come here to meet you. Jarviself returned to Sophia's seat, crossing his legs, like a triumphant king returning home. Everyone left begrudgingly, afraid of Jarviself, who dared to speak harshly in such a setting despite their noble status. No matter what, Jarviself would be notorious within the 10 families after tonight. Only time would tell who dared challenge him. Finally, only 4 people remained in the room. Jarviself, Jarvis Liza, another provocatively dressed Soraya, and her muscular companion resembling a hitman. Jarvis, are you insane? Jarviself? Don't you know this makes the Shin family a target? Jarvis Liza was dissatisfied with Jarviself's actions. Though he'd embarrassed everyone, it was excessive. Jarviself shrugged. Didn't I say I don't care about the Shin family's opinions? Jarviself, so, are you related to them? Jarvis Liza was speechless. Jarviself observed the provocative Soraya calmly before asking, your star? The leader of the Green Dragon organization? Chapter 276. You have a poisonous insect in your body. Pepper had heard of Jarviself's name before. Rumor had it that in an obscure village next to Xuanhuan County, there was an extremely skilled blind doctor. Pepper had been paying attention to Jarviself for some time, but she couldn't believe that someone from a rural background could have such abilities. Today, however, her perception changed dramatically after meeting him. They aren't far away, yet you mentioned the Qing organization so casually? Jarvis, aren't you afraid of dying? Pepper curled her lips into a line, her red lips like a streak of crimson. Her star-like eyes possessed a mesmerizing allure, captivating all men who beheld them. However, Jarviself remained unfazed by such beauty. If I don't even care about the Shin family, would I be concerned about others? I didn't come here to make friends. You should know why I'm here. Jarviself crossed his arms coldly. Given his methods and the crimes committed by the Qing organization, normally Pepper would already be lying on the ground in agony. But Jarviself wasn't taking action. He was giving Pepper one last chance to explain herself. Will I need to force you to confess the foolish things you did for Talon, or will you speak up yourself? Jarviself asked coldly. Pepper narrowed her eyes. Her status was by no means ordinary. She had come to the provincial capital in a condescending manner, never having endured any hardship. Senior figures in the province would usually either go out of their way to avoid her or respectfully follow the rules around her. How dare this young man act so arrogantly? Seeing Pepper's clearly gloomy expression, Jarvis Liza couldn't hold back and reprimanded, Jarviself, enough. This isn't the Shin family residence. Your behavior is beyond bounds. If I choose to be impolite, what can you do about it? Jarvis asked disdainfully. Jarvis, are you trying to drive me to death? You represent the Qin family? Jarvis Liza stood up, sternly scolding him. Pepper was someone the Qin family couldn't provoke, and Jarvis was playing with fire. However, Jarvis didn't seem to care, explaining, today, my identity is that of Alphensoster to Hicks of the Zhao family. The one representing the Shun family is you, Miss Jarvis Liza. Jarvis, I helped introduce you to the person you wanted to meet. Jarvis, are you planning to repay kindness with ingratitude? Jarvis Liza almost choked with anger, ready to curse at Jarvis. Repay kindness with ingratitude? Sorry, I can distinguish between kindness and enmity. I'll remember your favor, but my feud with the Qinglong organization won't end. Jarvis said firmly, turning to look at Pepper. Pepper glanced at Jarvis' strange and empty eyes. For some reason, she suddenly felt as if this blind man could see through her. Big sister Nadia, actually, I've always wanted to meet this renowned doctor. I won't blame you for this, but since we've met, I hope for a fair conversation. Pepper gave a sultry smile, standing up and walking towards the door. With a creak, the door opened, and Pepper lifted her chin, signaling Jarvis Liza to leave. Star, this matter isn't as simple as you think. This young man's methods. Jarvis Liza looked serious. Despite being older than Pepper, she still addressed her as Star. Jarvis all. Pepper came from Beijing, where both her parents were elite members of the Jiang family and well known in the underworld. Some things can't be known by everyone. Big sister Nadia should understand the rules, right? Pepper knew Jarvis Liza was trying to curry favor with Jarvis on her behalf, harboring resentment internally, which showed in her tone. I understand. Though Jarvis Liza felt embarrassed and unhappy, she didn't show much reaction. Before leaving, she glared fiercely at Jarvis, while the muscular Xyler also left, telling Pepper, Miss, I'll wait for you outside? The further, the better. I'll be fine, Pepper said coldly. Both left and closed the door behind them. You're too confident. Though I hesitate to hurt women, exceptions exist for those like you. Jarvis said seriously, prepared to disable her if necessary. Jarvis' appearance can be deceiving. Through her revealing evening gown, Jarvis could perceive Pepper's graceful figure and flawless skin. But how could anyone know the evil and ugliness hidden beneath such beauty? Unexpectedly, Pepper laughed lightly and asked teasingly, Dr. Chun, are you faking or genuinely naive? We're alone here. You want to hit me? She smiled seductively and walked toward Jarvis, lifting her skirt to sit on his lap. I've noticed your prowess for quite some time. Your eyes really can see something, just as rumors say. So why are you noticing my charm now? Pepper said, touching Jarvis' chin. Jarvis frowned slightly. Pepper's fingers were slender, cool yet warm. He turned his jade-colored eyes to observe her closely. Her figure was outstanding among beauties, especially her delicate features that exuded a dreamy, sophisticated charm. Occasionally, Jarvis' arm brushed against Pepper's slim waist and plump buttocks, the tight touch igniting a simmering heat within his previously calm heart. Jarvis, examining her, Jarvis spoke calmly. Your blood circulation is slow, and your heartbeat is stable. Such a calm state. Jarvis, are you trying to use the charm trap on a blind man? That might not be wise. Oh, you diagnosed me so quickly? Jarvis, least feel my pulse. Pepper laughed musically, grabbing Jarvis' hand to place it on her wrist. The moment Jarvis touched her, he felt a chill. This pulse was abnormal. Do you have a poison insect inside your body? Jarvis immediately pushed Pepper away, causing her expression to change abruptly. Don't you believe I can disable you right now? Even if you're a Soraya. Jarvis' stern warning made Pepper shudder. You're too arrogant, Jarvis. Everything I did was for your own good. Pepper took a few steps back, letting down her skirt. Golden light flickered in Jarvis' jade-colored eyes as he used his enhanced vision to thoroughly inspect Pepper. Indeed, there was a high-grade parasitic insect inside her, a tiny maternal host, hardly noticeable. Do you intend to control me and then take down the Zhao family or the Shin family? I've reviewed the Qinglong organization's business plan. Jarvis immediately took out a silver needle, ready to act on Pepper. Pepper took a deep breath and said despondently, if you dare kill me, do it now. Translation provided aims to maintain the original tone and style, ensuring natural and fluent English with coherent storyline and logic following the previous content. Chapter 277. The Mystery of the Cause of Death. Jarvis frowned slightly and then hesitantly put down the silver needle. Why had this Soraya suddenly become so reckless with her life? Under Jarvis' powerful gaze, he noticed that Serena's brain neurons were abnormally active. That meant she wasn't putting on a show. In this vast provincial capital, everyone is a hypocrite. You dare to stand up for others and even for yourself, so why don't you just kill me? Pepper seemed resigned to her fate. What would happen if I killed you? With your crimes, I should cripple you and make your life worse than death. Jarvis sneered. No matter how pitiful Pepper appeared before him, Jarvis couldn't forget the worry Jarvis Lyra's disappearance had caused him. Emotionally and logically, Jarvis knew he should take action. But at this moment, he vaguely suspected that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. He asked, your pulse is steady but too cold. That's due to the influence of the parasitic worm, right? This worm causes such damage to the human body. Did you really allow it into your body voluntarily? Pepper's face darkened. She sniffed and bit her lip, saying, this worm will make my body age within 5 years until I look like an old lady. Do you think any beautiful Soraya would sacrifice herself like this? Tell me, who is using you? Jarvis furrowed his brow. What use is it telling you? Jarvis, I've been watching you. I thought you were someone with principles, but you ended up killing Connor. Did you know that with Connor dead, all my efforts are ruined? Pepper suddenly lashed out angrily. I only have one request now. Please stop the investigation immediately. I've been undercover near the Aloysius family for 10 years, all for this moment. Your investigation will only alert them. It won't cause them any harm. Instead, it might save them. If I had known you'd be so useless, I would have sent Jarvis Lyra that slut to Talon's bed. Pepper's words were deafening. Jarvisel's face twisted in rage. He gritted his teeth and moved closer. Ugh. Pepper felt as if she couldn't breathe, because Jarvisel's hand had already clamped around her neck. I told you I wouldn't hesitate. Even though you're a Soraya, if you can't answer my questions, I'll make your life worse than death. Jarviself was furious, his voice trembling with anger. What is your relationship with Connor? Jarviself asked coldly. Pepper struggled to breathe, fighting against Jarviself internally, but the oppressive force in his eyes made her unable to remain silent. I only know that Connor was a mining boss exploited by the Aloysius family. He held substantial evidence of illegal jade business dealings between the Aloysius family and others. Now that Connor is dead, the Aloysius family dares to boldly attend social events in the provincial capital. Her breath became labored, almost choking. Jarviself abruptly released her, pushing her back and asking coldly, continue. What relationships do the Aloysius family, Connor, and the Green Dragon organization have? Pepper coughed lightly, her heart heavy with disappointment, but still speaking with a tragic expression, recounting everything she knew. This gala is the Aloysius family's trap. Jarvisel the 10 families attending will end up running alongside while the Aloysius family wins the project. On the surface, it's a 10 billion yuan project, but the final profit is at least 100 billion. Even Jarviself was shocked by the number. 100 billion was no small amount, implying that everything could be a facade built by money. The Aloysius family aims to monopolize the entire provincial capital's jade industry. This project has always been irregular, and they spent years bribing officials to manipulate behind the scenes. They even challenged authority in Gavrielgu and stirred up trouble. Why go to Gavrielgu if this place is 1,000 miles away and his ambitions are here? Jarviself asked. Because Gavrielgu is the birthplace of the jade business. The Aloysius family's goal goes beyond the jade industry. They want to control the entire provincial capital across all industries. Pepper stated firmly. Jarviself didn't fully trust this Soraya, so he pulled up a chair and sat down to listen carefully as Pepper continued. Through Pepper's explanations, Jarviself gradually learned more undisclosed information. It turned out that Pepper's family, the Jiang family, was the influential force behind a well-known jewelry enterprise in Gavrielgu, having started with jade business and thus closely tied to the jade world. 2 years ago, Pepper received news that a family in the provincial capital of Yuzhou was involved in a special gemstone business imported directly from overseas. This business involved counterfeit operations and posed a significant threat to the entire industry. With her family's support, Pepper approached the deputy governor Talon and requested assistance for an investigation. Under Talon's help, Pepper became the leader of the Green Dragon organization. Over 2 years, the Green Dragon organization worked with the Aloysius family to penetrate their operations and gather evidence of their criminal activities. Finally, they focused on Connor. However, Connor was slippery like an eel, evading capture. They finally found a clue that Connor had been crippled by a blind Avenger. Just when they thought an opportunity had arrived, Connor was mysteriously killed. Now the Aloysius family was poised to rise again. With no remaining threats, the Aloysius family would restart its plan to monopolize the jade industry. But I don't care about these things. Jarvis Best, you've shown me you have no ill intent towards me, but I have no reason to help you. Besides, I didn't kill Connor. Jarviself said calmly. What? You didn't kill Connor? How could that be? My people clearly said. Jarviself suddenly understood. He chuckled and said, looks like you've also been used. The so-called Green Dragon organization is just a front. Given what you say, if you're an undercover agent, how can you be sure you weren't discovered? The Green Dragon organization tried to eliminate me, even going so far as to attempt murder. Jarvis, and based on my investigations, the person who attempted to kill me and killed Connor is the same person. Jarviself said coolly. Jarvis this point. He confirmed that the killer buried in the courtyard of Zhengxin Clinic was indeed the one who killed Connor. The Aloysius family intended to use the Green Dragon organization to wipe out both him and the Gavrielgu-based Jiang family. From the bits and pieces revealed by Pepper, it was clear Jarvis Lyra was kept safe by Pepper as leverage for bargaining with Jarviself, but ended up being used by Talon to protect himself. It was obvious that everything Pepper did was under their watch. Utterly laughable. Does that mean all my efforts over these years have been in vain? No. Tears streamed down Pepper's face. Jarvis, through some contemplation, Jarviself suddenly said, I have a way to ensure your efforts aren't wasted. Note. In maintaining the original tone and style, the narrative remains fluid and natural while preserving paragraph structure and line breaks from the Chinese text. Chapter 278. The Invisible Hand. You have a way to help me? Huh. My life is in their hands now. Pepper's expression was defiant, her only intention being to dissuade Jarviself. When she revealed those truths earlier, it was merely to convey how difficult the enemy was to deal with. Jarvis this point, Pepper only hoped to delay the Aloysius family's advance. She hadn't even considered opposing them. Suddenly, Jarviself stepped forward, pinning Pepper beneath him and forcing her body against the wall. What are you doing? Pepper's previous fierce demeanor vanished entirely, replaced by one of frail vulnerability. In Jarviself's strong arms, she resembled a delicate bird seeking shelter. Do you really want to punish the bad guys? Jarviself asked coldly. I dream about it every day. Pepper gritted her teeth, her resolve unshakable. Though Jarviself didn't know why Pepper felt so strongly, he could sense her determination. This resonated with his own motivations. Jarviself had experienced years of dark and oppressive days, and on the path of avenging Connor, he gradually realized what he truly needed to do. To ensure that all those who were worse than beasts met their end. Jarviself believed they could work together. Through his clear vision, he gazed at Pepper's resolute yet gentle face, her cherry lips emanating an alluring peach fragrance. He abruptly leaned in, capturing Pepper's lips with a kiss. Her eyes widened in shock, initially resisting but slowly succumbing under Jarviself's gentle yet firm advance. Pepper slowly closed her eyes, her hand slipping inside Jarviself's shirt, caressing his powerful physique while he ran his hand along her smooth back. Jarvisa! Pepper let out a soft cry, suddenly feeling a chilling sensation spread from her back. She sensed something stirring within her body, as if something was being drawn from her mouth. Then, Jarviself abruptly pulled away. What did you do? Pepper frowned, noticing Jarviself's complexion turning pale. Spit. Jarviself spat out forcefully, his complexion gradually regaining some color. Pepper furrowed her brows, seeing a black substance on the ground. In the pitch-black liquid, something unidentifiable was wriggling. Jarviself wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered. This thing is called the injury love bug, specifically targeting women. It only manifests when a Soraya expresses emotion or desire, and can only be removed physically. He walked behind Pepper and pulled out the silver needle he had inserted earlier. Pepper blushed slightly, licking her lips and said, so that's what it was. No wonder over the past 2 years, despite meeting several excellent men, she couldn't open up to any of them. This must have been the bug's doing? I've helped remove the bug from your system. Your life is no longer in danger. Jarvis, are we ready to collaborate? Jarviself raised an eyebrow. Pepper was taken aback and asked, that's it for the bug? I won't continue aging prematurely? Of course, but further treatment with my medicine will be necessary, Jarviself replied with a faint smile. My face. Pepper checked herself in the mirror and gasped. Her skin looked much better, regaining its youthful appearance. The Qinglong organization is likely fully under their control. How many people can you trust? Jarviself asked. Pepper pondered for a moment before saying, there's only one person I trust completely, a master named Virgil, arranged by my father. Virgil? Jarviself was surprised. Do you know him? Pepper asked, but Jarviself shook his head without elaborating. So, what do we do next? Pepper decided to work closely with Jarviself. Jarviself stroked his chin, formulating a plan. Even if they intend to use you, their true target is the Jiang family. No matter how formidable the Aloysius family might be, the authority of influential families like yours in Beijing isn't easily challenged. So, presumably, the Qinglong organization would still heed your orders. I need you to get your people to locate Jarvis Lyra's parents. His first concern was still finding Jarvis Lyra's parents. Otherwise, she would remain depressed. Jarvis, are you negotiating with me? Helping you find them is fine, but I must see tangible benefits. Pepper pressed. Jarviself added, Talon will share Connor's fate. He'll die by my hand. Jarvis, additionally, after acquiring the Aloysius family project, I'll need substantial financial support from you. Pepper was taken aback, unable to process it. Talon is the former deputy governor of Yuzhou. You're saying you can just kill him? Pepper wasn't fully trusting Jarviself. Didn't you doubt my ability to find this place before I arrived? Otherwise, you wouldn't be in such a state right now. Jarviself countered. Pepper glanced down at her disheveled appearance before Jarviself. I agree, but how do you plan to secure the Aloysius family project? Pepper asked skeptically. Don't worry about that. Prepare the funds, and you must be present at the auction, Jarviself shrugged. With that, he left elegantly. Pepper couldn't understand his decisive style. Do you just leave like this? Jarvis, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Aloysius family? Even this VIP room has cameras and informants. Pepper warned. I cut the surveillance wires when I entered. Isn't it obvious? Don't I make a better spy? Jarviself sneered, leaving without looking back. Watching Jarviself's retreating figure, Pepper felt a wave of emotion surge through her. Jarviself's name stayed with her. He instilled a long-lost sense of security in her. Jarvis leaving, Jarviself's face grew grim. His goals were clearer now. Talon would be the first to die. If not for Talon's self-preservation, the Qinglong organization wouldn't have attacked the Jiangxin medical clinic. It was definitely an order given by the old man for his own protection. Connor's death was also due to Talon, but the latter dared not admit it, using Xuanhuan's name to mislead Jarviself. However, one thing still puzzled Jarviself. The photo he saw at Talon's private residence showed 4 people, Talon, Connor, and probably Jarvis Viv, the head of the Aloysius family. But the 4th person, a Soraya, wasn't Pepper, which left him more cautious. Connor's actions were mostly secretive, so Serena's identity wouldn't be simple. Could there be another invisible hand manipulating things from behind the scenes? Chapter 279. The bidding conference begins. No matter what, Talon was undoubtedly one of the culprits behind the mine disaster. But this Aloysius family still needed further investigation. Concerning these major power struggles for benefits, Jarviself did not want to get involved. Jarvis, after all, he had his own career too, and it would be inevitable to deal with various big families in business. The first 2 segments ended with some minor skirmishes, and the banquet quickly began preparing for the 3rd segment. The host went up on stage, attracting most participants' attention. Only a few core members of the bidding families chatted amongst themselves in the corner of the lawn. This time, we have no chance at the bid. Why? Because of the Aloysius family. Who dares to compete with them? Don't say we don't. Even the Shin family didn't participate in the bidding this time. It's said that most of the bidding coordinators were more or less threatened by the Aloysius family. Some even received threatening letters. Jarvis' few people gathered there chatting idly, causing Jarviself to frown when he heard threatening letters. He found it somewhat ridiculous. What era were they living in that they still used such outdated methods to control situations? Jarviself, though the Aloysius family was formidable, their methods couldn't compare to Connor's or that cunning old fox Talon's. TSK. Do you know that young lady from the Shin family, Mika? It's rumored that even the son of Lin family in the capital came to propose marriage. She must be as beautiful as a celestial being, Jarvis man said lecherously. I've seen her. That girl is indeed quite attractive. Curvy where she should be, firm and bouncy where it counts. Makes one can't help but. Another sleazy man laughed slyly. Jarviself walked over and grabbed one of the men by the sleeve. Is something wrong? You're interested in the Shin family's Aliyah? Jarviself asked calmly, yet his grip nearly tore the man's clothes apart. Who the hell are you? The sleazy man asked angrily, trying to retaliate. But it was useless because he was completely overpowered by Jarviself. When the other man lunged forward, Jarviself lifted him by the sleeve just as easily. Before Jarviself, the two seemed as powerless as dwarfs in a fairy tale. I remember now, Brother Sterling. This kid is Mika's rumored boyfriend. The sleazy man whispered nervously. The other man dared not respond, struggling to free himself, but finding Jarviself's arm like a steel bar tightly around their necks. Big brother, we've heard of your deeds. Let us off, please. It's our loose tongues. We shouldn't have talked about Miss Mika. The other man signaled to the sleazy man and slapped himself furiously. Virgil's, yes. It's our fault. We were just satisfying our curiosity and offended you. The sleazy man regretted immensely. Jarviself stared coldly at them, his hollow pupils slightly moving, which along with his stern expression made the two afraid to raise their heads. Since Jarviself caused chaos earlier, many had recognized him. Now this news had spread widely. Even those who hadn't seen Jarviself's abilities were intimidated. Thus, the two dared not provoke him at all. Jarvister confirming that these two posed no threat. Jarviself said, usually, you both would be finished by me, but now I'll give you an opportunity to redeem yourselves. Thank you for your mercy, the sleazy man said guiltily, bowing immediately. Jarviself narrowed his jade-colored eyes and said coldly, now, go tell that host there are other families willing to bid. Jarvis and ensure all your partner companies must participate. Jarvis, are you serious? The two looked at each other, hesitant. They would surely be signing their death warrants by competing against the Aloysius family. Upon voicing their concerns, Jarviself threw them to the ground, saying, do it, or you die now. We will do it. We will do it. Reluctantly, they started acting. Jarvis this moment, Barrett emerged from somewhere, tapping Jarviself on the shoulder. Alphensoster, guess what I brought back? Jarvis, are there hidden tricks in the bidding plan? Jarviself asked casually. What, you even know this? Alphensoster, you're too amazing. Barrett felt amazed, thinking Jarviself always managed to surprise everyone. He opened the bidding proposal book, flipping through it while explaining, Alphensoster. Although this bid seems open, there are actually several areas where underhanded tactics could be employed. Normal schemes can't fool us seasoned rivals, but there are a few suspicious points. Like the host's cooperative nature, they use leasing rather than partnership, and invited attendees indirectly without formal invitations. Plus, there are some moves in the trademark domain. Barrett rambled on. Jarvister listening briefly. Jarviself confirmed no strong tactics were involved, and sneered slightly. Looks like they didn't dare use casino-style tactics? Jarviself raised an eyebrow, relieved. Casino? What do you mean, Alphensoster? Barrett was puzzled. Jarviself fell silent. Back at Lion Tiger Casino's archives, he saw almost all large-scale commercial battle plans in the province, including the Aloysius families. The original plan explicitly stated using forceful means, pushing even borderline strategies, sending experienced staff to jail if necessary, to secure this project. But Jarviself probably got worried after someone accessed the archives and canceled the plan promptly. If not for this, Jarviself would have exposed their entire scheme. They finally smartened up, but this also gives me an opening. Quickly inform your brother. We need maximum sincerity for this bid. We are determined to win. With that, Jarviself stood and headed toward the bidding podium. Welcome everyone to today's bidding conference. Today, we have invited several experts from the provincial capital. Please welcome Mr. Atlee. Jarvis mid applause and excited cheers. The elder expert greeted everyone on stage. Clearly, the invitees held significant reputations, making this event unusually grand. Even many large corporate CEOs who knew they had no hope of winning joined for the spectacle. Jarvister introductions. The beautiful host glanced at her cue card. There was a note from the Aloysius family forbidding any new bidders. Clearly unaware, many CEOs confidently arrived for bidding, and the Aloysius family planned to treat them with this almost insulting method. Despite displeasure, the host could only announce, next, we'll have the experts announce today's bidding results. Suddenly, a deep, dismissive voice interrupted. Weren't there still dozens of bids not submitted? Why the rush? Chapter 280, Turning a Blunder into Brilliance. Jarviself, wearing small dark glasses, walked slowly onto the stage and slammed the tender document on the table in front of the panel of experts with a thud. The experts all stared at Jarviself, exchanging puzzled glances. Didn't the host just introduce you? You are all esteemed seniors, and I believe you should know what's valuable when you see it, right? Jarviself said with a slight curl of his lips. The audience immediately felt awkward, and the Camille laughed uncomfortably, trying to smooth things over. Sir, you might have misunderstood. We've already completed the tendering process for this bidding session, and we are not allowed to. What's the point of inviting these experts if they can't evaluate the tender documents on the spot and show the other companies in the industry what professionalism looks like? In business, honesty is paramount. If I remember correctly, didn't you just say that this is an open bidding event? Caught off guard by Jarviself's sharp remarks, the Camille lost her footing. This is Alan's rule. I sincerely apologize. The Camille knew this was a mishandling issue, but she held a threatening note from the Aloysius family which made her dare not ignore Jarviself's actions. Jarviself's amber eyes flickered as his gaze moved from the Camille's delicate face down to her ample chest, where two prominent buttons were barely visible beneath her blouse. There was a fruit basket on the host's stand. Jarviself noticed a small note on the host's cue card as he moved past the fresh fruits. He strolled over, gently tore the note and said indifferently, Miss, your words now represent the organizers, not the Aloysius family. I'm sorry. Please let the experts review the documents. My oversight has caused a disruption in the bidding process. The Camille quickly understood, bowing apologetically. Clearly, Jarviself would bear the responsibility if he remained on stage, as the Aloysius family would hold him accountable afterward. Virgil, this man had just boldly torn up the Aloysius family's note, right there and then. In that moment, the Camille thought Jarviself was the handsomest man in the world. She wondered why such a handsome man wore sunglasses. She wanted to see his bright and handsome eyes. Jarvis, the experts were about to pick up the tender documents. A man stepped out from behind the stage. Dressed in a tailored suit, he walked out elegantly like the leading man of a play. I really appreciate the young man pointing out our problems. Thank you on behalf of the host. My name is Curtis, the eldest son of the Aloysius family. Curtis extended his hand towards Jarvisulf with a smile. Jarvisulf reciprocated politely. Jarvisulf. Despite not wanting to give Curtis an easy way out, the timing of his intervention was delicate. Refusing to shake hands could be seen as causing trouble. So, you're Jarvisulf, Shun family's prospective son-in-law. Of course, it hasn't been finalized yet. Curtis smiled faintly, raising an eyebrow. This is my first time meeting Mr. Curtis. I thought the patriarch of the Aloysius family would come today. It seems the Aloysius family isn't concerned about the content of this bid, perhaps because they think the project doesn't yield enough profit. Jarvisulf replied calmly. Curtis's expression changed upon hearing Jarvisulf's words. Clearly, his position was exposed. Since the conversation reached this point, there was no need for pretense. He immediately responded, "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Jarvisulf. I believe not only did you forget to submit the tender documents in advance, but several other companies did too. Our city is striving to become the most commercially developed city in the country, and all small and medium-sized enterprises should seize this opportunity." Jarvisulf frowned. With one sentence, this guy had categorized both him and all subsequent companies as SMEs. Clearly, he was signaling the experts to reject all tender submissions. Me, I'll bid. Jarvis expected. The Thorn stood up, following Jarvisulf's instructions. We from Huntley Jewelry also want to participate. Lake Valley Construction Alphonse Materials too. One after another, many large enterprises from the provincial capital rose to join the bidding, each presenting carefully crafted tender documents. However, sadly, none of them stood a chance. Jarvisulf inwardly acknowledged Curtis as an impressive young man who knew exactly how to handle things. He smiled faintly and praised, "No wonder this is a Aloysius family event. Indeed, well done, giving everyone a fair shot." Curtis's lips curled. "Thank you. You're not bad yourself." Immediately he regretted his response. Jarvisulf's words implied that the Aloysius family had completely controlled the organizing committee. Under the watchful eyes of Jarvisulf and Curtis, the experts began evaluating the tender documents on site. Sure enough, the documents from more than 10 companies were rejected one by one. Their reasons were mostly about failing to meet the procurement plan and marketing strategy for this Jade project, necessitating internal selection. Public tenders are meant to attract targets, often involving under-the-table deals. However, the bigger the project, the less room for such practices. Curtis had hoped this ruse would sidestep Jarvisulf's challenge. So, what about the last tender document? Jarvisulf saw the experts lingering and urged them. Curtis narrowed his eyes, knowing Jarvisulf must have prepared something. He cleared his throat. "Experts, please conduct a thorough evaluation. This project involves numerous factors that cannot be easily decided. Please evaluate thoroughly." "No problem." Feeling immense pressure, the experts knew Curtis was indirectly threatening them. They had to reject the bids and provide solid reasons to convince everyone. The experts meticulously reviewed the final tender document, even using magnifying glasses. Everyone in the audience held their breath. Finally, the experts sighed in relief and began listing the issues with the tender documents. While this tender document is impressive, it falls short in critical areas. Our project places high importance on cost input. The projected profit is only 1 billion renminbi, but your document suggests an investment of at least 800 million renminbi, not including future costs. How is that possible? There are other issues. 3 experts took turns highlighting the strengths and flaws, emphasizing its shortcomings and ultimately rejecting all the requirements and indicators in the tender document. Relieved, Curtis was caught off guard when Jarvisulf burst into laughter. "I knew the organizers wouldn't deceive me. They claimed their experts were impartial. The document you reviewed just now was submitted by me on behalf of the Aloysius family." Chapter 281. The Aloysius family patriarch Jarvis Spears. "What, Jarvis, are you joking?" Curtis suddenly erupted, rushing out to grab the tender document from the table. Clearly written on it was the Aloysius family's tender plan, but Jarvisulf had played a word game with it. "Renowned enterprise. You're talking nonsense." Curtis threw the tender document on the ground, ready to berate Jarvisulf and the experts. However, Jarvisulf simply shrugged. The authoritative experts hired by the organizers said it clearly. "Your tender document just doesn't measure up." Curtis felt like he was caught in a trap. "How could this happen?" he demanded sharply. "Then what about your own tender document? You obviously stole the Aloysius family's tender document for bidding." "Sorry, I didn't bring any tender document because I never planned to participate in the bidding," Jarvisulf shrugged. "Humph, don't think your little tricks mean anything. Our Aloysius family never bids under just one company's name or with only one tender document." Curtis gritted his teeth, trying to maintain his dignity despite his inner fury. Jarvis this moment, the shady man who had been threatened by Jarvisulf earlier stepped forward, picked up his tender document, and after flipping through it, he asked in shock, "You've been planning to use us from the start?" Curtis snatched the document and carefully read through it, discovering that it was another Aloysius family tender document. "Jarvis, are there more?" Curtis rushed over and grabbed the tender document from someone else. "Jarvis, another one." In total, 3 documents, all Aloysius family tender documents, had failed inspection right under the eyes of the experts. That meant, in broad daylight, the Aloysius family would have no further involvement in this project. "This is impossible. I request a re-evaluation." Curtis immediately signaled to halt this absurd tendering process. The beautiful host knew Curtis was an influential figure, finding herself in a dilemma. Jarvis this point, Bray stepped forward, patted her shoulder, and whispered, "You can leave now. Mr. Chun has explained the situation regarding the Aloysius family to me. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will touch you." "Jarvis, all right." The host hastily adjusted her glasses and hurried off the stage. Seeing Bray come forward, Curtis immediately approached to demand an explanation. "President Xue, wasn't our agreement not supposed to be like this? This guy is taking advantage of loopholes." "Pathetic. What loopholes did I exploit? I'm not even participating in the bid." Jarvis shrugged indifferently. Bray's face darkened. He knew about Curtis's underhanded tactics and initially thought no one could challenge the Aloysius family, so he hadn't intervened. But unexpectedly, the Aloysius family ruined their own good hand. If this continued, the reputation of the Xue Corporation might be tarnished by the Aloysius family. Since all 3 tender documents have been rejected, it means this project isn't suitable for you. Surely a large family enterprise like the Aloysius family won't fall apart just over one project? Bray politely refused Curtis. He then raised his hand and said, everyone must have heard the requirements set by the 3 experts during the open tendering session. It seems there are no qualified bidders today. Hearing this, Curtis relaxed slightly. Jarvis, long as no company won the open tender, there was still room for backroom deals. Behind closed doors, everyone would be on the same page. Wait, I want to bid. Jarvis' voice interrupted, and everyone turned to see Brendan, the eldest son of the Zhao family. Jarvis, aren't you President Zhao from Xuanhuan Mineral Resources? Is your mining business planning to switch to jade now? Someone couldn't help but jeer sarcastically. Brendan looked resolute as he presented a tender document, saying, I represent my family this time. The Zhao family has been involved in the jade industry for a long time. Back then, we were among the first to trade jade raw materials in Xuanhuan County. It was just that Xuanhuan County was very poor back then, and the jade market was gloomy. However, over the years, my father never gave up studying the field. Now that Xuanhuan County has become wealthier, I believe it's time for the Zhao family to make its mark in this industry. Ignoring Curtis's liver-like expression, Brendan walked onto the stage and respectfully placed the tender document on the table for the experts. The 3 experts hesitantly picked up the document and began reviewing it. Soon enough, one by one, they showed signs of shock. This tender document, it's flawless. It addresses all the issues mentioned earlier. The leading expert, Mr. Atlee, put on his reading glasses for closer inspection and sighed repeatedly. The other 2 elders in the jade business nodded in agreement, praising, it's perfectly suitable. No way. Carefully review it again. You must take another look. Curtis grew anxious, trying to exert pressure. Bray had seen through everything and coldly replied, experts, please ensure you evaluate thoroughly. If there is any fraud in this project, I believe the entrepreneurs here will not stand for it. Virgil's, thorough evaluation required. Everyone echoed unanimously. Curtis finally shut his mouth. No matter how powerful the Aloysius family was, no one could match against multiple forces together. Jarvis, for some time, Mr. Atlee declared firmly, this is undoubtedly the most perfect tender document to date. It seems to be tailor-made according to the client's exact specifications. I disagree. Jarvis, the largest bidder, the Aloysius family absolutely does not accept this result. Curtis attempted to intervene, but Bray coldly responded, sorry. Mr. Atlee is the representative appointed by the client. Since he approves this tender document, it means it has been accepted. This public tender is almost concluding successfully. Everyone gasped, completely unprepared for the Zhao family to secure the project. Suddenly, Edric stood up, causing Jarvis to narrow his eyes. He instantly recognized him. This was the man he had seen in photos before, the patriarch of the Aloysius family, Jarvis Viv. I have no objections to President Xue's opinion, but I'd like to ask, such a significant project's tender document should have a clear bidder, right? Could this tender document have been personally drafted by President Zhao? Jarvis Viv smiled cynically. Jarvis, according to his knowledge, Brendan had always been criticized for lacking professional skills. There had to be something suspicious going on behind the scenes. Jarvis' eyes focused back on Brendan, who appeared at a loss. Just when he was struggling, Jarvis loudly spoke up. I wrote this tender document. Jarvis, though I may not be highly skilled, I used to work at Lion Tiger Casino, where I learned about the jade raw material business. Jarvis then shifted his gaze to Jarvis Viv. Patriarch Aloysius, I have long admired your esteemed name. Jarvis Viv shuddered. Lion Tiger Casino. He had heard long ago about a blind man causing trouble there and tampering with files in the archive. He didn't expect them to meet again in such circumstances. Chapter 282. Congratulations on Alfonso King the shortlist. Jarvis, are you Jarvis? Haha. Jarvis Viv sized up Jarvis from head to toe, his gaze full of meaning. Jarvis knew that Jarvis Viv wished he could kill him right now, but he did not dare to make a move. Should Jarvis Viv reveal his true colors, the Aloysius family would be utterly defeated in their game with the Shen family. Mr. Aloysius, recalling your days when you dominated the jade market and brought glory to the provincial jade industry. But now, as times have changed, I believe Mr. Zhao will live up to everyone's expectations. Jarvis said with a faint smile. Brendan was startled but immediately nodded and said, Virgils, we must continue to seek advice from Mr. Aloysius in the future. Jarvis Viv hated Brendan to the bone at this moment. Just as Bray was about to announce the successful conclusion of the bidding conference, he suddenly spoke up, I object to this bidding round. Jarvis, though the tender documents have been approved by experts, I have investigated Jarvis's personal background. He is actually just a doctor with little experience in business planning. I think there should be a proper decision process, and such a hasty decision should not be made. Jarvis, at this point, I must admit, I did indeed investigate all of you privately. This confession stirred up another wave of discussion. Jarvis did not expect the opponent to admit his mistake, which then made most people overlook the Aloysius arrogance and began to question Jarvis's qualifications. Logically speaking, someone like Jarvis, who had no background, should not possess the capability to draft such an advanced bid document. Even if he used his experience at the Lion Tiger Casino as a pretext, it was merely to intimidate Jarvis Viv. Unexpectedly, Jarvis Viv didn't take the bait. Instead, he humbled himself. Bray also found himself in a dilemma, rubbing his chin. Mr. Chun, you are indeed young and lack experience. Jarvis, though no one stood up for the Aloysius family, Jarvis Viv's influence permeated every industry. Without Bray's support, Jarvis struggled to convince the 3 experts. Bray initially aligned with Jarvis due to the Black Gold Dragon card. However, just a card couldn't rival a project worth tens of billions. Bray hesitated, caught between options. Jarvis, this moment, an elderly man spoke up slowly. Old man here can't stay silent. Bray, your Sterlingshan group still lacks maturity after all these years. Sir-Chun, how did you come here? Pardon me for not welcoming you properly. Bray hurried off the stage to assist but was waved off by Atlervase. Jarvis Viv noticed it was Atlervase and rushed forward, bowing. Sir-Chin? It's you. Long time no see. With your wealth, you would care about this measly 10 billion project? The value of a project isn't measured by money, nor is a talented young man judged by his resume. Back then, you, Jarvis Viv, weren't you convinced me to fund your Jade business venture based on your bold ambition? Atlervase retorted coldly. Moreover, this bidding conference is only selecting candidates, right? Lack of experience means disqualification? He stood with folded arms, rejecting Bray's offer to assist. Jarviself looked into Atlervase's eyes, deeply moved. He had noticed Atlervase long ago but realized Atlervase did not want to acknowledge him, so he never approached him. Unexpectedly, Atlervase said, "This is my first meeting with the young man, but he reminds me of the young, spirited Jarvis Viv, a talent worth grooming. Since the Zhao family has such outstanding talent, we shouldn't bind everything with commercial interests. Besides, haven't all your bids already lost to him?" Atlervase's words left everyone speechless, embarrassed. Jarvis Viv blushed, unsure how to respond. Let's follow Sir Chin's suggestion. Even though it's just a short list, this young man deserves it. I agree too. The bidding conference is meant to select the best candidate for the project. This is everyone's industry. Jarvis few people came forward to mediate. Bray had no choice but to step back onto the stage and announced, the bidding conference ends here. The finalist selected through open bidding is Brendan from the Zhao family. We will further screen results based on internal investor criteria. Jarvis Viv breathed a sigh of relief, smiled faintly, and said to Jarviself, you'll see, we'll meet again. Jarvis through the hurried ending, Brendan sought out Jarviself, trembling with anxiety. So tense. Dr. Chun, you know if Sir Chin hadn't spoken up for you, we would have faced everyone's criticism. Even for just making the shortlist, we paid too much. Brendan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Just focus on making the shortlist. In the coming days, hire more bodyguards. Jarviself instructed. Brendan complied despite not fully understanding. Now he must do as Jarviself said. Otherwise, he might risk his life. Various people approached Jarviself, hoping to court his favor, but Jarviself claimed illness and left the chaotic arena. Business socializing can be left to Brendan. Jarviself was more concerned with how the Shin family would operate. Blake had warned him beforehand that the Shin family was unusually focused on this Jade project, likely involving a secret about Mika's control. Jarviself retreated into a corner. He saw a figure walking towards him. Atlervase. He stood up immediately, always holding respect for Atlervase. Jarviself, you don't need to thank me. You relied on yourself this time. I originally planned to help you find an opportunity. Don't blame me for pretending not to recognize you. To avoid gossip, Atlervase held Jarviself's hand earnestly. Why did you help me? Jarviself asked. Alphensoib, because I want you to help my good-for-nothing son. Sigh. Atlervase's face was peculiar, clearly troubled by something. Joe? What's wrong with him? Jarviself recalled the reckless rich boy who probably committed many offenses under his father's name. Atlervase paused, then shook his head. We'll discuss this later. I came to warn you. Don't get too entangled with the Shin family. What do you mean? Jarviself was puzzled, but Atlervase simply smiled faintly and shook his head, leaving without elaborating. To hint but not explain, there were only two reasons. Either he was trying to mislead or obscure the truth, which wasn't necessary for Atlervase. Or, the reason was beyond his authority to say. If even Atlervase dared not offend them, what formidable dark force could it be? Before Jarviself could ponder further, his phone buzzed. Picking up, he heard Jarviselbert's voice. Ichun, congratulations. I didn't expect you to make the shortlist. Jarvisend under the Zhao family's name, truly a double blessing. Jarviself was surprised at how fast the news spread. Chapter 283, Jarvis self-directed performance. Jarviself couldn't help but suspect that these business magnates, could they all be in cahoots? If not, how could they always have such reliable information? Moreover, he had thoroughly checked the entire venue and found no spies from the Shin family. How did the news spread so quickly? Reflecting on Atlervase's warning, Jarviself grew solemn. So what now? What should I do? Jarviself asked calmly. On the other end, Jarviselbert sounded very excited and clearly overjoyed. He immediately replied, just take care of yourself right now, don't stir up trouble. Ensure your safety. I understand. Jarviself hung up and fell into deep thought. It seems just as Silas said, the Shin family values this project greatly. These old foxes must have some deeply hidden connections that aren't as clear on the surface. Jarviself lived for more than a century in his previous life. With his wisdom, he naturally understood its essence. But he didn't expect that even from a young person's perspective, there would be so many limitations. Love, family ties, interests, various constraints. Now, apart from finding Talon that beast, the most important thing was to figure out where exactly the internal conflicts within the Shin family lay. Just as he was thinking about this, a sudden cry for help rang out. Help! Someone has fainted. Is there a doctor? Save my dad. Help please. The cries for help started one after another. Don't panic everyone. Come to me one by one for the medicine. This is Jiangxin Medical Clinic's universal remedy. Jarvis, another clear female voice resonated, touching Jarviself's heartstrings. Hope, why are you here? Jarviself ran over and found Mika had somehow arrived at the venue too. She wore a mask to hide her identity, with Sheridan beside her. Mika hurriedly explained, Alphonsine people suddenly felt unwell. I suspect someone poisoned the drinks. It's dangerous here, Ichun. Be careful. Jarviself was slightly angry and coldly replied, go back home. Wasn't he aware of the danger? Even without poisoning, this arena of fame and profit could turn deadly at any moment. Mika coming here was tantamount to courting death. In this aspect, Jarvisulf and Jarvis Liza shared the same opinion. Mika should stay at home. Sheridan was handing out the universal remedies to everyone nearby and explained to Jarvisulf, "Don't worry about your hope. She sneaked out of the house on her own. She isn't the same little girl anymore. Did you know she signed a cooperation agreement with Zhengxin Medical Clinic just the other day? Our universal remedy will officially launch through the Mayu skincare group." Mika added excitedly, "Virgils, we sold over 2,000 orders in just one day. Your medicine is selling like hotcakes. We need to urge Jarvis Lair to speed up production." However, Jarvisulf didn't care much for this. With his capabilities, he could easily capture a large share of the pharmaceutical market if he wanted to. But the enemies lurking in the shadows, where would they strike next? If he wasn't careful, Mika had never seen Jarvisulf so serious before. She calmed herself down, walked over, and grabbed Jarvisulf's hand. "Ichun, start treating them now. This is a great opportunity for you to make a name." "What miracle doctors? What universal remedy?" "Jarvisul hogwash," an elderly Soraya's voice shrieked. Everyone turned to see the Ouyang family setting up a medical station, performing emergency surgeries on those who had collapsed. Jarvis for treatment. One person gradually woke up. The doctor wielding the scalpel, an older Soraya, sneered coldly. "Rather than superstition, trust in the medical skills of our Ouyang family. These people clearly ingested poison from the drinks, but a simple joint operation here will make them better instantly." Sheridan was instantly displeased and retorted, "The VIPs have already left the party. You Ouyangs are just putting on a show? Don't you know our universal remedy has already treated over a dozen patients? This incident is likely due to the host's mistake. Just drink our medicine. No need for your grand gestures." Mika, hiding her identity, also couldn't help but speak some things she normally wouldn't dare say. "Virgils, your Ouyang family always thinks you're a top medical clan, but you can't match the true medical legacy of the Nadia family. You're just making a spectacle of yourselves." Jarvis, about 30 or 40 patients, all showing signs of discomfort after drinking the host's wine, were gathered around. Originally chaotic, the scene was becoming a battleground for medical prowess between the Ouyang family and Zhengxin Medical Clinic represented by Sheridan. Jarvis' more patients improved after taking the universal remedy. Ria grew increasingly furious. Pointing at Sheridan, she scolded, "My Aaliyah-in-law, Ouyang Ming, is a foreign-educated medical doctor. How do you call it a show? You're nothing but an amateur meddler." Sheridan narrowed her eyes and retorted coldly, "Old lady, it seems you're lacking respect. If you continue insulting others, don't blame me for being impolite." "That's right, old bat." Mika chimed in angrily. You infuriate me." Ria stomped her foot in anger. Ignoring their commotion, Jarvisul found a bottle of wine and carefully studied its contents, then turned his attention to a patient in the corner wearing an Ouyang badge, clearly an Ouyang family bodyguard. He approached and searched the bodyguard, finding a packet of powder. Instantly understanding, Jarvisul grabbed the bodyguard and dragged him towards the backstage broadcasting room. Jarvis, this point, Ouyang Ming had cured the third patient. Seeing more people recover after taking the universal remedy, she knew she couldn't compete and could only yell, "Your universal remedy is indeed effective, but I ask you all to consider this carefully. The host is the Xue family. They would absolutely not stoop to poisoning. People felt ill right after drinking, then immediately recovered after taking your medicine. Could it be that you possess the antidote? I suspect this poisoning was orchestrated by you." Ouyang Ming's words alerted Ria, who grinned and loudly proclaimed, "Right? My Aaliyah-in-law is correct. They're orchestrating this themselves. How else could their medicine be so effective? Zhengxin Pharmaceutical is just founded, using this event to gain notoriety." Ria's speech made everyone start doubting Sheridan, putting her in a tight spot. Suddenly, a sharp rebuke echoed through the speakers. "Speak up. Did you poison the drinks?" Jarvisulf's voice caught everyone's attention. Then came a hesitant reply, "Virgils, yes I did. Please forgive me. It was all the old lady's doing." Translation ends here for the provided content. Would you like to translate further, or make any adjustments? Chapter 284, Bombing Jarvis Stack. In the broadcasting room, Jarvisulf was interrogating a man. "I'm talking. I'll tell you everything." The man, just sobering up from his drunkenness, sniffed and looked at the man with jade-green eyes in front of him, feeling the breath of death. Jarvis' silver needle still pierced his forehead, reminding him of the unbearable torment he had just experienced. He never wanted to go through that again. Jarvisulf had already turned on the microphone in the broadcasting room, intending to reveal the truth all at once. Holding a silver needle, he sat cross-legged on a chair and said coldly, "Now, tell me who ordered you, how they gave the order, what their plan was, and how you carried it out. Explain it clearly." The man swallowed hard, knelt down, and began to recount his story. "Boss, I'm just a bodyguard for the Ouyang family. They offered me 1,000 yuan for this temporary job, but when I arrived, they raised the offer to 5,000, asking me to poison the drinks. I initially refused, but Ouyang's matriarch said I'd be fired if I did. I couldn't refuse. I need this job to pay off my mortgage. I just got married." The man sobbed as Jarvisul frowned slightly, but lit to the point. The man suppressed his fear and continued, "Ouyang's matriarch said our goal wasn't to harm anyone but to create a marketing stunt." "Alphan sorketing?" Jarvisul smirked, just as he had suspected. The man nodded confidently, "Virgils, marketing? She just wanted us to re-establish the Ouyang family's medical reputation. Due to the scandals involving the two Ouyang brothers, most medical schools no longer employ our people. Despite years of cultivating many medical talents, we're now being rejected. So, I laced every glass with poison to bypass the alcohol quality checks. The organizers ignored testing the glasses." Jarvisulf nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, "I see." He then flicked a silver needle, causing the man to instantly faint. Turning back to the microphone, Jarvisulf announced, "You've all heard it, right? To promote their medicine, the Ouyang family has resorted to any means necessary. Compared to Zhengxin Medical Clinic's universal remedy, isn't it a better choice?" Upon hearing this, the crowd became energized. Universal remedy? I want to try it too. I've never heard of this remedy, but if it works, I want to invest in this project. Given the current slump in the jewelry industry and my failed bids, maybe I should switch to pharmaceuticals. Suddenly, crowds of patients surged toward Sheridan. Not only were they seeking treatment, but they also represented potential investors and clients. Sheridan managed the situation while inwardly admiring Jarvisel's strategy. Yichun did great. This way, not only did the Ouyang family fail, but Zhengxin Medical Clinic also got free publicity and investment opportunities. The gala, which was nearing its end, spontaneously started a fourth phase, investment discussions in the pharmaceutical industry. Most attendees who tried the universal remedy were astonished by its miraculous effects. Seeing this, Ria fainted out of sheer frustration, unable to stand up due to her weakened state. Jarvister repeated persuasions. She insisted stubbornly, "Grandma, even if I die today, I won't take that so-called universal remedy. Jarvis Ming, take me to the hospital." The Ouyang family quietly retreated amidst the celebratory atmosphere. Jarvisel sat in the broadcasting room and received a call from Israel. With Sheridan absent, Israel naturally took charge of Zhengxin Medical Clinic. Excited, he asked, "Alphensoster, we suddenly received inquiries from several companies, all expressing interest in investing. What's happening? Is this a scam?" "Don't worry, Sheridan will handle these inquiries. You need to arrange more personnel to mass-produce the universal remedy without compromising its efficacy." Jarviself had long mastered the essence of the remedy, with the main challenge being the simplification of ingredients. Now his calculations finally came into play. With the materials Zhengxin Medical Clinic had stockpiled, they could easily produce over 50,000 doses. Moreover, these materials were readily available on the market. Jarvister hanging up, Jarviself smiled softly. His revenge plan against the Aloysius family was progressing well, and now his business was also thriving. Just as he relaxed, a loud explosion rocked the venue. Boom! The deafening sound sent shockwaves through the building. Immediately, cries and pleas for help echoed outside as panic ensued. Jarviself's heart skipped a beat, his jade-green eyes momentarily flaring with golden light. He quickly focused on Sheridan and Jarvisenden. They were safe. Confirming their safety, Jarviself swiftly scanned the area and found the source of the explosion. It was the VIP section of the event hall. Was this aimed at the project shareholders? Was the Aloysius family behind this? Jarviself immediately guessed that the Aloysius family chose to attack the clients to prevent him from further involvement in the Jade project. Rushing towards the VIP lounge since the broadcasting room was adjacent, Jarviself discovered that everyone had been evacuated without injury. The explosion had occurred near the hot water pipes, with clear signs of phosphorus and magnesium elements reacting violently with hot water. It wasn't meant to injure anyone? Jarviself frowned, puzzled by the intentions. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Humph! Jarviself spun around and punched, barely avoiding an upward slash that shattered his sunglasses. The attacker stumbled backward after being hit. Jarviself realized this person seemed familiar. It was the yellow-haired individual associated with Barrett. You caused the explosion? Your target was me? Jarviself's senses were sharp. The yellow-haired man twirled his knife with confidence, smiling. My target isn't you. I just wanted to meet the legendary expert. Well, your skills are indeed impressive. He rubbed his shoulder, obviously bruised from the punch. What shocked Jarviself was that the man seemed unfazed by the pain. Seems like I'm no match for you either. Goodbye for now. The yellow-haired man prepared to leave. Jarviself's eyes narrowed, and he hurled a silver needle that struck the man's neck. Jarvis, his jade-green eyes glowed ominously. Jarviself stepped closer, only to be amazed. Despite the acupoint blockage, the yellow-haired man moved swiftly, escaping as if nothing had happened. Hashtag Chapter 285. Mika is Jarvis abducted. What? Jarviself frowned slightly, momentarily unable to analyze the situation in his mind. With Jarviself's current mastery of the heavenly Eye Pupil Technique, he could instantly find details from past and present memories. However, even with a quick recall of numerous memory fragments, he still couldn't discover any bizarre ability that could ignore the weak points on the neck. Jarviself, carrying heavy concerns, walked out of the VIP lounge. Fire! Fire! Help! Someone noticed that a fierce blaze had erupted near the VIP lounge. Only then did Jarviself notice flames roaring from the other end of the hot water pipe. His jade-colored eyes scanned quickly, discovering remnants of fireworks. Given the yellow-haired man's capabilities, killing a few people would be trivial. Why use fireworks to cause an explosion? Was it a diversion? Jarvis' sudden uneasy thought crossed Jarviself's mind, and he immediately dashed into the crowd. Jarvis Liza anxiously led her people toward the VIP room. She always cared deeply about the cooperation with the Xue family, and any trouble at this event would cost her significantly. Suddenly seeing Jarviself pass by, she furrowed her brows. Why is this guy here? She wondered, but before she could ask, she realized how fast he was moving, too fast to even see clearly, let alone catch up. So Jarvis Liza focused on helping workers extinguish the fire and investigate the incident's cause. Soon, they concluded preliminarily that it was due to long-term neglect of the hot water pipe. This explanation was met with skepticism from many entrepreneurs. Jarvis Dural, the venue was recently set up, and nearby buildings were new constructions. How could they be neglected for so long? But not too many dared to question the hosts. The prestigious Xue family, who had organized most high-level banquets in the provincial capital, held significant influence, and no one dared provoke them. Jarviself paid little attention to these matters, and finally found Sheridan after searching for quite some time in a corner. You're safe. Jarviself sighed in relief, initially thinking someone might have targeted Sheridan. But Sheridan was sweating profusely. Earlier, she had been pushed into a corner by the crowd, and a group of armed men searched and robbed them. Yichun, these people are not ordinary Xylers. Their skills are formidable. Sheridan clutched Jarviself's shoulder firmly. Only then did Jarviself realize a robbery had occurred while the yellow-haired man was looking for him. This evening banquet gathered many top entrepreneurs. Each person here was a person of means, carrying more money than an average person would spend in a lifetime. It was no surprise that robbers appeared, but Jarvis Ulf suddenly became alarmed. Where is Han Yin? She said she went to find her mother, Sheridan replied dully. How could she go back to her stepmother when she came out secretly? Sheridan, tell me the truth. Jarvis Ulf couldn't help but feel angry, wondering why Sheridan was hiding things from him. Unexpectedly, Sheridan's eyes appeared vacant, responding numbly, I. Jarvis Ulf's jade-colored eyes glowed faintly, and he immediately detected a hint of purple aura moving around Sheridan's neck through his vision. Jarvis! Jarvis, Sheridan softly cried out. Jarvis Ulf's broad hand gently caressed her collarbone. He pinched Sheridan's delicate white skin at her shoulder and soon squeezed out a tiny black insect. Jarvis Ulf lightly crushed it between his fingers. This is a control life bug. Looks like Han Yin has also been controlled. Jarvis Ulf immediately sensed something was wrong. If Sheridan had been infected, Mika was likely also under control. Sheridan regained some composure but was clearly weakened. Ichun, what happened to Han Yin? Where did she go? Jarvis, that moment, Zen walked over, supporting an unconscious man, who turned out to be Virgilio Alfonsoxer. Who is this guy? Jarvis Ulf narrowed his eyes. Zen explained, my brother mysteriously collapsed outside, but I saw him at the party earlier. How did this happen? Jarvis Ulf's gaze shifted to Virgilio Alfonsoxer's neck, finding no signs of needle marks or any trace of aura. Suddenly, everything clicked. Virgilio Alfonsoxer was a fake. Jarvis disguise. Everything now made sense. The mysterious identity, flawless disguise. What else could they accomplish? No wonder his silver needles didn't work. Zen, take care of my sister Elena and leave the venue immediately. Jarvis Ulf instructed before turning and rushing into the crowd, leaving Sheridan and Zen bewildered. Jarvis Ulf's jade-colored eyes emitted golden light as he swiftly navigated through the crowd, scanning every inch of the venue in an instant. Despite meticulous searches, he couldn't locate Mika until he found a shoe. Han Yin. Jarvis Ulf approached only to see Jarvis Liza holding the shoe, sobbing loudly. My Han Yin. Jarvis, aren't you security officers just trash? You never fail to take our money. But where are you when we need you? Find her. Virgil's. Under stern orders, the security guards dispersed to search for Mika. Jarvis' few bodyguards also left to assist. Jarvis Ulf's expression darkened as he coldly addressed Jarvis Liza. Crying over spilt milk won't help. Mika was poisoned with a bug. Wasn't it your doing? Jarvis Liza, recognizing Jarvis Ulf, burst into rage. Bastard. You dare show up? Tell me, where did you hide Han Yin? Don't accuse me falsely. I give you 1 minute to tell me where Han Yin is or else. Jarvis Ulf brandished a silver needle, his eyes flashing ominously. Mr. Chun, calm down. Don't misunderstand. Mrs. Nadia has been under my surveillance all along. She barely had time to do anything, especially being Mika's mother. She wouldn't resort to such tactics, Bray interjected. Still fuming, Jarvis Ulf didn't respond well. However, after calming down a bit, he analyzed the situation. Mika obeyed Jarvis Liza unconditionally. If Jarvis Liza wanted to take her away, there was no need for such roundabout methods. Bray gave a subtle look, and a black-skinned man wearing sunglasses stepped forward. Luciana, tell him, Bray said. Luciana bowed respectfully. Greetings, everyone. I'm Mr. Schwe's personal guard. Jarvis' blonde man took Stacy amidst the chaos. I failed to apprehend him. Jarvis Ulf's eyes widened in shock. It was indeed Virgilio Alfonsoxer. Jarvis Liza sneered. What good are you lot if you can't bring her back? I want my Han Yin. Luciana added unexpectedly. Mrs. Nadia, rest assured. In my struggle with the blonde man, I planted a tracking device on him. Chapter 286, Mountain Rescue. Speak. Where is he now? Jarvis Ulf immediately walked over, as if ready to lift up Pedro. Pedro's gaze was stern and did not waver. He merely glanced at Bray. Bray nodded, and only then did Pedro continue. I've roughly determined that person's escape route. Moreover, our CEO Xue quickly contacted the law enforcement office, and a large number of officers are on their way. But this person is extremely cunning. The path he chose is very peculiar, even leading directly into the wilderness. Jarvis Ulf was startled, instantly realizing the severity of the situation. Once he reaches a remote area, it will be even harder to control, right? Pedro nodded, explaining, not only that, but the signal from the tracker will also weaken. I'll set out to find him right away. Without hesitation, Jarvis Ulf turned to leave, but suddenly thought of something, and turned back to look at Pedro. Pedro raised his head proudly, completely unfazed by Jarvis Ulf. Bray chuckled and said, the matter is urgent. I'll lend you my bodyguard for now, but Mr. Chun, I value our acquaintance greatly. If you run into any trouble you can't handle, remember to contact me. Don't push yourself too hard. Thank you, CEO Xue. I will remember your kindness. Jarvis speaking, Jarvis Ulf quickly walked out, with Pedro following behind. Jarvis, they were leaving the venue. Jarvis Liza caught up and grabbed hold of Jarvis Ulf. Take me with you, please. Jarvis Liza's eyes were still moist with tears. Jarvis Ulf's brows furrowed, and he coldly replied, the other party is an expert who could take someone away in broad daylight. Bringing you along, wouldn't that affect efficiency? Jarvis Liza was speechless and could only sigh angrily. Unexpectedly, this Soraya truly cared so much about Mika's safety? Jarvis Ulf examined Jarvis Liza's expression closely, and surprisingly found her emotions were indeed unstable. You must save Han Yin, okay? If Han Yin returns, I'll agree to let you marry into the Shin family. Jarvis Liza sniffled, losing her previous air of being a strong career Soraya. This moment, Jarvis Ulf acknowledged Jarvis Liza's role as mother. Han Yin will be fine, but I won't marry into the Shin family. I'm here to marry Han Yin and never plan to join your Shin family, Jarvis Ulf said coldly before leaving. Watching Jarvis Ulf's retreating figure, Jarvis Liza had mixed feelings. She originally thought Jarvis Ulf and she were the same kind of people, both wanting to leverage the power of the Shin family. Yet they were worlds apart. On the way, Pedro led Jarviself at a rapid pace. He introduced himself as a former long-distance running champion with physical endurance beyond the norm. Thus, their speed was exceptionally fast. To avoid detection, they didn't use any vehicles and tracked on foot. The more they pursued, the more Pedro felt uneasy, surprised by the blind man's ability to keep up without breathing heavily, maintaining the same pace as him. Soon, they left the bustling area and headed toward a closed scenic area, Bayun Mountain. They went up the mountain? Jarviself asked. Pedro nodded. Virgil's, although the signal is weak, the kid definitely went up the mountain. Naturally, I don't doubt he used some special means. Jarviself's brows slightly furrowed. His jade-colored pupils emitted a faint glow, but he could only see as far as the foot of the mountain. With just his heavenly eye technique, he couldn't continue the search. Now he could only rely on the tracker signal. There was no other choice. Inform the officers to continue searching, Jarviself said calmly. Don't worry. Since the Shuns are guests of CEO Xue, if CEO Xue doesn't help find them, he'll lose face in front of Nile. Pedro's words provided some comfort to Jarviself. Knowing his enemy wasn't brave saved him a lot of trouble. They rested briefly at the foot of the mountain. Jarviself called Alfonsorio, who promised to cooperate fully with the officers and mobilize all idle manpower from the Shin family to assist in the citywide search. Jarviself also instructed that the news should not be told to Nile until he gave the word, fearing the elderly might not bear the stress. Doing these things made Jarviself realize how bold the opponent was. Even though Talon and his men avoided targeting the Shin family and only dared to go after Jarvis Lyra and Sheridan, this time they aimed directly at Mika. Either the Shin family had an enemy, or this force was formidable. Thinking of this, Jarviself grew anxious and asked coldly, Jarvis, are you rested enough? Virgils, aren't you supposed to get tired? Pedro exhaled, amazed. Jarvis, a running champion. He was already panting. Yet this guy hadn't taken a single breath after half an hour. Let's go. Jarviself strode up the mountain, with Pedro swiftly following. Step by step, they took tens of thousands of steps to reach halfway up the mountain. Estimating the distance, Jarviself focused his true chi on his pupils. Jarvis' flash of golden light revealed a dilapidated temple atop the mountain. Sure enough, two figures were inside. Hurry, they're on the mountain. Jarviself quickened his pace. Pedro struggled to keep up, looking strained. Suddenly, a killing intent flashed in front of them. Jarviself stopped, drawing a silver needle which he flung fiercely. With a ding, the needle was knocked down midair by a curved long blade held by the assailant, who grinned indifferently. It was that blondie. You really are here. My tracker reacted to him. Pedro exclaimed, taking a fighting stance. Humph, why do you bring a helper? Jarvis threw a casual remark. The man moved like lightning, slashing straight towards them. Jarviself's eyes narrowed as he realized something and kicked Blondie away. Blondie retreated several steps, displeased. If it were an ordinary person, that kick would have sent him flying dozens of meters back. Blondie definitely had some skills. Pedro didn't understand why Jarviself protected him. What he didn't know was that, if Jarviself hadn't acted, Pedro's head would have been cut off in an instant. It was too risky to let Pedro fight this person. He'd likely die within 3 moves. Realizing this, Jarviself coldly ordered, follow this path. There's a temple on the mountain. Hanyan should be inside. But there's another person in there. Got it. Pedro admired Jarviself immensely and dashed upward regardless. Blondie's eyes twitched, furious. What, treating me like air? Go ahead and rush forward if you want to die. Unexpectedly, Jarviself had drawn a dozen silver needles, flicking them rapidly. Blondie deflected a few with his blade, but had to dodge the rest. More importantly, the black-skinned man sped past him like a whirlwind. Chapter 287. Let him die. Ho, how did you know there was another person on the mountain? Jarvis, aren't you afraid that person is stronger than me? James sneered coldly. Experts could always recognize each other, and James immediately saw that Jarviself had impressive skills. Jarviself made this decision because he feared for his companion's life. This indirectly affirmed his judgment. Jarviself smiled faintly and explained, not only do I know that person isn't stronger than you, but I also know it's a young Soraya. So, what's your relationship with her? These words shocked James immensely. This information was something he hadn't expected Jarviself to know. James felt increasingly unnerved by this blind man. Jarvistually, when Jarviself threw the silver needle earlier, he suddenly felt a strange sensation in his abdomen. He quickly understood that it was due to the Aloysiusan goo, heart-devouring worm, inside him, which Jarviself had modified from Alfonsoster Alfonso. Later, Jarviself placed the worm inside a Soraya named Randy. When he released his true chi just now, he also opened most of his acupoints, inadvertently enhancing his perception and sensing the presence of the Aloysiusan goo not far away. Sandra on the mountain was indeed Randy. The silver needle clearly didn't affect you, but this time you had to block it with a saber. If I'm not mistaken, you took drugs, right? Jarviself squinted his eyes. The term, took drugs, naturally referred to medication. This wasn't the kind used to treat illnesses but rather prohibited substances, special ones that put the body in an extreme state, making one immune to the silver needle. Now that the effects were wearing off, he had to dodge the needles. This was Jarviself's deduction. James laughed cynically like a madman. You're not only skilled but also smart. Since you're so clever, how about we make a deal? Jarviself didn't want to talk further as he intended to kill James here regardless of what he said. But he wanted to know who was behind all this. What deal? Jarviself asked. Jarvis gang overseas hired me to take your life. They promised me 50 million. Do you think I should take the job or not? James licked the edge of his curved knife. Jarviself remained expressionless, saying coldly, too bad you won't earn that money. James shrugged, admitting, indeed, I'm no match for you. So I thought of collaborating with you instead. Is that why you took Mika? Jarviself frowned. She wasn't taken by me. Do you have any evidence? I merely created chaos for them. Jarvis for Stacy. Isn't she in the hands of the other person? James grinned slyly. Jarvis case of switcheroo. But where does one get evidence for such matters? Jarviself lost his patience, lunging forward with a grappling move. James struck out without conceding, delivering a fierce punch. With a whoosh, James's fist hit thin air as Jarviself's hand already grabbed his collar. Jarvis, ah! James screamed as he was lifted up. He frantically waved his curved knife, performing several swift movements, yet not even touching Jarviself. Jarviself moved like a precise machine, dodging every attack and grabbing James's throat. James opened his mouth wide, and several needles shot out of his throat. Bastard! Jarviself dodged, immediately flinging James several meters away. James's knife clattered to the ground, and he tumbled down the slope, nearly falling off. You damn beast! Did you steal the bloodjade? Otherwise, how could a mere blind man be so powerful? James coughed up blood. Had he not used a concealed weapon in panic, he would have been dead. What's bloodjade? Jarviself frowned. Sure, he had never heard of it. James sneered. You don't know bloodjade? Don't joke around. If you didn't know the great secret of jade, why would you try so hard to help the Zhao family secure the Xuanhuan group project? James shrugged. Jarviself frowned again, pulling out a silver needle. Your life is in my hands. Is there anything else you want to say before you die? He wasn't interested in the rambling nonsense from James. James laughed. Jarvis, aren't you always looking for Jarvis Lyra's parents? I can help release them. Hee hee. You little. Jarviself's anger surged, wanting to end it right then. No use, killing me won't help. If you kill me, her parents will surely die. Jarvis and hypnosis won't work either since the one who knows their whereabouts isn't me. James cackled insanely. They had thoroughly analyzed his moves. These people were truly despicable. Don't worry, I'll break your jaw and extract a name. Once I have that, they'll be shattered. Jarviself approached James, ready to act. James panicked, exclaiming, calm down. Our goal is the same, to let Talon die. Talon? Jarviself froze. I can give you Talon's location. If you can kill him, you'll naturally find Jarvis Lyra's parents. James, terrified, didn't expect this blind man to be so reckless. But I can still kill you. Jarviself said coldly. James swallowed, quickly adding, I'll give you Talon's location now, spare my life, and we can both live easier. Struggling to stand, he hid behind a tree, aware Jarviself's silver needles could end his life at any moment. Jarvister a long standoff. Jarviself sensed the two figures fighting on the mountain, with Ebenezer at a disadvantage. Why did Randy kidnap Mika? In that split second, James hurled a set of throwing knives. Before leaving, James said, Jarvis, week later, Talon will attend an underground gathering at the end of Mingjiao Plaza, inside an arcade. One more thing. Jarvis Lyra's fire toxin is the work of the Ouyang family. Jarviself wanted to chase him but found James's presence vanished completely. This guy was clearly playing with fire. If possible, Jarviself would pry open his mouth for the mastermind's identity. But if the information was true, this time Talon was done for. Thinking of Mika still on the mountain, Jarviself rushed upwards. Upon arrival, he saw Randy whipping Ebenezer, forcing him to kneel with his bottom raised. A sight too painful to witness. Luckily, Jarviself could pretend not to see. Morgan, run. This Soraya is too strong and ruthless. Ebenezer, a professional bodyguard, was in tears. Jarviself was curious how a seemingly weak Soraya like Randy could be so brutal. Please ensure all character names remain consistent throughout translations and adhere to the rules mentioned previously. Chapter 288. Jarvis' ambiguous relationship. Randy was wearing a black strapless dress, her leather outfit slashed with several noticeable tears, exuding an air of sultriness that seemed straight out of an anime. But clearly, the focus at this moment wasn't on her attire. It was on the subdued, conquered Luciana, whose eyes held a peculiar hint of blush. Jarviself noticed Mika lying unconscious in the corner, unaware of what had happened around her. His jade-colored pupils gleamed slightly as he examined Mika and found her unharmed. Confirming this, Jarviself turned to Luciana's body. Jarvis expected. There was a pinkish aura spreading inside Luciana's body, causing her veins and acupoints to exhibit an abnormal state. What era are we living in where I still encounter a beauty trap? Who is it pulling the strings? Randy? Jarviself's lips curled into a smile as he slowly approached Randy. Jarvis this moment, Randy appeared like a proud mistress, while Luciana was her obedient black-skinned dog. Seeing Jarviself approach, she sneered coldly. What? You want to taste being tamed too? Her lips curved seductively, her gaze entrancing. If not for his solid cultivation and firm will, Jarviself might have been captivated in that instant. Fortunately, it wasn't anyone's fault but Jarviself's own clear vision that allowed him to see through Randy's disguise, revealing her true nature without the need for physical observation. This Soraya was a bewitching temptress surpassing countless beauties. Even Jarviself, who had admired numerous women, found her figure breathtakingly beautiful. He couldn't help but recall their unexpected encounter at the nightclub, where the protagonist seemed to be none other than Randy. How could he have missed her allure back then? How about it? Wanna play? Randy smirked, thinking she had succeeded. Jarviself nodded numbly and walked over. Humph, slut. Randy's lips curled again, immediately picking up her whip to strike. Unexpectedly, Jarviself reached out, grabbed Randy's slender waist, and pushed her forward. Let's see who the slut really is, Jarviself smiled, inserting a silver needle into one of her waist acupoints. Randy's eyes instantly lost focus. Then, Jarviself injected his inner energy into Randy's body, causing her to let out a soft whimper. The dazed Luciana regained consciousness, staring at Jarviself and Randy with wide eyes, covering her mouth in surprise. Jarvis this moment, Mika also woke up. She winced, massaging her temples and murmuring, strange, why did I fall asleep? Looking up, she saw Jarviself embracing her best friend Randy. Randy, dressed provocatively, looked like she was riding on Jarviself's lap, her hands clinging to his shoulders. Jarviself said coldly, Jarvis, are you feeling better now? Tell me, why did you abduct people? Randy snapped out of her daze, recognizing the man from before when Jarviself had saved her. Their faces were inches apart, and an overwhelming excitement surged within Randy. "It's you? Handsome." Unable to contain her emotions, she suddenly lunged forward, locking lips passionately with him. This scene left Mika gaping in shock, unable to move. Not until the suffocating, sensual atmosphere began to overwhelm Jarviself did he push Randy away forcefully, scolding, "How can you lack self-respect like this?" In reality, he felt alright, but he caught sight of Mika waking up and decided to express some honest thoughts. "Jarvis. Sorry, Mr. Chun. We meet again. What are you doing here?" Randy asked first. "You're asking me? You brought my girlfriend Mika to this desolate place. Have you forgotten something?" Jarviself raised an eyebrow. While administering the acupuncture, Jarviself had inadvertently awakened Randy's previous memories. Now both encounters with Jarviself resurfaced in her mind. The vivid images of kneeling before Jarviself in the club bathroom, and the intimate moments in her dreams. Jarviself flooded back. Randy was filled with unspeakable shame. "Jarvis, alright, Randy, I won't blame you. Jarvis, after all, I haven't introduced my boyfriend yet. Don't get it wrong next time." Mika stood up, holding Jarviself's hand. Jarviself frowned slightly. "Do you know her?" Mika nodded matter-of-factly. "Virgil's. She's my best friend. Randy, sorry for not introducing her earlier." Then they clarified the situation. It turned out Randy had set up a meeting with Mika, who sneaked off to a gala during the rendezvous. Jarvis amidst the chaos, someone took Mika away. Mistaking them for Randy, Mika followed until she gradually lost consciousness. "But how did you end up here?" Both friends were confused and asked Jarviself what had happened. Feeling disoriented himself, Jarviself fabricated. "You were drugged and lured here. I've already dealt with the perpetrators." He casually explained his relationship with Randy, mentioning he had helped her fend off Xylers at a nightclub. Randy nodded in agreement, though both harbored lingering doubts. "Hey, didn't you forget about me?" Luciana finally spoke, still lying prone, conscious but immobilized. Jarviself used a silver needle to release the charm on Luciana, realizing whoever was behind this possessed formidable abilities. Using poison repeatedly to control Randy and subsequently others through her, the technique must be at an extraordinary level. Deciding not to waste more time, they hurried down the mountain. However, at the foot of the mountain, they encountered a man in a blue windbreaker, wearing black-rimmed glasses, looking rather unapproachable. "Greetings, my name is Elliot. My mother is Ria. Jarviself. I'm here to assist the magistrate with the investigation and also to settle a personal score." Behind Elliot emerged 7 or 8 henchmen, each muscular and intimidating. Jarviself's brows furrowed, and he said coldly, "I'm busy. No time for games. Move or I'll cripple you." Elliot scoffed, unshaken by Jarviself's words, pressing on. "Jarviself, what gives you the right to treat my mother so badly? She's hospitalized, do you know that? Now that you've rescued your Soraya, let's settle our dispute like men." Elliot brandished a shiny dagger. Chapter 289. Obsessive Alphonsan and Vengeful Woman. "What do you want?" "Elliot." Randy suddenly stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Jarviself with a domineering look on her face. Elliot squinted his eyes, and only then noticed that his classmate Randy was also present. He sneered coldly. "Randy, when did you fall so low as to hang around with someone like him?" "What do you mean by someone like him?" "Morgan is now a renowned doctor in the province. You, as the direct heir of the prestigious Ouyang medical family, are not even as accomplished in medicine as your 2 half-brothers." Randy spoke disdainfully, clearly very well informed about the Ouyang family's recent situation. Jarviself asked, "Is this kid the rumored successor who drained the entire Ouyang family's resources for his training?" "Huh." Mika also chimed in, laughing. "Virgil's. Truly an overreaction. Forget about you jumping around here, Elliot. Even your whole family cannot compare to Ichun these days." The continuous sarcastic remarks from the 3 infuriated Elliot. His face flushed red as he shouted curses. "Jarviself, don't think I haven't investigated you. You've been blind for years and have recently been scamming people with just words. Today, I'm here to seek justice for my mother." Jarviself remained unmoved. He had initially thought Elliot might be something extraordinary, but it seemed he was even less impressive than his half-brothers, Finian and Trey. "Jarvis, a doctor. You wield a slaughterhouse knife. What bad luck." Jarviself's expression darkened, and he suddenly felt the urge to teach this young man a lesson. Elliot, seemingly unaware of the seriousness, lunged forward and swung the knife. Jarviself nimbly dodged, light as a feather. Not bad. Encouraged, Elliot kept attacking one after another, each swing aimed at Jarviself. Jarviself's jade-like pupils flickered slightly as he realized every move was deadly. A single mistake would leave him critically injured. Despite not having the same reputation in medicine as his brothers, Elliot's combat skills were undoubtedly superior. "Your 2 brothers are already in jail. Do you want to join them?" Jarviself kicked out, and Elliot barely reacted. The kick landed on his abdomen, making Elliot feel as if his intestines were tearing apart. "SSS. I was careless." Elliot gritted his teeth, blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. Jarviself remained silent, wondering why this kid still held on to such stubbornness. "I see all of you Ouyang people share the same character. You disgrace the honor of a medical family. Perhaps your entire family should get their heads examined at the provincial hospital." Just as he was about to turn away, a Soraya approached and slapped Elliot across the face. "Worthless. How can you not defeat a blind man? Keep going, beat him up." Jarviself squinted and turned to see Serena in a revealing evening gown, as if she had just attended a ball. Despite her elegant attire, her seductive allure remained intact, with smoky eye makeup and fiery red lips. Her figure was striking, curvaceous and proud, almost like a towering tree stripped of its bark, revealing smooth, luscious flesh inviting the attention of nearby flies. Jarvis and Elliot, clearly attracted like a fly, stared at her with desire, drooling, "Lily, give me one more chance. I'll prove myself and avenge you. Go ahead, cripple this arrogant little punk. Hunt Lily stood with hands on her hips, acting like a demanding princess. Jarvis Finch? What grudge do we have? Miss, Jarvis shrugged, estimating her age to be around 26 or 27 based on her bone structure. Hearing the term Miss, Hunt Lily grew angry. Who are you calling Miss? Bah. Jarvis asked calmly. Tell me, was it you who bullied Christine? Hunt Lily interrogated loudly, causing Jarvis to frown. Christine? The Aaliyah of County Alphonse Magistrate Amon, who had nearly fallen for scams and claimed to expose his medical practices. It seemed she harbored grievances against him. With a cold laugh, Jarvis said dismissively, Virgil's, I remember a girl named Christine. She got what she deserved. So what? Hunt Lily pouted angrily. Maylee is my best friend. I won't allow you to bully her. Besides, you're just a stinky doctor. If you can help me punish him, Elliot, I will officially date you. Really? Lily, I love you. I'll cripple him for sure. Elliot swallowed a pill and became even more serious. Jarvis sighed inwardly, thinking how there could still be such obsessive and vengeful people in this world. His mood turned heavy. Jarvis, his jade-like pupils shone brighter and his vision sharpened. Jarvis closely observed the drug Elliot had taken. Indeed, it contained components that significantly elevated various human hormone levels, violating regulations and falling under prohibited substances. You three brothers are exactly the same. Why don't you rename your family Ouyang prison? If law enforcement investigates, none of you would escape. Elliot charged forward with incredible speed, surprising even Jarvis. Excited by the adrenaline surge, Elliot spat saliva wildly while swinging his blade, forcing Jarvis into retreat. Finally cornered, Mika, watching nervously, shouted, Elliot, stop it. If you hurt Ichun, our Shin family will never forgive your Ouyang family. Elliot hesitated, but Hunt Lily interjected, forget the Shun family. They are busy swallowing the Chin family and have offended many in the business circle. They dare not stick their necks out. You, don't go too far. Mika was panicking, but Hunt Lily laughed sharply. Jarvis that moment, Jarvis remarked coldly, so, you also have fire poison inside you? Furrowing his brows, Jarvis concluded from his observations. The pill Elliot took bore striking similarities to the ingredients of fire poison. It seemed James had not lied. Jarvis Lyra's fire poison must have been planted by the Ouyang family. Jarvis wondered how a long-lost poison like fire poison could suddenly reappear. Was it a mutation from the Ouyang family's experiments with prohibited substances? Translation completed with the requested style and paragraph structure preserved. Chapter 290, Project Obstructed. Fire poison? How do you know? Elliot furrowed his brow slightly. He, who had been in a dominant position, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unease. It was as if noise was clouding his mind, an unmistakable and overwhelming feeling, intent to kill. Jarvis' hollow eyes seemed like a turbulent lake ready to engulf him at any moment. Do you want to know how I found out? Jarvis raised an eyebrow and, before anyone noticed, reached out and grabbed Elliot by the neck. The blade in Elliot's hand, which had been poised at Jarvis' abdomen, suddenly felt useless. With a clatter, it fell to the ground as Jarvis lifted Elliot over his head. Stop. Release our young master. Several servants of the Ouyang family rushed forward, but were swiftly incapacitated by Jarvis' nimble fingers releasing several silver needles. Hunt Lin was visibly shocked by this display. She had only heard from her best friend Christine that this blind man could talk his way into anything, and that his healing depended on luck. But she never imagined he had such formidable skills with silver needles. Jarvis already had a needle pinched between his fingers, aiming for Elliot's forehead. Jarvis' long silver needle was driven deeply into Elliot's brow. Ichun, Elliot is the only remaining son of the Ouyang family. If anything happens to him, they won't let you off easily, Randy whispered worriedly. Her concern surpassed even Mika's, with her eyes brimming with affection for Jarvis. Mika, however, responded assertively, Elliot brought this upon himself. We warned you not to be too ambitious. Ichun, the Shin family will handle everything for you. You. Hunt Lin panicked, though she didn't care about Elliot's life. This situation would embarrass her immensely. Let go of me. Elliot tried to struggle, but found his voice hoarse. Then a foul smell filled the air, causing everyone to cover their noses. What stench is this? Who soiled themselves? Hunt Lin couldn't help but retort. Elliot slowly looked down, noticing a yellow liquid seeping through his pants, along with a burning sensation from his rear. This guy lost control. Disgusting. Ebenezer, who had been silent until now, couldn't hold back anymore and dragged the two girls away. The servants and Hunt Lin also quickly retreated while Elliot rolled on the ground after being thrown by Jarvis. Compared to your two brothers, your offenses are less severe. So I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Tell me, why did the Ouyang family target Jarvis Lyra? Jarvis' voice was soft, yet heavy. Recalling the intense killing intent he felt moments ago, Elliot shivered and spoke tremulously. I don't know much. All I know is, it seems an official surname you gave the order. They wanted to send Jarvis Lyra to Beijing to curry favor with a high-ranking person. The fire poison was supposed to purify her body before sending her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be suitable. Jarvis. Elliot yelped as Jarvis stepped on his head. Who is the high-ranking person? Jarvis' gaze turned sharp. I really don't know. I swear. Elliot regretted coming here today, wishing he hadn't involved himself and faced such humiliation. If this continued, he feared he might lose his life. I admit my mistake. Please forgive me, brother. I'll do anything. Tears mixed with saliva streamed down his face. Jarvis sneered coldly, about to speak when his phone rang. It was Bray. Mr. Chun, I heard you've rescued Stacy. Is she all right? Bray's voice was calm, leaving Jarvis guessing what he truly meant. Hanyan is fine. It was just a misunderstanding. The Shin family will take care of everything. What's up? Jarviself asked. There's a high chance the Zhao family will win the bid for the project, but this shipment has been intercepted by officials in Beijing. Jarvis, through investigating, I found that the Ouyang family tampered with it. I need you to contact the patriarch of the Ouyang family, as this may be related to him, Bray explained. Jarviself frowned. The patriarch of the Ouyang family? The Ouyang family originates from Beijing, and they have wider connections there than I do. While you can represent me, please be respectful. Bray hung up after giving these instructions. Jarviself understood. News of his representation of the Zhao family must have spread, making them allies of interest. He released Elliot and said coldly, since you want to redeem yourself, take me to the Ouyang family. I'll talk to your father personally. The servants quickly helped Elliot clean up. Hunt Linlin tried to stop Jarviself, demanding, go apologize to Mei Li or I won't let you off. Jarviself looked at this childish, domineering miss and said irritably, if you don't leave, you'll share the same fate as Elliot. My methods with women might be even more stimulating. Hunt Linlin blushed furiously, calling him a brute, then left in a huff. Meanwhile, Mika received a call and urgently informed Jarviself. This shipment was intercepted temporarily, possibly affecting the project timeline. It's crucial. Jarviself realized that despite winning the project, unexpected obstacles persisted. Instead of dealing with them one by one, he decided to confront the source directly. He instructed Ebenezer to take Randy home and took Mika to rest at a nearby hotel for the night. That night, Elliot and his servants shared the same room, treated almost like slaves under Jarviself's command. The next morning, Sheridan called, informing him that Jarvis Lyra's condition had improved. Jarviself sighed in relief, but Sheridan brought another piece of bad news. There's a gang at the village entrance eyeing our business. They've been extorting our customers multiple times. Jarviself's expression darkened. It seemed they needed to arrange some personnel to protect the clinic from these envious scoundrels. Chapter 291. Coming to the door. Jarviself instructed Sheridan to hold off for now and promised that he would arrange reinforcements later. Jarvister hanging up, he pondered carefully. The villagers generally had low educational levels, and many were Xylers or troublemakers. Jarviself, though he had always prioritized security at the clinic, he seemed to have overlooked the village's overall safety. If things continued this way, visitors from afar might be deterred by the chaotic atmosphere. Black on black was the best solution, Jarviself thought. He considered finding a few mafia bosses to maintain order in the village, letting the local hooligans know that there were people beyond their reach and skies beyond their sky. Jarvis, he was thinking. The door creaked open, and Mika entered with breakfast. She wore a pink nightgown, her fair thighs exposed, constantly drawing Jarviself's gaze. Today's breakfast is shrimp tails. Mika leaned in, lightly kissing Jarviself's cheek. Jarviself chuckled teasingly. We haven't officially confirmed our relationship yet. Jarvis, aren't you afraid of the Lin family getting upset? Tisich, it's just my mom being overly delicate. What does it have to do with the Lin family? Bert, don't play with me. Mika suddenly became impatient and forcibly hugged Jarviself. Jarviself felt the soft warmth pressing into his chest, filling him with an enchanting fragrance. So, you're not afraid of anyone discovering our relationship? Jarviself's lips curled as he felt Mika's slender hand slide mischievously around his waist. His desire flared, and Mika whispered softly in his ear, enveloping him in gentle affection. The two fiery passions soon intertwined, their heavy breathing mingling as they entwined intimately. By midday, Jarviself's door finally knocked on. He emerged with Mika, both wearing sunglasses and radiating happiness, heading towards the Ouyang residence. Elliot, still traumatized by Jarviself's previous ruthless beating, dared not even glance at him during the entire journey. They soon arrived at the Ouyang residence. Elliot pointed humbly at the gate. Big brother, go inside. It's my home. My father is waiting for you. Did you notify them beforehand? Jarviself frowned. Virgils, I already informed my father. He said he wanted to meet you. Elliot quickly explained, lowering his head. He wants to see me? Let's hope he doesn't regret it. Jarviself sneered and walked forward. Suddenly, Jarviself hesitated. The Ouyang family had always been questionable in character, and inviting him might not be sincere. Then his jade-colored pupils glinted, scanning through the gate, discerning the ambush set within. Jarviself smiled, knowing full well that numerous traps awaited inside, confirming they didn't intend to let him enter unscathed. Hanyin, wait here, Jarviself said calmly. Okay. Mika complied without questioning. Ouyang's servants escorted Mika respectfully, understanding the status of the Shin family in the provincial capital and treating her with due reverence. I'll go down first. Elliot swallowed hard, relieved to finally leave Jarviself's side. The journey had been suffocating. Wait, you come with me. Jarviself raised an eyebrow. Ugh, okay. Elliot, unable to protest but unwilling, reluctantly agreed. Just as they entered, the doors slammed shut, and several concealed weapons shot out. Too fast for Elliot to react. Jarviself simply turned his head slightly. The poison darts lodged into Elliot's abdomen while he sidestepped, chuckling. The Ouyang residence has a fragrant antique aroma, suggesting a deep history. Such a distinguished family surely has unique hospitality, right? Jarviself remarked, pretending not to notice Elliot being hit. Mm. Elliot gritted his teeth, his face already turning purple. Continuing forward, as they passed a flower bed, peculiar bees emerged. These bees were noticeably different, each with longer, harder stingers and bright red exteriors. These special bees, commonly known as killer bees, were ancient species bred by some exclusive families. Jarviself commented, from the sound alone, these bees are top-notch. Looks like Father Lin values feng shui and uses killer bees to protect wealth. He then gathered a layer of true qi around himself, repelling the bees' attacks. Each bee was forced to retreat far away. Seeing Jarviself pass unharmed through the flower bed, Elliot looked like he had eaten shit. He could only clutch his head, running madly, ending up with multiple bites. Ugh. Throughout the journey, Jarviself deliberately took winding paths, allowing Elliot to experience every trap and mechanism set along the way. By the end, Elliot couldn't speak, his face bruised and swollen beyond recognition. Brother, please, these are my father's tricks, not mine. Elliot wept, his voice hoarse. Jarviself ignored him, grabbing Elliot's collar, saying coolly, tell your father, I'm disappointed with the Ouyang family's hospitality. With that, he hurled Elliot against the gate, smashing it apart. Jarviself entered, seeing two elderly figures seated in the grand hall. Rhea, who immediately rose, clutching her chest and scolding, Jarviself, we agreed to see you because of the Shin family's face. Jarvis, and yet, you brutally mistreat my son before my eyes. Rhea cursed but recoiled several steps upon seeing Elliot's disfigured face. Jarvis, aren't you getting what you asked for? I'm here to discuss matters with the head of the Ouyang family. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you take a few trips outside too. Jarviself spoke with authority. Old lady, let's fight. Rhea lunged at Jarviself, who stomped down, pinning Elliot's head underfoot. Do you believe your son will die if you move closer? Jarviself asked bluntly. Elliot froze in terror, preferring to remain trampled than face death. Mom, don't come over, you. Elliot slobbered as he spoke. My son, our last hope for the Ouyang family. Rhea's face contorted in agony. Jarviself sneered. This kid isn't even better than his brothers. What did you say? Shut up. Rhea's legs buckled, and she collapsed unconscious. Note, the story maintains its intense and somewhat dark tone, with a blend of suspense and personal conflict, reflecting the intricate dynamics between characters. The narrative stays consistent, focusing on Jarviself's strategic maneuvers and interactions with the Ouyang family. Chapter 292. Brendan is kidnapped. Ouch, dear old lady, what's wrong with you? Jarvis, your age, why are you still trying to compete with the young ones? Just then, Rocky stood up and tried to shake Rhea awake, but to no avail. What are we going to do? He looked worried but maintained his authority. Jarviself said calmly, she just fainted from shock. There's no immediate danger to her life. It's your son, though. Rocky frowned and said coolly, young man, I've heard of you. You're quite capable in the provincial capital. I never meant to make things difficult for you. So why did you make it hard for us? I made it hard for you? Jarvisel, these traps and mechanisms outside. Your son ended up like this because of your own doing. Jarviself kicked Elliot, who rolled over, pleading pitifully. Father, save me. Please save me. Elliot knelt on the ground, struggling forward. Rocky couldn't bear it, but still asked sternly, what happened? My child, is this truly your fault? Elliot fell silent. Steward, Rocky called out angrily. Suddenly, an elderly white-haired man walked out, bowing respectfully. Alphensoster, what can I do for you? Rocky asked, didn't I order you to remove all the traps outside? The steward hesitated, lowering his head fearfully without a word. Don't be afraid to speak. Just say it. Rocky's expression was stern. The young Alphensoster Gavriel gang specifically instructed me. He sent me a text message saying he wanted to test a guest who had remarkable martial skills, requiring the most lethal traps, the steward muttered. Outrageous. Rocky slammed the table, startling Elliot on his knees. Father, forgive me. That guy was too ruthless. I only wanted revenge. Now, only you can help me. Father. Elliot was drenched in cold sweat, but was kicked away by Rocky. Do I really raise such beasts? Rocky clutched his chest, almost losing his breath. Talon naturally didn't have the ability to exploit the Ouyang family. It was Elliot's plot to gain resources and connections in the political field that led him to steal the fire poison for Talon. This whole mess started with Elliot's involvement, causing Rocky to sigh deeply. Now even Mother might end up like this. Jarvis to Rocky explained. Jarviself slightly gained some respect for him and said, we still need to settle accounts regarding Trey and Finian, and now there's the issue with the fire poison. It seems we've got a real grudge now. Rocky's face darkened and he suddenly shouted, Steward, take this rascal away and keep him under house arrest for 6 months. Not a step outside. Father, if you don't let me go, how can I build my future? Jarvis, are you trying to ruin me like you did with my 2 useless brothers? Elliot jumped up madly, rushing towards Rocky. Jarviself acted quickly, piercing a silver needle into Elliot's neck, rendering him unable to struggle. The steward could then take him away, while Rocky looked worried and sighed. How did my Ouyang family produce 3 such worthless sons? Enemies reincarnated to punish me. Nemesis. Rocky sighed to the sky, and Jarviself said indifferently, Old man, I came to you for a reason. If you want to save your wife, I can help, but you must assist me with this matter. What is it? Rocky asked. Jarviself laid out the information he obtained from Bray. Rocky's heart sank, staying quiet for a long time. These goods were originally from our Yinzhou provincial capital Jade project. Do you know what special items are inside? He probed. I'm only responsible for securing the project. As for its specific details, I'm not aware. Don't change the subject. My time is valuable. Jarviself remained cold. Rocky scrutinized Jarviself and nodded inwardly. You seem to be just following orders. I don't need to waste words. I can help you, but remember, the goods weren't intercepted by our Ouyang family. Jarvis need trouble must be dealt with in the capital. Jarviself wasn't concerned about that. He just watched as Rocky made several calls. Jarvis expected. News came from Bray soon after. The cargo was released by the enforcement officers in the capital. With customs and the capital clearance done, the job was half done. Jarvis, after finishing these calls, Rocky stepped towards Rhea, pulling out a silver needle to pierce her forehead. Sending true chi into her body, Rhea instantly felt better. Jarvis, after a while, she slowly opened her eyes and took a deep breath. Where am I? You're home. Old lady, you finally woke up. Don't let yourself get angry over your grandchildren's affairs anymore. Rocky smiled in relief. Rhea blinked and asked, did I faint earlier? Virgil's. You have heart problems, remember? Dr. Chun healed you. Rocky was overjoyed. Dr. Chun, how come it's this blind man? Quickly, what did you do to my son? Seeing Jarvisulf, Ria went back into panic mode. Jarvisulf sneered and said calmly, Old man, remember? Your Ouyang family has no right to interfere with the Shin family's matters again, or I'll ensure you lose your lineage. Today's events were settled by your son Elliot. If you meddle in the project again, I won't show mercy. With that, Jarvisulf left. Rocky stood stunned for a long time before collapsing into a chair, sighing, frightening youth. Our Ouyang family raised a few useless eaters, huh? Jarvis, a seasoned family. They were wealthy for generations yet unwilling to see the world beyond. Now, seeing Jarvisulf, they realized how inadequate their offspring were. Meanwhile, at the Zhao residence in Xuanhuan County, Jarvis' black car stopped at the Zhao residence, and as Brendan got out, he encountered a peculiar-looking man with a mustache and a mole near his lips. Who are you? Brendan frowned, wondering if his family hired new help recently. Next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, realizing someone had punched him in the stomach. He barely saw the punch coming and collapsed unconscious. The driver in Brendan's car leaned out, frowning. Brother, take him away. The mustachioed man snarled. Chapter 293, choosing a date for the engagement. Jarvis, the provincial capital's Shin family residence. Jarvisulf accompanied Mika into the room. The room was extravagantly luxurious. Jarvisul, the furniture was made of dark patterned wood, and some decorations were crafted from high-grade rare animal furs, presenting an even more opulent medieval style compared to the average wealthy household. Jarvisulf, accustomed to the rustic decor, felt somewhat out of place for a moment. Was this the environment where Mika grew up? Despite such opulence, it was indeed rare for such a pure and beautiful Soraya to emerge from such luxury. This lavishness reminded Jarvisulf of his leisurely life in the palace in his previous existence, when he enjoyed immense freedom and ease. Ichun, this time I must make amends with you. Jarvis, according to the investigation by Mr. Shue's people, it was just a misunderstanding. The person they intended to take away wasn't Han Yan. They simply mistook her for someone else. Jarvis Liza held Jarvisulf's hand tightly, her face filled with excitement. Bring them in! She clapped her hands, disregarding Jarvisulf's embarrassed expression. Several burly men walked in, each carrying iron boxes. Dozens of metal chests of various colors were placed before Jarvisulf, and when opened, they sparkled with light. There were bundles of crisp bills and gleaming gold bars. Other boxes contained symbols of wealth, delicacies, gold and silver jewelry, or luxurious antiques. Jarvisulf felt a heavy weight on his forehead and sighed. Mrs. Nadia, are you confused? What use would a blind man have for these things? Don't lie to me. Hanyan told me everything. Though your eyes were damaged by Lyme, your knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine has allowed you to see some things clearly, hasn't it? Jarvis Liza said with great confidence, as if she had seen it herself. Did I ever say that? Jarvisulf looked at Mika in surprise. Hee, just a guess. Mika stuck out her tongue, her mischievous expression revealing her playful nature. Jarvis Liza also pulled Jarvisulf, changing the subject. Enough talk. You must at least take one of these boxes. These are all gifts prepared overnight to express my gratitude. And also as an apology. I didn't respect your abilities before, but who would have thought that during Hanyan's most critical moment, you would still step up? Thank you this time. This time, Jarvis Liza's sincerity was evident, and Jarvisulf couldn't help but look at her with renewed respect. But more importantly, he did this for the sake of old Alphensoster Nadia. The business at Zhengxin Medical Hall was thriving, thanks to old Alphensoster Nadia's generous investment, which not only brought in profits but also widespread publicity through the order worth 20 million. In the end, unable to resist, Jarvisulf chose one suitcase from the many options. Inside were various precious Chinese herbs, and without hesitation, he had it sent directly to Zhengxin Medical Hall. Indeed, father, your choice is truly commendable, clearly detached from fame and fortune. Since Jarvisulf saved Mika, Jarvis Liza's attitude toward him had completely transformed. Jarvisulbert stroked his beard, eyes filled with admiration, and said, Chun, you secured the project and rescued Han Yan from danger. I've decided to set the date for your engagement with Han Yan. Really? Thank you, Grandpa. Mika jumped with excitement, acting as if she were the one being married off. You silly girl, you're too wild. Jarvis, this moment, you should be thanking Chun. Jarvis, a young lady, this isn't proper behavior. Jarvisulbert grumbled, slightly flustered by her antics. Jarvis, Grandpa, I truly love Chun. Jarvis, long as I can be with Chun, nothing else matters to me. Mika beamed like a content princess. Over the past few days, she had become thoroughly infatuated with Jarvisulf. Jarvisulf walked over and gently supported Mika's slim waist, helping her out. Old Alphensoster, thank you for your approval. My thoughts are the same as Hanyan's. Chun. Mika lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. Despite gossip and difficulties in their relationship, she could feel Jarvisulf's unwavering dedication. Jarvis, through your engagement to Han Yan, I will entrust you with one of the 3 major companies under the Shin family's control. Chun, I believe in your capabilities. Jarvisulbert declared boldly. What? One of the 3 major companies? To Chun? Jarvis Liza was surprised. The 3 major companies formed a significant part of the Shin family conglomerate, almost half of their financial assets. If Jarvisulf really took charge of one company, his net worth would skyrocket to billions. This was no small matter, showcasing how highly Jarvisulbert regarded Jarvisulf. Alfonsorio stood to the side, looking hesitant and murmured, Father, we shouldn't rush this. Jarvisulf, though Jarvisulf has done us a great service, his current capabilities may not be enough. This isn't your place to speak. Jarvisulbert glanced at Alfonsorio, clearly displeased. Stop lecturing me here. Instead of criticizing me, spend that time improving yourself. Don't keep losing the business wars to your brother every year. Jarvisulbert finished and walked out resolutely. I have some business in the capital city in the coming days. I've arranged accommodations for Chun. From today onward, the Shun family officially recognizes Chun's position. With Jarviselbert's word, Jarvisel's status was now official. Mika was extremely excited, pulling Jarviself out to personally set up his room, enjoying their private moments together. Alfonsorio then arrived with a grim expression and said, Han Yin, another threatening letter has appeared. Huh. Mika hesitated. It's better not to hide it any longer. Now that grandfather insists on your engagement, if you want to be together, certain issues need to be addressed. Alfonsorio handed over the letter. Jarvister reading it. Mika explained the situation to Jarviself, visibly troubled. It had been a month since Alfonsorio first found the threatening letters. During this period, the sender had sent 4 letters, each hinting at targeting Jarviself. Jarviself's jade-like pupils turned, already seeing the contents clearly. The handwriting was unfamiliar to him. Who's behind this? Do you have any leads, Uncle Linson? Mika pouted, looking pitiful. I'm here to tell you about this. Jarvis, through my efforts, I finally found the origin of this letter, Alfonsorio said solemnly. Just tell us who it is, Jarviself said calmly, ready to confront whoever it was. Jarvister a brief pause. Alfonsorio replied, it's my uncle, also Han Yin's paternal grandfather, Elias. Hearing this name, Jarviself's expression darkened even further. Chapter 294, Prison in the Southern City. Elias. Jarviself had investigated this name before. Jarvister meeting Bernice. Jarviself heard the story of the Shen family's brothers and quickly asked Hermes Qinglei to gather some information. From then on, Jarviself learned about Elias. He was Bernice's grandfather. Bernice was also Serena Jarviself found in Talon's private residence. To this day, Jarviself still couldn't figure out why that Soraya had replaced Jarvis Lyra there. He suddenly realized that maybe asking Pepper would yield an answer. I'll handle the letter issue, Jarviself declared. Can you handle it? Do you know what my uncle's status is in Alanadu? Even though they have minimal business dealings with the provincial capital, the industries involved hold pivotal positions. Blue's tone was heavy. Jarviself laughed coldly and countered, so what? He's so powerful, but you can't still surpass his son, right? You. Blue was taken aback. Even Mika looked surprised. She lowered her head, looking like she wanted to say something but held back. The elder you mentioned should be your cousin, right? I sent people to inquire, and these years, you've always been overshadowed by him, which led to the Shen family not getting much support from Beijing, Jarviself said sharply. Blue felt suffocated and suddenly threatened. Shut up. Jarvis, an outsider in the Shen family, you shouldn't meddle in this matter. Jarviself shrugged, abandoning his taunting tone. But then he shifted gears. Jarvis, apart from this, there's another thing. Elias has a grandalia around Han Yin's age, and you probably don't know that yet. In fact, Jarviself had contacted Hermes Qinglei privately many times. Hermes Qinglei helped him discover that Bernice was actually Elias's illegitimate Aliyah, and she came to the Shen family to vie for inheritance. Do you know about Bernice? Blue was incredibly astonished, not sure how much Shen family information this guy had gathered secretly. Conflicts within the Shen family have nothing to do with Han Yin, am I wrong? Since that's the case, why are you trying to sacrifice her to please the Lin family? Jarviself continued aggressively. Finally, Blue conceded, sighing, indeed. It's an internal issue of the Shen family. Honestly, my uncle is competing for the inheritance. Inheritance? Jarviself finally got the key phrase. My grandfather, who was Han Yin's great-grandfather, was a famous collector in Beijing last century, owning countless treasures. Later, the family declined, and many treasures were scattered. However, grandfather left many extremely rare treasures hidden underground, which were preserved. But these items were later seized by high-ranking officials who claimed they were protecting cultural relics, making them their own. Now, as the Shen family's power grows, officials, seeking protection, can only distribute the inheritance among the Shen descendants. My uncle wants to secure this wealth by establishing ties with major families in Beijing. Jarviself was puzzled. You're all family. What's there to fight over? It's just for their future prospects. How could they return most of the treasures? The Shen family isn't strong enough in Beijing yet. It would easily become an opportunity for them to stir trouble. Blue's tone was unusually serious. Uncle, you've never told me any of this. Mika was also surprised. Clearly, this was her first time hearing it. Jarviself chuckled, saying coolly, what's the point of telling me these things? I said I'm marrying Han Yin regardless of the Shen family's opinion. Blue earnestly replied, I know you're investigating the mine disaster. Elias harbors some police officers. They were part of the investigation team for the mine disaster. Jarvis, that moment, Jarviself was momentarily stunned. No wonder the investigation back then fell silent. It turns out they took money and withdrew. What a coincidence to run into them now. Jarviself, I know you have some capabilities, but solving this blackmail letter is far too simple. Blue stated. Thanks, we'll settle this later. You've done me a huge favor. Jarviself turned and walked away without a backward glance. Hey, watch out in the Shen family. Blue tried to intervene, but Jarviself ignored him. Take care of Han Yin. I'll investigate Elias's intentions soon, Jarviself added and left. Blue stood dumbfounded for a while, sighing, this brat. Jarvis, least he'll call me uncle in the future. How can he address me by name? He shook his head and asked Mika, what do you think, girl? With your father's explosive temper, will he let a blind man marry you? Forget it. You're destined to marry someone powerful. Keep going like this, and Jarviself will be scared stiff by power. No, I believe in Ichun. He'll marry me. Mika firmly believed, while Blue thought she was delusional. Jarvister leaving the Shen family, Jarviself called base. Sure, I know you and Han Yin are getting engaged. Who am I? The manager at Xuanhuan Hotel. My info network is unparalleled. Miss Han Yin, what a bargain for you. Base was quite unhappy that Jarviself had earned Jarviselbert's approval, but Jarviself didn't mind. After all, he needed help. If your info network is so good, you should know where the Southern City prison is, right? Jarviself raised an eyebrow. You want to go to the Southern City prison? What are you planning? Base swallowed hard, remembering vividly their daring raid on the underground casino. Would Jarviself drag him to the Southern City prison again? Remember, the Southern City Prison is an unofficial prison for the underworld. It's specifically used by powerful people to punish traitors, or enemies. Whether you're inside or outside, those people are untouchable for ordinary folks. Let's go. Jarvis pulled Base to the car and sat in the passenger seat. Base grumbled, recalling barely saving his life last time. This time, you need to tell me who you're looking for first. The Southern City Prison isn't a joke. If anything goes wrong, even the Shin family won't save you. Base hesitated, reluctant to drive. One of my brothers, Hermes Qinglei, is in there. I need to rescue him, Jarvis said calmly. He had learned from Hermes Qinglei that, after he left, Hermes became a wanted traitor within the Qinglong organization. Now that Hermes was caught, rescuing him would gain a favor for further assistance. But Base was firm upon hearing this. No way. I can't let you go. That's suicide. Hashtag chapter 295. I've come to break out the prison. Do you not want me to go? Jarvis asked with a faint frown, turning his head away. Greg's eyes met Jarvis' jade-like pupils, and suddenly his legs turned weak. Hee. He gave an awkward laugh. Can we not go? He swallowed hard, realizing he couldn't stop Jarvis. He was simply scared for his life. Of course you're going. Jarvis, and tell me who's behind South City Prison, Jarvis said calmly. Greg sighed, knowing he couldn't escape this fate. Every time he thought of Connor's end, Greg felt sorrowful and pitiful. If he opposed Jarvis, he'd likely die even more miserably. The people behind South City Prison are various martial arts organizations. Officially, it caters to high-ranking officials and businessmen, but truly, it is run by gangsters. These gangs commit all sorts of atrocities, and there are even overseas forces involved, Greg explained. Alphan Social Arts Organizations? Got it. I'll make a call, then we can leave. Jarvis immediately took out his phone and dialed Jarvis' number. Bring your people to South City Prison. I'll give you medication for another treatment cycle. Jarvis spoke coldly. On the other end, Jarvis curiously asked, Sure. Wait, brother. Why do I need to go to South City Prison for the medicine? What's happening? Hey. Jarvis hung up and urged Greg to set off. Greg was puzzled. Just who had Jarvis called? It was obvious that this was like hitting stone with an egg, and they would probably have to rely on their own skills to survive in prison. They drove to South City Prison as dusk approached. The journey, though not far, was filled with twists and turns. Alphonsine roads were in disrepair, and there were numerous abandoned construction sites. This area is close to Lingzhou County, which is why it's so chaotic, Greg explained. Jarvis didn't reply, silently nodding. So this was Lingzhou County? His father once told him that his grandfather received guidance from a sage here, leading to the storage of some herbs at home. This could be a key clue to activate Jarvis' past life memories. Jarvis, though it wasn't necessary to investigate now, hearing the name brought him a sense of closeness. I heard Lingzhou County has Lingshaoshan Mountain, where many rare herbs grow. By rights, it should be resource-rich. Why is it so chaotic? Jarvis asked. Greg snorted disdainfully. Isn't it because of the geographical location? Near the border, beyond which is foreign territory, causing many border issues that hinder local development. So criminal forces run rampant. Jarvis nodded lightly. Criminal forces? That's exactly what he was after. He strode forward, facing a dark, villa-like building with the words, South City Prison, emblazoned on it. If I hadn't been here before, I would think we're heading to a haunted house. Wait, why are you walking straight in? You really want to die. Greg tried to dissuade him, but ended up following closely. It would be even more dangerous not to stay close to Jarvis here. It was rumored that even locals were human traffickers, ready to attack strangers and sell them abroad for fraud. The iron gate looked rusted, but inside was a guard in a warden's uniform, stationed in a booth. Seeing visitors, the man smiled mockingly, opening the door. Where are you from? What business do you have? The man was initially courteous, but upon noticing Jarvis was blind, he sneered. You don't look like a visitor, do you? Surely not turning yourself in, right? Haha. Jarvis, afraid of offending a noble, he initially hesitated, but quickly dismissed the idea when he saw the blind man's attire. Do you know Bennett? Jarvis asked coldly. Bennett? Isn't he the infamous traitor of the Qinglong organization? He's locked up inside. The guard, hands on hips, showed no intention of letting them through. Hello, sir. We have some grievances with Mr. Bennett, so we'd like to see him. Greg knew Jarvis wouldn't handle the conversation well, so he stepped forward, offering a cigarette. Before Greg could finish, Jarvis interrupted calmly. I'm here to break into the prison. Do you choose to cooperate, or be tortured before cooperating? Greg stood awkwardly, unsure how to react. The guard slapped the offered cigarette to the ground. Jarvis, are you mocking me? Pulling out a black pistol from his pocket, he threatened. Wait. Greg's heart leapt to his throat. This level of excitement was too much for him to handle. Jarvis was faster. Jarvis, soon as the guard pulled out the gun, a silver needle struck his wrist, causing immediate pain. SSSS. Clenching his teeth, the guard staggered back 2 steps, gripping his wrist tightly. The gun fell to the ground. Greg swiftly overpowered the guard, handcuffing him. Who are you, and what do you want? The guard gritted his teeth, demanding answers. If you want to live, shut up. Greg threatened, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, clearly unaccustomed to such behavior. The guard stayed silent. You've become smart pretty quickly. Jarvis laughed. Picking up the dropped black pistol, Greg angrily said, Do you think I wanted to? Hurry up and get inside. Someone might come. Jarvis, seeing Greg still restraining the guard, inwardly scoffed. He walked over and pointed the gun at the guard's head, eyes fierce. Don't kill me. The guard panicked, fear evident in his eyes. Greg was also frightened, pleading, What are you doing? He's just a guard. You can't kill him now. Jarvis coldly replied. When he pulled out the gun, he intended to kill us. For someone like him, if you don't take care of him first, he will definitely try to take us down. From his past life, Jarvis had experienced countless battles and seen death daily. Killing someone was no big deal for him. Greg stammered, Can we think of another way? Gunshots might bring reinforcements. The guard gulped, nearly stopping his breathing from fear. Jarvis narrowed his eyes and pulled the trigger. Chapter 296, Come with me. There was a sharp click, and both Corbin and the guard shut their eyes simultaneously. Norman burst into laughter, putting the gun back in his pocket. This thing's structure is indeed unique, but the one in your hand, it's a fake. Jarvis' mysterious aura emanated from Norman's dark pupils. What do you mean? It's an imitation gun? Corbin breathed a sigh of relief, clearly shaken by the experience. Norman shrugged without responding. The guard, who had narrowly escaped death, began to stammer with trembling lips. I didn't know. It was all arranged by our boss. I didn't know. His body started to convulse as if he had epilepsy, and soon yellow fluid seeped from his crotch, filling the air with a foul odor. This place really is chaotic. Corbin shoved the guard aside, causing him to lose consciousness immediately. Then came another clang, as another black pistol fell out of the guard's pocket. This realization sent chills down Corbin's spine. If Norman had walked away earlier, today would have been his last. Norman picked up the pistol and handed it to Corbin, saying indifferently, Keep it for protection. Seeing Norman walk inside, Corbin swallowed hard. In the world outside, everyone who lived by the sword eventually died by the sword. Being kind to others was tantamount to being cruel to oneself. He hurriedly followed, and they entered Nanching Prison. Inside was a vast hall. No one would expect this ghost-like building from the outside to have such bright, European-style decor that resembled a sacred church at first glance. However, there was no one inside. Rubbing his chin, Corbin remarked, Nanching Prison operates beyond the law with no proper management. Perhaps no one has dared to intervene recently? Norman's jade-colored pupils quickly scanned the prison walls, finding the entrance before walking towards it directly. You're going where? That's the prison entrance. Once in, you can't get out. Corbin tried to stop him. Of course, I'm here to find the person I'm looking for, Norman said coolly, entering without hesitation. Inside the dungeon, the cells looked like those used in ancient times for prisoners. Jarvis they passed each one. Eerie whispers could be heard. Corbin was too scared to look, feeling that whatever was inside was even more terrifying than ghosts. If an outside guard could casually pull out a gun to kill, what kind of people were imprisoned here? Jarvis' strange light flickered in Norman's eyes as he swiftly scanned over 100 cells, finally spotting Hermes Qing in a corner. Jarvis he opened the door. A huge man lunged at them, shouting, I'll kill you. Norman kicked him, sending the towering man flying and crashing to the ground. Blind or what? Don't recognize your master? Norman said coldly. Damn it. Keeping me locked up here for so long. I don't care who you are. Hermes Qing raised his head, unwilling to see the other person's face in the darkness. But then he heard a click, as a gun was loaded. Hermes Qing immediately stopped breathing and dared not move. Holding a gun, Norman's gaze remained cold. Can you see clearly now? Norman asked dispassionately. Big Morgan, why did you come? You. Hermes Qing wanted to ask, but realized he was wearing prisoner's clothes. Jarvis this moment, he looked like an ancient convict, while Norman was like a young master visiting him. Seeing Hermes Qing recognize him, Norman lowered his gun. Just seeing Hermes Qing ragged appearance and lost arrogance told him Hermes had suffered a lot. I've heard about the Qinglong organization. I've contacted their leader. Unfortunately, even their leader was betrayed. The true mastermind behind Qinglong now is Charlie, Norman stated bluntly. What? Even the leader was betrayed? That bastard Charlie. He's embezzled half of our organization's funds and still plays tricks? Hermes Qing felt intense anger. No wonder he had suffered so much. Charlie is worse than Gerard. Hermes Qing exclaimed angrily. Norman spoke calmly again. I came to take you out. In return for helping you, I want you to keep an eye on the Qinglong organization and follow my orders. Big Morgan, what are you talking about? I've always been at your command. Jarvis, you spared my life last time. I vowed to follow you until death. I will do whatever you ask. Hermes Qing nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, Corbin stood by, feeling many emotions. He had seen Hermes Qing before. Qingfeng Security Company once had close ties with Junlan Hotel, but after Hermes became involved with gangs, they grew distant. In Corbin's mind, Hermes Qing was always someone arrogant, ready to fight anyone. Who would have thought that in front of Norman, the large and imposing Hermes Qing seemed like a tamed puppy? But lit up and follow me, Norman said indifferently. Hermes Qing realized he was still kneeling and awkwardly stood up, obediently following Norman. Noticing Norman leading him upstairs directly, he hesitantly asked, taking me out? Big Morgan must have connections? To wield such power. There are no connections. I broke the door open manually, Norman replied blandly. Upon hearing this, Hermes Qing silence was deafening. Jarvis, are you breaking me out? Hermes Qing stopped, unable to believe it. Norman remained silent. Hermes Qing became agitated. You two aren't related, yet you managed to enter? This place isn't accessible to outsiders. Corbin interrupted. We were lucky. No one was outside when we came in. Damn, this is a trap. Definitely a trap. Hermes Qing suddenly felt his world collapsing. He initially thought Norman had leveraged influential connections, only to realize it was a forceful entry. It's now run by a guy named Briggs, who used to manage my plant. He's always resented me. Now he's rich and wants revenge. He probably knew you'd come to find me. This is a trap to capture you all. Hermes Qing sighed deeply, feeling they were doomed. He was Hunt Yin Shi's direct superior, known for being ruthless. Upon hearing this, Norman frowned slightly. Her direct superior? Interesting, I want to meet him. Note: Alphen Sointaining names pinyin in English form accurately, keeping tone and style consistent with previous content, ensuring fluency and coherence in translation. Hashtag chapter 297. I don't plan to leave. In the main hall of South City Prison, a scruffy man sat on a sofa, puffing on a cigar. Jarvis round him stood several men holding guns, lined up in rows. Heh, you all remember how that punk Bennett treated me back then, right? That little bastard used to look down on me. He thought I didn't know. Today is the day to settle scores. Some audacious punk from who knows where dared to save that son of a bitch Bennett? I'll send him straight to hell. Briggs rested his leg over the other, and beneath it, a scantily clad Soraya massaged his legs. Damn it, blow harder. Briggs grew impatient, spreading his legs wide and forcefully pushing Serena's head down. Sandra made choking sounds, drawing side glances from his subordinates. Virgil, each of them seethed with envy. Such a beautiful Soraya servicing a pig. Before them, the heavy door creaked open, revealing 3 figures. Jarvis led the way, followed by Bennett and Corbin. Gun clicks echoed around the room. Briggs muttered under his breath, damn it, they sure picked their moment. Briggs finished with Serena, zipped up his pants and smirked. Bennett, you really think you can leave with just 2 people? Do you really not respect me at all? Do you know how much influence the big boss who ordered your detention has within the province? Briggs gritted his teeth. Bennett's face turned ashen as he replied coldly, Deputy Governor Talon. That old bastard has probably been itching to get rid of me for a while now, but he can't kill me because I still have dirt on his businesses. How naive. Haha, boss sent me a termination order today. Your company shares have already been transferred. Haha, I came here personally to see you off. Saying this, Briggs threw a white contract paper at them. It can't be. Bennett picked it up, his heart sinking as he read the black ink on the page. What could they do now? He had thought the pardon token would ensure their safety. Now, wouldn't all 3 of them be doomed? Jarvis this moment, Jarvisulf's stone-colored pupils shifted slightly. Through his blurry vision, he saw clearly that the contract mentioned the Aloysius family conglomerate. The Aloysius family. While they hadn't directly wronged him, they were undoubtedly backing Talon. Jarvisul felt a chill and resolved to hold them accountable once Talon was dealt with. Move. Whoever saved him, it doesn't matter. Kill everyone. Briggs frowned and issued orders. Corbin panicked. Think twice. This is Shun family's future son-in-law, Jarvisulf. If you harm him, don't blame the Shin family for leveling your hideout. He swallowed hard, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny of over 10 gun-wielding men. Oh, the Shin family. They're barely managing themselves now. Their internal affairs are a mess. Jarvis, and speaking of being a fiancé, he isn't married yet, right? Oh, and he's blind? Briggs walked forward, hands in his pockets, inspecting Jarvisulf closely. Jarvisulf remained silent, gently pushing Bennett aside. Isn't this guy one of your subordinates? Talk to him properly. Bennett said nothing, clenching his teeth. Briggs, when you worked under me, I never treated you poorly. How could you act so ungratefully without fearing retaliation? Briggs laughed, slapping Bennett's face harshly. Do I care about your concerns? Here, I'm the boss. If you want to live, maybe you should kneel and call me father? Well, bark like a dog a few times, and I might consider killing only one of you 3. Briggs turned away, arms crossed. Bennett hesitated, about to agree. Suddenly, Briggs shrieked, Jarvis, Aloysius, let go of me. Jarvisulf grabbed Briggs by the scalp, his hollow eyes filled with malice. Your scalp quality is poor. Recently transplanted, perhaps? If I pull hard, all your scalp veins will rupture. This death method is brutal, comparable to the worst Qing Dynasty tortures. No one here has seen it. Shall you sacrifice yourself to let us witness it? Jarvisulf spoke casually, as if squashing an ant. Briggs froze, trembling. You're ruthless. Jarvis, aren't you afraid of dying? My men are everywhere. Gun clicks resounded as over a dozen men prepared to shoot. HM? Jarvis, are you aiming at your boss? Jarvisulf raised an eyebrow. They hesitated. The speed of the blind man's actions earlier left them doubting their own abilities. Seizing the moment, Bennett threatened, Briggs, let us go, or you're dead. Briggs smirked. Let you go? Dream on. Can you bare-handedly kill me? Worst case, I'll end up in the hospital, while all 3 of you will die. Jarvis, ah. His voice faltered as Jarvisulf inserted a silver needle into his body. The burning sensation almost stopped his breathing. Brother, should we deal with him? A subordinate asked, suddenly nervous. Jarvisulf's indifferent glance sent chills down his spine. Each glance from Jarvisulf, with his true chi concentrated in his pupils, carried a chilling aura of death. You. Release this guy first. I can't take it anymore. Briggs feared Jarvisulf's reputation as a skilled acupuncturist. Another few needles could ruin his life. Release me? Did I say release me? I don't plan to leave, Jarvisulf frowned. You. Briggs was bewildered. The kid didn't want to leave? Hey, they said they'd let us go. Why aren't you leaving? Corbin asked curiously, watching Jarvisulf drag Briggs to sit on the sofa. Bennett and Corbin exchanged glances, while the Xylers were at a loss. Jarvisulf lifted his chin mockingly. Why stand around? Sit down. Leaving like this, wouldn't that be a shame? Chapter 298. Provoking my brother means death. He must be crazy. That kid must have lost it. Bennett took a deep breath, finding Jarvisulf increasingly hard to understand. The kid was even younger than him, with unfathomable abilities, but he should still recognize the situation. The opponent has guns. If they don't leave now, and Briggs goes berserk, all 3 of them will be doomed. I told you to sit, so sit. Seeing Base still hesitating, Jarvisulf coldly said. Base couldn't resist and sat on the sofa. Bennett followed suit. They were as uneasy as sitting on pins and needles. Only Jarvisulf held Briggs by his hair, then took out a silver needle and stabbed it into his neck, making Briggs feel like his entire head was being electrocuted. What do you really want? I already said. I'll let you go. Briggs's voice was noticeably weaker despite looking merely disheveled. Because I want you dead, Jarvisulf said coolly, without any hint of threat but crystal clear. You. Briggs gritted his teeth, unable to speak further. Jarvisulf shrugged and asked indifferently, I heard you had an employee named Jarvis Lyra under you before. How did you treat her? Hunt. Jarvis Lyra? Briggs swallowed, suddenly afraid to speak. You don't want to say anything? Let her talk. Jarvis sneered, glancing at the kneeling Soraya beside him. Sandra glanced up at Briggs, not daring to speak, while Briggs kept giving her threatening looks. Jarvis scoffed and asked, Tell me, don't you know Jarvis Lyra? You've served this guy for quite a while. But Serena didn't dare say a word. Instead, she moved closer, trying to pull down Jarvis' pants, opening her mouth to please him. Jarvis lifted his leg, blocking her advance. Virgil. She shamelessly started helping him take off his shoes. Pleasey, boss, I don't know anything. Don't ask me. I can make you happy. Sandra sounded like a machine, only capable of meaningless actions. If you don't speak, I'll kill him right now. Jarvis reached out, holding a silver needle in front of Briggs's eyeball. Quick, tell everything. Briggs, frightened, finally relented. Sandra stopped, took a deep breath, and began speaking. Jarvis Lyra. Jarvis Lyra was my dorm mate. She was brought into the factory 2 months ago and was always bullied, but it wasn't our fault. She refused to socialize with us. Jarvis remained cold, saying, Tell me what this guy did. Not about you. Seeing this Soraya serving Briggs made his anger rise. Thinking of Sister Carissa possibly being coerced by this beast, Jarvis wished he could skin him alive. She. Jarvis Lyra. Sandra hesitated, looking back at Briggs. This is your only chance to save your life. Jarvis' eyes were piercing. I'll talk. Jarvis Lyra was repeatedly threatened by the boss, but she never submitted. Then he had people beat her up each time, inflicting internal injuries so they wouldn't show externally. He wanted to keep her for bigger figures later, so Jarvis couldn't hold back and plunged a silver needle into Briggs's face, eliciting a wailing scream. Bastard. Jarvis, another move and I shoot. One of Briggs's subordinates aimed a gun at Jarvis, but Jarvis was unperturbed, calm as ever. Briggs endured the excruciating pain, realizing this kid might take him down before dying, so he cursed, Jarvis, if you get away from me. Jarvis, long as you have your guns, he won't dare kill me, understand? Jarvis, long as he survived, he'd have another chance to retaliate. Big brother, I don't know who Jarvis Lyra is to you. I indeed did some bad things, but I didn't succeed. Please spare me, big brother. Sir. Briggs gasped, pleading for mercy. Suddenly, outside came chaotic noises as more people entered, wearing leather shoes, suits, and sunglasses, towering over everyone. Seeing this, one of the Xylers exclaimed, Top brass are here. None of you will escape. Briggs smiled in relief, muttering, Haha, you can't run now. Our boss is here. Bennett panicked, immediately suggesting, Morgan, let's make a run for the back door while we can. They're here. If we don't go now, we won't get another chance. Just sit quietly, Jarvis said calmly. Despite their rising panic, Bennett and Bass complied, sitting still. More people entered, tightly surrounding the entire hall, with over 100 Xylers. Lastly, a man in a white suit appeared, indifferent as ever. Bennett recognized him, King Jarvis, the top among bosses. He thought it was all over. With Jarvis here, they were surely doomed today. In despair, Jarvis kicked Briggs away. Briggs flew several meters, and the Xylers raised their guns at Jarvis, shouting, Don't move. Prepare to die. Homer brother, help me. This kid came to rescue hostages and has grudges against me. Please stand up for me. Jarvis scanned the area. Bennett couldn't sit still, standing nervously. Grudges against you? Jarvis, are you sure he has grudges? Jarvis saw Jarvis seated there, frowning deeply. Virgil's. That blind guy. I hate him with all my soul. Homer brother, you have to. Briggs stood up, but was interrupted by Jarvis' punch, flying 2 meters away. You have grudges against my brother? Looks like you want to die. Jarvis said coldly. The Xylers aiming at Jarvis were stunned. Jarvis seized a gun, yelling, Do you also want to die? Jarvis' Xylers put down their guns as Jarvis aimed directly at their heads. They worked here due to high debts or family hostages. They dared not disobey orders regardless of how arrogant they acted outside. Briggs's face swelled from the punch, exclaiming, President Homer? Have you gone mad? You actually hit me for such a nobody. Do you know my performance last month? 8 million. I earned you 30 million. Bang. Jarvis' gunshot rang out. Briggs fell backward, blood splattering everywhere. Silence filled the room instantly. Jarvis threw the gun to a subordinate and said indifferently, No matter how much you earned, provoking my brother means death. Chapter 299. I want to follow you. The air hung heavy, and no one dared to breathe deeply. Jarvis swept the room with a menacing glare. Even his longtime underlings felt their hearts racing in fear. He had followed Jarvis for 10 years and had never seen him lose his temper so badly over an outsider. Jarvis in the other party was merely a blind man. Thank you, President Homer. If it weren't for your intervention this time, I would have died here. Jarvis laughed coldly, his voice sharp. Morgan, what are you saying? Jarvis, aren't you putting me in a difficult position? Sigh. Jarvis frowned and hurried forward. The once dominant figure was actually bowing to a blind man. Everyone present was stunned, especially Bass and Bennett. Bennett, of course, had heard of Jarvis' name. He was the top boss of the Black Society in Yuzhou province, virtually ruling the entire provincial city for the past decade. If not for Jarvis' current retirement to enjoy life, his influence might have even threatened the commercial status of the Shin family and Aloysius family. How could such a powerful person treat Jarvis as a brother? What on earth was going on? How did Morgan do this to Jarvis? Bennett couldn't help but inch closer to Bass, hoping to get an answer from him. But Bass was equally bewildered and stammered, I only know they know each other, but I didn't expect President Homer to stand up for Morgan. Bass sighed inwardly. He had underestimated this man too many times. The shocks piled up, almost making him forget that Jarvis was just a common blind man from the countryside. Jarvis, those present, listen up. From now on, seeing my brother Jarvisulf is like seeing me. If he tells you to eat shit, you can't drink piss, understood? Jarvisul's subordinates responded in unison. Understood. Jarvisulf smiled faintly but remained cautious. I don't need your special treatment. There's something you want me to do, isn't there? Hee. Nothing escapes you. Truth be told, I do have a request. Jarvis chuckled. Take the medicine first, then we can talk slowly. Jarvisulf pulled out a small set of medicine from his chest. There wasn't much inside, but Jarvis treasured it. His complexion had greatly improved compared to before, all thanks to Jarvisulf's medication. The last time, though he only removed a bullet, its proximity to the heart left many unavoidable ailments in Jarvis' body. But with Jarvisulf's medicinal remedies, everything was nearly healed. Brother, your medical skills are miraculous. With you around, I feel like I could live 100 years longer. Jarvis laughed. Jarvisulf was his savior. He wouldn't hesitate to kill 100 people for him. Jarvisulf smiled. It's too early to think about living 100 years. But if you're willing to help me, I'll also treat you sincerely. Don't be formal, Morgan. To be honest, there's another favor I want to ask of you, Jarvis said sincerely after carefully handing the medicine to a subordinate. What is it? Jarvisulf asked. My Aaliyah has been really disobedient lately, constantly mentioning your name. Jarvis looked helpless. Jarvisulf sighed, thinking how peculiar Monique was, sending multiple people to investigate him while pretending not to care. I'll take care of your Aaliyah's issues after I'm done with mine, Jarvisulf replied diplomatically. Jarvis smiled bitterly, not pushing further, knowing that his Aaliyah fancied Jarvisulf and he couldn't realistically snatch her away from the Shin family. Morgan, I heard about what happened today. Your people were provoked by our outpost. If you have any orders, just tell me. Everyone who offended you will pay for it today. Jarvis, filled with anger, walked toward the crowd. He grabbed the hair of a Soraya kneeling on the ground. Jarvis, aren't you the one always with Briggs? Since he's dead, you shall accompany him to death. To please Jarvisulf, Jarvis wanted to go on a killing spree, but Jarvisulf felt compassion for Serena. Unexpectedly, Serena begged frantically, spare my life. Boss Homer, I can redeem myself. Briggs bullied Jarvis Lyra, and I know someone else who bullied her too. Jarvisulf furrowed his brows, impressed by Serena's response. Ignoring her plea, Jarvis picked up a gun, causing Serena to break into a cold sweat. Leave her alone, brother Homer. Jarvisulf spoke calmly. Really? Do you have interest in this Soraya? Briggs toyed with her countless times. Why would you be interested? Or do you want to follow me, and I'll introduce you to the beauties of the provincial city? Jarvis joked. Jarvisulf shook his head and approached, staring at Serena with his jade-like eyes. There must have been others who bullied Sister Carissa. Bring me to everyone involved. I want all of them. If you can lead me to them, I'll spare your life and give you 5 million. Sandra breathed heavily, her fear deepening as she stared into those hollow eyes. But no matter how terrified, nothing surpassed the desire to live. Jarvis'll right. Serena agreed firmly. Through Jarvisul freed 2 of Bennett's brothers from the prison in the south part of the city, brother Alphonsox and Dawson. They were cousins, Tang Wenhua and Justino. Both had met Jarvisulf at Qingfeng Security Company and had been severely reprimanded by him. So upon being released, they immediately thanked Jarvisulf, who admired their character, particularly Justino. He proposed that Justino join him. Do you mean me? Justino was unsure whether to be happy or sad. Jarvisulf clearly surpassed Bennett in ability, but Justino couldn't guarantee a good future. Until Bennett nudged him, saying, hurry and thank Morgan for appreciating you. Justino nodded and agreed, deciding to follow Jarvisulf. Jarvisulf also took 12 enforcers from Bennett, who had always worked with Justino. Thus, Jarvisulf finally had a team he could rely on. Morgan, I want to follow you too. Jarvis, after much deliberation, Bennett confessed to Jarvisulf. Even if Colin followed Jarvisulf, Bennett felt uncertain about his future. The situation was clear. Jarvisulf was the real boss, with unmatched intelligence and ability. Chapter 300. People who should not be provoked. If you want to work with me, it depends on how well you handle the next task. Jarvisulf's lips curled up. Of course, he valued Hermes Qinglei's abilities. This guy had managed to escape from his hands back then, and even slipped away unharmed from Connor's clutches. Now, he survived a life-or-death situation in the chaotic stronghold area. That was enough to show that Hermes Qinglei wasn't weak. Morgan, what do you want me to do? Just say it. I will do my best. Hermes Qinglei was very proactive. He was tall and strong, and when he patted his chest, he looked like a gorilla, but in reality, he was smarter than anyone else. The last time I asked you to investigate the Shin family, how did it go? I'm talking about Bernice. Jarvisulf lowered his voice, his expression grim. You mean Elias? Bernice's grandfather. There hasn't been much progress yet, except for one thing that caught my attention. Hermes Qinglei rubbed his chin, somewhat hesitant. Just say it. Jarvisulf didn't like beating around the bush. Hermes Qinglei immediately responded. Bernice wasn't on the original list at all. Jarvisulf, though it's true that Jarvis Lyra wasn't the only one who was chosen, Bernice joined in midway. Jarvis, and it was arranged by her parents. What? Jarvis arranged by herself? Jarvis, are you sure? Jarvisulf was surprised. He originally thought Bernice was also one of the victims. Jarvis, absolutely. Hermes Qinglei nodded. Jarvisulf's expression darkened further. This could only mean Bernice might be working with Talon. Jarvis, according to Alfonso Rio, Elias's actions were to help the Shin family. Now, in Jarvisulf's eyes, the Shin family had become the enemy. For a moment, he was perplexed by this result. His engagement party with Mika was just around the corner, and now he had run into trouble with the Shin family? Jarvis, after calming down briefly, Jarvisulf regained his composure. Continue investigating clearly. I'll deal with Talon. You find out everything about Elias. Jarvisulf said dominantly. Don't worry. Jarvisulf, though my people aren't powerful, they are top-notch at gathering intelligence. Hermes Qinglei guaranteed. Jarvisulf asked Corbin to drive Hermes Qinglei away, and then headed to an old industrial park with Colin and his men. This old industrial park used to be controlled by the Blue Dragon organization. Now that the Blue Dragon is scattered, most of its members are bosses in these black factories. Colin explained as they walked. Briggs has done quite well, able to work directly under Boss Homer. Too bad he did some despicable things, so this is what he deserves. Jarviswolf nodded inwardly, getting a clearer grasp of the situation. This was why he liked Colin. The guy analyzed situations insightfully and was more reliable in action than most others. Well, tell me, who was the first person? Jarviswolf said coldly. Sandra following behind him was drenched in sweat, trembling as she said, his name is Xuanhuan, he's bald, and he's 48 years old. Jarviswolf glanced at Colin, who understood immediately and raised his chin. Go inside and find the person, he commanded. The men hesitated. These subordinates typically followed Hermes Qinglei's orders. Even though they hung around Colin, they ultimately listened to Hermes Qinglei. Now, with a new boss, Jarviswolf's authority over them wasn't established. This old factory area used to belong to the Blue Dragon organization, which felt like home to them. Coming here to stir trouble? They felt uneasy. Colin, realizing this, grunted. I'll tell you this, if you don't go in to find the person, I can't guarantee you'll be alive when you leave. If it weren't for Morgan stepping in, we would all have been locked up in the South City prison. You saw Boss Homer's attitude today. He's the top gang leader. Can any of you compare? Without waiting for their response, Colin walked into the factory. The dozen Xylers looked at each other and gradually followed him in. Only 4 or 5 remained outside, eyeing Jarviswolf strangely. I'm borrowing your services from Hermes Qinglei. If you don't want to follow me, it's your choice, Jarviswolf said indifferently, not paying them much attention. Shortly after, Colin brought out a brand and threw him to the ground. Why do you need to see me? Can't we talk nicely? Xuanhuan sneered. Looking at his greasy appearance, Jarviswolf asked coldly, do you know a Soraya named Jarvis Lyra? Jarvis Lyra. Oh, that bitch. She's too much. I couldn't even get my hands on her. My leg still bears the bruise from where that slut kicked me. I should have raped her right there. Xuanhuan grunted. He noticed Jarviswolf's facial muscles twitching and got up, mocking him. I understand. You're her lover? Huh. Seeking revenge for love? Damn. Shut up. Colin kicked Xuanhuan in the stomach, making him clutch his belly in pain. Who the hell are you? Do you know who I work for? Jarvis. If Boss Homer finds out you dared touch me, you'll die a horrible death. Xuanhuan threatened, backing away a few steps. Didn't I tell you to shut up? Colin drew his knife to strike, but Jarviswolf stopped him. Hold it. Colin halted, and Xuanhuan felt smug. Hee. Scared now? Jarvis afraid of Boss Homer's name? Good to know fear. Kneel and lick my shoes and I might spare you. Xuanhuan rubbed his belly, feeling relieved. He began fantasizing about ways to avenge himself for that kick, but in the next instant, Jarviswolf pulled out a black gun from his pocket, covered the muzzle with thick white cloth, and pressed it against Xuanhuan's head. Xuanhuan panicked, trying to dodge but finding his neck pinned by a silver needle immobilizing his body. Why can't I move? What did you do to me? Xuanhuan was terrified. People die when they provoke those they shouldn't, and Sister Carissa is someone you should never have messed with, Jarviswolf said coldly. I deserve death. I shouldn't have messed with her. Xuanhuan swallowed hard, finally regretting his actions. But Jarviswolf took a deep breath, losing patience. Jarvis moment later, a muffled gunshot rang out, filling the air with the smell of blood. Jarviswolf discarded the cloth and turned around coolly. Next. #### chapter 301. It's you. Jarviswolf, led by Serena, visited 6 places in succession, tracking down men who had once harbored malicious intentions toward Jarvis Lyra. These men either molested Jarvis Lyra or schemed against her behind her back. Jarviswolf fired 6 shots, killing 2 and crippling the hands of the remaining 4. Jarvis steward. He took a deep breath, feeling his hands heavy with sin, but Jarviswolf felt no remorse. People who thrived in such an environment were inherently criminals who deserved to be locked up. Can I go now? Sandra's lips trembled, breaking out in a cold sweat. Her memory seemed like a handbook for the Grim Reaper. Every time she remembered someone, Jarviswolf swept through with murderous intent. The feeling left her terrified. Here's 5 million. Take it and get as far away as you can. Remember, your life was saved by Jarvis Lyra, Jarviswolf said coldly. Jarvis will right. Sandra took the card and left cautiously. Jarvister this afternoon. Justino appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he couldn't contain his agitation. He had never seen anyone so decisive and ruthless. Moreover, Jarviswolf didn't vent his anger indiscriminately. Each adversary faced punishment based on their actions. Jarvis accompanying Jarviswolf on this mission, they felt not a shred of guilt for past misdeeds, only a false sense of righteousness. Perhaps out of fear, the 5 brothers who initially refused to enter the factory now lowered their heads to pledge loyalty to Jarviswolf. From now on, we want to follow Morgan. Please forgive our ignorance. The leader of the group apologized deeply. Jarviswolf didn't nod. Having lived over 100 years in his previous life, he could see through human nature clearly. Compared to him, these people were mere ants. Therefore, Jarviswolf knew that only overwhelming power could make them submit. He had no need to win hearts and minds. All he wanted was for them to complete his missions. Jarvis' the most important mission was Xingshin Medical Hall. If you want to stay by my side, you'll have to prove yourselves. I have a troublesome matter that needs your help, Jarviswolf said casually. What is it? Justino immediately asked. Let's head back to the village, Jarviswolf finished, then had Justino drive an old truck from the factory. Jarvis' dozen people rode in the truck, racing through the night back to the village. That night, Jarviswolf let them sleep in the truck, and the next morning, he brought them to the front of Xingshin Medical Hall. Sheridan was bewildered at the sight and whispered, Ichun, did you go out and gather beggars? Why are they all dressed so shabbily? Jarviswolf paused, then smiled and explained, they were just released from prison. Prison? Sheridan paled. This news was more shocking than her initial guess of beggars. It was convicts. But Jarviself quickly explained the concept of Chengnan prison, meaning these weren't hardened criminals with records, but rather troubled youth. Jarviself learned from Sheridan about the recent troublemakers in the village. Jarvister having a bowl of kanji with his men at the clinic, he set off to deal with the issue. Ichun, don't start any fights. It will have a bad influence in the village, Sheridan cautioned, gripping his hand as he left. Her delicate hands showed signs of wear, which stirred Jarviself's heart with concern. This kind of anger. Those hooligans couldn't bear it. Jarvis the village entrance. There was a mahjong parlor filled with smoke and chaos, where even children had to run outside for fresh air. Suddenly, someone shouted, "They're here. They're looking for Brother Hemlock." Brother Hemlock, engrossed in his game, exclaimed, "I'm about to win this round." The messenger urgently replied, "Brother Hemlock, they're many and say they want to see you. If you don't come out, they'll smash the place." Smash? I'll dig up their ancestors' graves. Just take a few brothers with knives to scare them off. These farmers don't know better and just cause trouble. 8 tails. The room emptied as everyone went out to help, leaving Brother Hemlock still animated. He grinned, explaining to those around him, "Back when I was in Qingfeng Security, these guys were still playing in the mud. Do you know Qingfeng Security? It worked with Ellison and the Shin family. 30,000. Outside, Jarviself stood with his cane, expression stern. "Morgan, they refuse to come out, giving us one last chance to leave. If we don't, they'll slash us with knives and won't be held responsible," Azila reported. Seeing Justino's gaze, Jarviself shrugged and smiled. "I called you here to help solve problems. What use would relying on me be?" Of course, Jarviself could handle this alone, but developing Jingshin Medical Hall was a long-term project, and he needed to cultivate their problem-solving abilities. Justino cleared his throat and approached to negotiate. "Have your boss come out. Tell him I know him." Justino knew not to cause trouble in the village. Even a small mishap could create a negative impact. The other side sneered, "You know our boss? Who are you to him?" "Just tell him. I'm his grandfather." Justino grunted. "You little." The man swung his knife, but in the next moment, Justino disarmed him and smashed a punch into his glasses, shattering them. Justino's superiority was clear, and he coldly remarked, "You're just a lackey. Don't mess with me unless you want another fight. 5 years ago, I was the champion of underground combat rings. Jarvis, are you sure you want to challenge me?" This statement made the others reconsider. Even though they held knives, they felt this man could disarm them at any moment, especially considering the blind man standing behind him, rumored to be able to take on 10 men alone. Soon, a man emerged, cursing loudly. "I'm your grandfather. Who dares to call me out like this?" "Humph." Jarvis' towering, intimidating figure walked out, glaring fiercely. He scanned everyone, pointing at Justino at the front. "Who's the punk calling me a coward? I'm about to win another round, you brat." But upon seeing Caden, Justino froze and asked in surprise, "Brother Hemlock, is that you?" Caden looked closely and was equally stunned. "Dawson, it's you." Chapter 302. The Zhao family in peril. "Brother, when did you come here?" Justino's eyes instantly turned red. The two embraced and exchanged stories about their hardships along the way. Jarvis threw some explanations. The misunderstanding was resolved. 2 months ago, Qingfeng Security Company had been forced to disband, and a few of them were pursued by Connor's people. Caden was accidentally caught by Connor, but managed to escape after Connor got into trouble. Since then, they couldn't reach Bennett and others, while Justino and Demon had been following Bennett, joining the Blue Dragon organization. "Dawson, what happened to you? Did this kid bully you?" "I'll take care of him for you." Caden rolled up his sleeves angrily, his height nearing 2 meters. It seemed a shame he wasn't a gangster back in the village. Jarviself glanced at him, smiling. "You look good. I bet you could subdue all the Xylers in this village." Caden placed his hands on his waist, snorting, "Of course. From now on, I'll collect tolls at the village entrance. Don't think just because you opened a clinic that you're something. Wait, why do you look so familiar?" He wiped his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things. Jarvister recognizing Jarviself clearly, Caden took a few steps back in shock. "Jarviself." He swallowed hard, as if he had seen a ghost. Justino smiled, explaining hastily, "Brother Hemlock, we're all on the same side. Our boss is already working under Morgan. What's going on?" Caden kept his distance, eyeing the white cane in Jarviself's hand and not daring to approach. This blind man had once beaten him mercilessly with a cane, leaving him traumatized for over a month. Jarvister some more explanation. Caden realized that the Jingshin clinic he had been watching over all this time was actually owned by Jarviself. The news left Caden speechless. He knelt down before Jarviself, promising sincerely, "It's a coincidence. If I had known it was your clinic, I wouldn't dare to touch it." Jarviself slapped him lightly twice, smiling faintly. "I'll let you off this time. In the future, you two will be responsible for the security of the Jingshin clinic. There are too many ruffians in this village. Having you around will save me a lot of trouble." Justino and Caden nodded eagerly. They and their 20-odd brothers had grown tired of living outside without a home. Jarviself promised them proper security jobs at the Jingshin clinic, making everyone extremely happy. When this group returned to the Jingshin clinic, Jarvislayer tried to drive them away with a mop. "Jarvisnimals, think I won't report you to the authorities? Just because our village is remote doesn't mean no one cares about you." Seeing this, Jarviself patted Jarvislayer on the shoulder, teasing, "Looks like you've recovered well. Your stab wound healed?" Jarvislayer had nearly died from a stab wound to the chest, but survived thanks to Jarviself's treatment. "Alphensoster, these are the Xylers who bullied our nurses. They've also extorted many patients," Jarvislayer immediately reported. Jarviself smiled and turned his head to see Caden kneeling with his 2-meter frame. "Big brother, give me a chance. I'll make amends for my wrongdoings. Jarvis Neon who dares to touch the nurses or patients of the Jingshin clinic. I, Caden, will deal with them first." Jarvisel the medical staff were surprised by this scene. Most of them were new hires brought in by Sheridan and had never seen the legendary blind boss before. They never imagined the owner would be so formidable. Jarvisolf stayed at the clinic for 2 days, teaching Jarvis Lair more medical techniques. Meanwhile, he monitored whether Justino and Caden could maintain order in the village. On the surface, everything seemed fine, but Jarvisolf had an uneasy feeling. Jarvis, after all, there was still the mysterious corpse buried on the hill behind the clinic. Finding a moment, Jarvisolf walked to the backyard and focused his jade-colored eyes. His blurry vision became clear as he carefully examined the body. Due to the true qi he injected earlier, the corpse buried in the soil hadn't decomposed. During this inspection, Jarvisolf indeed noticed some changes. The colorless, odorless gas inside the corpse was slowly forming crystals within the deceased. Using his heavenly eye technique, Jarvisolf quickly identified it: sea salt. This discovery left him puzzled. While he knew what it was, he couldn't understand why the gas, after some time, could precipitate sea salt. What did it mean? Just as Jarvisolf was about to delve deeper into his research, he received a distress call. Alfonsoster-chun, please help us, the Zhao family. Barrett's cries came through the phone, heart-wrenching. Why are you crying? Spit it out, Jarvisolf said coldly. Barrett, suppressed by Jarvisolf's aura, finally stopped sobbing and explained excitedly, my brother has been kidnapped. We found out it was the Aloysius family doing it. They sent people to threaten us, saying if the Zhao family doesn't cooperate, they'll kill my brother. My grandfather has been unconscious for 2 days because of this. If my father finds out, he'll skin me alive. Jarvisolf narrowed his eyes. He wasn't surprised. Jarvis, after all, the Zhao family had taken such a big contract. The Aloysius family wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. But he asked curiously, why would your father skin you? It wasn't you who captured your brother. One of my people failed me. That guy used a disguise and hid among my men, taking advantage of the situation to capture my brother. Barrett's words made Jarvisolf frown deeply. Jarvisolf had warned Brendan to be extremely cautious, but he didn't expect such a despicable trick. Jarvis, and again, it involved disguise skills. This confirmed that the Aloysius family possessed quite a number of capable people. Jarvis, after much consideration, Jarvisolf called Jarviselbert for help. Originally, he didn't want to bother the Shin family with these matters, but now he wanted to uncover their secrets. Jarvisolf had Sheridan drive him to the provincial capital, straight to the Shun residence. Jarvis, soon as he opened the door, he met Alfonsorio, who was full of anger. Jarvisolf, you have truly disappointed me. I can't believe you are such an ungrateful person. Alfonsorio spat angrily. ##### Chapter 303, Unrighteous and Unjust. Jarvis, long as I'm in the Shin family, you won't have a single good day. Alfonso glared at Jarvisolf with an intimidating presence, even rolling up his sleeves as if ready to strike at any moment. Jarvisolf remained calm, his face expressionless as he asked coolly, what are you raving about? Raving? It's you who has lost it. Do you know what the Shin family means? You actually dared to exploit the Shin family. This time Alfonso couldn't hold back. He rushed forward and grabbed Jarvisolf by the collar. Let go. Jarvisolf didn't resist. He still recognized Alfonso as second uncle and didn't want to fight him. Second uncle, don't hurt Ichun. This isn't his fault. Mika was also alarmed and hurried over to mediate. Alfonso narrowed his eyes. I can't listen to you anymore on this matter. Your grandfather was deceived by this boy. He then sharply turned his gaze to Jarvisolf's jade green eyes, pressing hard. Don't think I don't know. You can see perfectly well. You're nothing but a complete liar. The Zhao family affair has nothing to do with us, yet you drag my father into it just because of you. Jarvis, and that old codger Nadia, why did he propose your name at the business conference and reject me? It must all be your doing. Alfonso's accusations finally gave Jarvisolf some insight. So, old Alfonsoster Nadia's recognition of him led Alfonso to believe it was all part of his scheming? He reached out and gripped Alfonso's wrist, saying calmly, old Alfonsoster Nadia recommended me. How is that related to you? Because you're blind. The merger of Qin family was completely my doing. This has never been your concern. Jarvis. Alfonso said this. He used both hands to grab Jarvisolf's collar, his anger evident. Not his concern. Such betrayal reminded Jarvisolf of the countless betrayals he had experienced in his past life, evoking a familiar sense of disgust. Wah! Alfonso roared. Jarvisolf wrenched his wrists free and pushed him away. Stepping back 2 steps, Alfonso gritted his teeth. You dare to attack me? You insolent little brat. Since you've entered our Shin family, you need to understand our rules. Hanyin. He looked at Mika and ordered her, go get the finger press. Second uncle, have you gone mad? Mika's face flushed red with anger. What is the finger press? It's a tool for torture, clamping all 10 fingers together. It was used in ancient times to interrogate criminals. Alfonso sneered, appearing deranged. This boy doesn't respect our rules. Why can't I use the family discipline on him? If you don't get it, I'll order someone to dismember him and feed him to the dogs right now. Jarvisolf realized something was seriously wrong. He hadn't expected the Shin family to still employ such inhumane punishments. More importantly, the once humble and peaceful Alfonso had turned so violent. This strange transformation disturbed Jarvisolf deeply. His jade green eyes focused, and he noticed a tiny insect moving inside Alfonso's head. A curse insect, extremely difficult to remove. This young man was cursed, and it would be almost impossible to extract the insect without killing him. I'll kill you. You've ruined my promising future. Alfonso charged at Jarvisolf in a rage, attempting to pounce on him. Jarvisolf pushed him back forcefully, preventing him from getting close. Jarvis, this moment, an elderly voice commanded, wicked child, stop. Our Shin family is not a place for you to act recklessly. Jarviselbert slowly stepped forward, and Alfonso calmed down slightly, lowering his head speechlessly. Grandfather, second uncle was only momentarily irrational. Please don't blame him, Jarvis, for this. Ichun. Mika hesitated, looking at Jarvisolf. Jarviself was confused. It seemed the Shun family had gathered intelligence against him, causing Mika to harbor suspicion too. Father, since you're here, I'll leave it to you. But this boy's sins can never be washed away, Alphonse said coldly. I have no interest in your Shun family. If you feel I've wronged you, say it outright. Jarviself replied coldly. Jarviselbert nodded immediately and waved his hand. Fine, I'll be direct. Ichun, why did you send people privately to investigate our Shun family? In recent days, information from the top executives of our Shun group to the household servants has been leaked. Based on our analysis, the only person who could obtain all this data simultaneously is you. Jarvis in the direction of the leak, points to the Four Seasons clinic. Jarviselbert grunted, a hint of distrust showing in his eyes for the first time. Jarviself suddenly understood. It was Brock. By willingly cooperating with him, Jarviself hadn't expected Brock to take advantage of him. Jarvisnoid. Jarviself knew this wasn't the time for settling scores. What mattered now was regaining the Shin family's trust. I do have reservations about the Shin family, and I admit it, Jarviself admitted calmly. Ichun, you. Mika bit her lower lip, her face filled with frustration. Alphonse smirked triumphantly, snapping, now you're showing your true colors. Brat. Jarviself explained further, but it's because you acted unrighteously and unjustly first. This remark infuriated Jarviselbert. He stated assertively, Ichun, I've treated you kindly, yet you accuse us of being unrighteous and unjust? Speak up today, where exactly have we been unjust? I have already told you about my search for Sister Carissa. She was sent to Talon, and during my investigation, I found not Sister Carissa but a Soraya named Bernice. Upon hearing this, the three members of the Shin family exchanged uneasy glances. This Bernice, after investigating, turned out to be in league with Talon. Talon and Connor controlled the mine disaster that killed my father. Now, Talon and Bernice are trying to harm my only remaining relative, Sister Carissa. Elder, tell me, is this not unrighteous and unjust? Jarviself's cold accusation left everyone speechless. If it were anyone else, Jarviself would have already subjected them to unimaginable torture. Out of respect for the elder, he barely restrained his anger. It seems it's time to tell you the secret of the Shun family, Jarviselbert sighed, his face filled with helplessness. Chapter 304, Negotiations between the elites. Jarviself's expression was icy. He knew his arguments were solid. What secrets could the Shin family have that would make me forgive you for allying with my father's murderer? Jarviself's tone carried a hint of disdain. The Shin family's influence was too vast. He had to rely on this matter to turn things around. Ichun, listen to my grandfather. Even if I don't fully understand, we are definitely on your side. Mika walked over and gripped Jarviself's hand tightly. Her delicate and gentle hands soothed the center of Jarviself's palm, calming him slightly. I have an elder brother named Elias. Bernice is his grandalia. Only last month did I learn that he had long been engaging in improper dealings with certain officials in the provincial capital. Jarviselbert spoke, his face weary. This whole incident began when I helped you shut down Ihan Mineral. Too many issues surfaced from that. Ichun, while you're investigating your father's death, do you know how many major criminal cases will be uncovered along the way? Jarviselbert looked grave. Clearly, this issue was too heavy, involving too broad a scope for even Jarviselbert to cover it up. There will always be retribution for good and evil in this world. If the old man doesn't wish to do good, it's fine. But if you side with the wicked, you're my enemy. Jarviself said contemptuously. The word murder constantly stoked his anger. If not for these officials acting above the law, his father would never have died in the mine disaster. Jarviself's father worked diligently and earnestly all his life, only to lose it because of the officials' greed and ignorance, shattering Jarviself's family and childhood. This revenge demanded blood for blood. Jarviselbert was moved. He originally thought Jarviself would fear and abandon vengeance when faced with such difficulties. Therefore, he had never explained to Jarviself. Virgilt, this young man proved himself even stronger in adversity. No wonder he was the one Jarviselbert valued. Ichun, understand that your adversary isn't just Talon. Behind him stands a mafia far beyond the provincial level. Jarviselbert hesitated, admitting these were powers even he feared. Struggle? They aren't worthy of struggling with me. They only have one outcome. Jarviself sneered coldly. This finally convinced Jarviselbert. Clenching his teeth, he nodded. Today, I resolved to sever ties with my brother Elias. Frankly speaking, upon receiving your call, I also reconsidered. The Aloysius family has been the Shin family's longtime partner, but since they align with that crafty corrupt official Talon, we cannot be tainted by their actions. I'll accompany you to rescue Brendan. Jarviselbert struck his cane on the ground, exuding authority and admiration. You don't have to push yourself, Elder. Jarviself was surprised. He hadn't expected Jarviselbert to value him so highly. This finally gave Jarviself some solace. Regardless, Jarviselbert's choice proved justice still prevailed in this world. However, Alfonsorio was dissatisfied with the result, angrily shouting, Father, are you senile? Risking so much for a stranger. In my opinion, those poor should suffer. Jarvis little trouble, and everything turns upside down. What about everyone else? Jarviselbert struck his cane on Alfonsorio's leg, yelling, Wretch! Useless thing. Do you understand what vision means? The Aloysius family and Talon violate human nature, committing atrocities. They will eventually fall into legal traps or be retaliated against. Your ignorance is what will truly destroy the Shun family. It seems you don't even understand how to be a person, let alone how to act. From today, you are confined to the house for 3 months. Jarvisel Enterprises under your name in the Shin family will be transferred to Jarviself immediately. I must cultivate a suitable husband for Xuanhuan. Jarvister speaking. Jarviselbert waved his hand, and dozens of people entered immediately. The burly men ignored Alfonsorio's curses, forcibly taking him away. Then Jarviselbert called Jarvisviv, the head of the Aloysius family. Uncle Shin, why are you calling me? My father just got promoted recently. Jarvis, are you seeking a job through me? Jarvis Viv boasted about his newfound power as soon as he picked up. Thinking this kid was indeed arrogant, Jarvis Albert lowered his voice. Jarvis Viv, we've done many businesses together, but we agreed never to cross the line. Why did you abduct the Zhao family's son? Oh wow, you finally showed up, confirming my suspicions. So, the Zhao family dared to compete for projects with me? Clearly, there's you backing them. That blind guy is your future grandson-in-law, right? Jarvis Viv sounded more triumphant. Want me to release Brendan? Fine. Hand over that guy, and I'll release him. We'll hold our end. Give me the address. We'll meet tomorrow. Jarvis Albert agreed. The next day, at the outskirts of the western suburbs of the provincial capital, within Bolivar Forest, by the lake stood small villas, while deeper in the woods was an elegant pavilion where Jarvis Viv sat sipping tea, relaxed. However, the area was heavily guarded, with hundreds of fighters in combat uniforms, resembling military operations. Jarvis Albert, Jarvis Ulf, and Barrett were led by a suited man to the pavilion. Search them. Jarvis the entrance, the man ordered sternly. Jarvis Ulf complied without a word, raising his hands. Jarvis through the search, they were allowed inside. Next to Jarvis Viv stood a Edric with several ugly knife scars on his face, clearly treated to minimize their appearance. Even now, you still need elite guards? This young man is Gillis, right? Jarvis Albert sat, eyes piercing. Gillis was Jarvis Viv's top enforcer, rumored to be a national martial arts champion from Japan, undefeated in combats. Jarvis Viv laughed, spreading his hands. Can't help it. Your future grandson-in-law killed Connor and dared oppose Deputy Governor Yu. His abilities can't be underestimated. He poured tea for Jarvis Albert, then raised his cup towards Jarvis Ulf with a smile. Jarvis Ulf scoffed coldly. Where is Talon? Hey, you're in hot water yourself and still inquire? Jarvis Viv slammed his teacup, fury rising. Jarvis the bidding event. The Aloysius family was publicly humiliated by Jarvis Ulf. Jarvis Viv hadn't forgotten that grudge. Forget it, Talon is doomed anyway. Now, I ask you, were you involved in the mine disaster years ago? Jarvis Ulf suddenly drew a gun, aiming it at Jarvis Viv. Chapter 305. Precise Jarvisky point strikes. Jarvis Ulf. Jarvis Albert panicked. He had assumed Jarvis Ulf was here to assist him in negotiations, but never expected he would bring a gun. This turn of events also caught Jarvis Viv off guard. The boy indeed had exceptional capabilities, managing to evade all inspections. Jarvis Viv, release my brother immediately, or I'll fight you to the death. Barrett hid behind Jarvis Ulf, ready to do anything to save his brother. Brendan was the pillar of the Zhao family, and Barrett viewed his brother as everything. With his brother captured, Barrett was in turmoil, hoping only that his master Jarvis Ulf could settle this score for him. Jarvis, for the project, follow your rules. But regarding me, it has to be resolved my way. Jarvis Ulf said quietly. Jarvis' gun can be faster beyond 10 paces, but within 10 paces. Haha, do you know how many armed people Gillis has dispatched before me? Jarvis Viv showed a faint smile. That was the demeanor of a true leader. Jarvis Ulf sensed it. In his previous life, he had seen countless capable soldiers and warriors in the imperial court, but few reached Jarvis Viv's level. Clearly, this young man was full of confidence. His jade-colored pupils darted around and noticed that Jarvis Viv was wearing a bulletproof vest. This boy took great precautions for self-preservation. I'm asking you one last time. Were you involved in the mine disaster? Jarvis Ulf asked coolly, completely ignoring Jarvis Viv's words. The two faced off, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down Jarvis Viv's forehead. He knew that with Gillis by his side, any attempt would ensure his safety, even at the cost of Gillis's life. However, something about Jarvis Ulf's cold, hollow eyes filled him with an inexplicable chill. The mine disaster was a scheme orchestrated by Connor and Talon. They found gold and wanted me to help cover it up and split the profits. I didn't see the value in that and refused, Jarvis Viv admitted suddenly. Jarvis Ulf found this person intriguing. Despite holding his life in his hands, Jarvis Ulf did not mention the negotiation topic and focused solely on retribution. Upon confirming that Jarvis Viv was uninvolved in the mine disaster, Jarvis Ulf holstered his gun. Using his heavenly eye, Jarvis Ulf had analyzed Jarvis Viv's brain activity, validating his claim based on his knowledge of the gold mine secret. But just as Jarvis Ulf lowered his gun, Gillis struck. Jarvis Ulf reacted swiftly, pushing Barrett aside. With a swoosh, the katana sliced through the air like cutting through a seam. In one swift motion, Jarvis Ulf slapped the blade. With a clink, the katana fell to the ground. Huh. Gillis was shocked. The boy's reaction speed surpassed even his own. Not willing to give up, Gillis launched another attack with claw-like strikes. Jarvis Ulf leaped up, grabbing a horizontal beam above without landing. Gillis below narrowed his eyes, fury boiling. Enough. We are here to negotiate, not fight. Jarvis Albert interrupted, displeased with the unfolding drama. Gillis, apologize now, or my dignity won't bear it. Seeing Jarvis Albert intervene, Jarvis Viv chimed in. These two were among the most influential figures in the provincial capital. Jarvis, an important meeting must focus on discussion, not fighting. Sorry. Gillis, not good with words, bowed his head and sat back behind Jarvis Viv. Jarvis Ulf descended from the roof beam, narrowing his eyes in curiosity. During their altercation, he noticed an unusual energy within Gillis's body, the work of Driscoll. Jarvis searching, Jarvis Ulf indeed found a square jade pendant with a round hole hanging from Gillis's sword handle. The jade emitted peculiar energy, slightly different from the harmful method used by Driscoll on Brock's Grandalia, Alfonso Rio, and Jarvis. Nonetheless, Jarvis Ulf recognized the energy. The jade balanced Gillis's wrist joints, enhancing his agility far beyond normal human capabilities. Uncle Shin, we've known each other long enough. Let's not beat around the bush. I don't want this boy's life. I just want an apology. Connor isn't someone important to me, so I won't stick my neck out for him. Haha. Jarvis Viv rubbed his chin, showing arrogance. Jarvis Albert looked at Jarvis Ulf, hoping he would yield once for the sake of the Shin family's future. Do you have a Taoist named Virgil under you? Jarvis Ulf asked abruptly. He was interested in this Driscoll, whose techniques harmed Brock's Grandalia, Alfonso Rio, and Jarvis. Even now, Jarvis couldn't fully treat them. Only the creator could unravel such harm. You know of Driscoll? Impressive. Now I understand why Old Shin likes you. Jarvis Viv stood up, revealing his dark expression. That traitor betrayed me and is already dead. He sneered. Jarvis was momentarily speechless. This didn't matter much. Investigating the peculiar energy was now impossible. He sighed, saying softly, Jarvis, apologizing to you is out of the question. I advise you to release Brendan now. Old Shun might be here to negotiate, but I am not. Jarvis stepped closer. His eyes flashed menacingly. Jarvis Viv froze, surprised that Jarvis still intended to fight. Gillis, kill this kid. Truly ignorant. No sound came. Jarvis Viv turned to look at Gillis in astonishment. Gillis's mouth hung open, bleeding profusely, eyes turning white. Gillis was dead. What happened? What did you do, Ichun? Jarvisalbert was alarmed. He hadn't expected Jarvis to act so decisively. Jarvis grabbed Jarvis Viv's collar coldly. If you call for help, I'll kill you now. Jarvis Viv dared not speak further, noticing the red marks on Gillis's wrist. Clear signs of precise acupoint strikes. This blind man had killed his top expert silently using highly accurate acupoint techniques. Realizing this, Jarvis Viv felt his legs weaken. How could he face anyone after this humiliation? He clearly provoked someone too powerful. I'll tell you why he died. Barrett is my disciple. That strike was aimed to kill my disciple. Shouldn't he die for that? Jarvis frowned. Why Virgil's? Jarvis Viv stammered nervously. Barrett, hiding nearby, felt immense awe. His accidental master was truly formidable. Jarvis continued, Brendan is my disciple's brother. Will you release him? Jarvis Viv nodded weakly. Of course, yes. Hashtag chapter 306, Jarvis wakening from a dream. I'll release him. I'll call and release him immediately. Jarvis Viv nodded quickly. Jarvis slightly loosened his grip on Jarvis Viv's collar, who promptly fished out his phone and dialed his subordinate. Release Brendan. Virgil's, right now. Don't ask any questions. I'm hanging up. Jarvis Viv swallowed hard and obediently handed the phone to Jarvis. Ignoring it, Jarvis said coolly, Honor, call your brother. Barrett was taken aback. This address and tone surprised him. This person in front of him was clearly around his age, but gave off an air of maturity as if he were a 100-year-old elder. He didn't think much about it and immediately called Brendan. Brother, they really let you go? That's great. Come home quickly. Grandfather has been bedridden without seeing you. Relief washed over Barrett, and tears welled up in his eyes. Jarvister confirming Brendan's safety, Jarvis nodded inwardly. The mining disaster and the Jade Project are considered settled? Jarvis asked mildly. Jarvis Viv hesitated for a moment before nodding vigorously. Settled. Settled. From now on, I'll do whatever you say. Brother Ichun, I never thought you'd be so reasonable. If I had known earlier, I definitely wouldn't have dared to do this. Jarvis then asked, one more thing. How much do you know about the Qinglong organization? Who is behind them? It's Talon. Jarvis absolutely true. He also asked me to compete for the Jade Project. He said that if I succeeded, we'd get rich. If I failed, I should kidnap the Zhao family's son to force you into submission. Jarvis Viv revealed everything. Really? You wanted to hand me over to him? Jarvis extended his hand and tapped Jarvis Viv's chin. Jarvis Viv immediately looked up, extremely cooperative, like a well-trained lapdog. I was just being used by them. Please, spare me. Whatever you ask, I will agree. Jarvis Viv pleaded wisely, knowing his underling Gillis had been instantly killed by Jarvis, which was enough proof of Jarvis' strength. Jarvis didn't want to torment this money-driven maniac further and coldly said, Old man, what projects does the Aloysius family have that compete with the Shin family? Jarvis was still dazed. He hadn't expected Jarvis to act so decisively and efficiently in several industries. Unlike the Qin family, the Aloysius conglomerate is our supplier. We collaborate in many areas. That explained it. Alfonsorio's anger was probably due to the risk of his businesses collapsing because of this incident. What a coward. Doing business meant pandering to others? Though it was common in the industry, it wasn't Jarvis' style. He coldly stated, from now on, only work with the Shin family. Otherwise, you won't live long enough to see tomorrow. With a light touch, Jarvis pressed several acupoints on Jarvis Viv's chest. These are death points that activate every 7 days. My people will bring you medicine every 7 days. Otherwise, you will die with blood flowing from all orifices. Jarvis, the other instructions will also be relayed to you. Understand? Virgil's, I understand. Jarvis Viv nodded frantically, terrified. How could he foresee that Jarvis possessed such incredible power? Had he known, he would never have gotten involved. Jarvis finishing, Jarvis turned away gracefully, leaving the stunned Jarvis Viv behind. Jarvis rubbed his chin and nodded. Didn't expect this kid to be even harsher than I was when I was young. You've overestimated yourself and finally hoisted yourself by your own petard. Ford, please save my life. I beg you. Jarvis Viv couldn't express his agony as he knelt and begged. Behave properly and stay on the right path. Ichun isn't someone who kills indiscriminately. Jarvis walked away, leaving no room for appeal. Barrett followed last, feeling that in front of Jarvis even Jarvis seemed like a supporting character. Jarvis was the one wielding true power. Jarvis sending Jarvis back to the Shin family, Jarvis left hurriedly. Barrett had thought Jarvis would go back to the Zhao residence with him, but unexpectedly, Jarvis took him to the Four Seasons Medical Hall. Alfonsoster, can you find time to visit our family? My grandfather is bedridden. Perhaps you can save him. Jarvis stroked his chin and replied calmly, I have something else to do. It's inconvenient for me to visit the Zhao family recently. Tears welled up in Barrett's eyes. My grandfather is the mainstay of our family. My father hasn't seen him for 8 years. If anything happens to him, our Zhao family, Wait here. Jarviself frowned and entered the medical hall. Jarvister a flurry of activity. Jarviself emerged with a packet of medicine. This is a special life-saving medicine. Take it to your grandfather. 1 packet per day. It will last 7 days. Contact me if there are any other issues. Jarvister giving his instructions, Jarviself had Barrett take the medicine back immediately. With the Aloysius family targeting him, though Jarvisviv had been dealt with, given their extensive network, there were bound to be other masterminds behind the scenes. Visiting the Zhao family at this time might indeed harm them. What worried Jarviself most was Brock's ulterior motives. Brock finally arrived hastily after waiting half a day at the Four Seasons medical hall. Inside the room, Jarviself sat with one leg crossed over the other, scrutinizing the white-haired yet energetic old man. Hee. Jarvis, are you here to buy my Four Seasons medical hall, Mr. Chen? Jarviself cut straight to the point. Ephraim, what was your intention in investigating the Shin family? To intentionally expose those flaws and create a rift between us and the Shin family. Did you want to use me to eliminate someone? With his mental age of over 150, Jarviself saw Brock's tactics as childish. Brock chuckled awkwardly after a long pause. Jarviself, don't blame me. I did have some selfish reasons I didn't tell you. My Aaliyah has been kidnapped. Brock lowered his head, suddenly shedding tears. Jarviself frowned. What happened? I never imagined I'd still be playing these mind games with young people at my age. Jarvis, anyway, the truth is, the group behind this is insatiably greedy. They've been using me. They asked me to investigate the Shin family's internal affairs and promised to keep my Aaliyah safe if I complied. With Brock's explanation, Jarviself finally woke up from his dream. Sheridan and Mika had warned him about the G family's influence and the mysterious invitation to the medical hall. It was indeed for ulterior motives. Chapter 307, Powerful Toxin. You say, why would you be interested in a blind man like me? Jarviself's lips curled into a mocking smile. Brock hurriedly waved his hands. Don't talk like that, Ichun. I genuinely want to take you as my disciple, even though I do admit I also wanted to use you to get closer to the Shin family. I really had no choice. Jarvis, he spoke. Brock actually shed tears, his eyes reflecting years of hardship and despair. Jarviself coldly replied, if so, there's nothing left between us. We should part ways. Before he finished speaking, Brock suddenly blacked out and collapsed toward Jarviself. Jarviself instinctively caught the elderly man, but in the next moment, the old man violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The scalding hot blood was black. Jarviself frowned deeply and asked urgently, what happened? Did someone hurt you? Just by looking, one could see the abnormally dark blood, a clear sign of poisoning. Brock gritted his teeth, wanting to speak but couldn't, and eventually fainted. Grandpa! Jarvis, this moment, Iona burst through the door. The 10-year-old girl's face changed drastically at the scene before her. What's wrong with Grandpa? Brother, what happened to Grandpa? Sob. Iona was an extremely well-behaved little girl, and her appearance made Jarviself feel a bit guilty. He explained calmly, your grandpa is probably sick. Don't worry. We'll treat him. Jarviself wasn't adept at comforting little girls, but Iona seemed to understand his intentions and cried out, Uncle Chen, please save Grandpa. Sob. It's all my fault for harming Grandpa. Why do you think it's your fault? Jarviself frowned. Jarvis' blonde-haired uncle gave me a candy, saying if Grandpa ate it, he would take me to eat lots of yummy food. So I put the candy in Grandpa's water. Iona cried while explaining. Shocked by this information, Jarviself's jade-green pupils rotated as he quickly examined Brock's condition. He saw the toxin manifesting as a bright red within Brock's body, spreading wildly. Jarvis, this rate, Brock would likely die within 10 minutes. Time was of the essence, but Iona clung tightly to Brock's hand. Jarviself hurriedly told her, let go. I'll save your grandpa. Okay? Okay. Iona obediently let go but repeatedly pleaded for Jarviself to save her grandfather. Jarviself quickly rummaged through his cloth bag and pulled out a thick silver needle, which he inserted into Brock's wrist. Soon, a drop of red blood oozed from the wound. Jarviself's expression tightened as he focused on the blood droplet. Inside the blood, the toxins clustered together, jumping and moving like active substances. This kind of toxin was highly lethal. Normally, before taking effect, it should cause excruciating pain. Did Elder Brock endure the pain to tell him the truth? Jarviself set aside his thoughts for now and analyzed the components of the toxin, figuring out the key to detoxification. The liver was crucial, as it possessed detoxifying functions. In fact, most toxins can be handled by the human body, depending on its capabilities. The same dose of poison might harm a young person less, but could be fatal to an elderly person. Jarviself inserted a silver needle into Brock's waist and condensed his true chi. This true chi was adjusted based on Jarviself's understanding of toxins. Once inside Brock's body, the true chi flowed like a dragon, easily revitalizing his liver. The once shriveled liver rapidly rehydrated and began detoxifying powerfully. Under the liver's detoxification, most of the toxins in Brock's body were soon cleared. The remaining residue wouldn't be life-threatening. Relieved, Jarviself took a deep breath. Certainly staged? Having just been deceived by Brock, Jarviself couldn't be sure of the old man's honesty. He stared at Iona for a long time, deciding to approach her. Is Grandpa really poisoned because of the candy you gave? How do you know? Iona nodded and explained, Virgil's, that uncle is bad. I saw him with my mom and then trying to harm Grandpa. If you knew he wanted to harm Grandpa, why did you listen to him? Jarviself questioned. Iona fell silent, and Jarviself felt something was off. Due to the influence of Driscoll, Iona's mental age was only 4 or 5 years old, and incomplete logic was normal. Jarvis after some thought, Jarviself smiled and said, Don't feel pressured, Iona. Just tell me the truth, and I'll take you to buy candy afterward. Really? You'll buy me candy? Iona immediately beamed, her worries instantly gone. Virgil's. Jarvis, and I'll grant any request you have. Jarviself promised. Then, can you be my daddy? Iona blinked her innocent big eyes. Daddy? Why? Jarviself frowned, sensing something was amiss with the girl. Iona lowered her head, feeling downcast. My dad left mom a long time ago, and I haven't seen him in ages. Grandpa says you're very powerful, uncle. Can you be my daddy and help me find my real dad? Jarvisel felt defeated by her innocence and smiled wryly. Jarvisel, right? Iona finally confessed everything, though hesitantly, letting Jarvisel understand the situation. Jarvis man had kidnapped Iona's mother, Broxalia. This man kept telling Iona that if she poisoned her grandfather, she would see her mom. Clearly manipulated by her longing for her mother, Iona only felt regret when she saw Grandpa coughing up blood. Jarvisel remembered Iona's casual mention of the blonde-haired man, and asked excitedly, Iona, tell me, what does that blonde-haired uncle look like? He wore a baseball cap, had long yellow hair almost covering his eyes, and has a mole under his lip. Memories surged back. Jarvisel recalled the blonde-haired man with a curved knife he had encountered earlier. His suspicion heightened. That's him. Iona, do you know where your mom is? Jarvisel asked. Jarvisel thought finding Iona's mother might lead him to the blonde-haired man and their true intentions. Chapter 308. Jarvis accomplish a Alfonsador deed. Lynn doesn't know where mommy is. Every time mommy calls Lynn, an uncle always interrupts. Lynn pouted, clearly unhappy at the memory. Would she actually call? Jarvisel fell into thought. There was no way to ask Brock about this now, but perhaps they could trace clues through the child. Lynn, I will rescue your grandfather immediately. In exchange, will you help me with something? Jarvisel bent down and held Lynn's shoulders. Lynn blinked her eyes, pretended to think for a moment, then decisively nodded. The next time you call mommy, secretly ask her for her address and have her text it to this number. Jarvisel handed over his phone number to Lynn. Jarvisel, though only 4 or 5 years old, Lynn had the cognitive abilities of a 10-year-old child and quickly understood what was meant. Jarvisel then stood up, took out several silver needles, and carefully arranged them on Brock's forehead and ankles. This was the famous 3 souls possession needling technique, which can forcibly return lost souls even if one has lost their 3 souls and 7 spirits. Using this technique was extremely risky, and the risks were borne by the healer. Jarvis' single mistake could result in serious injury. Now that it came to this, Jarvisel was willing to take a gamble on Brock. He did not want his efforts to be wasted. He gathered his true energy at his fingertips and gently twirled the ends of the needles, stimulating Brock's acupoints as he did so. The true energy then spread through the acupoints into his body. The entire process flowed smoothly, though Jarvisel still felt drained. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-tier pagoda. However, using such a technique to extend someone's life forcefully was a sinful deed. Having preserved Brock's soul, Jarvisel then concocted a medicinal prescription and gave it to Brock's young apprentice, Yoel. Now Yoel was the chief physician at the Four Seasons Clinic, thanks to the foundational techniques Jarvisel had taught him back then. I've written the instructions for taking the medicine on the prescription. Please take care of Lynn for the next few days. Efren should regain consciousness in 3 days if everything goes well. Jarvisel instructed Yoel. Yoel knew he owed much to Jarvisel and always respected him deeply. Of course, no problem. But Divine Dr. Chun, you've just come all the way here to the clinic. Are you leaving so soon? Yoel tried to detain Jarvisel. Working alongside such a divine doctor for even a day would be incredibly valuable in terms of learning techniques and experience. Wait for me for 2 days. I have a very important matter to attend to, Jarvisel said coldly, his tone brooking no argument. Jarvis, the weather turned colder. Jarvisel appeared at the entrance of a commercial plaza. He stood there for a while, then dialed a phone number. On the other end was Pepper's voice. Mr. Chun, you finally called. You mentioned you needed my cooperation for a big task. What exactly is it? Pepper sounded puzzled. Just follow my instructions, and I'll transfer the money to your account. Jarvisel hung up after saying this. Lightning flashed in the night sky, followed by a drizzle. Jarvisel pulled up his hood, and his jade-colored eyes emitted dark gleams. With his clear and powerful vision, the entire structure of the mall was clearly visible to him. Every stairway and passage connection was etched in his mind. His current position was right outside a luxury store window. Jarvis, that moment, a female clerk walked out in high heels, looking disdainfully at Jarvisel and asked, Jarvis, are you here to buy clothes? Why don't you come in and see? Just so you know, we have a minimum spend. Jarvisel frowned slightly, not wanting any trouble, and replied calmly, I'm not here to buy clothes. How do I get to the hotel upstairs? Hotel? So, you're some migrant worker who stays at a third-rate hotel? Why are you standing here in front of our store? The clerk turned away in disgust. But Jarvisel didn't give up. He followed her inside the store. Inside, the lighting was bright, and the shelves displayed jewelry and precious gems. Expensive suits and silk dresses hung around, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Noticing Jarvisel entering, the clerk's face darkened. She lifted her chin arrogantly and boasted, Sir, please don't be troublesome. If you break anything here, you won't be able to pay for it. These are enough, and I'll take that suit. Jarvisel tossed out a card with a cool expression. The clerk was taken aback. Jarvis, another man in a suit, approached and asked, Sir, may I assist you with anything? Alfonsonager, this guy is blind. Look at his eyes, ha. He thinks he can buy clothes from us with his measly monthly salary. The clerk strutted proudly, chest out, as if looking down on all men. The manager was also surprised and hurried off. I'll fetch the card reader. Do you need a card reader? Haven't you seen enough poor people like this before? They just come to big cities to see the world. Pick a better place. Why don't they go to stalls or farmers markets instead of coming here just to enjoy the air conditioning? The clerk dragged over a chair and sat down, legs crossed. Her black stockings hugged her shapely legs, making her appear like the mistress of the store. Jarvister sizing up the scene, Jarvisel scoffed coldly. If I'm not mistaken, your outfit combined doesn't even add up to more than 1,000. Not really luxurious, huh? Why look down on people like this? Struck by his words, the clerk burst into anger. What nonsense are you spouting? Who are you to judge my clothes? Listen, even wearing $1,000 outfit, I'm still better than you. Hick, Jarvis, and you dare pretend to be blind? Wait, where are you looking? Jarvis, she spoke. She noticed Jarvisulf's seemingly blank eyes staring intently at her chest, as if seeing something extraordinary. Looking at what? Obviously, something nice. Where did you get that bite mark on your left side? Jarvisulf's lips curled into a smirk, embarrassing the clerk beyond words. Alphonsonager, call security and throw this pervert out. He harassed me. The clerk, unable to cry tears of rage, could only seek help from the manager. Jarvis, this moment, the manager rushed over and handed the POS machine to Jarvisulf. Jarvisulf inserted the card and swiped it. Regardless, he's still a customer. Stop being unreasonable, the manager reprimanded. The clerk snorted mockingly. Jarvis, blind bumpkin, both clumsy and ignorant. How much money can he possibly have? Please note, the story contains scenes of harassment which can be distressing. If this makes you uncomfortable, feel free to let me know, and I can handle such parts sensitively. ####Chapter 309. Millionaire. Jarvis, the words ended. The POS machine beeped twice. The female clerk and male manager both froze instantly, exchanging glances. Normally, a card would only beep once when swiped. Their POS machine, however, had been specially modified to distinguish between customers based on their purchasing power. Only when it detected that the balance in the cardholder's account exceeded 1 million yuan would it beep twice, which meant the man before them was actually a hidden millionaire. The male manager became immediately excited. Sir, may I ask what you need? Jarvisulf's gaze was stern as he calmly said, wrap up that suit by the wall and the matching pair of shoes. Jarvisulso, get me a belt. Price doesn't matter, but I want something sturdy. Price doesn't matter. These words left the male manager in awe. He thought to himself that this was truly his lucky day. So he quickly responded, certainly, certainly. We have our most durable belt, a limited edition collaboration from our brand. I'll fetch it for you right away. Jarvis, the manager, went to retrieve the items. The female clerk felt extremely uncomfortable and embarrassed. Her earlier mockery of Jarvisulf now seemed like a cruel joke. But Jarvisulf didn't embarrass her further, showing no concern as he casually examined the merchandise around the store. What are you looking at? So what if you have some money? You're blind. Can you even see what's inside? The female clerk pouted, displaying a disdainful attitude. You seem to be struggling with your sales targets. Why don't I give you a chance? Introduce me to this product properly, and if your service is good, I might just give you that opportunity. Jarvisulf said calmly. He was here on business and didn't want to cause trouble. If money could solve things, he preferred not to resort to other means. Jarvis, after all, money was no issue for him. The female clerk swallowed hard, reluctantly holding back her irritation. Jarvis, millionaire. Just selling one high-end item worth 10,000 yuan would meet her monthly target. So, sir, which item has caught your attention? The female clerk cleared her throat and spoke in a flirtatious tone. Jarvisulf pointed to the item he had chosen and asked, is this the largest one you have? Looking over, the female clerk saw that Jarvisulf was pointing to their largest diamond ring, a massive 10-carat gem. This diamond ring might be quite expensive. It starts at 250,000 yuan. If you want something cheaper, she trailed off, but Jarvisulf clicked his tongue. Do you have custom-made ones? Is this the only one? I want 3. Jarvisulf originally intended to surprise Mika since the engagement banquet was fast approaching. But thinking about it, Jarvis, Lyra, and Sheridan were also women he couldn't leave out. Surprising them too wouldn't be excessive. Hearing this, the female clerk felt increasingly annoyed. Jarvis, are you kidding me? This is our most expensive ring. Crystal Love, designed by Ms. Edna, the chief diamond designer from Paris. Not only is it 10 carats, but it's one of a kind. I think you're crazy. Even with your million, barely enough. That's the lowest price. How can we have just one? This kind of ring is unique to our entire mall. The female clerk was almost ready to lash out. To her, this blind man was just causing trouble. 3 Crystal Love 10-carat diamond rings, and custom-made? That would probably cost more than 5 million. Jarvis, mere millionaire acting rich? He wasn't worthy. Just one then, no problem. Jarvis, Soraya's joy should be shared. Jarvisulf shrugged nonchalantly. I bet you can't afford it. Stop making excuses. Women desire uniqueness. Who wants to share? Besides, apart from looking good, what else do you have going for you? No Soraya will look at you. The female clerk sneered. Jarvis, this moment, the male manager returned, drenched in sweat, placing 2 belts in Jarvisulf's hands. Sir, these are the only 2 available from our other branch. One blue, one black. They are the strongest and most luxurious belts in the entire mall, imported from a renowned international brand. Would you like to try them on? Jarvisulf glanced at them briefly, gave them a light tug, and nodded. Virgil's, they're strong enough. I'll take them. Jarvis, are you sure, sir? Each belt costs 100,000 yuan. The manager hesitated. So cheap? I'll take both. Jarvisulso, wrap this ring for me. It's not ideal, but it should suffice for trying out. Jarvisulf remarked indifferently. Sure, sure. The male manager eagerly packaged the items. 2 belts, each priced at 100,000 yuan, plus a Crystal Love 10-carat diamond ring, a top-tier suit, and a pair of shoes, a total of 4.3 million yuan. This single transaction met his monthly sales target. The female clerk was dumbfounded. She grumbled, putting on a show. Wait until tomorrow when you regret it. Nevertheless, she obediently swiped the card per the manager's instructions, helping Jarvisulf complete the payment. Upon successful payment, the POS machine announced, your purchase totals 4.375 million yuan. Remaining balance, 462.325 million yuan. What? 462. The female clerk felt almost faint, the numbers leaving her breathless. It can't be. Impossible. She checked the printed receipt carefully, but no matter how many times she looked, the remaining balance was indeed 8 digits. 10 million level wealth. Truly, one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. This was the largest customer their store had ever encountered. Before the female clerk could reconsider and grovel, Jarvisulf was already walking out with his purchases. Thank you for your patronage. Hope to see you again soon. Please evaluate my service. The manager chased after him. Jarviself didn't turn back, saying coldly, "The service was average at best, particularly your noisy hen in there. I suggest you get rid of her before she ruins your company's luck." "Virgil, sir." Understanding Jarviself's implication, the manager turned angrily towards the female clerk. "What are you staring at? You're fired." The female clerk begged, "Alphonsenager, please hear me out. Take your salary for this month and leave. There's nothing I can do. If you don't go, I'm worried my shop won't survive much longer." Who would believe that a millionaire wandered the streets aimlessly? This must be some rich young master whose generous spending could make ordinary people struggle. Translation completed while maintaining the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks. Chapter 310. I want to gamble with you. Jarviself rented a room at random in an old hotel upstairs. This time, he had learned from his past experiences dealing with Connor and thoroughly checked the entire mall inside out. Even after entering the room without any issues, Jarviself activated his heavenly eye to ensure everything around him was normal. There were no signs of being tracked this time. His whereabouts remained hidden. Talon's days were numbered. Tomorrow was the underground gathering mentioned by the punk kid. That guy operated so meticulously that even someone as deep and calculating as Brock could be used to reach the Shin family. So the information provided should be reliable. Jarviself spent a peaceful night in the room. The next day, he quickly confirmed that there was indeed a secret gathering happening nearby, but only prominent figures with wealth, power, or influence could attend such gatherings. But Jarviself wasn't too concerned about that. He carefully groomed himself in front of the mirror, fully prepared for capturing Talon, not letting any details slip. Wearing a suit and sunglasses, he looked like a successful man with a hint of dashing charm. Jarvis for the two belts. One was fastened around his waist while the other was worn over it. The second night arrived with light drizzle floating in the evening sky. Rainy seasons always matched the hurried pace of passers-by. Jarviself weaved through them and collided with a thin, lecherous-looking man. "Really sorry, I bumped into you. Jarvis, are you okay? Shall I take you to the hospital?" Jarviself said with the accommodating smile. The thin man dusted off his sleeve angrily. "What's wrong with you? Don't you know how to walk? You." Before he finished speaking, Jarviself pulled out a wad of red bills and said humbly, "I just arrived in the city, and I don't know anything. Sorry, big brother." The thin man eagerly took the money and counted 100 notes. His eyes gleamed as he stared at Jarviself, asking, "You just came to the city? For what?" Jarviself chuckled. "To make money, of course. But finding business opportunities in this big city is hard. I think I'll have to return home penniless. I brought some cash to try my luck, but no chance at all." "Wait, if you really want to make money, I have an opportunity." The thin man licked his lips, his eyes flashing. "Do you really have a way for me to earn money?" Jarviself asked knowingly. He had already seen the man's business card in his pocket. It was for a manager at the Flying Jarvis Amusement Center outside Talon's gathering spot, which they likely used as a front. "Of course. Follow me." Thus, Jarviself smoothly followed the thin man into the Flying Jarvis Amusement Center. There, a henchman was hosting a dice game, similar to those in underground casinos but far less sophisticated, with stakes kept under 5,000. Alphonsine people sat there, looking gloomy, having lost quite a bit and hoping to break even. "Watch me play a round." The thin man spoke to the henchman and then played a round of dice, guessing in front of Jarviself. Several rounds later, he won using the 10,000 yuan given by Jarviself, doubling it. "Heh, see? Didn't cheat you, did I? This thing makes money." The thin man patted Jarviself on the shoulder, grinning. "The game does make money," Jarviself smirked. "I can gamble, but I want you to gamble with me, all right?" The thin man hesitated briefly before grinning back. "Sure, why not? Let's go." In several rounds, Jarviself lost the remaining 40,000 yuan he had. "Jarvis, brother, gambling is about mindset. We can't give up like Xiangyu, unable to face the elders of Jiangdong. Hurry up and get more money. Let's battle tomorrow." The thin man's silver tongue tried to comfort Jarviself. Jarviself smiled faintly. "One last round? One last round? Do you still have money?" The henchman scowled, clearly disdainful of Jarviself, especially now that he had lost everything. "Money isn't the only stake. If I lose, I'll give you this." Jarviself pulled out a dazzling diamond ring. The love crystal. "Wow, this is real. So you're the one who bought a 10-carat diamond for 250,000 yuan in the mall yesterday." The thin man examined the ring, his eyes shining. While this item might be hard for others to liquidate, the thin man could easily sell it back through his channels, making a good profit. "That's great. What if I win?" "What do you want?" the thin man asked excitedly. "Just some information. I came here to find out something." Jarviself smiled. The thin man's expression changed, surprised by Jarviself's intent, but the lure of money clouded his judgment. "Deal. No regrets." The thin man chuckled, patting Jarviself's back harder this time, preparing to leave but stopped by Jarviself's grip. "I'm not gambling with him. I'm gambling with you." Jarviself's gaze burned intensely, his hollow pupils hiding unknown depths. "But from my view, just cold sunglasses." "I bet on big," the thin man declared without hesitation, signaling the henchman. "I bet on small." Jarviself sat down with the thin man. "Last call." The henchman started shaking the dice, attracting spectators who witnessed Jarviself losing 40,000 yuan and wanted to see the finale. Jarvis threw the shake. The henchman stopped abruptly, confident in his technique. Jarviself's stone-like pupils saw the dice, indeed showing a 6 and 5, totaling 11. Their coordination was flawless tonight. But he was here. "Open." The henchman confidently revealed the dice jar. Jarviself tapped the table lightly, chi piercing out like sword energy, causing the dice to subtly shift. One turned from 6 to 1. Jarvis 5 and a 1, total 6 small. Jarvis spectators shouted the outcome. Chapter 311. Win and information. 6 points. This guy actually won. "Jarvis amazing," someone exclaimed in shock beside him. They were regulars at this flying video game city and had almost never truly won here. Now watching Clay slip up, they couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. But Clay shot the person a cold glare, and the man promptly shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. While this place appeared to be an arcade, its actual operating model was no different from that of an underground casino. Seeing Jarviself win the game, the Xyler's expression darkened, sneering, "Did you tamper with it? How could I possibly roll small?" Jarvister saying this, he faced Clay's resentful eyes. Jarvister all, once they won, they would earn a net profit of 150,000 for the crystal love. Tampered with it? Everything is in your hands. What can I use to tamper with it? Jarviself laughed coldly, leaving the Xyler speechless. You're not trying to default on the bet, are you, buddy? Jarviself took off his sunglasses, staring directly into Clay's eyes with his jade-colored irises. Clay froze. You're blind? He suddenly got the message. Since the other party was blind, wouldn't things be easier? Whether he won or lost today, the crystal love would be his anyway. Why did it matter? Gambling has winners and losers. Very normal. Buddy, this round counts as your win. Clay stood up again, patting Jarviself twice on the shoulder. However, Jarviself didn't pay attention to him this time, but grabbed Clay's hand instead. His grip was so strong that Clay struggled to break free. How can winning or losing not be important? I've already lost 4 grand here, and finally winning once. How can you say it doesn't matter? Jarviself asked coldly. Well, then what do you want to do? Clay frowned, realizing he couldn't escape this time. I just want one piece of information. You haven't worked here long, have you? I heard that before this flying video game city was a clothing store. It suddenly transformed into a video game center 3 months ago? Jarviself pulled Clay back down to sit, a smile playing on his lips. Clay had been planning to make a run for it at any moment, thinking that as long as he had the crystal love, this blind guy would never find him. Unfortunately, Jarviself's strength exceeded his imagination. With his hand being held by Jarviself, even the slightest resistance caused unbearable pain. I'm new, don't know much, Clay smiled awkwardly, staring into Jarviself's unusual eyes, suddenly feeling that this blind man might be tough to handle. Jarviself lowered his voice and asked, I heard there's a secret service area behind your arcade? Could there be some special services? Do you really want special services? Clay was alarmed, obviously very cautious. Can you introduce me? Jarviself raised an eyebrow, revealing a knowing smile. Clay sighed in relief, laughing and saying, Oh, brother, why didn't you say so earlier? You made me so nervous. Jarvis, long as you're looking for special services, I'll arrange it right away. With a ring like the crystal love, women will flock to you. Jarvisel, this fuss for nothing. Clay patted his chest, relieved. Oh, why were you nervous? Bro, sweating on the forehead shows guilt. Jarviself teased with a smile. Clay glanced around and whispered to Jarviself. Bro, listen closely. This is a gathering place for big shots. Jarvis Neon coming here to inquire is either a cop or a detective, giving me headaches. I see. Jarviself nodded inwardly after hearing this. So, former Deputy Governor Talon should be inside, right? Admitting a satisfactory answer, Jarviself released Clay's hand, also taking away the crystal love diamond ring he tightly held. Bro, can I see your ring again? Wait, Talon? What exactly are you here for? Clay grew wary. Jarvis, this moment, the Xyler signaled, and 3 or 4 men in baseball caps immediately sprang out from around. They all looked menacing, and the Xyler said arrogantly, I think you came here to cause trouble. Beat him to death. Realizing Jarviself wasn't simple, Clay hurriedly questioned, Bro, I misjudged you. You tricked me. Jarvis, are you really a cop? No, which cop is blind? This kid must be an undercover agent. Kill him? Seeing an opportunity, Clay quickly leaped backward. The 5 Xylers surrounded Jarviself, with Clay cheering them on from the side. Jarvis, after all, if this blind guy died, the crystal love would be his, and 150,000 would let him live lavishly for a while. However, as soon as the Xylers moved, a few punching sounds filled the air. Then came the sensation of punches landing, and the Xylers fell one by one as Jarviself quietly stood up, putting his sunglasses back on. Wow. Before Clay could react, his collar was grabbed by Jarviself, who lifted him overhead. How do I get into that secret gathering? I dressed up especially for it. Should be good enough, right? He said with a sneer. You're delusional, brat. Not only with your measly few 100,000, even if you had a few million, you still wouldn't qualify. That's the truth. Clay gritted his teeth, showing a defiant spirit. Jarviself frowned slightly and coldly punched Clay in the face. Still wanting to argue, Clay felt unbearable pain in his nose and fainted next. One after another, they fell, and the customers scattered, leaving only the Xyler. Taking a deep breath, the Xyler had no intention of running away. Kid, if you come any closer, I'll press this distress button. Once it sends the emergency signal, all staff will know the danger. It seemed this Xyler had more authority than Clay. Really smart. I won't move. Jarviself shrugged. Unexpectedly falling into a trap? Talon sure knows his stuff, setting up quite a bit of protection, even having the key distress button with an insignificant Xyler instead of management. Jarvis, alright. See this ring? Worth 250,000. I'll give you another 500,000 as compensation. With this money, you'll be well off. Hand over the button now, Jarviself said calmly. Bullshit. If I give you the button, you'll do nothing for me and cripple me. The Xyler clutched the button, ready to go down fighting with Jarviself. This kid's brain wasn't bad. Jarviself frowned, realizing he needed a solution. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Just then, a group of people rushed in, their shoes squeaking against the floor. Hashtag chapter 312, money opens eyes. Haha, our boss is bringing people over. You're done for. The henchman immediately became agitated, raising his hands and starting to call for help. Brother Isaiah, over here. Someone's causing trouble here. The henchman clung to this newfound lifeline like a man holding onto straws, all his previous tension vanishing in an instant. Outside, Over 20 Xylers walked in, dispersing the surrounding customers and tightly encircling Jarviself and the henchman's table. Jarvis' lazy male voice followed closely behind. I just woke up from my nap, and I hear someone's making trouble at my place? Who's the blind one? Jarviself frowned slightly, finding the voice oddly familiar. However, he remained silent, standing steadily as if nothing unusual was happening. Brother Isaiah, you should come see. This guy was trying to cause trouble and insisted on vandalizing our store. No matter how much I tried to reason with him, he wouldn't listen. The henchman quickly backstabbed, displaying remarkable familiarity with such tactics. Jarviself scoffed coldly, smiling. Weren't you about to press that button? Why don't you do it now and see what happens? He was confident that the arcade owner wasn't in cahoots with these Xylers. Otherwise, why would he entrust such authority to a mere underling? Unexpectedly, the young boss in a suit removed his sunglasses and suddenly asked in surprise, Divine Dr. Chen? Is that you? It really is you. Divine Doctor. You are. Jarviself frowned, looking the man up and down. He then realized this person was none other than Julian's son, Joe. Joe, why are you running an arcade now? Could this shabby place possibly be more profitable than your family's public companies? Jarviself teased. Jarviself, though he didn't know the exact extent of Julian's business, Brock had told him that the Chun family not only had significant ventures in the provincial capital, but also several public companies in the national capital. They were low-key yet involved in major projects. Jarvish, I clashed with my old man. That stubborn geezer wouldn't listen to me, always telling me what to do. So, I started my own venture. Joe flicked the cigarette out of his mouth, stamping it out with his pointed shoes, looking rather dejected. Seeing this, Jarviself finally understood why Julian had asked him to help discipline his son last time. Coincidentally, Joe's actions actually helped him during the bidding conference. Brother Isaiah, this guy is here to cause trouble. Jarvis, are you sure you haven't mistaken him for someone else? The henchman persisted, questioning impatiently. Joe frowned, slapping the henchman across the face. Do you dare speak? Can't you see this is my benefactor? What say you? Joe scolded fiercely, clearly frightening the henchman into silence. Can you believe your eyes? From now on, call him Grandpa. Do you hear me? Pulling the henchman by the collar, Joe pointed at Jarviself, looking menacing. Jarviself frowned, surprised by Joe's sudden aggression. He remembered the youth being somewhat clueless in their previous encounters. But apparently, time changes people. Joe was now a fierce leader. Grandpa, please forgive me. Without this job, I'd be dead. The henchman gulped, hurriedly pleading for mercy as Jarviself remained indifferent. Joe walked over with a grin, pleading on behalf of the henchman. Divine Dr. Chen, I know Dad has always respected you highly. Can you forgive me this once? My subordinate really acted foolishly. If you're still upset, I'll sacrifice him to heaven. Brother Isaiah, no? The henchman wet his pants in terror. Give me the button in this guy's hand. I won't hold the rest against him, Jarviself said calmly. Here. The henchman handed over the button, without hesitation to save his life. Jarviself analyzed the wiring of the device after obtaining the button. It was a delicate mechanism. Tampering too easily could trigger a signal to alert them. If the signal went out, they'd know someone was intruding, potentially ruining his plan. Fortunately, this crisis was averted. Relieved, Jarviself smiled. Take this guy away. I'm not interested in a showdown with him. Still here? That lit lost. Joe snapped angrily, and the henchman bowed and left hastily. Why don't we move somewhere else to talk? My arcade needs to stay open for business. Joe explained, grinning. His demeanor was now worlds apart from before, evidently having faced some harsh realities. Jarvister settling the matter, Jarviself learned more about Joe's recent circumstances. Family disputes had led to Joe feeling unappreciated, while Julian worried daily over his son's situation. Despite this, the Qin family remained in disarray. Taking advantage of his inheritance, Joe had made considerable progress within a short time. This arcade represented his hope for a turnaround, and Jarviself promised not to ruin it. In return, Joe agreed to help Jarviself connect with a bartender named Caesar. Caesar, there's a big deal here. Interested? Take this on, and you can start anew in another city. Joe patted Caesar on the shoulder, his tone profound. Caesar, dressed in a bartender's uniform, swallowed hard, asking incredulously, Brother Isaiah, you recommended me for this position. Now you want to discard me? Not discard you. How could I do that? If you succeed, you'll get this much. Joe indicated a 5 with his hand. 5,000. Caesar frowned, obviously disappointed. Joe shook his head dismissively, raising an eyebrow. Who do you think you're talking to? Caesar paused, surprised. 500,000. But, I can't do that. Even for 500,000, I can't betray you. I remain loyal. 5 million. More if you need it, Jarviself interjected, frowning slightly. That's enough. I'll do it immediately and leave this city right after. Caesar's eyes lit up, seemingly hypnotized. My requirements are simple. You control the alcohol they drink, so just make everyone sleep for a bit. Except Talon, Jarviself chuckled. With the medicine from Jarviself, Caesar ran off eagerly. Joe snorted, teasing. These days, people are all the same, greedy for money. Jarvisel, right, this doesn't concern you. Once I finish my business, I'll leave. But as for you, Jarviself's jade-like eyes gleamed. Don't worry, I definitely won't betray you. Joe shrugged, smiling. Suddenly, Jarviself took out a silver needle and stabbed it into Joe's forehead. Hashtag chapter 313. Taking on Jarvis, another Jarvis Prentice. Divine Doctor, what are you doing? Joe furrowed his brows, feeling a sharp pain between his eyebrows. If you want to live, don't move. Jarviself's eyes narrowed, and his jade-colored pupils emitted an eerie glow. This scene startled Joe. He wasn't unfamiliar with seeing Jarviself like this before, so he immediately complied and didn't move. Jarvister activating the Heavenly Eye technique, Jarviself scanned Joe's body and discovered several different types of energy within him. No wonder his personality had changed drastically. Though his personality had shifted, Joe hadn't noticed it himself. Jarvis, after a moment of thought, Jarvis asked, have you encountered any strange people recently? Strange people? Divine Dr. Chun, you're truly omniscient to know even this. Joe was not only unresisting but also somewhat excited. He began recounting his experiences over the past few days in detail. It turned out that the reason Joe was being questioned by his family was because he had blindly trusted an outside fortune-telling master. The master claimed that Joe was soon to face a major calamity. During that time, Joe felt something was amiss with his health, so he decided to believe the master. The master didn't ask for much money or many requirements. He just needed Joe to wear a jade pendant to eliminate misfortune from his life. So, Joe wore the jade pendant for some time. However, shortly after, an accident occurred. The jade broke at home, and toxic gas escaped, affecting the health of the clan's elders. Fortunately, the clan elders knew methods to expel the strange aura, but Joe was still mistreated by many of his peers as a result. If not for Julian's intervention, Joe might have faced severe punishment according to clan rules. They blame all their sins on me these past years. My father is such a coward. Knowing I was framed, why doesn't he dare to stand up for me? Joe said angrily. However, Jarvis wasn't interested in Joe's family affairs. Instead, he sensed that the energy inside Joe was very familiar. Is the master you mentioned surnamed Virgil? You? How do you know? Joe suddenly felt alarmed, thinking it was incredible. Could Dr. Jarvis also predict fortunes? To guess even this, Jarvis felt uneasy and quickly followed up. Where is this master now? Can you contact him? I'm not sure about that. He's just a fortune teller. What would contacting him accomplish? Joe shook his head helplessly. What about the jade pendant? Jarvis pressed. Joe rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, the jade was dealt with by the clan elders. Oh yes, one elder, who usually avoids interacting with us younger generations, specifically advised me after seeing the jade to avoid returning to the Chun family for the next 3 years, warning of potential misfortune. Jarvis expected. It seemed Driscoll's plan was deeply laid out, spreading his influence among prominent families. But why did Jarvis say he was already dead? Divine Dr. Chun, I know you don't do things without reason. With your abilities, you can definitely help me make a comeback. If that's the case, I can try to find this Driscoll. Joe's eyes were filled with eager anticipation. Jarvis chuckled coldly and said, you should worry more about your own health first. However, I appreciate your enthusiasm. If you hear anything about this person, be sure to contact me immediately. With that, he forcefully pulled the silver needle out of Joe's forehead, causing chi to surge into Joe's brain. Joe felt as if his mind had been struck by lightning, a strange sensation filling his thoughts. Ouch! Divine Doctor, what kind of treatment did you give me? I feel like something is missing from my brain. Jarvis explained calmly. The jade pendant given to you by Driscoll contained peculiar spiritual energy, far beyond what ordinary people can handle. I helped remove some of it. Despite this, Joe's character hadn't changed much. The sophistication of Driscoll's methods intrigued Jarvis even more. Just as Jarvis turned to leave, Joe recalled something and grabbed him. Divine Doctor, there's another matter you must help me with. Joe's tone became unusually sincere. Go on, Jarvis replied coolly. I want to become your disciple. Jarvis, another request for apprenticeship? Jarvis' brow furrowed slightly. He had taken on quite a few disciples recently. Before Jarvis could ask, Joe eagerly explained, this is a task my father gave me. He said that if I could become your disciple, it would bring honor to our family. He also said, it's the only hope for us to turn things around. Your hope for turning things around? Nonsense. Jarvis shook his head and sneered, forming a negative opinion of Julian for the first time. However, Joe earnestly urged, please take me on. Think about it. I work in business and have connections. In the future, I can help you too. Besides, you should know about my father's wealth, right? That's a point. Fine. I'll reluctantly take you on. Jarvis, your master, let me give you a word of advice. What advice? Joe asked. Jarvis, I leave. Close down your store immediately and reopen in 3 days. Jarvis said and left without waiting for a response. Why? Wait. Alphensoster Chun. Joe called out, but Jarvis ignored him. He pondered aloud. Wasn't I supposed to stay as a cover? Why tell me to withdraw suddenly? Well, better listen to my master. If he says so, there must be a reason. Joe realized his mind was working more efficiently than before. Could this be the effect of Jarvis' acupuncture? Jarvis took the internal gathering card Joe had given him, passed through security, and entered the hall. It turned out to be a place similar to a nightclub, where many men and women were singing and embracing each other. This was clearly not a venue for young people, but mostly middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s with young and beautiful women. Jarvis' presence quickly caught the attention of a group of short-skirted women. They approached him teasingly. Wow, such a young man in this high-level gathering? How unusual. Not a young man? This is practically prime meat. Huh. Jarvis Soraya in a pink skirt walked up to Jarvis seductively, hooking her slender wrist around his waist and slowly sliding her hand down his abdomen. The icy touch made Jarvis feel like he was in a hellish battleground. He responded coldly, I'm here on behalf of my boss. Jarvis smirked, trying to bluff his way through, when he suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice. On behalf of your boss? Then who is your boss? Sandra's face instantly reminded Jarvis of Violet. Hashtag chapter 314. Jarvis, are you trying to tempt me? Sandra before him seemed like she had been carved from the same mold as Mika. Bernice, we meet again, Jarvis said with a calm tone. Bernice was taken aback. She hadn't expected Jarvis to recognize her at first glance. So, you're not completely blind? Bernice raised an eyebrow and sized up Jarvis. Jarvis wore dark sunglasses, a tailored suit, and sported a trendy hairstyle, a far cry from his previous image as a rural doctor. You look quite respectable now. How have you been recently? Bernice, holding a cigarette between her lips, asked with a mischievous glint in her eyes despite her innocent and beautiful face. Your voice is enough to tell your location. How did you end up here? Did Talon kidnap you again? Jarvis asked directly. Bernice was momentarily stunned, sensing something amiss. Jarvis this moment, Jarvis felt something soft brushing against him. Sandra standing before him abruptly turned around and warned Bernice, Sister Shun, this man caught my eye first, so don't even think about competing with me. Bernice remained silent while the tall Soraya beside her sneered, looks like you didn't get the situation right today. Sister Shun is just here to be an accomplice. What are you? Speak more respectfully. Who are you calling girl? Serena in front of her wriggled her hips. She felt her soft body pressed against a prominent bulge, making her blush intensely. Jarvis patted her shoulder and whispered, I'm not interested in you right now, go away. But handsome, my. The beauty pouted, attempting to appear pitiful to gain Jarvis's attention. But Jarvis simply turned away, addressing Bernice, let's talk privately. I have something you might want to know. He walked away, leaving behind a towering figure. Wow, he's so handsome. Sister Shen, you've got some good resources, but why haven't you ever mentioned him? The tall beauty quipped to Bernice. Ignoring her, Bernice spoke coldly to the girl in pink. Girl, listen well. This man is out of your league. If you dare to misbehave again, I'll make sure your mouth gets torn apart. With that, Bernice followed Jarvis, aware that he was aligned with Jarviselbert's side, but unable to suppress her growing affection for him. Since being rescued by Jarvis from Talon's home, she had nurtured a seed of admiration. Jarvis midst the bright lights and revelry, middle-aged men indulged in the company of women, immersed in the luxurious atmosphere. In a secluded corner, Jarvis ordered a glass of foreign liquor. Jarvis sipping it, he spat it out as if it were tea dregs. This drink would probably be better off as medicine. Have you never heard that when a doctor can treat an illness with medicine, they do so? When they can't, they resort to alcohol? Bernice leaned over, taking the drink from Jarvis and sipped it lightly. Jarvis frowned, giving a cold snort. I won't give you a chance to warn anyone, Jarvis stated calmly. For my investigations, aren't you targeting Connor? Why are you now setting your sights on Vice Governor Yu? Bernice also frowned, puzzled. This matter doesn't concern you. I came here to ask about something else. What exactly does your grandfather Elias intend to do? Jarvis casually posed the crucial question. You know my grandfather? Bernice sensed an unusual aura emanating from Jarvis and took a step back. Jarvis suddenly turned around, gripping a silver needle in his hand. I know you're a divine physician, with a significant reputation. Connor was no match for you. But, I'm not your enemy, Bernice said breathlessly, her tone serious. Oh, is that so? Jarvis smirked and removed his sunglasses. Under the dim lighting, his jade-colored eyes gleamed differently. Bernice tried to steady herself but took a deep breath, grabbing onto the chair next to her to maintain balance. My grandfather indeed has some grievances with your girlfriend's grandfather, but they were once brothers. Jarvis for Vice Governor Yu. It's under my parents' orders. I have no choice. Bernice swallowed hard, feeling anxious. Jarvis stared at Bernice for a long time before suddenly pouncing on her, saying coldly, do you think I'd let you go just because you say this? But I like you. Bernice breathed deeply, feeling her heart race. Jarvis that moment, Jarvis froze. Bernice's delicate hand brushed against his waist, causing him a shiver of sensation as if their hearts beat in sync through their clothes. Do you realize what you're doing? Tempting me? Jarvis's tone turned icy. For a long time, neither spoke, the air thick with tension. But let out of here. We'll settle accounts with your family later. Jarvis finally turned away, frowning. Bernice didn't know what Jarvis intended, but the tense atmosphere dissipated. Hanyun's grandfather has already severed ties with yours. Talon is about to fall from grace. If you don't leave now, it might be too late, Jarvis said before leaving. What? My uncle really went this far? Bernice was taken aback. Excuse me, tonight Mr. Chun has arranged for our premium custom-made liquor. Would you like a glass? Jarvis bartender named Caesar approached with a smile. Jarvis hesitating. Bernice decided to trust Jarvis. No, thank you. I have an urgent matter to attend to. In a dimly lit karaoke room, middle-aged men and women sang cheesy love songs. Little sister, sit by the bed, brother walks by the river. Using the dim light, Jarvis navigated through the crowd, reaching a table in the corridor. Jarvis' fair and refined face appeared, looking worried, hearing a low voice. Have you located Talon yet? Mr. Chun, how did you end up here? If you're discovered, you'll be killed. Pepper frowned urgently, scanning her surroundings. Jarvis had recently contacted her to assist in a task as penance for the trouble caused by the Qing organization. She wanted to clear this debt. Jarvis laughed coldly, rest assured. There are others who deserve to die. Note, this translation aims to maintain the original tone and style of the text while ensuring clarity and fluency in English. Paragraph and line breaks are preserved as in the original text. Hashtag chapter 315. Jarvis according to plan. Jarvis, are you really going to make a move against Talon? Think carefully. While you may have the ability to do this, it doesn't mean you can handle the aftermath. Pepper appeared somewhat anxious. Jarvis, though she might not be directly implicated, she was still worried about Jarvis. Heaven's way is unjust. I'll just have to become heaven myself. Jarvis sat across from Pepper, resembling a businessman come for a meeting. Ichun, you are truly a very charming man. For some reason, the panic in Pepper's heart suddenly dissipated at this moment. She felt that by Jarvis' side, she could shed her protective shell and act like a gentle, compliant Soraya. But Jarvis squinted his eyes and said lightly, so, am I charming enough for you to help me this time? Pepper fell silent. Putting aside her acknowledgement of Jarvis, helping him now would give her the chance to ask for help with her troubles in Beijing later. Jarvis, after pondering for a while, Pepper hesitantly asked, did your father really die in a mine accident? I always thought only reckless men like Connor dared to do such things. I didn't expect Talon to be involved too. Jarvis, far as I know, more than just him were involved. These people, with their wealth and power, have caused more deaths than just my father's, Jarvis replied coolly. The image of Eileen's face flashed in his mind. She was at the prime of her life, but all because of them. Jarvis, and there were countless other hidden victims. Jarvis'll these pieces of information pointed to the harsh realities hidden behind them, further fueling Jarvis'l's anger. I understand. I will follow your plan. Pepper let out a breath of relief, finally making up her mind. Jarvis'l smiled faintly, satisfied with the answer. He then pulled out a packet of powder from his pocket. He poured it into the glass of wine in front of Pepper and said, "Drink it." Pepper couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What is this?" "Everyone's drinks are poisoned. This is the antidote. Drink it within 3 minutes, or you'll be unconscious for the next 10 hours. Jarvis'l spoke before standing up and leaving gracefully. This left Pepper even more shocked. How much power did this guy actually have? To bribe even the bartender in such a place? Without hesitation, she gulped down the wine. Using the momentum from the drink, Pepper stood up and walked towards Talon's private room. Jarvis, she went through row after row. She realized that although this was a secret underground entertainment venue specifically used by Talon, it had many measures to hide its true nature. Various officials and shop owners were essentially part of Talon's network. Pepper penetrated all the illusions and arrived at the last room. She was immediately met with stringent security checks upon entering, requiring a thorough pat-down. Jarvis, an elderly manager with extensive connections, then approached and smiled at Pepper. "Miss Jiang, I hope you enjoy yourself." Anachager was courteous and confirmed her identity before letting her pass. With such tight security, how did Jarvis plan to make his move? Just as Pepper hesitated, she saw someone waving at her inside. Her mind buzzed, because the person waving at her was none other than Jarvis. How did he get in here? Still puzzled, an obese man came over and grabbed her waist. "Jarvis, you the famous leader of the Blue Dragon organization. Miss Pepper? Come on, Deputy Governor Yu has been waiting for you." Pepper had no choice but to avoid Jarvis's gaze and smile awkwardly. "How dare I trouble the boss to wait for me? It should be me offering a toast." She quickly moved forward, picked up a glass of wine from the table, and raised it to the kind-faced man sitting at the head of the table. "Alfonso, the boss, have prosperity every year and happiness every day." "Haha, Jarvis, truly, my birthday was a while ago, but I'm glad you all came today." Talon smiled happily, and all the leaders around chimed in agreement. No one noticed anything unusual. Meanwhile, Jarvis sat on the sofa nearby, listening intently to everything. How did he manage this? How did he slip into this place unnoticed? Pepper was incredibly baffled but found no answers. Jarvis leaned back with his legs crossed, patiently waiting for the conversation to turn serious. On his lap, a voluptuous Soraya had straddled him. "Sir, why are you sitting alone in the corner? Don't you have a lady to keep you company?" Sandra's voice was seductive as she leaned close to Jarvis's neck, gently blowing on his earlobe. "Do I not have you here?" Jarvis responded coolly. "You naughty boy." Sandra pouted and promptly pressed herself into Jarvis's embrace, creating a warm and intimate atmosphere. Thus, no one noticed the unfamiliar face of Jarvis. Everyone was engrossed in their own company. Those who dined with Talon were high-ranking officials who would receive numerous toasts. Jarvis threw a few rounds. Many at the table were either drunk or asleep. Talon chuckled, grabbing Pepper's hand. His face was flushed as he said, "Xuanhuan, I heard your father is about my age, right?" "My father is 3 years older than you," Pepper said, feeling uneasy. "Calling him father-in-law, what a loss for me." Talon pulled Pepper into his arms and started groping her waist. Pepper gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. She kept flattering Talon and, seizing the opportunity, asked, "The organization will soon be dealing with Xuanhuan County. I heard Connor's old mining operation was just next door? Why do you suddenly ask this?" Talon's smile vanished, his expression turning grim. "Well, I've always admired President Su's talent. Unlike you, he comes from an ordinary family. His rise to power was purely through his own efforts. If it weren't for that blind fool, we wouldn't have lost such a talented person." Pepper pouted regretfully. Hearing this, Talon felt a pang of unease. Connor was merely a lowly underling who would kneel to tie his shoes even when alive. Jarvis, and now, Serena he fancied, was praising Connor right in front of him. Who could bear this? This Connor is nothing. Without me, how could his mind ever thrive? Talon sneered coldly, emboldened by the alcohol. Chapter 316, Jarvis Dead End. "Big brother, you're so bad," Sandra whispered into Jarvis's ear, grinding her hips against him while occasionally letting out enticing breaths. Jarvis narrowed his eyes coldly and said, "Shut up." The corner of Serena's mouth curled into a blissful smile as she tightly embraced Jarvis, losing herself. Meanwhile, Jarvis took out his phone, turned on the voice recording function, and placed it on the nearby table. From not too far away, Talon's voice could be faintly heard. "That brat Connor, he only became something because of me. Without me, would he be where he is today? He deserved to die." Talon was clearly tipsy. His face alternated between green and yellow. He glanced down at Pepper in his arms, and then looked at his not yet healed hand wound. This injury was caused by Jarvis, but ultimately, it was all Connor's fault. Were it not for that disaster Connor left behind, he wouldn't have suffered like this. Pepper put on an obedient look, pouting as she asked, "Don't be angry. I'm just really curious. How did such a powerful figure like Mr. Su become so successful with your help? Isn't it said that his mining business earns several hundred million each year? He makes millions doing quarrying work every year if he's lucky. Earnings in the billions? Do you believe it?" "Huh?" Talon's face showed disdain, his expression turning darker. Jarvis stood pondering for a moment. He still felt unventilated and snorted. "If you don't believe it, let me calculate it for you. Just a small quarry." Talon continued explaining, and Pepper, biting her lip, interrupted. "But Mr. Su does indeed own countless assets. It's rumored that even the powerful Xuanhuan family from Xuanhuan County attended his recent funeral. Well, isn't that because I gave him the opportunity? Without the opportunities one provided, where would he get all that money?" Talon snapped angrily, suddenly grabbing Pepper's throat tightly. Pepper gritted her teeth, feeling like she might throw up. "I'll tell you. That brat's stone mine struck gold back then. The gold mine was the source of his wealth, but he couldn't get the permits, so he had me handle it. Talon felt as though a long-suppressed burden had been lifted off his heart. He started laughing maniacally, his eyes flashing ominously. Jarvis, this point, he released his grip, allowing Pepper to start coughing and shiver inwardly. Since you already know this much, there's no harm in telling you more. Talon scanned the surroundings. Everyone around the dining table had passed out, and even those singing and dancing beside them were silent. He muttered, that brat was just lucky enough to strike a good mine. Besides gold, they later found rare minerals. These minerals caught the attention of some influential people, but that boy was quite ambitious. He refused to follow the big shot's orders and hand over the minerals. He searched high and low throughout the provincial capital, finding no one willing to help him except me. Only I was willing to assist him. Talon stood up, his gaze intensely fixed on Pepper. Jarvis, this moment, Pepper seemed like a lamb awaiting slaughter, her eyes filled with shock and fear. I helped him smooth out all the relationships within the province. Fortunately, the person backing me had strong connections. Even the entire provincial security department was under my control. Virgil, thanks to this mine, Connor rose to wealth and power, eventually connecting with even more powerful figures. Still, he dared to climb above me? Disdain flashed in Talon's eyes. This brat truly believes my kindness is weakness. Jarvis, this point, the agitated Talon smashed a glass on the floor violently. Despite this, everyone remained unconscious, oblivious to what was happening. Talon laughed wildly, staring fiercely at Pepper. Listen up, that boy was killed by someone under your command, but the one who ordered it wasn't you. It was me. I'm the real leader behind the Qing organization. You're merely a pawn. I will use you to replace Connor and enter Beijing. He lunged at Pepper, tearing open her clothes and opening his mouth as if ready to devour her whole. Pepper screamed, boss you. Calm down, Jarvis. No matter how much Pepper struggled, Talon wouldn't let go. Soon, she was left bare and her clothes shredded. Submit to me. You have no choice. I'll make good use of this pawn. Talon sniffed the perfume on Pepper's body desperately. Upon hearing this, Jarvis shut off the recording on his phone. Then he pushed Serena clinging to him away, stood up, and said coldly, with all your pawns, you still ended up in a dead end. Talon instinctively froze upon hearing this voice. He quickly got up and turned his head dazedly. Seeing Jarvis, Talon's brows furrowed. Jarvis removed his sunglasses, his jade-colored eyes flickering slightly. Recognizing these eyes, Talon jumped back several steps, startled as if he'd seen a ghost. Security. Lao Yin. Lao Bao. Wake up. Save me. Talon tried to breathe calmly and kept calling for help, only to find everyone present was unconscious. Jarvis took off his suit jacket and draped it over Pepper, calming her fear somewhat. What? What did you do to my men? Why won't they wake up? Why aren't they waking up? Talon, already drunk, saw Jarvis and became even more agitated. In contrast, Jarvis remained calm. He held a silver needle, accurately targeting Talon's acupuncture point. Wah! The needle hit precisely, sending Talon collapsing onto the floor, unable even to crawl. I came here to settle accounts. You should know what you owe me, and nothing will be spared, Jarvis said coldly. What's going on? Talon murmured, barely containing his panic. Jarvis, this moment, the door opened, and a waiter named Xuanhuan walked in. Talon immediately shouted, Caesar, you are my most trusted bartender. Please come over and help me find reinforcements. But Caesar ignored him and handed a card to Jarvis, saying, Thank you for your recommendation, Mr. Chun. I can now follow Brother Isaiah, who promises to take me places. Jarvis responded coolly, Very well, go find him. The 1 million I gave you is with him. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Caesar bowed deeply. Talon grew furious and hurriedly scolded, Little bastard, how much do you want? I'll give you 10 million, 50 million. Quickly call for help. To his surprise, Caesar frowned slightly, casting a cold glance at Talon. Do you know, during that mining accident years ago, another victim was my uncle? Chapter 317. Interrogation under duress. You. What does your uncle's death have to do with me? That's Connor's mine, not mine. Talon pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up in agitation. He breathed heavily, noticing a cold gleam in Jarvis's jade-colored eyes. So you think this matter has nothing to do with you? Did Connor get the mining resources all by himself? Jarvis tilted his head, looking down at Talon with disdain. From the start, Jarvis had targeted Caesar, the bartender. Once he knew Caesar's background, he contacted most of the mall's management staff. With the money from the Shin family, he could easily accomplish most things in this materialistic city. Jarvis, that moment, he flashed a cold smile of success. Jarvis in Talon was a complete failure. Caesar, I believe in you. You wouldn't be someone who sells out for money, right? I can clear your uncle's name, but the blind man behind you is a fraud. He won't help you. Talon knew Caesar was his only hope now. Sorry, Mr. Chen thought of this too. He already contacted the police. Jarvis steward, he'll hand over the recording. Caesar's eyes turned icy. He was also a young man who suffered because of the mine disaster. Jarvis, hearing Jarvis's story, Caesar empathized deeply with him. Feelings Talon, a man in power, could never understand. Jarvis, right, go follow Joe. The boy calls me master now, so technically, you're one of my people too. Remember to be a good person before you do anything else, Jarvis said calmly. Virgils. Caesar flipped Talon off. In the past, you didn't treat us like humans. Now it's your turn to suffer. Before leaving, Caesar kicked Talon hard. Go to hell. You stay there. You're just a lousy bartender. How dare you hit me? Talon tried to retaliate, but his legs were paralyzed. Talon could only watch as Caesar left. Then came the chilling presence of Jarvis, squatting behind him. Jarvis, let's talk rationally. I know you have money now, but don't you need power and connections to marry into the Shin family? I can give that to you. Talon clung to his last shred of sanity, desperately trying to negotiate. What I need doesn't require your consideration. Instead, let me ask you what you need right now. Jarviself squinted his eyes. Now he was the butcher, and Talon was the fish on the chopping block. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Just let me go. Jarvis, anything you want, I'll give you. Talon felt Jarviself's fury intensify and bowed his head, pleading for mercy. Jarviself watched Talon beg for 5 minutes until his voice was hoarse, but he never lifted a finger. This invisible pressure and fear of death were the cruelest torture. Under this intense atmosphere, Talon's spirit was utterly broken. Finally, Jarviself spoke again slowly. Tell me everything you know about the details of that mine disaster. Talon swallowed hard, his eyes darting around. You want to know about the disaster, right? Relax, I can tell you everything I know, even who was involved back then, Talon declared confidently. Jarviself remained silent, staring at him intently. Just, let me go. Release me now, and I'll take you to my office. Talon gasped, bracing for the next blow. Huh. Jarviself chuckled coldly. How resilient this old man was, far stronger than Connor. Unfortunately for Talon, Jarviself had learned more about these corrupt officials this time, and wouldn't show mercy as he did before. Jarviself unclasped the belt from his waist, a $10,000 belt bought from the mall yesterday. So expensive, this belt must be durable. I wonder if it hurts when it hits human skin? Jarviself narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy. You better think carefully. Talon gritted his teeth, unable to bear Jarviself's condescending stare any longer. Jarvis saw. The belt struck Talon's face with a loud slap, making him scream. Since his youth, Talon had been smooth sailing in his career, especially due to his solid network, which led to rapid promotions. He had never endured any hardship in his life, let alone brutal beatings by an ordinary citizen. Jarviself, I can't take this anymore. If you keep abusing me, once I get out, I will make sure. No, your entire family will suffer 10 times worse. Talon covered his face and cursed fiercely. Hearing this, Jarviself replied coolly, I have no family now. You all killed them. With that, he swung the belt again, striking Talon forcefully. The chi imbued in the belt intensified its strength, causing excruciating pain worse than skin splitting open. Jarvis! Talon staggered backward several steps and fell flat on the ground. It took considerable effort for Talon to crawl back up, feeling hot blood gushing from his nostrils. They say you're an unreasonable Xyler. Initially, I didn't believe it, but now I see you're a reckless fool, a blind dog. Go die, Jarvis. Talon's mind was nearly shattered. Jarviself spoke calmly. Tell me the details of the mine disaster, everything you know. With another swing, the whip landed between Talon's legs, producing a sound like cracking eggs. HNN. Talon groaned in agony, experiencing unbearable pain. It's often said that extreme pain makes one incapable of screaming, and Talon finally understood this. He clutched his lower abdomen, curling into a ball, trembling uncontrollably. Jarviself pulled out a silver needle and pierced Talon's shoulder, immediately numbing his entire arm. I'll talk. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. Talon cowered in fear. He had heard of Connor's horrific torture, countless needle marks covering his body. Knowing Jarviself was skilled in acupuncture, Talon feared being tortured to death. Jarviself frowned slightly, asking the question most pressing to him. First, tell me, what exactly does xuanhuan have to do with this? This translation captures the tone and style of the original text, maintains paragraph structure and line breaks, and ensures a natural and fluent English narrative. Chapter 318. Someone reported to the Jarvis authorities. xuanhuan. Talon swallowed hard and fell into a brief silence. Jarviself frowned and coldly explained, before I came for you. I already met with the elder of the xuanhuan family in Xuanhuan County. If any detail you say doesn't match up, you're finished. I'll talk. I'll talk. Talon's entire body trembled. After being beaten, he felt that even hearing Jarviself's voice would trigger a stress response. This incident has little to do with the xuanhuan family, and I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. Last time when I told you about xuanhuan, it was to divert the blame. Please forgive me. This time, I really know I was wrong and am willing to make up for my mistakes. Talon cried, his nose running. Hold back your tears, Jarviself sternly commanded. Talon quickly sniffled, but couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Jarviself knew these were crocodile tears, a belated confession. To him, they held no meaning. Who else is behind you? Jarviself asked with a frown. This time, Talon answered without hesitation. There are people backing me. People, but I don't know who they are. I only know that every official in Yuzhou province is corrupt. They're all being supported by capitalists, especially those at the Security Bureau. The entire bureau is riddled with bad apples, which is why there are so many unsolved issues in Yuzhou province that can't be controlled. Talon's answer left Jarviself shocked yet unsurprised. His village was full of ruffians, and countless reports to the authorities had been futile. Even today, his Jingxin clinic needed to rely on its own people to enforce justice unofficially to maintain operations. If this was the case in a small county, what could be expected in the bustling provincial capital? What I'm asking about is who was involved in the mine disaster, Jarviself said coldly. He didn't want to be a crusader. If he were, he would first need to avenge his deceased father. The details of the mine disaster can only be found through Connor. I can give you a lead. Go to Xuanhuan mining. Though it's sealed off, the Security Bureau hasn't sent anyone to investigate the documents. Important files regarding the mine disaster are all there. Talon stammered. This caught Jarviself's attention. The documents are with Connor? Not with you. Virgil's. That old fox is cunning. He was afraid we'd find out the truth and stop helping him, so he kept holding us over the barrel. This is why they pressured me to get rid of him. Talon nervously explained. How did you arrange Connor's death? Jarviself frowned, continuing his harsh interrogation. Jarvis' look of repentance crossed Talon's face as his voice weakened. I had control of the Qing Long organization's real command token. Originally, I was supposed to hand it over to Pepper, but I deceived her. So while Qinglong appeared to follow Pepper's orders, some were issued by me. I ordered one of Qinglong's top assassins to do two things, kill Connor and attempt to assassinate you. Talon gritted his teeth, his pupils trembling. Jarviself punched Talon in the chest, still feeling unsatisfied. What token did you use to issue commands? Show it to me. Jarviself said coldly. While he suspected Talon was the true leader behind Qinglong, he didn't expect him to act so preemptively. Talon hurriedly searched his pocket and pulled out an old black and white mobile phone. However, as soon as he did, he regretted it. If I give this to you, it's like handing over the Qinglong organization. Can you let me go? Talon lifted his head, his eyes pleading like those of an orphan, looking pitiful. Jarviself snatched the phone, his tone icy. With the crimes you've committed, you don't deserve to live. So you were using me all along? Pepper suddenly spoke, her face full of disbelief. Talon hung his head, unable to speak. Jarviself glanced at the phone, confirmed its authenticity, and handed it to Pepper. From now on, Qinglong belongs to you. Consider it compensation, he said nonchalantly. Pepper took the phone and began searching through it. Her eyes welled up with tears, but she couldn't bring herself to feel happy. You scumbag, you should just die. Pepper turned away, unable to contain her curse. Pepper, Jarvis, least I was your godfather. Jarvis rent you my god Aaliyah? Why won't you plead for me? Talon tried to soften his approach after realizing force wouldn't work. Unexpectedly, Pepper walked over and slapped him across the face, shouting angrily, You dare call yourself my godfather? What you did to me, was that something a godfather should do? Jarvisnimal. Scum. Seeing Pepper getting worked up and ready to strike again, Jarviself held her back. There's a bigger tiger pulling the strings. My goal isn't just this. We have enough evidence to send him away now. Jarviself knew there were too many ways to vent his anger, but until he uncovered the mastermind behind everything, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. Handing Talon over to a third party and carefully following up on clues would yield the greatest benefit. Pepper nodded, accepting this decision. Jarviself cast a cold glance at the pitiful Talon and said calmly, If you want to live, start talking. Otherwise, I might change my mind and let you die here. Okay, I'll talk. Talon swallowed hard and began recounting the details. Back then, Connor found Talon, claiming some workers had discovered secrets in his mine and were blackmailing him for wages. But Connor had already spent all his money and couldn't cover the demand. To eliminate any future trouble, he orchestrated the mine disaster. There were other underlying issues, such as deaths caused by rare mineral extraction in his mine. Talon claimed ignorance about the deaths, solidifying Jarvisel's resolve to continue his investigation. The only piece of information Talon provided was that the higher-ups were major players from the capital, with extensive influence in the provincial city. Jarvisel clues pointed to connections between the provincial capital and the capital city. Jarviself knew that one day, he would go to the capital to expose and punish each of these criminals. Killing his father could not go unpunished, no matter how far he had to reach. Suddenly, Jarviself sensed something unusual. Sirens blared outside. His jade-colored eyes shifted, instantly noticing the security bureau vehicles surrounding the area, officers swarming the mall for a large-scale search. Someone reported to the authorities. Jarviself stated coldly. Chapter 319, Jarvis shot rings out. What should we do? Pepper panicked. Jarviself thought they were victims. If the police officers found them here, they would be implicated too. Furthermore, according to Talon's statements, these officials and their backers had unchecked power because they controlled the police force. They mustn't be found. This was the first thought that popped into Jarviself's mind. I can cover for you. If there's anything else you want to know, I can't tell you everything. Talon struggled to his feet, eyes brimming with sincerity and eagerness. Jarviself hesitated momentarily. Talon continued, I'm willing to go to jail. Please, lock me up. I don't want to die. His eyes revealed a genuine fear of death. Killing him here wasn't right, and would only bring trouble. Jarviself abandoned this thought. You say you don't know who's behind it, but there must be someone you report to, right? Jarviself narrowed his eyes. It's Paxton, Jarvis Viv's father. Even Jarvis Viv doesn't know his father has been controlling the Aloysius family from behind. Talon quickly answered. Jarviself suddenly understood. Enoch's tactics were impressive, similar to how he controlled the Blue Dragon organization. The true mastermind of the Aloysius family wasn't Jarvis Viv but his father, Paxton, who became the vice-provincial governor. Jarviself had always wondered why Jarvis Viv didn't succeed to the position but his father did. It turns out the real boss was operating in secrecy. The one who targeted Jarvis Lyra is that old man. He's had this fetish for decades, liking rural girls. Talon, facing imminent capture, spoke recklessly to save his life. I was forced into this. If you want revenge, go after him. Talon continued persuading him desperately. Jarviself coldly ordered, shut up. His pupils flashed with an unusual light. While the main police search was slow, a few figures moved swiftly, disrupting Jarviself's perception. It wasn't a simple police report. The other party was well prepared. Oof. Pepper suddenly felt dizzy and fell sideways. Jarviself caught her, asking, what's wrong? Focusing on Pepper's head, Jarviself noticed the aura of Driscoll lingering around her. Mr. Chun, I'm fine. Pepper leaned onto Jarviself's shoulder, her soft breaths rising and falling, her body like a little sun pressing into his chest. Jarvis that moment, Talon saw this and shouted, someone's coming. Jarviself and Pepper were startled, turning hurriedly to look, but they saw Talon pushing Pepper aside before running off. Jarvis. Jarviself wanted to stop Talon but saw Pepper fall, so he immediately chose to support her instead. Talon reached the door, glanced back with a cold laugh, and cursed, haha, still let me escape. You two stay here and wait to die. Note, the phrase lalzug is a colloquial expression in Chinese often used to emphasize oneself, sometimes in a rude or defiant manner. In this context, it's better translated simply as me to maintain fluency in English. He slammed the door shut and vanished. Jarviself frowned. He hadn't intended to kill the old man either, so why did he insist on escaping? Did he really have the power to control the city's police force, even touching the law without repercussions? Jarvis, that moment, a muffled sound came from outside. Bang! Jarvis furrowed his brows. That unmistakable sound. A gunshot. What's going on? Pepper steadied herself, exchanging a puzzled glance with Jarvis. Without hesitation, they rushed out of the private room. Under the dim corridor lights, they saw Talon's bulky figure lying in a pool of blood not far away. Pepper wrinkled her nose. The strong scent of blood made her nauseous. Jarvis suppressed his disgust, approaching to examine Talon and discovering the bullet had hit his forehead directly. Talon died instantly, his brain matter leaking out. Even if he intervened personally, he might not have saved him. Whoever did this was ruthless. How could this happen? Who did this? Pepper took a deep breath, clearly struggling to suppress her physical reaction. Let's leave quickly. The police will be here soon. Jarvis pulled Pepper, hurrying away. Jarvis, an ominous feeling emerged in his mind. Talon's fate mirrored Connor's. He thought he'd found the big boss, but even Talon was just a dispensable pawn. This former vice-governor dying in a private room. Wouldn't they fear implicating themselves? This was a massive chess game. Why are we running? The police can determine we didn't kill him. If we cooperate with the investigation, this operation will be a perfect success. Pepper, unaware, asked hastily. Jarvis frowned, explaining calmly, Jarvis, he died. I realized something. He had a listening device inside him. Jarvis, listening device? Was that Talon's move? Pepper asked, puzzled. Impossible. If he knew I was coming, he wouldn't have dared attend the banquet. It must be from his backers, meaning even he was being used. Do you understand? Jarvis's voice wavered slightly. Jarvis, that moment, Pepper realized even the seemingly all-powerful Jarvis showed a hint of tension. The person behind this remained hidden, while they were exposed. That explained the rapid response of the police. The people behind this even used the police. If we stay, they'll find a myriad of ways to frame us as murderers. Then the truth will never come to light. Jarvis said calmly. They ran to a nearby electrical closet, and outside, police footsteps echoed. Search over there. Captain, there's a body here. Outside, footsteps and commands mixed, while inside the dark, cramped space, heavy breathing could be heard. Pepper curled up in Jarvis's arms, feeling a noticeable bulge press against her through her clothes. Her face flushed red. She bit her lip, stifling any sound. Jarvis, for some time. The sounds outside finally faded. Jarvis whispered, I'll go out first. Follow closely behind. Take off your heels and walk silently. Okay. Pepper blushed deeply, obeying. The iron door creaked open as they exited the electrical box. Sound over there. Jarvis police officer noticed them. What now? Pepper panicked. Jarvis frowned, not hesitating, scooped up Pepper, and instructed, hold on tight. Hashtag chapter 320, escape to freedom. Jarvis held Pepper in his arms and sped away at full speed. Empowered by the true energy gathered through the heavenly eye technique, no ordinary person could possibly catch up to him. Jarvis took just 2 turns. The officers chasing behind had already fallen far behind. Damn it. What the hell is that thing? Is it even human? The officer was panting heavily, utterly baffled, even doubting if what he saw was a ghostly apparition, an illusion. In the end, returning empty-handed, the 2 officers who were pursuing agreed to say they saw nothing, so as not to incur their captain's wrath. In the hallway, Pepper clung to Jarvis's back, feeling the heat radiating from this strong man's physique. Hold on tight to my arms, Jarvis said coolly. Pepper bit her lip. Her delicate hands reached out more boldly, and her body pressed closer. Jarvis, this moment, even Jarvis couldn't help but take a deep breath. His jade-colored pupils emitted a faint glow as his vision extended over the entire building. The intensity of the search was not diminishing but increasing, as if they knew Jarvis was still around, searching everywhere. Jarvis was glad he had prepared ahead of time yesterday. He had suspected that Talon would hold underground gatherings in crowded places like this mall to ensure someone would be there to assist in case of trouble. But Jarvis never imagined that the person assisting Talon would be the provincial city's police officers. They must be all over the place outside, right? Alphensoib, should contact someone. I still have ways to protect you. Pepper let out a long breath. She was prepared to take responsibility for everything herself. No matter what, she couldn't let Jarvis, this innocent brother with a pure heart, bear the consequences. Through their journey together, Pepper clearly saw that Jarvis was a good person. We can make it out. Even though the main gate is blocked, there's another exit at the back. Jarvis turned around, looking at a passageway. This leads to the restaurant's kitchen, Pepper reminded. This seafood restaurant has a ventilation duct specially built to remove the fishy smell. It's large enough for both of us to fit through and leads directly to the banks of the U River, Jarvis explained clearly. How do you know so much about it? Pepper felt incredulous. Compared to Jarvis, everyone else seemed like blind people. Jarvis didn't explain. Suddenly pausing, he said quietly, you go first. He set Pepper down, and she hesitated. The next moment, the door was pushed open abruptly. Click. The sound of a bullet being chambered rang out. The person entering was a police captain wearing an officer's hat. His expression was stern, and under the glaring light, he declared gravely, I am Captain Darrell of the Ujo Provincial City Police Force. I'm arresting you 2. Come with me. What if I don't go with you? Jarvis asked coolly, sensing this person was not ordinary. Plus, given that he openly named himself, he must be tough. But Jarvis didn't act immediately. Jarvis, after all, he couldn't yet confirm whether these police officers were friend or foe. You go first, Jarvis urged Pepper to leave. She quickly retreated a few steps and then ran towards the kitchen, slipping into the ventilation duct. Stop. I'll shoot. Darrell frowned, surprised that the person he came to arrest was so defiant. Snap. In the flicker of the lights, Jarvis had already closed in, kicking Darrell's wrist. The gun fell to the ground. Jarvis grabbed Daryl's other hand firmly, immobilizing him. Daryl struggled fiercely, but soon realized the blind man before him had astonishing strength. There was no way he could resist. Who ordered you to come after me? Jarvisel's voice was low and forceful. Jarvis, are you kidding me? Not only did you break the law, but you dare to question who sent me. Daryl was puzzled and angry. There's a mole in your department. Tell me who it is. Jarviself laid his cards on the table. What did you say? Daryl was shocked, almost disbelieving. Jarviself pulled out a silver needle, aiming it at Daryl's eyeball, pressing hard. Who gave the order? Daryl gritted his teeth. Of course, the chief gave the order. Jarvis, for where he got his instructions, we have no right to ask. Besides, even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Deputy Governor Yu is the father of our city. You despicable scumbag, how dare you lay a hand on him? Daryl looked indignant. Unexpectedly, this guy actually upheld justice? Jarviself lost interest instantly. Forget it, arguing with a stubborn fool like you is pointless. Jarvisel, you need to know is that I didn't have a gun, and Talon died from gunfire. Jarviself narrowed his eyes. Suddenly enlightened, Daryl frowned and asked, what are you implying? I said there's a mole in your department. Jarviself took out a phone and started playing the recording of Talon's conversation during the underground gathering. Now thoroughly shocked, Daryl heard every word Talon had spoken played back. How could the recently retired and ostensibly clean official, Talon, have been involved in such nefarious activities? Jarvis, the recording ended. Jarviself stepped back a few paces and said coolly, I intended to deliver him to the police station, but you people botched the job? There was anger in Jarviself's voice. If these people had done their jobs properly, the tragedy of his father and his own ordeal might never have happened. With that, he turned and entered the ventilation duct, leaving Daryl struggling in place, unable to move. Then Daryl realized a silver needle had pierced his wrist, completely blocking the acupoints. Jarvis, the end of the ventilation duct. A breeze from the river greeted them. Upon seeing daylight again, Pepper popped her head out, breathing in the fresh air. This duct reeks and is so damp. Pepper complained. Jump. Let's swim to the shore. Jarviself said coolly. Jarvis, are you crazy? Pepper looked down. They were at least 10 meters above the ground. Moreover, the river currents were swift and tumultuous. If they weren't careful, they'd sink without a trace. Before Pepper could stop him, Jarviself leaped off, diving into the river. Pepper had no choice but to follow. Jarvis amidst the surging waves, they swam towards the shore. Jarviself's movements were agile and graceful, as if swimming were second nature to him. However, Pepper lost her way in the rapids and was quickly filled with mouthfuls of river water. Help, help. Pepper felt herself sinking when, at the critical moment, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her. Jarviself's broad shoulders shielded Pepper, feeling the softness of her body melting in his grasp, their bodies intimately close. Chapter 321. Equal Exchange. Jarviself held Pepper tightly and realized that her body was actually very voluptuous. Every place where there should be curves had them. This was indeed strange. Why did she usually look tall and slender? This beautiful Soraya certainly had her highs and lows. It was clear that even among the beauties, Pepper stood out as one of the best. Jarviself's standards weren't ordinary. He had lived for over a century in his previous life, and had seen many beautiful women in this one too. For him to find Pepper stunning proved that she had an exceptional kind of beauty. Ichun, save me. Pepper's body floated up and down on the river, feeling enveloped by a warm current. Don't move around. Hold on to me tightly. The water is too strong. Jarviself said in panic. Okay. Pepper had no choice. Under the rapid current, she felt like a weed with no support, swaying about everywhere. Her only hope was to cling to Jarviself, who was now everything to her. But just as she grabbed on, Pepper inadvertently touched something, causing a wave of heat to surge. Hold my hand. Jarviself couldn't help but remind her. The continuous crashing of the waves against their bodies had already made him feel hot and flustered, struggling to maintain control. Was Pepper not behaving as a Soraya should and taking advantage of the situation? But Jarviself wasn't angry. Pepper immediately let go and this time firmly grasped his broad shoulders. Hold your breath carefully. Don't choke. Jarvister giving this reminder, Jarviself swam forward at full speed, bringing Pepper with him. He pushed through layer after layer of waves and soon brought Pepper to shore. Jarvis along the way, he felt the softness of Pepper's body against his own through their clothes, and the temperature difference between their bodies made both of them blush and hearts race. Especially when he had to use his hands to support Pepper's delicate chest while lifting her onto the shore. Pepper could feel her heart fluttering wildly. I apologize for the intrusion, Miss Pepper. We're safe now. Jarviself placed Pepper ashore and took a deep breath. No, I'm the one who intruded. Pepper extended her hand, slightly trembling. The warmth from that moment seemed to linger on her hand, and she never imagined that at nearly 30, she would experience such an intense climax, making her cheeks flush uncontrollably. It's fine. Jarviself swallowed and turned away. Though his mind was mature and wise, he didn't want to get entangled in any more ambiguity with Pepper. If Mika found out, wouldn't it be hard to explain? Fortunately, Pepper was sensible as well. Jarvister tidying herself up, she pulled out a handkerchief from her pocket and wrung out the wetness. Be careful not to catch a cold, Ichun. Pepper gently wiped Jarviself's forehead with the handkerchief, treating him with the care one might give a patient. Jarviself froze but didn't resist. Thankfully, the day's sunlight was still gentle, and no one else was around. The two of them sat by the shore basking in the sun until their clothes were almost dry. Now we can probably leave, but we can only take the back roads. The sheriff has only lifted the search on the side paths. The main road is still under surveillance, Jarviself said calmly. His jade-colored eyes emitted a faint glow, taking in all details within a kilometer. Pepper nodded quietly, her thoughts complex. Ichun, can I call you by that name? She bit her lower lip. Having called him Mr. Chun before made things feel somewhat distant. They had, after all, shared life and death experiences together. You can call me whatever you like. Jarviself didn't mind the details. Pepper lowered her head. Her face flushed and said, only after this did I realize that you are truly a hero among commoners. Jarviself laughed lightly and explained, I am no hero. I'm simply avenging myself. Even so, I still admire you. Since I am also the leader of the Jarvisher Dragon organization, do you really plan to forgive me? Pepper's tone carried some hesitation. His jade-colored eyes flickered, and Jarviself's gaze slowly blurred. Good and bad people can be discerned at a glance. Do you think I'm blind both in eyes and heart? Jarviself spoke casually. Virgil's, I think so too. Pepper exhaled deeply, finally realizing her mistake. If choosing Talon was wrong, then she hoped this time she wouldn't make another mistake. Jarvis after some thought, Pepper seemed to have made a decision and seriously said, then let me tell you my true background. Oh. Jarviself's lips curled, suddenly interested. The capital Talon mentioned is my hometown. I am the eldest Aliyah of the Jiang family's patriarch in the capital. Pepper explained. Jarviself shrugged upon hearing this. Nothing special. Anything else? Pepper was incredibly shocked. Jarvisel the men she'd encountered previously acted like hungry wolves and tried to ingratiate themselves once they learned her identity. Even in the capital, the Jiang family's reputation reverberated across the world, let alone in this provincial town. Not only am I the eldest Aliyah, but my father also designated me to inherit the entire Jiang family's legacy. That means I'm the heir to the Jiang family and will be the future head. Pepper stated precisely. What does this have to do with the mine disaster? Jarvisel frowned and asked. What? This guy was still concerned about the mine disaster? Pepper couldn't help but feel infuriated. Didn't this kid understand her intentions? Wasn't there not even a hint of trying to climb up? However, this also testified to Jarviself's character. He was not a greedy man. This fact made Pepper quite satisfied. Though I wasn't aware of it, I believe my father must have known about the capital's jade project. I remember him mentioning I should pay special attention to Yuzhou province's minerals. This point, Jarvisel finally showed interest. Go on. My father believed Talon's lies and sent me here to Yuzhou for training, even asking me to recognize Talon as my adoptive father. It seems our family was deceived by that old man Talon. Pepper recounted her experiences fully. So the Jarvisher Dragon organization is just a joke? But regardless, with Talon dead and his phone in your hands, the entire Jarvisher Dragon organization must now obey you. Jarviself said coldly. So, now I finally have something to trade with you on equal terms. She shifted the conversation to business. Chapter 322. You want me to be your Jarvis adoptive father too? Do you still want to make a deal with me? What do you have to offer? Jarviself's lips curled into a mocking smile, his eyes somewhat unfocused. Jarvis this moment, Pepper also noticed the jade-like irises of Jarviself's eyes shimmering unusually. Your eyes can see certain things, can't they? Jarvis, and you're quite skilled. Even though I don't know who your master is, Pepper suddenly began scrutinizing Jarviself. What are you implying? Jarviself couldn't help but feel a bit wary. Pepper continued, despite Talon always wielding actual power in the Jarvisher Dragon organization, as the nominal leader, I've also received quite a bit of information. In fact, the Jarvisher Dragon organization has been paying attention to you for quite some time. Connor is actually an enemy of the entire province's underworld. If not for someone protecting him, he would have faced attacks long before you even acted against him. You openly opposed Connor, and people within our organization had already been watching you. There are capable people in this organization who investigated and found out that your eyes are extraordinary. Pepper spoke with a hint of pride. Jarviself, however, chuckled coldly and said, it doesn't matter. No matter how many people come at me with ill intentions, I will handle them all. Pepper felt a weight pressing down on her. Listening to the heavy tone, she knew Jarviself was not bluffing. They stared at each other for a long while before Pepper spoke again. Honestly, my father is in danger in Beijing. I joined the Jarvisher Dragon organization to gather a capable team to help us revitalize our family. I want to formally invite you to serve the Jiang family. Pepper was incredibly uneasy. She understood that Jarviself seemed different from any expert she had met before. Jarvis expected. Jarviself scoffed and asked, why should I help you? I now control the Jarvisher Dragon organization, which will fully follow your orders. I can also assist you in investigating all details of Talon's cooperation with Connor. Pepper declared firmly. But if you refuse to help me, I still have ways to force you into doing it, don't I? Jarviself tilted his head nonchalantly. For example, hasn't the Jarvisher Dragon organization been secretly sabotaging the Shen family ever since the Qin family fell? Various places continue to obstruct Shen family businesses. I guessed as much, Jarviself remarked coldly. Pepper swallowed hard and didn't respond. Because she had participated in this herself, back then, she only wanted to use Jarviself as a pawn to keep pressure on Talon. She never imagined that the pressure Jarviself brought would be so great that now Talon was dead. No problem. Just when Pepper thought this deal was off, Jarviself suddenly agreed. Why? Pepper frowned, surprised. Jarviself became serious and said mildly, I want to take over Talon's position. In the future, my relationship with you will be similar to yours with the Jarvisher Dragon organization. Do you want me to be your adoptive father too? Pepper frowned, puzzled. Jarviself remained silent. Sometimes he thought this Soraya was rather naive and innocent. Jarviself, though, given Jarviself's intelligence, treating Pepper as a junior by far exceeded his status. If you want me to help you settle things in Beijing, we must wait until I get there to discuss it. For now, in the provincial capital, you must help me accomplish everything first. Jarviself stated. He knew that whether investigating the mine disaster or helping the Shin family in commercial battles, he would eventually cross paths with the interests of powerful figures in Beijing. However, the timing wasn't right yet. What do you need me to do now? Pepper became serious. Besides making the Jarvisher Dragon organization stand down, I want you to immediately use these forces to investigate Talon's remaining supporters. Jarviself's face darkened. Talon is dead. Why investigate him? Can't we directly investigate Connor's mines? Pepper asked dubiously. Jarviself shook his head. The mines could be a trap. I want you to investigate Talon's employment information. This concerns the current deputy governor. You mean that old man Paxton? Pepper immediately caught on. Their plans aligned perfectly. Pepper immediately made a call to have her subordinates pick her up. Jarvisulf declined Pepper's arrangements and left alone via a small path. His pace was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Pepper's sight. Jarvis CG Medical Hall. Brock sat anxiously on a hospital bed. Upon seeing Jarvisulf, he immediately stood up, visibly agitated. You finally came back to see me, Jarvisulf. I've been waiting so long. Brock's eyes were filled with tears as he wiped them away upon seeing Jarvisulf. For a moment, Jarvisulf thought Brock might have gotten conjunctivitis. Speak your mind. You don't need to beat around the bush with me now, Jarvisulf said. They had become close friends despite the age gap, even more so than the relationship between Ford and Julian, as they both knew each other thoroughly. Our G family business isn't much, but it has been operating on the brink of collapse these past years. My health isn't good, and somehow, the news of my Aaliyah's kidnapping has spread. Brock said urgently, now many commercial forces want to cut ties with us. Our only hope is the Aloysius family. Everyone knows that our CG Medical Hall is closely associated with you. The Aloysius family and the Shin family have been longtime rivals, and you are Shun family's Grandalia's husband. Brock's eyes conveyed a complex mix of emotions. Do you mean you fear I'll drag you down? Jarvisulf laughed coldly. Not at all. I'm desperate and need your advice. Brock sighed deeply. Jarvisulf responded indifferently. Don't worry about the Aloysius family. Precisely because I am closely related to you, they absolutely dare not harm you, especially CG Medical Hall. Really? Brock raised an eyebrow, looking astonished. Virgil's, rest assured. Currently, Jarvis Viv was under the influence of 7-day soul-cutting powder, requiring a dose of the antidote every 7 days. Even with all their bravado, they wouldn't dare touch him. Relieved, Brock took a deep breath. Jarvisulf's jade-colored irises shifted slightly, focusing on Brock's head. He discovered that the poison still spreading in Brock's body was no ordinary toxin. It had strong toxicity and diffusivity. Jarvisulf took out a silver needle and pierced it into Brock's forehead. I just finished taking medicine, and now I have to undergo another treatment? Brock breathed heavily, looking worried. Old man, emotions play a significant role. Try to stay happy and optimistic, Jarvisulf comforted. Brock nodded and let Jarvisulf treat him. Warmth permeated Brock's brain, making him feel significantly better almost instantly. No wonder Jarvisulf was revered as a divine physician. The results were immediate. Feeling better, Brock suddenly said. My grand Aaliyah has been mentioning your name all day. She has something important to tell you. Chapter 323. Throw him out. Jarvisulf had told Iona 2 days ago to find out where her mother was being held. The one who kidnapped her mother. Wasn't it that yellow-haired guy? Jarvisulf was especially interested in this person and quickly asked, what did she say? You'll have to ask Iona. I don't know what you told my grand Aaliyah. She said she only trusts you now. Even I can't get through to her. Brock looked displeased, clearly feeling somewhat depressed about this. Jarvis that moment, Iona, holding a doll, ran over and hugged Jarvisulf's leg. Yoel, Brock's apprentice, had brought Iona over. Dr. Chen, she has been talking about you nonstop these past 2 days, saying she had to see you. This child is really getting better. Before, I think she wouldn't recognize you after 2 days. Yoel felt relieved. Jarvisulf stroked Iona's head softly and asked gently, what do you want to tell me? Let's go inside. Iona said seriously. Seeing her feigned calmness, Brock and Yoel didn't take it seriously, giving a helpless laugh. Jarvisulf quickly ended Brock's treatment and took Iona into the clinic room. Iona even locked the door cautiously, then sat on Jarvisulf's lap with her doll. Looking at Iona sitting on him, Jarvisulf softened his voice, almost as if she were his own Aaliyah. Tell me now, did you find out anything? I asked my mom. She asked me who made me ask, so I said an uncle. My mom said she was going to the bathroom, and there, she secretly told me a place, saying I shouldn't tell anyone except that uncle. Jarvister explaining. Jarvisulf understood why Iona was so cautious. It seemed her mother was indeed kidnapped, and he realized Iona's uncle was probably someone like Baker trying to rescue her. Can you carefully tell me all the information your mom gave you? Good girl. Jarvisulf stroked Iona's forehead to soothe her. Jarvister pondering for a moment, Iona hesitantly began. My mom said, it's in a tall tower, within white walls. There are elephants, ants, and flowers. These pieces of information were completely useless. Jarvisulf frowned slightly, continuing to ask, Jarvis, anything else? Can you think of more details? He pressed lightly on a certain acupoint on Iona's forehead, rubbing it gently. Immediately, Iona said as if a switch inside her had flipped, that person is called Dai. Dai. Jarvisulf frowned, searching his memory but finding nothing about this name. Uncle, that's all I remember. Can you fulfill my request now? Iona pouted, seemingly unwilling to continue. Don't worry, when you complete the uncle's request, I will fulfill yours too. I promise. Jarvisulf nodded with a smile. Iona immediately beamed, as if her worries vanished instantly. Great. Then Grandpa will be safe. Thank you, Uncle. Jarvisulf smiled absent-mindedly, wishing his troubles could dissipate as easily as a child's. He quickly fell into thought. From this questioning, he only obtained one specific name, Dai. Jarvis for the tower, white walls, elephants, and flowers. Jarvisulf couldn't come up with any answers and decided to set them aside for now. When he came out of the room, Brock was already walking towards him anxiously. Chun, we have news. What kind of news? Jarvisulf asked immediately. Grandpa, you'll be safe from now on. Iona rushed forward, and Brock picked up his grand Aaliyah, consoling her for a few moments. Then he hastily said to Jarvisulf, the people I sent to investigate just reported back. That yellow-haired guy went to Xuanhuan County and has been frequently spotted there recently. Unfortunately, those places are quite far. Brock handed a stack of photos to Jarvisulf as he spoke. Chun, can you see them? Brock asked. I'll have someone help me look at them. Thanks. Jarvis glanced at the photos and put them in his pocket. The photos showed the yellow-haired man appearing in various locations, seemingly following someone. He hadn't expected to be caught by Brock's operatives. This could be the classic hawk preying on the cicada while the oriole waits behind scenario. So, they might very well be in Xuanhuan County? Jarvis murmured. That's likely, Brock nodded. Ephraim, once I resolve this matter for you, the ownership of the Four Seasons Clinic. Jarvis raised an eyebrow, hinting at something. It's yours. Jarvis, and if my Aaliyah comes back safely, I'll sell it to you at half price. Brock's words carried weight. Xuanhuan agreed and left immediately. Though ostensibly to save Brock's Aaliyah, he also had his own agenda. On the way to Xuanhuan County, Jarvis fell asleep in the car. He had spent most of last night escaping, plus cooling down by the riverside with Pepper, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. When he woke up, he was already in Xuanhuan County. Jarvis getting out of the car, Jarvis called Barrett, asking for a specific address. Barrett gave him an address only 2 streets away, and Jarvis decided to visit Elder Xuanhuan first. Elder Xuanhuan was sitting in the backyard enjoying some cool air. The servants, being tactful, led Jarvis directly to the backyard upon learning his identity. Boy, you're visiting again? Ha ha ha. Elder Xuanhuan squinted and stood up as he saw Jarvis. Jarvis, that moment, a young girl with twin braids rushed out, steadying Elder Xuanhuan urgently. Grandpa, the doctor said you mustn't move around. Why are you standing up? Girl, you're talking as if I'm dying soon. Should I lie here waiting to die? Ha ha. Elder Xuanhuan chuckled. Jarvis noticed the girl was petite but had a strikingly beautiful face, like a Soraya from a painting. Finding her interesting, he said, your grandfather is fine, but you should move less often. You have an anterior pelvic tilt even at a young age. His jade-colored eyes shifted, and he seemed to assess her thoroughly through her clothes, smiling confidently. Look at you, almost 18 or 19, yet you don't take care of yourself. If you keep this up, you may develop endocrine disorders. Jarvis shook his head, thinking how deficient this pretty girl was in physiological knowledge. Hearing this, the girl became furious. Who are you? I don't know you. Guards, throw him out. Chapter 324. Turns out she's just a little hen. Kick him out? What era do you live in? Jarvis frowned slightly. Even with his past life memories, no one in the royal courts would ever say something so archaic. Feeling her sore spot hit, Kiyomi pouted and angrily retorted. I bet you're some quack who tricked my grandfather from somewhere. Grandfather is perfectly fine. He doesn't need fraudsters like you. Quick, get lost. Kiyomi turned away. Jarvis, this moment, a few servants came in response, looking at Jarvis, ready to act. But an old man's glance scared them off. Facing Havelock, Kiyomi said in surprise, what are you doing? Can't you hear me? I said take him away, but let him out of here. Kiyomi was afraid that if she spoke any softer, these servants wouldn't hear her. Virgil, it remained futile. This made her even angrier. With hands on her hips, she exclaimed, hey, have you all lived too long or what? Don't you listen to this young lady now? Miss, please calm down. You can't just take someone away like that. This gentleman appeared at Mr. Su's funeral before, and he's a good friend of our master, the servants replied cautiously. Jarvis was also puzzled. When did they become close friends? But only Havelock knew that over the days, he often mentioned Jarvis in front of these servants until they were almost sick of hearing it. Today, they finally met the real person, all huddled behind the courtyard walls, eager to see this young miracle doctor and his wondrous skills, only to find Miss acting so unruly. It put them in a dilemma. If you don't follow my orders and escort him out, I will punish you once he leaves. Kiyomi stomped her feet in anger, face full of rage. With family discipline, Kiyomi pouted, appearing rather nonchalant, losing all semblance of a well-bred lady. There was silence all around. The servants dared neither obey nor leave. Why aren't you speaking? Jarvis, are you all eating your meals for nothing? Jarvis, least acknowledge me. Humph. Kiyomi grew more anxious. Jarvis sighed and smiled bitterly. Young girl, if you're so aggressive, you might not find a husband. Even your grandfather doesn't dare cross you. Who else will respond to you now? You still dare to insult me? Try again. Kiyomi got so angry she grabbed a nearby fan and threw it at Jarvis. Jarvis easily caught it, flipping it once in the air before fanning himself. What do you have left to say? He was curious what other tricks this spoiled miss had up her sleeve today. Kiyomi was surprised and quickly asked, Jarvis, aren't you blind? How did you see me throw the fan? Though blind, I'm not deaf. Your movements are loud enough that even neighbors would know you were about to throw something at me. Jarvis shook his head. Hey! Kiyomi rushed forward, ready to attack Jarvis. Leela, stop being unreasonable. Just tease him a bit, but don't hurt my guest. Havelock couldn't hold back any longer and interceded. His Grandalia practiced Taekwondo. 3 years ago, she had already achieved a black belt and participated in various youth Taekwondo competitions in Xuanhuan County, almost always winning gold. Her remarkable achievements made everyone, even some elders, avoid her. That was how her domineering and arrogant character formed. Jarvis' jade-like eyes flickered as he effortlessly dodged Kiyomi's attacks, secretly nodding, recognizing this girl's impressive agility despite other flaws. Ouch! Stop moving. Kiyomi was on the verge of tears. She wanted to show off her decisive martial prowess before the servants, but instead became a plaything for Jarvis. With ease, he evaded all her attacks and pretended to counterattack, confusing her without really hurting her. If you continue, I will be furious. Do you think I can't make you and your family regret it? Kiyomi puffed her cheeks in anger. Jarvis' expression darkened, an ominous aura rising. Finally, he acted, grabbing Kiyomi by the throat and lifting her up. Ugh. Kiyomi couldn't make any sound. Havelock, your little Grandalia has a cute personality but such sharp words. It's easy for her to offend people. Jarvis' expression was cold as his hand brushed against Kiyomi's chest, turning her face crimson. She struggled hard, tears streaming down her eyes, wondering if she'd be assaulted right at her own doorstep. Jarvisel's fingers reined themselves in, gliding smoothly each time nearing sensitive areas, causing a tingling sensation. Miss. The servants panicked, wanting to help yet wary of Havelock. You naughty girl, finally tasting the consequences, haven't you? I told you this young Jarviself is capable and humble. Virgil, you provoked him and ended up being disrespected. Sigh. Havelock shook his head, realizing he could do nothing. He had secretly investigated Jarviself and knew he wasn't an ordinary person. So he bowed deeply. Little brother, for my sake, spare my Grandalia this time? She's young and inexperienced. After this lesson, I believe she will learn respect. The corner of Jarviself's mouth lifted as he carelessly tossed Kiyomi aside. She fell face first into the dirt, her previously round and fair face covered with dust. So lacking in chivalry, the servants muttered, expressing their dissatisfaction with Jarviself. Cough, cough. Kiyomi struggled up, her face filled with frustration. Havelock bowed to Jarviself. Thank you, divine Dr. Chun, for educating and disciplining my Grandalia. I hope she'll be more obedient from now on. Grandfather, how can you favor outsiders? That guy tried to take advantage of me just now. He coveted my beauty, EW. Kiyomi pouted, full of disdain. So you're a little beauty? Jarviself raised an eyebrow, questioning. Of course. Jarvis, are you blind? Kiyomi retorted angrily. Jarviself shrugged indifferently. I am indeed blind. If you hadn't spoken, I thought you were just a noisy old hen. Turned out you're just a little hen. You. Kiyomi blushed. Jarviself chuckled. Jarvis, and I noticed earlier. This little hen's eggs aren't big either. I can fit 2 in one hand. Note, the last part of the translation involves potentially inappropriate content. Please ensure sensitivity and appropriateness when translating or discussing such material. Chapter 325. The Vessel for Refining Medicine. Grandpa, look at him. Kiyomi couldn't beat him and felt too upset, so she could only ask Arno for help. Arno had seen everything with his own eyes and knew that it was his Grandalia who was in the wrong. He rebuked, You undisciplined child. Our guest has come to our home. Not only do you not welcome him, but you also start an argument with him. Jarvis, and now you want me to speak up for you? Do you think I grew up in the same unenlightened times as you? Arno's words were resounding. Upon hearing them, Kiyomi realized her mistake. Grandpa, it's just that I was worried about you. Kiyomi moved closer, supporting Arno. It was obvious this mischievous girl reacted quickly. Seeing her elder wouldn't help her, she decided to play soft rather than hard. Jarviself shook his head helplessly and mocked. You don't need to worry about your grandpa. From what I see, you should be more concerned about your own condition. What are you talking about? Kiyomi maintained a cold, indifferent attitude towards Jarviself. Jarvis, this moment, Jarviself's jade-colored eyes emitted a dim glow, focusing on Kiyomi's brain. He noticed some peculiar energy influencing her thoughts, which alone wasn't enough. Jarvis, affected by this energy, her pineal gland had transformed into an unusual shape, impacting her memory and emotions, as well as directly affecting her physical abilities. This might explain why, despite being a black belt in Taekwondo, she was so easily defeated by him. No wonder this young lady was so unconvinced. However, this strange energy was very hidden. If it weren't for his heavenly eye technique, he wouldn't have noticed it. There's something wrong with your brain, Jarviself said coolly. Upon hearing this, Arno's expression changed drastically, and he immediately asked, Dr. Chun, what do you mean? Jarviself explained casually, something is affecting her brain. I'm not sure what it is, but if it's not resolved soon, she will likely become mentally impaired within days. You're the one who's crazy. Grandpa, look at him. He's just trying to make my life miserable. Jarvis, blind man like him. What right does he have to say there's something wrong with my brain? Ugh. Kiyomi continued to beg and plead, hoping Arno would support her. Child, listen to me. I trust Dr. Chin's medical skills. Arno held Kiyomi's hand. His previous sternness towards Kiyomi softened, and now he felt more pity and compassion for his Grandalia. Dr. Chun, I've never asked much from others. It's my fault regarding my Grandalia. I've wronged her. Arno sighed. He quickly bowed deeply before Jarviself, respectfully saying, Please help my Grandalia. We apologize for earlier. My family will fully make amends. Kiyomi was surprised that even her grandfather treated this young blind man so respectfully, but she still argued loudly. Grandpa, don't believe this outsider. He must be deceiving you. No way. Today I will definitely kick him out. Kiyomi frowned and took on an attacking stance again. Jarviself frowned and coldly asked, What do you understand, little girl? Can't you listen to your grandpa? Once you leave this house, aren't you afraid of being beaten senseless? His tone was full of mockery. Kiyomi blushed and angrily yelled, Uncle warned me before he left to take care of Grandpa's health. Don't you dare use tricks. Watch out. Whoosh. 2 silver needles shot through the air. Just as Kiyomi was about to move again, 2 needles pierced her forehead. Jarvis! Kiyomi screamed, frozen in place, unable to move any further. What's happening? Why can't I move? Kiyomi clenched her teeth, struggling to move her body, but it felt as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on her, making her movements incredibly slow. Jarviself slowly walked over, pinched Kiyomi's hand, and said indifferently, How should I put it? Your annoying voice has been getting on my nerves. I didn't seal your mouth just to ask you a few questions. Don't misunderstand me. What nonsense are you spouting? Let me go. Kiyomi shouted angrily. However, no matter how much she struggled, it was futile. Jarvis started carefully taking her pulse. Jarviself's brow furrowed slightly, and he said calmly, This pulse. It looks worse than I thought. Ignoring his Grandalia's cries, Arno stepped aside and anxiously asked, Doctor, what's wrong with my Grandalia? Can you help her? I can definitely treat her, but I have a few questions first. Jarviself let go of Kiyomi's hand. Have you worn any jade pendants recently, or taken any medicine? Kiyomi responded defiantly, What's it to you? Hypocrisy. Arno glared at her angrily, yelling, Dead girl, if you talk like this again, I'll disown you from the xuanhuan family. The rebuke clearly worked. Kiyomi looked shocked and aggrieved, not believing that her grandfather would consider driving her away for an outsider. Dr. Chun is a renowned physician within 100 miles. If he says your condition is serious, you must understand it. Must you wait until you're bedridden to regret it? Arno angrily threw down his cane, furious. Grandpa? Kiyomi hesitated, still unconvinced by the blind doctor. Griffin, since you value this so much, it seems her condition is related to you, isn't it? Jarviself sensed something peculiar. From the characteristics of the energy, this was not related to a parasitic insect, but rather some kind of medium used to refine medicine. Jarviself searched his past memories and found some useful information. Some medicines required special refinement methods, even using cruel means, ultimately creating medicines with incredible effects. Harmful parasites or toxins wouldn't cause such extensive medicinal presence in her body. It contradicted the concept of raising parasites. Through deduction, Jarviself was almost certain. Kiyomi had been chosen as a vessel for cultivating some special medicine. This matter was far from simple. Oh no, Jarvisel, because of my foolishness, I fell for that scoundrel's trick. Arno took a step back, nearly falling over. Sir. Two servants rushed forward to support Arno. Arno explained helplessly, I have an old friend who introduced me to a method a few days ago. He said it could refine medicine using my Grandalia as a medium. He insisted it would greatly benefit and protect her. But it turns out he's treating me like a fool. Jarviself nodded inwardly. This made sense, at least it wasn't directed at him. Go fetch a basin of water and a towel. There will be some bleeding involved. But let 2 more people to carry her. Jarviself remained calm, gave orders, and then pulled out a cloth bag from his chest. Chapter 326, Medical Fee of 100,000. Jarviself held a cloth bundle containing 20 needles of various sizes, with a small packet of finer needles tucked in the corner. Kiyomi couldn't help but feel terrified as she heard Jarviself mention bleeding. She hastily asked, what do you intend to do to me? You won't harm me, right? Grandfather. This guy will definitely take advantage of the situation to settle old scores. Quickly make him release me. Kiyomi felt like crying but had no tears. She knew her behavior was inappropriate and could not believe that Jarviself would sincerely treat her. Don't worry, humans and hens are different. Jarvis, the very least, I wouldn't do such a dishonorable thing, Jarviself said indifferently. Imran did not seem interested in paying attention to Kiyomi's protests. Kiyomi had no choice but to submit as 2 servants lifted her body off the ground. Jarviself focused his chi into his dantian, crouched into a horse stance, and inserted 2 relatively thick needles into Kiyomi's wrists. Then he placed his palm flat on her chest, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. The jade alphansoiden needling technique was a profound skill from the divine hand's medical scripture. Jarviself had thought he would never use such an intricate needling technique in his lifetime. Alphonsini's special treatments for women involved crude methods that compromised their essence. But since Kiyomi was Imran's Grandalia, Jarviself would not dare to defile her in front of him. This jade alphansoiden needling technique ensured that Serena's essence remained intact while infusing true chi into her body, allowing the blood and chi to circulate. It also helped expel any toxins or curses in her system through acupressure. Jarviself pressed his hand on Kiyomi's chest. He immediately felt 2 soft lumps, each about the size of a bun. Kiyomi's face flushed with embarrassment and displeasure, but she bit her lip and remained silent. Her dignity had already suffered enough, and further fussing would only make it worse. Other servants watched from afar, not seeing clearly, but those supporting Kiyomi and Imran stared in disbelief. Jarvis, are these thick needles really safe? Miss, if it hurts, just shout. Divine doctor, please be careful. Our miss is sensitive to pain. Jarviself sneered inwardly. This family, from elders to servants, pampered this girl excessively. No wonder she became so spoiled. She has been practicing martial arts since childhood and undergoes regular weight training. Her physical condition is good. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Jarviself calmly reassured them. Kiyomi was surprised by how accurately he described her habits. Could it be that this boy really knows what he's doing? Here's the water. Jarvis' servant brought over a basin of warm water with a towel hanging over it. In a moment, she will spit out blood. You must catch all the blood with the towel, and not expose it to the air for too long. Then drop the towel into the water, Jarviself instructed before beginning the needling process. The servants were bewildered but quickly followed the instructions, wetting the towel and waiting. Kiyomi urgently demanded, what exactly do you plan to do to me? I don't want to be treated. I'm not sick. Even though she had indeed felt some discomfort lately, she didn't want to undergo such a risky treatment. It felt almost like preparing for childbirth. Ignoring her, Jarviself inserted a fine needle into her throat, causing her intense pain. Soon she lost her voice, her face filled with fear. Next, more sharp pains came as Jarviself inserted 4 or 5 needles around her neck. Humph! Jarviself grunted, pushing all the chi in his palms into Kiyomi's body. The chi spread through her body like flowing dragons, penetrating every corner. Jarvis! Kiyomi suddenly felt an excruciating pain in her head, her temples throbbing intolerably. She started screaming but her throat hurt even more, then nausea and dizziness overwhelmed her. Kiyomi swore to herself that she would tear this blind doctor apart. She was perfectly fine before this ordeal began. Towel ready, Jarviself commanded coldly. The servant was startled, but quickly placed the towel where it needed to be. Unexpectedly, Kiyomi wrinkled her brows and opened her mouth wide. Gah! Unable to hold back, she vomited up everything in her throat. Kiyomi, being beautiful, cared deeply about her appearance and felt extremely embarrassed. However, what came out wasn't food residue but large amounts of black blood. The black blood dripped onto the towel, causing Jarviself to frown tightly. The potency of the medication was indeed formidable. Into the water. Jarviself confirmed the timing and directed the servant to drop the towel into the water. The thick black blood didn't soak into the towel but astonishingly solidified into lumps upon touching the water, turning into crystals that lay in the clear water. now a pure black instead of red. How can this be? The servants were amazed. They had never seen anything like this in their lives. Could this be an elixir? Imran was shocked. He had only read about such things in historical records, never imagining he'd witness it. Jarviself nodded and explained. But this elixir cannot be consumed because it wasn't extracted using traditional alchemy methods. My needling technique expelled the medicinal effects while preserving your Grandelia's vitality. This medicine likely contained potent toxins. Bury it on a high mountain. Do as Dr. Chun says. Imran instructed. Virgils. The servants left one by one. They gently set Kiyomi down as Jarviself removed the needles from her body, one by one. Soon, Kiyomi moved her hand, realizing she was no longer paralyzed. She had maintained consciousness and noticed the bizarre and frightening substance expelled from her body. Grandfather, what happened to me? Kiyomi's voice softened. This is all grandfather's fault for believing someone else's nonsense and making my Grandelia suffer. But for specific details, you should ask Dr. Chen, Imran explained. Kiyomi hesitantly looked at Jarviself. Your body is precious, possessing complete essence as a young maiden. Someone in the martial world used an unusual alchemical technique on you. These substances aren't poisons but medicines. Once removed, there will be no harm to your body, Jarviself explained as he gathered the needles back into his cloth bundle. I see. Thank you, Divine Doctor. Kiyomi blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Jarviself glanced at her coldly. Don't thank me. The medical fee is 100,000. Chapter 327. Suffering severe injuries. What? 10 million? Jarvis, are you trying to eat people alive? Kiyomi's face changed, and she started thinking that this blind man was a fraud. Jarviself, though her family was wealthy, who would dare ask for 10 million to treat an illness? If not a scammer, then what? Not just 10 million, but that's only for you. Your grandfather's condition might cost another 10 million. Hurry and prepare, Jarviself said indifferently. Griffin was deeply moved and respectfully replied, Divine Doctor, please wait. I'll have the servants get the money ready for you. Just transfer it to my account. Carrying cash around isn't convenient these days, Jarviself said calmly. Understood. This transaction right before her eyes made Kiyomi question her life. Had charlatan doctor's fees already soared this high? Just treating someone on the spot netted him 20 million. This was like a walking banknote harvester. What kind of illness does my grandfather have that needs your treatment? His heart condition hasn't flared up in ages. Kiyomi frowned. You're really quite disrespectful as a Grandelia. Your grandfather almost left us at the funeral not long ago. Jarviself gave a meaningful sneer and gently shook his head. Kiyomi was speechless. She realized belatedly that the miraculous doctor her grandfather had met earlier was none other than this young blind man standing before her. When mentioned before, Kiyomi had assumed it was some venerable sage, never imagining it would be a young man. This was truly against common sense. The servants escorted Jarviself away, while Griffin asked them to prepare an empty room so Jarviself could examine him alone. I can't let this happen. I need to inform Kareem. Recalling the black blood she had vomited earlier, Kiyomi believed Jarviself's medical skills were genuine, but she still couldn't settle her worries and felt she needed to call an elder back to see this through. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the news, Kareem sounded alarmed on the phone and claimed he would return immediately. Jarvis, after diagnosing for a long time in a hall, Jarviself finally came to a conclusion. It seems your heart has been doing well recently. No special treatment is needed. I will just prescribe you some medicine, Jarviself concluded after a simple diagnosis. This time, he didn't crudely use his heavenly eye technique to diagnose, but was still quite accurate. Taking the prescription, Griffin nodded repeatedly and thanked Jarviself. Thank you, Divine Doctor, for your protection. Jarviself's jade-colored pupils flickered, focusing again on Griffin's pulse, clearly noticing many signs of aging. Even with good health, organ failure was inevitable. Jarvis this moment, while Griffin's heart was protected by the previous treatment, the blood vessels supplying it were extremely fragile. Divine Doctor, we've transferred the agreed 20 million treatment fee into your account. Griffin was generous. Even just for a prescription, he was willing to pay Jarviself. Jarviself pulled out silver needles from his cloth bag and said calmly, I'll give you 2 more acupuncture points, one to strengthen your heart and the other to protect your blood vessels. Jarvis, after all, despite asking for a high price, he would never cheat people. Paying 20 million for a single prescription indeed seemed unfair to Jarviself. Jarvis, all right, Griffin chuckled, eyes filled with approval. Jarviself pulled out the silver needles and, as Griffin extended his wrist, inserted one needle beside a vein. Jarvis, if admiring Jarviself, Griffin suddenly smiled and said, Divine Doctor, how do you find my Grandelia? Beautiful beyond compare, youthful and lively. Jarvis barked from her temper. She's a very vibrant and self-reliant young Soraya, Jarviself said politely. Do you have any interest in her? Griffin chuckled, apparently entertaining the idea of recruiting a son-in-law. Jarviself was about to decline when suddenly a gunshot rang out. The deafening sound sent a wave of excruciating pain through Jarviself's leg. Clearly, he had suffered severe injuries. Kareem, what are you doing? Kiyomi covered her mouth, looking fearfully at the Edric beside her. Jarviself recognized him as the man in the windbreaker he encountered at Connor's funeral. Griffin, is this your son? Jarviself gritted his teeth, watching his own leg bleed, his face pale. You wicked child. What are you doing? Griffin raged. However, the Edric sneered coldly. Leela's body contains a life-saving elixir. You, quack, must die. He fired again, but this time Jarviself reacted quickly and thrust a silver needle to intercept the bullet midair. Bang! The bullet exploded in midair, startling the man, who then turned and fled. You cursed beast, that lit people to chase him. Virgil, sir. Several servants rushed out under Griffin's orders. Kiyomi stood frozen, covering her mouth, unable to believe what was happening. Divine Doctor, your leg, quickly call a doctor. Griffin was distressed, wanting to help but unsure how. No need, Jarviself waved off the offer, enduring the pain. Don't move. Once I start the acupuncture, it can't be stopped. Jarviself told Griffin to sit down, continuing the procedure. Due to the pain, Jarviself's ability to concentrate chi decreased slightly, so he added an extra silver needle at his Bolivar chi acupoint to stimulate his meridians. Divine Doctor, are you alright? Kiyomi approached, concern and shock written all over her face. Stupid girl, aren't you going to use your mediocre kung fu to stop the bleeding for the Divine Doctor? Griffin scolded. Virgil's. Realizing she had made a mistake, Kiyomi grabbed the hemostatic supplies handed to her by the servant, knelt down, and began stopping the bleeding. She used scissors to cut open Jarviself's hemp pants and noticed the bullet had only entered halfway into his muscular thigh. This? Kiyomi swallowed, silently observing, the smell of male sweat filling her nostrils. But Kiyomi did not disdain it. Noticing this, Jarviself didn't refuse, saying mildly, "It's okay, just pull it out." Jarvisel right. Despite agreeing verbally, Kiyomi braced herself mentally before using pliers to extract the bullet. Thanks to his practice of the Virgilo Emperor's classic of internal medicine in his past life, Jarviself's body naturally regulated his breath to heal itself without moving. Thus, to Jarviself, the injury was no worse than a scraped knee. But from Kiyomi's perspective, it looked unbearably painful, increasing her admiration for Jarviself. Soon, Jarviself finished the acupuncture, and Griffin immediately felt much better. Kiyomi also managed to stop the bleeding for Jarviself. Divine Doctor, our family is truly indebted to you. Your kindness I cannot repay. Griffin bowed hastily to Jarviself. Jarviself waved off the gesture and said calmly, "To be honest, I came here because I need something from you." Chapter 328. I'll take care of him. Jarviself had been contemplating how to use his silver tongue to persuade Barry to help him. However, it seemed now that he didn't need to do so. The favor owed by Barry was enough for a negotiation chance. "I came to you because I want you to help me find a person. This man's name is Dai, and I don't know where he is, but I have some key information. White walls, tall tower." Jarviself recounted every detail Iona gave him. Barry summoned a servant to write down all the details. Jarviself added, "The man I'm looking for has blonde hair all over his head and a mole on his mouth corner, but I'm not certain this man's name is really Dai." Got it? This is now top priority. Search through the entirety of xuanhuan County immediately. Barry commanded with authority. He then promised Jarviself, "Dr. Chen, rest assured, I still have connections in xuanhuan County. Once I step in, many local leaders will respect me. I will certainly help spread the news for you." "That's very kind of you." Jarviself nodded. "In the coming days, stay here at my residence while your wounds heal." Barry still felt indebted to Jarviself. Indeed, thought Jarviself, even though he didn't need time to recuperate, going to the Zhao family would be inconvenient at this time. Before issues with the Aloysius family were resolved, showing up at Zhao's could provoke deeper conflicts. Now, the Zhao family was in crisis with their Jade project in cooperation with the capital, but fortunately, they had the backing of the Shin family. Unless something unusual happened, Jarviself did not want to get involved. "Now tell me about your son," said Jarviself coldly. "Depending on what you say, I'll decide if he deserves to die or not." If he wished, Jarviself could make that kid meet an untimely death within 7 days, leaving no intact body behind. Barry sighed deeply, recounting all the events to Jarviself. Only then did Jarviself learn of the significant happenings at the xuanhuan family these days. Firstly, after Connor's death, the xuanhuan family, which had many cooperations with the xuanhuan mining industry, could only choose to terminate ties. This decision stemmed from xuanhuan County's unique industrial chain structure. With the two mining centers, Yihan and xuanhuan, severed one by one, the power of local strongmen began to expand in xuanhuan County. To preserve their strength, the xuanhuan family had to retract their hands, and they faced numerous threats from other forces. The most crucial of which was the betrayal by Barry's youngest son, Django. This young man never agreed with Barry seeking medical treatment for his illness, fearing that if Barry went to seek treatment, there might be a risk of failure, potentially leading to the downfall of the xuanhuan family. In his opinion, conservative treatment was safer and better for the family business. No wonder during Connor's funeral, this kid tried to stop Jarviself from treating Barry. He sensed the ulterior motives then. This move today was a clear betrayal. This boy is now apprenticing under a local strongman in xuanhuan County named Ethan. This kid has martial arts skills, and Leela used to learn taekwondo from him. He does indeed possess martial arts skills, but his mind is incredibly muddled. Over the years, with that foolish brain, he has deceived people everywhere and opened a traditional martial arts academy in the heart of xuanhuan County. Nowadays, he is almost considered one of the biggest strongmen in xuanhuan County, practically above the law. Barry slapped the table with a bang, his eyes filled with sorrow, explaining, "Originally, these strongmen were our enemies. This boy betrayed his own family and joined them, truly a disgrace." Jarviself nodded, thinking this was just a prodigal son who hadn't come to his senses yet. Jarvis' cold smile flashed across his mind. Under the power of Huang Di-Su and V. Gavriel, Jarviself's leg wound had healed internally, leaving only some superficial injuries. But this wasn't a reason to forgive the kid. Jarviself wanted to teach this boy a lesson. "Since you're worried and I'm waiting for news anyway, why don't I go and bring him back?" Jarviself's lips curved. "You are sure you can manage it? Your leg." Barry mentioned Jarviself's leg wound, feeling immensely guilty. Jarviself smiled, explaining, "You don't need to worry about this. I'm someone who keeps scores. Bringing him back isn't entirely for you. I will remind you, I may not return him unharmed." Barry paused, falling into silence. Jarvis for a long time. He sighed, "Divine Doctor, thank you for going out of your way, considering this miscreant. If you can bring him back, even if he's crippled or dead, I accept it. In that case, I'll take care of him." Jarviself stood up, his words decisive. Barry hesitated for a moment, finally letting out a sigh. "Go, Divine Doctor, with your high morals, even if I must sever ties painfully, I am willing. Whether this child lives or dies, it's his karma." Jarviself could see the deep reluctance in Barry's eyes, yet he verbally accepted such a request, adding more respect towards Barry. Since you're going to that martial arts academy, take my Grandalia as well. 1. Let her gain experience. 2. Show my trust in you. Our xuanhuan family has been rooted in Xuanhuan County since ancient times and cannot pardon such a criminal among us, Barry firmly declared. Jarvisel felt that Barry's statement was enough to satisfy his intentions. That night, he stayed in a guest room. Bored, he glanced at his phone messages. Mika sent quite a few messages, mostly reporting the smooth progress of the Jade Project and a few flirtatious lines that made one blush. Iquin, do not chase a cornered foe. They are hidden while you are exposed. Do you know how much I worry about you? Late night, best time for missing someone. I know you can see. Iquin, your vision has improved, right? If you can't see, it's good too. You won't worry about things. If you can see, just reply that you're fine. Jarvisel chuckled bitterly. This girl's methods were becoming more varied. Mika was a rare beauty, exceptionally intelligent. Over time, she realized she could sometimes see clearly. Jarvis, for some consideration, Jarvisel replied to Mika, I'm fine, don't worry. Women would only slow him down. In the silent night, there was a creak, and a shadow sneaked in furtively. But Jarvisel, sitting on the bed, saw everything sharply in the darkness as if it were daylight. Gulp! The intruder cried out, standing frozen in fear. The lights immediately turned on. Jarvisel flipped the switch. Not sleeping late at night. What brings you here? Jarvisel asked casually. Standing awkwardly was Kiyomi, dressed in green gauze clothes. Hashtag chapter 329. Jarvis, another wedding proposal. It's 3 in the morning, and you're still not sleeping? Kiyomi asked, her voice tinged with surprise and a hint of panic. Jarvisel couldn't help but sneer, sensing her ulterior motives. So late at night, are you here to assassinate me? You guessed right. Kiyomi immediately drew a dagger and lunged directly at Jarvisel. He didn't expect her to be so serious. Her speed was much faster than during the day. It was clear she was skilled with knives. For a moment, Jarvisel almost didn't react in time. Jarvisel narrowly avoiding the blade. Jarvisel frowned sternly and slapped her chest. The soft touch instantly made him feel a wave of indulgence. How different from how you were during the day. Jarvisel teased. I'll kill you. Kiyomi bit her lip, her face flushing red with both embarrassment and rage. The blade sliced through the air, each slash seemingly capable of cleaving the very air. Kiyomi's movements were so swift that afterimages of the blade appeared in the air. But soon she realized that the harder she attacked, the more easily Jarvisel dodged. Clearly, she was thoroughly outmatched by Jarvisel. What kind of background do you have? Kiyomi fumed, then abruptly shifted her attack, lunging recklessly at Jarvisel. Jarvisel swiftly reached out, and with one strike, he sent the blade flying towards the ceiling, embedding it firmly into the wall. Swish! The sharpness of the blade left Jarvisel somewhat astonished. Did this girl really mean business? Jarvis, are you seriously trying to kill me? Jarvis, aren't you afraid your grandfather will blame you? Jarvisel lay on the ground, silently staring at this pure yet tender Soraya. He thought, these beautiful women truly become more ruthless the prettier they are. Kiyomi felt her thoughts exposed by Jarvisel. Of course, her biggest concern was her grandfather's rebuke. Otherwise, why would she resort to such a stupid method of attacking at night with a knife? If I really wanted to get rid of you, there are plenty of ways. Quickly tell me, what's your purpose for coming to our xuanhuan family? Why did my uncle shoot at you? Kiyomi's suspicions towards Jarvisel clearly hadn't diminished. Jarvisel sighed and explained calmly, I saved your grandfather's life once, so he owes me a favor. This time I came to Xuanhuan County looking for someone, and conveniently, I wanted him to repay that favor. Haven't I already helped both you and your grandfather recover? You ungrateful little girl, harboring such vicious intentions. While speaking, his jade-colored eyes gleamed darkly. His gaze focused on Kiyomi's head, confirming that she wasn't being controlled by anything. Then, he noticed the 2 soft mounds at her chest. Beneath her fair skin, an unusual aura lay just beneath the surface, not penetrating her flesh. Only at this close distance could Jarvisel clearly see it. Looking further down, he indeed saw a clump of greenish aura condensed at her lower abdomen. Do you know some martial arts? Jarvisel found it intriguing, saying with interest, You pervert. Kiyomi immediately slapped at him. Jarvisel caught the slap with his hand. Realizing she wasn't a match, Kiyomi stepped back. Jarvis, aren't you the one who charged at me? I didn't force you. Jarvisel mocked her. Don't try to twist the words. My grandfather was deceived by you. Today, I must kill you to uphold justice. The anger surged again, as Kiyomi raised her hands in a fighting stance. Watching Kiyomi approach him with a flurry of motions, Jarvisel's gaze sharpened. With just one stretch of his hand, he tapped her slender waist. Jarvish! Kiyomi froze, realizing she had been immobilized by a pressure point, her entire body numb and unable to move. Should I be blamed because you threw yourself at me? Looks like you're the real pervert, Jarvisel said with a smirk, studying her delicate features closely. Suddenly, he felt this girl resembled Mika a bit. This haughty demeanor of a young lady. But if Mika was the epitome of grace, this girl was a delicate gem, 2 different types of women with distinct styles. Kiyomi clenched her teeth, her face flushed red. For a long time, she couldn't utter a word, stubbornly insisting, No, you're the pervert, no matter what I say. Now well versed in modern women's thoughts, Jarvisel rarely encountered such a pure-hearted girl. He casually wrapped his arms around Kiyomi's waist and leaned closer. Kiyomi's face turned bright red, her heart pounding wildly. You, what do you want to do? Jarvis, their body heat intertwined. Jarvisel cupped Kiyomi's chin and whispered, I want you to see what a real pervert is. Kiyomi tightly shut her mouth, fearing Jarvisel might kiss her forcefully at any moment. With the mindset of a century-old elder, Jarvisel easily read Kiyomi's thoughts and pretended to lean in for a kiss. Don't, Kiyomi's face flushed red. Jarvisel, though she inwardly resisted, her body unexpectedly began to cooperate. Virgil's, she thought Jarvisel was extremely handsome. However, she was a proud Soraya who found it unreasonable for such a handsome man to possess such formidable abilities, especially with his overbearing attitude. Jarvis, a critical moment, the door creaked open. Miss, I'm sorry. Jarvis' servant panicked and turned to run away. Jarvis released Kiyomi, who stood dumbfounded and hastily yelled, St. Stand still. It's not what you think, stand still. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Kiyomi knew the misunderstanding was significant and cried out, You big pervert. Now everyone in the mansion will think I've lost my innocence, wah? You brought this upon yourself? Jarvis lightly frowned and undid the pressure point. Go where you came from. You tried to assassinate me, so according to the rules, I shouldn't hesitate to disable you. Since we're even now, let it go. Jarvis sighed, seeing her innocence, and decided not to dwell on it. Unexpectedly, Kiyomi clung to Jarvis, demanding, You're Jarvis, right? Tell me honestly, did you make some secret deal with my grandfather? Secret deal? Stop imagining things. Jarvis felt drowsy and intended to send this silly girl away. It has to be like that. Otherwise, why would my grandfather say he wants me to marry you? Kiyomi refused to leave, stubbornly believing it. Jarvis was taken aback and asked, What? Your grandfather wants you to marry me? The marriage arrangement with Mika hadn't even been finalized, and now another one just popped up? Translation provided as requested. Please confirm or provide any additional details needed. Chapter 330. Please crawl through the dog hole. This era is not like his previous life. Each man can only have one wife. Jarvis, though Jarvis didn't think that way, he was still clear about what this time demanded. Even if Kiyomi was as adorable and charming as she was still an immature, fierce tigress. He shook his head and sighed, Too bad for you. You're too late. I already have someone. You go play where you came from. No wonder this girl insisted he was a rogue. It turned out xuanhuan was pulling strings behind the scenes. You really don't want to marry me? Isn't this your condition? Kiyomi couldn't believe Jarvis would refuse the arranged marriage. Jarvis' eyes twinkled with curiosity. Don't worry, I definitely won't get engaged to you. But I do want to ask you something. Where did you learn those moves? While Kiyomi's kung fu skills were basic, they showcased some internal strength techniques, which were rare in this era. Of course, from my master. He's incredibly powerful. My uncle is currently at my master's martial arts school, and I advise you not to go there. You'll lose your life. Kiyomi's eyes lit up when she mentioned her master. Alphan Martial Arts School? Impressive skills, Jarvis thought, stroking his chin approvingly. It seemed that so-called taekwondo was just a facade. The xuanhuan family wanted to preserve traditional Chinese martial arts. No wonder Guan Lao had gone to great lengths to force him into marrying his grandalia, probably because of Jarvis' exceptional medical abilities. Do you mean your cousin Django? I'm not looking for your master. I want to settle accounts with Django, Jarvis said, pointing to his left leg, still wrapped in a blood-stained bandage. Kiyomi gasped involuntarily. Jarvis, aware of her fault, she pouted, I didn't come here to kill you, just to test your strength. If you can't even beat me, why should I marry you? Blushing, she turned and ran away. Jarvis pulled out a silver needle, flicked it upward, and a knife embedded in the ceiling fell into his hand. Test my strength? Little girl, are you so confident I'd want to marry you? He muttered, shaking his head lightly. That night, Jarvis tossed and turned in bed. He sensed he was caught in a storm of power struggles. Facing cunning foxes like Guan Lao, his actions usually led to two outcomes. Either being seen as an enemy or being heavily manipulated to be used. Even upright men like Guan Lao would sacrifice their grandalias to rally influential forces and capable individuals around them. Jarvis resolved to expedite his investigation. Once he successfully acquired the Four Seasons Clinic, he could bring Jarvis, Lyra, and Sheridan to open a clinic in the provincial capital. The next day, following Guan Lao's instructions, Kiyomi took Jarvis to the largest martial arts school in Xuanhuan County, the Atli family Alphan Martial Jarvis School. So your master is the boss here, Atli Chung. Why can't you take me directly inside? Jarvis asked, eyeing the large compound. My master is very busy. Jarvis and I haven't seen him in a long time. How can I persuade him? If you don't pay, there's nothing I can do. Kiyomi sneered. She still acted disdainfully, seemingly forgetting how Jarvis had thrashed her the day before. Jarvis' eyes glowed green as his vision penetrated the entire courtyard, observing everything within. The courtyard was filled with concealed mechanisms designed not as traps but to verify intruders' identities. The owner was clearly cautious, and Jarvis' entry would likely reveal his presence quickly. Recalling the strange energy in Kiyomi and the existence of people who could refine elixirs using human bodies intrigued Jarvis. Jarvis, long as I pay 10,000 yuan, right? Jarvis pulled out a stack of cash, which Kiyomi had helped him withdraw from the bank. If money could solve it, Jarvis preferred not to cause unnecessary trouble. He had more important matters on his mind. Kiyomi's lips curled in triumph. Okay, follow me. Relieved, Jarvis felt that if she only wanted money, it was fine with him. With his millions, financial matters were simple. Kiyomi immediately called several people. Soon, the main gate opened, and 3 muscular men walked out. Hello, seniors, it's been a while. Kiyomi greeted them warmly. Though physically imposing, these men had lecherous smiles. Their expressions became even more perverse upon seeing that Kiyomi's companion was blind. So this is the friend you mentioned? His eyes. The senior brother raised an eyebrow. Senior brother, my friend has a visual impairment. Please understand, Kiyomi replied, giving Jarvis a sly look. Pretending not to notice, Jarvis said calmly, can we go in now? Sure. The senior brother enthusiastically took Jarvis' hand. However, we can't use the main entrance. Our martial arts school isn't just any place anyone can enter. Since you've paid, let's show you the proper way in. The senior brother led Jarvis in a direction, gesturing for others to follow. Jarvis, feigning blindness, soon realized they were heading toward a very low door. Not a side or back entrance, but a dog hole. Hadn't he seen such architecture before? To assert authority, some places built low doors, meant to humiliate visitors. Come in, Mr. Chun. The senior brother loosened his grip, pushing Jarviself forward, but Jarviself held onto his hand, trembling slightly. It's too dark. I'm scared to walk. Can senior brother lead me through? The senior brother's face, initially mocking, suddenly changed. Realizing this meant he had to crawl through the dog hole as well, his smile faltered. Hashtag chapter 331. Captured Jarvisliv for 20 million. No need, someone will be inside to assist you. Go on, the bud said with a smiling face, but he was using all his strength to push Jarviself inside. Jarviself was being pushed forward. He tightly held onto the bud, pulling both of them into the dog hole. The bud forced a smile and gritted his teeth, saying, little sister, your friend has quite a strong grip. Jarviself, what are you doing? Kiyomi noticed her bud's face turning red and planned to intervene. Jarviself sneered, about to retort, when he suddenly saw the bud pull out a bamboo tube from his hand. The bud put the bamboo tube to his mouth and blew out a puff of smoke. The smoke quickly dispersed in the air, and the bud then nodded at everyone warningly. The other two brothers and Kiyomi wisely swallowed a pill they had in their hands. Jarviself frowned slightly, taking a light sniff, allowing the smoke to enter his nostrils. In his vision, the smoke swiftly traveled through his respiratory tract into his lungs, and from there, it directly rushed to his brain. Jarviself's brow furrowed deeper as he quickly lost consciousness. So that's how it is, thought Jarviself bitterly. Kiyomi, this little wretch actually conspired with these people against me? Hehe, this time we owe it to little sister. Let's tie this guy up and deliver him to Alphensoster. I wonder how he will reward us. The bud clapped his hands and shoved Jarviself forward. Kiyomi hurriedly supported the unconscious Jarviself and said with a frown, eldest brother, we agreed that you wouldn't harm him. I just want to know where my uncle is. Don't worry, your Uncle Django is now Alphensoster's favorite. My position as bud might not even be safe because of him. Come on, let's go have some celebratory drinks, and I'll inform Alphensoster right away. After some fussing, they brought Jarviself into a small courtyard and placed him under an awning. Once they left, Jarviself opened his eyes and found himself in a chicken coop. His jade-colored pupils shifted slightly as he scanned the entire courtyard. No traps had been activated. They had indeed taken him into the interior of the estate. He reached up to touch his face, stimulating certain acupoints, and grunted softly. Immediately, a white mist emerged from his nostrils. Next, he channeled his true chi to protect his nasal passages, and soon the mist diffused into the air. Bok bok bok. The hens in the coop started clucking but gradually quieted down until they all collapsed. Jarviself focused on the chickens and quickly deduced that the mist was a specially formulated knockout drug. Since it was refined, there should be a corresponding antidote, likely held by the estate's insiders to counteract its effects on intruders like himself. However, it also helped Jarviself infiltrate successfully. After searching thoroughly, he grasped the general layout of the place. He didn't find anything suspicious, thinking perhaps he was overthinking things, becoming overly cautious lately about anything remotely connected to Driscoll. After further investigation, Jarviself found himself in the main hall, and heard Kiyomi talking with the other brothers inside. Jarvisrent, we supposed to wait for Alphensoster? There's too much wine. If we drink more, Alphensoster will blame me. Kiyomi looked worried and tried to dissuade them. But the brothers paid no attention, grabbing at Kiyomi as they laughed. Did you hear that? Our little sister is so innocent, still waiting for Alphensoster to arrive. Exactly. If Alphensoster comes, how can we sell this guy's life for money? Haha. With this money, why bother learning martial arts? We can live lavishly in another city, never wanting to stay in this small town of xuanhuan anymore. The bud gulped down a cup of wine and burped. Kiyomi stood frozen, confused and appalled. Brothers, I don't understand what you're saying. Didn't you promise not to hurt Jarviself? We promised not to lay a hand on him, but we're selling him. The bud reached out and placed his greasy hand on Kiyomi's shoulder. Selling? To who? Kiyomi struggled to get away, almost passing out from the stench of alcohol. The brothers exchanged glances, laughing coldly and lecherously, before the bud snorted and said, who's buying? Of course, it's the brothers on the streets. This time, little sister really did a favor for us. Do you know who this guy is? The bud asked, his eyes locked on Kiyomi's chest, refusing to move away. Who is he? Kiyomi felt uneasy inside. He's the famous divine doctor. No one within 100 miles doesn't know of him. Few know what he looks like though. Hehe. Who would have thought he's blind? Just like the rumors. This guy has made many enemies, and some bigwigs are willing to pay 10 million for his head. Did you know? Jarvisliv, 20 million. This figure was startling, but Kiyomi didn't fully comprehend. For a mere 20 million, you'd kill someone? How shameless you are. Kiyomi angrily stood up, slapping the table. Little sister, you are too naive. With such wealth, we could live a life of luxury without worrying about money ever again. Hehe. The brothers began mocking her, with one lecherous brother grabbing her hand. Let me go. I'm disappointed in you, brothers. Kiyomi tried to maintain her composure but found herself unable to escape, especially the bud, who started fondling her chest, laughing. These 20 million are ours, whatever you say. Little sister, how about joining us? 3 brothers will take turns doting on you. Whatever you want, we'll buy for you. Help, Jarvish, let me go. Kiyomi screamed, realizing she couldn't fight back. Tears welled up in her eyes as the brothers' hands roamed all over her body, tearing off her sash. Her pale skin exposed, Kiyomi's world shattered. She never imagined that such wicked people truly existed, just like her grandfather had warned her. Completely devoid of conscience. Just stop struggling, little sister. No one will save you. From now on, submit to us, and we'll take turns being your master. Serve us well. Hee oof. The bud was speaking when a fist slammed into his face. He flew several meters, crashing into the wall. The other two were stunned, releasing Kiyomi, who gasped for breath. Looking up, she saw Jarviself standing stoically in front of the brothers, like a knight riding on a cloud. Chapter 332. Underground Alfonso. I wonder who's willing to pay 20 million just for my life? Don't you know that my current market value has skyrocketed to 200 million? Jarviself grabbed the heads of the other two senior brothers, his gaze sharp. Unknown. They screamed, only to be forcefully headbutted by Jarviself. Oof. Blood oozed from their heads as Jarviself flung them aside. He casually pulled off one of their shirts and draped it over Kiyomi's body. Jarviself, Dr. Chun, how did you wake up? They used our school's specialized knockout drug. Kiyomi felt utterly surprised. Jarviself glanced at her coldly. If I weren't capable, would your grandfather approve of me? Jarvis, that moment, Kiyomi felt as though Jarviself could see through her. His jade-colored pupils were crystal clear and luminous, absolutely mesmerizing. Jarviself ignored Kiyomi and slowly approached the eldest senior brother, who was still conscious. Damn, what's going on? How did he wake up? The eldest senior brother stood up, pulling out a short knife from his pocket, but Jarviself shot a silver needle towards him. Jarvish! The eldest senior brother yelled as the short knife clattered to the ground. He clutched his wrist, discovering the silver needle embedded in an acupoint. Before he could react, another silver needle struck his forehead, causing his consciousness to waver without fully losing control. Jarviself yanked the eldest senior brother's hair and asked coldly, Jarvisel, your major acupoints are sealed by me. Your life is no longer yours. Speak. Who sent you? Jarviself wanted to know who was behind this attack since the Qinglong organization had already withdrawn. The Li family from the provincial capital. Li family's young master told us to take care of you, and then we'd get the money. The eldest senior brother blurted out without thinking. Jarvister speaking. His face turned pale with an indescribable sense of humiliation. He had uttered the truth without filtering his thoughts. Jarvisel frowned slightly. Is it that bastard Isaac? Humph, this guy does have a backbone. I'll personally deal with him when I'm free. Since it's Li family's young master, there's no need for you to report back to him. With such a despicable character, you probably didn't think you'd live long anyway, right? Jarviself tilted his head, frowning. How about I give you a choice, see if you want to live or die? Jarviself asked. I want. The eldest senior brother tried to speak, but couldn't form words. In that moment, he realized he had no chance of survival. He had angered the wrong person, and his death was imminent. In the next moment, Jarviself casually pulled out the silver needle from his forehead and injected a bit of true energy into the acupoint on his wrist before gently removing it. The eldest senior brother lowered his head, his eyes filled with fear and shock, his body like jelly, collapsing. What happened to eldest senior brother? Kiyomi asked in surprise. Eldest senior brother? Call him dead. Jarviself sneered and walked away. Kiyomi stood stunned for several seconds, unable to speak. Was this Jarviself's true power? She had fought him multiple times, assuming Jarviself was merely ahead of her, never expecting he could dispose of her much stronger senior brother in just 2 moves. Jarvis, that moment, Kiyomi realized how much she had misjudged Jarviself. His medical skills, martial arts, and acupuncture were all extraordinarily advanced. No wonder her grandfather wanted her to marry him. Jarvis barked from his peculiar eyes and aloof personality. This man was almost perfect. Kiyomi hurried after him, seeing Jarviself leave without hesitation. Jarvis, are you just leaving like this? Jarviself replied calmly. What else? I came here to investigate the secrets of this martial arts club. It turns out it's just a fraudulent organization. No interest. So, what do you have interest in? Kiyomi asked, her cheeks slightly flushed, pouting. Frankly, I have no interest in you. Do you have anything else to say? You helped them against me. Do you expect some explanation from me? Jarviself turned around, his expression cold. Kiyomi's face reddened even more. She muttered, this is my fault. I was deceived by my seniors. But how could you just let eldest senior brother run away like that? Else what? Rest assured, your other 2 brothers will clean up after him when they wake up. I left him intact out of respect. Jarviself shrugged, indifferent. How terrifying this man was. Killing seemed so commonplace to him. Virgil, inexplicably, Kiyomi felt more dependable because of this. She had nearly been assaulted by the eldest senior brother. Such a man truly deserved death. If you have nothing more to say, don't stop me. Stay away from me in the future. You're not as innocent as your grandfather says. You're selfish. Jarviself lost interest in Kiyomi. Seeing Jarviself about to leave, Kiyomi quickly pleaded, please stay. I don't want to owe you. I'll repay you. Weren't you looking for my master? I'll take you there. This manor is actually a ruse. Jarvis ruse? What do you mean? Jarviself furrowed his brows slightly. Kiyomi explained, and Jarviself understood that the real manor was underground. Jarvis evading his heavenly eye, he saw layer upon layer of underground tunnels. Jarvister Kiyomi made a call. She led Jarviself down. To his surprise, the facilities below were well equipped. There were numerous large training areas, including ones for taekwondo and various fighting techniques, indicating a wide range of teachings. Such a large-scale setup suggested this wasn't a simple front. Kiyomi's master was someone formidable. In a smaller room resembling a meeting hall, Jarviself saw parents enrolling their children. Thank you, Alfonsoster. Please accept these gifts. Jarvis' plump aunt finished delivering items and left with her muscular son, both delighted. Jarvis they entered. Jarviself focused and saw Edric with a kind face. But in his eyes, there was an unmistakable resolve. Alfonsoster, this is the divine doctor I told you about. He wants to ask you some questions, Kiyomi introduced. Dr. Chun, this is my master Jarvis Lexi. You can call him Alfonsoster Atlee. However, Jarvis Lexi only waved his hand, dismissing Kiyomi before sizing up Jarviself, disdain evident on his face. Where's your gift? Want to ask questions without a gift? You don't want to live anymore? Chapter 333. This person has some skills. This is my Alfonsoster's rule. Usually, people who come to ask for favors need to bring gifts. Jarvis, this is an educational institution. Kiyomi said with a hint of embarrassment on her face. Jarviself, however, sneered coldly, education? It's at least supposed to be about nurturing people. How can it be filled with such corrupt practices? Hearing this evaluation, Jarvis Lexi clearly couldn't sit still anymore. He took off his scholar-like hat, revealing a shiny bald head that looked like a boiled egg. It was covered with countless scars, many of them fresh and shocking. Brat, did you see that? Do you understand how much effort I put into this career? What's wrong with accepting some gifts? Jarvis Lexi raged indignantly. But in the next moment, he noticed the boy's eyes. They were jade-colored. Heterochromia? Jarvis Lexi's attitude softened slightly, his expression one of surprise. Kiyomi quickly explained, it's not heterochromia. Dr. Chun has a congenital eye condition, Alphensoster. She was merely saying this offhandedly, as Jarviself's natural demeanor could only be interpreted as him being congenitally blind. Tisich, I thought it was some rare eye condition. Even so, I could gouge out your eyes as a gift. Since you're blind, I'll let you go without further ado. I don't care what you came here to ask about. I have no intention of answering. Jarvis Lexi remained haughty, completely looking down on Jarviself. Jarviself smirked coldly and replied calmly, if you consider me to have heterochromia, it's fine too. Jarvis, after all, I can clearly see those scars on your head. They say scars are proof of bravery, but old and new wounds like yours will easily lead to tetanus if left untreated. His jade-colored pupils shifted slightly, focusing on those wounds. Due to the dirt and secretion remnants on the hat, it was filthy. Combined with the damp environment caused by sweat, the fabric under the hat harbored countless bacteria and viruses. This manor owner was likely not far from falling seriously ill. Oh, so calling you a divine doctor makes you think you're a real one. Jarvisin, despite your eyes turning gray, you can still see me? Jarvis Lexi ignored the rest, leaning closer as if inspecting a rare animal. Alphensoster, Dr. Chin only came to ask a question. He has no ill intentions. Kiyomi tried hard to plead on his behalf. Jarvis Lexi's eyes flickered. Considering Kiyomi's presence, he laughed lightly. Since you're sent by my beloved disciple, I believe you're truly a divine doctor. However, I have my rules here. You want to ask something, so you need to offer something in return, right? Jarviself had no good impression of this man. He hadn't acted yet purely out of respect for the xuanhuan family. Especially since he had recently killed their eldest disciple, he felt somewhat guilty. I didn't prepare anything for you, but I do have a pair of good fists. Want them? Jarviself loosened his wrists, which made a popping sound. Excellent. Let's do it by the rules. Jarvis spark lit up in Jarvis Lexi's eyes. Kiyomi's face changed dramatically. This meant Jarviself would get beaten up? No. Alphensoster, Dr. Chan is just a physician. Jarviself, though he has some skills, he's certainly not on your level. Kiyomi stood in front of Jarviself, blocking him. Jarviself was surprised. When did this stubborn girl become so considerate, even protecting him? Disciple, don't worry. I'll treat him kindly. Haha, Dr. Chen, right? In this small place, there's a rule. If you don't want to bring gifts or please me but have a request, we follow martial code. We send someone to fight you. If you win, we listen to you. Jarvis Lexi cracked his neck. His well-developed muscles even made noise. You're a guest brought by my beloved disciple, a VIP. Naturally, I'll personally take on you. Jarvis Lexi shrugged, his eyes full of mocking laughter. Of course, if you're scared, it's not too late to quit. For my disciple's sake, I can let you crawl through my legs and spare your life. Jarvis Lexi's eyes flashed with menace. Jarvisel frowned slightly and said calmly, your beloved disciple, Kiyomi's elder brother, just died by my hand. Jarvis, are you sure you want to come at me too? Tisich, such useless trash always acting on his own. I should thank you for getting rid of him. Unexpectedly, Jarvis Lexi not only showed no grief over his disciple's death, but even ridiculed him. Clearly, this man was not quite right in the head. Fine, then let's go. Jarviself accepted the challenge. Kiyomi's protests became meaningless. Jarviself, though this might damage the xuanhuan family's dignity, failing to bring back the criminal Django would cause more sleepless nights for the patriarch. Jarvis Lexi led Jarviself to a venue. There were no spectators, but there was a large arena. I usually use this place for martial arts competitions, so you can show off your skills. Didn't expect you could handle my top disciple? Not bad. If you perform well, I might spare you. Jarvis Lexi's tone was arrogant. He seemed convinced he would never fail. Teacher Atlee, have you ever been defeated? Standing 10 meters apart, Jarviself asked seriously. Of course not. You don't look like a martial artist to me. We don't waste time like you. Here I come. Jarvis Lexi charged first, running toward Jarviself. Barefoot, he kicked out, a clear taekwondo move. Pfft. Child's play. Jarviself blocked casually, not expecting Jarvis Lexi to switch to a fist. Jarviself furrowed his brows, observing the change in Jarvis Lexi's muscle movements, realizing the opponent had switched combat modes instantly. This body had undergone thousands of rigorous trainings, making it less human and more machine-like in movement. Bang! The punch resonated through the air, forcing Jarviself to cover his body with true chi. DDD. Jarviself was pushed back several steps by the blow. The strength was comparable to his own 80% power. This was the first time he'd seen someone so strong. This baldy really has some skills. Seeing his attack work, but unsatisfied, Jarvis Lexi mumbled, where did this girl find such a powerful guy? Taking a hit from me and still standing. He inhaled deeply, raising his hands from his abdomen, a gesture that suddenly triggered a familiar memory in Jarviself. Could this stance be the unique energy manipulation technique from his past life? Chapter 334, You Shall Die Too. Jarviself felt an immense shock, his memory quickly tracing back to his previous life. Back then, he wielded immense power over the court, and legends of him spread throughout the land. Before deciding to retire, Jarviself had invented a method of chi manipulation that strengthened one's body. Jarviself, though this technique was soon lost due to its high difficulty, only a few talented individuals could master and pass it down. Now, he never expected to encounter a practitioner of this technique. You're in trouble, boy. Don't show off your skills in front of me. The next move I will use is our Atlee family's exclusive secret skill, Jarvis Lexi said confidently. Jarvis furrowed his brows helplessly. Exclusive skill? What about the founder standing right here? Roar. Jarvis Lexi lunged forward abruptly. His palm strike seemed to carry layers of air currents, clearly a powerful punch. Virgil, Jarvis stood motionless with a sharp gaze. Jarvis this moment, Kiyomi, who was watching, became extremely anxious. This was her master's exclusive skill, which she had been learning for years without any progress. Jarvis, according to legend, no one had ever gotten up unscathed after facing this move. Some were injured, some died, some were disabled. Run. You can't take this move, Dr. Chin. Don't push yourself. Jarvis this moment, Kiyomi even thought about what funeral music to play for Jarvis. Not dodging this attack was simply courting death. Jarvis Lexi was also confident. He knew this boy was important to Kiyomi. Jarvis, long as he wounded him and pretended to show mercy, he could extort a lot of money from her. However, before his palm strike could hit, Jarvis grabbed it midair. What? Jarvis Lexi's eyes widened in surprise. No matter how hard he tried to pull back, he couldn't get his hand free. The strength of the man in front of him was astonishing. This Qi manipulation technique is for strengthening the body. Even if you want to use it for fighting, it should be for defense. If you use all the energy gathered in your body for offense, how will you defend? Jarvis raised an eyebrow slightly, like an elder teaching a junior. The older Jarvis Lexi naturally didn't agree, angrily cursing. What do you know? I think you're asking for death. Humph. With a grunt, he finally pulled his hand free. He immediately followed up with another palm strike, aiming for Jarvis' forehead. But when it was just a centimeter away, Jarvis caught his wrist again. This time, Jarvis did not hold back, striking Jarvis Lexi's chest with his other hand. Instantly, Jarvis Lexi felt a palpitation and couldn't move. Not even protecting your chest shows the flaw in this Qi manipulation technique. Jarvis sighed. When he created this technique, his goal was to encourage people to exercise diligently and have good health. Only with strong individuals can a nation be strong. Unfortunately, these people had misunderstood his intentions, using the technique for violent and deadly purposes. Jarvis suddenly had the urge to cleanse the ranks. Even though you are not my disciple, I find you truly detestable. Who knows how many students you've corrupted? Jarvis spat, striking Jarvis Lexi across the face. Ugh. Jarvis Lexi flew backward, spinning several times before landing heavily on the ground. Jarvis' clatter sounded on the ground, startling Kiyomi. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was her Alphensoster. Jarvis Lexi's shattered teeth scattered everywhere. My teeth. Ugh. Jarvis Lexi's teeth were completely shattered, lying on the ground groggily, his vision blurred. Jarvis frowned slightly, taking out a silver needle and stabbing it toward Jarvis Lexi. The needle penetrated his waistband, hitting a certain acupoint on his waist. However, the needle was deflected, and Jarvis Lexi fell to the ground, unable to get up. Jarvis, although the acupuncture point was successfully struck, the needle's penetrating force was blocked. This abnormality caught Jarvis' attention. He activated his heavenly eye, quickly focusing on Jarvis Lexi's waist, where he indeed found a strange aura. The aura was thick and blood red, a protective aura. This scene made Jarvis shudder. He involuntarily took a step back. Memories flooded his mind as the view slowly blurred, with Kiyomi calling out to Alphensoster in the background. In his previous life, although Jarvis was nearly invincible, he wasn't entirely without opponents. Once in the palace, Jarvis met a general with immense strength, rumored to be able to lift 1,000 caddies. Jarvis additionally, the general mastered a strange technique that could form a bright red aura on wounds. If Jarvis hadn't perfected his heavenly eye technique, he might have been toyed with by this move. But why would a mere martial arts school head possess lost secret techniques? Who taught you your skills? Jarvis frowned, stepping forward. I lost. My beloved disciple. You really caused me trouble bringing such a person. Jarvis Lexi panicked, repeatedly begging for mercy. Kiyomi felt conflicted, quickly telling Jarvis, Dr. Chen, you've already won. Please don't harm my Alphensoster anymore. Jarvis, though he talks tough, he's actually a good person. Jarvis, good person? Jarvis didn't understand. Jarvis' so-called good person couldn't possibly master these two long-lost abilities. This man's background was definitely not simple. Jarvis stepped forward, grabbing Jarvis Lexi's collar, angrily demanding, tell me, who taught you these skills? Or I'll kill you. It was a master I don't recognize. Jarvis Lexi trembled, not expecting Jarvis to suddenly turn violent. Alphensoster? Jarvis pondered. What kind of master? This was not ordinary because that general later betrayed the country and formed rebel armies. Jarvis personally intervened to suppress them, and afterward, the general disappeared. It seemed this might be a remnant of a national traitors group. Alphensoster, stand up. Dr. Chun won't hurt you. Kiyomi supported Jarvis Lexi, but Jarvis wasn't ready to let it go. Since Kiyomi cared deeply for her Alphensoster, he didn't pursue further. Jarvis felt irritable. Jarvis Kiyomi continued murmuring beside him. He suddenly sensed a wave of killing intent. What are you doing, barking in front of me? I'll make you die. Jarvis' slender silver needle fiercely stabbed into Jarvis' left leg. The old wound, previously healed, suddenly tore open. Jarvis, and almost instantly, the poison on the needle spread, making Jarvis feel an icy coldness in his left leg. Alphensoster, what are you doing? Didn't you already admit defeat? Kiyomi exclaimed in shock. Brat, you also die with me. With that, Jarvis Lexi pulled out a silver needle and viciously stabbed at Kiyomi's neck. Jarvis, though this technique was soon lost due to its high difficulty, only those with extraordinary talent could master it. It was still passed down among a few. To his surprise, Jarvis now saw a successor of this Qi manipulation method. You're out of luck, kid. Don't flaunt your skills before me. The next move I will use is our Atlee family's unique, closely guarded secret, Jarvis Lexi said confidently. Jarvis frowned helplessly. The founder's contribution seemed forgotten here. Huh. Jarvis Lexi suddenly charged forward, his palm strike accompanied by layer upon layer of air currents. This punch looked incredibly heavy. However, Jarvis stood motionless, his gaze sharp. Meanwhile, watching anxiously from the sidelines, Kiyomi was in a frenzy. This was her Alphensoster's unique skill, which he had practiced for years without any progress. Jarvis allegedly, no one had ever gotten up unscathed after facing this move. Injuries were light, death heavy, and disabilities common. Run. You can't handle this, Divine Dr. Chun. Don't force yourself. Jarvis this moment, Kiyomi even thought about what dirge to play at Jarvis's funeral. His not dodging this attack was simply suicidal. Jarvis Lexi was also confident. Knowing this young man was important to Kiyomi, injuring him while showing mercy would extort a lot of money from her. But before his palm struck, Jarvis caught it midair. What? Jarvis Lexi's eyes bulged as he struggled to pull his hand back but failed. The man's strength was astonishing. The purpose of this chi manipulation technique is to strengthen the body. Even if you use it for fighting, it should be for defense. By using all your gathered chi for offense, how will you defend? Jarvis raised an eyebrow, adopting an elder's teaching demeanor. Older yet defiant, Jarvis Lexi retorted angrily. What do you know? Pretending to be wise. I see you're looking for death. Humph. With a grunt, he finally pulled his hand free. He struck again, aiming for Jarvis's forehead. Just a centimeter away, Jarvis caught his wrist once more. This time, Jarvis didn't hesitate. Punching Jarvis Lexi's chest with his other hand, Jarvis Lexi immediately felt his heart racing and couldn't move. Unable to protect your chest, this reveals the flaw in your chi manipulation technique. Jarvis sighed. When he created this technique, he wanted people to exercise diligently and maintain good health. Only with strong individuals could a country thrive. Unexpectedly, these people misunderstood his intentions, using chi manipulation for violence. Jarvis suddenly felt the urge to cleanse his lineage. Even though you're not my disciple, you're despicable. How many students have you corrupted? Jarvis sneered and slapped Jarvis Lexi across the face. Jarvis Lexi flew out, spinning several times in the air before landing heavily on the ground. Crackling sounds filled the air as Kiyomi stared in shock. Upon closer inspection, she saw fragments of her Alphensoster Jarvis Lexi's teeth scattered on the ground. My teeth. Jarvis of Jarvis Lexi's teeth shattered, leaving him crawling and barely able to see clearly. Slightly frowning, Jarvis took a silver needle from his pocket and aimed it towards Jarvis Lexi's waist, piercing a specific acupoint through his belt. However, the needle was deflected, and Jarvis Lexi fell limp to the ground, unable to get up. Jarvis, though the acupuncture point hit successfully, the needle's penetrating force was blocked. This abnormality drew Jarvis's attention. Jarvis evading heavenly eye, his gaze quickly locked onto Jarvis Lexi's waist, discovering an odd, thick crimson protective aura there. This scene made Jarvis take a step back involuntarily, his mind recalling past memories as the world blurred around him. Kiyomi's calls for her Alphensoster echoed in his ears. In his past life, Jarvis, though nearly invincible, did encounter formidable opponents. In the palace, he once met a general who possessed immense strength, reportedly capable of lifting 1,000 pounds. Moreover, this general mastered an unusual technique that condensed bright red chi around wounds. If Jarvis hadn't cultivated his heavenly eye to the highest level, he might have been toyed with by this trick. But why did a mere martial arts school principal possess such lost techniques? Whose teachings are your skills based on? Jarvis furrowed his brow and approached. I've lost. My dear disciple, you brought trouble to me. Why did you bring such a person? Jarvis Lexi pleaded desperately. Kiyomi, feeling conflicted, turned to Jarvis. Divine Dr. Chun, you've already won. Please don't harm my Alphensoster anymore. Jarvis, though he appears fierce, he's a good person inside. Good person? Jarvis was puzzled. Jarvis' so-called good person couldn't possibly master such ancient techniques. This man's background was far from simple. Lifting Jarvis Lexi by the collar, Jarvis demanded, tell me, who taught you these skills? Or else, I'll kill you. From a master I don't know. Jarvis Lexi trembled, startled by Jarvis' sudden brutality. Alphensoster? Jarvis pondered deeply. What kind of master? This matter was far from ordinary, as the aforementioned general later betrayed the country, leading multiple rebel forces. It was only through Jarvis' personal intervention that they were suppressed. Since then, that person disappeared. Could this be a remnant of the traitors? Alphensoster, stand up, Divine Dr. Chun won't harm you. Kiyomi supported Jarvis Lexi. But Jarvis wasn't going to let it go just like that. However, considering Kiyomi's attachment to her Alphensoster, he hesitated to press further. Feeling irritable, he was still listening to Kiyomi when a wave of killing intent washed over him. What makes you bark so arrogantly in front of me? Let you die. Jarvis' slender silver needle pierced Jarvis' left leg. The old wound, previously healed, tore open again. Jarvis almost instantly, the toxin on the needle spread, and Jarvis felt a chilling sensation in his left leg. Alphensoster, what are you doing? You already conceded. Kiyomi exclaimed. Die, you brat. Jarvis Lexi pulled out another silver needle, viciously aiming it at Kiyomi's neck. Chapter 335, deserving of death 10,000 times. Jarvisa. Kiyomi screamed in shock as Jarvis felt an inexplicable impulse surge within him. He extended his hand, activating the true chi inside him, and fired a silver needle that knocked away the one Jarvis Lexi was holding. But Jarvis Lexi still kicked Kiyomi away with a forceful blow. She tumbled across the ground several times, feeling like her body was about to fall apart. Ugh. Jarvis groaned softly and squatted down. He had known from the start that this old man had poisoned him with a potent toxin that inhibited the use of true chi. Once poisoned, it would be difficult to move and impossible to use true chi. Jarvis' attempt to condense true chi would result in severe backlash. Virgil, Jarvis could not stand by and watch Kiyomi die right before his eyes. He felt there was some kind of bond between them. Alphensoster, why are you doing this? You. Kiyomi was now unsure of everything around her. Her trust in senior brother had already shattered, but now even her Alphensoster had revealed such ruthless intentions. Since you've seen everything today, I'll stop pretending. Kiyomi, did you really think I wanted you as my disciple? Haha. Jarvis Lexi got up clumsily, clearly exerting all his strength just to stand. I'm telling you, your family was nothing more than a few dogs for me to manipulate. This kid here clearly isn't ordinary. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Jarvis, he spoke. He waved his hand towards Jarvis while drawing out a concealed dagger from his pocket. It was thin and easy to hide. Alphensoster, no? Kiyomi still couldn't believe the truth, pleading desperately. Don't call me Alphensoster. Jarvis, I kill this waste of space. I'll have my way with you. You won't return to the xuanhuan clan. You'll be my slave from now on. Haha. Jarvis Lexi laughed lecherously. This sickening laugh made Jarvis feel disgusted deep down, reminiscent of the shocking scenes he had witnessed in the palace over 100 years ago. No wonder you know the secrets of human elixir cultivation. Now I recall, wasn't there once a duke in the Atlee family over 100 years ago? Jarvis frowned slightly, suspecting this might be the root of it all. However, he knew it went deeper than this. The motivations behind it likely involved more complex interests and powers, for in this era, people were driven solely by greed. Heh, you know quite a bit, but none of that matters. Dr. Extraordinaire? I can win however I want. Jarvis Lexi, tired of talking, prepared to strike with the knife. Tears streamed down Kiyomi's face as she whispered, no, helpless against this outcome she had unknowingly caused. Her trusted Alphensoster turned out to be scum. Just as the blade was about to fall, Jarvis frowned again, asking, did you manipulate the xuanhuan family to cultivate elixirs? What kind of elixirs? Jarvis's expression grew increasingly grim, sensing something deeply amiss. The xuanhuan family is nothing but a bunch of fools. Especially this Kiyomi, who believed I would accept her as my last disciple. Jarvis and her uncle Django, a so-called elite of men. Huh? Jarvis Lexi couldn't help laughing derisively at this point. What did you do to my uncle? Kiyomi clenched her teeth, writhing in pain but recognizing the truth. Your uncle? He's ready to change his surname to Atlee now. This kid is obsessed with curing his illnesses. I told him my elixirs could heal anything, but they were actually for me. Hee. Jarvis Lexi laughed maniacally, sounding insane. Jarvis sighed and closed his eyes. He'd heard enough. He recognized this mad state from the past. What else could drive someone to such extremes? For wealth, power, and immortality. Fortunately, Jarvis had a secret method within his body. The final level of the Virgilo Emperor's inner canon involved concentrating half of his true chi in the dantian until it sank deeply, unnoticed even by himself. In critical moments, he could unleash this hidden energy many times over, overpowering any toxins. However, using this technique would severely shorten his lifespan, which was why he never used it. Suddenly, there was a click followed by a gunshot. Bang! Haha! The laughing Jarvis Lexi froze mid-laugh, staring wide-eyed at a familiar figure approaching. Why, Jarvis Jia? I promised to make you senior brother. Jarvis Lexi asked, startled. Suddenly senior brother? I heard everything you said behind the screen. Django said coldly. Jarvis sighed in relief. It seemed he wouldn't need to intervene. Jarvis Lexi fell, spitting blood from his mouth, shot in the abdomen. Paralyzed by excruciating pain, he couldn't move. Jarvis Lexi, how could you betray me like this? I trusted you. I want you dead. Django gritted his teeth, aiming the gun at Jarvis Lexi's forehead. Jarvis Lexi panicked, begging for mercy. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm Leela's Alphensoster. Leela, plead for me. But Kiyomi only shook her head, closing her eyes in disappointment. You two must want to ask Dr. Chun more questions. I know a lot. Jarvis Lexi blurted out, trying to save his life. Jarvis snorted disdainfully. Your half-baked skills aren't even correct for human elixir cultivation. What useful information could you possibly have? Farewell. Bang! With those words, Django fired, killing Jarvis Lexi. The deafening sound reverberated outside. The main door suddenly opened, and 3 people rushed in, stunned. What are you all doing? Swish, swish. Jarvis. Jarvisel's swift needles struck their foreheads, and they collapsed one by one. Kiyomi glanced at Jarviself, who then pierced his chest with a silver needle, calmly saying, better safe than sorry. He forced a small amount of true chi through the needle into his Zhongdan acupoint. To self-heal, that was the pinnacle of a healer's art. Seeing this, Django snapped back to reality, asking, you both were victims of that bastard Jarvis Lexi, weren't you? Kiyomi's face turned cold. What else? Dr. Chun wouldn't have lost if it weren't for your gunshot into his left leg. Django looked grave, silently uttering, I am truly sorry. I deserve death 10,000 times. Then he raised the gun to his own forehead. Uncle. Kiyomi's face changed in horror. Chapter 336. You can only be a concubine. With a sudden snap, the silver needle shot forward at incredible speed. The gun in Django's hand clattered to the ground, his hand pierced by the needle. He clenched his injured hand tightly, unable to bear the pain. Jarvisel spoke indifferently. I've met you 3 times, and each time you drew your gun, firing twice and killing 1 person. In some ways, I actually admire you. Django furrowed his brow, his sharp nose contrasting with his deep-set eyes. Jarviself had no particular liking for men with such features. Had it not been for his actions just now, Jarviself would have indeed killed him. Jarvis, after all, up until now, he hadn't forgiven anyone who dared to hurt him. Your life is worthless to me, but I will spare you for a special purpose. How does that sound? Jarviself explained. With a thud, Django knelt down, bowing deeply to Jarviself. Kiyomi was overjoyed, tears streaming down her face as she quickly said, "Thank you, Alphensoster Dr. Chen, for being so magnanimous. Thank you for sparing my uncle's life." "What exactly happened between you and this brute? Tell me every detail," Jarviself said coldly. Jarviself slowly expelled the toxins from his body. He listened to Django recount the hidden truth. It turned out that Jarvis Lexi had been using Django from the very beginning. The xuanhuan family had always suffered from a strange genetic disease, leading to various cardiovascular issues like heart disease. Despite consulting numerous doctors, there was no cure. Perhaps it was due to an inherited genetic mutation. 3 years ago, Django's mother died from this disease, followed 2 months later by his elder sister. These tragedies struck Django hard. Determined to find a cure for their family's hereditary illness at any cost, he swore to solve the problem. Although the xuanhuan family had become the leading clan in Xuanhuan County, they were still haunted by this hidden threat. Jarvister spending millions, Django met Jarvis Lexi, who deceived him into believing that his unique alchemy methods could cure their family's disease. However, it soon became apparent that Jarvis Lexi was a fraud, leaving Django disillusioned and despondent, contemplating suicide. Hearing this, Jarviself remarked calmly, "Professional matters should be handled by professionals. I can take care of the xuanhuan family's illness, but I won't act lightly." Kiyomi immediately added, "Uncle, this Alphensoster Dr. Chun is a renowned blind doctor within 100 miles, known for creating a miraculous universal medicine recently." She had heard this from her grandfather, though she didn't fully understand its significance. But Django understood and was genuinely surprised. Jarvis after a moment, he earnestly replied, "Alphensoster Doctor, I'll do as you say." Jarvis Lexi's family might be a century-old clan capable of passing down certain knowledge, but human alchemy certainly isn't one of them, Jarviself stated firmly. From his previous life, he knew these matters well, making him more informed than others. Django fell silent, then suddenly recalled something. "I once saw Jarvis Lexi visit a young and beautiful Soraya. He seemed to follow her orders obediently, but she had a commanding presence, and I dared not get close. I don't remember what she looked like. Jarvis, all I know is that the task of refining elixirs came from her. Jarvis, for where this method originated, I'm not sure." Django explained truthfully. Jarviself rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Jarvis, young Soraya? Who could she be? He loosened his wrists, producing a cracking sound, and said to Kiyomi, "I'm not pursuing this because it involves a complex organization behind the scenes. You are part of this mess, so none of you can escape. If you want to survive, you must work tirelessly to uncover those responsible." Jarviself said coolly, "I will do as you command. I'll return home and beg forgiveness from my father." They returned to the xuanhuan residence together. Xuanhuan's elderly patriarch gave Django a thorough beating, which left him satisfied. He expressed immense gratitude to Jarviself. On the spot, he decided to gift Jarviself a chest of gold, but Jarviself declined, calling it vulgar, and asked for a different favor instead. The people behind this likely intend to do something secretive, turning even a century-old clan like the Atlas into mere pawns. If left unchecked, the xuanhuans will also suffer, Jarviself said coldly. Xuanhuan's patriarch hesitated, then nodded heavily. While he wasn't sure what kind of sinister plans were underway, Jarviself's words resonated deeply with him. They were all entangled, unable to escape. If the masterminds resorted to such vile means, they would surely resort to even worse tactics in the future. They must be prepared. For Jarviself, however, this matter weighed heavily on his mind. The scenes of destruction from his past life were still vivid. Virgil hours ago, an underground organization fought Jarviself for a long time. To achieve their goals, they harmed countless innocents. In one event, they murdered 1,000 infants for elixir refinement. Such horrifying acts, if revealed in this era, would shock everyone. Those people were beyond redemption. Jarviself had a grim premonition, hoping desperately it wasn't true. Xuanhuan's patriarch said his investigation was nearing completion and answers would come the next day. That night, Jarviself stayed in a guest room at the xuanhuan residence. Jarvis, 3 in the morning, the door creaked open. "You don't even lock your doors. Is this room specifically designed for nighttime visits to men?" Jarviself remarked calmly. The lights came on, revealing Kiyomi. She closed the door and walked towards Jarviself, asking coyly, "Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before?" "That line is quite outdated, you know," Jarviself said, frowning slightly as he leaned against the headboard, resting. Kiyomi took a deep breath, then moved closer, pressing her soft body against Jarviself's chest. The contact made him pause, wondering why she was acting so affectionately. "What do you want?" Jarviself asked, narrowing his eyes at the petite face inches away. Kiyomi bit her lip, hesitant. "To share a bed with you," she declared, a touch of innocence on her face. Jarviself smiled wryly. "Sharing a bed? Did your grandfather send you again?" "Sort of," Kiyomi sighed, but quickly regained her composure. "But I also want to. I realized I shouldn't dismiss you. You're attractive and a good person, and you're powerful." Jarviself shook his head, smiling ruefully. "Sorry, I'm already married. If you want to marry me, you can only be a concubine." Chapter 337, The Zhuyu Bloodline. "What? Become a concubine herself? What the hell are you talking about? I am the prestigious young lady of the xuanhuan family. Why should I be your concubine?" Kiyomi pouted, her tone unyielding. Jarviself's lips curved into a bitter smile as he shook his head. He had only been joking and immediately chuckled. "So you really want to marry me? Do you know that it's illegal for a man to have multiple wives?" "Multiple? Who else?" Kiyomi blinked innocently. Her large, sparkling eyes were crystal clear, like an unpolluted water source, transparent enough to break one's heart. Jarviself was momentarily lost in her gaze. He felt an inexplicable connection with Kiyomi, wondering why she seemed so familiar. He couldn't quite place it but didn't intend to dig deeper, saying instead, "Didn't I tell you? I already have a girlfriend. Or more accurately, a fiancé." "Tisich, who is this Soraya? Do you know how long the xuanhuan family has been in Xuanhuan County? There probably isn't any young Soraya with a higher status than me here." Kiyomi crossed her arms proudly. Seemed like this girl was pretty confident. Jarviself chuckled and asked, have you heard of the Shin family from the provincial capital? The Shin family in the provincial capital is your fiancée Mika? Kiyomi looked astonished. So, you two know each other? Jarviself frowned slightly, thinking it must be sheer coincidence. Of course we do. Sister Mika is very beautiful. I met her at a high-end gala event a long time ago, and she was particularly nice to me, Kiyomi said excitedly. Once she started speaking cheerfully, she became loquacious. Was this the typical expression of a girl? Jarviself smiled, thinking it was normal they had met given they both came from prominent families in the provincial capital. Realizing something was wrong, Kiyomi quickly demanded, wait, is Mika really your fiancé? Oh my god. She stepped back a few paces, intending to reach out and pull Jarviself towards her, but hearing this news, she froze as if paralyzed. Little girl, I know you like me, but we aren't suitable for each other. Jarviself reached out and gently stroked her head. Don't touch me. Kiyomi suddenly slapped away his hand, completely changing her attitude. You're definitely a pervert. Jarviself was speechless. How could someone who just begged to marry him now call him a pervert? It seemed her judgment of him was entirely based on her mood. Why am I a pervert again? I think you're the female pervert. It lit out. Jarviself, too lazy to argue, pulled the blanket over himself to go back to sleep. Kiyomi placed her hands on her hips, showing no sign of leaving, instead scolding angrily. You've already dated Sister Xuanhuan. Why did you still come to provoke me? You even flirted with me. You just want to date two women at once. I flirted with you? Which I saw that. Jarviself sighed, almost laughing at the absurdity. I don't care. You like me, but I can't ruin Sister Xuanhuan's love. So it's impossible. Give up. Kiyomi declared resolutely, as if she were a tragic warrior of love. Jarviself's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and he shook his head, deciding not to argue further. Jarvisel, alright, let's say it was destined to be unfulfilled, okay? Suddenly, it hit him. Perhaps it was because Kiyomi reminded him of Mika when they first met, which made her seem familiar. I'll find a chance to tell Sister Xuanhuan what kind of scumbag you are. Humph. Kiyomi turned around huffily and left. Finally breathing a sigh of relief, Jarviself didn't care what Kiyomi would say to Mika. If Mika believed her, that would be truly unbelievable. Suddenly, there was a noise. Jarviself frowned and turned around to see Kiyomi collapsed on the floor, unconscious. Pretending to be dead? Jarviself frowned impatiently. Finding that she wasn't moving, he got up hurriedly, his jade-colored eyes examining her closely. Focusing on Kiyomi, Jarviself realized her heartbeat was abnormal, and her vital energy was extremely weak. Did I scare her to faint? Jarviself pondered for a moment before dismissing the idea. He carried her and laid her on the bed, then scanned her body through her clothes. In that moment, the heavenly eye technique inadvertently revealed her entire body, and something caught his attention. A perfect figure with a distinctive trait. A bright red moon-shaped birthmark near her slim waist, close to her chest area. Jarviself's mind froze. His beloved in his past life had an identical birthmark in the same spot. Memories flooded his brain, but he took a deep breath, using the internal cultivation techniques from the Huangdi, Sujing to suppress these memories. For Jarviself, these painful recollections were clearly negative energy. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. Jarviself didn't believe in reincarnation or past lives. Even his awakening felt like a fortunate coincidence by fate. He had come with a mission, to punish villains and clear his name, not for any Soraya. Despite his thoughts, Jarviself lifted Kiyomi's slender wrist, noticing her veins under her pale skin clearly. This was obviously a cardiovascular issue. Jarviself instantly understood the nature of the problem. Taking out a cloth packet, he retrieved a silver needle. According to Django, these symptoms were just surface issues, actually stemming from the entire Xuanhuan clan's bloodline problem. Jarviself pierced the silver needle into Kiyomi's wrist, breaking her delicate skin and drawing a drop of fresh red blood. Holding the blood in his palm, he channeled his true qi through his fingers, evaporating the drop instantly. The blood transformed into a crimson mist in the air, causing Jarviself to frown. In his radiant eyes, he saw an eerie scene like a blood-red moon, accompanied by a strange aura spreading in the air. Could it be the Zhuyu bloodline? Jarviself felt deeply surprised but didn't dwell on it. The Zhuyu bloodline was something he hadn't thought about for a century. When Jarviself was young in his previous life, he had sought information about the Zhuyu bloodline. Never did he imagine finding it in this new life after 100 years. Chapter 338. This is forcing a Alphan Sorich. The Xuanhuan family. No matter what, in this life, Jarviself had already decided not to pursue the elusive path of immortality again. Having been reborn once, he had lost much interest in it. However, Jarviself still kept a wary eye. Jarviself, though the Xuanhuan family had been used, if the person behind all this could detect what was referred to as the Zhuyu bloodline, they might also have ulterior motives and attempt to exploit it. Jarviself took a deep breath, extracted a breath of qi from his body, infused it into a silver needle, and pierced it into Kiyomi's palm. He had once refined the heart-devouring goo left by Alphansoster Alfonso, so now he possessed some ability to cultivate goo. The goo he released was formed with true qi and could only reside inside someone's body to sense changes in their physical condition. In this way, if there were any changes within Kiyomi's body, Jarviself would be the first to know. After doing all of this, Jarviself stood up and was about to leave. With this, his true qi should be able to temporarily suppress the bloodline in Kiyomi's body and ensure her safety for a short while. Don't go. Kiyomi's voice startled Jarviself. Was this girl not sleeping? Just as he was about to get angry, he felt her grip his hand tightly, their fingers intertwined. Don't go, okay, Dad. Kiyomi pulled him over, bringing their faces close together. I'm not your dad. Jarviself swallowed hard. Their lips almost touched. But then Kiyomi snuggled into his arms, her eyes closed, murmuring, I'm scared being alone, Dad. Jarviself blinked, feeling warmth in his embrace. Was this girl still asleep? Talking in her sleep? It turned out that Kiyomi hadn't been playing a big game secretly. It was his misinterpretation. Jarviself sighed in relief. This was good news, but what had her father done to her to leave such a profound shadow? Because Kiyomi's body was troubled by the bloodline inside her body was combining with the true chi Jarviself had infused, generating considerable heat. Kiyomi's body was flushed, her forehead covered in sweat, and she was pressed against Jarviself's arm. The scent of her intoxicating fragrance enveloped him. If you don't wake up soon, we might be seen by the servants, Jarviself muttered with a wry smile. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from nearby, and the footsteps hurriedly sped up before fading away. Fear what comes when it will come. But Jarviself couldn't do much except hold Kiyomi as they both fell asleep in each other's arms. When Jarviself woke up the next day, Kiyomi was gone. Jarvis, he stepped out. The servants respectfully delivered toiletries and breakfast. Divine Dr. Chun, please enjoy your meal. Jarvis Steward, please go to the discussion hall. Alphensoster has important news for you. The servant bowed respectfully, as if well trained. Jarviself nodded, feeling as though he had returned to the luxurious life in the palace. The people of this large family certainly knew how to enjoy themselves. Such opulence was unimaginable in modern times. Jarvister washing up and having breakfast, Jarviself hurried to the discussion hall. The hall was sumptuously decorated, one of the few luxurious places in the traditionally styled xuanhuan family compound. Jamal sat on a leather sofa, gesturing for Jarviself to sit down. Divine Dr. Chun, I found the person you're looking for, but there's something I need to discuss with you beforehand. What can wait? Tell me where the person is. Jarviself's tone was commanding. No matter whom he faced, Jarviself cared only about his purpose. Otherwise, his existence here would be meaningless. In the southwest direction of xuanhuan County, there's a resource-poor area with no major criminal elements, but recently, there have been some alarming events. Jarvis, among them, there's an elementary school named Yunhai Primary School that frequently encounters problems. Jamal spoke calmly, following Jarviself's lead. Why would an elementary school be called a kindergarten? Jarviself frowned slightly. It started as an elementary school, but due to poor conditions and being surrounded by mountains, better-off children were sent to xuanhuan County for schooling, and even better ones went to the provincial capital. Only the less fortunate remained. So opening an elementary school became unsustainable. Jamal chuckled softly, briefly explaining the situation. In response to government policies, families in the mountains had many children in recent years, mostly aged 4 to 7. Thus, the number of preschool-age children far exceeded those of elementary age. Alphonsine 7-year-olds stopped being supported for schooling and were made to help with farming instead. Jarvisel felt mixed emotions, coming from a rural area himself, rarely hearing of places poorer than his hometown. Jarvis, are you sure Dai is at this school? Jarviself asked without further ado. Virgil's, according to my sources, Dai is a teacher there. Jamal explained. Got it. I'll set off immediately. What did you want to discuss earlier? Jarviself stood up after saying this. Jamal's expression grew complex. Jarvister pondering for a moment, he looked closely at Jarviself. Divine Dr. Chun, I admire you, but what you did to my grand Aliyah seems inappropriate. What did I do to her? Jarviself furrowed his brows, confused. I heard from the servants that my grand Aliyah went to your room, and you two embraced more than once. She is still just a young girl. Jamal's tone carried a faint undertone of anger. Jarviself was taken aback, realizing the servants must have reported back. Your grand Aliyah came to my room of her own accord. You should ask her directly about this, Jarviself replied coolly. In that case, marry her. Even if nothing happened. If word gets out, refusing to marry her would ruin her reputation. Jamal held his cane tightly, his gaze deep. Jarvis, are you forcing me into a marriage? Damn it. This old man was pulling a fast one on him. Jarviself thought it was a misunderstanding, but it seemed Jamal intended this very misunderstanding to tie him to the xuanhuan family. If you wish to keep me around, I don't mind, but are you planning to antagonize the Shin family? Alphonse Oxymilian trusts me very much. Jarviself shrugged, cutting off Jamal's scheme. Jarvis, that moment, Kiyomi appeared at the doorway. Grandpa, don't trouble the divine doctor anymore. He already has a fiancée. Kiyomi tugged on Jamal's wrist, pouting. Jamal blushed slightly, sighing, Divine Dr. Chun, it seems nothing escapes your notice. Don't blame me. I truly am worried about my grand Aliyah. Ichun, isn't there any room for compromise? No, Jarviself responded coldly. In that case, take this. Jamal sighed deeply. Chapter 339. Hand over the child to me. This is a rule of the xuanhuan family. You're considered the son-in-law I've chosen. If you don't want it, take this business card, Griffin said, placing a small black pouch on the table before standing up and leaving. Jarviself was somewhat surprised when Kiyomi stood up and directly handed him the small black pouch. Jarvis, accept it, Divine Doctor. Please understand my grandfather. This is for you to contact my grandfather in the future, to prove that you have such a connection with our xuanhuan family. Under Kiyomi's persistent persuasion, Jarviself accepted the black pouch. Jarviself, though he didn't need any further help from the xuanhuan family, he was extremely interested in their hereditary, ruby bloodline. He would certainly reconnect with him in the future. Jarvister leaving the xuanhuan residence, Jarviself opened the black pouch. Inside was indeed Griffin's business card, indicating membership in the Black Gold Dragon Society. This didn't particularly catch Jarviself's attention. What did catch his attention was a bank card and a note underneath. The note read, medical fee, 500,000, and the password was written on the card with a marker. It was probably placed there to ensure he wouldn't refuse the medical fee. Jarviself shook his head wryly and slipped the bank card into his pocket. Jarviself hailed a taxi and headed southwest towards Yunhai Elementary School in xuanhuan County. Upon arrival, Jarviself found the school nestled amidst the mountains and forests, where children's joyful laughter echoed within. Though the school looked old, it exuded a serene charm befitting its rural setting. Jarviself bypassed all security checks and surveillance, easily climbing over the wall and entering the campus. On the muddy ground, children played carefree, while Jarviself's jade-green eyes gleamed as he surveyed the surroundings. The security here was incredibly lax. If child traffickers were to come here, they might get away easily. Sir, who are you? Jarvis' little girl's voice caught Jarviself's attention. Jarviself crouched down and saw a 6-year-old girl. Despite her youthful voice, she was considered a big sister among the children. She shielded the kids behind her and tried to speak clearly. Who are you looking for? I don't know you. Looking at their worn-out clothes, Jarviself felt mixed emotions but quickly regained composure, asking gently, I'm looking for Dai. Do you know him? Teacher Zhou? He's sick. The girl frowned slightly. Sick? Jarviself furrowed his brow, about to ask more, when suddenly a man rushed out, wielding a spade and swung it at Jarviself. Human trafficker. It lit lost. The man's strength was considerable. The spade slammed into the ground, sending dirt flying everywhere. Jarviself took a step back and said calmly, I'm not a human trafficker. I'm here to find someone. Find someone? Who believes you? Jarvis, are you unhappy with your own life and decided to do evil? Call the police if you like. With a slap, the man swung the spade again, only for Jarviself to catch it this time. Is Dai a teacher here? He asked indifferently. Seeing his attacks ignored, the man flew into a rage, letting go of the spade and striking with his fists. Jarviself dodged by bending down, then swept his leg out, causing the man to fall. If you can't talk properly, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Where is Dai? Jarviself frowned, his patience wearing thin. You scoundrel, pretending like what? You're just a coward. Hold on, let me adjust. The man stood up, stepping back, rolling up his sleeves. Heh. He charged forward with renewed ferocity, as if Jarviself were some irredeemable criminal. Jarviself sidestepped and coldly warned, I'm warning you for the last time. I'm not here to cause trouble. If you don't tell me where Dai is, I won't hold back. The man paused, suddenly realizing, so you're the one who hurt Teacher Zhou? I'll avenge him right here. He picked up the spade again and swung it at Jarviself's head. Irritated, Jarviself focused his energy. Clang! Jarvis' sharp sound pierced the air as Jarviself punched the spade, shattering it into pieces. The metal fragments spun through the air before embedding themselves in the ground. The Edric gulped, backing away fearfully. What kind of monster are you? His legs trembled as he retreated, still shielding the children. Considering this, Jarviself didn't press the matter and said, if you don't behave, next time I'll break more than just a spade. What do you want? The man bluffed, raising his voice for courage. I told you, I'm here for Dai. Jarviself declared firmly. Why are you looking for Dai? Jarvis' sharp female voice rang out. Jarviself turned around and saw a middle-aged Soraya in a tight skirt. Her pale legs were wrapped in black stockings, her face bearing subtle makeup. Though her features had aged slightly, Jarviself could see that she must have been quite beautiful in her youth. What remained was an undeniable allure. Especially her well-proportioned figure made the nearby men swallow hard, their eyes almost bulging. I have some matters with Dai, Jarviself spoke just as a child started crying. Wah! Heather fainted. She fainted. What happened? It lit a doctor quick. The man turned to see a child under 5 lying unconscious, sweating profusely. The middle-aged Soraya approached, glaring at Jarviself before checking on the child. Staff rushed out to clear the area, and the man immediately pointed at Jarviself. It must be him. Unable to defeat me, he went after the kids. Jarviself said nothing, his jade-green eyes focusing on the child. The girl was suffering from heat stroke due to hot weather. Additionally, a hard candy was lodged in her trachea, soon to obstruct her breathing. Everyone, step back. Hand over the child to me. Jarviself demanded resolutely. Chapter 340. Familiar Jarvisura. You human trafficker, you're really here to steal children. Watch me not beat you to death. The man was ready to strike again. Jarviself swiftly took the child and kicked the man away with a foot. How can you just hit people? The middle-aged Soraya rushed over to intervene, but Jarviself gave her a stern look with his jade-colored eyes. The child's trachea is blocked. If we don't act quickly, it will be too late. Jarviself's voice was cold but laced with urgency. This, Sandra, worried about the child's safety, kept quiet. Jarviself began pressing on the girl's chest, pinning her down and using hand pressure to pull upwards. This was the Heimlich maneuver. Jarvister acquiring Boqiang Clinic, Jarviself also gained considerable knowledge of Western medicine techniques. While most treatments relied on drug properties, some theories closely resembled those of traditional Chinese medicine. Jarviself integrated these ideas into his practice. Cough. Soon, the little girl's complexion improved as she spat out a foreign object, a pink hard candy. But the little girl still had a furrowed brow and was sweating profusely, looking like she had a high fever. Poor child. Sandra came closer, wiping the sweat off Sophia's forehead with concern. The other children were crying in fright. The man approached then, pointing at Jarviself and shouting, You, human trafficker, are even daring to hit people? Eugenia, we must call security. This guy is definitely no good. Shut up. Your method just now is wrong. You were suffocating the child's chest. With the breathing passage blocked, you covered her lungs improperly. Her condition is deteriorating, Jarviself said coldly, while holding Sophia's wrist. Really? But, Jarvis, are you a doctor? The principal's face changed dramatically. My name is Jarviself. I am the head of Zhengxin Medical Hall in Xuanhuan County's neighboring mountain village. You can check online if you don't believe me, Jarviself said calmly. The principal paused, for she had indeed heard of Zhengxin Medical Hall. Moreover, rumors suggested that its head was indeed blind. Eugenia, he is slandering me. How could I? The man tried to argue but lost his chance. You, get out. Take care of the children. This isn't your business anymore. The principal, angry, ordered him to leave with the children hurriedly. Jarviself pulled out a silver needle and, in front of the principal, pricked it into Sophia's forehead. You can't mess around. These children may be poor, but they are precious lives. You cannot endanger them. Jarviself, though believing in Jarviself's credentials, the principal remained deeply concerned for the children's safety. Doesn't this school have a medical team? Ignoring the principal's worries, Jarviself continued with the acupuncture and voiced his question. Our school is very poor. This place has been targeted by higher-ups. Every year, the subsidy given by them is completely embezzled. We have no means. The principal hesitated, wanting to accuse the leaders but fearing to say too much. She feared Jarviself would report her, leading to dire consequences. Jarviself felt a tinge of sadness. There were likely many more people in the rural areas enduring similar injustices and suffering fates akin to his village. He channeled his true energy into Sophia's body, who soon opened her eyes, her breathing gradually stabilizing. Sophia, you're awake. Come here to the principal. The principal quickly beckoned her over, hugging her tightly with tears streaming down her face. Even with his strong resolve, Jarviself was moved by the scene. Clearly, the principal truly loved her job and cared for the students like her own children. Here. Without hesitation, he handed over the bank card in his pocket to the principal. On seeing the password, her expression turned shocked. I can't take this. She resisted, trying to return it frantically. Jarviself responded calmly. This is the donation from the xuanhuan family in Xuanhuan County for this school. I'm only responsible for delivering it. If you refuse, give it back to old Alphensoster Xuanhuan. Understanding, the principal realized it was a forced goodwill gesture. Thank you so much. You are a great benefactor. Jarvis living Buddha. She knelt, and Jarviself tried to help her up, but she stumbled and fell. Jarviself had no choice but to catch her, their bodies briefly touching. The principal blushed upon feeling Jarviself's sturdy muscles. She quickly stood up, backing a few steps away. Benefactor, I will make sure to use this donation wisely to improve our school environment. Henceforth, this school will be renamed Xuanhuan Elementary School. With this money, the elementary school should be able to operate normally, coinciding perfectly with the arrival of a new batch of children ready for primary education. Oh right, benefactor, you mentioned looking for Dai, correct? The principal asked, frowning. Jarviself nodded immediately. Virgil's, he's very important to me. Do you know where he is? I heard he teaches here. In fact, he's my husband. Sadness flickered in the principal's eyes. Quickly, the principal left the children to her staff and led Jarviself to a dilapidated small building. The living conditions here were visibly tough. Inside, a bed barely recognizable as such held a man lying motionlessly. His lips were pale, eyes half open, cheeks gaunt, almost skeletal. So this is your husband, Dai? Jarviself was surprised. He initially thought Dai might be someone else. The principal nodded, asking curiously, indeed. You can see? My eye condition has improved through my medical skills. I can see vague images. Jarviself casually explained. Through the principal's account, Jarviself learned what had happened. Dai had been struck from behind some time ago, falling and contracting a strange illness which made him unable to eat or drink, leaving him weak. It had been 7 days since then. Local clinics advised they seek treatment at a major hospital, but where would they get the money? Don't bring anyone to see me. We've run out of money. Let me die. Let me rest in peace. Dai spoke clearly despite his frailty. Jarviself's jade-colored eyes flickered slightly. He said softly, looks like I'll be saving your life again, but you'll have to answer my questions obediently. Focusing on Dai, Jarviself's expression changed. Dai's body contained a familiar, odorless, and colorless aura. Chapter 341. There is something suspicious. Who injured you? Jarviself frowned slightly and immediately asked. Jarvis this moment, Dai did not trust Jarviself. Why should I tell you? Dai turned his head away, assuming Jarviself was a doctor and thinking his family had no money left for treatment. The principal's wife sensed her husband's thoughts and quickly explained. This is Dr. Chen, representing the Xuanhuan family to donate 50,000 yuan to our school. He is also the owner of Zhengxin Clinic and has superb medical skills. Let him see you, please, dear. Her eyes were brimming with tears, and at this point, Dai couldn't help but be moved, turning around. Really? He seemed to finally see a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Virgil's. The principal's wife nodded repeatedly. Thank you so much, great benefactor. But use that money to save the children. It's too late for me. Dai's eyes were filled with despair. Jarviself ignored this and took out silver needles, thrusting them into Dai's body. Jarvis. Dai resisted, but had no strength left. Jarvis this moment, he could speak normally, but almost everything else required assistance from others. Divine Doctor, why are you doing this? I said it's too late for me. Dai's eyes revealed some doubt. The person who hurt you must have considerable influence. You're nearly dead, yet you're afraid to expose them? Jarviself remarked indifferently. Now Dai fell silent, and hearing this, the principal's wife was also taken aback. Yunhai, what have you been hiding from me? What force have you offended? Speak up quickly. The Divine Doctor will save us. 50,000 wasn't much for wealthy families, but for this impoverished area, it was a huge sum. Jarvis this moment, the principal's wife saw Jarviself as a savior capable of saving all living beings. The silver needles emitted a slight warmth, and Dai immediately felt less pain. This sudden relief making him feel somewhat lost. Their methods are indeed quite toxic, but I can restore most of your physical functions. Your lifespan will still be somewhat affected though. Jarviself's tone was heavy, because this time, his treatment was obstructed by an unsolvable problem. Through the observation of Heavenly Eye Technique, Jarviself concluded that this aura was the same one Driscoll had planted in Jarvis Lyra's body. Jarvis and the aura in Dai's body was similar, but when Jarviself explored it using the healing techniques from Sacred Hand's medical scripture, he found it was far from being just an initial stage. If the aura in Jarvis Lyra's body was at an initial stage, then the one in Dai's was fully developed. This aura had drained much of Dai's vitality and had even started absorbing his lifespan. Jarviself speculated boldly that if he had acted any later, these auras would have drained all of Dai's lifespan and transferred it to nearby people. What a cruel method. How different was this from a plague? No wonder the aura in Jarvis Lyra's body didn't cause much harm at the time. Was it because the technique wasn't mature enough back then? Jarviself felt he had made a significant discovery. He took out a porcelain bottle and used the silver needle to extract a few drops of blood, dripping them into the small bottle he carried. Then he applied acupuncture again, placing 3 silver needles on Dai's forehead and focusing all his energy. Fortunately, this level didn't require risky methods. Jarvisulf could use his powerful internal strength to forcibly expel the aura. Soon, the auras, like stray air particles, were expelled from Dai's body through every pore. Dai couldn't help but close his eyes, feeling increasingly lighter and experiencing something he'd never felt before. After a series of treatments, Jarvisulf pulled out the needles, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Is it over? Jarvis, are you really better now? The principal's wife was amazed. She hadn't expected the long-standing illness to be relieved so quickly. She watched her husband's once gloomy face brighten up. Dai stood up, feeling strength in every joint, astonished. Divine Doctor, Jarvis, are you a god? Please accept my reverence. He was about to kneel but was stopped by Jarvisulf's hand. I don't need this kneeling or payment. I only need you to tell me the truth. Jarvisulf's expression was cold. Do you know a Soraya named Betsy? Hearing this name, the principal's wife was startled. Miss G? You know Miss G? Dai swallowed hard, smacking his lips. It seems what was to come has arrived. Miss G said that whoever goes will end up failing. Sigh. Jarvisulf frowned slightly and calmly said, you don't need to worry about the consequences. Just tell me the truth. No matter how many people or how powerful they are, I will make them answer for their crimes. Jarvister, hearing this, Dai fell silent for a while. Finally, he sighed deeply and began to tell the truth. Miss G was captured by a group of people who are now staying at the highest grade hotel in Xuanhuan County. Miss G and I were old acquaintances. She said someone was hunting her down, and she barely escaped to hide here. But a few days ago, she was taken away. Dai sighed. The principal's wife was shocked and blamed him. So those who hurt you were the ones who took Miss G? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Dai was on the verge of tears. They told me anyone who knew this news would die. Could I say anything? I didn't want you to die. What would happen to the children if you died? The two hugged and wept. Jarvister, getting the address from Dai, Jarvisulf coldly stated, you don't need to worry about this anymore. Run the school well, and seek help from the xuanhuan family if there are any emergencies. With that, he turned and left the room. Walking out the back door of the school, Jarvisulf heard the bell ring, and the classrooms echoed with the innocent voices of children reading aloud. Listening to those innocent words, Jarvisulf suddenly realized that the keywords Iona mentioned were background sounds. In other words, Blake's Aaliyah Betsy was hiding in this elementary school at the time but was eventually found by someone and taken to the hotel. Jarvis, according to Dai's subsequent account, Betsy claimed she was being hunted down by someone who wanted her dead. Jarvis, after capturing her, they only confined her in the hotel? There seemed to be a lot of suspicious elements involved. In any case, a thorough investigation was needed. Jarvisulf immediately headed to the largest hotel in Xuanhuan County, arriving there as night fell. Jarvis above the towering skyscrapers, the brightly lit large characters, Xuanhuan Grand Hotel, were strikingly prominent. Just as he was about to enter and inquire, he sensed a killing intent from behind. Jarvis' stone flew towards him with a whoosh, and Jarvisulf dodged abruptly. The stone struck the nearby stone wall, leaving a hole in it. Turning around, Jarvisulf saw a man gripping a long knife, aiming straight for his heart. Chapter 342. Settling old and new scores. Whoa! Jarvisulf immediately reacted, dodging to the side. The assailant's speed was incredible, and another slash came swiftly after. With no choice, Jarvisulf kept dodging one after another. Both men moved with astonishing agility. Their figures darted through the night, almost impossible for the naked eye to follow. Just as the attacker's blade was about to pierce Jarvisulf's chest, Jarvisulf furrowed his brows and let out a deep breath. Roar! Jarvish! The man was flung several meters away, and the knife in his hand snapped into two pieces. Who the hell are you? The attacker, despite being overpowered by Jarvisulf, still had the nerve to ask. Jarvisulf gave a cold laugh, grabbed the man by the collar, and said icily, "Whose man are you?" Clearly unwilling to respond, Jarvisulf produced a silver needle, ready to strike. The black-clad man hurriedly begged for mercy, curling up instinctively. Jarvisulf released him, letting him fall to the ground. I've sealed your vital acupoints. Jarvis, any further resistance will only aggravate your injuries. Moreover, your body is plagued with old ailments that could cost you your life, Jarvisulf said coldly. His tone was calm but bone-chilling. The black-clad man finally felt genuine fear. Despite being cloaked in darkness, someone had easily discerned his long-standing ailments. Could it be? You're the legendary blind physician? Jarvisulf replied coolly, you know well enough. Now, depending on your answers, I'll decide whether to spare or take your life. He twirled a silver needle in his hand, its sharp tip gleaming under the dim lights. The black-clad man swallowed hard. Though hesitant, he knelt down, replying through gritted teeth. I was hired. I'm just a hitman on the streets, formerly working for the Qin family. I've heard of you. Spare me, please. He spoke with a pleading tone, tears threatening to fall. Jarvisulf found it amusing how this killer used such a childish way to beg for mercy. This made him even angrier, and he thrust a silver needle into the man's neck. The black-clad man screamed, the piercing pain making him convulse uncontrollably. I'll talk. I'll say everything. I swear it's all true. Back when he worked for the Qin family, he had seen more professional killers die at Jarvisulf's hands. He did not wish to share their fate. If he had known his employer wanted him to face Jarvisulf, no amount of money would have convinced him to take the job. My employers belong to an organization. I don't know their motives, but they're very wealthy, confessed the black-clad man truthfully. Organization? Is it called the Green Dragon Organization? Jarvisulf stepped closer, placing his hand on the black-clad man's head, his eyes chillingly cold. No, it's called Jordan, not from our provincial city, but from elsewhere. Hearing this, Jarvisulf paused in shock. Jordan? It was an ancient name, one he'd heard over 200 years ago. More than just hearing about it, this organization had been Jarvisulf's old nemesis. They were rats in the dark, causing endless headaches even during those tumultuous times. He couldn't believe they were still up to no good after 2 centuries. Do you know who leads this organization? This was too unbelievable, so Jarviself probed further. I don't know. They just paid me, and I took the money to do their bidding. Suddenly, the man felt his neck twist, losing consciousness instantly. Jarviself did not leave any witnesses. Most killers who accepted such dangerous jobs usually ended up being irredeemable criminals. More importantly, Jarviself didn't dare underestimate this so-called Jordan. 200 years ago, to pursue some mysterious power, they mobilized their internal forces, creating chaos throughout the empire. If this was indeed the same organization Jarviself remembered, their strength and network were unimaginable. Whatever the case, he couldn't risk them reporting back. Jarviself needed time to prepare, especially given how shocking this revelation was. Come out, all of you. You won't escape. Jarviself's jade-like eyes glinted ominously. One of the black-clad men, unable to bear the pressure, burst out, "Everyone, attack. There's a 10 million bounty on him. We'll split it and live lavishly." But in Jarviself's vision, each of their weaknesses was crystal clear. Earlier, while interrogating the captured man, Jarviself had taken his time to analyze their physical conditions thoroughly. Whoosh! Wah! Jarvis' silver needle flew, and the first attacker dropped instantly. Don't panic. His weakness is his back. We outnumber him. Everyone, attack together. These professional killers knew Jarviself's reputation and had likely memorized information about bounty targets. However, this knowledge was useless against Jarviself. With focused intent, he casually flicked his wrist, sending dozens of needles flying. Jarvish! Their cries of pain echoed around as each collapsed within seconds, unconscious. Jarviself's gaze was icy cold. Seeing all the attackers incapacitated, he exhaled deeply. He had condensed too much true chi in that instant, leaving him somewhat exhausted and disoriented. Faced with the Jordan organization, Jarviself dared not be careless as before. These people were reckless, disregarding all life. He ensured they lost consciousness instantly to prevent them from alerting others using any communication devices. Jarvister confirming no one remained, Jarviself approached one of the bodies, searching it. He found a small, strange plaque on the man's back, inscribed with mysterious symbols resembling an unknown script. The metallic texture was unlike anything else in the world. Jarviself was all too familiar with it. This was indeed from that organization. Virgil, before retiring a century ago, Jarviself had personally executed their leader publicly. Who could be orchestrating things now? He raised his gaze, looking through the floors. In the hotel's penthouse, a Soraya was bound inside a room, while several black-clad figures moved freely. Jarviself narrowed his eyes. It was time to settle both old and new scores. Hashtag chapter 343. You go first, I'll cover the rear. Jarvis, the highest presidential suite of Xuanhuan Grand Hotel. Jarviself stood outside a door, his eyes narrowing. His jade-green pupils flickered, but inside, everything was eerily still, as if it were a stagnant pool of water, showing no signs of movement. Alphen maintaining the highest level of alertness, Jarviself did not dare to be careless when facing the organization known as Spirit Jarvisbundance. He was neither in a position of power nor without concerns. One wrong move could lead him into an enemy's trap, a regrettable mistake that could haunt him forever. Jarvister confirming several times, Jarviself gathered his true chi at the soles of his feet and kicked the door open with all his might. Bang! The door flew open, and Jarviself cautiously stepped inside. Each step he took was filled with utmost vigilance, ready to respond to any potential dangers. However, as soon as he entered, a shadow lunged at him. Jarviself raised his palm, gathering true chi at the center, ready to strike. In an instant, he saw a very beautiful face. This Soraya was clearly drugged, her eyes tightly shut, and she moaned softly as she threw herself towards Jarviself. You are. Before Jarviself could finish his sentence, she had already collapsed on him. His hand, which was suspended in midair, accidentally brushed against her soft chest, causing a momentary flutter in his heart. But he quickly regained composure, frowning slightly. Miss, are you all right? There was no response to his gentle inquiry. Through his powerful sight, Jarviself noticed some peculiar energy around Serena's head. Another petty trick. He sighed, wondering if these strange energies he encountered earlier were all emitted by them. Jarvis' rustling sound emerged, and Jarviself found that the true chi on his palm was making Serena's body heat up. The fiery sensation danced between his palms, and she suddenly started nibbling on Jarviself's lips. Ugh. Jarviself had never felt so irresistibly tempted before. They say women at 30 are like wolves, 40 like tigers, and 50 can sit and draw dust from the ground. That saying rang true as Jarviself experienced the pleasure most middle-aged men longed for. This gorgeous Soraya was mature and sensual. Every inch of her skin and delicate contours under his gaze invited further exploration. She kissed Jarviself wildly, her hands roaming over his solid chest. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jarviself quickly drew out a silver needle, seizing the opportunity to prick Serena's acupoints. Jarvis the true chi entered the acupoints. Serena couldn't help but moan again. Jarvish! She gasped, the tingling sensation snapping her out of her trance. Realizing what had happened, Serena recoiled abruptly, surprised. Heaven, who are you? Jarviself gave a wry smile. Jarvis, are you Isla's mother, Betsy? Aye. Betsy swallowed, about to explain. Jarvish, what are you doing? Pervert. Betsy hastily backed away, staring at Jarviself in shock. Seeing her cover her chest as if she had been taken advantage of, Jarviself sighed and explained helplessly, You were the one who touched me first, auntie. Betsy blushed in embarrassment, hurriedly apologizing. But then she remembered something and suddenly froze. How did you get in here? She quickly checked her surroundings and ran to the window, only to find endless night outside. I was sent by your father, Brock, to take you back. Let's go. You're safe with me. Jarviself knew this Soraya was still in a state of fear. No, we can't leave, or we'll be killed. Betsy grew more anxious, becoming increasingly lucid as she recovered from her disoriented state. Jarvis' lucidity brought terror. Don't argue, just follow me. Jarvisel's mind was preoccupied with memories related to spirit Jarvispundence, leaving no room for more explanations. But when he tried to pull her hand, Betsy struggled fiercely. Please, don't hurt me. Don't. Tears streamed down her face. Suddenly, the door opened, and a man in black appeared, pulling out a gun with a sharp click. Duck. Jarviself pushed himself in front of Betsy. Bang. The gunshot echoed, the bullet whizzing by. Jarviself's body shifted, while Betsy's eyes widened in fright. With a whoosh, Jarviself turned and flung a silver needle, striking the black-clad man's hand, causing him to drop the gun. Clank, the gun fell to the floor, and the man immediately picked it up and fled. These people were clearly highly alert, and must have organized a quick evacuation upon sensing danger. Jarvis, are you okay? It's all my fault, Betsy cried, her red-rimmed eyes checking Jarviself's injuries. However, she was stunned by the scene before her. The bullet had penetrated Jarviself's shirt, exposing his skin, but the bullet casing was deflected, only causing minor abrasions. Jarviself's eyes narrowed as he scanned the area. Someone's coming upstairs. They're armed. Hurry, let's go. If we stay any longer, I can't guarantee your safety. Who exactly are you? Could you be the miraculous doctor from my father's clinic? Betsy's eyes widened in realization. Staring at Jarviself's retreating back, she felt astonished, then quickly followed him. Bang! Bullets zipped through the hallway as Jarviself concentrated his true chi into a thick, protective layer around him. Though exhausting, it ensured that bullets couldn't penetrate deeper within the short term. The black-clad men watching this scene looked as if they had seen a ghost. Damn, is this guy wearing a bulletproof vest? Run. They scattered, only to be stopped by figures nearby. If you don't want to die, stop right now, or you'll regret it. Jarvis' commanding male voice echoed, followed by heavy footsteps. Intense gunfire? Jarviself's heart tightened. His current abilities would struggle against such high-quality weapons. However, upon seeing the newcomers, he relaxed. It was none other than Django and Kiyomi, fully equipped, following closely behind her uncle. The duo cleared the black-clad men and approached Jarviself. Miraculous doctor, please take the lead. We'll cover the rear. Note: for clarity and flow, slight adjustments were made in the translation to ensure natural English phrasing while maintaining the original story structure and tone. Hashtag chapter 344. There's something inside you. Bang. Jarvis' loud explosion echoed, and a severe fire suddenly erupted on the top floor of Xuanhuan Grand Hotel. Quickly report it to the authorities. Call the fire department. Hotel staff frantically communicated, but as they turned the corner after hanging up the computer, they encountered a corpse clad in black. Help. Someone's been killed. Jarviself, Betsy, and the xuanhuan uncle-niece duo watched this chaotic scene from a distance. Do I need to inform my grandfather about this? If this gets out of hand, it might not be good, Kiyomi expressed her concern. No need. Their backing organization is vast and powerful. Such an incident would have a significant impact on them, Jarviself explained casually. Even without their direct intervention, the organizations behind them wouldn't stand by idly. This incident likely wouldn't even make the official news and would be buried under their influence. Thank you both for saving me, and naturally, thank you, Dr. Chen. My father mentioned your existence to me, but I never imagined that it would be you who came to save me. Betsy sighed, her eyes filled with weariness. Kiyomi, noticing Betsy's despondent expression, stepped forward to console her. Miss G, no matter what you've been through, you can talk to us. Dr. Chen is a good person, and very capable. He might be able to help you. For some reason, Jarvisel felt disoriented hearing Kiyomi praise him. If you're a godly doctor, can you see what's wrong with me? Betsy suddenly grew serious, staring intently at Jarviself. Jarvis after a long moment of eye contact, Jarviself said calmly, if Miss G allows it, could I take your pulse and administer acupuncture? Betsy blushed, then coyly added, first, let's clarify. This time, it's just regular acupuncture. Of course. I already clarified that your behavior in the hotel was inappropriate. Jarviself's expression remained indifferent as he pulled out a silver needle and began the procedure. Meanwhile, Kiyomi pouted, not understanding their exchange and feeling slightly left out. Why do they speak so ambiguously? Jealousy bubbled up within Kiyomi, but she held it in, unable to express it openly. Jarviself inserted the silver needle into Betsy's wrist, lightly pinched it, and placed his fingers on her pulse. His expression changed instantly. Through the pulse diagnosis alone, Jarviself detected something unusual. He realized that due to his heightened alertness to the spirit essence organization and the distraction caused by this Soraya, he had failed to notice the abnormality in her pulse earlier in the hotel suite. There's something inside your abdomen, Jarviself frowned, staring at Betsy's stomach. His jade-colored pupils emitted a golden glow, his vision magnified to detect the slightest detail. Virgil's, it's yours, Betsy responded shockingly. What are you talking about? Yours? Impossible. Kiyomi angrily stomped her foot, her initial good impression of Betsy fading instantly. Django quickly calmed her down. I mean, it's the chi that was disrupted by the first acupuncture you gave me, Betsy explained, and Kiyomi gradually calmed down. Virgil, she still glared at Jarviself, her affection for him unyielding, like an itchy tickle deep in her heart. Jarviself traced the mysterious chi within Betsy's body, moving around. The chi felt very much at home within Betsy, as if nurturing a new life. It's a vessel for cultivating true chi. Jarviself was alarmed. This was an ancient technique, and he watched in astonishment as the true chi he used for healing now seemed to come alive inside Betsy. Combined with the odorless, invisible chi, Jarviself realized that this was not a simple matter. From the peculiar techniques of Driscoll, whom he had been investigating, to the half-trained charlatans using insect charms, and now the Atlee family's human alchemy, Jarvisel's signs pointed to the fact that the mastermind behind the Spirit Essence organization was attempting or manufacturing some form of mystical energy. Who have you been sleeping with? Jarviself suddenly asked coldly, having realized something. Betsy was taken aback but eventually reacted. Kiyomi and Django were equally surprised. Jarviself, what do you mean? Could it be you who slept with her? Kiyomi retorted irritably. Of course not, Jarviself coldly replied. Betsy frowned, explaining with some anger. What do you think of me? I am a mother. Jarviself rubbed his chin, muttering. This kind of chi can only be produced during intercourse. It's an ancient secret method. Don't act like a mystic. Who would believe you? Kiyomi was still immersed in her jealousy. Betsy remained calm, putting away her anger. Is there any possibility of a misunderstanding? Though they captured me, my body has never been violated. Jarvis, all I know is, they said they planted a cause-effect relationship inside me, claiming I can never escape this fate. Betsy sighed, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Regardless, we should send her back to the G family first, Divine Doctor, Django suggested. Very well. I also need to ask some questions from Hyder, Jarviself agreed. They returned to the xuanhuan residence in xuanhuan County, where Django immediately arranged to send Betsy back to the Four Seasons Clinic in the provincial capital. With this, the incident seemed to conclude, yet when Jarviself arrived back at the xuanhuan residence, he learned that Hyder was temporarily away on business. Night fell, and Jarviself lay in his bedroom, his mind preoccupied with the connection between the Atli family and the Spirit Essence organization. The Atli family, a martial lineage spanning over 1,000 years in xuanhuan County, had produced numerous talents serving the imperial court in Beijing. But as far as Jarviself knew, they hadn't been involved with the morally dubious Spirit Essence organization. Could there be more to the story? Jarvis and the xuanhuan family, an even older prestigious clan in xuanhuan County, made Jarviself wonder. Given Hyder's shrewd nature, he couldn't possibly be unaware of this. But at this critical juncture, Hyder was out on business. Jarviself tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The door creaked open. Jarviself sighed, murmuring, You might as well stop pretending. You've come to find me 3 times in 3 days. What do you plan to do? The lights were turned on, and Kiyomi pouted, shutting the door with mixed emotions. If I don't meet your grandfather tomorrow, I will leave. I had nothing to do with Miss G today. Just as I entered the room, Miss G lost control of her body, leading to a misunderstanding, Jarviself explained casually. Virgil, he wondered why he felt compelled to explain himself to Kiyomi, given they had no particular relationship. Kiyomi clapped her hands and huffed. Just behave yourself. I've already contacted Sister Hanyan, and she instructed me to keep an eye on you. Translation completed according to the provided guidelines, maintaining the tone, style, paragraph structure, and coherence with previous content. Hashtag chapter 345, the notice. Seeing Kiyomi's prideful demeanor, Jarviself couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could the friendship between women develop so quickly? Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed that Kiyomi had actually sat down beside him. I ask you, what do you like about Sister Bridget? I remember her being an arrogant and overbearing young lady. Kiyomi asked cautiously. It seemed she cared a great deal about the answer. What? Do you think I'm with her for money? Jarviself frowned slightly, smiling faintly. I didn't say that. I've investigated your background. You're the real power behind the scenes at Zhengxin Pharmaceutical. Jarvis, and it was all thanks to you that the Shun family managed to swallow up the Qian family, Kiyomi said, smacking her lips. Jarviself was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this information to spread so quickly. Jarvis and even someone as sheltered as Kiyomi could find out. This only meant that his information was now widely circulating in the underworld. He wondered how many civilian organizations were trying to take his life secretly. I don't know what she likes about me either. Alphan Soybit's my handsomeness? Jarviself joked casually, his mind preoccupied with matters related to the Jordan organization. If it really was that organization from years ago, their purpose would remain a mystery. From what Jarviself understood, these people were not just about killing or making money. Tisich, who knew you were such a narcissist? Kiyomi pouted and turned her head. The silver accessory on her head bumped into Jarviself's forehead. Ouch! Jarviself pretended to be in pain, and Kiyomi immediately felt sympathetic. Oh no, Jarvis, are you okay? Let me blow on it. Kiyomi's anger instantly vanished. Jarviself smiled lightly, no longer hiding his feelings. You're lying to me? You. Kiyomi clenched her fists, wanting to punch him, but seeing Jarviself's broad shoulders, she hesitated. Kiyomi had to admit that she still couldn't let go of her infatuation with Jarviself. Jarviself knew this too. Despite her playful nature, she wasn't one to act impulsively. Jarviself, he was about to say something to stop her from having unrealistic hopes when Kiyomi put a finger to his lips. Don't talk, let me speak. Kiyomi took a deep breath, seemingly well prepared. Jarviself frowned, unsure of what she was going to do. Jarviself, I like you. I really have fallen for you, Jarviself, but I don't want a result. I just want to know if you feel anything for me? Kiyomi's face flushed red. Before Jarviself could respond, she quickly added, No, I won't be with you. I want to ask you, is it wrong that I like you? Grandfather says you are not an ordinary person, someone we can't hold on to, but I still want to tell you my feelings. Kiyomi then reached into her pocket and handed something to Jarviself. If you understand my heart, will you accept this jade pendant? Our xuanhuan family is about to undergo some major events, and I fear I might never see you again. Kiyomi's tone was filled with reluctance. Though Jarviself didn't know what major events she referred to, he believed her. With Imran away and the recent human refining incident, along with his evasive demeanor, Jarviself suspected that the xuanhuan family was facing a dire situation. Without saying anything, Jarviself accepted the jade pendant from Kiyomi. However, he was taken aback when he saw the dragon and phoenix engraved on the jade, with its crystal-clear texture and dew-like luster. Where did this come from? Jarviself panicked. Grandfather asked a fortune teller when I was little to give this to my destined person. Jarviself, I am certain you are my destined one. Kiyomi leaned in and kissed his forehead. I don't want to be with you. I just want to silently love you from a distance. Her voice grew weaker. Soon, she collapsed against Jarviself's shoulder, fainting. Is there a problem with the Zhuyu bloodline again? Jarviself frowned. His strong true qi caused the Zhuyu bloodline in Kiyomi to react. The aura that Jarviself had previously removed suppressed the Zhuyu bloodline, leading him to suspect that perhaps he had inadvertently harmed her. However, the more chaotic thing in his mind was the jade pendant. Jarviself recognized it. It was the same jade pendant he had seen in his previous life, which held special significance for him. Could it be a coincidence? Jarviself wondered, glancing deeply at Kiyomi. He placed the jade pendant in his chest pocket and picked her up. Her soft body felt familiar to Jarviself. Daddy, don't leave, sniffle. Kiyomi mumbled on the bed, still clutching Jarviself's sleeve, her forehead drenched in sweat. Jarviself's jade-colored pupils glowed with a faint golden light, allowing him to see clearly. Jarvis' cluster of blood clots gathered under her chest, a sign of severe decline in the Zhuyu bloodline. This bloodline produced a particularly unique descendant every 3 generations. Could it be Kiyomi? Jarviself quickly pulled out a silver needle and pricked her wrist to alleviate her symptoms. True qi flowed through the needle into Kiyomi's body, quickly suppressing the expanding blood clots. Jarviself gritted his teeth and sent stronger true qi into her body. The blood clots gradually dispersed, and her complexion improved. Jarvis, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, he stared at her for a long time. The surging memories of his past life made Jarviself's body feel uncomfortably hot, but he restrained himself. Regardless, he was living this life now, not connected to his past life. The next day, Imran indeed did not return. Jarviself left without bidding farewell and headed to the Four Seasons Medical Hall. Jarvis, soon as he entered, he tossed a card onto the table. Here's 50 million. The extra amount is for additional care of the G family, Jarviself said emotionlessly. Brock's hand trembled slightly as he picked up the card. Surprised, he asked, Chun, did the Shin family act on your behalf? Jarviself shrugged and explained calmly. This is the official notice for Jingshin Medical Hall's acquisition of your Four Seasons Medical Hall. Chapter 346, Just Wait to Die. This matter is no longer up for discussion. Jarviself sat down, now bearing the air of a master in this place. Looking around at the Four Seasons Medical Hall, he recalled how he had arrived here like a bumpkin from the countryside. Time flies, and everything has changed. Brock stood up from the sofa, his emotions mixed. Virgil, regardless of everything, he still felt grateful to Jarviself for his help, so he put on a smile. I never imagined we would end our cooperation this way. I truly appreciate your magnanimity, Chun. Brock's eyes were full of weariness. Note, the term Tongsong is better translated as weariness or world weariness in this context to maintain natural fluency in English. From being manipulated by Brock to being won over by Jarviself's integrity, Brock had come to admire Jarviself's remarkable abilities and decisive actions. Ultimately, it was Jarviself who saved his Aliyah and Grand Aliyah. Our entire G family owes you our lives. You are our benefactor. Brock bowed deeply to Jarviself. This time, Jarviself did not decline. He crossed one leg over the other, savoring the feeling of finally conquering the Four Seasons Medical Hall. It reminded him of the days when he was above all others. Unfortunately, times have changed, and today's Jarviself was no longer deceived by superficial glory. He cast a cold gaze at Brock and asked calmly after a long pause, the G family has been a mess from the start, hasn't it? Though it pains me to say this, Chun, with you here, the Four Seasons Medical Hall reached unprecedented heights. Brock lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake. Their roles had clearly switched, and both understood it well. In these past few months, the troublesome patients were all handled by you. The hollow reputation of the Four Seasons Medical Hall in the industry basically depended on you. So it's only right that you should be the owner from now on. Brock bowed and said. Jarviself smiled lightly and shook his head, then said slowly, from now on, this place will officially be renamed Jingshin Medical Hall. Jarvis, you wish. Brock lowered his head, filled with shame. If not for their current dire straits, Jarviself might have exacted retribution, making them understand fairness and the consequences of evil deeds. But to Jarviself, Brock still held some inexplicable value. During the rescue of your Aliyah, I learned about an organization behind them. I don't care about your connection with those people, but I am very interested in this organization, Jarviself said with a raised eyebrow. Brock was worried that Jarviself might harm his family, so he immediately tried to please him. What organization? Jarvis, go away. I'll tell you everything. To them, Jarviself was their great benefactor. The organization is called Jordan. What do you know about it? Jarviself asked indifferently. He wasn't showing much interest because Brock still couldn't be fully trusted. Jordan? I know of it, but not much, Brock began explaining. I've heard it used to be an organization within the capital city. The current leader is supposedly a descendant of a previous dynasty, though there's no proof, just what the Xylers say. Jarvis, anyway, they are quite powerful but have been low-key until recently when they entered the business world. They haven't made any investments yet, but their power is undeniable, Brock confessed while bowing. Jarviself frowned slightly, surprised. You seem to know a lot about the capital? Of course, the G family didn't originate in this provincial city. We are native to the capital, Brock nodded, explaining. Capital natives? Jarviself suddenly had an idea. Given Brock's debt to him, revenge and venting were becoming tiresome. Might as well let them make amends. The G family doesn't hold much significance in this provincial city anymore. To avoid being hunted down by those people, why not return to the capital and act as my informants? Jarviself smiled. Informants? Brock looked profoundly moved. The matters in the capital are arranged. Tell me, what is your true intention? Jarvis, the end of the alley. Pepper put down her phone and asked anxiously. Jarviself nodded and explained coolly. This is part of our deal. Don't ask what doesn't concern you. Pepper pouted and muttered. But what do you really want? Our Jiang family indeed has influence in the capital. Hiding a family isn't a problem, but the capital is far away. Can you really reach that far? She was incredibly curious about Jarviself. She initially thought he relied on the Shin family and had almost godlike powers in the provincial city, but she hadn't expected his influence to extend 1,000 kilometers to the capital. These details aren't important. We'll meet again in the capital. This is probably our last meeting in this provincial city. Jarviself said indifferently and turned to leave. Starting today, he planned to delve deeper into the Shin family and maintain his relationship with the Qinglong organization discreetly. Just as he was about to go, he suddenly heard a cry for help nearby. Save me. Hearing the cry, Pepper rushed over, and Jarviself followed out of curiosity. They saw a group of people shouting by the shore as someone jumped into the water and grabbed a girl who was nearly swept away. With everyone's efforts, the girl, around 15 or 16 years old, was finally pulled ashore. However, she remained unconscious. Jarvis Soraya in a beach swimsuit was frantically calling for help. Is there a doctor? Please, someone save my Aaliyah. Seeing Pepper look pleadingly at him, Jarviself sighed inwardly but stepped forward. His jade-colored pupils focused on the girl's chest. Her heart had stopped beating. Does she have any hereditary conditions? Jarviself squatted down and took out a silver needle to treat her. However, Serena frowned and became wary. What are you doing? Don't touch my Aaliyah. Jarviself remained silent and said calmly, didn't you call for a doctor? I'm a doctor. Jarvis doctor like you? Just sticking needles in willy-nilly. How do we know if you can save her? Sandra, plump with fair skin and rosy cheeks, eyed Jarviself suspiciously. If that's the case, then just wait to see your Aaliyah die. Jarviself said coldly. Chapter 347. There must be a way. What? Nonsense. My Aaliyah just got choked. How could she possibly die? Sandra was still defiant. She rushed over to perform CPR on the girl. Ugh. The girl soon responded, frowning with water flowing from her mouth. Got it. This little girl must have been choked by water. Who's talking about death? We've already saved her, an old man beside her remarked. The crowd around them grew larger and started discussing in a cacophony of voices. Exactly, where did you come from, quack doctor? Not only are your eyes blind, but you even want to use acupuncture to save people? Do you think we're all fools? The jeers and laughter were familiar. Jarviself had long become accustomed to these ugly faces. His gaze never left the girl's body, focusing on her heart and lungs. He saw that water had already filled her lungs, and the debris in the water had torn some blood vessels. Though the wounds were small, Serena's CPR was stimulating the wounds, causing them to bleed more. Look at this blind man. He's pretending to be blind, and he's staring at the little girl lecherously. Pervert. Jarvis Soraya suddenly stepped out, grabbing Jarviself's sleeve. Jarviself shook off Serena's dirty hand, his eyes revealing disgust. Jarvis nearby man shouted upon seeing this. Sure enough, this kid is just pretending to be blind, trying to take advantage of the little girl. No wonder he wants to treat her. Jarvis, rest him. Several men approached, loudly claiming they would carry Jarviself away. Jarviself's gaze sharpened. Seeing the girl's condition deteriorate rapidly, he wished he could leave right then and there. When they see the dead girl, they'll regret it, not me. You all should listen to reason. This blind doctor might not be what you say. You can't judge like that based on assumptions. Pepper stepped forward to defend him. Jarviself, though she had agreed to act as a stranger whenever they met again, she couldn't align herself with those ignorant people. However, what everyone feared most were those who held different opinions. Seeing Pepper so firmly believe in the blind man, a Soraya pointed at her, speaking spitefully. This Soraya talks too much. If you think we're wronging him, do you claim to know the truth? I see you're spreading false rumors, dressing up nicely just to seduce men, aren't you? Everyone, look here. I've caught this blind man's accomplice, this Soraya. It must be true. They teamed up to scam money from people. Let's grab them and report them to the authorities. Lock them up. Led by Serena, everyone surged forward, blocking Jarviself and Pepper's view with their bodies. Pepper leaned against Jarviself and urgently called for help. Divine Dr. Chun. What should we do next? Jarviself coldly replied. Didn't I tell you we'd be strangers? This is on you. Jarvis, help. Pepper screamed. Jarviself glanced and saw a man's groping hand touching Pepper's slender waist. With a swift movement, Jarviself punched the man. His action was so fluid that Pepper was stunned. It was authentic combat technique, including Wing Chun's outer and inner follow-through techniques. Jarviself knew Wing Chun. Thud. One before, one after, left and right. Jarviself easily dispatched the surrounding people, leaving them bruised and sore. Those who tried to take advantage were now curled on the ground, unable to get up. Sandra originally intended to strip Pepper's clothes, but seeing Jarviself's prowess, she backed down. Don't attack us, please. If you don't, we won't make things difficult for you either. If you continue, we'll really report you. Jarviself extended his hand and jabbed a silver needle into Serena's neck. Immediately, she felt heat spreading through her body. Next, she began to itch intensely, especially in private areas. Jarvis, what did you do to me? I can't bear it. Jarvis, I'm dying. Sandra writhed with her obese body, finding a man to cling onto, rolling around like a cat in heat. TSK, truly immoral. It seems this beautiful lady was wronged, while this Soraya is shameless. Take them away and report them. Seeing the crowd distracted, Jarviself quickly grabbed Pepper's hand and pulled her aside. Please save this girl. She's so pitiful. Jarviself, though Pepper knew she owed her safety to Jarviself, she immediately focused on the unconscious girl. The girl's face had turned icy cold, her heartbeat slightly recovering. She was still alive. Just as Jarviself was about to act, the girl's mother, still performing CPR, shouted tearfully, You can't come near. Jarvisel, you Chinese medicine doctors are quacks and cheats. I won't believe you. I'll save my own Aaliyah. Let's go, Jarviself said, annoyed, with other important matters to attend to. But Pepper pulled at Jarviself, her eyes reddening slightly. In a low, pitiful voice, she pleaded, I once had a stubborn mother too, but luckily my master was willing to save me, allowing me to live until today. So, Divine Dr. Chun, please, help her. Pepper bit her lip, looking irresistibly appealing. Though reluctant, Jarviself suddenly realized Pepper empathized deeply with the girl. He coldly said, You owe me this favor. Treat me as a stranger outside. Virgil's. Pepper smiled. knowing that if Jarviself acted, the girl would be saved.
Ugh.
Water still flowed from the girl's mouth, but it had turned a murky yellow. CPR must stop. You're pressing out gastric fluids and bile. Continue, and it will be blood next, Jarviself said, taking out his needles and walking forward. Nonsense, Sandra scolded fiercely, intent on saving her Aaliyah while seemingly harboring deep hostility towards Chinese medicine. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes. Delighted, Serena asked, Paula, you finally woke up? You scared mommy so much. Wah. The girl's mouth opened wide, and suddenly she vomited profusely, splashing large amounts of fresh red blood everywhere. Chapter 348. Something fell. Splash. Blood splattered on the ground, spreading like blooming red lotuses, a terrifying scene. Sandra's eyes bulged wide. Her heart skipped a beat in that instant. Lying before her was her Aaliyah. What's going on? What happened? Jarvish. Someone nearby couldn't help but exclaim. Gazes gathered, and someone shouted, Call 120. That lit an ambulance. So much blood. It must be that quack's fault. Nonsense. Pepper stepped forward, speaking firmly. Did you all see? You're slandering here. If Dr. Chun had been allowed to treat her earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Pepper said angrily. Jarviself knew she might empathize with this little girl more now. His jade-colored pupils focused on the girl's back. The situation of pooled blood in the lungs was already severe, with blood even flowing into the spinal cord and mixing with accumulated fluids. If this continued, the girl would likely end up with a lifelong disability even if she survived. If you block me again, I'll leave. Jarvis and I guarantee that your Aaliyah will die for sure if I do. Jarviself spoke calmly, moving towards his cloth bag to retrieve a silver needle. You. The middle-aged Soraya hesitated. She stared into Jarviself's jade-colored pupils, feeling a mix of emotions. Recalling his earlier words, though brief, they were filled with advice on how to protect her Aaliyah. Unfortunately, it seemed she had missed the best opportunity. Sandra no longer obstructed him, and while others didn't approve, they couldn't say anything. Jarviself began his treatment, carefully inserting the silver needles into the girl's wrists. Boy, be gentle. My Aaliyah Fernanda is afraid of pain. Sandra's mouth turned downwards, tears brimming in her eyes, clearly accepting the harsh reality of possibly losing her Aaliyah. Jarviself sighed, pausing momentarily before saying indifferently, compared to pain, death should be more unbearable for you, right? Upon hearing this, Serena's pupils dilated, and she lowered her head. Next, Jarviself inserted 2 more needles into the sides of the girl's forehead, using true qi to temporarily repair internal injuries. Regardless, internal injuries were more severe than external ones, so he aimed to save the girl's life first. Wah. Fernanda, it's Mom who failed you. We just arrived in the provincial capital of Yuzhou. Why did this happen? Using true qi, Jarviself had completed repairing the girl's internal injuries, but unexpectedly discovered something peculiar inside her. There were small traces of aura attached to her blood vessels, belonging to Driscoll. Though Jarviself hadn't met Driscoll, they had indirectly clashed several times. He was familiar with Driscoll's aura. This combination of spirit and dark energy needed precise balancing techniques. No wonder the girl survived so many calamities after the reverse water incident. It was probably because this aura protected her vital signs. Jarviself glanced at Serena in swimsuit, suspecting her identity wasn't simple, then asked, Has your Aaliyah worn anything recently, especially jade? Sandra still resisted answering, but Pepper interjected sternly, Your Aaliyah is in grave danger. I know this doctor. He's very famous within 10 miles. Jarvis answered him truthfully. Seeing her Aaliyah unconscious, Serena finally spoke. I did give her a pearl necklace for a few days, but she didn't like it and stopped wearing it after 3 days. Is there any problem? No problem. From now on, don't let her wear anything, Jarviself replied coldly. Indeed, this aura influenced the vital signs silently. Such techniques weren't meant to intentionally harm but surely had a hidden agenda. With limited information, Jarviself couldn't pinpoint the exact purpose yet. Using the silver needles, he drew out the dark energy from the girl's body, releasing it as black smoke into the air. This terrified Serena. She had never seen such magic in her life. The crowd was equally astonished. Someone exclaimed, Is this the mysterious boss behind Jingshin Medical Hall? Truly a renowned doctor, almost a god. We truly lacked insight, mistaking a divine healer for a fraud. Shame on us. People wanted to greet him, but Pepper intervened. Please keep your distance. The divine healer is saving lives. Fortunately, people cooperated and stayed back. Jarvis for a long time. Jarviself removed the needles, and the girl soon regained consciousness. Jarvisel clear. Focus on her recovery. Jarviself stood up. Sandra blushed, hugging her awakened Aaliyah, muttering, Scared me to death. My Fernanda. Jarviself was about to leave. Serena stopped him. Divine healer. Tell me your name. I'm Homer Xia, Aaliyah-in-law of Prince from the Beijing Sin family. I can provide anything you need. Medical fee, 15,000 yuan. Jarviself said coldly. This? Homer Xia looked around but couldn't find her bag. My bag was swept away by floodwater. I can't pay now. She swallowed hard, embarrassed. Jarviself snorted coldly. Forget it if you can't pay. Consider it bad luck. Your bag is downstream. Go look for it. He had already spotted it near the riverbank. It was evident that the dark energy and spirit force inside them were causing issues. This Driscoll's intentions were indeed suspicious, potentially linked to the Jordan organization Jarviself was investigating. In the future, be cautious of anyone surnamed Virgil. Saying this, Jarviself left. Usually, he would pursue further to uncover Driscoll, but past futile attempts taught him the backers were elusive, like leeches in the sea. Direct confrontation only spooked them. Moreover, he didn't want to expose his connection with Pepper. The Qinglong organization was too risky to reveal yet. Watching the blind healer leave, Homer Xia felt endless melancholy. She gained a benefactor, but also immense guilt. Mom, that big brother dropped something. Jarvis' young girl's voice called out. Chapter 349. turned into a tool. What? This? Homer Xia turned around and caught the jade pendant her Aaliyah, Catherine, passed to her. The jade pendant was intricately carved with dragon and phoenix patterns, exhibiting superior quality and color. This is not good. They saved you without asking for anything in return. Why did you take something from them? Homer Xia frowned and questioned. Catherine pouted and said unhappily, I don't know why it happened. I didn't take it. It was the brother who dropped it. In that case, I can only keep it for now and return it to him when there's an opportunity. He's a good person, and we've received his blessings. We must return the favor. We have to repay his kindness. Homer Xia led Catherine away from the crowd and headed downstream. There shouldn't be anyone here, right? Why do you act as if you're avoiding me? Jarvis, am I a ghost? Pepper gasped for breath, clearly annoyed. Jarvis leaving the riverside. Jarvis moved like a shadow, and Pepper barely kept up by taking a cab. Finally stopping him at an alley corner, Jarvis still pretended not to see her, making Pepper very upset. Firstly, the Jarvisher Dragon organization is working in secret, and you bear a heavy responsibility. Don't mess things up, Jarvis said, frowning slightly, his tone cold. Secondly, when Talon died, you were with me. No matter whom the police find eventually, one of us needs to secretly investigate the truth. Weren't these things explained to you beforehand? Jarvis never did anything meaningless. Jarvis this moment, he wished Pepper would vanish from sight instantly. He knew there were countless eyes watching him from the shadows. Staying near him increased the risk of Pepper's identity being leaked in any form. I understand, but I'm worried about you. You were in such a hurry earlier, and that Mother Aaliyah pair seemed to be looking for you urgently. Pepper pouted. Though she was several years older than Jarvis, for some reason, she always showed a girlish side when facing him. This was both Pepper's frustration and her ambiguous charm. Jarvis ignored her and asked coldly, is there anything else important? Why don't you check if you lost anything? Pepper raised an eyebrow. Jarvis felt impatient and was about to deny it when he suddenly sensed something missing. The jade pendant. Jarvis swallowed hard and immediately asked, is it with you? So it is yours. It's not with me. That Mother Aaliyah pair picked it up and wants to return it to you, but they don't know who you are. Pepper muttered. Forget it. That thing isn't important anymore. Jarvis sighed. If everything went smoothly, he didn't want to meet Kiyomi again in this life. Meeting her would stir up many painful memories from his past. Perhaps it was a self-protective mechanism of the human brain, and Jarvis resisted this deeply. Besides, the so-called jade pendant had no practical value to him. If it was lost, then so be it. Since you have doubts, let me assign you a task. I plan to deal with the matters at the Zhao family first. Jarvis, for you. I have plans too. The purpose of Jarvis's trip back to the provincial capital was to acquire the Four Seasons Clinic, a large corporation. Inside its medicine warehouse were valuable Chinese herbs. With this leverage, the Zhao family would likely submit to him in the future, serving as a deterrent against potential hostility from the Qin family. The balancing act, Jarvis had mastered centuries ago in the imperial court. You've already played between the Zhao and Qin families skillfully. Now even I have a role. Pepper seemed dissatisfied, but deep down, she just wanted to act alongside Jarvis. Starting tomorrow, the Four Seasons Clinic will be renamed Zhengxin Clinic. I want the Jarvisher Dragon organization to investigate Zhejiang Road and handle any unexpected situations. Jarvis paused, easing his tone. Pepper frowned, understanding his intention. It seemed this young man intended to turn her into a mere tool. She was a prominent miss from the Beijing Jiang family, yet a blind man deemed her unworthy? Pepper felt like a clingy Soraya, but strangely, she accepted it willingly. I understand. In case of emergencies, how should I contact you? Pepper turned away, hiding her somewhat disappointed gaze from Jarvis. There's a doctor named Yoel at the Four Seasons Clinic. He can reach me. Jarvis saying this, Jarvis left ahead of Pepper. Jarvis moved so quickly that the air seemed to lag behind. Pepper turned around, looking at the empty alley and chuckled bitterly. This guy is truly quick and forgets people easily. They were about to appear to forget each other in public, but somehow, Pepper felt closer to Jarvis now. Jarvis the entrance of the Four Seasons Clinic. Jarvis watched workers remove the old sign and replace it with a new one. Under the red cloth covering it were 4 big red characters, Zhengxin Clinic. Red was his father's favorite color, symbolizing festivity. Father, our clinic has now expanded to the provincial capital. Do you see it? Jarvis's eyes carried a heavy look. No matter what, the dead cannot be revived. He didn't want to dwell on the past, but Jarvis still believed he hadn't avenged the wrongs. Until the organization behind Talon was exposed, his heart would not be at peace. Thinking this, he pulled out his phone and called Sheridan. Ichun, how have you been lately? Why haven't you given me any updates? Sheridan sounded eager as soon as she answered. Jarvis forced a smile and calmly replied, everything here is going smoothly. How's Sister Carissa? Don't worry, Jarvis Lyra is doing well. Her health has improved, and she's eager to work. Sheridan's tone was cheerful, indicating they got along nicely. You should pack up and move to the provincial capital. I've arranged new accommodations for you. Don't stay in that village any longer. Jarvis's voice grew somber. Without further explanation, he hung up after making arrangements. Jarvis wouldn't be manipulated by hidden forces anymore. He began devising ways to mislead them. What would those people think when they dug up the body in the clinic's backyard? Jarvis chuckled darkly. Suddenly, his phone rang again. Thinking it was Sheridan, he answered immediately. But instead, a frantic voice came through. Ichun, quickly, come back to the Shun residence. Bridget has been harmed. Chapter 350, Call Me Sister. Jarvis hurriedly rushed to the Shin family's residence. Numerous faces of his enemies flashed through his mind, but he couldn't determine who was behind the attack. Was it James? He hadn't shown up during this rescue operation for Betsy. Or perhaps it was remnants of the Qin family or the Li family. Jarvis's thoughts became increasingly muddled. He gritted his teeth and thought about the organization called Jordan. Virgil's, it had to be them. Jarvis's other enemies were already under Jarvis's control. Jarvis' moves they made would immediately alert him. Whether it was Bennett, Silas, or even families like the Zhao and Bray, Jarvis had countless allies who almost covered the entire provincial capital. The only one outside his prediction was this Jordan organization. Soon, he received a message on his phone from Jarvis' subordinate, including several photos and some explanations. Mika was in grave danger, lying unconscious on a hospital bed. It was said that she was attacked by a black-clothed assailant during a business event, injuring her meridians. Fortunately, there was an experienced bodyguard present who shielded her with his body, saving Mika's life. Otherwise, she might not have survived. Seeing this news, Jarvis frowned deeply, a surge of anger rising within him. If he caught the culprit, he would tear them to pieces. I know. Thank you for your hard work. For now, stay away from the Shin family center to avoid being discovered. Jarvis instructed. This top assassin under Jarvis was known for his exceptional skills in gathering intelligence, and Jarvis had borrowed his services. The price was providing high-quality medicine every month to prolong Jarvis' life, which was why he urgently needed to acquire the CG Medical Hall. The informant also brought news about another faction within the Shin family, Mika's aunt, Liz. She was reportedly ruthless, a mortal enemy of Jarvis Liza. Jarvis didn't want to get entangled in their feud and planned to act low-key to avoid conflict. Unexpectedly, as he arrived at the Shun family's gate, a Soraya dressed in a red sable coat stood with her arms crossed, waiting for Jarvis. Jarvis getting out of the car, Jarvis raised an eyebrow. Liz stood proudly, her chest thrust out, her skin pale and radiant, looking so youthful that Jarvis almost forgot she was nearly 40. Oh, aren't you going to greet me? Let me introduce myself then. I'm Mika's aunt, Liz. Nice to meet you, my future nephew-in-law. She extended her hand elegantly, intending to shake hands with Jarvis. Jarvis didn't reach out but replied irritably, Han Yin has mentioned you to me, and I've seen your pictures. Wow, you're not blind? Didn't expect you could see photos. You're indeed interesting. Liz withdrew her hand, but with added hostility in her eyes. I know you've been involved in dirty dealings in the Shin family's business behind the scenes, but you're good at protecting yourself. So far, nothing has surfaced. However, I have plenty of leverage over you. Jarvis' lips curled into a meaningful sneer. This time, he was thoroughly enraged by the shadowy figure pulling the strings and had no intention of dancing around with these clowns. You, Humph, I'm telling you, if I don't recognize you, you won't be considered part of the Shin family. There's no need for me to let you in. Liz raised her chin arrogantly and signaled her subordinates. Several bodyguards moved to block Jarvis at the Shin family gate, intending to dissuade him. Jarvis coldly remarked, Jarvis, are you not afraid of dying? The bodyguards immediately stepped back, glancing nervously at each other. They were merely henchmen of the Shin family, bound to obey Liz, but aware that Jarvis was highly respected even by old Shun, with extraordinary martial prowess. If Jarvis decided to force his way in, they wouldn't stand a chance. Liz sneered, if you can't stop him, you won't be able to show your face at the Shin family tomorrow. The bodyguards panicked, apologizing to Jarvis. Mr. Chen, we really didn't mean to offend you. Hold on. Just as Jarvis was about to forcefully enter, Jarvis Liza's voice sounded. Let him in. He is my guest. She walked over proudly, as if challenging Liz. Two women put on a show, unraveling Jarvis' confusion. No wonder Jarvis Liza acted so assertively. Marrying into the Shin family, she had to compete against someone like Liz. Without becoming quick-witted, she probably couldn't survive. Our Shin family's affairs are none of an outsider's business. Today, I say he can't come in, so he can't. Is he engaged to Han Yin? Not yet. So what kind of fiancé is he? Humph. Jarvis Liza smirked coldly. I didn't say he's Han Yin's fiancé. He's my adopted brother. How about that? Brother, call me sister. Jarvis Liza took Jarvis' hand, making it look quite intimate. Jarvis managed a strained smile. Mika was his fiancé, and Jarvis Liza was her mother. Calling her sister felt strange. But under the circumstances, Jarvis reluctantly complied. Sis? My little brother is such a good boy. Jarvis Liza clung to Jarvis' wrist tightly, delighted. Jarvis' strong arm brushed against Jarvis Liza's bosom, causing an electrifying shiver. His heart raced uncomfortably. Jarvis Liza, who initially held her chest proudly, suddenly blushed and avoided eye contact. Do we still stop them? The bodyguards asked Liz. Seeing this scene, Liz, though furious, had no recourse and grudgingly ordered, Forget it. But lit lost. I'll leave too. She shot a venomous glance at Jarvis Liza and stormed off. You can let go now, Jarvis muttered uncomfortably. Just now, was it just an accident? Jarvis Liza blinked, her profile appearing much younger than Liz's. Perhaps this was why she faced exclusion from Liz. Not now, take me to Han Yin. Jarvis was worried about her constantly. Jarvis Liza hesitated, then immediately led Jarvis into the Shun family residence. Upon entering, Jarvis' jade-colored eyes focused past the crowd on the bed where Mika lay near death. Han Yin, move aside. Let me save her. Jarvis pushed through the crowd, rushing forward. Jarvis, that moment, a cold sneer echoed. You want to save her? Too late. Chapter 351. The Divine Doctor of the Capital. Jarvis instinctively frowned. He recognized this voice. It was Bentley. Bentley, dressed in a white suit with his hands in his pockets, stood by Mika's bed. The crowd around them made way, most of them being close relatives and core members of the Shin family. The moment everyone saw Jarvis, their faces revealed disdain and suspicion. Jarvis knew without thinking that most of Mika's relatives had likely been swayed by Bentley. He had also heard about various matters within the capital city. The Lin family was now one of the largest merchants in the outskirts of the capital, overshadowing the Shin family in terms of power and wealth. This isn't the time to fight over her. Move aside quickly. I need to save Han Yin. Jarvis turned his attention back to Mika, who was currently in a very weak state with an indiscernible mix of energies within her body. Bentley sneered coldly. Several hours have passed since Han Yin got hurt, and you only show up now? Jarvisin, do you want us to move aside? Jarviself was speechless. Following Bentley's question, members of the Shin family joined in agreement. Exactly. You're rumored to be Hanyan's fiancé, yet you react like this? Jarvisin, it seems you're really blind. Virgil, you claim to cure Hanyan? How can you cure anything if you can't see? Faced with their comments, Jarviself took a deep breath. His eagerness to save Mika made him wish he could just knock these obstacles out of the way right then. But reason told him that even if Mika were awake, she would never want him to harm her family. Jarviself, controlling his temper for the last time, said coolly, we can discuss any issues with me later. If we don't act now, Hanyan's life is in danger. If anything happens to her, none of you will escape the blame. His jade-colored pupils swept across the room, releasing a slight chill as if to intimidate everyone. However, Bentley became even more arrogant and sneered. You have the nerve to say that. When something happens to Hanyan, you are the first one not to escape. If you hadn't been mixing with all those unsavory people, they wouldn't have targeted Hanyan. Without you, Hanyan wouldn't have been hurt at all. Jarviself didn't refute because Bentley was partly right. He felt some guilt deep down. With the influence of both the Shin and Lin families, they could have kept Mika safe. But she insisted on personally overseeing various companies for his sake. Certainly, this was the doing of some criminal organization due to her loyalty to him. You always use the excuse of helping Hanyan, but end up hurting her repeatedly. I won't stand by watching my beloved suffer at your hands anymore. This time, I won't give you a chance. I've already brought the divine doctor from the capital here. Jarvis, an elderly man wearing glasses, held a silver needle in his hand, standing hunched next to Mika's bed. Only now did Jarviself notice this person, using his heavenly eye technique to scan him. The man indeed had a faint presence of true qi, indicating Bentley had indeed brought a renowned doctor from the capital. This divine doctor is the saintly Dr. Braun, who has over 50 years of medical experience. Do you really need us to make way for you? Bentley smiled mockingly. Jarviself felt frustrated but knew many Shin family members were watching, including Jarviselbert. Seeing Jarviself about to speak, Jarviselbert said, Chun, don't be impatient. Let's wait for the divine doctor to assess the situation first. If there are any signs of worsening, I will definitely step in, Jarviself said, stepping aside. Everyone around coldly scoffed, thinking Jarviself was just a hollow shell. Tisk, he's just a figurehead arranged by Alphonse Maximilian to maintain power. It's obvious he knows nothing, barging in recklessly. Jarvis Soraya muttered. Jarvis, this point, Lee stepped out, gesturing for silence. Sure, don't speak nonsense. My father, due to his age, might be easily deceived by such frauds. Virgils, these fraudsters only seek temporary satisfaction and cannot pose any real threat to the Shin family. No matter what, Lin family's young master is much better. Young Alphonse Bentley is handsome, and the Lin family is a prominent clan in the capital. If Hanyan marries him, it would be her good fortune. The three women chattered away. Hearing this, Bentley felt extremely satisfied. Jarviself ignored their words, focusing intently on Mika. This was a crucial moment, and he must ensure Mika's safety and avoid being used by them. Jarvis for the gossip, he would endure it for now. Dr. Braun gathered his true chi and expertly inserted a silver needle into Mika's wrist. Jarviself relaxed. He was skilled, at least ensuring Mika's life could be preserved. However, Jarviself sensed something amiss immediately after. Mika's vital energy pathways were damaged. How could the doctor directly treat the blood vessels? Moreover, the acupoint he pressed was critical for stimulating chi and blood circulation. Before promoting chi and blood flow, the tendons must be treated first. Her tendons are injured. This method carries significant risks. Jarviself stepped forward, sounding serious. Braun paused and smiled faintly. You can see? Not only can you see, but you have quite keen eyesight. He nodded approvingly. I'm indeed taking a risky approach, but it's only considered risky by quacks like you. True medicine is ever-changing, and the fastest method avoids unexpected dangers most effectively. But Jarviself rarely felt so rebuked. What Braun said wasn't entirely wrong. His method wasn't impossible, just too unstable. Jarviself was overly worried about Mika and wanted to protect her with the safest methods. Just then, Lise, hearing the hint of doubt, crossed her arms and chimed in. Oh my, Jarvis Liza, look at the brother you vouch for, claiming to be some provincial divine doctor. He's nothing but a joke. Stop flaunting your limited knowledge before the capital's divine doctor. You lack any real talent. She rolled her eyes, and others joined in criticizing Jarviself. Just as we thought, a blind man diagnosing patients is absurd enough, yet you think you're someone great? How do you care about Hanyan's life when you challenge the capital's divine doctor? Is he wrong? Faced with these doubts, Jarviself ignored them, focusing on the changes within Mika's body. Sure enough, soon, Mika suddenly winced, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This scene shocked everyone. Chapter 352. Let these waste out. Oh no, what happened? Jarvis Liza was quite surprised. She still cared about Mika deeply. Jarvis, although she was a Stepalia, Jarvis Liza and Mika had cultivated considerable affection for each other. In contrast, Lise revealed a look of disdain and muttered, Teeth, what a hassle. Why doesn't the renowned Beijing doctor's method work? This girl looks like a short-lived ghost. Ugh. Mika displayed a pained expression, clearly wanting to open her eyes but unable to even lift her eyelids. Move aside, let me handle it. Jarviself rushed forward. He had already noticed that Mika's vital signs were inflating, indicating a state of extreme weakness and danger. However, a few bodyguards blocked Jarviself, while Bear sneered, Why are you in such a hurry? It's all under my control. I'm merely detoxifying her body. Jarvis, through this, we will proceed with the treatment. Jarvis, he spoke. Bear took out another silver needle and aimed it at Mika's forehead. Unable to hold back any longer, Jarviself's jade-green eyes burst into golden light, focusing on the tip of the needle. He saw green liquid and toxic aura wrapping around the needlehead. It was highly poisonous. Hold it. Jarviself delivered a series of punches, driving back the goons one by one, then swiftly approached. Seeing this, Bear panicked but did not run away. Instead, he urgently thrust the needle again. Jarvis, the critical moment, Jarvis grabbed Bear's aged wrist, just millimeters from Mika's forehead. Old man. With a snap, Bear's wrist fractured directly. Jarvis, you beast. Jarvis. Bear staggered backward, luckily steadied by a few goons, or he would have broken his coccyx. Holding the silver needle snatched from Bear, Jarvis asked sternly, who sent you? If anything happens to Xuanhuan, I'll take your life. Ridiculous. Nonsense. This is the Qin family home. What nonsense are you making here? Lise couldn't bear it any longer, stepping forward to berate Jarvis. Bentley also scowled, pointing at Jarvis and starting to curse. Jarvis, are you trying to kill Xuanhuan? By crippling Dr. Cui, who else can treat her now? He was treating Xuanhuan? Look closely. Jarvis scoffed and shot the silver needle in his hand. The needle struck Bear's other wrist. Instantly terrified, Bear quickly pulled the needle out and exclaimed, you're crazy. What did you do? You madman. The Shuns all became agitated, denouncing Jarvis fiercely. Bentley cursed further, you're done for. Lise even mocked, I think this boy wants to kill young Xuanhuan with ulterior motives. Jarvis Liza frowned, noticing Bear's panic, finding it suspicious. She moved closer and lifted Bear's wrist, instantly startled. What happened to your hand? Jarvis Liza asked. The crowd paused briefly, focusing on Bear's wrist. His old wrist was dotted with spots that turned black, and the pores exuded green liquid, the entire wrist darkening. This is clearly a sign of poisoning. Your silver needle is poisonous. You want to kill my Aaliyah? Enraged, Jarvis Liza slapped Bear across the face immediately. No matter how renowned the doctor, anyone who dared harm her step Aaliyah would face her wrath. Bear was speechless, unable to explain, his face turning deathly pale. Realizing the truth, everyone in the Shun family finally acknowledged that Bear's needle contained deadly poison, but Lise stubbornly retorted, so what if it's poisonous? They say every medicine has a bit of poison. Maybe Dr. Cui wanted to use it to cure. Just then, Bear gritted his teeth and broke free from the guard's protection. Die! His scream was like that of a vengeful ghost. He curled his tongue, revealing a hidden silver needle, similarly coated in poison. Jarvis' palm filled with true chi as he blocked it. Ding! The needle fell to the ground, and Jarvis kicked it away, sending Bear flying with a shout. Jarvis! On impact, Bear's frail bones shattered, causing intense pain. Quickly restrain him. Protect my grand Aaliyah. Jarvis finally realized the situation and commanded urgently. The servants were in disarray, rushing to protect Mika. Restrain Bentley too. Scoundrel! Jarvis was thoroughly enraged this time. Bentley was restrained by the guards and hurriedly explained, Old sir, I didn't know. I didn't know this old man was bought. I thought he sincerely wanted to treat Xuanhuan. The Shin family will all die soon. Jarvis! Bear roared, extending his tongue to bite it off. But a silver needle flew, striking his neck. Quickly losing strength, Jarvis walked out of the crowd and coldly said, Old sir, lock this man up. I'll interrogate him personally later. Jarvis, let these noisy wastes out. I will treat Xuanhuan. Jarvis' face was indifferent, having no interest in arguing further. The core members of the Shun family had already understood who was right and wrong, leaving quietly without further objections. Disperse. Jarvis, all of you leave. Jarvis angrily ordered. Bentley and Lise both fell silent, offering no more resistance. Old sir, please listen to me. I truly didn't know what this guy would do, Bentley pleaded. Jarvis responded indifferently. I need to investigate everything first. Be confined in our family. If I find you deliberately involved, I won't forgive you. Even if this was an accident, the Lin family must give me an explanation. Even if the Shin family wasn't as powerful as the Lin family, they weren't powerless. If someone bullied them and harmed his grand Aaliyah, Jarvis would fight for justice, even at the cost of his own life. Jarvis walked to the bed, mobilizing all his true chi and holding Mika's hand. Their fingers intertwined, but due to emotional turbulence, Jarvis struggled to focus the true chi. Jarvis' substantial amount of true chi flowed into Mika's body through their palms, restoring her color rapidly. Due to the leakage of true chi, a thread of golden light appeared, enveloping the tips of their interlocked hands. When everyone was driven out, Jarvis watched the thread of golden light behind, looking utterly shocked. Chapter 353. Alphan Social World Methods. Could it be that you've appeared to me, grandfather? Jarvis' eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Jarvis, this moment, he seemed to sense something profound. He was certain that Jarvis possessed a special ability which granted him such remarkable medical skills. If not for fate, then what could it be? It must be the heavens showing mercy and protecting our family. Jarvis clasped his hands together, bowing towards the right, his heart trembling in awe. After a while, Jarvis ceased his actions, and Mika slowly opened her eyes. She felt significantly better, and turning her head slightly, she saw Jarvis rummaging through a cloth bag, looking for needles. Ichun, I thought I would never see you again. Tears streamed down Mika's cheeks. Jarvis reached out, gently stroking her smooth face. In a soft tone, he asked, Do you know who did this to you? I'll make them pay. Though his voice was calm, because it came from Jarvis, Mika found it extremely significant. Don't. I'm afraid something will happen to you. Mika bit her lip, feeling overwhelmed with grievances as tears flowed down her cheeks. Jarvis, though she didn't know who exactly was behind it, she understood that their power was immense, greater than Connor, greater than Talon, even beyond the control of the provincial or imperial capital cities. Such an all-powerful organization. How could Jarvis possibly face it? She didn't want to endanger his life because of her. But Jarvis stopped asking questions and gently closed her eyes after caressing them. The treatment resumed, with silver needles piercing her forehead and chest, various energies entering her body. Jarvis placed his hand over her abdomen, making a gesture like a tiger or eagle claw before opening his eyes sharply. With one powerful slap, he made all her meridians and acupoints resonate with the chi he had infused into her, creating a swirling stream within her body. During this process, her ruptured meridians began to slowly heal. This was a skill obtained only after reaching mastery in the Sacred Hands medical scripture, capable of forcibly reviving and repairing a person's bloodstream and meridians, even saving those on the brink of death. Though Jarviself couldn't fully restore his previous strength yet, thankfully Mika's injuries weren't severe. Soon, she felt much lighter, but Jarviself noticed an unusual wound in a specific area. Looking at Mika's abdomen, he saw a small incision inside her uterus that wouldn't heal no matter what. What is this? Jarviself gathered his chi, inspecting it carefully. He discovered an odd energy lingering there and concluded that it was a peculiar martial technique, leaving a wound that couldn't heal, causing long-term or even lifelong disabilities. Jarvis' ruthless method. Jarvis and the attacker must have been very strong. Even worse, this wound was on Mika's lower abdomen, reaching her uterus. This meant Mika might never be able to conceive. This revelation sank deep into Jarviself's heart. He decided to withhold this information temporarily. Jarvis through the treatment, Mika forced herself to sit up, exclaiming emotionally, "Ichun, you're so amazing. I feel much better, cough, cough." She swallowed, feeling her lungs constricted and some lingering pain in her abdomen. Jarviself had a servant bring a cup of hot water and instructed, "You're still weak. Drink more hot water and take care of minor illnesses like catching a chill. You're still injured. I'll need to find that bastard to get a prescription." His words were calm, but his resolve was clear. "How serious?" Mika asked. "Not serious, just rest and recover," Jarviself replied before turning to leave. Jarviselbert had been waiting and said, "Is Hanyan okay? We owe you so much, Ichun. I don't know how to thank you. Grandfather, just give me your full support. Hanyan is stable for now, but I believe whoever did this has ulterior motives. I must take action," Jarviself stated calmly. He had never felt so determined to expose and punish the culprit. To use such a despicable martial arts method against an ordinary Saraya, it's unforgivable. Jarviselbert sensed the change in Jarviself's tone, different from his usual demeanor. "Leave the Shin family's matters to me. Everyone here has seen how much more outstanding you are than Bentley. You truly care about Hanyan," Jarviselbert nodded. "I have some business to attend to." Jarviself didn't linger further and left the room after giving instructions. He then asked Jarvis Liza to lead him to a secluded black room inside the Shin residence. This place housed disobedient servants, and though external conflicts were rare, internal theft and betrayal were common. Those who committed severe offenses often chose to stay here rather than be reported to authorities. First-time visitor Jarviself already knew this place well, due to his heaven eye insight. Braun was tied to a chair, unable to move. His eyes revealed weariness. Jarviself walked over coldly, pressing his throat. "Who sent you? Did you hurt Hanyan?" Braun tried to speak, but saw the man in front of him as a demon. The terrifying pressure. Breathing heavily, Braun weakly replied, "I can't match that noble's skills. Too bad I couldn't complete my mission." Then he chuckled and muttered, "You won't pry anything out of me. My memory has been erased, hee. I know nothing." Jarvis. Jarviself pierced a silver needle into his heart, causing Braun to gulp. With a wave of his hand, Jarviself pressed his palm on Braun's head. Jarvis' stream of true chi entered his brain, causing Braun's pupils to widen. Only now did he realize the terrifying prowess of the young man in front of him. Braun soon fell into a dazed state, drooling from the corner of his mouth. "Who is behind you?" "Ling Yun," Braun murmured slowly. "Sure enough, Jarvis Licia." Jarviself grunted inwardly. "Who harmed Hanyan? Where is he?" Jarviself frowned tightly. Braun's throat bubbled, his speech becoming unclear. "Luoqing, Fashanjian." Jarvister saying this, Braun's head slumped, and he breathed his last. Hashtag chapter 354, you can try. Jarvister the man's breath ceased. Jarviself's anger still had not subsided. He snorted coldly. "Do you think I would let you die so easily?" With that, Jarviself's hand moved swiftly, and a surge of true energy erupted. This true energy surged into Braun's brain, causing his eyes to widen once more. Braun clenched his teeth. His brain neurons, which hadn't completely shut down, were reactivated by Jarviself's true energy. "You must die as you deserve, but before that, I want all the information you know." Jarviself finished speaking, forming two fingers into a pointed shape, and pressed them fiercely against Braun's forehead. Braun felt like he was struck by lightning, his eyes instantly turning white. Soon, he entered a state of apparent death, his body stiffening like a corpse. Then, he began mumbling incoherently, "Spirit Jarvis Cumulation, Luo City, Fujing Mountain." Jarviself's face darkened. These pieces of information seemed to be all the clues he had. He knew he would have to investigate further. But there was something even more critical on his mind, which led him to deplete a large amount of true energy just to keep Braun alive for a moment longer. Why does the Spirit Jarvis Cumulation organization refine elixirs? I'm talking about human elixir refinement. These words echoed in Braun's head, and his brain started functioning frantically, emitting plumes of blue smoke from his forehead. "They want to mine minerals." Mining minerals? This statement startled Jarviself, who quickly followed up. "What kind of minerals?" For a long time, Braun didn't answer. It appeared this matter was top secret, and even Braun did not know much about it. If it was about mining, Jarviself immediately thought of Connor's mines. Is this matter related to Connor's mines? Jarviself pondered deeply. Virgil's. After a long pause, Braun forced out that one word. However, after speaking, Braun's head turned completely red, heat making smoke rise from the top of his skull as if it were about to explode. Jarviself sighed and withdrew the silver needle from his forehead. Soon, Braun's body deflated like a punctured balloon, his head slumping down, his whole body becoming as stagnant as a dead pool. His body didn't resemble someone who had just died, but rather looked like a long decomposed corpse. Despite committing such an immoral act, Jarvisol felt a tinge of guilt but could only pray silently. This life, his father's revenge must be fulfilled. Jarvisol never imagined that this incarnation's father killer and the previous incarnation's wife loser came from the same organization, Spirit Jarvis Accumulation. He and this organization were irreconcilably opposed. Suddenly, there was a creaking sound, and the prison door opened. Jarvis Soraya with a plump figure walked in, her chest notably pronounced. Jarvisol immediately recognized the mink coat and knew it was Lee's. You're killing people here and still think about joining the Shin family? Huh? Lee's, followed by two strong Xylers, was very arrogant. Jarvisol was seething with anger. If he wanted to, he could end this Soraya's life in an instant. But he held back. Minor grievances mustn't obstruct major plans. This person deserves to die regardless of who kills him. Besides, I don't intend to join the Shin family. Your family doesn't deserve it, Jarvisol declared boldly. Lee's was shocked, exclaiming, You dare to slander the Shin family? Impudent. Jarvisol snorted, retorting, Don't think I don't know what vile deeds your Shin family committed just to establish a foothold in the provincial capital. What exactly have you investigated? Lee's felt terrified and took 2 steps back. Jarvisol calmly walked out of the cell, his gaze sharp. I've almost mapped out the business powers in the provincial capital, and your Shun family is the cleanest among them. Initially, I believed in this family out of curiosity, until I stumbled upon some files at a casino. He smiled strangely. What he saw in the archive room was enough to topple the entire commercial circle of the provincial capital. This was also why black market figures were still pursuing Jarvisol to this day. What shocked Jarvisol most was the various underhanded dealings of the Shun family years ago, which revealed the root of endless internal conflicts within the family. Jarvisol decided not to join the Shin family precisely because of this reason. Hearing this news, Lee's couldn't utter another word. If Jarvisol really knew something, he could send her spiraling into an abyss at any moment. I don't care what you do, Jarvis, long as you don't get in my way, I'll let you off. But if you dare to touch Hope, I'll make sure you die miserably. Jarvisol leaned closer, pressing his broad body against Lee's. What are you doing? Lee's imposing figure fit perfectly against Jarvisol's body. Her face flushed red, but the fear made her feel as if she was facing an ancient, formidable master. You can try. See if you can escape to the ends of the earth. Jarvisol spoke softly, then turned around and quickly left. Lee's took a deep breath, feeling like she could hardly breathe a moment ago. Looking back, she saw Braun's tragic death, his head actually having fallen off the chair. In the high-level bedroom of the Shun residence. Ichun, this mission is extremely dangerous. I've heard about the Spirit Jarvis Accumulation organization. They're tough to handle. Jarvisolbert felt heavy-hearted. He had been trying to protect Jarvisol all along, after all, as his future grandson-in-law. But the enemies Jarvisol faced now far exceeded what the Shin family could control. Jarvisol exhaled deeply, not responding. Jarvis, rising, he said faintly. Take care of Hope for me, old Alphensoster. There are countless ingrates in the Shin family. Take care of yourself as well. What do they want? Don't I know? Haha, I've been on the battlefield before. I understand boundaries and tactics. Jarvisolbert's eyes betrayed a storm of emotions hidden beneath calm waters. Since I can't help you, I'll arrange someone for you. It's always better to have an ally than to go alone. Jarvis, truly, Corbin from Junlan Hotel was an orphan I adopted when I was young. He has some skills, bring him with you, Jarvisolbert suggested. Recalling Corbin's cowardly demeanor, Jarvisol chuckled faintly. He shook his head. Alphonse Maximilian. I've already decided who to bring. Who? Jarvisolbert asked hesitantly. Zen, the young master of the Zhao family, Jarvisol said coolly. Why him? I remember this kid isn't very capable. Jarvisolbert stroked his chin, asking doubtfully. Jarvisol shrugged and explained, Alphonsoid, because he's my disciple. Chapter 355, Reneging on a Promise. Jarvisolbert was somewhat surprised to learn that Jarvisol had already taken on disciples within the Zhao family. No wonder during that period, Jarvisol had been determined to pull the Zhao family into cooperation with the Shin family. Looking back, it seemed that Jarvisol had long harbored concerns about the influence of the Shin family. He was not the type to rely on others. His efforts to court the Zhao family were to counterbalance the power of the Shin family. This realization only deepened Jarvisolbert's admiration for Jarvisol. Since that's the case, take this with you. Jarvisolbert fished a card out of his pocket and handed it to Jarvisol. It has 50 million in it. Jarvisol frowned, intending to refuse. But Jarvisolbert, seeing Jarvisol's hesitation, immediately pushed it forward, advising, dealing with a big family like the Zhaos, you'll need money. I know your clinic makes good money, but all your earnings are needed for operations. Otherwise, your 2 elder sisters might not be safe, huh? Haha. Jarvisolbert's words left Jarvisol momentarily stunned. Enoch was indeed calculating, even foreseeing such details. In that case, I will accept your kindness. But rest assured, I won't let you down. Jarvisol nodded in thanks. Jarvisolbert's eyes filled with affirmation. In the near future, he knew he would depend on Jarvisol, so he must do everything possible to help Chun achieve his goals. Before leaving, Jarvisolbert told Jarvisol that the Zhao family had recently been under surveillance by a gang specializing in debt collection. Their persistent focus on the Zhao family suggested their intentions were not simple. With the Beijing project now being handled by the Zhao family and internal chaos leading to heavy debts, Jarvisol instantly understood the purpose of the 50 million. In reality, this was support from the Shin family to the Zhao family. Due to some unspoken reasons, the Shin and Zhao families couldn't openly collaborate, making Jarvisol the perfect intermediary to offer timely aid. Xuanhuan County, outside the Zhao family residence. Jarvis twilight settled. Several cars parked in front of the residence. Jarvis man in a suit stepped out, flanked by a few lackeys grinning obsequiously. However, they noticed a figure standing at the entrance of the Zhao family compound, looking around. Jarvis, are you Barrett? The suited man asked, frowning. Jarviself turned, snorted coldly, and smiled. I'm his master. What do you want with him? That's what I should ask you. The Zhao family's territory is now requisitioned by us. Why are you here? The suited man sneered. But the next moment, his face changed drastically as Jarviself moved with ghostly speed toward him. Especially in the dark, it was hard to see Jarviself clearly. He shot out a few silver needles, causing the surrounding lackeys to clutch their waists and retreat. Damn you! The suited man lunged to attack, but was met with Jarviself's tight grip. Jarvisa! He screamed as Jarviself's grip crushed his knuckles until they snapped. Jarviself asked coolly, tell your boss to come here within half an hour. Say I'm paying off the Zhao family's debt. If he doesn't show, consider it wiped clean. With that, Jarviself punched the suited man in the stomach and walked away elegantly. The suited man gasped and immediately ordered his lackeys, call Yuan. Jarviself entered the house. The interior of the Zhao family compound was heavily guarded. Several bodyguards rushed forward. Who sent you? Jarviself slapped one of them and said indifferently, does it matter who sent me? Other Xylers gathered around, wary yet cautious. Don't want to die? Take me to see the Zhao family, or I'll make you end up like him, Jarviself stated coldly. The Xyler on the ground was foaming at the mouth, eyes rolling back. None of these men were from the Zhao family. Jarviself remembered each face. Dealing with violent debt collectors wasn't new to Jarviself, but he hadn't seen such a large gang before. Entering the courtyard, he found their leader sitting with his legs crossed waiting for him. Seeing Jarviself arrive, Barrett exclaimed, Alphensoster, you finally came. Jarviself nodded and scanned the area. Not just outside, but inside too, including servants and Zhao family members, had been held hostage, with only Barrett having a bit more freedom. So you finally called this incompetent master. Isn't he supposed to fix things? Let's see how this brat manages it, taunted a fat man. Upon inquiry, Jarviself learned that this man named Augustus was a notorious local Xyler in xuanhuan County. His high-profile methods stemmed from past grievances with the Zhao family, using underworld forces to seek vengeance. How much do you want? Jarvister gathering basic information from Barrett, Jarviself decided to negotiate seriously. Augustus snorted. How much can you pay? You look like a poor beggar. Don't play tricks with me. What if I don't pay? Jarviself frowned, suppressing his anger. Augustus sneered, grabbing Asariah's hair, laughing menacingly. Then don't blame me for defiling your women. I've seen many beautiful women in my years, haven't seen such tempting ones though. Sandra's clothes were already disheveled, her skin glistening provocatively. The surrounding Xylers blushed and swallowed nervously. Helen, release my sister-in-law. Believe me, I'll kill you. Barrett gritted his teeth, face flushed red. Meanwhile, Brendan was tied up tightly in a corner, mouth gagged. The entire household seemed to depend on Jarviself. Jarviself sighed, took a few steps forward, and reached for the fat man's collar. Augustus yelled, no money yet, want to attack? Beat him to death. Immediately, Xylers rushed forward, brandishing sticks. Jarviself pulled out the card from his pocket, saying indifferently, this has 50 million. Is it enough? Seeing no immediate retaliation, Augustus stopped the Xylers, eyes gleaming greedily. He released Serena and grabbed the card, examining it closely. It bore the emblem of a major financial conglomerate, and a wicked idea formed in his mind. Heh, looks like you have strong backing. Jarvis another 10 million, and I'll leave right away. Hearing this, Barrett objected angrily. Why? You're breaking the law. Unbelievable demands. Augustus sneered, pulling out a dagger to press against Serena's neck, eyes wide open. Isn't he your master? Tell him to pay, or I'll cut off your sister-in-law's head. Hashtag chapter 356, Jarvisel misunderstandings. Heh. The fat man held a knife to Serena's neck, his eyes fixed on Zen. He sneered, you useless piece of trash. I bet your master is just as useless. Jarvis, he spoke. His gaze shifted to Jarviself, only to find that Jarviself was already gone. The fat man frowned, and in the next moment, a dagger emerged from his chest. His eyes bulged. He realized his dagger had been taken away at some point. Jarviserg. The fat man's bulky body fell to the ground, and the Xylers around him were startled. They stared blankly at Jarviself, who had appeared beside Serena without them noticing. Jarvis, are you all right? Helen. Jarviself extended a hand, helping to tidy up Serena's disheveled clothes. His fingertips lightly brushed the smooth skin on her chest. Sandra looked at Jarviself's handsome face, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She murmured, thank you. Brendan is like my brother, and you are his Aaliyah, so you're also like my sister-in-law. Don't worry, no one will hurt you, Jarviself said with a soft smile. Sandra avoided Jarviself's gaze, fearing she might lose herself. This brat killed Brother Chow. Kill him. Jarvis Skinny Xyler stepped forward, wielding a curved blade and charging straight at Jarviself. Others were stirred by his emotions, cursing and ready to move. However, in the next moment, Jarviself simply kicked out, knocking all the teeth out of the Skinny Xyler's mouth, which clattered to the ground. Gah! The Skinny Xyler staggered back, falling clumsily to the ground. He clearly saw that Jarviself had held back. If that kick had landed on his head, he would have died on the spot. Given this outcome, the other Xylers naturally dared not rush forward to die. Jarvis, after all, even their boss was dead, so rushing in now would be futile. Jarvis, this moment, a man in a suit walked in, glaring defiantly and wanting to take action against Jarviself. But Jarviself effortlessly sidestepped, causing him to trip over someone lying on the ground. Seeing the blood, the suited man recoiled in shock. You dare kill someone here? It was the same suited man who had been beaten by Jarviself earlier. He had come to take revenge, but was now taken aback. Did you call your boss yet? His lackey was involved in violent debt collection, so I gave him a lesson. Jarviself picked up a bank card from the hand of the deceased Augustus as he spoke. The suited man frowned, sneering. Who do you think you are? Even if you can do wonders, how does it help the Zhao family? He tried to persuade the surrounding Xylers. Jarvis, everyone knows, the Zhao family is nothing more than a dog in Xuanhuan County. Supporting this pack of dogs, what use is there for you? You're utterly outrageous. Zin lunged forward but was kicked aside by the suited man. Jarvis, this moment, Edric with a cigar in his mouth entered. Let me see how much face someone who refuses to pay their debts has to act high and mighty in front of me. But upon closer inspection, he saw Jarviself. Dr. Chun, what are you doing here? Yuan was surprised, quickly moving forward to shake hands with Jarviself. Jarviself gave an indifferent glance, recognizing the same Jeremiah from Shubio's bidding event. I helped set up business between you and the Zhao family, yet you treat them like this? Jarviself remarked coolly. No, it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know the Zhao family was so closely associated with you, Dr. Chun. Yuan, embarrassed, tried to pull his hand back but found it tightly held. Yuan realized he had crossed someone he shouldn't. He quickly said, I admit my mistake. I truly didn't know about the deep connection between the Zhao family and you, Dr. Chen. How could I dare offend you? I still have my health under your care. My medical services are on hold. When you manage to please me, we'll talk then. Jarviself released Yuan's hand, stepping back. Yuan hesitated, licking his lips. But I'm just an executive. The Zhao family owes money. Suddenly, a card flew through the air, landing on his chest. Startled, Yuan bent down to pick up the bank card. Jarviself said calmly, 50 million. Know who gave it? Jarviselbert from the Shen family offered assistance and asked me to deliver it. This left Brendan in astonishment nearby, and Yuan even more surprised, holding the card speechlessly. With even the Shen family willing to help, Yuan knew better than to cross the Zhao family. He was nearly in tears, looking at Jarviself pleadingly. What should I do now? How can I make amends? Kneel and apologize to the Zhao family. With me here, they won't harm you. Jarviself surveyed the scene with authority. This was meant to show these underworld figures just how powerful his backing was. Otherwise, they'd keep causing trouble. Yuan swallowed hard, knowing this was crucial for his future. With a loud thud, Yuan knelt and kowtowed several times to the Zhao family, who were bound and gagged, a bizarre sight indeed. The suited man, witnessing this, backed off in fear, wondering why things had gone differently from his plans. He had worked so hard to bring this boss in, yet the situation changed so quickly. Cough, keep the money. In the future, you know how to treat the Zhao family in Xuanhuan County. Virgil's yes, I understand. Standing slightly above Yuan on a step, Jarviself towered over him, the difference in stature akin to master and servant. Glancing at the suited man, Jarviself frowned slightly. Alphansoak, that guy disappear. The suited man started to protest. Yuan, he hit me. Please stand up for me. Yuan turned around angrily. That explains the rift between me and Dr. Chun. It was all because of you. Watch me beat you to death. You dare hit me? I earned $1 million for your company, Jarvis. Jarvis' punch came swift, making the suited man dizzy. Just $1 million? You couldn't buy my apology to Dr. Chun with $1 billion. That lit lost. Jarvis threw several rounds. The suited man lay unconscious. Jarvis and all of you, get out of the Zhao residence now. From now on, the Zhao family is my ancestor. Whoever dares oppose them is my enemy. Yuan roared angrily. Chapter 357. Go and find him personally. Well done. Jarvisel finally revealed a faint smile. This Jeremiah was indeed reasonable, not requiring much effort from him to understand. If so, he could overlook past grievances. After all, business battles were inherently mundane and unworthy of lingering resentment. Divine Dr. Chun, are you feeling happier now? Please give me an opportunity. Only you can heal my ailments. Jeremiah looked at him with pleading eyes, almost begging. Jarviself's gaze focused sharply on the chest area of Jeremiah. His heartbeat was abnormal, which Jarviself had noticed early on. From his condition, Jeremiah's physical problems weren't too serious. He could likely survive for another half year. Thus, Jarviself said calmly, come back in a month. In the meantime, rest and avoid anger. Virgil's yes, I will follow your instructions. Jarvister dismissing everyone, Jeremiah left with a broad grin, cherishing Jarviself's advice as if it were a priceless treasure. Then, Jarviself and Simeon rescued the entire Zhao family. Divine Dr. Chun, you saved my life again, and this time it's our whole family. I have no way to repay you. I'm willing to serve you for the rest of my life. Brendan almost knelt down before Jarviself. Jarviself smirked and raised an eyebrow. Serving me like a slave isn't impossible, but at least take care of yourself first, right? Brendan lowered his head, filled with shame. Didn't I already warn you to be careful? The last incident with Jarvisviv almost depleted my strength, Jarviself sighed. Fortunately, this Jeremiah was familiar and significantly less powerful than Jarvisviv. Brendan nodded. I will reflect on my actions. Thank you for your generosity, Divine Dr. Chun. Forget it, I won't hold it against you. This time, you're personally responsible for pushing the project forward. By then, I want to see the goods appear in the provincial capital. Jarviself stated indifferently. The rumors didn't matter to him. He only wanted to see what secrets were hidden within the batch of goods the Aloysius family requested. If not for the ongoing anti-corruption crackdown in the provincial capital, which led to the complete shutdown of Ihan mining, Jarviself would have gone straight to the mine to investigate. With the entire Zhao family mobilizing efforts, they began to readjust. Simeon pulled Jarviself aside. Alphansoster, my brother will do everything possible to handle the project. Can you save my grandfather? Simeon's face was filled with anguish. Lead the way. Jarviself's expression hardened. He remembered the elderly man tied up when he first entered the Zhao residence. Enoch's condition wasn't promising, and it seemed only Jarviself could save him now. Entering the bedroom, Jarviself immediately examined the elder's brain. His cardiovascular system and heart-lung functions were normal, but the issue lay in his brain. What about grandfather? Is there still hope? Simeon asked nervously, rarely seeing such a serious expression on Jarviself's face. The situation is not good. Prepare a basin of water. There's a blood clot in his brain, Jarviself instructed. Jarvisel, right. Before leaving, Simeon hesitated. Can grandfather really be saved, Alfensoster? Divine Doctor. Jarviself paused, surprised by the sudden change in address from Alfensoster to Divine Doctor. However, having experienced the pain of losing a father, he understood the feeling. He smiled. What do you mean? Don't you trust me? I trust you. Simeon hastily replied. He remembered seeing Jarviself teach others and dared not anger his Alfensoster. Seeing Simeon scurry away, Jarviself wondered why he was considered so intimidating. No wonder Mika always told him to smile more. His usual sternness was off-putting. Simeon's grandfather was named Roberto. Jarviself treated him. Simeon briefly recounted his grandfather's life. It was said that Roberto served in Xuanhuan County his whole life, but retired later to support his son's business to avoid conflicts of interest, a reason that made Jarviself somewhat moved. There were indeed good people and officials in this world. But alas, not the beasts in the provincial capital. If his father had taken Eileen to Xuanyang Mine instead of Ihan Mine, would the outcome have been different? There were no ifs in life. Jarviself put aside his pity and used silver needles to puncture several holes in the elder's head. Black pus flowed out, and Jarviself explained, this is due to the blood clot. Don't worry, I've ensured his vital signs are stable. He'll survive, but given his age and frail body, it may take some time before he can speak again. Jarvister withdrawing the silver needles, Jarviself watched Roberto, who looked at him with unspoken gratitude. Grandfather, rest well. I'll visit you again later. Leaving Roberto, Simeon accompanied Jarviself out. Alfensoster, where are we going? Should I come along? Simeon asked, having heard Jarviself mention something about going somewhere together. Do you know xuanhuan? Jarviself asked, smirking. No idea, Simeon mumbled. It doesn't matter. Before we go, there's somewhere else we need to visit first, Jarviself replied. Of course, he knew Simeon wouldn't recognize xuanhuan. He was essentially clueless. But Simeon did know someone important. Jarviself continued, recently, I heard something from one of my subordinates named Bennett. Bennett? I've heard of him. I didn't realize he was under you, Alfensoster. Simeon felt increasingly impressed by Jarviself. Jarviself smiled faintly, but then his expression darkened. Bennett told me the Virgilo Alfonsoxer is dead, and it's rumored to be a homicide, Jarviself squinted, his expression unreadable. Simeon froze. I heard about it too, but I didn't know it was a homicide. I only knew it impacted their entire family. Tell me about this family. Jarviself's expression remained inscrutable, his eyes deep like a lake. That Virgilo Alfonsoxer has been a long-time acquaintance, though we weren't close. So, I don't know much about his family, Simeon thought hard but couldn't recall anything more significant. He's surnamed Jiao, named Michael. He often associated with peculiar people, but that's probably not important. His family is ordinary, just wealthy enough in Xuanyang County. If so, I must find him personally, Jarviself exhaled. He still cared about the identity of Virgilo Alfonsoxer. If it were indeed Michael, investigating the corpse was necessary. Chapter 358. You want to dig up a grave? Find him? You're not joking, right, Alfensoster? Barrett was taken aback, thinking Jarviself was pulling his leg. But seeing the solemn expression on Jarviself's face, Barrett felt a wave of unease. He's dead. Alfensoster, you can't possibly bring him back to life, can you? Barrett thought his grandfather was beyond saving, yet Jarviself managed to keep him alive. However, no matter how skilled a doctor might be, they couldn't revive the dead, could they? Jarviself said indifferently, the dead cannot come back to life or speak, but the clues left on the body can speak for them. With that, Jarviself walked off in one direction, leaving Barrett staring at his back in silent shock. Does he really want to dig up a body? That wasn't any better than trying to revive the dead. If the corpse came to life, how terrifying would that be? Barrett hesitated nervously. Why are you standing there? Don't you want me to teach you martial arts? But lit the car ready? Jarviself snapped coldly. I'll do it right away. Barrett obediently hailed a car and joined Jarviself on the road. Jarviself, though this trip made him extremely uneasy, he didn't want to miss the opportunity to learn from Jarviself. Jeremiah's actions in leading people to demand debt had brought great difficulty to the Zhao family, making Barrett realize how shameful it was for a man to lack the ability to protect his family. The driver Barrett hired was an unlicensed taxi driver. When asked why, Barrett smiled awkwardly. Alfensoster, you should know better. Jarviself, though the security in our Xuanyang County is slightly better than other places, there are many informants around. Especially for families like ours who have probably offended many people in the business world. We choose black cars for daily travel as a precaution. Barrett's practice pleased Jarviself. Not only did it hide the information about Jareth's outings, but it also provided some cover for himself. Those small organizations, though suppressed by Qinglong under Pepper's orders, likely still had some escapees. Jarviself needed to be incredibly cautious. Soon, the two arrived at an ancient residence. Looking at the battered gate, Jarviself's eyes darkened. His jade-colored pupils shimmered as Jarviself activated his heavenly eye to survey the entire gate. Each scratch was fresh, indicating this place had been recently ransacked. Weren't we going to find a body? Why did we come straight to the Zhao family? Jarviself inquired. Barrett couldn't help but smile bitterly. He murmured, the Zhao family isn't doing well. Jarvister Michael's death, his elderly mother suffered a stroke and became seriously ill, and all the servants were dismissed. Not just that. Jarviself frowned, sensing this wasn't simple. Seeing Barrett's hesitant attitude, Jarviself scowled coldly. What? Do you trust others more than me? That's not it. Michael was a good friend of mine. I don't want to talk behind his back after his death. When he was being targeted, the Zhao family also had problems, and I couldn't help him. There was some guilt in Barrett's tone. Jarviself sighed after pondering for a long time. Hiding everything won't help. Tell me, and maybe I can help avenge your friend. This point, Jarviself already guessed that this Michael wasn't the person he encountered before. The other person used disguise techniques, but without seeing the actual body, Jarviself couldn't confirm what method was used. His heavenly eye wouldn't fail to detect ordinary disguise techniques. Barrett sighed and began explaining quietly. The servants were threatened violently. The Zhao family once did business with the Zhao family, and now, past enemies are coming forward. The Zhao family engaged in shady dealings and offended many powerful figures. Jarvisolf understood this family's reputation. Although wealthy, everyone looked down on them, similar to Nouveau Riche. Who are the influential figures? Jarvisolf asked curiously. Dougie, a high-ranking official in the province, Barrett said, head lowered, avoiding Jarvisolf's eyes. Jarvisolf fell silent for a moment. Where's the body? He finally asked. Follow me. Barrett led Jarvisolf to the backyard of the Zhao residence. Jarvisolf's interest grew even stronger when he realized the Zhao family had ties to Dougie. No wonder they used this young man's appearance to deal with him. Could they be using the Zhao family as a scapegoat? In the backyard, under a small mound of earth, lay a relatively exquisite coffin containing a body. Jarvisolf's jade-colored eyes glinted with a golden hue as he carefully examined the scene. Well, where do we start digging? Barrett held a shovel. You actually want to dig up a grave? How low can you go? Jarvisolf frowned, shaking his head. Barrett shrugged helplessly. What else can we do? Better to offend him one more time than let him die unjustly. Besides, we clashed plenty when he was alive. Despite Barrett's enthusiasm, Jarvisolf refused. His vision already penetrated through the mound, piercing into the coffin. Such a finely crafted coffin hastily buried spoke volumes about the destruction the Zhao family faced. But if they were allies of Dougie, Jarvisolf reigned in his compassion. Inside the coffin, the corpse's appearance shocked Jarvisolf. The blonde youth's head, apart from his yellow hair, was entirely removed, not excavated but flattened. Jarvisolf's breathing grew heavier. This brutal technique wasn't unfamiliar. It was a horrifying tactic used by underworld figures to remove someone's face intact with poisons and chemicals, then transplant it onto another body. Terrifying indeed. Realizing the enemy could perform such acts, Jarvisolf quickly entered the house. Alphensoster. Barrett followed closely behind as Jarvisolf focused on a room within the courtyard. Jarvis Edric blocked his way. Who are you? The man sported a mustache. Barrett quickly explained, Jarvisron, don't misunderstand. He's my Alphensoster. You're Jarvisolf? Jarvisron frowned, eyeing Jarvisolf intently. Chapter 359. I like Alfonso King deals. Jarvisolf didn't expect Jarvisron to recognize him. He sneered. What? Did you hear about me from Talon? Jarvisron was taken aback and fell speechless. He stared at Barrett for a long time before Barrett finally stepped forward to defuse the situation. Alphensoster, don't be so hard on Jarvisron. He's a good person. What kind of good person is an advocate for Talon? This world isn't short of good people. It's short of those with normal minds, Jarvisolf sneered disdainfully. But then Jarvisron felt a deep sorrow welling up inside him. He sighed heavily. If I had known this would happen, I would rather not have been such a good person. Those under Talon's command treated us like nothing. Jarvisolf suddenly became curious. Was your son killed by one of Talon's subordinates? I'm not sure if it was Talon himself, but after Talon went missing, his men kept in contact with me. They told me no need to provide any more clues to Talon. They said they only needed someone, willing to pay 1 million to take my son away. Tears streamed down Jarvisron's face. Jarvis first, I didn't choose to sell, never expecting them to actually kill my son, and use such an overboard method. My son was only 21 this year. Jarvis' middle-aged father grieving over the loss of his son aged prematurely overnight. He rambled like an old Soraya who'd lost her way, prompting Jarvisolf to cough lightly and ask, they wanted your son for a human alchemy experiment. That would have been a worse fate. It's good that you didn't agree, but this tragic outcome could only be attributed to you making the wrong choice and trusting the wrong people. Jarvisolf could guess this wasn't directly caused by Talon, but the people behind him must have leveraged Talon's network. The Zhao family thrived on commissions from Talon, yet ultimately perished because of it. It could only be described as karma. From the moment he entered the room, Jarvisolf noticed a lifeless Soraya lying on a hospital bed in the corner. But Jarvisolf had no intention of saving them. This is what you deserve. Truly what you deserve. Jarvisron slapped himself, and when he staggered to the ground, Barrett helped him up, unable to bear it. Jarvisron, please take care of yourself. None of this is your fault. Barrett glanced at Jarvisolf, a hint of resentment in his eyes. Jarvisolf noticed this detail and sneered, I'm a doctor, not some saint. That kid has nothing to do with me, so I see no reason to save his parents. Barrett pouted. He wasn't a child and wouldn't cry or cause trouble just because his master didn't help. Just as he sighed, Jarvisolf slowly continued, Jarvisolf, though I don't like being a saint, I do like making deals. Your family can't afford medical expenses now, can you? Since you've worked for Talon, you must know Connor, right? Jarvisolf's gaze focused on Jarvisron. He had asked Barrett much about Michael. The boy had an extensive intelligence network, which apparently came from Jarvisron. The Edric had military training in the past, giving him strong reconnaissance skills. Over the years, he must have accumulated a lot of information. I know Connor. He's the founder of Xuanhuan Mining, right? Jarvisron quickly understood, his eyes lighting up with hope. Find this person on the business card and join his company directly in a while. My people will teach you how to proceed. Jarvisolf took a business card out of his pocket and handed it to Jarvisron. Thank you so much, Alphensoster. Barrett wanted to shake Jarvisolf's hand, but Jarvisolf avoided him. Don't be overly sentimental, Jarvisolf said coldly, finding the boy oddly childish. Was he getting too old? Barrett, despite feeling embarrassed, trusted Jarvisron's character deeply. He urged, my master is very powerful. He runs a huge company. Just follow his instructions, and everything will be fine. Jarvisron examined the card carefully. On it was written a name, Bennett. Jarvisolf had already instructed Bennett to investigate Connor's mining privately. The conclusion was that the provincial authorities were now highly concerned, especially since both Connor and Talon died due to this incident. The city dared not ignore it anymore. Though the order to investigate had been given, the drawback was that the mine was sealed off, and many details were locked down by the officials. To continue investigating, they had to rely on civilian experts. That was why Jarvisulf intended to get involved. He walked slowly to the bedside and sat down. His jade-green eyes gleamed faintly as his vision penetrated Serena's body. Despite clutching the business card, Jarvisron felt no consolation and muttered, "I thought the help would involve taking us to the best hospital in the province. My wife's condition is severe. No ordinary doctor can cure her." He sighed, feeling disappointed. Barrett grew serious. "Jarvisron, my master is very powerful. Don't underestimate him." "It's not that I underestimate him, but the poison used on my wife, they said it requires a transcendentally skilled doctor to cure. They wanted me to hand over what I have, but I refused. I don't want to give away my last trump card," Jarvisron said, looking profoundly weary. "What do you have? What are you holding?" Barrett asked curiously, but Jarvisron didn't answer. He merely said despairingly, "If my wife dies, I might as well die too. Perhaps our family's misfortune stems from past sins." Jarvisulf grunted and abruptly ordered, "Bring a towel. What are you waiting for?" Under Jarvisulf's sharp rebuke, Barrett fetched a random towel and handed it over. Jarvisulf caught the black, sickening liquid that Serena was vomiting. The towel didn't absorb the liquid. Instead, it seemed to encase it, and its surface was corroded. Jarvisulf rolled the towel and threw it on the floor, saying coldly, "This is their method. Talon had no idea how terrifying these people are. They've killed countless others." Jarvisron was stunned. He hadn't expected such cruel methods, and certainly hadn't anticipated that Jarvisulf had the means to handle this. "So what about my wife? Did you kill my wife?" Jarvisron rushed over and found his wife deathly pale, devoid of any color. Meanwhile, Jarvisulf took out a silver needle and pierced it into Serena's neck. "What are you doing? You want to kill my wife?" Jarvisron became alarmed, suddenly wary. Jarvisulf sneered, "Shut up and look closely." Jarvisron paused, then noticed black liquid oozing from his wife's neck. Soon, she slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 360, Jarvisin Extra Wife. "Wife, you're really awake." Jarvisron was extremely shocked. His previously complicated and conflicted feelings turned into gratitude towards Jarvisulf at this moment. Then, Jarvisron wanted to kneel down to Jarvisulf, but Jarvisulf waved his hand to refuse and coldly said, "You see, there's still a lot of poison around her neck. This is the method used by martial arts people. Taking her to an ordinary hospital won't work. You can only find someone like me, a quack doctor." Jarvisron seemed to have accepted this fact, so he humbly asked, "Savior, I'll give you whatever you want in the future, but can you save my wife? My son is already dead." He sniffed, and Jarvisulf naturally didn't plan to be heartless. The Four Seasons Clinic in the provincial capital has been renamed Zhengxin Clinic. Find a doctor named Yoel. He will give you a prescription. Jarvisulso, whether your wife gets better or not depends on whether you've investigated all the information I need." Jarvister saying this, Jarvisulf walked out. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned back to say, "By the way, your wife can't speak for now. If you truly want to thank me, help me with my tasks. Jarvisron, take good care of yourself in the future. My master and I still need to go to Fujingshan." Barrett secretly gave some money to Jarvisron. Jarvisulf, though he knew that Jarvisron had connections with Talon, Jarvisulf wouldn't treat him kindly. However, Barrett himself still had some compassion. Jarvisulf saw all this and coldly said, "Kid, don't casually talk about those matters." "I understand, Alphensoster." Barrett scratched his head and also planned to leave. Jarvis, this moment, Serena suddenly started sobbing. "Mm. What's wrong, wife?" Jarvisron hugged Serena, his face full of anxiety and concern. Sandra pointed at a corner of the room with trembling fingers. Jarvisulf and Barrett both stopped walking and looked at each other. Jarvisron seemed to understand something and asked in surprise, "Wife, are you finally feeling better and want me to get that thing as a thank you gift?" Sandra immediately nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. This family had gone through too much torture and pain during this period. Jarvisulf's appearance was like a beam of light redeeming them. Even if it was just a trivial deal for Jarvisulf, it was enough to allow their lives to continue. Jarvister hesitation. Jarvisron gritted his teeth and said, "Since my wife decided this, I'll play my last card. You're going to Fujingshan to find the Jordan organization, right? Do you know?" Jarvisulf slightly frowned. Jarvisron did not answer, but instead rummaged through the corner of the house and found a scroll. When opened, the scroll revealed rough parchment paper. On the parchment paper were numerous landmarks and winding paths. "I've heard of the Jordan organization and know they have deep connections with Talon. Over the years, helping Talon wasn't entirely fruitless. To prevent him from targeting me, I thoroughly investigated his backdoor a long time ago." Barrett nodded, asking doubtfully, "What is the Jordan organization?" Jarvisulf indifferently said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Barrett immediately shut up and handed over the map to Jarvisulf. Looking at the details of the map, Jarvisulf felt as if he had struck gold. This map was undoubtedly carefully drawn, probably by expert craftsmen. Based on Jarvisulf's understanding of that organization, their base would definitely have many bizarre obstacles set up. With this map, many unnecessary trips could be avoided. It simply provided a huge help. "It seems my choice was correct," Jarvisulf smiled, suddenly grateful that he hadn't chosen to ruin this family. Jarvisulf, though he indeed hated all of Talon's accomplices, their son had already died, paying a terrible price, and they had been coerced under threat. Jarvisron lowered his head guiltily, saying, "It was my mistake that led to this situation. I originally planned to fight with Talon, but he unexpectedly went missing. If I live on, every day I must do my utmost to atone." He bowed deeply and then knelt before Jarvisulf with a thud. It's often said that kneeling isn't beneath a real man, especially for a middle-aged father. Because of Jarvisulf's actions, he completely regained his life. Even Barrett couldn't help but be moved. Jarvisulf smiled faintly, turned around, and never looked back. Jarvister leaving the Zhao family, it was already dark outside, but Jarvisulf still decided to travel by night. Darkness and high winds are conducive to action, and Xuanhuan County's waters were not shallow compared to the provincial capital. Jarvis' delay meant unknown risks. Jarvis' black car drove through the night, and the two finally arrived at Luoqing. Fujingshan was at the edge of Luoqing. Jarvis instructed the black car driver to wait for them in the city center while the two of them flagged down another bus, dressed in disguise, planning to go to the foot of Fujingshan. Even if we're in disguise, do we have to dress like this? I'm a distinguished member of the Zhao family, Barrett complained unhappily. He was wearing simple clothes, looking very rustic, with a bag slung over his shoulder, resembling a country boy entering the city. His face, covered in freckles, made him look like a genuine bumpkin. In contrast, Jarvis wore black cloth clothes. Though somewhat plain, he exuded vigor. Coupled with his jade-colored eyes, he looked like a celestial being, a grand fortune teller descended from the heavens. But litting on the bus, Jarvis glanced around, put on his round sunglasses, and laughed. People who aren't calm can't expect smooth roads. We're not attending any fancy cocktail parties, so we can't be conspicuous. Barrett sighed, feeling the immense difference between people. The bus was large and packed with people. Jarvis traveled through quieter areas. A commotion suddenly arose among the standing passengers. You young girl, how dare you steal wallets? Let's take you to report to the authorities. You should learn better at your age. Jarvis Edric snarled fiercely. The young Soraya he grabbed looked delicate and pitiful. Sir, I don't even know you. What are you trying to do? Clearly, this Soraya was entangled. Suddenly, a few more men stepped forward, saying, we saw you stealing wallets, and you still deny it? Let's get off the bus and argue. Virgila, with so many people here, you want to escape? Driver, stop the bus. Jarvis' few bully-like men surrounded Serena. Jarvis, although the surrounding passengers sensed something was wrong, no one dared to do anything. Even the driver was afraid of these men and quickly hit the brakes. Jarvis, soon as the doors opened, the young Soraya clung to Jarvis and pleaded desperately, husband, I really didn't steal the wallet. Speak up for me, husband. Jarvis was startled. Husband? How did he suddenly get an extra wife? Chapter 361. Please go to hell. Honey, sob, why aren't you saying anything? The beautiful Soraya clung to Jarvis' hand, appearing pitifully helpless. Her eyes seemed to be pleading for help. Jarvis wasn't blind to the situation. This Soraya, young and beautiful, was likely targeted by someone with ill intentions. But he was in a rush and had no time to deal with this nonsense. Besides, Jarvis couldn't be sure if she was an accomplice of those scammers or not. However, under her repeated pleas for mercy, some people in the car began to stir up trouble. You steal wallets outside and calling someone husband is supposed to do what? Just take your so-called husband along too. Right, this couple probably isn't any good. Look at that man. He looks like a hoodlum, clearly a bad guy. Just looking at them, they're probably here to scam money by telling fortunes. One derogatory comment after another infuriated Jarvis. Jarvis, you shut up. He's my brother-in-law. It's none of your business. My brother-in-law and I were planning to visit our relatives on Fujing Mountain. What do you mean by us being scammers? Barrett stepped forward to defuse the situation. However, a bald-headed man grabbed Barrett by the collar and sneered threateningly. So you want to stand up, huh? Do you know this is Alphonsong Village territory? Alphonsong Village. What's that? Barrett wanted to fight back, but immediately backed down. He remembered Jarvis' warning from earlier, to never show strength to anyone on the road, as it was best to act submissive. They couldn't be sure if anyone they encountered could be spies from the Jordan organization. Pila, please get off now, big brothers. We've reached Alphonsong Village. The driver opened the door, speaking cautiously. The Brant glanced back and bellowed. Since when did you have the right to speak, you piece of trash? Jarvis Neon who comes to Alphonsong Village should be cautious. If there's another thief like this one, I'll directly remove his kidneys. Now get out. With that, the Brant pulled Barrett out of the car. Barrett, who had initially thought about fighting back, found himself suddenly lifted by someone else. Two burly men worked together to tie him up completely, rendering him immobile. Ugh. Barrett's mouth and nose were covered. All he could do was stare at Jarvis helplessly, unable to call for help. Quick, move on. Who's this husband? Probably someone he randomly picked. Humph. Jarvis. Another man dragged Serena away, using rough force. No one in the car dared to speak up. Even the driver remained silent, afraid of risking their lives by staying a moment longer. Jarvis sighed softly and said calmly, I really am her husband. I'll come down with you. He weakly exited the vehicle, as if he were a criminal who had committed a mistake. The passengers heaved a sigh of relief once the doors closed, muttering among themselves, that fortune teller was clearly a scammer. Serena was probably tricked by him. How could such a weakling survive in Alphonsong Village? These three are surely dead. Who knows when this road will be repaired, or when someone will step in to stop these bullies from kidnapping women and children daily. Jarvis getting off the car, Barrett was finally loosened up. He quickly struggled free, kicking the Brant's buttocks. Damn you, why bind me? I didn't steal your wallet. Suddenly, a barrel jumped out from behind, grabbing Barrett by the neck and slamming him to the ground. Next came a barrage of punches and kicks from three men. Barrett curled up on the muddy ground, unable to lift his head. Jarvis enduring severe pain. The dust kicked up almost blinded him. Cough, cough, cough. What exactly do you want? Barrett asked. What do we want? Naturally, to sell you to a black factory and make you work as labor. Ignorant fool, did you think you could talk back just now? You deserve it. The barrel grumbled while making a phone call. Two strong men restrained Barrett, preventing him from moving. Through the gaps between the crowd, Barrett saw Jarvis and Serena surrounded nearby. Is she really your wife? Want to play the hero and save her beauty? Huh, I've seen plenty of kids like you. The Brant put his hands on his hips, staring into Jarvis' pocket without averting his gaze. Jarvis coldly said, just tell me how much she stole from you, and I'll cover it. He had no interest in rescuing this Soraya. No matter how pretty she was insignificant to Jarvis. What truly concerned him was Barrett. This disobedient apprentice needed a lesson, and Jarviself thought it would teach him well if he sacrificed a part of himself, so he wouldn't meddle unnecessarily in the future. Oh, so you're rich? Huh. I've seen many like you. Thinking a few coins can buy you heroism and a wife for the new Virgiler? Bah. The Brant chuckled, stepping closer to Jarviself. But Jarviself showed no fear, maintaining eye contact through his sunglasses. The Brant felt a chilling stare from Jarviself, though he dismissed it as a delusion and tried to compose himself, fiercely stating, "If you know what's good for you, hand over all your money, and I'll give you a chance to live. But this Soraya, forget about her." Following the Brant's order, several burly men rushed over and pinned Serena down. Jarvis Alfensorlin casually tore the front of her clothes, exposing her pale skin to everyone's view. The young man sneered, "Brother, she's your wife? Since we're all brothers in Alfensong village, it's only fair for me to have some fun, right? Ha ha ha." The surrounding men laughed crudely, reaching out to grope Serena's body. The young Soraya was in tears, crying out, "Honey, please save me." Sob sob. "Honey." Jarvisel frowned slightly and said coldly, "Do you know the Jordan organization?" "Jordan? What crap is that? Don't play tricks on me. If you don't want to die, just... Wah." The Brant screamed as he was punched hard in the chest, stumbling backward, spitting blood from his mouth. "Wah." The Brant whimpered, unable to speak. "Do you know the Jordan organization?" Jarviself grabbed another dark-skinned man and coldly asked again. The man looked confused, asking, "What are you talking about?" "Wah." He was slapped away by Jarviself. Jarviself's gaze hardened. He realized these people had nothing to do with the Jordan organization. In that case, it was better to end this quickly. Then I can only ask you all to go to hell. Chapter 362. Can I Alfonsory you? Damn it, you don't want to live anymore? Several burly young men rushed forward to attack, but were easily thrown back by a few punches and kicks from Jarviself. His jade-colored eyes emitted a faint, dark glow. Every punch he delivered struck his opponent's vital points, nearly fatal with each strike. The several burly men around Serena almost died with blood spurting from their chests, which left Serena dumbfounded. "You? What are you doing? If you don't want to die, stay behind me. They have knives," Jarviself said indifferently. Sandra quickly hid behind Jarviself, who then casually tore off a piece of clothing from one of the burly men and handed it over. What is this for?" Serena asked in surprise. Jarviself lowered his gaze, focusing on the pale expanse revealed on Serena's chest. The curved line was like a lotus emerging from water, inviting and delicate. Sandra blushed, hastily covering the exposed part of her body with her small hands. However, her hands could barely cover what was exposed, akin to trying to hide something with a single leaf. Jarviself unfolded the cloth and gently draped it over her chest. His hand brushed lightly over her soft skin, causing her eyes to close as her face flushed. This gentle warmth, along with his kind eyes, was intoxicating. Jarviself had removed his sunglasses, and his jade-colored eyes focused on her chest. "Jarvis, are you injured?" Jarviself asked softly, then flipped his hand over, gathering a wisp of true energy in his palm. Sandra let out a soft cry, feeling a warm sensation spread across her chest. Jarvis first, it felt slightly painful, but soon it became comforting, like a gentle stream entering her body. "You're quite ill. I've only temporarily alleviated your condition. Be sure to keep yourself covered. Exposure to the wind could be fatal," Jarviself coldly stated before pulling away. He turned and looked toward Barrett. Jarvis that moment, Serena's heart raced as she lowered her head. She felt an instant attraction to this man, and the current scene led her imagination astray. Especially with Jarviself's bright, jade-colored eyes, he seemed like a god descended from heaven, making Serena wonder if she was dreaming. "Alfensoster," Barrett shouted, kicking the barrel as he got up. The barrel staggered forward, snarling, and lunged at Jarviself. Meanwhile, another chubby man wielded a short knife and stabbed toward Jarviself. Jarviself punched the chubby man away with one hand, deftly dodging the short knife and stabbing back. "Jarvis!" The barrel was slashed at the throat and died instantly. Blood filled the village road, while the scent of soil dissipated into thin air. Seeing his companions fall one by one, becoming more than 10 corpses, the short-haired man was enraged but terrified when he met Jarviself's eyes. Who are you? What's your purpose in Alfensong village?" Jarviself's jade-colored eyes scanned the bodies, checking the bald-headed man thoroughly, but ultimately disappointed. "I thought you had some clues for me. You're just a bunch of reckless silers. Waste of time." Jarvis' terrifying aura surged within him. Even Barrett sensed it. "Alfensoster," he cautiously called out. But Jarviself seemed not to hear, gripping the bald-headed man's neck. "Do you know Fuging Mountain?" The green fire in his pupil swirled, calming the struggling bald-headed man, who then slowly replied like a dead person. "From behind Alfensong village, walk 500 meters, turn left onto a path that leads to Fuging Mountain, base of the back mountain." Jarvister speaking, the man died. Jarviself indifferently tossed the body aside, and everything fell silent again. Ugh. Sandra covered her mouth, gagging from the pervasive blood smell. Barrett tugged on Jarviself's sleeve, asking cautiously, "Alfensoster, are you okay?" Jarviself coldly turned back and walked towards the village entrance, saying quietly, "Let's continue." He was indeed still angry. The provocations from these men had infuriated him, triggering memories from his previous life. This made him unleash his ruthless side. Of course, he couldn't explain this to Barrett. "Jarviser, are you going to Fuging Mountain? Can you take me with you?" Serena caught up. Barrett turned around, knowing Jarviself disliked trouble, so he said, "You were kidnapped. My master has saved you. Go home now. Why follow us? My only relative is also at the foot of Fuging Mountain. I need to go there too." "So?" Serena interjected, blocking Jarviself's path. Barrett was speechless, never expecting such a coincidence. Jarviself had just emerged from his anger and spoke calmly. "I can take you, but why should I help you?" By now, Jarviself had put his sunglasses back on, preventing Serena from seeing his jade-green eyes, leaving her somewhat disheartened. I can marry you. Do you have a wife? I'm a rich man's Aaliyah. Marrying me won't disgrace your family, and I'm still a virgin. Serena explained rapidly, shocking Jarviself. Times had truly changed. Such an open-minded Soraya? Just moments ago, those Xylers had exposed her breasts right in front of him. But now, she seemed completely unfazed, her words becoming increasingly aggressive. She even knelt before Jarviself, attempting to unfasten his belt without regard for Barrett standing beside them. Hold on. I don't want that. Jarviself remained silent. Barrett hurriedly said, Stand up. My master is good-hearted and will take you. But please, maintain some decorum. When we arrive, have your family give me money. Not much, $10,000, to cover your medical expenses. Jarviself indifferently added and walked away. The disease in Serena's chest was early-stage breast cancer. Though large hospitals could treat it, hers was an extremely concealed type. In a sense, Jarviself had unknowingly saved her twice, so asking for $10,000 wasn't unreasonable. Thus, the three continued their journey to Fuging Mountain. On the way, Serena shared her background with them. She introduced herself as Jarvis Licia. Chapter 363, Peril at Every Turn. Your name is Jordan? Jarviself frowned, his mind sinking into contemplation. Virgila, so what? Is it a very special name? Haha, because I'm an orphan. When I was found, there was a stone tied to me with Jordan carved on it. Jordan laughed. Her laugh was gentle and captivating, restrained yet reserved. This smile erased all previous unfavorable impressions. Even Jarviself, who had seen many women, felt a slight tug at his heartstrings. Let alone Barrett, who was almost completely charmed by her right then and there. If not for the howling winds around them, he would have probably bled from the nose. It's nothing. You can continue. Jarviself thought it might just be a coincidence, but decided to keep a mental note. His jade-colored pupils flickered as he began observing Jordan's brain activity. Jarvis Jordan narrated her background. Her brain's neural activity remained stable, showing no signs of lying, which gradually reassured Jarviself. She said she had been adopted by a wealthy merchant, pampered since childhood, and this time she ran away to play in the South on her own. On her way back, she was targeted by someone. It turned out to be a business rival of her father's company, but she was saved by a powerful person. Her father asked her to take this bus to the foot of Fushan Mountain, only to be tailed by these Xylers again, fortunately rescued by Jarviself. I didn't expect to meet two benefactors in such quick succession. I'm so happy. Now that I've finished my story, it's your turn. Jordan's cheeks blushed, still wearing the man's sweatshirt, her eyes never leaving Jarviself's profile. Me? I don't have much to say. Jarviself replied indifferently. He could feel this Soraya's affection and interest towards him, but Jarviself was uninterested. The only thing that intrigued him was whether the stone inscribed with Jordan had any connection to the Jordan organization. Since you don't want to talk, let me ask, what exactly is this Jordan organization you're looking for? Jordan asked. She had heard about this organization from Jarviself earlier and was naturally curious why an organization would sound so similar to her name. Jarviself frowned, explaining, It's just a coincidence. The organization is merely a mineral group. We came here to find relatives. Hearing this, Barrett understood and stepped forward to support Jarviself. You rich lady shouldn't pry anymore. We came all this way to find our kin. If we told you everything, you'd get kidnapped or worse. TCH. Jordan nodded silently and stopped asking questions. Jarvis after walking for over 2 hours, Barrett's legs were sore and tired as they finally arrived at the foot of Fushan Mountain. However, Jarviself wasn't even out of breath. Even more astonishingly, Serena named Jordan wasn't panting either and was picking wildflowers nearby. Look, isn't it pretty? Jordan inserted a small yellow flower into her hair, showing off in front of Jarviself. I'm blind. I can't see it, Jarviself replied coldly. TCH, who are you fooling? Even though you're blind, your heart sees everything. Don't think I don't know. You see a lot. Jordan laughed, casually moving her body. She seemed to be displaying herself, and before Jarviself, her graceful figure was revealed without reservation. You, Jarvis. This moment, Jarviself was immensely curious about this Soraya. He had reason to suspect that this Soraya might be connected to the Jordan organization. Swoosh. Just as he was about to ask, a pebble flew past them. With a plop, the stone passed through Jarviself and nearly hit Barrett. Who's so immoral, throwing stuff around? Watch out, or I'll dig up your ancestors' graves. Barrett cursed. He missed the shovel he had taken from the Jiao family mansion and wished he could dig now. But Jarviself noticed something peculiar. Red lights flickering on the stone that landed. It lit down. Jarviself lunged forward to shield Jordan, and Barrett quickly followed suit, lying flat on the ground. Boom. Jarvis' loud explosion erupted behind them, shaking the earth and sending dust flying. The attack was brutal and ruthless, indicating considerable experience. Jarvister standing up, Jarviself immediately gathered his inner strength to protect himself. He waved his hand to position Barrett and Jordan behind him and said sternly, Stay behind me. Several figures in military gear emerged from behind a hill, shouting, Where did you come from? How dare you intrude on Fushan Mountain? Do you want to die? We're here to find our relatives. Don't attack us like this. It could end up killing people, you know? Barrett angrily stood up, venting his frustration in curses. Jarviself had instructed him not to reveal their true intentions or show off his abilities, so he could only release his pin-up anger this way. There are no relatives on Fushan Mountain, except for those related to death row inmates. If you're related to one of them, then you should die too. The armed men pulled out crossbows and aimed at them. Barrett shouted, Jarvis, are you crazy? We've already said we're here to find our kin, not to go to Fushan Mountain. But Jarviself motioned for silence and asked, Jarvis, are you members of the Jordan organization? The men froze and exchanged glances. Who are you? The leader stopped the others from acting and asked. Jarviself remained silent, rapidly thinking. These enemies were unlike any he had encountered before. Beyond 10 paces, guns were faster. Within 10 paces, crossbows were both fast and accurate. If they held ordinary pistols, he could fully protect the two beside him, but these crossbows were far too precise and sophisticated for ordinary use. Should negotiations break down, it would take just a moment for the two behind him to be killed instantly. Jarvis, and even if his energy shield could withstand bullets, it wouldn't block the crossbow bolts at such close range. In the end, he would likely be subdued and fall into their hands. What should he do now? Jarvis forced himself to remain calm and search for a way to defeat the enemy. Hurry up. Who are you? If you don't speak, we'll send you to the afterlife. The leader of the crossbowmen was vigilant and didn't want to give Jarvis time to stall. Who am I? That's a long story, Jarvis sighed, taking a deep breath, appearing heavily burdened. His performance was convincing enough. The man narrowed his eyes, ready to listen. Right at that moment, a black limousine sped toward them, stopping behind the group. Hashtag chapter 364. Who has Jarvis arrived? Humph. No chance again? Jarvis' hint of disappointment flickered in Barrett's eyes. He was eager to showcase his skills. Before coming here, Jarvis had taught him some basic self-defense techniques, but due to Jarvis' caution, he never got the opportunity to demonstrate them. The black sedan stopped in front of the group, and the armed crossbowmen immediately narrowed their eyes. This is Nelson's car, exclaimed the leader in shock. Jarvis cautiously stepped back, shielding Jarvis Licia and Barrett even more protectively. Jarvis Licia whispered, "It looks like we're saved." Saved? How so? Do you know this person? Barrett asked quickly. I don't know who it is, but this car belongs to my father. Jarvis, and my father has significant influence in Fushijing Mountain. Look, they're putting away their weapons. Jarvis Licia spoke. Jarvis and Barrett looked toward the small hill and indeed saw the crossbowmen lowering their steel crossbows. Jarvis, this moment, the driver ran down and respectfully opened the rear door of the car before kneeling and bowing on the ground. The sleek black sedan was unmistakably a world-renowned custom-made luxury model, with an especially high rear seat. Jarvis Edric, weighing over 200 pounds, emerged from the back seat, his heavy boots stomping on the driver's back as he wobbled down. Two scantily clad women flanked him, clearly just for show. Such a grand entrance, where style outweighed substance, could only belong to someone with immense power. Jarvis asked warily, who has arrived? Jarvis, though Jarvis Licia said it was one of their own, Jarvis knew better than to be complacent. He still held 2 lives in his hands. The Edric glanced at Jarvis with amusement. You're the Taoist who saved my Aliyah? We'll settle accounts later, boy. Jarvis frowned. Taoist? Since when did he become a Taoist? Jarvis in settling accounts. He wondered if he had gotten himself into trouble. The Edric then turned to the small hill and grunted. Jarvis, are you all courting death by daring to block my Aliyah? You want to die, don't you? Daughter, we sincerely apologize. We didn't know she was among them. The man's previous bravado vanished completely as he knelt in submission. Nelson, please forgive me. It's my fault. I'm willing to maim myself. Forget it. Keep your arms so your boss won't blame me. Now, scram, said Nelson coldly. The leader hurriedly bowed and ordered, quick, thank Nelson for sparing our lives and withdraw. Thank Nelson. The half-dozen crossbowmen knelt and kowtowed before hurrying off. Jarvis noticed that there was no one else in the car besides the driver and 2 young women accompanying the Edric. Virgil, such a display was enough to scare off 6 armed warriors. Clearly, Jarvis Licia's father held a prestigious position in Fushijing Mountain. You, boy, it's time to settle accounts. Nelson swaggered forward, patting his beer belly, eyeing Jarvis arrogantly. Jarvis retorted dismissively, we have nothing to settle. You owe us too, for saving your Aliyah. Here, take her back. He pushed Jarvis Licia, who stumbled a few steps forward. Jarvis, are you tired of living? Nelson gritted his teeth, rolling up his sleeves. Jarvis Licia grabbed Nelson's wrist and pleaded, Father, please stop picking fights. This isn't the Taoist I mentioned. He's the good Samaritan who saved me on the bus. Oh, not him, not him? Nelson scratched his head, looking sheepish. Virgil's. If he offended you, how could he face you again? I followed your instructions, gave him some money, and sent him away. Oh, by the way, can you give me another 10,000? Jarvis Licia pouted. Nelson chuckled heartily. So it was a misunderstanding. Sorry about that, young man. Why do you need more money? Though I have plenty, spending recklessly will lead to trouble. It's not for spending. This handsome lad treated me for chest pain on the road. See? He's a doctor too. Jarvis Licia blushed, showing no reservation about her fondness for Jarvis. Medical fees are waived. Saving your life balances out saving ours. If there's nothing else, we must continue on our way. Jarvis pulled Barrett, ready to leave. Dealing with such powerful figures could drag him into uncontrollable chaos when his goal was to find Jarvis's murderer. But Barrett murmured, Alphensoster, why leave? We're headed to Fushijing Mountain anyway. Your friend's father knows everyone there. He could introduce us. If you're going to Fushijing Mountain, what a coincidence, hop in. Nelson laughed heartily. Jarvis sighed, unsure if taking on such a foolhardy disciple was wise. Reluctantly, they entered the car, with Jarvis Licia in the passenger seat. On the way, through conversations between Nelson and Barrett, the current situation in Fushijing Mountain was explained. Nelson was a major shareholder of a nearby tourist attraction and had contributed greatly to the local area's development, making him well known and respected by both underworld and legal circles. Wherever he went, people would bow in respect. Jarvis felt uneasy. This man had deep ties to Fushijing Mountain, and his Aliyah was named Jarvis Licia. This couldn't be a coincidence. He asked cautiously, Nelson, have you heard of any organization in Fushijing Mountain? Organization? I don't know specifics, but there are many groups around here, mostly operating in the gray area between legality and crime. Come to think of it, your remarkable presence suggests you're looking for someone extraordinary in Fushijing Mountain, aren't you? With those words, Nelson had uncannily uncovered Jarvis's true intentions. Chapter 365, The Mysterious Ore. Jarvis did not respond, remaining silently aloof. Barrett, on the other hand, was watching their expressions carefully. Fearing that something might be revealed, he quickly interjected with an explanation. No, we're just looking for a relative, my distant cousin. What Stanley said is correct. We are indeed searching for extraordinary people. His words cut off Barrett's explanation, leaving him silent. Jarvisov continued. Alfonso, I asked, how does Stanley know there are many extraordinary people on Mount Fuji? The number of organizations on this mountain was irrelevant. The Jordan organization had existed for centuries. Even in his previous life, Jarvisov had never been able to trace its origins. Jarvis among these people were countless talented individuals. The real point was that while wealthy merchants might gain some favor or benefit from such organizations, these groups would never be foolish enough to reveal their secrets to an ordinary person. Given this, Stanley might very well be a special informant. Jarvisov had to confirm this. If the answer was affirmative, he would not hesitate to act decisively. Don't be wary of me, young man. I'm just incredibly wealthy. The one truly connected to their organization is actually my Aliyah. Stanley glanced at Jarvisov sitting beside him. His extravagantly rich face and kind eyes surprisingly did not feel out of place. Please elaborate. Jarvisov took charge calmly. Stanley explained simply, my Aliyah is actually my adopted Aliyah. When I found her 20 years ago, she was holding a stone with characters carved into it. I named her using those characters. But later, I learned this wasn't just a simple name. It referred to the name of a type of ore. That stone eventually led to numerous people fighting over it, nearly costing my Aliyah her life. Stanley's eyes grew increasingly complicated. I'm not interested in your martial world affairs. I only want my Aliyah to grow up safe and healthy. That stone is no longer in my possession. Jarvis, all I can provide is the way to Mount Fuji, and they probably already know you're coming. That's all. The information Stanley provided was overwhelming, leaving Barrett speechless with shock. Jarvis fell into deep thought. He didn't want to trust Stanley directly, but turning back now would only complicate matters. Oh father, you're so serious, it's scaring me. Jordan, seeming like an innocent girl, chattered on about things she cared about. This sunglasses-wearing big brother is really impressive. Don't worry about him. You should worry about your own health. You're getting so fat. She seemed to have forgotten everything that happened between her and Jarvisov. Sometimes, Jarvisov preferred girls with this kind of carefree attitude. Meeting new things and forgetting old ones kept them from dwelling on sorrow. It looks like I have no choice but to trust you, Stanley, Jarvisov sighed. Stanley's car dropped the two of them off at the waist of Mount Fuji before driving away. Jarvis, they left. Stanley handed Jarvisov a business card and instructed, young man, you saved my Aliyah's life, and I will repay you. If you need anything, you can visit me at the address on the card. Jarvister finishing his instructions, they left, with Jordan giving Jarvisov a suggestive glance. This girl sure is a flirt. She doesn't fall for just anyone, right? Barrett crossed his arms, clearly disapproving. Jarvisov tossed the bundle to Barrett and asked indifferently, why doesn't he love you? You have a point. Alfonsoster, wait for me. Barrett caught the bundle and slung it over his shoulder, only to realize Jarvisov's pace was blurring. Finally catching up, breathing heavily, Barrett saw Jarvisov standing solemnly before a large courtyard gate. With this map, it's quite useful. This mountain is a huge villa, from the halfway point to the peak. Everything is interconnected. Jarvisov analyzed the sheepskin paper map in his hand, nodding. The map provided by Jarvisron turned out to be incredibly helpful. In conflicts with major forces, intelligence warfare seemed to be key. Jarvis, this moment, Barrett panted and asked. Of course I know that, but can you explain what exactly Jordan is, Alfonsoster? How do you know? Jarvis frowned. I know, you've been mumbling about this thing all the way. Jarvis, first, I thought it was the girl's name, but then I realized it must be related to that mineral. Barrett showed great interest in Jarvisov's purpose. Jarvisov's follower, he was willing to face any challenges without hesitation, regardless of the purpose. Jarvisov took a deep breath and explained coolly, Jordan is a type of ore, something I haven't fully understood yet. The J project your family works on may be related to this, or, according to the information I got from Bray. Today, I learned that this ore is called Jordan. In his memory, he had seen countless rare ores, many containing inexplicable spiritual energy beyond human control. Jordan might be one of them. So, why does it matter to us, Alfonsoster? Barrett asked, puzzled. I suspect Connor's mind once unearthed this ore. Jarvisov's jade-colored pupils flashed as he stared at Barrett. Suddenly, Barrett felt a chill down his spine, piecing together everything he knew. It meant that even now, Alfonsoster Jarvisov was still pursuing revenge. He had heard about Jarvisov's experiences from Brendan. Connor, the boss of Ehan Mining, was a longtime rival of xuanhuan Mining, with whom Barrett was quite familiar. If this ore was indeed dug up in Ehan Mining, the mine disaster that year could have been as rumored, a cover-up. Jarvis and the order for the cover-up likely came not from provincial officials, but from these peculiar organizations. Jarvisov's anger hadn't subsided since making this deduction. For now, he suppressed his rage, wanting to see who was pulling the strings behind the Jordan organization. Bang! The estate gates burst open, and more than a dozen henchmen wielding machetes rushed out, like mountain bandits. Who dares to seek death at Fujing Villa? This is not a place for commoners. Jarvis' squinty-eyed man stood at the front, arrogantly posturing. Barrett shrugged and joked. Oh, looks like we get to warm up. Jarvisov held back Barrett's eager arm and said calmly, not yet. Chapter 366, Nowhere to Run. What do you mean, Alfonsoster? You can't be thinking of begging them to let us in. Barrett was puzzled. The entire journey had been frustrating for him. Disguised as ordinary people, even a Xyler could bully him. He had endured a beating without retaliating. Though those men were eventually killed by Jarvisov, he had no chance to vent his frustration. Jarvisov calmly replied, begging them? When have I ever let you endure such humiliation? Cough. Speak up. If you don't, I'll cut you down right here. Two worthless pieces of trash who don't know their place. The squint-eyed man signaled, and several people around them moved menacingly closer. Barrett was about to act when Jarvisov raised his hand to stop him, saying, we are members of the Jordan organization. Jordan organization members? Why should I believe that? Don't lie to me, or I will take your life. The squint-eyed man was extremely suspicious. What should we do? Barrett was worried. He felt they were on the brink of death. Then take a look at this. Jarviself raised an eyebrow and pulled out a token from his pocket, tossing it over forcefully. The token hit the squint-eyed man's chest and fell to the ground. He bent down to pick it up, his eyes wide open. On the small plaque were peculiar patterns and strange runes symbolizing the Jordan organization, exuding a mysterious aura, especially the layer of special metal on the back, which felt bone-chillingly cold even in the palm of one's hand. I was wrong. The man knelt down immediately, fear flashing in his eyes. Jarvis this moment. Everyone around seemed to realize something and knelt down quickly. The gatekeepers who had previously mocked them now acted like devoted followers of Jarviself. Please, sir, walk inside. It is my fault for not recognizing you. I am blind to the great presence before me. The squint-eyed man sweated profusely, bowing his head to the ground, not daring to lift his eyes. Others did the same. Barrett was stunned. Was this how the rules worked in martial organizations? Seeing the token alone made them worry about losing their heads. Jarviself walked over, stepped on the squint-eyed man's head, and retrieved the token from his offered hands. Next time you see me, be more careful, or you might lose your life. Jarviself sneered coldly and left indifferently. Barrett swallowed hard, finding the situation bizarre. Even if it was just acting, Jarviself's performance was almost divine. For a moment, he almost believed Jarviself must have been part of such martial organizations. Jarvis, and indeed, 200 years ago, Jarviself had infiltrated the Jordan organization. Unbelievably, after 2 centuries, their rules hadn't changed much, suggesting they had accumulated significant strength over these years. Mixed emotions surged within Jarviself. Where did you get that token, Alfensoster? Barrett asked cautiously as he followed behind Jarviself. He felt a sense of danger lurking in this picturesque villa. Jarviself explained coolly, in xuanhuan County, I killed a squad from this organization and took it off their leader. Their vast network means the leader's death hasn't been reported yet. This token will probably only work once. Jarvis was shaking his head. He tossed the item away. However, Barrett caught it, admired the intricate designs, and pocketed it as a keepsake. Jarviself closed his eyes, focusing all his energy on his vision. To survey the entire villa required channeling all his chi, but he couldn't be too reckless. This place could harbor formidable opponents who might counter-spy. Hi in Tongshu. Whoosh. Suddenly, Jarviself's ears were filled with a deafening roar, and half the mountain came into view. There. Jarviself quickly located his target, a man whose face he couldn't see clearly, holding a meeting in a crowded area. Jarviself's lips curled into a smirk. Gong Virgil's intel was correct. They were indeed preparing a response to his presence. Since things had escalated, Jarviself decided to stop being led around. His gaze locked onto the man's face. Jarvis mole under his lip and a head of yellow hair. It was unmistakably Michael Shang's appearance. Virgil's. It was that yellow-haired man. Rage surged through Jarviself. Suddenly, the yellow-haired man's expression changed as he focused his hands. Jarviself stepped back, surprised by a sudden flash. That guy actually sensed the heavenly eye's scrutiny. Something was off. Michael Shang didn't possess such spiritual pressure when he fought Jarviself. Could it be 2 different people? Or was it the same body controlled by different souls? This wasn't a common occurrence anymore. Jarviself decided not to dwell on it, and would confront him directly. Alfensoster, have you made up your mind? Why are you spacing out? Barrett was growing impatient. Following the map, we'll split up and go straight into the heart of the organization. You'll go from the back door. There's an antidote for Bridget in the pharmacy, Jarviself said, then dashed off in one direction. Left alone, Barrett clutched the sheepskin map. He knew Alfensoster Jarviself wasn't impulsive. This decision meant current events were critical. Without hesitation, Barrett followed the plan, eager to test the combat techniques Jarviself taught him. The bustling conference hall seemed transformed from a small mountain courtyard. Jarviself entered swiftly, avoiding the scattered Jordan organization members. He advanced through the corridors, his gaze pierced deeper. Despite blurry figures, only one person furtively entered the inner room, the yellow-haired man. The door creaked open, and a shadow rushed in. Wah! He landed. Jarviself grabbed the man by the neck, then jabbed a silver needle into his danzhongxie, zhongdan, point. Correction. Wah! He landed. Jarviself grabbed the man by the neck, then jabbed a silver needle into his zhongdan point. Further improvement for natural fluency and accuracy. Wah! Jarviself landed, immediately grabbing the man by the neck and jabbing a silver needle into his zhongdan pressure point. Note, zhongdan is typically referred to as the conception vessel 17, or CV17, in English acupuncture terminology, but keeping it as zhongdan maintains consistency with the original text style. This time, you have nowhere to run, Jarviself declared coldly. Chapter 367. Who Jarvis are you? Jarvish. So cold. Zen pushed open the door and stepped outside into what looked like a woodshed, but inside it exuded intense chill. This place is too strange. Why would there be an ice storage in a mountain villa? Zen felt peculiar as he scanned the large space that was supposed to house medicines. There wasn't even a single box of medicine here. Jarvis, and amidst the darkness, an eerie and fearful sensation loomed, with the cold air billowing out like mist. I need to find the medicine quickly and go tell Alfensoster. If I really encounter someone, I can't be sure if I'll make it out alive. Zen took a breath and cautiously approached from the corner. But no matter how he searched, there was truly nothing inside. Soon Zen noticed something odd. He bent down and saw some medicinal herb fragments on the ground and dust prints shaped like grids. Not good. The medicine has been moved. Zen belatedly realized. This seemed to indicate that the Jordan organization not only knew about their whereabouts, but had also prepared in advance. Wasn't this a trap akin to a banquet set up for ambush? I have to tell Alfensoster. Zen panicked and rushed out, pushing the door open. With a creak, a bright light hit him, accompanied by a tall figure standing before him. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. Die here. Jarvis' domineering male voice echoed, followed by a kick to Zen's chest. Jarvis! Phew! Zen screamed, unable to contain a mouthful of blood froth. He fell to the ground, struggling to get up, only to realize that the intruder was towering and muscular. Where is Jarvisulf? Let him come out and face his doom, the man sneered, looking quite enraged. Zen swallowed hard. Haha, judging by your appearance, I guess I should give it a try. He clenched his fists behind his back, gathering his breath and energy at his dantian. The few moves Jarvisulf had taught him during a break came in handy now. Elsewhere, Jarvisulf was holding the blonde's neck, while the latter gritted his teeth in disdain. The conception vessel pressure point is restrained, so none of your knife skills will work. Give up, Jarvisulf said, raising a hand to flick the dagger away from the blonde's waist. With a clank, the dagger landed on the ground, extinguishing any hope of survival for the blonde. Jarvisulf then coldly asked, was it you who injured Mika? The blonde did not reply, only flashing a derisive grin. So what if it was? You deserve death. Jarvisulf furrowed his brows and threw the blonde against the wall. Gah! The blonde clutched his chest, retching. The pain was excruciating. He felt as though his internal organs had been shattered by Jarvisulf's blow, yet there was no external bleeding. It was all internal injuries. Jarvisulf frowned coldly. Whether or not you speak will only decide whether you die in agony. He never intended to rely on the man breaking under duress. People from such organizations wouldn't betray their principles easily. They were simply a bunch of lunatics. However, Jarvisulf had his own methods. His jade-green pupils flashed with a greenish light, focusing on the blonde's head. Suddenly, he was surprised to find that the man was wearing a human skin mask on his face. Who are you? Jarvisulf exclaimed, swiftly walking over and stepping on the man's chest, tearing off the mask. Before his eyes was the squint-eyed leader they had encountered upon entering Fujing Alfonzonor. Jarvisulf flew into a rage, landing a punch on the man's face and angrily demanding, where is your boss? No comment. The squint-eyed man bit his teeth, defying him even amid the intolerable pain. His demeanor was completely different from the submissive one shown when seeing the token earlier. Jarvisulf clenched his teeth. It seemed that from the moment he entered Fujing Alfonzonor, his every move was exposed to the Jordan organization. Jarvisin fearing his power, they had chosen to escape. Using an unimportant person as bait allowed them to flee. Jarvisulf snorted, confirming that the blonde must indeed be one of the leaders of the Jordan organization. Due to directly confronting him, the blonde had opted for a strategic retreat. Where he went doesn't matter much. I have my own ways. Jarvisulf reached out, lightly pinching the thick, long silver needle on the man's chest. The squint-eyed man opened his eyes wide in pain as Jarvisulf prepared to stab the needle into his forehead. Suddenly, the man shouted, long live Lingma. Jarvis! Jarvister speaking. The man bled from all orifices and died. Jarvisulf froze, immediately throwing the body aside. From the chest upwards, the man started to turn black and rot horribly. If Jarvisulf hadn't stopped in time, he might have fallen for the trick, which could have slowed down his actions later on. This was likely part of the blonde's plan. What was this Lingma? Just some mystical nonsense. This organization seemed to have lost its former power and audacity, resembling more of a cult now. How boring. Jarvisulf snorted, recalling Michael's face and glancing at the human skin mask lying on the ground. This was clearly not the same caliber. This squint-eyed man couldn't possibly be Mika's attacker. He must have used a diversion. Wait. He suddenly remembered something, turning abruptly and heading outside. If they knew his whereabouts from the start, it meant Zen was also discovered. Compared to himself, Zen was probably facing life and death danger right now. Bang! Sweating profusely, Zen finally struck the giant man's back, but the muscles in the man's back twitched, sending shockwaves through Zen. Humph! The giant man sneered, turning around to deliver a punch. Ugh! The punch left Zen gasping for breath, unable to make a sound. Indeed, extreme pain rendered one speechless. Zen understood this now. He felt his internal organs were damaged, making his movements and thoughts sluggish. So, you learned a few tricks from that kid, but it's all just a show of empty skills. In the end, why do you ordinary people follow and seek death? Alfonsoster Zhao, just trash. Ha ha! The giant man smirked slyly. Who are you? Zen frowned, thinking hard. Jarvis this moment, he belatedly asked, could you be? You finally remembered. The giant man laughed. This translation preserves the tone and style of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. Chapter 368. I do not have a disciple like you. You're Denny? Simeon clutched his chest, feeling as though he might collapse at any moment. Denny laughed loudly. You are really too slow, my previous master. Simeon gritted his teeth, recalling his previous impression of Denny. This boy had been a skinny, cunning lad, always coming up with mediocre ideas when he followed Brendan. His street-smart tricks served their purpose then, but once Brendan entered the business world, Denny gradually became less useful. Little did he expect that after Denny switched allegiance to Ichabod, also known as Simeon, he would still suffer various blows and setbacks. Especially after encountering Jarvisulf, Denny was completely crushed. I never thought you were such a failure. Admitting humiliated by the blind man Jarvisulf was one thing, but to later submit to him and even recognize him as your master? Huh. Your brother is also useless. Your entire Zhao family is a disgrace. Denny lifted his foot and stomped on Simeon's face. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Simeon's face due to sheer physical reflex. The former servant of his household now treated him like a stray dog, fueling his rage to its peak. What have you done? Simeon's consciousness began to fade, his face mangled with blood and flesh. Today's Denny was not yesterday's. He was now taller, with an unnaturally muscular body, exuding visible power. Huh, what have I done? Things you dared not do in your life. Now no one can bully me anymore. Where's Jarviself? Today is the day I take revenge. With those words, he viciously kicked Simeon away, sneering, this kick is for what you did back then. You cast aside your loyal servant to fawn over that good, for nothing Jarviself. Today, you will taste the consequences. Let me show you who you should be bowing to. Oh, really? Do you think you deserve respect? Jarvis' cold voice echoed from nearby. Denny turned sharply, eyes wide open. He saw Jarviself standing before him, hands in his pockets, face grim. When did you arrive? You. Denny clenched his teeth, preparing to move. The next moment, Jarviself quickly jabbed a silver needle into Denny's side. Jarvis, ah! Denny roared, stumbling backward. Jarviself narrowed his eyes in surprise. He heard every word Denny had spoken clearly. Jarvis apparently, this Denny had joined Jordan organization to fight against him, using drugs to enhance his body to superhuman levels. But despite hitting critical acupoints, Jarviself couldn't neutralize the effects. Denny yanked out the silver needle from his waist, sneering, do you think these lowly tricks still work on me? Blind dog. He suddenly punched toward Jarviself, but Jarviself did not dodge. Instead, he extended his palm to meet it. Not drugs, then it must be a pill. Powerful pills come with powerful side effects. So what? Did you give up your life for revenge? Jarviself's jade-colored pupils flickered as he focused on Denny's body. Sure enough, a round pill was concentrated in Denny's dantian. Ordinary people cannot harness spiritual energy or utilize true qi. This pill forcefully condenses qi and true qi within the dantian. However, without proper cultivation, inner balance, and control, misuse could lead to internal chaos and extreme behavior. Life? It's you who doesn't care about your life. I won't lose to you now. I will kill you. Denny bared his teeth, utterly unconvinced of any defeat, arrogant and self-assured. Jarviself's gaze hardened as he struck Denny's dantian fiercely, causing the pill in his abdomen to shatter instantly. Crack. Jarvis. Denny's eyes bulged, his fist hanging limply mid-air. Instantly, he lost all his core strength, staggering backward and collapsing to the ground. Due to his bulky physique, the impact shook the ground, leaving Simeon beside him in terror. This person was once one of his most trusted subordinates, yet today he almost cost him his life. Alphensoster. Simeon could no longer endure, fainting amid excruciating pain from his internal organs. Jarviself glanced at Simeon and found his organs bleeding, indicating severe injuries. He sighed. Not teaching you, you have no self-defense skills. Teaching you, you overestimate yourself. Isn't this courting death? It was clear that Simeon recklessly used the ambush combat techniques Jarviself taught against Denny, only to fall into a trap. Those techniques only covered simple offensive moves. Without understanding counterattacks, Simeon would only hasten his own demise. Ignoring Simeon for now, Jarviself squatted beside the disoriented Denny, whispering, you chose Jordan organization. They gave you a pill, you got what you wanted, but your body became their vessel for alchemy. Even if I don't kill you, you'll die soon. Denny's mouth hung open, his expression unchanging. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth like water. Mika, also. Denny frowned, tears streaming from his eyes. Jarviself wasn't sure if he regretted it, but it seemed he wanted to say something before dying. Mika also? Could it mean Mika was also their target, used as a human vessel for alchemy? He tightened his grip on Denny's throat, coldly demanding, finish speaking. Denny's pupils rolled, staring painfully at a corner of the room before finally taking his last breath. Jarviself glanced at the corner, finding it empty, a storage facility, now stripped clean. Something felt off. These people held an urgent meeting here recently, then immediately emptied everything? His jade-colored pupils scanned the area, revealing a hidden door in that corner. Walking to Simeon, Jarviself placed a silver needle on his forehead, gently injecting a thread of true qi. You share a similar brute nature to my disciple from a past life. Jarviself smiled faintly, skillfully guiding more true qi into Simeon's head. This way, Simeon could store a small amount of true qi within him, just like Yoel. Alphensoster. Simeon slowly opened his eyes, still dazed. Jarviself sneered coldly, don't call me Alphensoster. I do not have a disciple like you. Chapter 369, Jarvis' Strange Letter. Alphensoster? Simeon hastily sat up as if he had never been injured. Why? Jarvis, are you abandoning me as your disciple? He stared with wide eyes, quickly questioning. Jarviself frowned deeply inside. Hurry up and get up. Don't be a hindrance. Only when Jarviself stood up to leave did Simeon realize that his body was pain-free and itchy-free, feeling as though he had just recovered from a severe illness. Alphensoster, it was indeed you who healed me. Your medical skills are truly miraculous. Please don't abandon me. Simeon hurriedly pleaded. Jarviself turned his head slightly, glaring at Simeon, and coldly remarked, if you keep acting on your own accord like this and being a burden, I won't give you a second chance. Virgil's, yes. Simeon's mind clicked into place immediately. He stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and hurriedly followed behind. With a creak, Jarviself pushed open a hidden door, covered in thick layers of dust along its crevices. Simeon followed him, looking around in surprise. I didn't expect there to be a hidden door here, and it's so dusty. It must have been ages since anyone has come through here. Could it be you guys have something hidden? The decoctions outside were merely distractions. The real items are kept in here, and they were moved in not long ago. Jarviself replied nonchalantly. How do you know that? Simeon puzzled over this. Jarviself explained. If no one had entered or exited for years, the dust would have stirred up throughout the room upon opening. That's true. Simeon nodded inwardly, belatedly understanding. So our movements were completely exposed. Is this all because of me? Simeon took a deep breath, increasingly perceiving the Jordan organization as immensely influential, unaware of what kind of group it really was. Jarviself shook his head. It's not your fault. I'm not sure exactly where the leak came from, but we have evidence. Didn't you forget about Denny earlier? Simeon pondered deeply, then had a sudden realization. I get it. This organization planted spies among us long ago. Virgil's. Jarviself nodded. Jarvis this moment, Simeon finally understood why Jarviself chose him despite having many capable assistants. The Zhao family had just faced an attack, leaving no time for Jordan to manipulate them. Meanwhile, many of Jarviself's people might be under Jordan's secret control. Compared to a capable assistant, Jarviself needed a loyal subordinate more at this moment. Rest assured, Alphensoster, even if I die, I will not betray you, Simeon said earnestly. Jarviself had helped him pursue abilities, respect his grandfather, and support his brother. The three most important things in his life. So Simeon was utterly convinced by Jarviself. Enough chatter, let's search. Jarviself spoke without turning back, diving into the wooden shelves inside the secret chamber. Stacks of medicine boxes lined the shelves. They began rummaging through them. They hadn't expected that James would act so sneakily, choosing to abandon the entire manor rather than confront Jarviself directly, giving Jarviself a chance to investigate thoroughly. Examining these medicines, they could perhaps deduce what kind of poultice their organization was researching. In the dim light, Jarviself's pupils emitted a faint, dark glow, which sparkled with streaks of gold. Jarviself observed every drug and book in the secret chamber, only to frown when he realized these drugs were used to nourish Yin and boost Yang. What kind of sordid stuff was this? But Jarviself soon noticed something peculiar. Jarvis barred from nourishing Yin and boosting Yang. Some rare herbal ingredients were included. These herbs weren't very commonly valuable, but were exceptionally rare. Unless absolutely necessary, one wouldn't specifically seek out these herbs, as many substitutes were available today. The only reason must be that these drugs assist in balancing Yin and Yang, aiding in body harmonization. Used for alchemy? Not quite. Jarviself initially thought of immortality, but couldn't these people still be researching such incredibly foolish things? Suddenly, he found a unique record book in a corner. Opening it, he immediately spotted a torn page. Half of the page was ripped away, leaving the remaining half recording, Nourish Yin to boost Yang, can harness the blessings and misfortunes of women. Jarviself furrowed his brows. This was likely related to the palm strike he had dealt Mika, causing an incurable injury in her uterine lining. There were two possible reasons. The other party wanted to use women's bodies to compensate for their depleted primordial Yang, or give him a warning. Either way, anger burned within Jarviself. This matter had to be resolved conclusively. He slipped the tattered scroll into his pocket and turned to leave. Jarvis this moment, Simeon excitedly shouted, Alphensoster, look at this. What is it? Jarviself impatiently turned his head, his gaze instantly locking onto a letter in Simeon's hand. Even more astonishing was the signature on it, Virgil Lau. Virgil Lau? Which Virgil Lau? Virgil Dashi. Jarviself was visibly shocked. Earlier in the provincial capital, various circumstances prevented him from investigating Virgil Dashi due to his concerns for Connor. Now, in Luo City, he received clues about Virgil Dashi. Open it. Jarviself instructed immediately. Simeon complied, tearing open the envelope to reveal an ancient-looking yellow letter paper. Most of it contained greetings, obviously used to cover the actual message. Only at the end, attached to another sheet, were records of information about the 10 prominent families in Yuzhou province. Jarvis Viv, Bray, Jarvis Albert, Braden, Julian, Jarvis, Ouyang. Jarviself noticed many familiar names. Correct, these are core members of our provincial capital's 10 major families, along with affiliated members and high-ranking officials. Jarviself frowned. Jarviself, though he knew Virgil Dashi had dealings with these powerful families, he never imagined he would betray their information. Jarvis, and the betrayal was orchestrated by the Jordan organization. Jarvis least our Zhao family is just a small clan in Xuanhuan County. If our name was on the list, the Jade Project would fail. Humph. Simeon commented unintentionally. This remark made Jarviself abruptly realize, we must find this Virgil Dashi at any cost. Chapter 370, Skirich Corporation. Jarvis, right, to find this Driscoll, right? I'll contact my brother immediately, Barrett said as he pulled out his phone. No, this matter can't be left to your brother. Jarviself stopped Barrett. Barrett was puzzled and quickly asked, why not? Is my brother not someone you trust? Jarviself shook his head. Your Zhao family is the biggest bet I have now. There mustn't be any problems. Your brother has to focus on that Jade Project in the capital city. This is called a diversionary tactic. Jarvis, through some contemplation, Barrett finally understood the logic. So that's it, I get it. No wonder Jarviself seemed to suddenly realize something earlier. Now Barrett also figured out the opponent's main objective. The Jordan organization was researching a certain type of mineral. Jarviself, though their purpose wasn't clear, from the human alchemy it could be seen that their objectives were far from simple. It wasn't just about selling minerals for money. This Jade Project caught the Aloysius family's attention because they knew about certain special minerals within. Thus, the Jordan organization targeting the top 10 families of Yuzhou province likely aimed to secretly search for those jade stones. When the goods in the capital were intercepted, it might have been related to this. It's just that the Jordan organization would never have guessed that this project was seized by the Shin family and then passed on to Jarviself without alerting all the aristocratic families in the provincial capital. But teacher, by finding our Zhao family, this move gave us a chance to turn things around, but it also made us a target of this organization's underhanded tactics, didn't it? Barrett took a deep breath. Such a situation, it was hard to say whether it was good or bad, but at this point, he had no choice but to believe Jarviself entirely. So, the best thing we can do now is open up the situation in Luoqing and investigate the Jordan organization itself? Barrett suddenly had an idea and spoke up. Virgils, let's go down the mountain now and find these people. Jarviself spoke. He flicked a business card into the air and left gracefully. Barrett held the card, which read, Fujing Skirich Group, a tourism company at the foot of Fujing Mountain, and the name on the card was none other than the company's chairman, Reuben. This must be Jordan's adoptive father, Barrett thought, nodding before following him. The two descended the mountain with barely anyone around. Fujing Alfonso Nor wasn't only occupied by the Jordan organization, but they managed to clear everyone away in a short time, leaving no room for Jarviself to investigate. He timed it perfectly, knowing our chances to come here for investigation are rare. So, avoiding us temporarily puts us in a difficult position, Jarviself muttered. Hee, but they couldn't predict that we'd encounter this Fujing Mountain's largest businessman, and his Aliyah owes us her life. Barrett laughed heartily. Everything turned out just right. Rescuing them actually ended up benefiting them. Otherwise, they would have been stuck on Fujing Mountain with no way down. Sure enough, as they reached the foot of Fujing Mountain, a few fully armed men jumped out behind a small hill. They held crossbows and warned cautiously, "Who goes there?" Barrett tossed the token in his hand. The leader of the armed men paused, catching the token. "Quickly escort them out." The boss ordered an immediate evacuation. The armed man panicked and hurriedly led them out. Jarviself smiled slightly, impressed by Barrett's quick thinking. So it seems the Jordan organization's boss has some capability, making even other organizations follow his orders? Barrett remarked curiously. Jarviself snorted coldly. They aren't exactly taking orders. The medicines in the cold storage are mostly tonics for enhancing one's constitution. Barrett froze, confused. Jarviself smirked slyly and raised an eyebrow. Which do you think is more important, your beliefs or your life and well-being? Barrett stood dumbfounded, unable to understand Jarviself's implication, but he got the gist. The Jordan organization must have used some means to control Fujing Mountain's vital points. Not far from the foot of Fujing Mountain lay Alphonsong village, the birthplace of that gang of Xylers. The villagers' mannerisms weren't exactly friendly. Jarviself and Barrett passed through. Every villager looked at them hungrily, as if ready to pounce and tear them apart. Fortunately, the duo were relatively fit, and there had just been a murder case involving over a dozen bodies near the village entrance that morning, so they dared not act rashly. Finally reaching their destination, Barrett sighed in relief, sweating profusely. Those Xylers looked terrifying. I was afraid they'd knock me out and take my organs. Ignoring Barrett's remarks, Jarviself simply gazed upward at the towering skyscraper before them. Neon lights illuminated the four large characters, Skirich Corporation, on its facade. Beside it stood Fujing Mountain, Alphonsong Village, and a building leading to the urban area of Luoqing. Building a skyscraper here was almost like collecting tolls from passers-by. It was like dealing with hooligans. But Jarviself calmly entered the building with Barrett and handed the business card to the receptionist. Jarviself's jade-colored eyes darted to the most prominent lady at the desk. He smiled and asked, "Miss, can you please inform your chairman?" The receptionist had a voluptuous figure, heavily made up, yet despite her youth, her eyes were filled with arrogance. "TCH, you're just a poor guy trying to contact the chairman? Don't overestimate yourself. Please, just help us out." Jarviself, of course, saw through her intentions. With just a glance, he even noted the color of her undergarments. Could he not understand her thoughts? Seeing the stack of red bills Jarviself offered, she coughed lightly and affected a condescending attitude. "Oh, don't get me started. Preparing such a measly amount to meet the chairman. If I didn't pity you, I wouldn't even bother." With that, she casually dialed a few numbers and picked up the receiver. Moments later, the receptionist's demeanor changed completely, turning polite and sweet. Virgil's chairman, two young men, both in their 20s. One wears sunglasses, the other, not so handsome, but carrying a backpack. "You think who isn't handsome?" Barrett gritted his teeth, seething but unable to argue. Should I bring them upstairs?" "Oh, you'll come down personally to receive them? High-profile guests." The receptionist's face showed increasing surprise. "Sure, I'll prepare the reception lounge immediately." Jarvister hanging up, the receptionist looked at Jarviself with new respect. "Gentlemen, please follow me." Chapter 371. I'm here to repay a favor. The front desk girl is really arrogant these days. When Alphonsoster Zhao was out in the world, you probably didn't even know where you were playing in the mud. Humph. Simeon felt vindicated after being ridiculed earlier and finally had the chance to vent his frustration. Seeing Simeon's angry back, Jarviself couldn't help but chuckle, following closely behind him. Jarvis, this moment, the front desk girl dashed up, took hold of Jarviself's hand, and flirtatiously handed him a small piece of paper, slipping it into his pocket. "Sir, I was too forward just now. I'm still a student and don't understand the rules of society. Can you be magnanimous enough to forgive me? If you can forgive me, I'd like to repay you properly tonight." The front desk girl left hurriedly after leaving the card, her voice dripping with sweetness. Jarviself turned around, frowning, his jade-green eyes flaring up as he focused on Serena's posterior. In the gap between her legs, something was flickering, emitting a strange light. Jarviself's eyes widened, and then a cold smile crept onto his face. They were led by security to a waiting room. Soon, Reuben pushed open the door. He had a big belly, stubble covering his face, looking like he hadn't slept for 3 days. If not for his well-tailored suit, one might mistake him for a bandit chief from the mountains or a Xyler from some village. "Greetings, Lord Gong." Simeon grinned, now realizing how powerful Reuben was, eager to serve him however he could. "Jarvis, are you Jarviself's apprentice? Good lad, consider it." Reuben smiled, sitting down comfortably. He picked up an expensive cigarette, while Simeon wisely lit it for him. "Please, have a smoke, Lord Gong." Simeon's movements were practiced. He used to fawn over superiors when working with his brother Brendan at xuanhuan mining. Jarviself was all too familiar with this behavior. "Which noble family are you from, to have become Jarviself's apprentice?" "Honestly, I've been investigating your province quite a bit. I now know the origins of this young man. Not simple at all." Reuben chuckled, eyeing Jarviself thoughtfully. "Investigating the provincial capital of Yuzhou? Was that truly spontaneous?" Jarviself's lips curled. Reuben paused. "Don't misunderstand me. It was indeed spontaneous. If you ask why, it's because my Aliyah is infatuated with you. Even her own father can't reason with her. 20 years of raising her, and it was all for naught." He muttered under his breath, cursing softly. Simeon, sensing the awkwardness, quickly interjected with a laugh. "Lord Gong, don't be upset. I'm also from Yojo's provincial capital. There's a place called Xuanhuan County, and my grandfather's name is Roberto. Upon hearing this, Ruben's eyes narrowed sharply. Roberto? Your grandfather is Roberto? Ruben stood up, his large belly moving as he circled Simeon 3 times. Not easy at all. I heard about your grandfather's reputation in my younger days and wished to meet him. Who knew that after so many years, his grandson would end up working for me? Jarvis. Ruben laughed bitterly, his eyes filled with endless nostalgia. Simeon gave a sheepish smile, unsure if this connection was good or bad. So, what brings you two here? With Jarvisel's capabilities, you wouldn't come unless you faced a real problem, right? Ruben asked, turning to look at Jarvisel. Jarvisel explained the reasons calmly. He told Ruben that he needed to find a high-level master surnamed Virgil, whose real name was unknown but who specialized in alchemy and poisons, particularly adept at using charms, a likely wandering mystic. Jarvis additionally, he sought the missing page of a scroll, as a friend of his, injured by a peculiar palm technique, urgently needed treatment. Your friend is Mika, isn't she? Your fiancée? Ruben said, grinning oddly. Indeed, his intelligence network was formidable. Jarvisel furrowed his brow but didn't deny it. So what? Surely you know the prestige of the Shin family? Jarvis, powerful as they may be, what does it have to do with my Luo Chunggong family? Boy, don't get it wrong. I don't want any trouble with either side of the law. I only care about money, but you should know, money can accomplish much in this world. Ruben's piercing gaze hinted at some sinister intent, but Simeon couldn't see through it. To Jarvisel, Ruben was as transparent as glass. This man was driven by greed and must have made substantial profits, harboring deep ambitions. His intense goals piqued Jarvisel's curiosity. What could make someone focus solely on accumulating wealth? So, can you help us? Jarvisel asked indifferently. I can help, given how much my Aaliyah likes you. Jarvison, since you saved her life, I'll help you, but not others, especially not Mika, who would be considered a rival to my Aaliyah. Haha. Ruben responded, hinting at a playful tone. Jarvisel found himself in a dilemma. Frowning, he asked, what do you want? He knew men like Ruben wouldn't refuse anything if the conditions were right. For them, everything was a transaction. You saved my Aaliyah twice. Helping you with 2 favors is fair, but to compensate for her emotional distress, you must accompany my Aaliyah shopping tomorrow. Ruben finished, taking back the envelope and the damaged scroll and tossing a set of car keys to Simeon. What's this? Simeon looked at the keys. It was a limited edition, world-class sports car. Ruben chuckled. His vision isn't great, so you drive. The car is in the underground parking lot. The armrest box has hotel keycards nearby. Pick up Jordan early tomorrow morning. With that, he left, confident Jarvisel wouldn't refuse such terms. He just walked away? Simeon was somewhat displeased, but soon started admiring the car keys. Such a luxury car was worth at least 300 million, and it was custom-made. Driving it would surely turn heads, and playing chauffeur wasn't so bad. He's probably handling things for us. We should hear news in a couple of days. Since he can investigate Yuzhou province from afar, he can certainly control events in Luocheng. This deal isn't bad. Jarvisel and Simeon left the Sky Capital Consortium and stayed in a top-tier room at the nearby Richview Grand Hotel, each in separate rooms. Simeon called in several beauties and became entranced. Jarvisel washing up, Jarvisel heard the doorbell ring. Opening the door, a drunken Soraya stumbled in, locked the door behind her, and fell into Jarvisel's arms. Little brother, I learned your room number and came right over. I'm here to repay your kindness for being generous today, she murmured, cheeks flushed, her curvaceous figure inviting. Note asterisk, given the nature of the content, some adjustments have been made to ensure appropriate language and coherence in translation. Hashtag chapter 372, Malshanjiadu, Jarvis ventured to detoxify. Why do you need to know my room number? Jarvisel had just finished his shower and was wearing a bathrobe. To his surprise, Serena abruptly lifted his bathrobe, exposing his perfect physique to the air. She gleamed with excitement, her hands roaming wildly as if she were a hooligan. Miss, did you know that women can also be charged with hooliganism in this era? Jarvisel raised his brows impatiently. Unexpectedly, Serena ceased her actions and suddenly became serious. Handsome, do you know how deeply he has hurt me? Tears glistened in her eyes. Jarvisel froze, taken aback as Serena embraced him tightly. Unable to resist, Jarvisel retreated step by step until they ended up on the soft bed. I've seen many women like you. Even if I am that charming, is it necessary to rush me like this? Frowning, Jarvisel helplessly lay back. Looking down, he saw her slender hands intertwined, causing an overwhelming tingling sensation across his body. Jarvis, are you even listening to me, Jarvisel tried to sit up, but she lunged forward. Their eyes met, and he noticed the tears brimming in her eyes, reflecting his cold face. Handsome, don't you know that love can hurt the most? Jarvister, he hurt me so deeply. You won't give me even one chance? Her lips quivered, appearing genuine. You should be acting in movies, not in front of me. Sweat dripped from Jarvisel's forehead. If she was really throwing herself at him, why was she used goods? Disdainfully, Jarvisel attempted to push her away. Unexpectedly, she clung to him like an octopus, sobbing loudly. Loving someone is so difficult. Sob, sob. Hearing her intense crying, Jarvisel forcibly pushed her face away, muttering, who doesn't know? TCH. I love you. Handsome. Sandra looked at Jarvisel with a pleading gaze. Jarvisel was stunned. Was love in this era really this fast? Love at first sight? He narrowed his eyes, completely unmoved by her confession. Your eyes are truly beautiful, darling. Sandra began to flirt with Jarvisel, then slowly lowered her gaze to his legs. Jarvis and more? Shut up. No matter how attractive, it doesn't belong to you. But lit out. Jarvisel kicked her away sharply, his eyes sharp. His jade-colored pupils immediately darted around, checking Serena's body out of precaution. Jarvisel's expression froze as he seemed to have discovered something. Sandra stood up again, looking like a zombie, whispering passionately, "I love you." She pounced, covering Jarviself's lips with hers in a passionate kiss. Jarvis through their heated encounter, Jarviself lit a cigarette, glancing at Serena who now slept peacefully, saying indifferently, "Jarvisel, right, as a healer, I'll take it as my duty to save people." He sighed, feeling that his perfect body was being defiled by such a Soraya, a sad and regretful thought. This kind of poison is typically wielded by martial artists, not ordinary people, Jarviself murmured, pulling out a silver needle from somewhere. His eyes focused on the tip of the needle, where a trace of crimson liquid sparkled. Jarviself recognized this poison. It was among the world's 10 strangest toxins. Earlier, he risked his own safety to extract Serena's virgin essence, breaking her innocence, thus detoxifying her. Other than this method, there was no known cure. Moreover, as time passed, the poison would spread to others instead of killing its host. Eventually, this poison could cause immense suffering, shrinking all organs and limiting lifespan to no more than 40 years. In ancient times, this poison was used by rulers to control population, a highly dangerous biological weapon. Since its secret revelation, this toxic substance had not been seen for a long time. Who could be secretly harming him? Jarviself sneered. Suddenly, a murderous intent radiated from behind him, sending chills down his spine. He quickly rose, defending against her attack with one hand. But Serena, hair disheveled, bit into his arm. "Hiss, what are you doing? Let go." Jarviself had no choice but to release his inner chi, preventing the mad Soraya from biting through his skin. There might be other poisons inside her. If he got bitten, he might be in real danger next. Seeing her biting didn't work, she pulled back and pointed at Jarviself angrily. "You pervert! I'll report you. How dare you drug me?" "What drug? Did you drink some unknown drink from someone else?" "Sister, be careful next time. I've already detoxified you." Jarviself showed her the silver needle in his hand irritably. The silver needle carried a stream of icy, red blood. "Poison? Where did you get it from? I don't see any needle marks on me. Don't lie to me." Sandra pouted, behaving irrationally. Jarviself frowned. How could her personality change so drastically when poisoned or not? Nevertheless, she was still troublesome. "Look for yourself." Jarviself lifted his chin, directing her gaze to her lower body. Sandra lowered her head, only to scream in horror and retreat a few steps, covering herself entirely with the blanket, afraid Jarviself would see any part of her body again. But to Jarviself, her efforts were futile since the heavenly Eye Pupil Technique allowed him to monitor her condition continuously. "Do whatever you want, but you can't kill me anyway. Besides, I have this video. If you want to watch, feel free. I'm going to sleep." Jarviself yawned, tossing the phone onto the bed and turning to sleep. Jarvis' video played on the phone, revealing Serena's plaintive voice. "Handsome, do you know how deeply he has hurt me?" Sandra hurried over, recognizing her own voice. From the bedside view, all of her flirtatious actions in front of Jarviself were recorded. "Darn it, delete it." Sandra gritted her teeth, trying to delete it, but Jarviself easily dodged. "No way, what if you really sue me? I must keep this evidence for my defense." Jarviself turned away, falling asleep. "Why do you need to know my room number?" "You, Jarviself had just finished his shower and was wearing a bathrobe when Serena unexpectedly pulled it off him. His perfect body was now exposed in the air, and Serena's eyes lit up like a xyler as her hands started roaming all over him. "Miss, do you know that women can also be charged with hooliganism these days?" Jarviself raised his eyebrows impatiently, but Serena stopped and suddenly turned serious. "Handsome, do you know how deeply he hurt me?" Tears shimmered in her eyes. Jarviself froze as Serena hugged him tightly. Unable to resist, Jarviself took a few steps back. They continued entwining until they landed on the soft bed. "I've seen enough of women like you. Even if I have some charm, is it necessary to rush things this much?" Jarviself frowned and helplessly lay down. Looking down, he felt her delicate hands intertwined, creating an overwhelming tingling sensation throughout his body. "Do you even hear me, MM?" Jarviself tried to sit up, but she pounced on him. Their eyes met, and Jarviself saw tears in her eyes, reflecting his cold face. "Handsome, don't you know love can hurt the most? He hurt me so badly. Can't you show me a bit of affection?" Her trembling lips seemed genuine. "You should act in movies, not in front of me." Jarviself was sweating profusely. If she were just clingy, he might accept it. But why was she someone else's used goods? Jarviself sneered and tried to push her away. Unexpectedly, she clung to him like an octopus, crying out, "Loving someone is so hard. Wah." Hearing her cries, Jarviself pushed her face away and muttered, "Who doesn't know? Tisk. I love you, handsome." Sandra gazed at him pleadingly. Jarviself froze. Was modern romance this fast-paced? Love at first sight? Meeting one person, loving another? Jarviself narrowed his eyes. He wasn't moved by her confession. "Your eyes are beautiful, darling," Sandra flirted with him, then lowered her gaze to his legs. "Jarvis and..." "Shut up. It's still mine. No matter how good-looking." It lit lost. Jarviself kicked her away sharply, his eyes piercing. He quickly examined her body for any other signs of danger. Suddenly, Jarviself paused, noticing something peculiar. Sandra stood up again, repeating mechanically, "I love you." She lunged forward, kissing him passionately as their bodies entwined in fiery passion. Jarvis through the storm, Jarviself lit a cigarette, glanced at the sleeping Soraya, and said indifferently, "Fine, since I'm a healer, I'll treat everyone." He shook his head, feeling pity for himself. His perfect body had been tainted by such a Soraya. This kind of thing is usually a trick from the underworld, not something ordinary people could obtain. Jarviself mumbled, holding a silver needle. The needle tip was covered with a faint red liquid, shiny and clear. Jarviself recognized this poison. It was among the world's 10 most potent poisons. He risked himself to take her in energy, breaking her maidenhood, thus detoxifying her. Otherwise, there would be no cure. Over time, the poison would spread to others. Gradually, it would cause organ shrinkage and limit the victim's lifespan to around 40 years. In ancient times, this was a bioweapon used to control populations. Since its secret was revealed, it hadn't been seen for a long time. Who was targeting him? Jarvis' sudden surge of killing intent behind Jarviself chilled him to the bone. He rose and defended against the attack, but Serena grabbed him by the arm, biting it fiercely. Jarvis, what are you doing? Let go. Jarviself released internal chi to prevent her from breaking his skin. What other poisons might be inside her? If she broke his skin, he might die. Seeing her bites were ineffective, she withdrew and pointed accusingly. You pervert. I'm going to sue you. How dare you drug me? What drugs? You must have drunk a strange drink someone gave you. Next time, be careful. I already detoxified you. He showed her the silver needle with cool, red blood. Poison? Where did you get poison from? I didn't see any needles on me. Don't lie. She scowled stubbornly. Jarviself sighed. This Soraya had two different personalities when poisoned or not. Either way, she was troublesome. Look yourself. Jarviself pointed downward. Sandra looked down. Jarvisa, I will kill you. She stepped back, covering herself with blankets. But Jarviself observed everything through his celestial eye technique. Suit yourself, you can't kill me anyway. Jarvis and I have video proof. You can watch if you want. I'm going to sleep. Jarviself yawned, threw his phone on the bed, and fell asleep. The video played, showing her earlier flirtatious behavior. MMM? She hurried over, recognizing her voice. Then, from the nightstand camera view, all her antics before Jarviself were recorded. I'll delete it. She clenched her teeth, reaching for the phone, but Jarviself dodged. Not happening. What if you really sue me? I need this evidence to prove my innocence. Jarviself turned away and snored off to sleep. Chapter 373, I have a boyfriend now. Oh no, what have I done? Who could have poisoned me so viciously? Felicity gritted her teeth and fell into a long reverie. She spent the entire night tossing and turning, barely able to sleep. During Jarviself's deep slumber, she studied his handsome face. Felicity was originally just a receptionist at the hotel. Occasionally, she would go out with some guests for drinks to build rapport. She rarely interacted with others beyond that, leading her to deduce that it must have been one of the guests who maliciously put this sinister poison in her drink. However, that person didn't do anything to her, but instead used the poison to trick her here. Could it be that it was a setup to frame this man? Felicity was a master's degree holder from abroad but lacked experience when she started working, so she opted to work as a hotel receptionist to hone her skills. Her high IQ quickly led her to conclude that this man must carry some kind of burden, which is why someone would use such despicable means against him. Immersed in her thoughts, she got up and took all the silver needles from Jarviself's pocket before leaving the room. The next morning, Jarviself woke up and searched every corner, sighing deeply. This wench, even if she wanted revenge, she picked an ineffective method. Why did she take my silver needles? This is truly bizarre. He rarely felt so frustrated. Fortunately, today he was only supposed to accompany a young miss shopping, so maybe nothing dangerous would happen. That was what Jarviself prayed silently. But honestly, he didn't even remember Serena's name from last night, and wasn't keen on finding out who tried to harm him. Virgil, her specific action of taking the silver needles intrigued him. Could she see through something? Fortunately, the silver needles Jarviself carried were ordinary and not particularly valuable. Without internal energy, they couldn't execute his holy hand needle technique. Soon after, a phone call came in. Alphensoster, why haven't you left yet? Hurry downstairs. Miss Jordan has arrived. Barrett's tone unusually had a hint of command. Jarviself frowned. Jarvister hanging up, he muttered. Is this brat tired of living? But he said this more or less jokingly. Reflecting on it, Barrett seemed to fancy Jordan. Since Jordan liked him, Jarviself, perhaps Barrett considered him a rival? Thinking about this made a sly smile appear on Jarviself's face. When he went downstairs, Jordan was wearing an elegant floral mini dress with Lolita boots and thigh-high socks, a perfectly cute, pure girl style. Jarviself instinctively activated his heavenly eye and saw through the lace skirt and gaps to peer into Jordan's essence. Very pretty today, huh, little brat? Jarviself grinned lecherously, unable to stop staring at certain parts of her body. Jordan had initially intended to welcome her, sweetheart, but found him much sleazier than before. Jarviself didn't linger and directly walked to the passenger seat, sitting down. Barrett stared in disbelief. Alphensoster, aren't you going to sit in the back? Old? Where did you see me looking old? Jarviself was determined to banter with Barrett today. The latter likely resented being assigned as the driver and felt gloomy. Alphensoster, please sit in the back. Let Miss Jordan sit in the passenger seat. Hee. Gong Virgil told me if I make Miss Jordan happy today, he'll let me rent this car. Barrett raised an eyebrow, putting on a show. It was clear how much he loved this limited edition supercar. Jarviself chuckled, teasing. What if I don't want to sit in the back? Jarvis, are you planning to ignore your Alphensoster's face to win over Miss Jordan today? Barrett was caught in a dilemma. Jarvis, this point. Jordan sat in the back seat and laughed. Let's go. I'm fine with having my Prince Charming sit in the front. This title made both Jarviself and Barrett break out in cold sweat. Indeed, rich people knew how to play. Jarvis, long as Miss Jordan is happy. Barrett grumbled inwardly, but followed orders since one side was his employer and the other was his Alphensoster. Despite once being a nobleman of the Zhao family, he now had to play chauffeur for them. This world-class supercar, valued at 50 million starting bid alone, far surpassed any luxury vehicles his elder brother, Brendan, drove, which were merely million-dollar Land Rovers. Even elite families in Yuzhou province rarely possessed cars worth more than 30 to 40 million. This supercar, not only cutting-edge technology-wise but also with diamond-embedded tires and limited to 10 worldwide, would auction for at least 500 million. It was invaluable in the market. Driving it around Xuanhuan County would surely turn heads. Jarvis Barrett indulged in the joy of driving. They arrived unnoticed. Stop here. Jarvistor parking, Jordan got out with Jarviself, while Barrett looked gloomy, wishing he could drive it all day. Upon getting out, Jarviself saw a magnificent building bustling with commercial activity. This is Luo City, the most modern city in China. It's far livelier than anywhere in Yuzhou province, Barrett exclaimed excitedly. Just then, a man in a black suit approached with a bouquet of roses. My dear Miss Jordan, you've finally arrived. Welcome, my love. He extended a hand elegantly, intending to take hers. Unexpectedly, Jordan showed disdain and blocked Jarviself's wrist. Sorry, xuanhuan, I already have a boyfriend. Thanks for the flowers. I appreciate your kindness. Hearing this, Jarviself and Barrett both gaped in shock. Boyfriend? Who's your boyfriend? Barrett asked hurriedly. Jarviself looked scornful. Why haven't I heard about this? Jordan, when did you get a boyfriend? Why didn't I know? Royce, one of the most famous rich second-generation members of Luo City, maintained a proud demeanor even while upset. Jordan stepped on Barrett's shoe and pinched Jarviself's waist, giggling. I just got one yesterday. Really? Royce glanced at Jarviself with hostility. He chuckled bitterly. I thought a lady as gentle and beautiful as Miss Jordan would have a suave and dignified boyfriend. How come he looks like some rustic fortune teller? Chapter 374. Shopping with the young mistress. Fortune teller? What? Do you want me to tell your fortune? Jarviself curled his lips and immediately reached out. Whether he was Jarvis Licia's boyfriend or not, Jarviself didn't want to be insulted by this nouveau riche. Royce instinctively stepped back and withdrew his hand. I doubt your hands are clean. It's best you don't touch me. Miss Jarvis Licia, I understand you care about the poor, but surely you wouldn't sacrifice your pure body for someone who falsely claims to be your boyfriend, right? You don't know how perfect you are in my eyes. Royce continued to praise Jarvis Licia, much to her embarrassment. Stop it, xuanhuan. Jarvis Licia sighed. That sigh only made Royce more certain that this person couldn't be Jarvis Licia's boyfriend. Emboldened by this, he arrogantly raised an eyebrow at Jarviself, glaring as if threatening him. Best not let me catch you doing anything improper to Miss Jarvis Licia. Why are you so impatient? Never seen money before? Can't you see the car behind me? Who's poor here? Barrett strutted forward proudly, puffing out his chest like a kid in a fight. Royce and his minions looked over at the luxury car sparkling with diamonds behind them. Suddenly, shouts erupted from Royce's entourage. My goodness! Isn't that a world-class supercar, a diamond-encrusted Bugatti Veyron? They can actually afford such an expensive car. Last time, even Wu Lineral's father couldn't get one of these from overseas financiers. They're too powerful. Rich man, can we be friends? The group of beautiful men and women, each strikingly handsome, instantly transformed from cold and aloof expressions to eager-to-please begging faces upon learning that Barrett owned the car. Barrett basked in the attention, fiddling with the car keys and demonstrating its automatic parking system. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Barrett cleared his throat and said deeply, Delayed love is lighter than grass. Save it. Your leader disrespected my master earlier, and you still want to be friends? Dream on. Alphensoster, this fortune teller. Cough. This big brother is that cool guy's master. We apologize for the oversight. The minions suddenly realized their mistake and wanted to appease them. But then, Royce frowned and gave them a fierce glare, silencing them immediately. They all knew Royce's quirky and flamboyant exterior hit a cold, cruel heart. Offending him could mean certain death. Royce sneered at Barrett and asked with a frown, Where did you spring from? I've been strutting around Luo City for years. Why have I never heard of you? Barrett laughed. Never heard of me? It's normal. You walk sideways like a crab while we walk straight. Jarvis' chuckle escaped Jarvis Licia. The word crab hit her funny bone. Royce's face turned red with anger, but he couldn't lash out with Jarvis Licia nearby. Say that again? His eyes flashed with menace. Barrett paused, sensing an opportunity. He had encountered many such spoiled rich kids who were used to being surrounded by sycophants and hadn't learned humility. Today, he would teach this kid a lesson. Crab, crab, crab? What will you do? Call your Xylers to beat me? Jarvis afraid you can't win, huh? You don't know who my Alphensoster is? Humph. Barrett deliberately provoked him, then hid behind Jarviself. Don't you just love stirring up trouble? Jarviself grabbed Barrett's ear. Indeed, this kid had a sharp mind. He was trying to shift the target of anger and hoped Jarviself would handle things for him. Jarviself glanced at Royce, about to speak when he felt a sudden chill on his hand. Jarvis Licia had extended her hand towards him, her touch clear and icy. Their fingers intertwined as Jarvis Licia smiled and said, xuanhuan, do you believe now? He really is my boyfriend. You didn't say I couldn't bring him along on our shopping trip, did you? This left Royce red-faced and embarrassed. He forced a laugh, saying awkwardly, Of course. I didn't change my mind. Pay no attention to him. He's just my boyfriend's servant, not a disciple. Feel free to command him. Let's go. They began walking into the mall, with Jarvis Licia holding Jarviself's arm and tossing her bag to Barrett. Speechless, Barrett wondered why, despite helping so much, he was reduced to a servant. But he was also thankful that Jarvis Licia provided cover. Otherwise, revealing the car wasn't his would have been humiliating. He realized Royce wasn't an ordinary wealthy heir but a super-rich tycoon of Luo City. This entire mall was just a small part of the Wu family's empire. The sycophants were astonished by Royce's lavish spending on Jarvis Licia without hesitation. More importantly, Jarviself, the silent boyfriend, who seemed like a fortune teller, appeared extraordinary. Even his mere servant could drive a world-class supercar? Jarvis, after a few rounds of shopping, Barrett was already weighed down with purchases. Just as he planned to find an excuse to leave, Royce led Jarvis Licia and Jarviself into a high-end jewelry store. Jarvis, the entrance was a diamond display, piquing Barrett's curiosity. Jarvis Licia, since this boy is your boyfriend, his family must be quite wealthy, right? Royce raised an eyebrow, still intent on uncovering Jarviself's true identity. Without even glancing at Jarviself, Jarvis Licia affirmed confidently, Of course, my boyfriend is the young lord of one of the top 10 families in Yuzhou province, Chun family. Jarvis Ulf almost choked on hearing this. Chapter 375, Diamond Cutting Craftsmanship. Alphensoster, you are the heir of the Qin family from the provincial capital? I just found out. Barrett immediately came closer, exclaiming into Jarvis Ulf's ear. Jarvis Ulf shot him a glare and coldly said, "Less chatter." Barrett had no choice but to step aside as Jarvis Licia continued her discourse. Did you know? The Qin family is one of the most powerful clans in Yuzhou provincial capital. She chattered on, and Royce actually believed her, nodding in agreement. I've heard of the Qin family. Isn't the patriarch called Julian? Jarvis' self-made man. Indeed impressive. But I remember Julian's son is named Joe. He had naturally overheard Jarvis Licia calling this man Jarvis Ulf, and was certain he had never heard this name before. He changed his name. Changed it. Haha. Jarvis Licia secretly gave Jarvis Ulf a meaningful look. It seemed she was fully using him as a tool to refuse others. Jarvis Ulf inwardly resisted, but he had no choice but to play along. If this young lady got upset, Ruben might change her mind about helping him investigate, and the Luoqing matter would drag on indefinitely. Young people shouldn't talk so much. If you have something to say, just say it. If there's work to do, just do it, Jarvis Ulf said coldly. Royce frowned slightly. This person looked about his age, yet called him a young man? Jarvis, and it didn't sound odd at all. He felt indignant, and turned into the boutique. The attendant quickly recognized Royce, bowing respectfully with a beaming smile. Mr. Wu, you're here. Jarvis, are you buying an engagement ring for your girlfriend today? Haha. The salesperson was very courteous, quickly glancing at Jarvis Licia and praising her. Miss, you are truly beautiful. No wonder Mr. Our young Alphensoster Wu favors you. Her expression became unnatural as she quickly corrected herself. Obviously, Royce had prearranged this. Jarvis, after all, the mall belonged to the Wu family, so he was like returning home when he shopped here. Just because you fancy me doesn't mean I'm your girlfriend. Don't say such things randomly, okay? Jarvis Licia smiled faintly, already captivated by the diamonds in the display. Royce stiffened, his face turning dark as he muttered, "What are you saying? I only admire Miss Jarvis Licia. Even if I fancy her, I'm not some tycoon who forces women into his car. Who do you think I am?" "I'm sorry, young Alphensoster Wu." The salesperson bowed in apology, sweating profusely. "I want to select a diamond ring as an apology for Miss Jarvis Licia. Quickly get your manager." Royce shouted angrily. "Which of these two rings looks better?" Jarvis this moment, Jarvis Licia had already picked out 2 rings from the display and presented them to Jarvis Ulf for his opinion. Jarvis Ulf hesitated, unsure how to respond. He wore sunglasses, but Jarvis Licia likely knew he had eye issues. Perhaps this girl's carefree nature made her forget this matter. "The one on the left looks a bit better," Jarvis Ulf swallowed, not wanting to embarrass Jarvis Licia, and gave a casual reply. This detail did not escape Royce's notice. He leaned in, sneering, "Miss Jarvis Licia, why ask him? He knows nothing about diamonds. I've studied diamonds quite a bit." "Oh, you understand?" Jarvis Licia turned around, intrigued. Royce cleared his throat and began his explanation. Diamonds are cut according to the 4C standards, focusing on 3 parts. The crown, also known as the head of the diamond, which is the large top surface. Jarvis in the girdle and pavilion, both requiring extremely strict polishing techniques. See the diamond on the right? Though both are 10 carats, its color is obviously more uniform than the other. The diamond on Jarvis Licia's right hand did indeed appear smoother, contrary to the one Jarvis Ulf casually chose. Royce glanced at the ring Jarvis Ulf had selected and scoffed. "Let me tell you, only amateurs would choose that ring. Miss Jarvis Licia, the top 10 families of Yuzhou provincial capital aren't as impressive as I thought. There's apparently no dedicated teacher in the family to teach these basics?" Jarvis Ulf remained indifferent, not paying attention to his sarcasm. Royce felt triumphant and continued to taunt. "If the Qin family doesn't mind, I can provide a couple of professional diamond instructors to help educate you. I'll even waive the fees. Consider it my way of being nice to you on Miss Jarvis Licia's behalf." His smile was half-hearted, filled with the smug satisfaction of an intellectual victory. Jarvis Ulf sighed. If he wanted to, a single move could incapacitate this boy, but he worried Jarvis Licia would react poorly. Just as Jarvis Ulf was about to refute Royce, Barrett suddenly stepped forward. "Diamonds? I know quite a lot about them. But Brother Wu, your understanding seems off." Everyone around them gathered to listen. "Not accurate? What do you mean? You'd better not be spouting nonsense, or I'll have security throw you out. I won't tolerate incompetence." Jarvis Licia shot Barrett a warning glance. "You're just a servant. Focus on carrying bags, not playing hero." Jarvis Ulf raised a hand to stop Jarvis Licia without a word. Seeing Jarvis Ulf's indifferent expression, Jarvis Licia felt inexplicably afraid and didn't stop Barrett. Barrett stepped forward, taking the ring from Jarvis Licia, examining it carefully, and then exclaimed joyfully, "Indeed, this is a naturally superior gem, far better than the other one. Really? I like this one too." Jarvis Licia lit up, though she couldn't be sure, given her limited knowledge of diamonds. Royce naturally wasn't pleased. "You're just his servant, of course you side with him. Don't speak if you don't understand." Barrett had become immune to the servant title and simply replied, "Your 4C standards are correct, but you overlooked a fact. The more facets a diamond has, the rarer and more valuable it becomes, thus requiring higher craftsmanship." He rotated the ring under the counter light, where it sparkled brilliantly. Everyone was awestruck by the dazzling scene. Chapter 376, Receipt of 20 million yuan. This is astonishing. This is the diamond from my dreams." Jarvis' certain longing sparkle seemed to flicker in Jarvis Licia's eyes. Though her eyes weren't particularly large and even had single eyelids, combined with her delicate and petite face, she looked incredibly pure, adorable, and charming. Everyone was mesmerized by the brilliance of the diamond, but Jarvis Ulf was silently admiring Jarvis Licia's beauty, unable to help but be dazed. That face was more captivating than all the women he had ever seen. Even though Jarvis Ulf had encountered countless beauties, he was still moved by the innocent Jarvis Licia. He couldn't help but wonder if he had met a similar Soraya in his past life. It felt like it could stir a chord deep within his heart. This was only the second time after his rebirth that Jarvisulf experienced such a stirring sensation in his heart. The last time was when he met Mika, refining a long-lost pure emotion amidst love and conflict. None of the women he met in between had ever stirred his heart, but Jarvislicia. Jarvisulf frowned slightly, forcing himself to look away. He needed to calm his thoughts. Emotions were always disastrous, especially involving two women. Don't play tricks here. Jarvisni diamond would shine under light. Are you taking me for a fool? Royce snatched the diamond ring from Jarvislicia's hand, placing it under the same source of light. Though the diamond still reflected a dreamy hue, it wasn't as mesmerizing as before. What's going on? Royce noticed the stark difference, immediately adjusting his grip and trying repeatedly. No matter what he did, the diamond simply didn't shine as well as the previous one. Barrett grinned, then explained confidently, "You don't understand. Let me enlighten you. Your diamond has 74 facets, meaning it has 74 cut surfaces. Though the craftsmanship isn't bad, fewer facets can deceive novices easily. Mine also weighs 10 carats, but it has 200 facets. Jarvis' 200-faceted diamond is extremely rare, likely made by the same craftsman. More facets demand higher craftsmanship, inevitably introducing visible flaws. Despite this, it is invaluable, far superior to your diamond in terms of craftsmanship." Holding the diamond, Barrett pondered for a moment, then added confidently, "I estimate this diamond's true value is at least 5 times that of the other. Jarvis, after all, there are many nuances to diamond cutting that only experts truly understand." Hearing this, Jarvislicia found it very reasonable and nodded repeatedly. "In that case, I'll take this one." Jarvislicia nodded. Jarvis, that moment, a clerk brought over the boss. The boss was an elegant Edric who nodded approvingly, saying, "I heard everything you said just now. I never expected someone so knowledgeable about diamonds at such a young age. Truly remarkable. Haha. You're right. The one in your hand is indeed a masterpiece, a 200-faceted work of art. Both diamonds come from the same master, but the 74-faceted one is ordinary while the other, though not perfect, showcases the master's artistic dedication. It's called 10 perfections." 10 perfections? Jarvislicia felt curious. The boss nodded proudly. "Virgil's, its artistic concept is incomparable, waiting for someone with expertise to recognize its inner beauty. I thought this diamond would never sell, but to meet someone so knowledgeable today. Which family do you belong to?" Haha. Barrett shrugged with a laugh. "If you prefer not to say, no problem. Just meeting someone as insightful as you has honored this humble place." The boss shook hands with Barrett, deeply moved. Bystanders gawked, wondering just how powerful Jarvislicia's boyfriend was. His servant drove a world-class limited edition sports car and knew things known only to high society. What more could be said about this sunglass-wearing Qin family Alphensoster? Royce grew increasingly irate, having been overshadowed by this Qin family Alphensoster in his own territory. He could tolerate losing to the young master since Jarvislicia liked him, but being belittled by a servant was too much. Nonsense. Both rings clearly cost 12,000. Jarvis, are you taking me for a fool? Royce grumbled. The middle-aged boss frowned, explaining, "Mr. Wu, the one you have costs 12,000 because it's a trendy item, marked up to catch attention. Meanwhile, the one Miss Jarvislicia chose is a special promotion, usually priced at 60,000, 5 times the price." Royce became livid, realizing he'd been outwitted by the servant. "What kind of servant are you? Did you send someone here to torment me?" Seeing Royce getting aggressive, Jarvisulf stepped forward indifferently. "Even when punishing dogs, one respects the owner. Jarvis, are you going to order my people around in front of me?" "Humph." Barrett turned his head, thinking how good it was to have a master protecting him, but something felt off. Had someone just called him a dog? Royce coldly said, "Today, I make the rules. Increase the price to 60,000. I'm buying this ring for Miss Jarvislicia. I have enough money anyway." He pulled out his card and swiped 60,000 at the POS machine. The boss trembled, pocketing the extra profit without complaint. Barrett frowned. Was this guy really planning to overpower him with money? If it weren't for the Ouyang family focusing on jade projects recently, he could have matched that amount too. Plus, adhering to his servant identity limited his financial show-off. Jarvisulf, typically aloof, didn't want to engage in such mundane competition. His phone buzzed. Pulling it out, he listened to a voice message. "Icon, even though you said all the company profits go to me, business was good this month. I figured you might need some money outside, so I transferred part of it to you. You can spend freely. We shouldn't keep bothering others. We need to spend our earnings sometimes." Jarvis notification followed. Notification. Payment received. 20 million yuan. Chapter 377. The Alphonsin in the Shadows. 20 million. Tycoon. We really should be friends. Royce's lackey immediately came forward again, his eyes now seemingly imprinted with dollar signs. Zen's lips curled into a smile as he raised an eyebrow and said, "Isn't it just money? Haven't you seen it before? Isn't your boss Royce quite wealthy?" Jarvis came for it. The lackeys showed awkward expressions, glancing at Royce one by one, and they dared not speak anymore. Jarvisulf was a first-generation rich entrepreneur, while Royce was a wasteful good-for-nothing. He had no talent for making money. Thus, no matter how wealthy his family was, he could only flaunt it. How could there be more money for him to squander? Casually spending tens of millions was already his limit. This small sum of money was like plucking a hair for the Wu family. But if he were asked to spend tens of millions, it would be like cutting off flesh for the Wu family. Royce found himself in an awkward situation, unsure of what to do. Jarvisulf paused, noticing everyone's attention on him, and couldn't help but laugh. "Don't mind, it's just a little money. If you all want, I can give each of you this diamond ring." "Really? We love you, Tycoon." The lackeys cheered instantly. Royce glared at them, and they finally quieted down. "My people don't need your gifts. I know you are very rich and also very low-key, but..." Royce blushed, trying to regain some face with his words, but finding no chance. The man in front of him wore sunglasses and looked like a fortune teller, but anyone with clear eyes could see that his features and demeanor were superior, definitely a hidden bigwig. Moreover, he spoke gracefully, steady yet resolute, extraordinarily handsome. With his measured and composed character, and most importantly, his wealth rivaling nations, he simply had a perfect persona. Who could compare? The more Royce thought, the more he felt cornered. Do you want to find my flaws? If so, just say it. I can tell you. Jarvisel's pupils rotated, having already gauged Royce's thoughts from his brain activity. He took off his sunglasses, revealing jade-green eyes that left everyone in awe. I have suffered from my disease since childhood, but can now barely make out some shapes. Mr. Royce must surely be impressive. What dissatisfaction do you have towards me, being Jarvis Lecia's boyfriend? Jarvisel's lips curled as he reached out to stop Jarvis Lecia's shoulder. Initially, he had no interest in quarreling, but since his disciple Zen had been insulted, as a master, he couldn't let it slide without saying something. Jarvis Lecia, held in Jarvisel's embrace, turned beet red, biting her lower lip, feeling deeply stirred. Seeing this, Royce's heart burned with anger, but he had no excuse to interfere further. He could only turn away, seething alone. I have no objections, I wish you happiness. His tone was clearly sulky. Jarvis Lackey then rushed forward, whispering with a grin, Boss Wu, I have a good idea. How about we go gemstone gambling? At limestone gambling? Not a bad idea. Royce's eyes lit up. Now the only advantage he had over Jarvisel was eyesight. Since Chen admitted his eye condition, Royce saw no reason to let Jarvis Lecia go easily. Cough, our boss Wu isn't feeling well today. Why don't we invite Miss Jarvis Lecia and Mr. Chun to visit the nearby gemstone market? It's a major attraction in Luoqing. Since Mr. Chen is from out of town, he must experience it. That sharp-faced lackey, who had been silent, knew his place well, firmly supporting Royce. He realized that no matter how powerful their opponent was, they wouldn't pay any attention to people like them. Real success meant helping their own boss. At limestone gambling, can we get lots of jade raw materials? I've never been, I want to go. Jarvis Lecia, an innocent girl, jumped up excitedly. Zen frowned, whispering to Jarviself, Alphensoster, gemstone gambling can either make or break you. I think they have ulterior motives. Fear not, let's go. Remember our mission. Miss Jarvis Lecia wants to go. We'll go. Jarviself smiled, following along. Oh no, this can't end well. Zen muttered, resigned to comply. Their family had once dealt in jade, so Zen understood gemstone gambling somewhat. It involved opening raw stones to process based on agreed prices, surrounded by spectators, a mix of genuine buyers and schemers. Even experts could struggle to identify true value, akin to buying lottery tickets. Jarvis' stroke of luck could win immense wealth, while a wrong move could lose millions. But limestone gambling drained money faster than underground casinos. Jarvis the group arrived at the gambling site. Their presence attracted many gazes. Several vendors, recognizing Royce, greeted him warmly. Boss Wu, nice to see you here. Planning to play? Come try my stall. I've got high-quality raw materials from Myanmar. Try my place too. Someone just won big. Royce politely declined them all. He rarely ventured here, given his limited monthly allowance. Jarvis dictions could drain everything quickly. These stalls aren't interesting enough, Brother Wu? Jarvis Lecia asked. Don't worry, I know a great spot. Royce replied confidently. Suddenly, a bald giant approached, barking, You lot, stop right there. Everyone halted. His intense gaze locked onto Jarviself. You, take off those sunglasses. The Brant growled, pointing at Jarviself threateningly. Hashtag chapter 378. The storm of jade gambling. You just let him take it off? Who do you think you are? That lit lost. Barrett immediately stepped forward. He was almost fully immersed in his role as a servant, but as Jarviself's beloved disciple, he naturally needed to protect his master. Jarviself raised a hand to stop Barrett, whispering, Jarvis' small intolerance ruins great plans. Earlier, they had gone straight to Fushan Mountain and visited Jordan Alfonso, making it easy for them to fall into the enemy's sights. If they ruined the deal with Jordan and Reuben, that would be the worst outcome possible. Barrett understood Jarviself's intentions. Don't provoke any conflicts unless absolutely necessary. Sir, please don't misunderstand me. Did I offend you somewhere? I have an eye condition, so I can't see clearly, Jarviself explained, removing his glasses and looking bewildered. Suddenly, green irises were revealed, causing the Brant's eyes to widen in surprise. Green eyes. It's definitely this guy. It lit him. With his order, two accomplices immediately leapt forward. Their speed was incredible, too fast even for Royce's lackeys to react properly. Jarviself's gaze sharpened, and he turned away swiftly, moving like a phantom. One after another, the three men lunged at him, narrowly missing him. In the blink of an eye, Jarviself struck them with acupuncture needles, hitting precise pressure points. The suspend pivot point locked, the life gate point open. Is that enough? Jarviself muttered to himself, stepping back and retracting his hand. Though he had quickly neutralized them, Jarviself knew these people's skills were far from ordinary, suggesting an organized and premeditated attack. They must have recognized him by his eyes. It seemed they had been watching him recently. His heart sank, and his expression darkened. Huh? Where am I? The Brant struggled to his feet, looking around as if he'd forgotten his purpose, as though he had just woken up from a trance. The two goons beside him also looked confused. Royce strode over, slapped the Brant on the head, and kicked him in the rear, shouting angrily, Jarvis, are you all crazy? You dared to attack my people? Do you know whose turf this is? Wu boss. Sorry, I got confused earlier. I thought I saw someone familiar. The Brant frowned, squinting into the distance. The group of people had already moved on, and the man in sunglasses was nowhere to be seen. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't make much of it. But don't give me any more trouble, or I won't let you off. Royce grumbled, turning away sullenly. Sorry. The Brant could only apologize, watching as Royce and his group left. He felt something wasn't quite right, as if he had seen something significant but now couldn't remember it. Meanwhile, Royce led Jarviself and the others to a stall run by an elderly Soraya with a kind face. He smiled and explained, "This is the stall I know best here. Don't be fooled by the high prices. It's because of the wide variety of materials. Most other stalls get their stock from nearby overseas regions, but this old lady sources from all over the world." Barrett marveled, immediately drawn to a deep pink jade, exclaiming, "Fuchsia jade here? That's incredibly rare. Young man, you sure know your stuff. You must be a frequent gambler." The old lady chatted warmly with Barrett. Royce, feeling somewhat embarrassed, walked over to Jarviself, smiling awkwardly. "Mr. Chen, sorry about what happened earlier. My people are a bit off in the head. Don't mind them." Royce harbored no real malice toward Jarviself, but jealousy and pretend hostility had gotten the better of him. Even if he wanted to beat Jarviself, he preferred doing it fairly. Regarding the incident, he viewed it as a coincidental misunderstanding. No problem. Jarviself gave a faint smirk, but his heart sank. Those attackers were not ordinary. Surprisingly, they were under Royce's employ. Perhaps Royce could provide some clues about their true intentions. "Jarvisanti, to be honest, I'm here for jade gambling," Royce said after reaching an apparent truce with Jarviself. Some of the hangers-on had already started gambling, trying their luck on small pieces of jade, which predictably yielded nothing. $8,000 just like that. Jade gambling is really expensive," one young Soraya lamented, patting her empty wallet. The old lady chuckled. "You all are too inexperienced. Let Wu Boss choose. This is all new stock I've recently acquired." Leaning close to Royce's ear, she whispered, "It's all new material from a jade island in the Pacific Ocean." "New stock? How new can it be?" Jarviself smirked again, his jade-colored eyes scanning the goods closely. He saw through the deception. While some pieces contained genuine jade, many were old or patched-up materials masquerading as fresh stock. This kind old lady was actually shrewd. Plain and simple, this type of jade gambling market was full of tricks to make money. Of course it's new. If you don't believe me, let Wu Boss pick one and show this young man how it's done. The old lady winked at Royce. Royce suddenly felt confident, thinking Jarviself, despite his knowledge, couldn't possibly outmatch this elderly Soraya. "So, bring me the biggest piece," Royce commanded. Jarvis her order. Several strong young men brought out a massive boulder, roughly half the size of a car tire and incredibly heavy. This piece weighs over 100 kilograms. It should yield quite a lot of good things, and judging by its external coloration, it looks pretty old, having probably been in the mines for a long time. Royce mused aloud. Jordan eagerly asked, "Really? So there must be a pile of gems inside." While they weren't short of money, the thrill lay in the experience of jade gambling. Why not choose another one? Large stones like this may yield more, but the quality isn't always guaranteed. Jarviself's gaze shifted to a smaller stone in the corner. The old lady's eyes narrowed sharply. "Not so fast. The large stone costs 5.5 million, while the small one costs barely over $1 million. Think you can find such a bargain? Less cost, more return?" But from Jarviself's perspective, that small stone contained a shimmering patch of brilliant green, truly dazzling. ##### Chapter 379. Once a Virgiler, the Peach Blossom Spring. "Mr. Chun, if you like it so much, why don't you buy that piece yourself?" Royce asked with a mischievous grin and a raised eyebrow. Jarviself remained silent, having no interest in gemstone gambling. Jarvis Licia interjected, "Then I will buy that piece for Yichun." "No need. I think the large stone chosen by Mr. Wu should yield quite a few pieces. If we only want to make back our investment, it shouldn't be a loss." His gaze focused on the large stone, noticing a flash of peach pink inside it. Jarviself, though it wasn't as impressive as the smaller stone, it was enough to break even. Jarviself was now thinking about how to use his relationship with Royce to investigate the organization behind the scenes. Royce didn't expect Jarviself to cooperate so easily, so he laughed loudly and said, "Granny, quickly call your best cutter here. I want everyone to see my keen eye." "No problem. Rahim, call your father over." The old Soraya shouted toward the back door. Soon after, a Edric with a bare chest and bulging muscles emerged, looking like an experienced master cutter. "Wow, such a huge piece of stone. Mr. Wu is going to get rich today?" "Jarvis, and there are so many people watching. This day couldn't have been better for me." The master cutter chuckled, wrapping a towel around himself and operating the cutting machine. Several young men lifted the stone onto the cutting machine, and more people gathered around to watch. The old Soraya explained, "Raphael is our best cutter here. Whenever he works, everyone gathers to watch. Today, Mr. Wu, you're going to earn some serious face." "Ha, face is nothing. No matter what comes out, I'll give the best and most expensive piece to Miss Jarvis Licia. Everything I do is for Miss Jarvis Licia's happiness." Royce gazed affectionately at Jarvis Licia, firmly believing she had genuine feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have deliberately found a boyfriend to provoke him. Jarvis Licia didn't speak. She wasn't interested in gifts but was captivated by the process of gemstone gambling. The cutting began amidst piercing noises, and the crowd started to exclaim. Cutting into the large stone was swift initially, but once the edge material was cleared, the core required extreme caution. One slip could split the priceless jade inside, turning a billion-dollar treasure into mere millions if damaged. Such a significant devaluation would be unacceptable, making this moment a true test of the cutter's skill. Raphael meticulously operated the machine, gradually thinning down the stone until its outer shell was as delicate as an eggshell. Jarvis almost done. "I feel there's a lot of material here." Raphael's experienced eyes saw that this stone was far from ordinary. Excited, Royce said immediately, "Alphensoster Raphael, it's all up to you. If this turns out well, I'll give you 50,000 as a reward." "You got it." Raphael felt motivated. His job occasionally yielded tips, and usually, he earned 500 to 600,000 a month. It was rare to encounter a big spender like Mr. Wu. He worked even more diligently, tapping and probing until he found a spot with a clear sound. "Here it is. Rahim, Pass me the hammer. Jarvis' skinny, pale boy ran out with a geological hammer, which Raphael took and tapped lightly. Bits of stone fell away, and the crowd gasped as a golden glow appeared. Inside was amber-colored jade. It's amber jade. My goodness, we've hit the jackpot. Chunks of jade emerged one by one, and the old Soraya quickly grabbed a burlap bag to catch the pieces falling out. Raphael continued, chipping away carefully, causing dust and debris to fly. Ultimately, there were over 100 fragments, which alone already made up for the cost. There's about 7 kilograms of agate jade, worth over 6 million yuan. The old Soraya shook her head, filled with admiration. She had thought they'd just break even, but unexpectedly, Royce made a profit. It truly was luck. Relieved, Royce breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to show off, Raphael exclaimed, "There's more." Jarvis, the crowd murmured in awe. Their attention turned back to Raphael. He knocked on a corner hesitantly, saying, "But this part is uncertain. We need specialized equipment to measure it properly. Otherwise, I can't proceed safely." Find equipment? That would take 3 days. The old Soraya's words doused everyone's enthusiasm. Royce chose the stone to spite Jarvis. Did he care about those few million? Cut it. Do it now. Follow your instinct. Royce urged. Jarvis's jade-green eyes flickered, and he picked up a marker from the ground. He drew 2 crosses on the stone and said calmly, "Alphensoster, cut from these 2 spots. There's peach pink inside." Jarvis, aren't you blind? How can you know about jade? Alphensoster, Raphael mumbled, doubtful. Jarvis didn't explain, staying silent. Then Zen intervened, "Alphensoster, follow our young master's advice. He's an expert." With a mysterious smile, Raphael nodded and sliced without hesitation. Squish, squish. The piercing noise put everyone on edge. No one knew what lay inside, and if there was any flaw, this bold cut could ruin everything. Unexpectedly, the stone split into 2, revealing a striking red hue inside. Peach Blossom Spring. It's Peach Blossom Spring. This hasn't happened this year. The old Soraya exclaimed in shock. Jarvis's prediction proved accurate, so he stepped back, satisfied. The crowd erupted in excitement as Raphael extracted the last peach red jade, its form and color perfect, especially the vivid hue that was absolutely mesmerizing. This is the legendary Peach Blossom Spring, said to bind lovers' hearts forever. In the jade world, it's almost mythical. Jarvis, this weight. It's worth at least 15 million yuan. The old Soraya held the jade with reverence. But Royce, with a smirk, turned to Jarvis Licia. "I'll give this Peach Blossom Spring to the person I love the most. Miss Jarvis Licia." ####Chapter 380. The Emperor's Green Jarvis beers once in 10 Virgilars. Something like this is only encountered once a year. Jarvis, are you really going to give it to me? Jarvis Licia curiously glanced at Jarvis. It was clear she wanted to accept the gift, but was afraid that Jarvis would be upset. Jarvis sighed and honestly said, "If you want it, just take it. My opinion doesn't matter." "I see. You must be angry." Jarvis Licia pouted, misinterpreting Jarvis' thoughts. She walked over and sternly said, "Sorry, Brother Wu. This jade piece is from your own opening. You should keep it first. I have a boyfriend now, so I can't accept your gifts." Royce looked pitiful and could only put the item away with tears in his eyes. But as a gentleman, he did not make things too difficult for Jarvis Licia and instead taunted Jarvis. "So? You said I picked the wrong stone. Now, don't you feel like you're sitting on pins and needles? I told you long ago that your title as the heir of the Chun family is just a facade. Cough, cough. It's better to understand some rules in Luoqing." He dared not vent his frustrations on Jarvis Licia and instead found chances to pick on Jarvis. Jarvis had no intention of competing, but suddenly had an idea. Since this guy seemed determined to have a conflict with him, why not give him a chance? With this thought, Jarvis' lips curved upward as he raised an eyebrow and said, "President Wu, since you are so insistent on having a showdown with me, and we're in a jade gambling place, how about we gamble?" "Virgils, I've been wanting to gamble with you." Royce stepped forward, puffing out his chest. He had felt oppressed all day and finally had a chance to shine in his field of expertise. Naturally, he wanted to compete. Jarvis Licia tried to dissuade them. "Please stop fighting. Don't fight anymore because of me. Please don't." Jarvis's gaze sharpened, and he said coldly, "If you win, I will disappear immediately. If I win, you must do one thing for me." Everyone, including the sycophants, were shocked. Royce was also taken aback. Why was this guy gambling? Not for Jarvis Licia? Did he have other motives? Royce didn't think much of it and firmly said, "Let's gamble," but lit ready to leave. Jarvis Licia must stay here. If he won this bet, he would finally be able to be alone with Jarvis Licia. Jarvis's eyes narrowed, pointing to a corner where he had earlier noticed a piece of rough jade. He calmly said, "I'll choose that piece of jade. I bet its value will surpass the Peach Blossom Spring you opened just now." The crowd burst into laughter at this. "Haha, beat the value of Peach Blossom Spring? Impossible. You're dreaming if you think anything could beat Peach Blossom Spring. Only Emperor's Green can match it, which hasn't appeared in 10 years. I thought you were an expert, but you're just a braggart. Go back where you came from." The antique street was full of seasoned players, and the mix of people quickly led to open criticism. Jarvis Licia was at a loss and couldn't defend Jarvis, as the antique street was filled with numerous experts who spoke their minds openly. Royce almost couldn't hold back his laughter, thinking this guy was giving him a golden opportunity. He waved his hand and declared, "Jarvis, all right, let's gamble. We'll use the antique street elders as witnesses and follow the traditional code of honor." "No problem." Jarvis wasn't worried because he was certain to win. Several burly men immediately moved the stone. The old Soraya, who had bought the stone as a useless scrap from the corner, was happy. This million yuan was practically a gift to her. Alphensoster Raphael began cutting, and Royce, to avoid any disputes, confidently instructed, "Alphensoster Raphael, cut this carefully, no mistakes. We don't want him accusing us of bullying later." Jarvis, long as there are no issues, I'll add another 50,000 for processing. Understood. Alphensoster Raphael was highly motivated. Everyone gathered to watch the two wealthy young masters' jade gambling showdown, but Zen's expression turned grim. He whispered to Jarvisulf, Alphensoster, have you heard of the traditional code of honor in these gambling places? Not really. What's the issue? Though Jarvisulf had some knowledge of jade gambling, it was shallow and many rules from hundreds of years ago might not apply today. Zen explained with concern, the traditional code means they act as official witnesses. This place collaborates with law enforcement, and the big shots behind it are countless. Too many black market people use this place for money laundering. So what? Jarvisulf frowned. Thus, breaking the code has legal consequences. If you lose, he can not only claim the bet, but possibly sue you through certain channels. Zen's tone was heavy. Jarvisulf's lips curled. That's even better. Then he'll have to serve me wholeheartedly. Zen was speechless. For him, this bet carried significant risks, but for Jarvisulf, it was a sure win. Under the gaze of those dual-colored irises, Jarvisulf saw no possibility of losing. The cutting sound was sharp, causing murmurs in the crowd. Jarvis almost done, and nothing yet. Stop being stubborn and admit defeat. Jarvisulf remained calm. Alphensoster Raphael, please continue. Raphael followed instructions and sliced down until only a palm-sized piece remained. Suddenly, he noticed a different texture. Raphael tapped the inside with a geologist's hammer, hearing an empty echo, and exclaimed, there's something inside. Everyone's attention refocused, though most still doubted a small piece could rival Peach Blossom Spring unless it was Emperor's Green. Seeing Raphael hesitate, Jarvisulf leaned in, picked up a marker pen, and drew precise lines. Cut exactly along my lines. Raphael hesitated. Jarvis, are you sure? I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Jarvisulf stated coldly. Determined, Raphael took the grinder for the final cuts. Jarvis' crisp green flash appeared before everyone, sending hearts racing. It can't be. It's really. Raphael excitedly extracted the flawless jade piece inside, revealing a crystalline green without a trace of impurity, embodying centuries of rich history. It's Emperor's Green. Priceless. Raphael exclaimed in awe. Chapter 381. The stratagem of luring the tiger Jarvis away from the mountain. I can't believe it really turned out to be an imperial green jade, and not just any ordinary one but the pinnacle of perfection. It's flawless, perfect for crafting into bracelets or anklets. Jarvis and a few rings and bangles from the leftover pieces. The raw material alone could fetch at least 100 million yuan. One after another, voices of admiration echoed around. Will was stunned. This was the first time in his life he had ever cut such a supreme piece. Even imperial green jade was rare in his career, let alone this top-grade variety. The old Soraya quickly took out a beautifully crafted transparent bag and carefully sealed the jade inside. The outer layer of the bag was filled with air to protect the stone in vacuum packaging. Any damage to this exquisite jade would be something their stall couldn't afford in a lifetime. 100 million? I think that's an understatement. This grade of imperial green jade, in my opinion, should be worth at least 300 million. Will took a deep breath, wondering who this young man was. He not only accurately identified the location and cutting lines of the jade, but also revealed such a high-grade piece in succession. It was simply astonishing. Jarvisulf took the jade and handed it to Jarvis Licia, saying indifferently, I can't take this away. You keep it as a token of my gratitude to your father. Oh. Jarvis Licia was utterly dumbfounded. Initially, she admired Jarvisulf for his appearance and confident demeanor, never imagining his ability to generate wealth like this. Even the celebrities on the list wouldn't dare say they could casually produce a 300 million yuan imperial green jade. What the hell is going on? Jarvis, are you playing me? Royce growled angrily, while his lackeys snickered around him. Boss Wu, why don't we stop arguing? I think this kid has some real talent. The sly-faced henchmen also seemed to be turning against Royce. No matter how united or cunning they were, they couldn't match someone's true strength. But lit lost. Jarvis, all of you. Get lost. Who gave you permission to stay here? Go far away. Royce raged, his temper fluctuating wildly. He was nearly driven mad. Jarvis, this moment, Jarvisulf approached, his eyes half closed but smiling. You lost the bet. Now, I need you to do me a favor, and you don't have the right to refuse. Royce hadn't expected to lose, so he wasn't prepared for Jarvisulf's request. With a defeated expression, he said, You've already earned 300 million yuan at the gambling shop beside my mall. What more do you want? That's way more valuable than your 20 million. Jarvisulf chuckled. Money isn't the point. I need you because there's something important only you can do. What? Royce became serious. The bald guy earlier, do you know him? Jarvisulf clarified his intent. Virgil's, what about him? He works under me, though not directly. They hang around this antique market, usually avoiding me. What's the matter? Royce explained impatiently. Jarvisulf coldly replied, I want their lives. You. Royce swallowed hard, taken aback. Jarvis, where that Royce might misunderstand. Jarvisulf smiled faintly. No need to worry. I'll handle my personal grudge with them. You just need to help me find them. Fine, I accept my loss. Jarvisulf, though Royce didn't know Jarvisulf's true purpose, he was now convinced and complied. Soon, Jarvisulf and Royce entered an alley. Big brother Wu, what's up? The Brant asked with a laugh, offering Royce a cigarette. Royce waved it off. Jarvis, friend of mine, wants to talk to you guys. Sort out your differences yourselves. Jarvisulf, though Royce disliked Jarvisulf, he understood the hierarchy. Since they had their own issues, and Royce wasn't fully aware of their backgrounds, he no longer considered them allies. Hey, nice to meet you. Who sent you? Jarvisulf removed his sunglasses, his jade-green eyes staring intently at the three men. The Brant's eyes widened in recognition. His memories suddenly flooded back. So, you use needles, huh? Bastards. The Brant lunged at Jarvisulf, but Jarvisulf deftly pushed his hand away and kicked him. Ouch. The Brant flew several meters, landing on the ground, clutching his abdomen in pain. The other two drew knives, trying to stab Jarviself. He dodged their attacks, sending both of them to the ground with a punch each. What's happening? Stop fighting and talk. Royce panicked. He hadn't expected Jarviself to be not only skilled but also so combat capable. Stand back a few steps. I have some questions for them, Jarviself focused, choosing one of the men. Suddenly, the Brant stood up and ran in the opposite direction. Jarviself pursued him. The other two attacked recklessly. With sharp vision, Jarviself noticed their old injuries and struck them hard enough to make them cry out in pain. If you don't speak, you'll die. Jarviself spoke coldly, holding a thin silver needle. Retreat. They exchanged glances and tossed a smoke bomb. Bang! Purple smoke spread, laced with toxic fumes, a suicide tactic. Jarviself pulled Royce back hastily. Jarvister, the smoke cleared. The toxins proved minimal, only numbing the nerves. Were they tricked? They sure can run. Jarviself narrowed his eyes, sensing these people weren't easy targets. Whoever was behind them must be even more formidable. They escaped? Royce coughed, covering his mouth and nose. Jarviself frowned. Do you know who's behind them? Their boss isn't part of your group, probably an organization. Organization? Royce thought deeply. I recall an organization that frequently approaches me for investment, claiming to make money. But I didn't consider it due to lack of funds, Royce mused aloud. This information was useful. Jarviself patted Royce's shoulder. Jarvis, Licia isn't my girlfriend. You still have a chance. I told you this to make a deal. Jarvis, deal? You must help me catch the mastermind behind this. Jarviself stated coldly. Royce's gaze hardened. Just then, a Soraya screamed nearby. Jarvis. Jarviself's pupils contracted. Damn, they fell for their feint. Hashtag chapter 382. Tricks of the trade. Jordan is in trouble. Jarviself wasted no time, sprinting out of the alley without a second thought. Royce, however, remained rooted to the spot, stunned for several seconds before he reacted. Jordan is in trouble? What happened? He asked instinctively, but realized Jarviself had already run off and vanished from sight. Damn it, if anything happens to Miss Jordan, I won't forgive you. Royce's heart pounded with worry. His feelings for Jordan were genuine, not just a game. At least that's how he saw it. Jarvis, this moment outside. Several black-clad figures were engaged in combat with Barrett. Heh, inside move. Barrett chuckled, slapping one black-clad figure's shoulder, knocking him unconscious. Barrett glanced at his hand, feeling astonished. These were the skills Jarviself had taught him during his free time, and they proved incredibly useful in real combat. Just as he rejoiced, he heard a few henchmen shouting, Save Miss Jordan! Save the young lady! Oh, what's going on? Hold it! Barrett realized someone was taking Jordan away, her mouth covered, muffling her cries. You should hold still. Several black-clad figures blocked Barrett's path, striking simultaneously. Barrett could only dodge. Jarvister narrowly evading them. Barrett's vision was obstructed, preventing him from seeing what was happening on the other side. Just scram. You're obviously no match for me. Barrett's confidence soared. He finally understood the thrill Jarviself felt when overwhelming opponents. The black-clad figures hesitated, and Barrett sneered inwardly, thinking he must have put considerable pressure on them. He needed a plan to save Jordan. Their mission today was to make Miss Jordan happy. If she was kidnapped, they wouldn't achieve their goal and would fail miserably, even making enemies of xuanhuan. Hee. Suddenly, the black-clad figures grinned, raising their hands in a peculiar gesture. Barrett was puzzled, frowning and muttering. If you insist on courting death, don't blame me. Huh. He noticed the gestures appeared hypnotic, like a mesmerizing spell. Unbeknownst to him, he fell under its effect. Though conscious, his body became paralyzed, his senses gradually fading. Jarvis. When he regained consciousness, Barrett saw the black-clad figures flying away, lying motionless on the ground. Alphensoster. Seeing Jarviself's silhouette, Barrett found him incredibly dashing. Jarviself's face, however, was grim. He inserted a silver needle into Barrett's neck, then pulled it out. Barrett realized he could move freely again. Jarviself murmured. It's a trick from the world of martial arts, disrupting your nervous system points and using specific gestures to paralyze you temporarily. Where is Jordan? Miss Jordan was taken by that bald guy. Barrett replied hurriedly. Jarviself's eyes narrowed, wasting no more words. He approached another black-clad figure, inserting a silver needle into his forehead, then lifted him single-handedly, coldly demanding, Who's behind this? Speak. But the black-clad figure collapsed, unconscious. Jarviself tore off his veil, revealing a deathly pale face. He examined two more figures, finding them similarly pale and lifeless. What's going on? They were lively when fighting me. Barrett wondered aloud. Jarviself's jade-colored pupils flickered, noticing each of them harbored a green, writhing worm-like creature feeding on their vital essence. We've been played. Jarviself sighed. Clearly, these people were controlled by worms, mere cannon fodder. Even if awakened, they likely knew nothing. Moreover, the worms devoured their brain cells upon being knocked out, causing either amnesia or death. No matter who orchestrated this, their methods were diabolically sinister. Jarviself focused his gaze on a black car nearby where Jordan was being bound and loaded into by the Brant. Just as he was about to rush over, he noticed a detail. That car was a sports car, a limited edition. Recalling the sports car Barrett drove, Jarviself pondered something, hesitating momentarily. Meanwhile, Royce had arrived, asking about the situation and bursting into anger. What? Jordan was taken by the bald guy? That brute deserves to die. He swiftly grabbed his phone, searching through contacts. Jarviself glanced sideways, feigning calmness, and asked dryly, Isn't this your elaborate scheme? If you just like Jordan, you didn't need such theatrics. These men won't survive. Looking around at the fallen black-clad figures, he emphasized his point. Royce seethed. My elaborate scheme? I suspect you too. It's all because you wanted to talk to this bald guy that we fell for their trap. Faye. Seeing Royce ready to fight Jarviself, Barrett immediately chimed in, calm down. We don't know our enemy yet. Don't turn on each other. Royce was speechless, though angry. He agreed with Barrett. In critical moments, it's up to me. You two are useless. Royce cursed, then dialed a number. Barrett frowned. You think who's useless? Forget it, Jarviself interjected. Giving Barrett a look, Royce raged into the phone. Find that guy's address now. I'm coming to get him. Send a team to assist me. Who do they think they are, daring to snatch someone right in front of me? Don't they want to live? Finished calling. Royce slammed his phone onto the ground. Barrett squinted, silently deeming him incapable and hopeless. But Jarviself approached, slowly speaking, you know who's behind the bald guy, right? Lead the way, I'll go with you. Why should I let you? This is my operation. Royce, fearing Jarviself might take credit. Jarviself glanced back at the black-clad figures. They're infected with worms. Their organization's methods are beyond ordinary people's handling. Hearing this, Royce broke out in cold sweat. Chapter 383. Encountering an expert. Luo City, Fuyang Street. This was a place filled with vice and corruption. Even at dusk, it was already awash with neon lights and the sounds of revelry. The cacophony of music from various nightclubs and bars reverberated incessantly. Unlike the provincial capital of Yuzhou, Luo City had a strong sense of inclusiveness, allowing all sorts of people to thrive here regardless of their background. In other cities, such places were predominantly frequented by young people. Here, middle-aged and even elderly individuals roamed visibly, each with their own social circles. Naturally, this made the environment diverse and unpredictable. People might look suave and confident, but they had to tread carefully, for everyone feared accidentally offending someone powerful. If things went south, it could cost them their lives. Royce and his sharp-nosed, simian-featured lackey briefed Jarviself and Barrett on these unwritten rules. Upon entering, a group of armed men in disciplined black combat uniforms emerged, standing in orderly formation. It's actually them. Barrett felt speechless. He recognized this attire from the armed men under Mount Fujingshan. Royce explained, these are my trained enforcers. Don't worry. Although they look intimidating, they won't act rashly. I need to negotiate with their boss, so just follow behind me. He strode forward confidently, while Jarviself and Barrett obediently followed. From this, it became clear that Ruben's influence in Luo City was even greater than it appeared. This made Jarviself uneasy. If that were the case, why did Jarvis Licia constantly encounter danger? She certainly didn't receive treatment befitting a wealthy heiress. With the power of the Skyscraper Corporation, she should have been treated on par with Mika from the provincial capital. Would anyone dare harm Mika openly in the provincial capital? Jarviself suddenly arrived at a terrifying conclusion. Could it be that Ruben had ulterior motives? Before long, they arrived at a place resembling an underground casino. Inside, people were shouting, engaging in unsavory activities. Jarvis the entrance. Royce lifted his chin, and his lackey promptly ran over, shouting loudly, Alphensoster Wu is here. Why isn't anyone greeting him? Lamar. The lackey frowned, then widened his eyes in shock as a hatchet flew out from inside. The hatchet spun several times in midair before landing precisely where the lackey had been standing, embedding itself in the ground. The lackey gulped, his legs turning weak. Royce said coldly, fall back quickly. Who dares to come here and make a fuss? Even Mr. Wu needs to show me some respect. Who do you think you are? Jarvis plump man with squinted eyes walked out, looking particularly intimidating with his massive arm tattoo. Cold sweat trickled down Royce's forehead. Clenching his teeth, he said, Lamar, haven't I always treated you well? Today I have a favor to ask, and this is how you treat me? Jarvis king for a favor? Coming with so many people to crash my place, that's how you ask for a favor? Lamar sneered, brandishing an axe. More Xylers rushed out from around him, and Jarviself noticed more lurking behind them. I didn't mean it like that. They're just part of my entourage. One of my companions was taken away by your men, and they nearly hurt me too. How do we settle this? Royce wasn't seasoned enough to handle this confrontation effectively. He was now thoroughly intimidated by Lamar. Seeing Royce's attitude soften, Lamar smirked. Since there's been a misunderstanding, let's clear it up first before discussing anything else. Where are those two behind you? I've never seen them before. Lamar suddenly noticed Jarviself and Barrett, especially Jarviself's jade green eyes, which caught his attention. Those two. Step forward. I want to see them. Lamar furrowed his brow, focusing intently. Jarviself immediately stepped forward, wanting to resolve the matter swiftly. Why let Royce drag it out indefinitely? But Royce shouted angrily, both of you, get lost. I told you not to come. This is a personal matter between us. No outsiders needed. Barrett and Jarviself were stunned. It seemed Royce didn't want Jarviself to take center stage, or perhaps he had his own plan. Lamar looked bewildered. Royce turned back and said coolly, Lamar, we need to sort this out properly today. I'll go into the casino alone. The rest stay here. Those two have nothing to do with this. Tell them to leave. Let's go. Jarviself immediately turned, not hesitating. He frowned. The situation was indeed peculiar. Lamar's evasive attitude suggested he knew something but was hesitant. Could there be a mastermind behind this, whose intentions were far deeper? Jarvister leaving with Barrett. Jarviself explained the reasoning in an alleyway. Alphensoster, could it be Royce staged this, having them kidnap Miss Jarvis Licia to keep you from her? That's too juvenile. Barrett scoffed, harboring deep feelings for Jarvis Licia himself, and thus disliking Royce. Jarviself shook his head calmly. Royce was cunning, but relied on his family's power and sycophants. When faced with real trouble, he'd seek help from others. I suspect another person and plan to confront him. Who? Jarvis Barrett asked. He suddenly winced. Jarvis' flash of cold light preceded a piercing chill in his right arm. Jarvis. Jarvis' dagger had stabbed into Barrett's right arm, blood flying into the air. Jarvisel focused, immediately retaliating with a silver needle. Ugh. Several needles flew towards the shadow behind them, who moved with blinding speed, almost beyond human perception. One needle hit Barrett's arm, and the dagger was yanked out, causing Barrett to suffer 3 wounds within seconds. Jarviself approached, extracting the needle and channeling true chi into the wound. Looking up, he saw the assailant standing 5 meters away, his figure elusive and indistinct like mist. Jarviself's heart sank. He had encountered a true expert for the first time. Chapter 384, the product of Jarviselchemy. This time, Jarviself did not press further. He was too lazy to talk much. He knew only that these people did not take him seriously at all. Alphensoster. Barrett was in so much pain that it was difficult for him to speak, tears actually streaming down his eyes. That cut hurt too much, Jarviself said in a low voice. Use the acupuncture technique I taught you to soothe your meridians and apply pressure on the wound to stop the bleeding. Jarvister saying this, he immediately dashed forward. His speed caused even the air to ripple, and behind him came the sound of fighting. In extreme pain, Barrett could only begin to treat himself. On the other side, Jarviself charged ahead. His jade-like pupils gleamed, as he confirmed that the man's true chi was indeed spreading out from every part of his body. This person was an expert in martial arts, with superb footwork. Even Jarviself's ghostly movements couldn't escape the opponent's tracking. The two clashed in the alley, each movement perfectly executed, like scenes from a kung fu movie. Smack. Finally, Jarviself found an opportunity and slapped the man across the face. Oof. Just one slap sent the man flying. Jarviself also panted slightly. Most of the people he had dealt with previously were mere minions. There were very few who could force Jarviself to give it his all. It had been too long since he last engaged in serious combat. He was somewhat unaccustomed now. Oh, so that's why boss warned me you weren't easy to deal with? You seem to have some skills. Tell me, who is your master? The man's voice sounded ethereal, as if it had been given some special effect. Jarviself frowned, instantly sensing something. This man was releasing true chi even while speaking, which was actually not a sign of strength but rather a weakness. Jarvis' true master can condense true chi into their dantian during cultivation, allowing them to act like ordinary people in daily life. True chi is a double-edged sword. It enables the body to perform feats beyond normal capabilities, but also brings adverse effects to the internal organs. The Edric before him was physically strong, yet his true chi leaked outward, clearly unable to retain it. What medicine did you take? Jarviself frowned, not answering the man's question. Medicine? I'm far beyond that level, but it seems you know quite a bit. Let me be direct. I intend to take you away. Do you want to stop resisting? It will mean less pain for you. The man smiled confidently, swinging his hand and producing a chain. Not using a blade but a weapon suitable for capture, Jarviself felt a sense of unease. This man was clearly a blade expert. Both his movements and attack speed were extraordinary. Changing weapons mid-combat surely meant something was amiss. Jarviself's jade-like pupils shone brightly as he focused on the man's body. He saw the floating chi slowly swirling within him, gradually forming a circle. What are you daydreaming about? With a roar, the man's figure flashed like a whirlwind, suddenly appearing in front of Jarviself. Bang! The man punched Jarviself under the chin, but golden true chi protected Jarviself. Jarviself stepped back, reaching for a silver needle, but the man smirked and sneered. Ugh. This punch sent Jarviself flying several meters backward. It took Jarviself considerable effort to recover from the force, stabilizing his body. He felt a faint ache in his jaw. He had actually been injured despite being protected by true chi. Jarviself's eyes narrowed, replaying what just happened. It seemed that the man had released stimulative true chi in that instant, piercing through his defensive layer, equivalent to removing his armor on the spot. People like you who learn some skills on some mountain and then wreak havoc down here, I've seen many. I decided long ago that I would handle anyone like you I encounter. Jarvisin, you're blind. The man sneered, then suddenly furrowed his brows. He sensed those gray-green eyes of the blind man glowing softly, giving him an uneasy feeling. Jarviself used Heavenly Eye to observe every detail of the man's body, finally coming to a conclusion. I understand now, you're the product. Jarviself rubbed his nose, sighing in relief. Earlier, when Barrett was almost disarmed, he had indeed tensed up, momentarily forgetting this. This organization went to great lengths to use human bodies for alchemy. Jarvis, apart from using the resulting pills for illegal purposes, the human bodies used for alchemy were also their creations. The pills required intense true chi operation, leaving deep marks within the host body, forcibly merging it with true chi. You don't cultivate true chi naturally, so you rely solely on quantity, unable to control it finally, Jarviself said, flicking the silver needle deftly. Whoosh! The man couldn't dodge the needle in time, snarling, what sorcery? Don't get cocky. Ting! The silver needle was deflected by the man's true chi, but then his eyes widened in shock. Jarviself approached step by step, while the man remained frozen in place, unable to move. What's going on? The man stared wide-eyed, feeling helpless despite his abilities which usually overwhelmed Jarviself. Jarvis him for the acupoints. Even if you can deflect the needle, stimulating the points still affects you. That was the life gate point. You don't have much time left. Now, let's talk. Jarviself placed his hand on the man's shoulder. Jarviserg. The man gritted his teeth, feeling Jarviself's hand heavy as a mountain. Tell me, the organization behind you is Jordan, right? Jordan isn't your ultimate goal. What is your real aim? Jarviself leaned closer, speaking in a hushed tone. The man looked astonished, staring at Jarviself, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Jarvis, answer me. Jarviself's voice was calm, but his grip tightened. Jarvish. The man gritted his teeth, looking utterly exhausted. Jarviself's hand pressed down with immense force. Next, the man opened his mouth, seeming to speak, prompting Jarviself to listen intently. Then the man clenched his teeth, biting his lower lip, causing blood to splatter. Huh. Jarviself was startled. The droplet of blood turned into a dart shooting towards him. Swish. He had to dodge to the side, and the man seized the chance to break free, turning to flee. Himph. Jarviself concentrated, launching a silver needle that struck the man's arm, causing blood to spurt. Virgil, the man endured the pain, drawing a dagger and slicing off his entire right arm. This time, Jarvislf did not press for answers. He was too lazy to speak. He knew all too well that these people didn't take him seriously. Alfensoster. Barrett was in so much pain that even speaking was difficult, tears streaming from his eyes. That slash had been excruciating. Jarvislf spoke in a low voice. Use the point pressure technique I taught you to relax your meridians, and press your hand against the wound to stop the bleeding. With that, he immediately dashed forward. The speed caused a gust of wind behind him, and the sounds of combat echoed as Barrett, unable to bear the pain, began treating himself. On the other side, Jarvislf rushed up, his jade-green eyes narrowing sharply. Sure enough, the man's true chi was emanating from every part of his body. This martial artist had exceptional agility and superb skills. Even Jarvislf's ghostly movements could barely keep up with him. They exchanged blows in the alley, each move perfectly executed, like scenes from a kung fu movie. Slap. Finally, Jarvislf seized an opportunity and slapped the man across the face. Gah! Just one slap sent the man flying. Jarvislf panted a few times. Most of the opponents earlier were insignificant. There were very few who could force Jarvislf to exert himself fully. He hadn't moved his body properly in too long. It seemed he wasn't adapting well anymore. Jarvishaha. So, the boss was right about you being tough. You must have something special on you. Tell me, who is your master? The man's voice sounded ethereal, as if filtered through some effect. Jarvislf frowned, instantly sensing something. This man's true chi was fluctuating even as he spoke, which wasn't a sign of strength but a weakness. Jarvis' true master can condense true chi into the dantian, making them appear no different from ordinary people in daily life. True chi acts like a double-edged sword. It allows the body to perform extraordinary feats but also places immense strain on internal organs. The Edric before him, though physically strong, clearly couldn't contain his leaking true chi. What did you take? Jarvislf frowned, ignoring the man's question. Medication? I'm far beyond that level, but it seems you know quite a lot. Let's get straight to it. I plan to take you away. Jarvis, are you interested in giving up resistance? I'll ensure you suffer less. The man smiled confidently, then whipped out a chain instead of a blade. Without using a blade but choosing a weapon suitable for capture, Jarvislf's heart sank. This man, obviously skilled with knives, switched weapons suddenly. There must be a reason. Jarvislf's jade-green eyes glowed, focusing on the man's body. The swirling aura slowly formed a circle within him. What are you staring at? With a swift motion, the man appeared before Jarvislf like a gust of wind. Bang! The man punched Jarvislf under the chin, but golden true chi protected him. Jarvislf stepped back, reaching for a silver needle when the man smirked coldly. Ugh! The punch sent Jarvislf flying several meters backward. He struggled to recover from the force, steadying himself, feeling a dull ache in his jaw. How could he get injured despite the protection of true chi? Jarvislf's pupils shifted, replaying the events. It turned out the man released a burst of stimulating true chi at the moment of impact, piercing through Jarvislf's defensive layer like armor. People like you, who learn a bit of skill on some mountain and then wreak havoc, I've seen many. I've decided to deal with every one of you. Besides, you're just a blind dog. The man sneered, but his brows furrowed slightly. He felt this blind man's gray-green eyes gleaming ominously, giving him a bad premonition. Jarvislf used heavenly eye pupil technique to observe every detail of the man's body before concluding. I understand now. You're a finished product. Jarvislf touched his nose, breathing a sigh of relief. Note, I have removed the Chinese term chengpian and opted for the English phrase finished product to ensure the translation reads naturally in English while maintaining the meaning. Barrett nearly losing an arm had really alarmed him, momentarily distracting him. This organization used human bodies for alchemy, not just for illicit drugs, but also to create their masterpieces. Jarviskami required intense true chi circulation, leaving deep imprints within the person's body during the process, forcibly merging it with the true chi. You don't cultivate true chi naturally, so you rely solely on quantity rather than precise control, Jarvislf said, twirling a silver needle swiftly. Whoosh! The needle darted forward, catching the man off guard. He snarled. What is this? Don't get cocky. Ting! The silver needle was deflected by the man's surface true chi. But the next moment, the man's eyes widened. Jarvislf walked over calmly, while the man remained rooted to the spot, immobilized. What is happening? The man's eyes bulged. He possessed considerable skill yet was rendered helpless at this critical moment. I aimed for your acupoints. Even if you deflected the needle, the points were still stimulated. That was the Mingmin point. You won't live long. Jarvis, answer my questions. Jarvislf pressed his hand on the man's shoulder. Jarvis, ah. The man gritted his teeth, feeling an immense weight on Jarvislf's hand. You belong to the Jordan organization, right? Jordan isn't your ultimate goal. What is your real purpose? Jarvislf leaned in, his voice low. The man looked stunned, sweat beading on his forehead as he stared at Jarvislf. Jarvis, answer me. Jarvislf spoke calmly, increasing pressure. Jarvis, ah. The man grimaced, exhausted and drained. Jarvislf's grip felt like 1,000-pound pressure. The man opened his mouth to speak, and Jarvislf listened intently. Suddenly, the man bit his lower lip, causing a droplet of blood to fly. Huh. Jarvislf froze as the droplet, shaped like a needle, shot towards him. Whoosh! He dodged to the side, and the man seized the chance to break free, turning and running. Humph! Jarvislf's expression hardened, firing a silver needle that pierced the man's arm, splattering blood. Virgil, the man, endured the pain, pulling out a dagger and severing his own right arm. Chapter 385, Organization Leader. Jarvislf slightly furrowed his brows. Jarvister, the man, severed his arm. He broke free from the chain reaction of acupoints and resumed running as swiftly as before. In no time, he disappeared into the distance, leaving behind only a severed arm in the narrow alley. These people are indeed mad. So many years have passed, and they're still so insane. Jarvis sighed, holding his forehead. How could there always be such people in any era who would stop at nothing for a certain goal, even sacrificing their lives? The blood that splattered after the young man bit his lip was not ordinary. It was an ancient self-defense technique. If Jarvis had been hit by that drop of blood, he would instantly become paralyzed. Though the effect lasted only briefly, those mere 3 seconds would be enough for the young man to decapitate him. It was incredibly treacherous. Do you fear being caught by me because of the organization's orders? Jarvis muttered to himself. He knew well that core members of such organizations invariably possessed significant secrets. Therefore, when faced with emergencies, they would go to any lengths to avoid becoming prisoners. Just like those black-clad men who had kidnapped Jarvis, they triggered the parasitic worms within them immediately upon capture, rendering themselves incapacitated. But this man's method was clearly on a different level. This approach led Jarvis to suspect even more that the Jarvis organization and the masterminds behind the kidnapping were two separate forces. Jarvis, this moment, Zen, dragging his exhausted body over, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead, said weakly, Alphensoster, I feel like I can't hold on much longer. Jarvis turned around immediately, his jade-green pupils flickering. His gaze focused on Zen's joints. Fortunately, the bones were not significantly damaged, so there was still hope. However, his nerves had sustained severe damage. Stay still. No matter how much pain you feel, you must endure it. I need to treat you right now. If you move around, you may suffer long-term aftereffects. Jarvis spoke. He pulled out several silver needles and jabbed them into Zen's arm. Jarvis' piercing pain shot through Zen's bones, like a saw grinding against his flesh and bone. Zen felt as though Jarvis' saw was not just grinding his bones, but also severing them completely. Alphensoster, what if I can't help moving? Zen asked apprehensively. Jarvis said coldly, then your arm will be useless for the rest of your life. You'll never be able to lift it again. Gwa! Zen swallowed hard, trembling with fear. But to save his hand, he had no choice but to bear the pain. Few seconds later, Jarvis increased his movements, inserting a thick, long silver needle straight into Zen's wound. Jarvis! Zen let out a howl like a wolf or a tiger. For a few seconds, the pain was so intense that everything went black. When he regained consciousness, Jarvis had already bandaged his wound. This should prevent your hand from being crippled, but you'll still need 2 full days of rest and must avoid women for a month, Jarvis said casually. What? Why can't I touch women? What does that have to do with my hand? Zen stared wide-eyed. Jarvis glanced at him, then remarked indifferently, kidney water nourishes in energy, making your nerves more active. If you want to increase the risk of paralysis in your arm, feel free to ignore the medical advice. Wah! Zen couldn't help but weep silently. Ironically, staying away from women might actually make things worse. He had injured his right hand. I'm sending you to the hospital now. Jarvis pressed a point near Zen's waist. Suddenly, Zen felt strength coursing through his head, easing the pain considerably. To the hospital? Isn't that risky given the current situation? More people there means it's easier for our enemies to find us, right? Zen took a deep breath, realizing the severity of the situation. Jarvis' eyes grew distant. We have to go to the hospital. I need to lure out the person I want to see. Zen pondered over this. 2 hours later, a man pushed open the door to the hospital room. Inside, Zen lay flat on the bed, covered entirely by a sheet. Jarvis sighed deeply. Reuben entered. His plump body visibly moved as he looked at the scene before him. My God, poor kid. What happened to him? Without turning around, Jarvis said indifferently, they used brutal methods. My disciple tried his best to protect Miss Jarvis but was stabbed in the heart by the enemy. Upon hearing this, Reuben felt as though his own heart had been pierced. Well, he was speechless, choking back tears. The air grew silent as both men made their own judgments. After a long pause, Jarvis broke the silence. Since it ended up like this, we've probably disappointed you. We should send someone to find Miss Jarvis right away. Reuben wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, unsure of what to say. Jarvis sighed, feigning sadness. You don't need to pity me. Most of my disciples are dead. Zen is the last one. It seems I will continue wandering alone. No, stay with the Gong family. It's my fault. Reuben approached, gripping Jarvis' hand apologetically. Jarvis turned around, his jade-green eyes quietly studying Reuben. Reuben could no longer contain himself. He slapped himself, sighing, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have deceived you. Now, you don't need to blame yourself, Jarvis followed with a sigh. In fact, Reuben clenched his teeth, realizing these two were not the kind of people he had thought they were. The real villains were pressuring him relentlessly. Reuben hung his head, exhaling deeply. In fact, it's all my fault. I deceived you. I am the one who kidnapped Jarvis. It was all me. So, I knew it was you. Cut. The performance is over. Jarvis sneered, pulling off the facade. Suddenly, the sheet leaped up as Zen sat up, tearing the sheet off his face with a confident smile. With my Alphensoster's medical skills, even if someone had really stabbed me in the heart, I wouldn't die so easily. Hee. You tricked me? Reuben gasped, feeling as if his heart had skipped a beat. You played us? He blinked annoyed. Jarvis scoffed. Didn't you play us first? Chairman of Jarvis Group, Davon. Translation completed according to the instructions provided. Chapter 386, Full Cooperation. Reuben took a step back, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Jarvis's gaze was sharp as he coldly said, I've always had misjudgments about the Jordan organization. It turns out Jordan has 4 meanings. Barrett chuckled and immediately added, my master never told me our purpose, so I didn't know. But when I met Miss Jordan, the 2 characters, Jordan, sounded familiar. So I asked my brother to investigate. Our Zhao family had cooperated with your Jordan group years ago. Reuben swallowed hard. He was speechless, as all his secrets were laid bare at this moment. The so-called four meanings included an organization in Beijing named Jordan. This group was extremely mysterious and powerful, constantly plotting something in secret. The second meaning referred to a type of mineral called Jordan, which was the origin of the organization's name. It was rumored to have existed for 1,000 years. The third meaning was his adoptive Aliyah, Jordan, whose name came from those two characters inscribed on that Jordan mineral. I never expected that after many years, this matter would cause my Aliyah to be noticed by various industries. I thought if I made the company big enough, it could cover everything up, so I also named the group Jordan. Jarvisel's eyes narrowed as he coldly stated, no wonder when I sent people in Yuzhou to find information on the Jordan organization. All I heard was about some financial consortium in Luoqing uninvolved in both legitimate and illegitimate businesses. This Fuguishan was merely a smokescreen they used to avoid investigation. Reuben sighed, pulled over a chair, and slumped into it. It seems you've investigated everything thoroughly. Sigh, I truly failed, unable even to protect a Soraya. What protection are you talking about? This whole thing was staged by you. The ones who kidnapped Jordan were actually your men, right? Barrett retorted irritably. Indeed, he felt some affection for Jordan, but this slight favor nearly cost him his life today. Reuben glanced embarrassedly at Barrett, shook his head and sighed. I thought this method would isolate you from that organization. With your involvement, they might not act recklessly. But I didn't expect they weren't just targeting me. They actually had designs on you as well. Jarviself explained calmly, they didn't target us. We came here specifically for the Jordan organization. Haven't you forgotten our meeting under Fuguishan? Reuben slowly realized and asked incredulously, so you went to Fuguishan to find the Jordan Alfonso then? Could that manor really exist? Jarviself and Barrett exchanged glances, realizing their manor's secrecy was impressive. No wonder they could reach so far in long arms, all the way to Yuzhou province. So in the end, it's all to protect Jordan, right? You're Aliyah, Jarviself remarked blandly. Reuben nodded, his eyes downcast. But this is only a temporary measure. I'm not doubting your abilities, on the contrary, I know you can go head-to-head with that organization, but I cannot meet their conditions. It's too difficult for me. Reuben's expression turned melancholic. He was a heavy-set man weighing over 200 pounds, usually looking simple and honest, but now he appeared deep and gloomy. Jarviself's jade-like pupils kept observing Reuben, finally feeling reassured. That medicine formula I simply couldn't get. For the fragmented scroll and formula, I could only find the address. Jarvis for Driscoll's whereabouts, I only have a vague idea. Here it is, Reuben hesitated, pulling out a small bottle from his pocket. Jarviself's jade-colored pupils flickered. He immediately saw what was inside the small bottle. It was an exquisite version of the heart-devouring parasite. Jarvis divine insect refined over 49 days, definitely not something an ordinary person could obtain. Reuben wasn't lying. Hold on, keep this. I trust you completely, Jarviself smiled. Since you didn't choose us initially, it's not too late to change. Place your bet on me now. Give me the address, and I'll fetch the formula. Jarvis, additionally, I'll ensure they won't dare harm Miss Jordan again. What I want is this vial and your support in the future. Jarviself's eyes narrowed. This was the perfect moment for a turnaround. Better one more friend than one more enemy. Jarvis' gleam finally shone in Reuben's eyes. Jarviself didn't even glance at the vial, proving his trust. If he still played tricks now, he'd be worse than a beast. Moreover, this concerned his Aliyah's safety. My Aliyah indeed has better judgment than me. Reuben covered his face and sighed. Then he nodded resolutely, saying, you ask for anything. I will fully cooperate with you. We need to rescue Miss Jordan in front of Royce. That may require invoking your authority, Jarviself smirked, having already grasped the situation. All he needed to do was wrap things up. The next morning, as soon as the rolling shutters opened in the alleyway, the casino night guard saw two figures approaching. The leader had jade-like pupils, prompting the guard to exclaim, you're back again. It lit up. His neck was gripped by Jarviself, who coldly said, this is none of your concern. Just keep being a good watchdog. The thin, rat-faced man was Royce's lackey from yesterday. You, blind dog, do you think you're someone important? The lackey gritted his teeth, speaking hoarsely. Jarvis, that moment, Barrett fished out something, waving it in the air and smiling. Do you recognize this? What? Jarvis token? Where did you get it? Jarviself shoved him away. Jarvis stirred coughing a few times. He no longer dared to make a move against them. To see the token is like seeing President Gong. How could you forget your master whom he appointed you to spy on Royce? Jarviself said indifferently. I'm wrong. The lackey knelt down hurriedly, filled with shock and fear. How could these two suddenly possess President Gong's token, holding real power over Jordan Group, while he was tasked to spy on them? Jarviself led Barrett inside, and soon Jordan's voice rang out. Molestation. Molestation. Help. Hashtag chapter 387. Seeing the token is like seeing the person. Upon hearing this, Barrett became anxious and immediately asked, what happened? They actually dared to lay hands on Miss Jordan? Jarviself's expression tightened. Something felt off. His jade-colored pupils immediately shifted. Then his gaze penetrated walls and all obstacles, locating a specific area, and he calmly said, the room at the very back of the second floor. Barrett acted even faster than Jarviself, rushing in and kicking open the door of the room. Jarviself followed closely behind. Upon entering, they didn't see Jordan tied up with someone fondling her. Instead, Jordan was wearing a lacy camisole, standing with her hands on her hips like a pampered young lady, looking domineering. Morgan, brother Zhao, you two finally arrived. Look, these people are bullying me, especially Royce. He even tried to touch my humph. Jordan lowered her head, glancing at her chest that barely filled the fabric, clearly upset. Barrett and Jarviself were speechless. Royce sighed, feeling embarrassed. Miss Jordan, please stop making a scene. He turned back to look at the group of people and shouted angrily, today, I will take Jordan away no matter what. Even if you have taken on this task, I won't give up trying to take Miss Jordan away from you. Just tell me how much money you want. Those people laughed among themselves. One of the men, greasy-faced and with several gold teeth, smiled and said, "Oh, Chairman Wu, we know your family is wealthy, but this isn't about money. The person behind us can't be bribed with cash." They continued chatting as if Jarviself wasn't even there. Under Barrett's questioning, Jordan finally explained the actual situation. It turned out that after abducting Jordan, they hadn't done anything untoward to her. Instead, they treated her quite kindly. Their leader had a nickname, Orson, due to the gold teeth he wore, which he reportedly acquired when escaping from a certain Burmese organization, symbolizing his youthful adventures. How disgusting. Barrett showed a look of disgust. But since you weren't molested, don't cry wolf next time. You scared the living daylights out of me. Barrett breathed a sigh of relief. Jarvis after all, he knew the mastermind behind this was Reuben, Jordan's father. If any of his underlings really dared to touch Jordan, they would probably be dead by tomorrow. Oh, I wanted to go to the bathroom, but they wouldn't let me. They insisted on talking about rescuing me here. The clothes I bought yesterday were left on the road. This is such bad luck. Jordan put her hands on her hips and started complaining non-stop. Jarviself wasn't in the mood to listen to this. He walked straight over and saw Orson still arguing with Royce. One whole day, and you still can't take Jordan away? Jarviself asked coldly. Royce frowned slightly. Tisich, don't you see I'm trying my best? Do you know how much time it took me to find this place and how many bosses I had to deal with? Let me tell you, their organization is vast and one of the largest criminal forces in Luoqing. Don't think this guy is nice to me. He's a devil who doesn't blink an eye before killing. Royce scoffed, looking disdainful. Jarviself sighed, not expecting Royce to be so combative, but this suited his purposes well. He planned to use Royce's anger to get him to do some real work. Really? So it looks like you've got powerful backing? Jarviself's lips curled into a smile as he eyed Orson critically. We're not hard, don't joke around. We just take jobs for pay, and we don't accept ill-gotten gains. Whom we serve is our choice, but I think you should leave now. Miss Jordan must stay here for a few days. Orson folded his arms across his chest. Jarvis' fat man beside him cursed fiercely. Nobody's coming in or out. Then he pulled out a gun from his hand and cocked the bullet with a click. Talk things through nicely. Killing anyone would be catastrophic. Royce broke out in a cold sweat. Initially, he only wanted to argue with Jarviself, but he didn't expect the other side to resort to violence. Jarviself remained cold. I'm sorry, Miss Jordan must leave today. This line should be mine. No matter who comes, it's useless. Jarvis, are you tired of living? The fat man aimed the gun at Jarviself's forehead. Jarvis, this moment, Royce's heart leaped to his throat. Not far away, Jordan was frightened and called out loudly, "What are you guys doing? Stop it right now." Everyone was panicked except Orson, who remained calm and smiling. Hey, young man, my brother has a bad temper, so watch what you say, huh? He chuckled but then suddenly saw Jarviself pull out a token from his pocket. The token was beautifully carved with dragons and phoenixes, obviously belonging to Reuben, the head of Jordan Corporation. With this token, seeing the token is like seeing the person. Commander Orson of West Yin Suburb, obey. Jarviself said coldly. Orson froze, dumbfounded. The fat man also stood there unsure of what to do. You? Don't think you can trick me with a fake token. Where did you get this? Orson panicked. He had never heard of anyone else having this token besides Reuben, who kept its existence strictly confidential from even his family members. The fat man was good at reading the situation. Having heard rumors about the token, he decided to stand firm despite his fears. Listen up, punk. Don't think you can act wildly with a little smarts. Believe me, I can shoot you dead. His face twitched, looking extremely menacing. Royce was too scared to speak. He had spent at least 20-odd scenarios worth of effort to witness this, but he never imagined getting entangled in a murder case. Jordan was also too scared to speak, being shielded by Barrett. Jarvis, this moment, Orson's phone buzzed with a call. Hold on. I need to take this. Orson glanced at the caller ID. It was from Reuben. His tone suddenly became flustered. Jarvis threw the call. Orson relaxed, simply saying, Virgil's. Clearly, in front of Reuben, he couldn't even say no. He was merely an executioner following orders. Well, Jarvis about to be exposed? Humph. Just a blind dog. The fat man sneered. Beside him, Royce sighed helplessly. I told you not to meddle. He felt that if Jarviself died today, it would be his own fault. Suddenly, Orson's demeanor changed dramatically as he bowed deeply and addressed Jarviself respectfully, confirming the authenticity of the token and ordering the immediate release of Jordan. The chapter effectively portrays the tension and drama while maintaining a natural flow and adhering to the original style. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved. Chapter 388, Uncovering the Traitor. Fraser, if you're scared, just kneel down and beg for mercy, and I'll spare your life. Your physique isn't bad. Being a henchman wouldn't be so bad after all. Ha ha ha, but going to my place. You'd be lucky to get pig feed. The fat man continued to mock and jeer, while the few underlings beside him smirked awkwardly, only able to echo his taunts. Big brother, don't you think so? Why aren't you saying anything? The fat man turned towards Brody. Brody's face darkened suddenly, and he punched out fiercely. Jarviserg. The punch made the fat man's nose bleed profusely, and his glasses shattered. Big brother, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly attack me? The fat man was so scared that the gun in his hand slipped away, while Brody moved swiftly, seizing the handgun from him. With a click, a bullet was chambered, and Brody pointed the gun at the fat man's head. Jarvis, aren't you valuing your life anymore? To speak disrespectfully to my honored guest? Do you want to die, or what? Brody's tone was completely different from before. He seemed like a heartless villain who had just betrayed everyone. The fat man was sweating profusely. Brody's sudden change threw him off guard. He glanced at Jarviself, who remained calm, then looked intently at his boss Brody, who clearly wasn't joking. Boss, what is this? Kneel down and apologize to Mr. Chun. Brody said angrily. The fat man was confused but knew from years of working under Brody that he wouldn't give orders without reason. If even Brody was afraid of this blind man's background, it must mean that Jarvisulf was an outstanding authority figure, someone whom he had underestimated. I'm sorry, big brother. Please, treat me as nothing, let me go. The fat man quickly got on his knees next to Jarvisulf, begging for mercy. This scene left Jarvis Licia and Royce speechless. What's happening? Does Jarvisulf really have that much power? Jarvis Licia found it hard to understand. Had her father done this, she could have understood. She hadn't expected Jarvisulf to wield such power. Royce couldn't even speak now. No matter how strong he was, he relied solely on his family's wealth and influence, either throwing money around or relying on sheer numbers. Even when the fat man took out a gun, he was already terrified. Now, Jarvisulf hadn't even lifted a finger to reverse the situation. Jarvis, in seeing Brody's subservient attitude towards Jarvisulf, it didn't seem like an act at all. Mr. Chun, I truly didn't recognize you for who you are. What instructions do you have for us? Just tell me directly. Whatever you need, I will fully cooperate. This underling has been with me for several years. Please spare his life. I beg you. Brody's eyes reddened as he bowed deeply to Jarvisulf. Jarvisulf remained cold and indifferent. He didn't enjoy this pretense. The main purpose was to put on a show for Royce. This guy liked getting angry so much. He wanted to see what new tricks Royce would pull this time. Mr. Wu, do you still want to take Jarvis Licia away? Jarvisulf glanced at Royce, deliberately not voicing his demands. Ha. Royce froze, feeling like he no longer belonged here. His previous confidence was completely shattered. In just a few minutes, his self-perception was reshaped. Barrett sneered, taking the opportunity to drive home the point. My master asked you why you came here. Isn't this making things easier for you? Jarvis threw these words. Royce swallowed hard and immediately nodded. Virgils. Of course I want to take Miss Jarvis Licia away. That was the purpose of my visit. Take Jarvis Licia away first. As for this fat man's life, I will decide later. Jarvisulf's jade-green eyes swept over the fat man before he walked over and sat in a swivel chair. Ichun, aren't you coming? It's dangerous here. Jarvis Licia quickly showed concern. Her father was a business giant in Luo City, well known, so she naturally wasn't worried about her own safety. But after speaking, Jarvis Licia regretted her words. This situation suggested Jarvisulf's power rivaled her father's. My master has his own plans. Let's wait outside for him. Barrett gently told Jarvis Licia, then glared fiercely at Royce. But let out, Mr. Wu. Don't you want to stay here and make a fool of yourself? Jarvis all right. Royce swallowed again, not daring to argue, and they all walked out one by one. Jarvis threw the door closed. The air in the room became thick with tension. Everyone was uneasy, each lost in their own thoughts. Jarvisulf leaned back in his chair, a chill creeping into his eyes. Seeing Jarvisulf remain silent, Brody chuckled awkwardly, breaking the silence. Hee, Mr. Chin. We really didn't know you were sent by our boss as an honored guest. My brother may have spoken harshly, but he meant no harm. Brody glanced at the fat man, constantly giving him suggestive looks. The fat man froze, quickly nodding. Mr. Chun. I am Mr. Rubin's trusted assistant. He highly values me. I thought you were a fraud? Oh, Jarvis Trader calling himself a trusted assistant? Jarvisulf scoffed. Tell me, what's the listening device you're carrying? What? Brody gasped, turning back to stare incredulously at the fat man. They were running a casino and a secret organization where secrets were strictly guarded. Jarvis' leak of information could cost everyone their lives. Mr. Chun, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Me? Listening device? You're joking. Cold sweat dripped from the fat man's forehead like rain. Jarvisulf sighed, resting his hand on the armrest and raising an eyebrow. Then take off the button hidden under your tie. He had noticed something off about the fat man as soon as he entered, which led him to test him intentionally. This indeed confirmed his suspicions. Jarvisul's eyes were on the fat man now, who was at a loss. Brother, I don't have it. Really, I don't. The fat man stared anxiously at Brody. Search him. Brody raged, seeming like a different person entirely. Several henchmen quickly pounced, restraining the fat man and retrieving a small button from beneath his tie. Upon examination, it revealed a tiny electronic device inside. Boss, this is definitely a listening device, capable of real-time communication. This guy betrayed us. Hearing this, Brody swung his hand, slapping the fat man across the face. You ungrateful bastard. I treated you so well, and you betrayed me. Hashtag chapter 389, meeting a true Alphensoster. You little fool. I'm truly disappointed in you. Brody covered his face. Given his temperament, such intense anger would normally lead to bloodshed. Unfortunately, this time the betrayer was none other than his brother-in-arms who had gone through countless battles with him. Arlen was at his wit's end, kneeling down and weeping uncontrollably. Brother, I deserve death. It was just a moment of temporary madness. Brody took a deep breath and muttered, Today, it seems I must put family loyalty aside for justice. I should have known something was off lately when our intelligence was leaking like a sieve. It looks like you're determined to ruin me. Brother, no. I just fell into the trap of greed. I lost over 10 million gambling and I can't pay it back. Arlen prostrated himself, repeatedly knocking his head on the ground, too afraid to stand up. In this situation, his life hung by a thread. Gambling. You worthless piece of trash. Engaging in this line of work while gambling on the side. Brody's face darkened. Jarvis, through a moment's silence, he moved abruptly, the sound of click, as the bullet reloaded into the chamber. The gun in his hand was clearly outdated, requiring manual reloading each time, but it was still enough to kill a man. Arlen trembled in fear, but Jarvisulf spoke calmly. I'll give him a chance to live. Phew! Tears streamed down Arlen's face, and his trembling legs gradually calmed. Brody also sighed in relief. Honestly, he didn't want to eliminate his good brother, but in front of Davin's esteemed guest, Jarviself, he had to make a choice. Mr. Chun, how may I assist you? Brody hurriedly asked. Jarviself replied coolly, the organization that promised you money is called Jordan, right? They're based in Beijing. Arlen was surprised. He hadn't expected Jarviself to know so much about the people behind him. Under Jarviself's intimidating presence, Arlen spilled all he knew. Jarvisel the underlings were dismissed, and in Brody's presence, Jarviself slowly uncovered the secrets of the Jordan organization. This organization was gathering information on descendants of prestigious families and quietly planting some kind of poison or drug, or even creating special wounds on their bodies. This was apparently part of an experiment, aimed at obtaining the bloodlines of these prestigious families. It was said that with such bloodlines, they could harness immense power, though Arlen couldn't discover what specific effects this power entailed despite extensive efforts. I only cooperated for money. Every time I tried to investigate, they stopped me and threatened to kill me if I continued. They wouldn't even let me quit, Arlen panted. Jarvis this moment, Jarviself's jade-green eyes scrutinized Arlen's active brain neurons, confirming that the boy wasn't lying. Do you know where the owner of the partial scroll is and that the formula is in his possession? Jarviself confirmed the intelligence he had obtained. Virgil's, but all that information came from my contact. I've never met him myself, Arlen nodded. Jarviself nodded, meaning he would have to take the risk himself. There was no other way. After all, it was to save Mika. Ironically, Reuben turned out to be merely a source of investigation, leaving the final move up to himself and Barrett. This time I'll spare your life. In return, you must swear to protect Miss Jordan with your lives whenever she's in Luocheng, understood? Even her hidden secrets, Jarviself's tone became grave. Secrets? Brody was puzzled, and Arlen looked at each other in confusion. They only knew about the Jordan organization hunting for a special mineral. While they had wondered why Miss Jordan was named as such, they hadn't figured out the connection. Don't ask why, just do it. Otherwise, I can take your lives from afar. Jarviself finished speaking and shot 2 silver needles from his hand. Jarvish! The silver needles pierced both men's throats, causing them to cough uncontrollably as they stared in shock at Jarviself. Suddenly, they felt refreshed, almost euphoric. Jarvis stirred. Jarviself picked up the address Arlen had written on a slip of paper and left the room. Brother, the feeling in my throat is gone. Does this mean the parasites inside us are gone? Arlen gasped. From the start, Brody knew Arlen was a mole because they were both being threatened by the Jordan organization. He rubbed his neck, amazed. Arlen, we've met a true master. We need to work diligently for Lord Gong. Outside the casino, Jordan stood beside a luxury car, Royce anxiously urging her. Miss Jordan, please get in my car. We need to take you somewhere safe immediately. Royce was on edge, wanting desperately to escape this suffocating atmosphere. Big brother Ichun is here. Jordan saw Jarviself walking towards them, overjoyed. Royce felt like a fool beside her, sighing deeply and avoiding Jarviself's gaze out of unease. Jordan, go with Mr. Wu. I have some matters to attend to. Jarviself, avoid running around in the short term. It's dangerous, Jarviself said indifferently. He wasn't sure if Jordan would comply, but he doubted she'd be so lucky to encounter him again next time. Jordan was thrilled, asking excitedly, Big brother Ichun, are you worried about me? I'm honored. Sniff. She ran up and hugged him without regard for propriety, making Barrett and Royce nearby envious and jealous. Jarviself gently pushed her away, saying softly, stand back, I need to talk to Mr. Wu. To me? Royce was surprised that Jarviself acknowledged him. If you could reach out here, you should know there's another organization backing them, right? Jarviself asked coolly. Royce hesitated, then reluctantly nodded, Virgil's, but they are business partners of my father. Even if I intervene, I can't influence their decisions. To ensure Jordan's safety and settle this matter once and for all, we need your father's help. Can you arrange that? Jarviself asked impassively. This was a critical issue. The Jordan organization was now pressuring the entire commercial sector in Luocheng. If even one influential family publicly opposed them, it would greatly slow down their plans. 3 pairs of eyes focused on Royce. He took a deep breath, contemplating for a long time, then finally said dejectedly, I refuse. Chapter 390. You're the clown. In the largest suite of a hotel in Luo City. It had been 2 days since Jarviself parted ways with Jordan. He decided to take a couple of days off before heading to their destination, which was Fujing Mountain. The people from Jordan Alfonso had already been timed and controlled by Jarviself, but it was ultimately confirmed through that fat man. However, Jarviself still wanted to make some preparations. He knew that one day that organization would target him. If the people around him couldn't protect themselves or assist him in any way, future conflicts might become increasingly difficult. Jarvis this moment, Jarviself sat on the bed, while Barrett sat on the sofa. Both were holding their breath, eyes closed, meditating. Jarvister an unknown period of time. Alfonsoster. I can't hold on. Let's stop here. Jarviself opened his eyes, his expression indifferent. Barrett took a deep breath and then suddenly collapsed, panting heavily. I didn't expect practicing Qi cultivation to be so challenging. It's been 2 days, and my progress is minimal. Condensing true Qi required long-term precise control. In just 2 days, Barrett went from complete ignorance to being able to internally control his Qi for a minute. To Jarviself, this was almost genius level. But Barrett didn't realize that. Reuben's informant has provided information. If we don't act soon, they will relocate, making it much harder to find them again. So, there's no time for you to train in combat. Jarvister saying this, Jarviself stood up, put on his coat, and said indifferently, remember, I taught you these skills so you could save your own life. With that, Jarviself left the room, leaving Barrett lying on the sofa, utterly dejected. He understood now what it truly meant to be strong, the immense effort and dedication it required. Jarvis the foot of Fujing Mountain in the outskirts of Luo City. Jarviself and Barrett arrived at a point where, as expected, a group of armed men appeared. They looked stern, showing no intention of causing trouble. They immediately aimed their crossbows at Jarviself. Alfonsoster. Barrett felt a chill. but Jarviself blocked his view with his back. Stay behind me, Jarviself said coldly. Whoosh. Jarviself gathered true chi in his palm and with a snap, deflected the steel crossbow straight away. The armed men looked at each other, shocked. They hadn't anticipated that someone could deflect a steel crossbow shot with bare hands. Fire. The leader hardened his resolve. Today, the boss on top of Fujing Mountain gave a strict order. If anyone, even a mosquito, got past them, they'd lose their heads. Whoosh. 5 armed warriors fired their crossbows one after another at Jarviself, but he casually deflected all the bolts with a flick of his hand. Finally, gripping a bolt tightly, he thrust it forward. Jarvisa. The leader was pierced through the throat. Were you the one who leaked our visit to Fujing Mountain? Jarviself's gaze narrowed sharply under the sunlight, revealing his terrifying green eyes. With his throat impaled by the bolt, the man regretfully shed tears in his last moments of life. The remaining armed men looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Jarviself wasn't interested in their lives. He came only out of impulse to teach those who had once obstructed him a lesson. This information came indirectly from Reuben, as Jarviself encountered only this group besides Reuben during his previous visit to Fujing Mountain. Surprisingly, these neutral parties had secretly conspired with the Jordan organization. Since you provoked my Alphensoster, it's your fault you died. You guys should scram if you don't want the same fate. Barrett sneered. Hearing this, the armed men hesitated. Despite sensing Jarviself's formidable strength, they weren't ready to accept their leader's death easily. These groups generally lacked emotional bonds, and Jarviself squinted, asking, seems like the people on the mountain pressured you too, huh? If you let us through, you die, right? Jarvis' silence followed, then a smirk crept onto his face. He guessed right, but Jarviself came prepared to win regardless. Just then, a voice rang out, everyone, stand down. Jarvis' blue sports car roared up, and a butler in a suit got out, opening the rear door. Royce hurriedly stepped out. Boss Wu? The armed crossbowman recognized Royce, clearly surprised. Royce scolded, I vouch for these two. Today, I don't care about any of your reasons. You must not stop them. Got it? The crossbowman exchanged glances and explained. But Boss Wu, your father supports the organization. Isn't this inappropriate? Biffed. Royce threw down a newspaper indifferently, saying, if you have eyes, read this. My father publicly announced that he is now against the Jordan organization. The other wing of this organization is the Maiden Group. The so-called Maiden Group was actually the front name of the Jordan Corporation, with Reuben as the real power behind it. Butler, keep them back. I'm bringing my friends in, Royce ordered, then led the two up the mountain path. This time, consider it repaying the favor for helping me save Miss Jordan. Fair enough? We'll call it even from now on. Jarviselso, I've told my father, and he agrees with me, standing against the Jordan organization. Royce seemed to regain some confidence. Jarviself smiled faintly and said, really? Then your father made a wise choice, at least wiser than you. From here on, we can handle it ourselves. You'll only be a burden. With that, Jarviself walked up the path, his figure quickly vanishing from their sight. Royce was taken aback, fuming. What does this guy think he is? Jordan already confessed to me. He's her fake boyfriend. Why act like that in front of me? Barrett chuckled lightly and raised an eyebrow. Boss Wu, I think you're the clown here. Did you know? Jordan adores my Alphensoster, but unfortunately, my Alphensoster already has a girlfriend, so he rejected Jordan. What? Jarvis' girlfriend? I don't believe it. Who could possibly reject Miss Jordan? One of the 10 major families in Yuzhou province, Mika, the Aliyah of the Shun family. Barrett replied smugly. Chapter 391. The one who fell for the trap. Shin family? Jarviselbert? The financial genius in business, the legend on the battlefield. Royce was shocked. The name Jarviselbert was frequently mentioned by his grandfather. It was a legendary figure who had stunned the entire business world. So Jarviself is the son-in-law of that legendary tycoon? Royce was breaking out in cold sweat. He couldn't describe his feelings with just shock. It was disbelief and trepidation. If he inadvertently made an enemy of Jarviself, wouldn't his father and grandfather skin him alive? Seeing Royce's forehead drenched in cold sweat, Barrett became even more intrigued. Looks like you're quite familiar with the provincial capital of Yuzhou. Do you know Jarvis? He's brothers with my master. This remark further alarmed Royce. Jarvis? Is it the Jarvis who almost unified the city's criminal underworld? Not only that, have you heard of the renowned medical family, the Nadias? Barrett couldn't stop now, but Royce waved his hands repeatedly. Jarvis this moment. He realized that he was the one making a fool of himself all along. Enough, no need to say more. It seems Mr. Chun has always been giving me face. Royce sighed and explained, Jarvis-chually, I've already sensed that you two aren't ordinary people. My family does have some money, but compared to you, I'm not even worth mentioning. You know well enough. Barrett snorted coldly, unwilling to pay attention. Faced with Royce's confession, he felt nothing but anger. Barrett had never seen Jarviself endure such injustice for anyone before. Initially, he thought his master was crazy for tolerating this fool. But now he understood Jarviself's intentions and finally comprehended the meaning behind small-mindedness can ruin big plans. Jarvis-chually, through my connections, I found something for you. Royce hesitated for a moment, then took a small porcelain bottle from his pocket and handed it to Barrett. The porcelain bottle was intricately decorated with blue flowers, clearly a valuable antique. Such items were already expensive, and the medicine inside must be top-notch. What is this? Barrett accepted it, opened the lid, and a pungent smell immediately hit him. Whoa, Jarvis, are you trying to poison me? He quickly closed the lid, his face full of disdain. Royce hurriedly explained, this is called a pill. You may not know, but your master, Mr. Chen, surely understands. Once taken, an ordinary person can possess extremely strong combat abilities for a short time. I don't know the principle, but the person who gave this to me is a hermit sage. His expression turned uncomfortable. Which sage? You know sages? Jarvis' hint of suspicion appeared in Barrett's eyes. Jarvis, I promised not to reveal their name. Please don't ask anymore. But I swear on my life that I mean no harm. I feel too guilty towards Mr. Chun, so consider this as my token of gratitude. Jarvistor saying this, Royce turned around, breathed a long sigh, and slowly left. Pill? Barrett frowned slightly, holding the small porcelain bottle in his hand, lost in thought. Jarviswolf had indeed spoken about alchemy. This Royce seemed credible, yet Barrett smirked. Hey, would my master even need this useless thing? Why don't I try it myself? This time, I won't let others sway me. Climbing for what seemed like hours, Barrett finally reached the entrance of the courtyard. This was a grand mansion at the mountaintop, exquisitely landscaped but devoid of human presence. From various details, it was evident that few visited this place regularly. The door was already open, and Barrett muttered to himself, did Alfensoster already go in? Suddenly, he saw a pair of shoes outside. It was unmistakably Jarviswolf's cloth shoes. Alfensoster? Barrett ran over, picked up the shoes, and confirmed that they indeed had dirt from the mountain climb. What happened? Barrett looked around the courtyard, noticing only one entrance. He immediately sprinted inside, fearing that someone might have captured his master. This time, he would rescue his master personally. However, just as he stepped inside, a shadow dropped from the wall behind him. Barrett's brows furrowed, and he instantly turned around. Whoosh! The assailant swung a blade down, forcing Barrett to dodge, then punched hard at the attacker's chest. Virgil, the man didn't budge. Barrett jumped back, realizing it was the same assassin who had injured his right arm earlier. The assassin grinned. So you spotted my shadow? Pretty quick reaction. Better than last time? Where is my master? Barrett asked, swallowing the pill without hesitation. This time, he was determined to fight with his own strength. Deep within the courtyard, the autumn wind blew, causing leaves to fall gently. Jarviswolf sighed deeply, standing barefoot on the ground, taking several steps back. Behind him lay numerous corpses. To get here, he had exhausted nearly all his chi. Unexpectedly, his final opponent was an old man. Where is James? Jarvis, sir, if you want to live. Enoch leaned on a cane, chuckling darkly. I've heard of you. Jarviswolf, though they all look down on you as a young man. I admire your respect for your master. Seeing me as an old man, are you planning to show mercy? Jarviswolf's jade-like eyes spun, having already noticed the deep chi reserves in the old man's dantian. I have no intention of showing mercy. I just think you might be more useful alive. Jarviswolf's eyes reddened slightly, breathing heavily. Those enemies along the way all used chi, though not overwhelmingly powerful, they still forced Jarviswolf into tough battles. Pity, haven't you realized this was a trap? Enoch sighed, his eyes filled with sorrow. Oh, Jarvis trap? Jarviswolf raised an eyebrow. Enoch smirked. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a young man, naive to the wickedness of society. Gavrielia was my spy from the start. Reuben was manipulated. He deliberately led you here. With that, the old man suddenly swung his cane, lunging at Jarviswolf. Jarviswolf deflected the attack, catching the cane mid-air, which remained motionless. Huh? Can't break free. Enoch was confident in his strength, but found he couldn't overpower Jarviswolf. Jarviswolf yanked the cane forcefully, pulling the old man closer, grabbing him by the throat with a glint of murderous intent. The goo bug on him was removed long ago. The one who fell for the trap was you, old man. Chapter 392. Intense battle and deal. Whoa. Jarviswolf did not hesitate, striking the old man's chest with his palm. Enoch spewed a mouthful of blood, covering Jarviswolf's body and making him look quite disheveled. However, on his way here, Jarviswolf had encountered at least 100 people. Some of their sword and spear techniques were particularly troublesome. To save time, Jarviswolf had taken quite a few lives. His body was already covered in blood, and now it was thoroughly drenched. You're not going to die that easily, right? Old man, I know the person who injured Hope isn't you. Where is that blonde kid? There was anger in Jarviswolf's tone. Upon seeing Mika barely clinging to life, he had secretly decided to engage in a decisive battle with the blonde kid. However, despite harboring intense fury, he ended up finding only this scapegoat. The yellow-haired kid was as slippery as an eel. Cough, cough. Enoch sighed, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. You can even remove poisons? Not bad. But didn't I tell you that this was a trap? Enoch was weak, yet his tone remained firm. Jarviswolf's jade-colored pupils turned as he sensed something amiss, but realized the old man's breathing was indeed growing weaker. Suddenly, his skin began to burn. Ugh. Jarviswolf took a few steps back, the pain forcing him to drop the old man. Focusing on the blood covering his body, Jarviswolf couldn't help but feel shocked. It turned out that the blood contained volatile toxins. While they wouldn't take effect immediately, prolonged contact would result in a potent anesthetic effect. Gradually, Jarviswolf's body became numb, rendering him immobile. Enoch kicked Jarviswolf away, causing him to retreat several steps and collapse on the ground. What's the point? You're dying too, aren't you? Jarviswolf frowned. Through his heavenly eye, he saw that the old man's organs were rapidly failing. That last strike of yours was indeed impressive. It even sparked my interest, but you're still too young, boy. Enoch pulled out a silver needle from his pocket and inserted it into his forehead, followed by inserting needles into various joints all over his body. Traditional Chinese medicine? Jarviswolf raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect the old man to be a doctor skilled in acupuncture, but with such severe injuries, ordinary methods would hardly save him. What was he trying to do? 13 needles of the ghost gate. Jarviswolf exclaimed. Enoch chuckled, opening his eyes wide and grinning. I have a disciple surnamed Alfonso who works for the Li family in Yuzhou province. He died at your hands, didn't he? Jarviswolf was taken aback, speechless. He hadn't expected to be caught up in a feud. Enoch laughed, explaining himself. They call me Eric. I suppose you've heard of me? So, it's you. Jarviswolf exhaled. Indeed, Walter had mentioned a medical expert named Eric who was proficient in silver needle use. Virgil, Jarviswolf hadn't anticipated that he knew the long-lost 13 needles of the ghost gate. especially used on himself. The 13 needles of the Ghost Gate involved inserting 13 silver needles into the body's most vital points. If used properly and coupled with condensed true qi, it could revive someone on the brink of death. This technique was so extraordinary that even in ancient times, it was considered divine acupuncture, often referred to as a deity formation. Jarvis, the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate took effect, Eric's wounds stopped bleeding, and his internal organs began functioning again. Though still weak, he was no longer in mortal danger. Well, since you're about to die anyway, I'll tell you. What's the point of uncovering Gabrielle Ya and Ruben's collaboration? It was all to lure you here. I have no connection with the Jordan organization. The yellow-haired kid merely reached an agreement with me. He wanted you gone, and so did I. I wanted to avenge my disciple and see who could break the heart-devouring poison, Eric explained confidently. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold, scrutinizing Jarvis. I didn't expect a young man with naturally unique eyes like yours. Your eyes are far from ordinary, signifying great misfortune. Jarvis sneered, murmuring, someone threw lime powder in my eyes, blinding me. Who did it? Eric frowned. Connor sent someone. Jarvis was unhesitant. On Talon's behalf? No wonder you risked offending the Jordan organization to investigate the mine disaster. Eric suddenly understood. I didn't expect you to have such a tragic past. How about this? I let you live if you become my disciple. How does that sound? Eric surprisingly changed the subject. The fight had now turned into a negotiation, prompting Jarvis to laugh. Sorry, you don't have the qualifications to bargain with me. He slowly stood up. What? Eric stepped back, alarmed. Seeing Jarvis moving freely, he realized the boy possessed true qi and had practiced some extraordinary technique. You adapted to my poison so quickly? I derived that method from the Huangdi Su Nv Gavriel's fragments. You? Jarvis smiled faintly. In his previous life, he had studied and completed the entire Huangdi Su Nv Gavriel. Jarvis' bit of poison from a fragment wasn't going to stop him. Since you seem to know something about Talon, why don't you tell me about the yellow-haired kid and Talon? Jarvis said, pulling out a silver needle and pointing it at Eric. Cold sweat broke out on Eric's forehead as the situation reversed. I might tell you, but out of curiosity, how did you neutralize my poisonous blood? If you tell me, I promise to help you against the Jordan organization. Jarvis, that moment, a chilling voice echoed. Eric, I didn't expect you to turn traitor at the last minute. Both of you will die today. Turning around, Jarvis saw the killer from the alley, holding Barrett effortlessly like a chick. Barrett was battered, thrown to the ground by the killer, unable to stand. So, you're the informant for the Jordan organization, Jarvis frowned. The killer sneered, you're wrong about more than just that. I'm also the one who attacked Mika. Upon hearing this, Jarvis' gaze darkened. Chapter 393, The 13 Needles of Ghost Gate. Is that so? It's you then. Jarvis let out a long breath. Jarvis, this moment, his eyes seemed to envision countless ways the man could die. However, the assassin did not sense the danger closing in, or perhaps he didn't believe he had any chance of losing. Why are you targeting me? Jarvis asked indifferently. Of course, he had no intention of giving the man any chance to live. He merely wanted to investigate more about the organization. To be honest, the organization didn't even pay attention to you, trash. Investigating Talon only harmed the interests of a few officials. Jarvis, for the Shin family, they've always been our target from start to finish. From start to finish? The assassin's words confirmed Jarvis' suspicion that the organization had an obsessive fixation on bloodlines. The assassin suddenly sneered, his eyes filled with arrogance. What, just a blind man, and you think you can control everything? Don't get too cocky. I was simply careless last time. He rolled up his sleeves, clearly dissatisfied with having lost to Jarvis before. But Jarvis barely paid attention to the insults anymore. He turned back and glanced at Eric, asking, what about you? Eric's eyes were now filled with shock. He clenched his teeth and said, Dane, you shouldn't handle this matter any longer. Since the organization's target is the major families, there's no need to involve so many lives. Lives? What do you think of the organization? For our goal, how many lives does it matter? Besides, they're all just ants. Faced with this outcome, Eric looked astounded. He sighed heavily and hesitantly said, I won't help you. This boy is truly talented. It's indeed a pity for him to die. The arrogant dialogue between the two infuriated Aaron. He jumped up in agitation, shouting, Alphensoster, ignore me. Even if I die, I won't let him live. He pulled out a dagger from somewhere and lunged at the assassin named Dane. Wah! Dane's counterattack almost shattered Aaron's internal organs. Ho, you still have some fight left in you, huh? Not dead yet. Dane sneered, kicking Aaron away again. Aaron was now covered in blood. Jarvis's jade-green pupils focused on Aaron's body, noticing something blocking his lungs and the dispersion of qi in his bloodstream. Fortunately, the true qi Jarvis had injected earlier kept Aaron from dying immediately. Strangely enough, the true qi started slowly regathering inside Aaron's body. Did he take drugs? Jarvis wondered. If you don't want your disciple to die, kneel before me obediently. You're already poisoned by Eric. If you insist on fighting me, you won't stand a chance. How foolish. Dane twisted his wrist, mocking. Jarvis's expression darkened. It seemed Aaron had a backup plan after all. The boy actually turned out to be useful in a critical moment. Don't kill my disciple. I will submit to whatever you wish. But I want to know one thing. Who is the current leader of the Jordan organization? Jarvis raised his eyebrow and asked. Jarvis, what a nuisance. You blind dog. Dane looked extremely uncomfortable. Jarvis, after a brief hesitation, he impatiently replied. Our leader shares your surname, Qian. It's a shame we're family, yet you'll die by my hand. Seeing Jarvis remain motionless, Dane approached him, grabbing his collar. He noticed Jarvis had lost all fighting spirit, his body as soft as jelly. Eric's bad blood poison can make bodies go limp. So you call yourself a divine doctor? Overestimating yourself, aren't you? Dane sneered, punching Jarvis in the face. Jarviself gritted his teeth. Jarviself, though he had already neutralized the poison earlier, the blood began seeping through his skin again. The intense pain was unbearable, but the determination in his eyes remained unchanged. Is it Erwin? Upon hearing this name, Dane was taken aback. He clutched Jarviself's throat and frowned. Where did you hear that name? Jarviself exhaled deeply, confirming his suspicions. Before his previous life ended, he knew the head of the Jordan organization, a longtime rival. The orphan left behind by that man was named Erwin. Who would have thought, after a century, the Jordan organization was still creating trouble behind the scenes? Speak. Dane grew agitated. He initially thought this was just a small pawn soon to be tortured and killed. Virgil, he managed to investigate the identity of their leader? Leaking this name meant certain decapitation. Eric sighed nearby, taunting, boy, give up struggling. Poisoned by my bad blood and facing Dane. You have no hope of survival. Suddenly, Jarviself laughed coldly and regained his strength, grabbing Dane's wrist. Jarvish. Dane's eyes widened. Jarviself's grip felt as heavy as a mountain. What? How can you still move? Eric was astonished. The boy had countered his poison twice in such a short span. Dane recoiled in excruciating pain. Seizing the moment, Jarviself pulled out a silver needle and targeted acupoints in his thighs. Eric was utterly shocked. This young man used silver needles to detoxify himself. This acupoint was the 13 needles of Ghost Gate. You stole my 13 needles of Ghost Gate? Eric asked anxiously. On the contrary, Jarviself sneered and calmly replied, such a simple technique needs no learning. He inserted another thick silver needle into his forehead, focusing all his true chi there. Seeing this, Eric smirked mockingly. Indeed a half-baked one. Your 13 needles of Ghost Gate fall far short of mine. Seems like whoever taught you wasn't much either. Oh? The 13 needles of Ghost Gate you use are modified by my master. The real version has 14 needles. The one in the forehead is called Ghost Gate. With Ghost Gate open, true chi gathers, healing wounds and activating human limits in a short time. In fact, the 13 needles of Ghost Gate were originally not for curing but for battle techniques in martial arts. Jarviself finished with a cold sneer, delivering a powerful punch. Still recovering from the pain, Dane instinctively blocked the punch. Their fists met, and the air seemed to vibrate. Dane staggered several steps backward. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking resonated. Dane almost shattered his back molars, unable to endure the excruciating pain. To win in a fistfight against Dane, who specializes in boxing, Eric felt the power of the 13 needles of Ghost Gate for the first time. Could it be that this boy's master was truly the founder of the 13 needles of Ghost Gate? Hashtag chapter 394. Enemy turns benefactor. Wait a moment. Gabrielle only meant to ask you to stop investigating the mining disaster. The organization doesn't want to harm you. Jarvis Rigo couldn't help but speak up. He felt that if things continued this way, Dane would die right in front of him. But Jarviself sneered. Why should I listen to you? From the start, you never had the right to negotiate with me. He was just enraged today, so he didn't pay attention to Dane's initial advantage. If he wanted, he could have crushed the other from the very beginning. Thanks to the effects of the Ghost Gate 13 needles, Jarviself had now completely overcome the effects of the bad blood poison and even reached a new peak in physical strength. Do you seem to be good at boxing? Jarviself raised an eyebrow, his hand forming a fist, which seemed to be gathering a glaring golden light. In a daze, Dane thought he saw golden energy burst from the blind man's fist. He hurriedly pleaded, No, don't kill me, Jarvish. Without hesitation, Jarviself punched forward, his patience long gone. Ugh. The punch landed on Dane's head, and blood splattered instantly. Jarvis' mangled hole appeared in Dane's skull. Seeing this scene, Jarvis Rigo was so frightened that he couldn't speak. For a long time, there was only endless blood splatters and silence in the air. Barrett slowly stood up beside them. Watching how Dane died, he felt a bit eerie and asked tentatively while breathing heavily, Alfensoster, are you alright? Take care of yourself first. His punch ruptured your lungs' blood vessels, Jarviself said coldly, his brows furrowed. If not for the mysterious medicinal power in his body, Barrett would have died here. Jarviself asked, Where did you get that medicine? Hee, Royce gave it to me. Who would have thought his medicine saved my life? Suddenly, I don't hate that brat as much anymore. Barrett laughed. Royce? He can provide such medicine? Jarviself had long detected that the medicinal power in Barrett's body came from the Jordan organization's pills. That means it's a pill made from human cultivation. Who would have thought Royce had such connections? It seems he still has some hidden cards. But now, Jarviself had no time to care. He pulled out a silver needle and jabbed it into his own chest, then took another thin silver needle and pierced Barrett's neck. Soon after, Barrett's red neck dispersed much of its bloodiness, and his complexion gradually improved until it was calm. Seeing all this, Jarvis Rigo could no longer contain his shock. He muttered to himself, just 2 casual needles without any millimeter deviation. Even a 50-year veteran doctor can't guarantee 100% success, and you're blind. What kind of person is your master? Who created the Ghost Gate 13 needles? Jarviself smiled faintly, glanced at Jarvis Rigo, and remained silent. Because he had no master, the Ghost Gate 13 needles were created by himself many years ago. Jarvis 1,000 years ago, the Ghost Gate 13 needles were merely a method to drive away coldness. Though beneficial to health, they weren't as exaggerated as the legend said. It was Jarviself who improved and perfected them, allowing this method to spread across various sections. Over the years, however, it gradually became lost again. You've already grasped it well enough. With your skill level, you'd be sufficient as Alfensoster Alfonso's teacher. Jarviself, though I don't care. I should tell you that Alfensoster Alfonso committed suicide for the Lee family. I have no grievances with him, no reason to kill him. Jarvis this point, Jarviself saw no need to lie. Jarvis Rigo understood this clearly. Is that so? That boy ultimately decided to die for that beast, Isaac. Jarvister handling both himself and Barrett's bodies, Jarvis Ulf locked his gaze on Jarvis Rigo. This moment, Jarvis Rigo's entire body chi was scattered, showing that he had long lost the will to fight. This was better. It saved Jarvis Ulf the trouble. Even if Jarvis Rigo wasn't part of the Jordan organization, given their level of cooperation, he should be able to provide a lot of critical information. The choice isn't mine now. It's yours, Jarvis Rigo. Continue helping the Jordan organization, or assist me. Jarvis Ulf walked over arrogantly, his eyes leaving no room for argument. Jarvis Rigo pondered for a long time before sighing deeply. The young are to be feared indeed. I have one last question before I die. I infected over 100 guards protecting this house with the bad blood poison from the start. Your body is covered in blood. Why are you unaffected? Jarvis Rigo thought for a long time and still couldn't find the reason. Jarvis Ulf chuckled coldly, lifting his shirt. In the middle of his sturdy chest, a thick, short golden needle was embedded. This is sealing acupoints. Temporarily sealing the xuanhuan acupoint slows down actions, but also makes one invulnerable to poisons when combined with true qi, Jarvis Ulf explained. Only then did Jarvis Rigo fully surrender. This young man was absolutely extraordinary. They were not on the same level as silver needle users. Kill me. I have no regrets. It's the old man's incompetence. Before I die, I can face death with dignity. Unlike Dane, I won't remain stubborn. Jarvis Ulf walked over, pinched a silver needle, and said lightly, "When did I say I was going to kill you? I'll spare your miserable life to atone for your sins." Finishing his words, he flicked his finger, sending the silver needle like an arrow straight into Jarvis Rigo's forehead. Jarvis Rigo's eyes widened, his pupils constricted. Not killing me means you all will die. They've controlled me for long, Jarvis Rigo sighed heavily. Just worms. Jarvis Ulf smirked, walking over and slapping Jarvis Rigo's chest. Then, he delicately manipulated the silver needle, pushing it into Jarvis Rigo's brain with chi. Ugh, Alphensoster. You say you don't want to kill anyone, yet the needle is nearly in the brain. Barrett exclaimed in alarm. Jarvis Rigo broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Jarvis Ulf's expression turned serious as he murmured, "Go play somewhere else, just watch Alphensoster perform." Jarvis Rigo felt an itch in his head followed by piercing pain spreading outward from his brain. Until he saw Jarvis Ulf pull out the silver needle, with a 3-centimeter long white worm on the tip. This tiny worm struggled vigorously, trying to escape, but Jarvis Ulf released his chi from the silver needle. The golden light swallowed the worm the moment it touched it, turning it into smoke and dissipating gradually. This curse is just an ordinary control mechanism enhanced by external force. Jarvis, long as it's not killed inside the body, it's merely a toy once removed. Compared to it, your apprentice's heart-devouring curse is more challenging, Jarvis Ulf smirked. Jarvis Rigo stepped back 2 paces. Touching his head, he found the floating pain had vanished. He never imagined that the Jordan organization's controlling worms could be removed by the young man before his eyes. Jarvis, this moment, enemy became benefactor. Hashtag chapter 395. Won't live much longer. Jarvis Rigo had already fully submitted to Jarvis Ulf. This young man not only demonstrated superb skill in the use of silver needles, but also surpassed him in the study of worms. If he were not chosen by heaven, how could he have achieved this level at such a young age? People who practiced witchcraft placed great importance on natural talent, because it was something that couldn't be compensated for with effort later on. Clearly, Jarvis Ulf possessed extraordinary comprehension skills. In the industry, comprehension and insight were even more important than seniority and reputation. You are Jarvis Ulf, right? But Linnaeus, truly a genius. I am far inferior. Jarvis Rigo sighed deeply. His life was already like an autumn tree, about to shed its leaves, but Jarvis Ulf's appearance brought him new life. One could say Jarvis Ulf had given him this second chance at life. Please accept my respects. Jarvis Rigo directly knelt down and kowtowed to Jarvis Ulf. This scene left Zen stunned. He sensed that Jarvis Ulf had saved Jarvis Rigo's life, and Jarvis Rigo was indeed grateful. But did this matter really warrant such a reaction? Do you think it's necessary? Alphensoster, be careful. This old man seems strange, it might be a trap? Zen remained skeptical. Don't doubt me. It is indeed necessary, Jarvis Rigo said as he raised his head but stayed on his knees. In our line of work, there is a rule that we cannot casually harm ordinary people's lives with worms. So, I ensure the lives of those I have cursed. But a worm master's life depends on it. There's one additional rule for worm masters. Jarvis Rigo's eyes held the weight of many stories and years of experience. Zen scratched his chin, puzzled. What is this extra rule? Jarvis Rigo took a deep breath and slowly explained. That is the criterion based solely on the understanding of worm magic. Jarvis Neon, more proficient in worm magic, can control another's fate when they meet. He looked at Jarvis Ulf reverently and continued, Jarvis, and it is indeed so. Your teacher, Jarvis Ulf, controls worm magic far better than I do. Therefore, all the poison worms in my body are a threat to myself. He could kill me at any moment if he wanted. Jarvis, after listening, Zen fell silent. He never imagined that worm poison techniques could be so powerful. Upon reflection, it made sense. Worm poisons killed unseen and could manipulate the mind to perform unspeakable acts. For worm masters, the difference lay only in the proficiency of technique. Since Jarvis Ulf clearly outstripped Jarvis Rigo, there was no hope for Jarvis Rigo to win. If so, then answer my master's questions properly. We didn't come here to fight. We came to save people. Zen spoke succinctly. Save people? Jarvis Rigo was surprised. Jarvis Ulf spoke indifferently. There is a secret scroll room within Jordan Alfonso where scrolls were torn up overnight. That must be their method for cultivating human bodies as alchemy test subjects, correct? You're right. It seems someone close to you has been afflicted. Unfortunately, I don't have a definitive cure either. However, I do have medicine that can temporarily suppress wound expansion. Jarvis Rigo stood up slowly, rummaging through his pockets, and finally found a packet of herbs wrapped in yellow paper. This medicine, when prepared, can significantly relieve pain and inhibit wound expansion, Jarvis Rigo said without his previous cunning. Jarviself's jade-like pupils flickered slightly as he confirmed its contents and put the medicine away. Where did your prescription come from? Jarviself pressed further after taking the medicine. Jarvis Rigo was first startled, surprised by Jarviself's swift reaction, followed by admiration. Indeed a promising youth, to consider this point. Jarvis Rigo remarked with admiration. Jarviself merely sneered, offering no explanation. Was he still just a young man? For a millennium-old fox or a 10,000-year-old demon, playing games of deceit against him would make even Jarvis Rigo seem like a child. If Jarvis Rigo didn't know someone formidable, he wouldn't have easily conceded. Jarvis, and if he lacked knowledge of the ultimate cure, how could he concoct this medicine? I do indeed know a very skilled worm master who is adept at both alchemy and medicine. His name is Virgil Hermesiu. Virgil Hermesiu? Jarviself immediately questioned, surprised. Could this high-ranking expert surnamed Virgil be the very Virgil Alphensoster he sought? Alfonso, I ask where Virgil Hermesiu resides? Jarviself asked urgently. Jarvis Rigo smiled faintly, explaining calmly, by coincidence, Brother Virgil is in Yuzhou City. Currently, he is collaborating with the Jordan organization, but I trust Brother Virgil's character. He is not someone who would resort to any means for fame. In Yuzhou City? Unbelievable. It could indeed be the Virgil Alphensoster he had tirelessly searched for. Jarvis Rigo's words didn't sound like lies or jests, leading Jarviself to speculate. Could Virgil Hermesiu be coerced into working for the Jordan organization? It was a plausible theory. Previously, Virgil Alphensoster's actions towards Jarvis Lyra supported this idea. Despite having the ability to completely cripple her, he chose to protect her after using her. Tell me where Virgil Hermesiu is. I need to speak with him. Jarviself's gaze was resolute. The truth seemed imminent. Jarvis glint appeared in Jarvis Rigo's eyes. No problem, but I have a condition. Condition? You're joking. My master saved your life, and you admit his power over you, yet you dare to set conditions? Truly ungrateful. Zen exclaimed angrily. Calm down, young man. Impulsiveness causes trouble. I simply wish to see you again. How does that sound, Brother Jarviself? Jarvis Rigo smiled warmly and sincerely. Jarviself nodded. Of course, but you must promise me one thing. Never associate with the Jordan organization again, and never touch the Aliyah of Matyan group. The poison worms on Ruben's adoptive Aliyah were likely Jarvis Rigo's doing. It's a deal. Jarvis Rigo agreed without hesitation. Before leaving, Jarvis Rigo handed Jarviself a letter, advising, Jarvis, his old friend, my recommendation holds some weight. On the way down the mountain, Zen remained moody until he finally voiced his confusion. Alphensoster, since you aren't killing him, why not recruit him? He's already decided to serve under you. Zen's logic was straightforward. Either use the talented or eliminate them. But Jarviself revealed a ruthless expression and coldly replied, he won't live much longer. Chapter 396. This requires Jarvis-additional payment. What? What do you mean by not living much longer? Zen swallowed, his eyes wide with surprise. Norman sighed deeply and began to explain. The cursed poison in his body has driven him to the brink of death. His final wish to see me was just to meet me before he passed away. The Jordan organization operates on the principle of stopping at nothing to achieve their goals. Choosing to help us before his death was his last redemption. Inviting him into our group? That's like dancing on a knife's edge. Norman patted Zen on the shoulder and raised an eyebrow. You don't seem to realize what it means to be up against the Jordan organization. Let me tell you this. Even Tinshin families can't compete with them. Cold sweat trickled down Zen's forehead. He never imagined that the Jordan organization was so formidable. No wonder Ruben renamed the Jordan group to Mountain Tower. Jarvis, the saying goes, two tigers cannot share one mountain. Ruben knew when to back off, which is why Miss Jordan survived until today. Men on their deathbed often speak the truth. Heed his warning. Jarvis, although the medication in your body has spared you from death, how can you be sure Royce isn't deceiving you? Norman frowned, questioning. You're right. Zen realized belatedly. Everything seemed to have passed in a dangerous yet miraculous way. The unspeakable name, mentioned by Royce, might be a master like Alphensoster whose hidden struggles could easily drag anyone into a vortex of despair. One wrong move could cost lives. Even if Royce genuinely wanted to help, he might fall victim to those who manipulate from behind. Jarvis's issue would turn Zen into a hostage and put Norman in an even more perilous situation. Alphensoster, I understand. This time, I acted rashly. Zen lowered his head, beads of cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Don't worry. You're my closest confidant now. I can help you revive the Zhao family, but remember, don't treat my words lightly. Jarvister delivering his cautionary words, Norman continued walking downhill. Watching his young, sturdy figure, Zen momentarily saw a shadow of his grandfather Roberto, feeling a sense of aging and loneliness from someone his age. Before long, night fell quietly, and at the entrance hall of the Mountain Tower, a Soraya stood with a red backpack, facing the reception desk. How can such an unworthy person enter the Mountain Group's building so casually? It lit her out immediately. She brings bad luck. Sandra appeared around 30 but looked like a top-notch younger sister with her youthful attire. Her fair skin peeking through black fishnet stockings almost made Zen drool. Cough, ma'am, please don't exaggerate. My master only has eye problems. What do you mean by unworthy? Do you know how to respect people? Zen stepped forward to argue but was pulled away by several security guards. Calling me ma'am? Your whole family are old maids. I'm still young. 18 years old, blooming like a flower. Sandra said arrogantly. Norman waved for Zen to stay calm, merely giving her a faint smile and a glance. His piercing gaze quickly scanned her entire body, prompting him to say, Ernest, no need to be too strict. This young lady is probably quite irritable lately. Give her some leeway. We'll wait downstairs. Tisich, waiting downstairs. Who will you wait for? Jarvis, and calling me irritable. You look like a little coward. Sandra spat. Norman raised an eyebrow. Is he really a coward? Won't you know unless you try? You rogue. How dare you speak so crudely? It angers me. Sandra pointed at Norman angrily, wanting to call the guards, but her heart pounded suddenly. "Aye," she clutched her chest, struggling to breathe. Jarvis this moment, a suit-clad bodyguard approached, observing her condition and exclaimed, "Oh no, Alfonso Dam is having a heart attack. Quickly, get a doctor. Hurry." He scolded the nearby security guards, who immediately called an ambulance while the bodyguard watched anxiously as Serena struggled to breathe. Jarvis this point, Norman walked over, smiling. "Didn't I say not to get too agitated because of liver heat? Now you've got a problem. Your lungs and heart are out of sync. Jarvis, acupuncture therapy seems necessary. This guy is definitely not a coward, and you might regret it later." Norman then took out a silver needle to treat her, but the bodyguard angrily rebuked. "Dare you lay a hand on her? Would you dare not let me? I guarantee within 2 minutes, she'll fall into a pre-death coma without immediate treatment." The pre-death buffer period refers to the countdown stage before death. In this state, the brain remains active temporarily but will inevitably shut down within 3 hours. The bodyguard was speechless, watching the suffocating Soraya, quickly stepping back. Norman acted, inserting a needle into Serena's forehead, causing her eyes to widen instantly. Her resisting hand softened, enveloped by a warm sensation, as if gently cradled by an invisible hand. "This blind man is actually a doctor?" Zen explained. "Humph, thank him. My master is a blind doctor renowned for miles in our area." "Miles? Don't boast. I can say I'm a 1,000-mile miracle doctor." Jarvis guard scoffed, but the anxious bodyguard snapped, "I warn you, if anything happens to my madam, you and your master will be held responsible. With her background, we can make you disappear without a trace." Jarvisio scary, but in the end, you won't have that chance since my master will save her. Zen smiled confidently, filled with pride after the Fudging Mountain incident. Norman inserted several needles into her forehead and asked, "Feeling better?" Unable to speak, Serena nodded vigorously, relieving the bodyguard immensely. She then urgently pointed to her throat, indicating intense pain. Norman focused on her neck and raised an eyebrow. "Too bad. Although I've eased the pain, chronic lung congestion requires a more extensive procedure." The bodyguard immediately responded, "Save my madam quickly." Norman hesitated and said mildly, "This special service comes at an additional cost." Translation notes. Alfonso maintained paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text. Chapter 396, Jarvis additional payment required. What do you mean by not living much longer?" Zen swallowed, his eyes filled with surprise. Jarvis took a deep breath and began to explain. "The poison inside him has already made him terminally ill. His request to see me one last time was just his wish to meet me before he passes. The Jordan organization operates under the principle of doing anything to achieve their goals. Choosing to help us in his final moments was his way of seeking redemption. Recruiting him? That's like dancing on the edge of a knife." Jarvis patted Zen's shoulder and raised an eyebrow, saying, "You don't seem to realize what it means to oppose the Jordan organization. Let me tell you this, even 10 Shin families couldn't stand against them." Cold sweat broke out on Zen's forehead. He hadn't expected the Jordan organization to be so formidable. No wonder Reuben changed the name of the Jordan group to Mutai. One mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. Reuben knew when to retreat, which is why little Miss Jordan is still alive today. "Jarvis, they say, Jarvis man about to die speaks true words. You should listen to what he warned you about. Jarvis, although the medicine in your body has saved you from death, could Royce have lied to you?" Jarvis frowned, starting to question. "You're right." Zen realized belatedly. Everything seemed to have passed through peril. The name that cannot be said, mentioned by Royce, might be another master like Jarvis Rigo. Their hidden struggles had long become a whirlpool that devoured lives. One misstep could cost lives. Even if Royce sincerely wanted to help them, he could be targeted by those behind the scenes. If any problems arose, Zen would become a hostage, possibly endangering Jarvis. "Alfonsoster, I understand now. I was indeed rash." Zen lowered his head, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Don't worry. You are the closest to me now, and I can help you revive the Zhao family. But remember, don't take my words lightly." Jarvister giving this warning, Jarvis slowly continued walking down the mountain. Looking at the strong back of this young man, Zen felt as if he saw the shadow of his grandfather searching for gold. How could someone his age give him a sense of 100 years of tongsong, senility and solitude? Night soon arrived quietly. Jarvis the bottom of the Mutai building's lobby. A Soraya stood in front of the reception desk with a red backpack slung over her shoulder. Why can such an inferior person casually enter Mutai's building? But get rid of her quickly. She's bad luck. Sandra looked about 30 but dressed like a fashionable young lady. Her black fishnet stockings revealed glimpses of white skin, making Zen almost drool. Cough, Alfonso damn, please don't be too harsh. My master just suffers from my problems. Why do you call him inferior? Don't you know how to respect others? Zen interjected but was pulled away by several security guards. Who's the old lady here? Your whole family is. I'm still young. 18, a blooming flower, Serena retorted arrogantly. Jarvis waved to stop Zen and simply smiled, glancing at Serena. His piercing gaze scanned her graceful figure. Ernest, no need to be strict. This lady seems to be very irritable lately. Let her off the hook this time. We'll wait downstairs. Pfft, wait downstairs? Who are you waiting for? Jarvis, and you think I'm irritable? I bet you're just a lowlife. Serena sniped. Jarvis raised an eyebrow. To know if someone's a lowlife, you have to try them yourself. You pervert. How can you say such vulgar things? It's infuriating. Sandra pointed at Jarvis, seemingly wanting to call the guards, but suddenly her heart pounded. Aye. She clutched her chest, feeling short of breath. Jarvis this moment, a bodyguard in a suit approached, examined her briefly, and exclaimed, "Oh no! Alfonso Dam has a heart attack. Call the doctor. Hurry up." He scolded the nearby guard, who immediately called for an ambulance. The bodyguard could only watch anxiously as Serena struggled to breathe. Then Jarvis walked over, smiling. "Didn't I say you were too irritable? See the problem now? Your lungs and heart are out of sync. It looks like acupuncture is needed. Jarvis, and this guy isn't a pushover. You may not be able to stop when you start. With that, Jarvis pulled out a silver needle, intending to administer treatment. The bodyguard rebuked. Dare you touch her? Do you dare stop me? I guarantee she'll go into shock and enter a critical period without immediate help. Critical period refers to the countdown when a human faces imminent death. Once in that state, the body merely maintains brain activity for about 3 hours before inevitable brain death. The bodyguard was speechless, staring at Serena struggling to breathe, then stepped back. Jarvis stabbed a silver needle into Serena's forehead, and she immediately widened her eyes. Her hands, initially pushing back, went limp. Jarvis' warm sensation enveloped her body as if gently cradled. So this blind man is actually a doctor? Zen explained. Thank him. My master is a blind doctor renowned for miles around. Miles around? Spare us. I could claim to be a god healer for thousands of miles, a guard scoffed. The bodyguard, growing anxious, threatened. I warn you, if anything happens to my madam, both you and your master will be held responsible. With her background, you'll disappear without a trace. Oh, so scary. But you won't have the chance, because my master will ensure she lives. Jarvis, experiencing the Fu Gavriel Shan incident, his pride and confidence in his master sword. Jarvis inserted several needles into Serena's forehead, then asked, feeling better? Unable to speak, she nodded. The bodyguard finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sandra then urgently pointed to her throat, appearing extremely uncomfortable. Jarvis focused on her neck and remarked, unfortunately, although I've eased the pain, long-term lung congestion blocks your lungs. To fully resolve it, more drastic measures are needed. The bodyguard urged, just save my madam quickly. Jarvis hesitated, saying, this is a special service, so it requires additional payment. Translation completed. The text has been edited for natural flow, accuracy, and consistency in terminology and style. Ensured fluency and coherence while maintaining the original tone and style. Jarvis stressed any potential grammatical issues to ensure natural English. Chapter 397. Special Services. What? Special services? Do you think our madam is some random person? You blind idiot. The bodyguard burst into a rage. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to strike, but Serena suddenly pushed him away and clung to Jarvis's arms, nodding fervently. Sandra could feel that she had felt much better the moment the silver needles pierced her forehead. Naturally, she acknowledged Jarvis's identity as a doctor, especially since he had explained her condition so clearly. At this point, Jarvis was her only hope. Cough, I want this amount. Jarvis held up 5 fingers, his eyes clear, not looking like he was joking. 5,000? Jarvis, are you worth that much? That's highway robbery. Jarvis, though the bodyguard couldn't stop the treatment, he was still seething. Jarvis raised an eyebrow and sneered. Of course it's 50,000, and this is just the initial fee. If anything unexpected happens in the middle, I'll have to charge extra. Jarvis, are you treating us like fools? This time, the bodyguard couldn't hold back any longer. He swung his fist at Jarvis, but Jarvis caught the punch, gripping it tightly. Ow! The bodyguard howled. His fist was enveloped by Jarvis's powerful grip, causing him immense pain. With a slap, Serena slapped the bodyguard's face. Jarvis released the bodyguard's hand and sneered, see that? Even your madam thinks you're being troublesome. Go stand aside and watch. Despite his reluctance, the bodyguard could only comply with the command, holding his painful hand as he backed away. Jarvis leaned over, feeling Serena's pulse, sensing it gently. The jade-like pain turned golden, making her internal condition more visible. Her internal bruising had spread throughout her arteries, forming clots that posed immediate fatal risks. This process also caused excruciating pain, which is why Serena desperately hoped Jarvis would save her. It looks like acupuncture isn't enough. For your condition, massage therapy is necessary. Otherwise, it could be life-threatening. Hearing this, the bodyguard was overwhelmed with regret. How bad could things get worse than seeing their madam die right before him? The master at home would likely turn him into minced meat for the dogs. Doctor, please forgive me. Please do your utmost to save our mistress, no matter what method you use. Seeing Serena faint, the bodyguard hastily spoke sincerely. Jarvis nonchalantly nodded, flipping her into his embrace, the height difference making them fit perfectly. So comfortable. Sandra cooed, causing the hesitant bodyguard to blush. Really? Am I watching something for free? Barrett finally noticed the unusual treatment her master used, filled with suspicion but dared not say more out of respect. Jarvis's gaze scanned Serena's body closely, noticing every detail. Soon he murmured, your blood clots didn't form overnight. They've been there for years. I'll need to start special treatment soon. More charges will apply. Both Serena and the bodyguard remained silent after witnessing Jarvis's medical skills. Jarvis then positioned his body against Serena's waist, grasped her slender waist with both hands, and then squeezed abruptly. Jarvis! Sandra winced, showing a mixture of pain and pleasure. She slowly entered her body, smoothing her blood flow, area by area recovering. Jarvis, she gradually recovered. Her sensitivity increased, making her instinctively resist. Virgil, she couldn't escape Jarvis's control, leading to an intense, thrilling friction through their clothes. Now, you should feel better. Jarvis quickly ended the session, concerned about losing self-control due to her beautiful figure. Jarvis' flush appeared on Serena's face, and she shyly stepped forward, too embarrassed to reply. Jarvis, that moment. Reuben emerged from the elevator and called out, Fanny, what are you doing here? Fanny was indeed this Soraya, Reuben's new young and beautiful girlfriend. Just because I missed you. Fanny pouted, perhaps feeling grateful and guilty towards Jarvis. She tried to make amends. Dear, this doctor is truly amazing. He saved me when I had a heart attack earlier. He looks pretty pitiful. Maybe you can give him a good job so he won't wander aimlessly. Barrett was sweating profusely, thinking they did look like homeless people. Reuben snorted coldly, you're talking nonsense. Mr. Chen is my distinguished guest, renowned for his medical skills in Yuzhou City. Why would I need to find him a job? What? He's the guest you told me you were meeting tonight? Fanny was astonished, realizing she'd underestimated him. The bodyguard standing beside her was almost petrified, realizing Jarvisel's understated appearance had nearly made them criminals. If there's nothing else, leave immediately. My company isn't for you to visit anytime. Remember, if I find out you've offended Mr. Chun, I'll skin you alive. Reuben barked furiously. I dare not. Fanny lowered her head, her eyes wide with fright, realizing Jarvisel's formidable background. Before leaving with Reuben, Jarvisel smiled faintly at Serena. Let Reuben cover your expenses. Oh, and I'll charge him more for the special services. Jarvisel's ambiguous expression made Fanny both angry and amused. Her face blushed red, and she felt a strange surge of regret. Could it be that she was already falling for this man within moments? Fanny was genuinely conflicted. Hashtag chapter 398. Unwelcome guests. Jarvis the Motian Corporation, in the shareholders' office. Jarvis through the meeting. All the shareholders left one by one. Jarviself remained seated at the back, listening along with Barrett. Just now was our highest level shareholder meeting. You should have heard that I proposed to reject any indirect cooperation with Jordan Organization, and no one in the upper management objected. Jarvis, additionally, we will deliberately avoid mentioning either Jordan Corporation or Mylia Jordan in the future. Jarvis Dural, Mr. Chun, I respect you greatly and wish to collaborate with you. Reuben stood up, his pregnant belly visible as he tidied up the documents on the table, occasionally glancing at Jarviself. Thank you for your effort, Davon. But what about Virgil Changshio's item? Jarviself's lips curved into a faint smile. Virgil Changshio? So you've already found his real name? Driscoll is quite mysterious. Even just finding his name shows that you put in considerable effort. Reuben explained, then pulled out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket. Jarviself didn't respond but took the bottle without a second glance. Give me Virgil Changshio's address. Jarvis for the Gu Alphansosters behind Luoqing. I have made it clear that they must not target you or anyone close to you from now on. Hearing this, Reuben breathed a sigh of relief. Jarvis an adult man, yet his eyes welled with tears at that moment. This day has finally come. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this? He set down the documents, turned his head away, and wiped his eyes subtly to hide the tears. Reuben was a thorough businessman, evident from his actions. He desperately wanted to avoid any ties with those underworld figures. But once a person's power surpasses a certain threshold, everything around them becomes peculiar. In the complex arena of fame and wealth, even if you don't seek out these spirits, they will find you on their own. Mr. Chun, can I trust you? Jarvister regaining his composure, Reuben asked again. Barrett scoffed, stop being suspicious. My master is different from those people. He keeps his word. Besides, do you think the reputations of the Zhao family of Xuanhuan County and the Xin family of Yuzhou Province aren't enough to assure you? You're right, then I'm reassured. Reuben sighed in relief, handing over the address confidently. Jarviself examined it and nodded internally. It led to a bustling street in the city of Yuzhou Province. Truly, the master who hides in plain sight has good judgment. Everything matched what Jarvis Rigo had said. It seemed Joe could bet on this. Transaction complete. Let's part ways for now. We may meet again in the future. Jarviself said, standing up to leave. Reuben hesitated and called him back. Wait, there's actually something else. The Jade Project in Beijing. Isn't the executor from the Xin family? Reuben asked. Jarviself frowned slightly, exchanging a sharp glance with Barrett before coldly replying, I advise you not to dig too deep. It won't benefit you. Reuben laughed bitterly, explaining, given my position, I have few choices. To be honest, I already know the vast power of the Jordan organization and the complicated connection between the mine disaster and the Jade named Jordan. Jarviself sighed inwardly. He didn't want to make things too difficult for someone like Reuben who kept to himself. However, since Reuben was aware, he couldn't remain indifferent. To his surprise, Reuben said, I know you suspect me, but to prove my loyalty, I am willing to ensure the safe transportation of your cargo in Beijing. Jarvis apparently, 3 batches of goods have been intercepted there, and I happen to have some business connections in Beijing. Seeing Reuben's calm smile, Jarviself understood. Alphonsin proposes, God disposes. Jarviself gave Barrett a look, and they left together. Barrett wasn't sure what he saw in Jarviself's jade-colored eyes, but they had developed some unspoken understanding. This trip had not only solidified an agreement with Jarvis Rigo, but also roped Reuben into the plan. A significant victory. No matter what, they had given the Jordan organization a warning. Jarvis fudging Alfonso nor, Jarvis Rigo was packing up to leave the mountain. Just as he went down, a fully armed man appeared, his eyes piercing. Is it the boss who has returned? Jarvis Rigo asked. The next moment, the armed man aimed his crossbow. Jarvis Rigo dodged quickly, pulling out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket. Whoosh! The crossbow arrow flew faster, shattering the bottle in Jarvis Rigo's hand. PFFF! The black poison inside dissipated into nothingness. Jarvis Rigo's eyes widened in shock, cold sweat pouring down as he dared not move. That arrow had been pre-coated with soul-dispersing powder to neutralize the poison specifically targeting him. Jarvis, young man with yellow hair, strolled forward, hands in his pockets, patting the armed man's shoulder approvingly. Seeing this, Jarvis Rigo frowned and snorted. What more do you want from me now? Dane's death has nothing to do with me. Virgilo Alfonsoxer sneered. Dane, the brainless fool. Dying doesn't matter much. But why you, of all people, betrayed me? I held you in high regard. Betray you? I never admitted to being part of the Jordan organization. How far are you willing to go for your grand goals? Jarvis rent you killing indiscriminately? Jarvis Rigo countered fiercely. Jarvis, people often speak the truth when faced with death. Did you gain some profound wisdom about life before you die? This mocking comment irked Jarvis Rigo deeply. Regardless, he still wanted to live. He had a purpose and needed to see Jarviself one last time. Judging by the soul-dispersing powder on the crossbow, the opponent was well prepared, and Virgilio Alfonsoxer was a top expert within the Jordan organization. Jarvis' conflict here meant certain death for Jarvis Rigo, so he sighed. Tell me, what do you need from me to let me live? Jarvis Rigo conceded helplessly. Hee, that's the smart choice. Virgilio Alfonsoxer smirked, a sharp glint in his eyes. Meanwhile, Jarvisulf and Barrett spent 3 days traveling back to Yuzhou province. Along the way, Jarvisulf's health improved significantly, and Barrett seized the opportunity to learn, enhancing his skills in using true Qi for combat. However, during the final night in the hotel, someone burst into Jarvisulf's room. Crash! Jarvis midst shattered glass. Jarvisulf's eyes flashed with unusual brilliance, while the intruder's gaze was sharp and unwavering. How do you pests keep coming back? Which blind group is it this time? The intruder wore a small hat, his lips curling into a graceful arc. Isaac, Lee family of the provincial capital. Translation provided as requested, maintaining the original structure and style. Chapter 399, Pupil Technique Upgrade. Isaac? That's a name I haven't heard in a long time, Jarvisulf said with interest as he walked forward. Jarvis, this moment, Barrett suddenly lunged out, delivering a swift kick. Die for me. Bang! The black-clad man punched out, sending Barrett flying into the wall. Blood seeped from Barrett's body. This enemy was unlike any ordinary one. His moves carried true Qi. Jarvisulf remained calm, coldly asking, Isaac, a mere defeated foe. What could he possibly need you for now? To continue humiliating you? Is he addicted to it? My apologies, young Alfonsosterly intends for me to finish you off here, so there's no need to waste words with you. The black-clad man clasped his hands together and clenched his fists, his gaze sharp. He charged at Jarvisulf, but Jarvisulf raised a single hand, gathering golden Qi in his palm. What is this? The man sensed an unusual wave of heat-like energy rushing towards him. Jarvisulf struck faster, releasing the true Qi from his palm straight into the man's elbow, causing the man to grunt in pain. Not bad. The man winced, gritted his teeth, and pulled out a silver dagger from his pocket. Jarvis, that moment, Barrett delivered another flying kick, hitting the man's elbow. Jarvis! The man screamed in agony as Barrett tackled him to the ground, pounding a heavy punch into his face. With a dull bang, the man's cheek caved inward. The floor tiles cracked under the impact of his head. Barrett, with blood on his lips, angrily pounded his fists down again. Gore! The man's eyes grew unfocused, leaving only enough strength to speak. Why can you move? Barrett snorted, enraged. You bastard, don't think you're the only one with skills. I've trained with my master for years, not just standing around. Suddenly, the black-clad man realized that the overwhelming heat wasn't coming from Jarvisulf, but from the Zhao family's young master before him. Leaning over, Barrett grabbed the black-clad man by the throat, his gaze sharp. Speak quickly, why did you try to assassinate my master? If you don't, I'll kill you. But the black-clad man sneered coldly. Kill me? Go ahead. If I die, young Alfonsosterly will surely destroy your entire Zhao family without hesitation. Is that so? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Before the man could finish, a metallic sound pierced through as Jarvisulf had taken the dagger from the man's hand and stabbed it into his kidney. The man's eyes rolled back in pain, and after 2 sharp breaths, he fell silent. With his kidneys ruptured, he died instantly. It seems this fellow was pumped full of adrenaline, an experiment to forcibly inject true Qi into an ordinary person, claiming to be from the Li family, but clearly affected by Jordan Organization's human alchemy. Jarvisulf couldn't help but suspect that the Li family had many dealings with the Jordan Organization behind the scenes. Meanwhile, Barrett released the lifeless black-clad man and asked, surprised and anxious, Alfonsoster, why did you kill him directly? Won't this lead to revenge? He said if he dies, the Li family would retaliate against us. The Li family is one of the top 10 clans in the provincial capital. Clearly, Barrett was panicking, but Jarvisulf chuckled lightly. Just a top 10 clan. Half of these clans owe me favors. If they really come after you, it'll give us more information. Information? What information does he have? Barrett questioned, backing away from the corpse, finding it ominous. Jarvisulf's jade-green pupils focused on the man's kidneys. Jarvis' adrenaline flowed from the ruptured kidneys, rapidly healing his internal organs, a sign of regenerative abilities. Unfortunately, this ability was far from mature, and Jarvisulf's interruption prevented it from working. This discovery stunned Jarvisulf. Unlike centuries ago, today's society, though nearing the end of its spiritual essence, still possesses advanced technology. Could it be that Erwin truly achieved immortality through the power of Jordan Jade? By Erwin's age calculations, he should be over 100 by now, yet remains the leader of the Jordan Organization. Jarvisulf had some guesses. Buzz. The black-clad man's phone rang. Jarvisulf immediately picked it up. The screen displayed a message. SMS from young Alfonsosterly. It was from Isaac. If he was involved with the Jordan Organization, investigating from Isaac might provide valuable clues. Virgil, as a top clan, the Lees might not take kindly to direct confrontation. The phone was locked, but Jarvisulf was determined to read Isaac's message. Focusing on the screen, Jarvisulf noticed fingerprints. Upon comparison, they matched the black-clad man's. Closing his eyes, he tried recalling his previous life's memories. In his final moments of the previous life, Jarvisulf had perfected his heavenly eye technique to its highest level, returning to simplicity. However, after rebirth, the power of his heavenly eye technique was only at 1/10 of its original strength. Through extensive combat and training, it had improved to about 30%. Now, with intense concentration, Jarvisulf's eyes gleamed with golden light. His heavenly eye technique upgraded to 40%. Each level represented different abilities. Level 1 granted X-ray vision. Level 2 added long distance and night vision. Level 3 allowed for a comprehensive analysis of anything seen when true Qi was gathered. This 4th level could reconstruct any trace to reveal information. Jarvis complex mental calculations. Jarvisulf began entering the password on the phone. Seeing this, Barrett sighed. Jarvis' 6-digit password. It'd take 2 days to guess randomly, Alfensoster? The phone unlocked, shocking Barrett. He couldn't believe it happened so quickly. Opening the new message, Jarvis read, "In 7 days, meet at the abandoned building in Ming Family Street's old district. Jarvis, an organization member, will deliver important documents." Chapter 400, Misunderstanding in the Dead of Night. Jarvis curled his lips and picked up his phone again, reading through the messages. Isaac had sent this young man quite a few messages, mostly about secret assassinations or passing on information. Truly worthy of being one of the 10 great families, Isaac was still secretly involved in all sorts of shady business even after Jarvis had crippled him. Jarvis then mimicked the previous replies and responded to Isaac as the Black Cloak with received. In 7 days, he intended to see for himself whether this so-called meeting organization was the one he thought it was. Due to the attack, Jarvis and Barrett were wide awake, and they immediately set off that night, arriving at the Shin family residence. They stayed at a high-end hotel arranged by the Shin family servants. The next morning, Jarvis took the prescription alone and went to the Shin family pharmacy to prepare the medicine. When he brought the medicine over, Mika, emaciated, lay in bed. "Ichun, where have you been? I was so scared." Soon as she saw Jarvis, Mika rushed into his arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I told you I was going to find medicine for you. Drink this first. It will make you feel better." For Mika, Jarvis' words were like bitter but effective medicine, and she trusted everything he said. Mika swallowed the extremely bitter herbal medicine while it was still warm. Under Jarvis' watchful eyes, a white aura began to spread within her body, moving around. The medication entered her system. A golden aura, like a coiling dragon, started drilling through her insides. Soon, the white aura was almost entirely cleared away, and Mika's complexion visibly improved. Jarviselbert, leaning on a cane, came over and noticed that Han Yin was much better. His previously worried expression instantly cleared up. "Ichun, it's really because of you. I didn't misjudge you. You've truly become our Han Yin's benefactor." Enoch wiped away tears, feeling guilty deep down. After all, the power struggles had nothing to do with Mika herself, and Jarviselbert felt responsible for not protecting his Grandalia adequately. Jarvis shook his head and explained calmly, "You're too optimistic, sir. Jarvis, truly, Han Yin's condition is not fully recovered yet." "What do you mean?" Jarviselbert asked anxiously. Jarvis explained, "This time, Han Yin didn't get poisoned or infested by any parasites but suffered from a special wound. This type of wound can continuously consume the body, so it must be healed along with the injury all at once. The medicine I provided can only temporarily inhibit or alleviate the spread and inflammation of the wound, which is why Han Yin feels better now." Mika, who was starting to feel drowsy, hugged Jarvisel's waist, resting her face on his firm abs. She murmured, "Ichun, I missed you so much. My sister Kiyomi said she met you and warned me that you're a two-timing man, but I didn't believe her. I trust you." Jarviself broke out in cold sweat. Kiyomi? That troublemaker had actually contacted Mika. Jarvis, and what did he have worth trusting anyway? Jarviself almost blurted out, "I am a two-timer. What's the solution?" Jarviselbert asked. Jarviself pondered for a moment before replying confidently, "There is a solution. Don't worry, sir." He was merely trying to reassure the elderly man, but unexpectedly, Jarviselbert became serious. Jarvis, if in a formal setting, he held Jarviself's hands firmly and solemnly shook them. "Han Yin is our only hope. Ichun, no matter what, you must save her." "You're too kind. Han Yin is my girlfriend. Of course I will save her. It's my duty." Jarviself smiled awkwardly. "Jarvis, midnight tonight. I will wait for you in the inner room on the second floor and inform you of some matters." With that, Jarviselbert left. Mika pulled Jarviself's hand and played happily beside him. When Jarviself looked at her again, he noticed her rosy cheeks. Despite their recent separation, he found his Soraya more enchanting than ever, radiating allure and sensuality just by giving a flirtatious glance. Jarviself and Mika locked eyes, and he noticed her hand had already wandered over to him. They embraced passionately. "Your body isn't fully recovered yet," Jarviself smiled gently. Mika lowered her head, pouting adorably, shaking her body slightly. Her tender gesture was melting Jarviself's heart. Her warm little hands clutched his thighs, and he stroked her face softly, whispering, "Be good and recover properly. I'll come back to see you." Taking advantage of the moment, Jarviself infused true chi forcefully into Mika's temples, causing her to fall into a deep sleep quickly. Midnight, Jarviself arrived at the inner room on the second floor. Upon opening the door, there was no sign of Jarviselbert. Instead, a thick mist enveloped the room. Soraya's alluring body appeared, barely clothed except for some vaguely discernible lingerie, making Jarviself's nosebleed imminent. Even with an aged soul, the young body couldn't resist reacting. Liza had originally planned to wash off the mud from her body after returning from picking fruits in the backyard. Little did she expect to encounter this awkward situation. "Ichun, how did you come early?" She felt flustered, noticing Jarviself looking handsome and masculine under the foggy light. Especially his robust build and perfect physique made Liza drool inwardly. But she reprimanded herself inside, knowing she shouldn't touch Mika's boyfriend, even if they weren't related by blood. "I came to find Ford. I didn't expect it to be you." "Jarvis, are you taking a bath?" Jarviself hadn't anticipated that Liza would be so bold, simply wearing lingerie and approaching him without hesitation. "I went to pick fruits from the muddy backyard today. There's a banquet at the Nadia family tomorrow, and I plan to pick some fruits for the elders." Amidst the mist, Liza shed her icy beauty facade, revealing a softer, more approachable side. Liza held Jarviself's hand and led him forward. "Did Ford arrive? He said he needed to speak to me." Swallowing hard, Jarviself replied, "To Beijing? What for?" Next, Liza pushed her body against him, her curves and crevices right before his eyes. Jarviself stiffened, pretending not to notice, asking again, "What's he doing in Beijing?" Chapter 401. Unexpected turn of events. Nal went to the capital because he wanted to. What's it got to do with you? Jarvis, after all, you're just a blind man, though, of course, you might be his future grandson-in-law. Jarvis Liza's sudden arrogance threw Jarvis off guard internally, but he did not let it show on his face, keeping in mind that he was still supposed to be blind. You have a point, but I can go ask now myself. Goodbye. Jarvis rose to leave, but was unexpectedly held back by Jarvis Liza. Her beautiful body pressed against Jarvis through their clothes, her hot skin making him feel startled. Was this Soraya crazy? Or was she running a fever and unwell? He gave a light cough and feigned sternness. Jarvis and Nadia, what are you doing? Speak up if there's something. I've got urgent matters to attend to. Urgent matters? What could you possibly have? Jarvis, are you talking about rescuing Hope? Or are you busy with your own matters? Jarvis Liza stared into Jarvis's eyes with an entrancing gaze that was different from Sheridan's flirtatious allure. It felt more like a dangerous provocation. Jarvis replied calmly, my personal affairs don't require your management. Have you handled everything with old Alphonse and Nadia? Or are you still reluctant about the 20 million renminbi sponsorship for my all-purpose medicine? He seemed to grasp why Jarvis Liza had suddenly turned against him. Likely, it was due to this matter. Jarvis Liza retorted curtly, indeed, the 20 million renminbi is important to me, but that's not the only reason. The channels will start generating revenue next month. By then, the profit return to old Alphonse and Nadia would be at least 40 million renminbi. In a mere 2 months, the return rate would be 100%. This investment would certainly not cause a loss for old Alphonse and Nadia, even considering the overall increase in benefits. Jarvis, through this statement, Jarvis Liza seemed to lose some of her temper. Virgil, she still firmly held onto Jarvis's hand, pressing her body against his. Jarvis, through a long moment, and seeing Jarvis grow impatient and wanting to ask something, Jarvis Liza finally spoke again. Why didn't you push me away outright? That's what you usually do, Jarvis. Jarvis Liza raised an eyebrow, her eyes full of piercing scrutiny. Jarvis was speechless, unable to reply. Seeing his silence as confirmation, Jarvis Liza sneered coldly. I knew it. You can see, can't you? You were afraid of misunderstanding between us, but what you don't know is that I did it intentionally. She chuckled coldly, released Jarvis and took a step back to cover herself with a coat hung on the wall. But before Jarvis's eye technique, it was all futile. To him, this Soraya seemed never shy. Looking at Jarvis, who appeared to be carefully scrutinizing her, Jarvis Liza became even angrier, shouting, your eyes can clearly see. Why pretend to be blind to gain our sympathy? Sympathy? Why would I need that? Jarvis hadn't expected this was what she meant. Because you want to use us to achieve your goals. Jarvis Liza snapped irritably. Jarvis thought there might have been something wrong with the Nadia family or problems with the Jiangxin pharmaceutical company, leading Jarvis Liza to challenge him, but it turned out to be such a mundane reason. I have no specific goals. Even if I did, I wouldn't need your help, Jarvis remarked coolly, hinting disdain. You do. You want to avenge your father. You want to investigate the organization behind his death. Did you know Niall went to the capital overnight specifically to deal with that organization? He's 81 years old, yet he's still working for your generation's issues. Jarvis Liza's fury caused subtle changes in Jarvis's expression, confirming to Jarvis Liza that Jarvis had regained his sight. Jarvis merely sighed, saying indifferently, Jarvis trifle? Soon, you'll realize these are far from trivial. I have no interest in using you. Let me ask instead, why are you here at the Shin family residence? Jarvis walked over and suddenly ripped open the coat on Jarvis Liza's body. You? What do you think you're doing? Jarvis. Unexpectedly, Jarvis showed no sign of panic amidst accusations, pressing her shoulder down to restrain her instead. The atmosphere between them grew intensely intimate. Jarvis leaned in close until their lips were barely a fist's distance apart. Don't do this, Jarvis. Jarvis Liza faltered, her eyes filled with bashfulness and complex emotion. In essence, a Soraya was still a Soraya. Jarvis inwardly scoffed. Having lived for 2 centuries, how could he fail to see through such tricks? Jarvis's situation had its solution. The key was not wasting time deciphering the reasons but rather focusing directly on outcomes. Jarvis knew exactly what to do. If you want anything to happen between us, consider your position first. Otherwise, I can't guarantee my actions. Don't say I didn't warn you. Jarvis's voice was low and grave. He reached out, gently fingering the strap on Jarvis Liza's chest, causing a shiver throughout her body. With a mocking laugh, Jarvis suddenly turned away. Looking at Jarvis's strong and tall back, Jarvis Liza felt her fortitude completely crumble, inexplicably moved to tears. Jarvis was truly a demon, not allowing any form of manipulation or overreach from her. She had lost in every aspect, utterly defeated. You wrote those threatening letters to Alfonsorio, didn't you, Jarvis Liza? Jarvis called her by her name this time, having already uncovered the truth. Like being stripped bare of her last shred of dignity, Jarvis Liza scoffed coldly. Jarvis, don't get too cocky. The Shin family isn't a tool for you to manipulate. Of course, that's what I wanted to tell you. Perhaps what Niall intended to say was what he's going to do in the capital. For now, I won't pursue this, but I warn you, if anything happens to Niall or Mika, I'll hold you responsible. Jarvis afterward, Jarvis strode out of the room, slamming the door shut. He was satisfied with his performance. Only by maintaining this demeanor could he control Jarvis Liza's curiosity. This Soraya, likely pampered since childhood, couldn't tolerate losing control, but Jarvis wouldn't entrust his fate to such incompetence. Jarvis that moment, his phone buzzed loudly. Pulling it out, he saw a call from Jarvis Lyra. Chapter 402, Evil Spirits. Carissa, is something wrong? Jarvis knew that Jarvis Lyra wouldn't easily come to find him. Routine greetings and updates were usually handled by Sheridan. Jarvis Lyra's voice was indeed urgent. Ichun, can you come back? There's trouble at the Four Seasons Medical Hall. Four Seasons Medical Hall? Jarvis Lyra must be referring to the new Qingxin Medical Hall in the provincial capital, which is built on the old site of the Four Seasons Medical Hall. What happened? Take your time and tell me slowly, Jarvis asked as he hurriedly walked, needing to return as quickly as possible, with a sense of foreboding in his heart. There are bad people. They want to smash the medical hall and take Alphonse away. Jarvis hanging up the phone. Jarvis quickly hailed a cab and rushed to the provincial capital's Qing Medical Hall. Upon arrival, Jarvis saw rows of men in suits standing under the medical hall signboard as soon as he got out of the car. His expression turned cold as he strode over, and someone stepped forward to block him. "Sir, please stop." This man was sent flying by Jarvis's punch, its force causing his internal organs to rupture, blood trickling from his mouth. This moment, someone actually drew a gun, pointing it at Jarvis. "Don't move." Jarvis glanced at the handgun in his hand. His gaze seemed to penetrate through everything and found no bullets inside. Enraged, he kicked the men wielding the guns several times, sending them reeling, almost losing consciousness. Several men fell to the ground, only to look up and see Jarvis mercilessly dispatching anyone who stood in his way without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, the dozens of men surrounding the crowded Qing Medical Hall were pushed aside, opening a clear path for Jarvis. He walked into the medical hall. He saw Jarvis standing with hands on hips in the center, while Monique trailed behind. "Boss Homer, this guy beat our brothers into submission. We're no match for him," Jarvis' lackey quickly reported, but didn't expect Jarvis to stomp on his face with a leather shoe, cursing loudly. But Lit lost. The lackey rolled on the ground a few times, scrambling outside while shouting, "I'm gone! I'm gone!" He feared that Jarvis might pull out a gun and shoot him dead if he couldn't contain himself. Sure enough, Jarvis pulled out a black pistol, originally aiming it at the fleeing lackey's buttocks. Just as he was about to fire, Jarvis scoffed, "Boss Homer, today you're upset, but don't vent your anger on the right person. It doesn't fit your usual composed demeanor." To everyone's surprise, Jarvis turned the gun towards Jarvis, furious. "Then I'll vent my anger on you. You're the one I'm after." Jarvis frowned, wondering what had happened during this period. Old friends coming one after another to cause trouble? Did something happen during his time in Luoqing that caused a misunderstanding? Monique angrily said, "What kind of expression is that? Don't pretend to be clueless. If it wasn't for you, would my father be like this now?" "Jarvis, I treated you like a brother, yet you betrayed me. Even asking for money isn't unforgivable, but wanting my life." These words carried weight, leaving Jarvis even more confused. "When did I ever try to kill you?" Jarvis asked sincerely. "Don't play dumb. I'll put a bullet in you right now." Jarvis cocked the hammer of the gun. Just before pulling the trigger, Sheridan rushed out, holding her phone high, shouting, "Everyone, stand down. I've already called the authorities to deal with your behavior. Jarvis, all of you will be arrested." Jarvis Lyra timidly hid behind Sheridan, full of worry for Jarvis, whispering, "Ichun, run." Jarvis sneered, frowning mockingly. "Call the authorities? Huh. Not a single official in Yuzhou provincial capital would dare investigate me. Do you think I'm a fool just because I keep a low profile? My family was nobody 20 years ago. But on this day 20 years ago, because of me alone, they ranked us among the top 10 families in the provincial capital. Funny, isn't it? But believing in your boss Jarvis, he secretly poisoned me, trying to kill me. If not for my Aaliyah's warning, I'd probably be 6 feet under by now." Jarvis' words resonated, and also provided clues to Jarvis for solving the mystery. Poison me? Listening to Monique? Really? Huh. Jarvis took a few steps forward, his eyes filled with mockery. Monique swallowed, raising her hand. "You can't come any closer." But Jarvis ignored her, continuing forward. Jarvis yelled, "One more step and I'll shoot you." "Fine, if you prefer shooting me to finding the truth, then go ahead." Jarvis had already analyzed the gun's single plastic-tipped bullet and knew Jarvis hadn't intended to kill him. He guessed Jarvis might have been misled by some informants, trying to test him. However, Jarvis felt confident he hadn't done anything malicious and was now only interested in uncovering the true mastermind. Walking past Monique, Jarvis extended his hand. Monique slapped it away angrily. "You pervert. What do you think you're doing? You damn girl, how dare you hit my Ichun? I'll kill you." Sheridan was about to attack, but was stopped by Jarvis. "This isn't your business or Qing Medical Halls. Alphonse, please step back. Once this matter is resolved, all losses will be covered by Boss Homer." Jarvis furrowed his brows, unsure of Jarvis's intentions. To stab him in the back and still ask him to pay the price? Outrageous. Just as Monique was at a loss, Jarvis calmly explained, "Didn't I tell you not to contact anyone surnamed Virgil anymore? How did the evil object that drains vitality end up on you again?" "What evil object?" Monique suddenly felt guilty, recalling fragments of memory. She remembered wearing strange items earlier, which Jarvis helped identify, allowing her condition to improve. "But I'm not wearing jewelry anymore," Monique exclaimed in shock. Jarvis reached out again, removing a hairpin from Monique's head, a long jade-decorated hook-shaped pin. "What can a mere hairpin do? That was a gift to my Aaliyah." Jarvis dismissed it. The next moment, Jarvis's eyes narrowed, and he threw the hairpin to the ground, shattering it with a crisp sound. Chapter 403. Misunderstanding resolved. "How dare you throw the hairpin I gave my Aaliyah? Jarvis, are you really courting death, Jarvis?" Jarvis was livid. Jarvis, though he had previously regarded Jarvis as a brother, the relationship between them had been impulsively formed and fragile. Now, it was shattered like this broken hairpin, irreparable. "Just take a closer look." Jarvis's words woke up Jarvis and reminded everyone. Jarvis's eyes were drawn to the ground where the shattered pieces of the hairpin began to turn black upon contact with air. Black fog started to emanate from the darkened jade. Jarvis Neon, who had studied jade, would know that when jade breaks and turns black, it not only suggests the possibility of toxins, but also signifies ill fortune. Emitting black mist was unprecedented and unheard of. The room grew tense, and no one dared to speak. Only Monique, shocked, asked her father, "Dad, where did you get this hairpin?" "This is your mother's heirloom. Why would it do this?" Jarvis blinked, utterly puzzled. Jarvisel's gaze focused on the hairpin, finally noticing something amiss. It wasn't the hairpin itself that was the problem, but rather the prolonged exposure and influence it had undergone. Clearly, there were many mysteries within Jarvis' household, but bringing them up now would be untimely. He turned to Jarvis. Mr. Homer, what do you think? Jarvis, are you going to say I poisoned it too? Jarvis fell silent. That was impossible. His wife had passed away many years ago, long before he even knew Jarviself. Silver Alphonsoxer, come here, Jarvis beckoned. Jarvis' silver-haired man with unconventional attire and agile movements approached, asking in a low voice, what do you need, Mr. Homer? Take everyone else and leave. I'll handle the rest. Jarvis sighed. Virgil's. The silver-haired man glanced at Jarviself with displeasure, but Jarviself paid him no heed. Soon, the premises were cleared. Those injured were given bottles of universal medicine by Sheridan on Jarviself's orders. You hit them pretty hard, brother. So much so that they can barely take care of themselves. Huh? Jarvis patted Jarviself's shoulder, hoping to mend their relationship. Jarviself replied coldly, you hate me more than I hate you. You knew I had a medical hall, yet led 100 men to cause trouble there. Did you want to scare my two sisters to death? Jarvis that moment, Jarvis Lyra and Sheridan stood behind Jarviself. Despite their differing personalities, they felt powerless in front of the formidable Jarvis. Brother, I'm truly sorry. Should I kneel? Jarvis hesitated, feeling guilty. Before he could explain, Jarviself had already understood his actions fully. Jarviself inserted a silver needle into Monique's forehead, making her feel refreshed. So, my dizziness isn't caused by the poison in the fish tank? What exactly is happening? Monique asked. Jarviself glanced at Jarvis and said calmly, you have emphysema. Jarviself, though I don't know why you thought I poisoned you. Let's save your life first. He inserted another needle into Jarvis' forehead, sending true chi through, and then held his pulse, transmitting chi to gradually dissolve the debris in Jarvis' lungs. During the treatment, Jarviself discovered a cluster of black gas in Jarvis' lungs, leaving wounds even after dissipation. This might be why Jarvis' temper had worsened. The injury resembled Mika's technique, confirming another attack by the same organization. Thud. Jarvis genuinely knelt down, bowing his head. Brother, forgive me. I was really old and confused, believing their false information about you. Couldn't find him? Jarviself sighed. I went to Luoching these past few days. Your intelligence network needs improvement. Jarvis was about to kowtow. Jarviself stopped him by grabbing his collar. If you must kowtow, it shouldn't be for such a trivial matter. Stand up. Jarviself understood the situation. Although Jarvis brought many people, no harm was done to Sheridan or Jarvis Lyra, so Jarviself decided to give him a chance. Jarvister finding a private room to talk. Jarviself learned someone had sent a threatening letter to Jarvis. The snow dragonfish in the bathtub all died, and various complex toxins were detected. Even professional forensic experts couldn't identify those toxins. I thought only you could help, brother. It's all my fault. Jarvis covered his face and sighed. Jarviself responded calmly. Those fish were valuable and had spirits of their own. He recalled purifying the aquarium with true chi, making any residual toxins impossible. Someone must have intentionally poisoned them, but who sent the threatening letter? Could it be Jarvis Liza? But that seemed implausible. In any case, resolving this misunderstanding is best, Monique intervened. They didn't dwell on it further. Jarviself changed the subject. Have the snow dragonfish been disposed of? Not yet. The forensic experts advised us not to touch the aquarium. We plan to burn everything in that room tomorrow, Jarvis explained. Jarviself rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Contact them to hold off. I'll inspect it myself tomorrow. Jarvis was deeply moved, surprised that despite his accusations, Jarviself not only forgave him but also offered help. Brother, you're an incredible friend. I'm overwhelmed. Jarvis hugged Jarviself tightly, nearly suffocating him. Jarviself pushed him away, coughing slightly. Cough, I'm not a charity. I'm helping you so you can assist me later. Jarvis assist you? Jarvis was surprised. With today's events, I need to find someone. Bring me along when you go. Back in the Homer family mansion, cleaners were still verifying the scene. Jarvis busied himself arranging matters. Jarviself stood by the corridor, admiring the pleasant scenery outside. The sound of heels drew his attention. It was Monique. Thank you, Dr. Chen, she began hesitant. If you have something to say, just say it. Was this somehow your doing? Jarviself wondered if that would make things easier for him. This would save him from attracting new enemies. Hashtag chapter 404, Monique's confession. Speak your mind. You said it yourself. I'm not one for beating around the bush either, Monique's tone was frank, but her eyes kept darting to the side. Jarviself sneered and laughed. You say you'll speak plainly, yet you can't even look at me straight. Jarvis Neon, who doesn't know better, might think you have a crush on me. Right, I do like you. What of it? Monique turned her head, her face flushed, her words direct and unyielding. This left Jarviself, the centuries-old demon, speechless. He had seen many straightforward people, but never someone so passive-aggressively direct. She actually forced his own words out of him, putting Jarviself in a tight spot. Why is it bad that I like you? Is it shameful to like you? Is there something wrong with liking you? There's nothing wrong with it. I just like you. Now what will you do? Monique crossed her arms over her chest, and Jarviself saw her cheeks redden. Whether from shyness or anger, he couldn't tell. Oh come on, Miss Homer. What are you doing? I've been involved in enough of your family's troubles, and I've put up with your temper plenty of times. Do you expect me to believe this act or not? Jarviself said impatiently. If any other girl played the damsel in distress role, even if Jarviself didn't feel anything for her, he'd likely feel some pity. But this was Monique, whom he never particularly liked. Her father also misunderstood him once again. Now it was all negative debuffs stacked up. Unexpectedly, Monique suddenly lowered her head dejectedly and muttered. So you've always thought that about me? You doubt me, seeing me as someone who uses emotions and resorts to underhanded means, right? Monique's retreat advancing tactic made Jarviself speechless once again. Miss Homer, your father is waiting for me in the room. If you have no important matters, let's call it quits. Jarviself sighed, reflecting that his trip to Luo City gave him new insights. Dealing with these veteran players in the underworld required thick skin, not arrogance. If he were still the 100-year-old master with thousands of disciples in his past life, he wouldn't stoop to petty squabbles with them. But now, he was just a young man. If he didn't learn to be shameless, he might get into serious trouble. Just as Jarviself turned to leave, Monique grabbed his hand. Hey, what are you? Jarviself spun around, intending to scold her, but his lips were abruptly covered by hers. Their eyes met. Jarviself's widened as he watched Monique close her clear, captivating eyes. Honestly, while Jarviself wasn't attracted to Monique, those luminous eyes were mesmerizing. Jarvis such close range, Jarviself felt like he was entering a serene and enchanting realm. When Monique finally released him, her face was still flushed as she bit her lower lip and asked, Mr. Straight Alphonson, why did you close your lips so near? Jarviself shrugged helplessly. What does being straight or not have to do with this? Even if I weren't straight, would you like me? The point is, I already have a girlfriend. Monique huffed and changed her expression again, pouting, Mika, right? She couldn't resolve your issues after being with you. If you were my boyfriend, I'd make sure my dad resolves your revenge quickly. Jarviself was speechless. He thought her idea was naive. If it were that simple, he wouldn't mind making sacrifices. But things were far more complicated now. The Jordan organization involved in this was way beyond what it was hundreds of years ago, leading to countless unforeseen enemies. These were destined challenges for Jarviself, entangled with Mika's involvement too. Walking away from Mika won't change anything. I don't like you. End of story. This time, Jarviself pushed Monique away and refused her bluntly. Jarviself left. Monique stood there for a long time. Her bold confession ended poorly, leaving her to sigh deeply. Virgil, this setback didn't dampen her resolve. Jarvister, a moment of contemplation, she murmured, they say men are always two-faced. If he says it has nothing to do with Mika, maybe it's exactly because of her? No, I need to test this myself. Monique made a call and immediately ordered, Adebayo, find out Mika's recent movements. Give me an opportunity within 7 days to chat with her alone. Virgil's, I need at least 10 minutes. Inside the room, Jarviself brushed Monique aside as the staff were dismissed by Jarvis. Humph, they really cleared everything up, huh? Jarviself furrowed his brows, examining the surroundings carefully. Sure enough, every detail had been specially treated. Even traces had been erased, though some peculiar marks remained. The energy-infused ones in places infested by bugs, certainly not ordinary construction workers' work. Forget about this, Ichun. Help me figure out what to do with the fish tank. I've dared not touch the fish inside these days. I trust you more than anyone else. Jarvis' tone was serious. But Jarviself lifted his chin arrogantly and sighed. Oh, double-dealing, aren't you? You say you trust me. Yet a mere threat letter drove you to stab me in the back with 100 men. Didn't you know Zhengxin Medical Hall is my project? If I disbanded the underworld groups you run with a word, how would you feel? Jarviself's teasing words left Jarvis embarrassed and smiling awkwardly. This was all my fault. Let's start anew. Forgive me this once, and I will always stand by you. In similar situations, I promise to ask and trust you first. Jarvis vowed resolutely. It's a deal. Jarviself leaned toward the fish tank, needing Jarvis' reassurance. Jarvis, the former underworld boss of Yuzhou, maintaining this connection was crucial. Jarvister rejecting Monique's love. Jarviself feared her retaliation, so it was wise to give Jarvis the heads up. Examining the fish tank, Jarviself discovered the snow dragonfish's scales had completely melted. The fish can't be saved, and now, we're all in danger. Chapter 405. Swift Victory. What do you mean? Jarvis felt puzzled and hurriedly asked. Jarviself glanced back. The moment he activated his heavenly eye technique, he did not notice anything unusual in the fish tank, but sensed a murderous intent behind him. Step back, Mr. Homer, Jarviself said calmly. Jarvis obediently stepped back, walking cautiously and adding, Brother Ichun, just call me Brother Homer or even Brother Chi. Be careful, Brother Chi, Jarviself immediately warned. Then came a loud bang, as a bullet whizzed by. At that moment, Jarvis' face turned pale, as if he had foreseen his own death. Bang! The bullet struck the corner of the table beside Jarvis. Jarviself had already tackled Jarvis to the ground. Without hesitation, Jarviself spun around and thrust a silver needle forward with a whoosh. Jarvis! The masked black-clad man's wrist spurted blood, and his fingers lost strength. His gun fell to the floor with a clunk. His other hand suddenly pulled out a silver blade, intending to continue the attack. My good brother, you saved me again. Jarvis expressed his gratitude. In the next instant, Jarviself tisked and moved again. Seeing Jarviself engage the black-clad man in combat, Jarvis urgently shouted, Steward! Steward! Where's the steward? Quickly bring over my top-notch experts. Virgil, sir. With several experts rushing in, the black-clad man who was already being suppressed by Jarviself now found himself even more outnumbered. He retreated several steps and was forced toward the window's edge. Looking back, the black-clad man saw the shattered glass from their fight now falling, yet for a moment, no sound of breaking glass could be heard. 3 seconds later, the sound of shattering glass finally reached them. One of the female killers with pink hair, her hands in her denim pockets, laughed. We're on the 20th floor. If you want to end it, jump. The black-clad man's mask had been torn off, but nobody present recognized him. Jarviself spoke coolly. Is the person behind you from the Jordan organization? Upon hearing this name, the black-clad man hesitated, then instantly lunged with his blade toward Jarviself. Clang! The pink-haired Soraya deflected the attack for Jarviself, gripping her own silver blade. Heh, little Morgan. See how skilled this beauty is. While you were away, I recruited this killer, and her performance truly took me by surprise. Don't worry, with her help, a mere assailant won't stand a chance. Jarvis folded his arms confidently. Dad, save me. Suddenly, Monique's voice echoed. and everyone turned to see her tied behind another black-clad man. This man had removed his mask, revealing a faint smile. These two black-clad men are quite young. They must be professional killers specifically trained by certain organizations. Unlike us, who navigate the underworld, they don't know their limits. One of the experts explained. Everyone was eager to try their skills. After all, it was 6 experts against 2 unknown intruders. However, the black-clad man at the door held a knife against Monique's neck, while the other pulled out another silver knife from his pocket. No more nonsense. Jarviself spoke calmly, his figure moving like a ghost. The eyes of the black-clad man near the bed widened with alarm, exclaiming, "This kid has the heavenly eye." Jarviself's voice appeared beside Monique, his hand landing on the black-clad man's shoulder, but was distracted by the warning. Could he see his heavenly eye energy? "Jarvis!" Monique screamed. Her floral dress had been slashed open by the black-clad man. "Help! Jarvis!" Jarviself pursued. The attacker avoided confrontation, repeatedly aiming his blade at Monique's inner thighs, creating perilous moments one after another with Jarviself's assistance. Virgil, her floral dress and leggings were shredded to tatters, capturing the attention of every killer in the room. Furiously enraged by this scene, Jarvis yelled, "Jarvisel of you, close your eyes. Filthy pigs, I'll take you all down." Jarvis a father, he couldn't stand to see any Soraya so humiliated. But the black-clad man near the bed found an opportunity, kicking Jarvis down and then hoisting him up by the collar, pressing a sharp knife to his throat. Holding the nearly undressed Monique, who had tears welling in her eyes, Jarviself was again faced with a difficult choice. These two kept getting into trouble. Just when he rescued one, here came another. Jarvis was thrown down and had a foot pressed onto his head. "Damn it, do you know who he is? He's the CEO of our Homer group. Have you lost your minds?" The experts were taken aback. They came here to steal, not to cause real harm to Jarvis. "Who cares who he is? I don't hit women. I can let this crazy bitch live, but I will kill this boy. Remember me, Jarvis? Did you forget me?" The black-clad man grabbed Jarvis' hair violently. While Jarvis was formidable among ordinary people, the black-clad man knew how to use and manipulate true chi, making him no match. Jarvis much thought. Jarvis still couldn't place the identity of this young black-clad man, likely an old enemy. Having offended countless people through his underworld activities, Jarvis wasn't too concerned. He'd long prepared to die at the hands of an enemy. He raised his head weakly, murmuring to Jarviself, "It's fine if I die. Morgan, please save my Aaliyah. You two are such nuisances." Jarviself sneered, unwilling to let Jarvis die, as it would disrupt his plans. "Jarvis, this point," Monique begged pitifully. "I won't bother you anymore. Never. Jarviself, please save my dad." Jarviself released her and tore a piece of cloth from a nearby killer, tossing it to Monique. Beside him, 2 experts commented. "These two seem to know some lost martial arts techniques. It looks like we should buy time and call the police. We need to stall until help arrives." Just as they discussed this, Jarviself walked forward calmly. "Let's settle this quickly. If you can beat me, I won't stop you. But if you lose, leave immediately. What do you say?" ####Chapter 406. Overestimating themselves. "Great. You have guts." One of the black-clad men stood up confidently. His skin was slightly darker, his eyes more menacing. Clearly, he was more mature. Jarvis this moment, he was incited by Jarviself. The other, younger black-clad man, who held Jarvis' life in his hands, frowned and reminded him, "It seems we're no match for this kid." "Fear not. You've got Jarvis' life in your hands. How can he possibly fight me to the death? Have you forgotten? One of our tasks is to recruit this kid." The black-clad man smirked, his eyes glinting with a complex light. "You're right, but I don't think this kid will obediently listen to us." The young black-clad man pulled Jarvis up, pressing a knife against his neck. Jarvis' previous arrogance vanished entirely. Even though he feared death less while striving in the world, at this moment, he was terrified. Having lost his wife long ago, now witnessing the humiliation of women before him, Jarvis felt his dignity reduced to the lowest point. Jarvis, through years of hard work to achieve his current status, he could lose everything in an instant. "Monique, protect yourself. If anything happens, just protect yourself. Otherwise, you'll be a burden to me." Jarviself whispered instructions softly. "I understand. Please save my dad. I beg you." Monique pouted, tears streaming down her cheeks. Seeing this out of the corner of his eye, Jarviself's lips curled into a faint smile as he asked indifferently, "What? Jarvis, are you reconsidering? Didn't you want your dad dead so you could inherit everything?" Monique sniffled, lost in thought for a moment. Jarvis threw a long pause. She took a deep breath. "I know I was immature before, but now I only want to listen to my dad. Jarviself, if you can save my dad, I'll do whatever you say from now on. Please. Just listen to me now and move back. Don't get in my way." Jarviself furrowed his brow, growing somewhat impatient. Why were women always so indecisive? Under his urging, Monique finally moved, and the atmosphere grew tense. Not far away, the black-clad man slowly approached Jarviself. "Before we fight, let me tell you something. I know you're skilled, but I'm no weakling either. You're blocking our only exit, and I have your hostage. Neither of us can fight to the death, so it's fair. I'd like to have a heartfelt talk." No matter how sincere the black-clad man sounded, to Jarviself, it was just idle talk. He scoffed, but lit on with it. "Our organization's leader wants to invite you to join us. They've investigated you and found that you're doing things contrary to our goals. If you refuse, then we'll be enemies due to conflicting interests." Jarvis, he spoke. A playful smile appeared on his face, and he pulled out a silver dagger from somewhere, twirling it in his hand. The Spirit Essence organization was full of blade masters. Jarviself understood the reason. Centuries ago, one of their leaders was the progenitor of a renowned school of dark weapons, likely the founder's disciples. Now, with Monique eagerly awaiting his response, joining their organization would save Jarvis, wouldn't it? "Fine, if you win, I'll join." "With all due respect then." The black-clad man suddenly charged forward, surprising Jarviself, who hadn't expected such hidden depth. Clank. Jarviself also drew a silver dagger from the waist of another black-clad man. For a moment, they fought evenly. Meanwhile, the young black-clad man behind them was puzzled. When did the blind man steal my dagger? Jarvis in those fluid movements. He doesn't seem blind at all. With a sudden swift motion, Jarviself seized the opportunity and stabbed through the other black-clad man's arm tendons. Suddenly heavy-armed, he couldn't hold his silver dagger and switched to a leg attack. The blow was tremendous, and when Jarviself blocked it with his arm, he felt his blood thinning inside his body. Jarviself frowned, recognizing these two as formidable opponents. Unlike ordinary people who became strong through pills and elixirs, these two engaged in mundane espionage, yet possessed such strength. Is your organization the spirit essence? Jarviself panted, his gaze glowing green intensely. The two black-clad men exchanged a look, immediately shocked. Jarvis stack. They abandoned their earlier agreement and attacked together. Jarviself's vision sharpened, emitting golden light. Huh! He shouted loudly, delivering simultaneous punches that sealed both their vital points. Jarvis ah! The two men spat blood and flew backward. Jarviself followed swiftly, supporting Jarvis and moving him to the corner. Damn it! This guy was just pretending to struggle, conserving his strength. The middle-aged black-clad man realized too late, but it was already over. Silver needles pierced his wrists, paralyzing all his meridians. The young black-clad man, still panicked, saw Jarviself approach like a wraith, choking his throat and lifting him overhead. In theory, you two should die now, but I'll give you one last chance. What's the purpose of the spirit essence targeting the Homer family? Jarviself asked. The young black-clad man was almost losing consciousness, his face flushed red with danger. The middle-aged black-clad man, paralyzed, had no means to resist. Even if he didn't care about his partner's life, he knew once his teammate fell, it would be his turn next. Wait, I'll tell you. We aren't formal members. My nephew and I were coerced by money. The middle-aged black-clad man sighed. They had underestimated this blind man's strength. Now he understood why the organization wanted them to either eliminate or recruit this person. Jarviself released the young black-clad man, and the older man began explaining. Jarvister hearing his explanation, Jarviself finally understood. They were actually hereditary martial arts experts from Alphonsong village. The Edric was named Hunt Yong, and the young man was named Hunkwa. We took this mission because we heard about what you and your disciples ended in Alphonsong village. We wanted to use this task to seek personal revenge. That's what happens when you overestimate yourselves. Jarviself shrugged dismissively and scoffed. ##### Chapter 407. Proficient medical skills. Tell me everything you know. I can see that there's something odd about this house, Jarviself said, cutting straight to the point. Jarvister all, it hadn't been long since the events in Alphonsong village, and he couldn't return to Luo City in the near future, leaving matters there unresolved. Homer Yong and his nephew Homer Guo exchanged uneasy glances. They thought this blind man was indeed peculiar. Not only was his agility extraordinary, but he could also discern the eerie nature of the house. Cough, cough. It seems we can't hide it anymore. Jarvis' curse has been laid on this house, though that's just superstitious talk. In reality, it's loaded with arsenic and various toxins. We're basically trapped here. Without the antidote, we can't survive. Upon hearing this, Jarviself understood immediately. So that's why you're eager to leave. Compared to the master of this house, you two, who planted the poison everywhere for your undercover mission, are the ones most affected by it. But Jordan organization won't care about your lives. They do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. Jarviself crossed his arms, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The uncle and nephew exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Jarviself sighed softly. Considering you've been used, not being official members of Jordan organization, I'll give you one last chance to live. Do you have a way? Hunt Yong quickly asked. Identify the person behind all this. Once you convey this information to me, you can go back and tell them that the Homer family's poison is set up. If they don't believe you, they can come and inspect. Jarviself's expression was indifferent. But didn't you say they wouldn't give us the antidote even if we returned? Why should we listen to you before dying anyway? Hunt Guo, quicker than his uncle, immediately challenged Jarviself. Good question. Jarviself smiled faintly, pulling out a silver needle from his pocket. He pointed it at Hunt Guo's forehead and jabbed it in forcefully. Jarvis, the end of the day, aren't you no less ruthless? Hunt Yong hurriedly checked on Hunt Guo, astonished that Jarviself would choose to kill upon confrontation. But soon enough, Hunt Yong was surprised because Hunt Guo wasn't dead. Instead, after briefly losing consciousness, he exclaimed excitedly, "Hey, my headache is actually gone." Jarviself smiled slightly. He had already noticed that both of them were suffering from severe headaches during their fight. Initially, he suspected some hidden form of witchcraft or poison, but it turned out to be potent arsenic. By saving them, Jarviself gave these two renewed hope for survival. Hunt Guo, are you okay? Did he remove the poison? Hunt Yong took Hunt Guo's pulse and found that his vital signs had indeed stabilized. Jarviself raised an eyebrow. Didn't expect you to be a doctor? Better still, once you complete your mission, I can offer you positions at my clinic. Hunt Yong was suddenly moved. Though they came seeking revenge for Alphonsong village, they had been driven out by a gang of Xylers. The uncle and nephew had lived a hard life, often going hungry due to bullying. If they could find another place to settle, it would be beyond their wildest dreams. Jarviself's mix of tough and soft tactics effectively grasped Hunt Yong's psychology. Please, give us a chance. Hunt Yong knelt before Jarviself, bowing deeply. Thus, Jarviself used the silver needle on Hunt Yong as well, treating the toxins within them. Meanwhile, Hunt Yong remembered every detail of Jarviself's instructions, providing the entire layout of the poison placements within the Homer residence, including a map. Seeing this, Monique helped her father to his feet, gaining newfound respect for Jarviself. This man was truly exceptional except for his blindness. Even problems that stumped her father, who had wandered the martial world for decades, were handled skillfully by Jarviself. Jarvis stood dismissing the two black-clad men. Jarvis took Monique and Jarvis away, warning them. This house is filled with water-soluble poisons. Jarvis arsenic is one of the least toxic among them. Jarvis for those two. Their lives will inevitably be shortened. This is truly vicious. To cut off the Homer lineage like this. Jarvis, covered in injuries, pounded his chest in frustration. The ordeal had aged him visibly. Monique, tears soaking her clothes, said urgently, Jarvis, I promise to do anything if you saved my father. What do you want? I have no demands of you. Just don't provoke Xuanhuan. Jarvis narrowed his eyes coldly. Jarvis right. Monique agreed without hesitation. Move aside. I need your father. Your family name might be useful in certain situations, like where I'm heading next. Jarvis pushed past her, focusing true chi in his palm and striking Jarvis' heart. The steady heartbeat made Jarvis feel as if he had come back to life. Jarvis then continued to treat him expertly, his medical skills having greatly improved through practice and his enhanced heavenly eye technique. Soon, Jarvis' complexion improved, though external wounds still bled, his internal injuries had stabilized. Come on, Dad, let's bandage you up. Monique, unaware of the improvement, hurriedly tended to his external wounds. Jarvis felt much better and smiled at Jarvis. Ichun, your medical skills have become remarkable. You must have practiced diligently. Jarvis smiled modestly. Just gained more understanding after treating you, Mr. Homer. You still call me Mr. Homer. It seems there's still resentment. Sigh, it's my fault for getting carried away. I initially saw you as Monique's future husband, but you didn't seem interested in her. Jarvis' eyes showed boundless disappointment. Jarvis chuckled awkwardly. Brother Homer, let's not talk like that. Love should be free, not forced into outdated traditions. But Brother Homer, if you feel guilty, I do have a way for you to make amends. Jarvis raised an eyebrow, his mischievous intent evident on his face. ##### Chapter 408. Jarvis and Extra Jarvis in the hole. Jarvis, the end of a bustling street. There was a closed-off courtyard. Despite the vibrant and lively scene outside, few dared to linger around this household. Still, two burly men stood guard at the entrance. Jarvis trailed behind Jarvis, who squinted his eyes and said, Jarvis, though it's often said that great hermits live among ordinary people, Driscoll seems unable to escape worldly matters either. Jarvis' smirk tugged at his lips, revealing a complex emotion. He couldn't have imagined that Driscoll would still need bodyguards despite hiding in such an isolated place. Was it because he was being pursued so intensely, or did the master actually harbor too many desires? But Jarvis leaned more toward his own suspicions. Jarvis after all, Jarvis Lyra had not been harmed, proving that Driscoll was no villain. Jarvis approached from behind, his hand wrapped in bandages, muttering, Little Morgan, helping you with this is what you asked me for? I don't even know these people. Jarvis frowned slightly and chuckled. Don't know? You'll soon find out. Jarvis, he spoke. He lifted his chin, causing the few men in suits behind him to glance nervously at each other. Jarvis felt embarrassed and snapped angrily, You fools! My brother means for you to knock on the door. Why are you just standing there? Did I invite you over for a feast? Do we need drums and gongs? Virgil's yes. The henchmen hurried forward but were immediately blocked by the burly guards. Who is your master? Want to see our Driscoll? Sorry, but Driscoll is currently receiving guests and cannot be disturbed. The burly man's face remained cold and unwelcoming. Receiving guests? What kind of guests? Today, I'm here, and Driscoll will have to meet me first, regardless of whom he's seeing. Jarvis stepped forward, his tone commanding. Though they had never met, he and Driscoll shared deep connections. Beyond the fact that Jarvis Lyra had returned unharmed thanks to Driscoll, the ties with the Jordan organization were even more significant. Today, Jarvis had come here to open a Pandora's box. If luck was on his side, he might gain another spy and an ace in the hole. If not, he could make a powerful enemy. There might even be a fight right here. Wow, who do you think you are? Looks like you're nothing special, yet you talk big. Do you know who our master, Driscoll, is? He's someone even the richest man in the entire province has to pay a fortune to meet. Jarvis, and who are you? The burly man spoke with mocking sarcasm, clearly itching to punch Jarvis. If it weren't for the support Jarvis had behind him, they would have already chased him away. Jarvis smiled confidently and raised an eyebrow. Does Driscoll recognize anyone only through your permission? You, just a gatekeeper, are meddling far too much. Enough talk, scram now. Otherwise, don't blame my stick for being unfriendly. Jarvis, another burly man brandished a stick nearby, his tone menacing. Jarvis came forward with his bandaged hand, cleared his throat, and said, Brothers, it's wrong to hit people. If you really fight, you won't be a match for my brother. He patted Jarvis' shoulder, who sighed. He had previously arranged with Jarvis to bring him along to mask his true strength, avoiding unnecessary fights since he didn't yet know whether Driscoll was friend or foe. Virgil, Jarvis started boasting about himself the moment he opened his mouth. Jarvis shook his head helplessly. Seeing Jarvis' disappointed expression, Jarvis realized he had spoken out of turn and became flustered. He forced a smile and said, Listen up, this is my brother. I, Jarvis, won't let you bully him. Come on. He signaled with his eyes, and his henchmen blew whistles. Soon, over 100 suited Xylers appeared simultaneously. For a moment, the narrow street was choked with people, leaving the burly men at the door dumbfounded. They exchanged glances and muttered, Jarvis? Jarvis? Is this Jarvis from one of the 10 major families in Yinzhou province? They say he was the top boss in the underworld over a decade ago, and even the current leader of the Qinglong organization calls him Brother Homer. Oh, didn't expect you two to know me? I'm here today to visit your master, Driscoll. Speaking of Driscoll, Jarvis narrowed his eyes. Where had he heard the name Driscoll before? Virgil's, please come in, but Brother Homer, you should go in alone. This crowd might disturb Driscoll. The burly man looked somewhat guilty. No way, my brother must go in with me. Jarvis lifted his chin, gesturing for Jarvis to enter. Unexpectedly, The two burly men slammed the door shut again, insisting firmly, "No way. Driscoll strictly adheres to etiquette. Without an invitation, someone without status can't meet him face to face." Jarvis sighed, his brows furrowed. His plan had been to conceal his identity, but it seemed they were forcing him to reveal it. It was rumored that Driscoll was a reclusive sage. Living in such a place with such stringent rules suggested that someone else might also be visiting today. Jarvis's jade-colored eyes shifted, processing this possibility. His vision pierced through the layers of walls, revealing a Soraya having an intense conversation with an elderly man inside. What a coincidence. Someone else had sent representatives to visit Driscoll. Who were they? Could it be the Jordan organization? Jarvis was about to force his way in, but was stopped by Jarvis. Jarvis placed his hands on his hips, sighing reluctantly. "Oh well, if my brother can't go in, it's no fun for me either. With my right hand broken, my brother is like a limb to me. If he can't enter, why bother visiting Driscoll? I'll go tell everyone on the streets that after going through all the trouble to visit Driscoll, I was turned away by his gatekeepers. How embarrassing." Jarvis' words took effect, and the burly men complied instantly, opening the door. "Go on in." Who would have thought that the legendary Jarvis would resort to such tricks? Pfft. Hee. When I was ruling the underworld, you two were still playing in the mud. Do you think brawn alone can get you anywhere? Let me tell you, the people backing me are all experts. If you upset my brother, they'll tear down this house. Humph. Jarvis strutted proudly, leading Jarvis inside, his expression smug. The two burly men outside, however, wore complicated expressions. One of them murmured anxiously, "Oh dear, what should we do? Jane warned us not to let anyone in." The other sneered, "Isn't this perfect?" Jarvis represents the underworld, while the Ouyang family is all about law and order. Both will probably fall into the hands of that fierce person inside. This translation preserves the original paragraph structure and line breaks while maintaining the natural flow and style of the text. Chapter 409. Finally meeting Driscoll. Little Morgan, how about that? My reputation isn't too bad, right? Hee. Jarvis grinned as he claimed credit for his introduction. Jarvis gave a light laugh. He noticed that since Jarvis had been around him, the man's originally cold personality had softened somewhat, likely due to the improvement in his internal condition. Suddenly, Jarvis sensed a wave of murderous intent sweeping towards them. "Be careful." Jarvis shoved Jarvis aside, just as a long stick swung down. With Jarvis's help, Jarvis narrowly avoided it. "Who?" Jarvis retreated hurriedly, pale with shock. If that blow had landed even a second earlier, it might have cracked open his skull. Looking at the ground where the iron rod struck, the old bricks were shattered into pieces. The assailant was a slender man wrapped in a headscarf. His dark face was emotionless as he struck again without saying a word. This time, Jarvis caught the blow with his hand, clashing palms with the man. Jarvis' loud slap echoed through the air, and the force seemed to shake the very atmosphere. Jarvis stood firm as a mountain, while the heads-carved man stumbled back several steps. "Jarvis blind man?" It lit out. The heads-carved man frowned, clearly displeased with Jarvis. "So what if I'm blind?" "You still lost that move just now," Jarvis retorted sarcastically. Immediately displeased, the headscarfed man swung his stick again. Jarvis pushed Jarvis away and ran in another direction, drawing continuous attacks from the headscarfed man. Each time, Jarvis narrowly evaded the strikes until he found an opportunity to counterattack, reaching out with a swift grab. However, the slender man narrowly avoided the attack, and they remained at a stalemate. Facing off 2 meters apart, the headscarfed man gritted his teeth and said, "My master is entertaining Driscoll. No matter who you are or what your purpose is, you can't step any closer." "Just tell me who your master is," Jarvis demanded, his gaze piercing through the space. He could faintly see a Soraya but couldn't make out her features clearly. The headscarfed man sneered, unwilling to answer. He attacked again. This time, Jarvis wouldn't hold back. The truth was within reach. Bang! Jarvis' punch hit the headscarfed man's abdomen so swiftly that he was thrown several meters back, slamming into a wall and trembling uncontrollably. Seeing the man frothing at the mouth after falling, Jarvis felt a shiver of fear. It seemed Jarvis hadn't even used full strength against him. This kid possessed such incredible power. They moved through the front courtyard toward the main hall. Just as they entered the room, several burly men raised their hands with audible clicks. Upon closer inspection, Jarvis saw that they were 5 or 6 assassins with black handguns aimed directly at their heads. Jarvis and elderly Soraya conversed with Driscoll. Though her face was lined with wrinkles, her physique and attire resembled those of a middle-aged Soraya. Jarvis couldn't help but chuckle, realizing the mistake. "I thought you were someone else. It's you, old Jane. Jarvis, your age. Shouldn't you be resting at home instead of running around aimlessly?" he taunted. The lead assassin, wielding a gun, stepped forward angrily. "Who are you, punk? Show some respect, or we'll shoot you dead." Jarvis frowned, his voice cold. "You want to shoot my brother? I advise you to find out who I am first." Rhea stood up. Jarvis, the matriarch of the Ouyang family, she had encountered many influential people. She glanced disdainfully at Jarvis and scoffed. "It's you again, this unruly young man. Seeing you brings misfortune." Then she smiled, turning to Jarvis. "Jarvis, for Boss Homer, why do you have time to visit today? Is there something specific?" Jarvis, that moment, an emaciated old man spoke feebly. "Alfonso, damn. How can you say that as if you're the hostess here?" "Jarvis Driscoll, you're being too formal. I'm just helping you entertain your guests because it seems like you're not up to it," Rhea replied with a smile, but her words were laced with malice. Every word exchanged in this chaotic scene hinted at their complex relationships. Jarvis immediately understood that Rhea was using her influence to pressure Driscoll. "Ha, old Jane, stop trying to cozy up to me. I came here today to bring my brother, but I didn't expect you to have assassins waiting outside." Jarvis almost got killed out there. Jarvis' tone carried anger. Everyone knew that although old Jane appeared to operate within legal bounds, she had close ties to the underworld. Her methods were ruthless, and even high-ranking figures had fallen victim to her schemes. SK, what are you talking about? Those are just some troublemakers. How could they harm you? You're still in one piece, aren't you? See, even with your caste, you're exaggerating. Boss Homer. Rhea's words were unpleasant, sharp, and filled with sarcasm. Jarviswolf smiled, ignoring Rhea, and turned to Driscoll. Driscoll looked unwell, which explained his silence these past few days. It seemed the previous events were indeed his doing, but obtaining information on human elixir alchemy from him would be difficult. Driscoll, I've heard much about you. I've come today seeking your help. No need for introductions, you should know who I am, Jarviswolf added cryptically, unsure of Rhea's affiliations. Indeed, Rhea perked up but didn't understand the connection between Jarviswolf and Driscoll. You are? Driscoll hesitated. Jarviswolf quickly interjected. I'm here to save Jarvis Lyra. Jarvis Lyra? I see, but I didn't harm her. Why go to such lengths? Driscoll stroked his white beard, deep in thought. Jarviswolf furrowed his brow, surprised by the old man's remarkable memory. Reluctantly, Jarviswolf resorted to his trump card. Cough, cough. I have an old friend, Jarvis. He said only you can resolve Jarvis Lyra's issue. Jarvis after all, the bell must be untied by the one who tied it. You know Jarvis Rigo? You have news of him? Driscoll stood up in surprise. Though he didn't recognize the blind young man, he and Jarvis Rigo had a close relationship. Jarviswolf thought his strategy was solid. Jarvis Rigo's name truly served as his ace. Beside him, Rhea was utterly confused, her eyes flashing with anger. Suppressing her temper, she asked patiently, Driscoll, what relation do you have with this young man? Did you know each other before? Unexpectedly, Driscoll sneered. What does it have to do with you? Chapter 410. Your target. Driscoll gave Rhea a cold shoulder, leaving her displeased but not daring to retaliate. It seems this young man has quite the connection with Driscoll, enough to make him speak up for you even though he usually avoids the spotlight? Seeing that Driscoll ignored her, Rhea quickly shifted her focus to Jarviswolf. Jarviswolf retorted sharply, Old Jane, why do you have to meddle in everything? Last time, you went to Bray's bidding event, which had nothing to do with you. Now you're here with Driscoll. What is your true intention? Rhea narrowed her eyes, her questions stuck in her throat. Brat, you don't know the rules. Rhea sneered and began to get angry with Jarviswolf. Driscoll paid no attention to Rhea, instead engaging in quiet conversation with Jarviswolf. So that's the letter from Eric. He asked you to bring it to me? Ha, that stubborn old man. It's rare for him to trust anyone. Who would have thought he'd agree to let you deliver it? This shows he really acknowledges you. Driscoll nodded approvingly. Then he opened the letter Jarviswolf handed over, read it carefully, and nodded again. So that's how it is. I understand everything now. Thank you for your effort, Jarviswolf. This time, Driscoll called Jarviswolf by name accurately, confirming that Eric hadn't lied. Jarviswolf nodded, feeling relieved. Driscoll, you really know this kid? Jarvis, are you aware that he doesn't follow any rules? Rhea was about to complain when Driscoll gently waved his hand. Old Jane, let's end this today. Jarvis a healer, I have my principles. Moreover, I'm no longer associated with the organization, while your position differs from mine. Driscoll's words were profound. Jarviswolf frowned slightly, absorbing two pieces of information. First, Driscoll was also a healer. Second, Driscoll had broken ties with the Jordan organization. Jarvis and Rhea had connections with the Jordan organization too. What organization are you referring to? Jarviswolf probed cautiously. Jarvis, that moment, a group of 6 black-clad men suddenly appeared, surrounding everyone. The leader held a curved knife, his gaze sharp. Old Jane, since you couldn't persuade Driscoll, we'll have to handle it ourselves. Driscoll, please. The leader's tone was imperious, filled with murderous intent. Clearly, they intended to force Driscoll to comply. Driscoll glanced at everyone and sighed deeply. It seems I've accumulated much karma. Today, this disaster is inevitable. Jarvis didn't dare speak up. He had almost lost his life outside just now. Engaging in a verbal spar with Rhea was one thing, but fighting these martial experts was out of the question. Jarviswolf said coldly, Driscoll, if I hadn't come, I wouldn't have stopped you from going anywhere. But since I'm here, they won't take you away. I, Jarviswolf, officially invite Driscoll to Xuanhuan Pharmaceutical. Jarvis Neon who dares interfere will be dealt with accordingly. What Xuanhuan Pharmaceutical? Rubbish. Jarvis stack. On the leader's command, several black-clad men lunged forward. In an instant, Jarviswolf moved like a shadow, delivering a punch to one of their shoulders. The man reeled back, a loud crack, signaling his shoulder dislocating. Driscoll watched in surprise as Jarviswolf continued striking. 1, 2, 3. Hitting each black-clad man's chin and neck, and finally stomping on the ankles of the last two. Jarvis' series of cracks echoed through the air. Though no blood was drawn, the hit areas quickly showed signs of internal damage. Jarviswolf disabled 5 out of 6 men with simple, precise moves, barely resorting to roughness. The remaining black-clad man, holding the curved knife, hesitated, unsure whether to fight or retreat. The atmosphere grew awkward. Heavens, this kid is so formidable? The leader pondered. His boss only told him to either kill or recruit this person, but didn't mention his astonishing strength. Jarviswolf? Having roamed Yuzhou City for decades, he'd never heard of a blind man capable of defeating 5 opponents effortlessly. Sweat dripped down the black-clad leader's forehead. Should he attack? Likely to be beaten by Jarviswolf. If not, he'd lose face for the organization, especially with old Jane watching. Driscoll raised his hand to intervene. Please don't trouble my young friend. He harbors no ill intentions. He merely wishes to talk to me and settle our matters. I don't want our conversation to be disturbed. Please leave. Great, the leader thought. Driscoll's intervention saved him from humiliation. Jarviswolf, though relieved, he maintained a tough exterior. Today, I'll give Driscoll the benefit of the doubt. We're leaving. The black-clad men walked away arrogantly. Their subordinates exchanged glances, puzzled. Didn't they vow to eliminate all obstacles for the Jordan organization? Why this outcome? But since the boss left, they followed suit. Retreat. In moments, everyone left except for Rhea. These useless fellows can't even handle a blind man? They should die. Rhea sputtered in anger. Facing Jarvis, Jarviself, and Driscoll, she felt embarrassed. They all seemed to silently urge her to leave. Old Jane, I understand your family situation. Let's discuss the solution later. What do you think? Driscoll offered her a graceful exit. Jarvis already giving me the boot, Driscoll? Rhea wasn't ready to quit yet. Unexpectedly, Jarvis sneered. Well, Driscoll already gave you an easy way out. Don't embarrass yourself further. Isn't it obvious? Driscoll just wants to chat more with my young friend. Moreover, Driscoll, I'm your loyal customer. Really? Driscoll squinted, stroking his chin. I'm Jarvis, your target. Did you forget? Jarvis' lips curled into a sinister smile, his eyes turning cold. Chapter 411, Toby's message. Target? Target. Driscoll suddenly realized. Earlier, the Jordan organization had asked Driscoll to do some underhanded things to the core members of the 10 major families in Yuzhou province. Driscoll did tamper with it a bit. Jarvis, although no substantial harm was caused, Driscoll's methods were still extraordinary and would impose some physical burden on those who were targeted. Driscoll immediately understood, lowering his head and saying, Please forgive me. My mistake earlier caused this misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? You deliberately schemed to have my father buy that broken jade and send it here to me, almost costing my Aaliyah her life. Do you know that? Jarvis lowered his voice. He glanced at Rhea beside him, realizing this wasn't the right time to settle accounts. He pretended to be understanding and said, Forget it. We shouldn't dwell on old matters. Let's go, Mrs. Rhea. Today isn't the day for us two here. Truly unlucky. Rhea angrily leaned on her cane, her eyes flashing suddenly. But Driscoll, I can't just leave like this. Jarvis Dural, my grandfather is still waiting for you to come over. Isn't he? How about you catch up and then come back with me to the Ouyang family? Rhea couldn't help but worry. She had a feeling that Jarviself was going to take Driscoll away permanently. I'll need to think about that. Driscoll looked at Jarviself, uncertain which path to choose now, his eyes filled with confusion. Jarviself asked. It turned out that Rhea joined forces with the Jordan organization because they both aimed to bring Driscoll back out of retirement. Jarvis month ago, Driscoll fell ill with a hidden ailment and announced his retirement suddenly. Rhea's goal was to ask Driscoll to treat her smoking-stricken grandfather who had developed lung cancer. Though not a particularly benevolent person, Grandpa Ouyang wasn't an evil rogue as such either. Thus, Jarviself took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket and tossed it to Rhea, coldly saying, For the sake of your grandfather, I'll help you this once. This medicine will at least suppress the worsening of his condition. Then rinse his lungs with cold water 3 times or more, and take him to a big hospital for a CT scan. Jarvis' top doctor will definitely see something unusual, understand? Rhea frowned angrily. Jarvis, are you kidding me? None of the renowned doctors could cure him, and said only Driscoll could. Can you? Jarvis, this moment, Driscoll chuckled and explained, You should believe him. I watched carefully when Brother Jarviself dealt with those black-clad men. His moves weren't focused on vital points as martial artists typically do, but more on anatomical concepts, hitting vulnerable joints as if disassembling a corpse. It's clear he possesses extraordinary medical skills, undoubtedly a master healer. Driscoll stated firmly. If you say so, then I guess I should give it a try. If you can save my grandfather, I might overlook our past grievances. Humph. With that, Rhea left with Jarvis. Jarviself sighed, shaking his head at the difficulty of dealing with the old lady. Driscoll, now that they're gone, let me tell you everything that happened. Jarviself recounted how he met Jarvis Rigo and everything that followed. So you're the blind man who put little Alfonso in a desperate situation. They all say you're a heartless demon, but clearly, not all they say is true. Driscoll held Jarviself's wrist, revealing he had already felt Jarviself's pulse. Is this a doctor's habit? Jarviself placed his hand on Driscoll's wrist. Both awkwardly withdrew their hands. Driscoll hurriedly gestured, Please sit down, Brother Jarviself. Jarviself sat. Driscoll poured tea and said earnestly, Jarvischually, the reason I saved Jarvis Lyra isn't due to compassion, but because I owe someone a debt of gratitude. Jarviself, intending to discuss Mika, paused, listening intently. Jarvis Lyra's father, Xiao Hunt, was colleagues with my late wife. Driscoll's eyes showed signs of weariness. You have a wife? Jarviself raised an eyebrow. When he came in, he used his heavenly eye technique to check the surroundings. There were no traces of a female occupant in this residence, and no signs of recent habitation. Virgil's, but that's a different matter. Xiao Hunt once helped my wife. Jarviself, though I didn't interact much with him, seeing his Aaliyah in danger, I must repay this favor. Driscoll nodded. Jarviself frowned. So you know where Toby is? Toby? Driscoll became cautious. Toby is a distant relative from my village, and Jarvis Lyra is like my elder sister I grew up with. Jarviself kept the relationship vague for safety. Driscoll understood. No wonder you've been so persistent about Jarvis Lyra's case for so long. Indeed, Xiao Hunt and his wife are abroad, seeking refuge. It's been over half a year, and I don't know if they're even safe. Jarvis abroad? That made things very difficult. Finding Jarvis Lyra in the provincial city was like finding a needle in a haystack, let alone abroad. Driscoll, do you have any clues about Toby? You see, he once helped me greatly. My father died in a mining accident early on, and without his care, I wouldn't have survived these years. Thanks to benefactors, I've achieved some success in my career. Now, I wanted to make his life better, but I can't find him anymore. Jarviself's voice choked with emotion. Driscoll was touched, patting Jarviself's arm, eyes full of mixed emotions. Child, you're a good kid. Though Jarviself played this role to move Driscoll, he genuinely cared about Toby, at least promising Jarvis Lyra. But it was best not to tell Jarvis Lyra about this. Just as he thought this, the door was suddenly pushed open by an angry voice. Filthy creature, stop right there. Followed by thick, murderous intent and the glint of a long sword. Chapter 412. I will Jarvis accept treatment. Hum. The longsword's blade came slicing through, making the air vibrate ever so slightly. Jarvis widened his eyes and retreated backward. Still a blind man? Jarvis, mere blind man, dares to intrude into my Virgil Alfonsanchin? Watch me kill you. Jarvis, young man with eyes like thunder, thrust straight at Virgil Isaiah with textbook precision, just like an ancient valiant young knight. Outrageous. Stop this instant. Driscoll frowned and quickly intervened. But the sword in the young man's hand seemed unguided, and it was clear that it couldn't be stopped. It aimed directly at Jarvis's eyes. Driscoll's heart turned cold in that moment, filled with guilt. But the next moment, the sword was halted in midair as golden yellow energy formed a wall blocking it. Jarvis? The young man also felt surprised. He heard Driscoll's angry shout and naturally stopped, yet he remained shocked by the technique of the blind man before him. Father, this boy has the same technique as you. Nolan stepped back a few paces and put away his sword. You wretched creature, apologize now. He is my honored guest. Driscoll rebuked fiercely. Immediately after, Nolan nodded obediently and said to Jarvis, sorry, my impetuous behavior was out of line. It's fine. Jarvis waved it off, then reached for the sword at his waist and drew it out. Nice sword this lad has. It's a fine-bladed long sword, with a sturdy blade, and when wielded, it handles effortlessly. Jarvis waved it with one hand, while forming a sword gesture with 2 fingers of his other hand, appearing quite the dashing young man. Driscoll nodded approvingly, praising, Chun, your skills are excellent. Did you practice swordsmanship before? Not really, just some interest. Not worth mentioning. Jarvis modestly deflected the question. If pressed, he had indeed worn such swords into battle in his younger days, making him very familiar with them. It had been a long time since he saw one, and this sudden sight pulled him back into memories of the past. Caught up in these memories, Jarvis's heavenly eye technique unexpectedly underwent a purification. Originally at the 4th level, it suddenly advanced to the 5th level due to the awakening of his memories. Jarvis, the 5th level, the heavenly eye technique could diagnose all illnesses recorded in medical texts based on a person's complexion and outward appearance. In Jarvis's view, Driscoll already appeared frail, particularly with a shadow over his face, indicating hidden ailments not easily detected by others. While Driscoll introduced his son Nolan and explained his recent fondness for travel and disinterest in Jordan organization matters, Jarvis took the opportunity to assess Driscoll's full condition. He murmured, Driscoll, the true reason is that your body is ill, unable to muster true chi anymore, isn't it? Driscoll froze, falling silent. You aren't an ordinary fellow. Your perception is remarkable, and you can indeed harness true chi. No wonder you avoided my son Gavriel's sword earlier. Jarvis noticed a dark aura around Driscoll's mind, a sinister spell affecting his thoughts. It must have been done by the Jordan organization. Speaking now would likely hinder their cooperation, so Jarvis aimed to focus on solutions. He said, Driscoll, to be honest, from our first meeting, I already diagnosed your poor health. I must tell you that I did not come to discuss Jarvis Lyra's matter, but for another purpose. Jarvis, another purpose? Didn't I already say I enjoy traveling and don't plan to leave home? Driscoll's expression suddenly darkened, clearly showing he had no intention of coming out to help anyone. But Jarvis smiled slightly. We can make a deal. Haven't I already proven my sincerity by not revealing my intentions until now? I will treat your hidden illness. If successful, the deal is sealed. If I fail, you lose nothing. Isn't that fair? No loss? You think my father is a fool? Who knows if your shoddy medicine works? You might end up killing him. Nolan immediately objected, unwilling to stand by. Jarvis, having missed with his sword, felt embarrassing enough. Letting Jarvis redeem himself would be better, right? Wait. Driscoll frowned, deep in thought. Jarvis, he had witnessed firsthand and heard tales about the young man named Jarvis who did possess some medical skill. Physicians cannot treat themselves, having saved countless lives. If he were to be incapacitated by hidden ailments, failing at the final step would be a lifelong regret. Seeing Driscoll wavering, Jarvis seized the opportunity. Since I've met with Eric, I won't hide anything from you. In Luoqing, I've had many confrontations with the Jordan organization. You in the Jordan organization? You? Driscoll was taken aback. People associated with the Jordan organization were either members or enemies. How did Jarvis manage to survive unscathed after clashing with the Jordan organization? Jarvis, and more importantly, how did he win the respect of Eric? This kind of poise wasn't typical of a young man. Driscoll hastily asked, Why are you seeking me? Don't you know I'm the liaison for the Jordan organization's leader? I've done much for them. From what I infer, you may be under some constraint. Whatever it is, I won't pry. Jarvis, all I know is that I have a way to treat your brain ailment. You've been forgetful lately, haven't you? I can help you remember. Jarvis fished a small porcelain bottle from his pocket. This is the panacea. Nolan's eyes widened as he and Driscoll exchanged glances. Nolan's mouth hung open, mumbling. This panacea was recently released by a very skilled old doctor. It's said to cure 100 diseases, and many elderly people improved after taking it. It's nearly an archenemy to all age-related illnesses. But you're blind. Even with this miraculous drug, why should we believe you can treat my father? You're just a fraud. Nolan refused to believe that a blind man could treat anyone. My father has spent his life as a doctor, involving much more than just treating patients. Can't you see that? Stop trying to pull this off. There's no way I'll let you treat him. Nolan folded his arms confidently. But Driscoll's face turned cold. Nolan, leave. I am going to receive treatment. Hashtag chapter 413. Only one choice. Jarvis accept treatment? Nolan thought he had heard wrong. His usually composed father was actually willing to take such a risk. But in Jarvis's eyes, this was the most correct choice. If your father doesn't accept treatment now, Nolan, it will only appear that there's nothing wrong on the surface, but in reality, his body can't mobilize true chi and his internal organs are approaching failure, Jarvis said calmly. You don't need to tell me this. Nolan gritted his teeth. Tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. Ever since his father was ambushed by the Spirit Essence organization and fell ill, he hadn't had a good day. My father devoted his life to cultivation and has abilities far beyond most ordinary people. If not for their tricks, how could he have ended up as their puppet? Nolan seemed extremely concerned about his father's reputation. So why are you stopping him? Since you respect him so much, you should trust his decision. Jarvis said quietly beside him. Seeing that Nolan wanted to argue, Driscoll finally spoke. This is none of your business, Nolan. Do you know that my old bones don't have much time left? If I don't give myself a chance now, I probably won't be able to save your mother for the rest of my life. Do you expect me not to count on myself, nor on you, and forbid me from counting on someone else? Huh. This question left Nolan speechless. Jarvis also sensed some other hidden issues, but he didn't rush to ask. Instead, he looked at Driscoll calmly. Time is running out, Driscoll. I've prepared an array specifically designed to unlock your acupoints. It should give you at least half a year. Jarvis, from his perspective, most of Driscoll's brain cells were already dead, and many of his organs were failing. The only improvement was his liver, which could regenerate. Without treatment, Driscoll wouldn't last more than 10 days, but with Jarvis' skills, he could extend this period by over tenfold. Jarvisan, because Driscoll was adept in cultivation with ample true chi, he might last even longer. Half a year was a conservative estimate. That's enough. But I still want to ask you one thing, Jarvis. What method do you plan to use to treat me? Driscoll, who had spent his entire life practicing medicine, naturally understood most of Jarvis' techniques, thus feeling curious. The 13 Needles of Ghost Gate. Jarvis said confidently. The 13 Needles of Ghost Gate? I didn't expect anyone from the younger generation to master such an extraordinary technique. If I could see this technique before I die, then I haven't wasted my years surviving until today. Driscoll exhaled deeply and sighed skyward. Nolan had too many objections, but now with no choice, he could only step aside as Jarvis pulled out silver needles to start the treatment. Dozens of silver needles were inserted into Driscoll's forehead and various joints. Jarvis focused his energy. True chi actually materialized in the air, emitting a strong golden light. In Jarvis's view, this golden light almost illuminated the entire room as if it were daylight. To Driscoll, who had been in long-term meditation, the surroundings shimmered with a faint golden glow, reflecting in his eyes like a warm current flowing into his body through each needle tip. The pain was then washed away as if swept by a gentle breeze, leaving no trace. However, these scenes meant nothing to Nolan. He stood up anxiously. Jarvis, are you even capable? My father isn't speaking anymore. If anything happens to him, I'll hold you responsible. Hush. Your father is just so comfortable that he's falling asleep, Jarvis said, raising an eyebrow. Then, he waved his hand over Nolan's forehead, and a glint of golden light flashed in Nolan's eyes. What is this? Jarvis, this moment, Nolan felt as if he had entered a new world, and the thread of golden light Jarvis gave him was the key to unlocking it. Strands of golden light gathered from the air, slowly entering Driscoll's body through Jarvis' silver needles. Before long, Driscoll's complexion turned rosy, and his condition significantly improved. Dr. Chen, thank you. Now I understand why they call you Miracle Doctor. Driscoll slowly sat up straighter, his tone calming down. If not for your intervention, I might not have realized how this virus has taken its toll on me. If I don't find a solution soon, I fear I would die in this dilapidated house tonight. Driscoll lamented. To think these people would be so ruthless, treating me like less than human. Driscoll expressed his hatred towards the Spirit Essence organization. Jarvis, this point, Nolan dared not say anything. He had witnessed Jarvis's miraculous methods firsthand. Since I've saved you, fulfilling my promise, perhaps you can grant my request now? To be honest, the person I need you to save is Shun Clan's young lady, Mika. Upon hearing this, Driscoll's expression changed instantly. What? Could you be Shun Clan's prospective son-in-law? Driscoll was in shock. Jarvis, are you hesitating because of Alphonse? Jarvis asked, raising an eyebrow. Driscoll sighed. To be frank, Alphonse merely outwitted me and forced me into a corner. But it's Jarvis whom the Spirit Essence organization and I specifically warned never to provoke, lest all efforts be wasted. Jarvis frowned. Why wouldn't the Spirit Essence organization dare to provoke Jarvis? What reason lay behind this? This explained why, in Yuzhou Provincial City, those people kept hiding, yet pursued him relentlessly once he left Luoqing. They feared Vince. In any case, since you've agreed to cooperate with me, what does the Spirit Essence organization matter? Isn't their leader named Erwin? Jarvis smiled confidently. How did you know? Driscoll was astounded. Not many people knew the leader's name of such a powerful organization like the Spirit Essence organization in Beijing. Jarvis explained calmly. Since we're here talking, let me be frank. I have an ancestral enmity with them, irreconcilable. You have to choose one side today. Jarvis, an awkward silence filled the air, but Jarvis remained confident. Dad, you. Nolan's eyes wavered. Driscoll exhaled deeply. You truly are something, calculating all this. You know they have something on me, right? Just tell me who it is. Save my person, and I'll help save yours. Jarvis said firmly. In fact, it's my wife they've imprisoned, which is why I've been helping them. Whether it's your Shin family, Jarvis Homer family, or G family in the southern city, they've all been my targets. Driscoll's eyes were filled with remorse. Hashtag chapter 414. The worst case scenario. Jarvis's expression didn't change because the names mentioned by Driscoll were all people he had investigated before. My wife is 20 years younger than I am. She was once a member of one of the 10 great families, but I won't tell you which one. In short, I love my wife very much. The people from the Jordan organization found my weakness and have forced me to admit defeat. Driscoll's tone was filled with despair. This master, clearly in his twilight years, had been reduced to this state by despicable means? Jarvis sneered coldly. The world is full of despicable people. But don't worry, Driscoll. Jarvis, though I can't claim to be a paragon of justice, since I've decided to transact with you, I will certainly keep my word, Jarviself said, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Of course, you must guarantee that you will give me what I want. Driscoll took a breath and faintly smiled. It seems it's heaven's will. Jarvis Rigo bringing you to me must have its deeper meaning. I believe in Jarvis Rigo. Driscoll's eyes glazed over, deep in thought. Seeing his father wavering, Nolan anxiously said, Father, why don't you reconsider? You are so capable. How could you not handle such a despicable organization? This blind man looks like nothing special. But Driscoll shook his head and explained, My child, you don't understand. I'm already a man waiting for death. These days, I felt my heart occasionally stop beating. But after this young man treated me with his so-called 13 needles of ghost gates, I feel a glimmer of hope. But you should know that even with this, I don't have much time left. How long do I have to bargain with that organization and save your mother? You should know she has a special status. He looked at Nolan earnestly, but Nolan seemed reluctant to understand. Jarviself nodded pensively. It appeared that there was much hidden information about Nolan's mother, but since it wasn't relevant to him, Jarviself didn't care to get involved in the mess. Let's go. I'll take you to treat Mika. Speaking of which, my old grievances with the Shun family are ancient history and shouldn't burden you young ones. Driscoll patted his knee, and then gestured for Nolan to help him stand up. Seeing Driscoll looking somewhat like he was going to meet his fate, Jarviself's lips curled slightly. You speak too humbly, Driscoll. I respect you greatly. Honestly, I don't really understand your past with the Shin family and don't wish to know. Driscoll seemed surprised. Oh, that old man didn't tell you anything? Seeing Jarviself remain silent, Driscoll murmured to himself, That's a good thing. Maybe he has let it go. Nolan, come with me to the Shun residence, Driscoll instructed. Virgil's. Nolan hesitated, but still agreed. Jarvister leaving, Jarviself hurriedly wanted to bring Driscoll back to the Shun residence, but saw Jarvis sitting angrily in the corner. Where's old Jane? Jarviself asked. That old Soraya was offended by my words and had her servants send her back. Besides, if she doesn't hurry, her old man will be dead soon, Jarvis said with a playful smile. You do talk rudely. Driscoll chuckled softly, the first time he laughed since they met. Jarvis' face looked strange as he stared at Driscoll for a long time, then looked at Jarviself. Old Virgil, you and Nolan go to the car. I need to talk to Boss Homer, Jarviself grinned. Originally someone who cared little for others' feelings, now he occasionally considered others. A sign that he had learned some worldly wisdom, albeit reluctantly. Jarvister Driscoll and Nolan left. Jarviself walked over to Jarvis. Like a petulant child, Jarvis frowned and said, Explain yourself. When did you get mixed up with that Virgil guy? Don't you know he's the mastermind behind harming me? The true mastermind is someone else. Driscoll was just being used. If you're truly upset, you could also ignore my feelings and kill him here. But you must wait until I bring him back to treat the person I need to. Jarvis pondered for a moment, then sighed in relief. Little Morgan, sometimes I don't know how to talk to you. Is this organization really so hard to deal with? Why didn't you just call on me? I have money and power. What more do you need? Jarvis was puzzled. His intentions were clear. He not only wanted to share hardships with Jarviself, but also hoped Jarviself would marry his Aaliyah, Monique, preferably becoming a son-in-law of the Homer family. Jarviself shrugged indifferently. Can you really handle it? What about those two black-clothed men in your house? Didn't they scare you witless? You're exaggerating. They aren't ordinary people. Jarvis frowned, acting like an irritable Edric. Jarviself didn't bother making it difficult for him, patting Jarvis on the shoulder and sighing. Once this matter is settled, I'll give Monique an explanation. I know she seems to have feelings for me, but I'm currently involved in many conflicts and don't have the time. Jarvis, you are indeed quite smart. I didn't misjudge you. I do many things for you because of my Aaliyah year. Please don't always disappoint our Homer family. Jarvis wore an exasperated expression. Jarviself gave a fake smile and quickly left. Jarviself brought Driscoll and Nolan to the Shun residence. Coincidentally, Alphonse Oxymilion wasn't there. Jarvis Liza explained. Alphonse Oxymilion said this Beijing affair has detained him. He plans to stay longer in Beijing and drink more with his friends. Jarvis his age, drinking? So irresponsible. Mika lay in bed, her face pale, worriedly remarking, Don't worry. Is your grandfather really irresponsible? He says he's drinking, but he's probably catching up on old stories with his friends. Once they start boasting, they won't stop for 3 days. Jarvis Liza comforted her. Mika gave a bitter smile and looked happily at Jarviself. She felt that as long as Jarviself was by her side, she could endure any illness. Jarviself infused a current of true chi into Mika's forehead, alleviating much of her pain. Though Mika's internal injuries were improving, the mark on her wound continued to expand, slowly but surely threatening her life one day. Jarvister thoroughly examining Mika's pulse, Driscoll's face turned grim. This is a refining technique that has long been lost in the martial world. Refining? Jarviself asked in surprise. Before Driscoll diagnosed it, he hadn't encountered such dark arts. Driscoll said ominously, In the worst-case scenario, the person affected will be refined into a mindless puppet within a short period of time. Chapter 415. Driscoll's medical skills. This sounds too scary, some sort of refinement technique. I think Stacy just caught a cold. Recently, there are many viruses going around. All we need is to develop an effective medicine, and everything will be fine, Bentley scoffed from the side. Bentley, shut up, this isn't your business. Mika gritted her teeth in disdain. Her good impression of Bentley had long been exhausted these past few days. She initially thought Bentley was a close friend, but now she saw his true colors. Upon hearing the good news from Jarviself, Bentley did everything he could to obstruct things. If not for Mika being awake this time, Bentley would have persuaded Jarvis Liza to turn Jarviself away again. With arms crossed, Bentley said coldly, Han Yin, no matter what I do, it's all for your own good. The people Jarviself brought here are just wasting time. I've already arranged for experts to treat this type of cold and tested the medication. He can't cure it. You can't even walk soon. Of course, they can spin any story. Jarvis Bentley spoke confidently. Jarvis stood right in front of him. You used Xuanhuan as a test subject? Jarvis's anger welled up from within, thinking that Bentley genuinely liked Mika and came from a prestigious family, but never imagined he could be so despicable. What's wrong with testing drugs? It's all for Xuanhuan's good. Bentley retorted dismissively. With his heavenly eye at the 5th level, Jarvis could easily diagnose patients' conditions and similar diseases with a glance. Though he couldn't provide specific solutions, he could easily pinpoint the cause of the illness. Mika's current frailty and spleen cold were results of the refinement technique. Her heart and lung functions were also damaged by some supposed miracle ointments. Jarvis couldn't hold back and punched Bentley in the cheek. Furious, Bentley retaliated. What the hell are you doing? Jarvis, are you asking for a beating? Jarvis caught his fist, eyes wide with cold fury. The medicine you gave has already weakened Xuanhuan's heart and lungs. If your actions delay her treatment, I swear I'll cripple you. Stop it, both of you. Don't you want Xuanhuan to recover? Neither of you cares more about her than me. Even as a stepmother, I won't let her condition deteriorate, and the Qin family won't tolerate such behavior from outsiders. Jarvis silenced Bentley, while Jarvis released his hand and turned to Mika. Bentley couldn't resist adding, if you can make Mika walk today, I'll write my name backward from now on. Driscoll silently diagnosed Mika's pulse and finally concluded, this wound has been significantly affected by various medications. Treatment is very complicated now. The only solution I can think of is obtaining a superior snow lotus from Mount Bolivar for treatment. I'll go for it. Just tell me where. Jarvis replied calmly. He was about to head to the capital to investigate Jordan organization, but before leaving, he must ensure Mika fully recovers. However, Nolan stroked his chin and muttered, but the best snow lotuses on Mount Bolivar are rare nowadays. Even if found, it's hard to get one. Worse yet, extracting its active ingredients takes 49 days, which might be too late for Stacy. Everyone expressed their doubts, impressed by Nolan's knowledge. Driscoll explained, my son Nolan is also my last disciple. Over the years, I've taught him most of my knowledge. He has great insight but lacks practical experience. Jarvis, he spoke. He subtly observed Jarvis, appreciating his courage in challenging Bentley over Mika despite knowing the power of the Lin family in the capital. It seems Xuanhuan can't walk today. Jarvis, this talk is just wasting her precious time for treatment. Bentley sneered. Jarvis frowned. You idiot. Did you forget that the person you called nearly killed Xuanhuan last time? Who are you calling an idiot? You blind waste. Bentley retorted angrily, leading to another confrontation. Suddenly, Driscoll asked, Chun, what method did you use earlier to help Xuanhuan regain clarity? Can you do it for me? Surprised, Jarvis understood Driscoll's intent. He immediately gathered his inner energy into his middle finger, drawing an arc in the air, and gently tapped Driscoll's forehead point. Driscoll closed his eyes, and the air seemed to tremble slightly. Onlookers, knowing of Driscoll's prowess, fell silent to watch. From Jarvis's perspective, he clearly saw the changes as the true energy flowed into Driscoll's mind, forcing the almost depleted energy from the lower dantian to rise. Only those near death cannot move their true energy upward. Driscoll redirected his energy to activate his brain, skillfully pulling out a silver needle and piercing Mika's wrist. Jarvis was amazed. If he wasn't mistaken, this method consumed xuanhuan, life essence, effectively sacrificing years of life to aid others. Jarvis saw through Driscoll's dedication. Try walking, Stacy. Driscoll smiled kindly after finishing the treatment. Mika hesitated but slowly tried to stand and indeed broke free from Jarvis' support. I'm standing, Mom. Mika hugged Jarvis tearfully. Standing awkwardly, Bentley felt Driscoll's cold gaze. Young master of the Lin family, today you may need to change your name. Your grandfather won't accept your behavior. Enraged, Bentley shouted. You old fool. Using witchcraft to humiliate me? Watch me destroy you. Hands off. If you touch my father, I'll kill you. Nolan blocked between them. Unexpectedly, Jarvis moved faster, grabbing Bentley's wrist. Chapter 416. Please Jarvis accept this disciple. Jarvis, what are you doing? Jarvis quickly stopped him. The surrounding Qin family members also tried to dissuade him. After all, Bentley was a member of the Lin family, and the Qin family couldn't afford to offend them easily. Bentley, relying on his status as a young master from the capital, laughed triumphantly despite the pain in his wrist from Jarvis's grip. You coward. You didn't dare to do anything, did you? Remember, marrying hope requires knowing that marriages among prominent families are not trifles. They involve family honor and social connections. People like you, who have no backing, can at best be considered as entering into my family. Once you do that, you'll be inferior to me for the rest of your life. Bentley's laughter was suddenly interrupted by a crisp sound. Crack. Jarvis. My hand. My hand. Bentley screamed wildly, while Jarvis's face remained cold. With a sudden kick, Jarvis sent Bentley flying several meters away, hitting his head against the wall before crashing to the ground. Jarvis. You're crazy. Blind idiot. I'll kill you. Bentley slowly got up, feeling blood soaking through his scalp. Jarvis almost fainting. Bentley saw Jarvis walking briskly toward him, stepping on his head with a cloth shoe and saying coldly, remember this, go back and tell your grandfather that the person who hit you today is named Jarvis. Jarvis, the Qin family members listened carefully. Today Driscoll is present to bear witness. The person who beat you is Jarvis, not someone from the Qin family. Besides, you don't need to worry about what I will do in the future. I announce here that I will absolutely not enter into the Qin family. I will only marry Mika without changing my surname to Shun. Jarvis, are you satisfied now? Capital's little clown. Jarvis's words were like salt rubbed into Bentley's wound. Realizing his opponent was reckless, he had no choice but to kneel and beg for mercy. I know I'm wrong, Morgan. Please spare me. I have no interest in Mika. I don't want to compete with you anymore. Compete? From the beginning, you never had the qualifications to compete. Quickly run back to the capital. I will find you in the Lin family within a month, and then we'll settle our accounts. Jarvis said indifferently. pulling his foot back and giving Bentley another fierce kick to the face. This blow, imbued with genuine chi, left a bright red shoe print on Bentley's face. Subsequently, Bentley fled in front of everyone's eyes in a panic. Mika, who witnessed this, smiled happily. She had always despised those young masters who only cared about so-called social equality and propriety. Jarvisel fulfilled her fantasies about what a good man should be, making her even more attached to him. Ichun, are you planning to take me to the capital to play? That's great, let me prepare right away. Mika was overjoyed. However, Jarvisel gently held her hand and coaxed softly, let's talk about playing later. Right now, my father's vengeance isn't yet complete, and I won't leave those who hurt you unpunished. What you need to do is stay home and recover. If everything goes well, you won't feel any more pain this month. Driscoll also nodded and said, Virgils, we just need to get the antidote, and then everything will be fine. Nolan frowned and replied, but I said that getting the premium Bolivar Shan Snow Lotus is impossible. We can't obtain it. You silly boy, when did I say we could only rely on one method? Isn't Jarvisel going to the capital? Just in time. The capital recently reported a special mineral that grows on Bolivar Shan. It has been deposited for tens of thousands of years and contains even richer special substances than snow lotus. The special substance used medicinally is an excellent material. Better yet, it works quickly and doesn't require extraction. Driscoll's explanation immediately enlightened Jarvisel. Driscoll, with what you've said, I happen to have a jade project in the capital. The two agreed seamlessly on how to cooperate. In the end, Jarvisel decided to contact Brendan first to inspect the batch of goods and search for medicinal materials, while Driscoll would prepare the base for the medicine to speed up the process. Well then, I'll trouble you, Driscoll. Jarvis shook hands with Driscoll and handed him a thick red envelope. This money is unnecessary. The treatment fees have already been paid in advance by Jarvisel. Driscoll smiled contentedly. Paid in advance? How much? Jarvis glanced at Jarvisel in surprise. Jarvisel patted his shoulder. Money is not necessary. People like Driscoll wouldn't ask for something as mundane as money. Our transactions carry burdens for each other. Watching the group leave the room, Jarvis muttered, bizarre. In the Shin family's conference hall, a servant came over and urged, Driscoll, the carriage is ready. When would you like to leave? I still have some matters to attend to. Wait outside for a few minutes, Driscoll said earnestly. Virgils. Jarvister the servant left. Driscoll took Nolan's hand and handed him over to Jarvisel. Jarvisel was bewildered. What kind of handshake was this between two men? He murmured. What kind of ritual is this, Driscoll? Surely you're not trying to give your son to me? That's exactly what I intend. Driscoll's eyes were full of weariness. Father, this guy is only a few years older than me. Why should I be given to him? What nonsense are you talking? Did the treatment make you lose your mind? Nolan naturally disagreed. Driscoll's face darkened as he angrily shouted, Kneel down, wicked son. Nolan dared not speak, standing frozen in place. He rarely saw his father use such harsh words. Whatever I say this time, you must listen. If not, I'll die right in front of you. Driscoll's voice was filled with fury. I'll listen to you. I'll listen. Nolan knelt down immediately, eyes full of concern. Driscoll spoke calmly with deep emotion. My destiny is nearing its end. I secretly divined a fortune. Death isn't far off. Father, don't do this. Tears uncontrollably streamed down Nolan's face. Jarvisel frowned and asked, Driscoll, if you have your reasons, I won't interfere. But could you explain clearly? I can't really become Nolan's godfather, can I? Jarvis, your age, becoming a godfather isn't appropriate. Be a master then. Jarvisel, please accept my son as your disciple, otherwise, I can't rest easy leaving this world. Driscoll's eyes were profound and inscrutable. Chapter 417. News Jarvis arrives. From today's events, I see that you are a very decent person, Jarvisel. Handing my son over to you gives me peace of mind. Driscoll's gaze was resolute, as if he had already made up his mind. Jarvisel hesitated as he looked at Nolan. It felt like he was being forced into the mountain. Driscoll continued, in this life, I've done many things and saved many people. There have been good deeds and bad deeds, but when it comes to raising Nolan, my wayward son, I can't decide if it was right or wrong. This boy has an exceptionally high aptitude. His grasp on medicine and divination surpasses even mine, except for his playful nature and wild spirit which I couldn't control. It is fate that I met you before my death. I believe you can guide him back on the right path. Driscoll held Jarvisel's hand earnestly. Jarvisel sighed, since you're set on this course, I don't mind accepting it. However, becoming my disciple requires hard work and perseverance. He glanced at the kneeling Nolan, who didn't speak, only biting his lip after much contemplation. Jarvisel, frankly, I don't approve of you. In my eyes, you just know some medical techniques, Nolan said abruptly. Then he added, but since my father wishes it, I will comply. I caused a lot of trouble in my childhood. This might be the last wish of my old man. Today, I formally recognize you as my master, and regardless of your demands, I can meet them because I'm my father's son. Jarvister saying this, Nolan bowed deeply before Jarvisel. The initiation ceremony concluded simply, with Jarvisel helping Nolan to his feet. Indeed, you are your father's son. There was a hint of admiration in Jarvisel's eyes. Jarvister bidding farewell to Driscoll, Nolan sat silently in the back seat for a long time, without speaking. Finally, Jarvisel broke the silence. Now that you've acknowledged me as your master, there's no harm if you don't consider me one in your heart. But your master must have had a reason to let you follow me, doesn't he? Nolan glanced at Jarvisel indifferently and said, my father is bedridden and can't move freely, so he stays home to recuperate. Following you would help you identify the valuable minerals, which my father fears you wouldn't recognize due to your limited expertise. So, your father worries too much, Jarvisel replied with a faint smile. They lapsed into silence again until Corbin drove the car to the entrance of Zhengxin Clinic. Wow, this Four Seasons Clinic changed its name so soon? Nice job, Jarvisel. You really outdid yourself. Corbin chomped on Beetle Nut, and gave off a carefree vibe. Jarviself laughed softly and waved. You should go inside and inform them to prepare 30 doses of custom-made, all-purpose medicine. I sent the formula ahead to Yoel. Just tell him. Got it, understood. Corbin, though not usually compliant, now held a deep respect for Jarviself after their past experience. Jarvis he left. Corbin glanced at Nolan and raised an eyebrow. Kid, it's wise to value this opportunity. Though Jarviself seems inexperienced, his capabilities and intellect surpass those of anyone I've known. Even some old-timers can't match him. Treasure this chance to be his disciple. If I could, I'd want to become his disciple too. Heh. Corbin walked away. Nolan remained silent in the back seat, lost in thought. Jarviself waited 5 minutes before speaking softly. The Jordan organization has existed for centuries, with its leadership passed down through generations, maintaining the same goal throughout. To rely on either you or your elderly father to save your mother. It's wishful thinking. This project is an opportunity I've been seeking to infiltrate the Jordan organization. Jarviself recounted his background and explained how he came to be at odds with the Jordan organization in detail to Nolan. Nolan was visibly moved after listening. So, you weren't deliberately trying to help us. Our goals just happened to align? Nolan originally thought Jarviself was doing all this especially for him, hence the lingering doubt in his heart. Right. Or do you think I'd avenge you specifically? You're taking yourself too seriously. Let me tell you a secret. I have at least 20 disciples like you. Jarviself chuckled. But in jest, including his previous lives' disciples, Jarviself had taken on at least 2,000 apprentices. Why would he sacrifice himself for a so-called gifted seedling like Nolan? It was a dream. Let's go. Let me show you around. Nolan sighed with relief, finally releasing the tension. The two entered Jingxing Clinic, where Sheridan approached immediately, pinching Jarviself's arm playfully. Yichun, your muscles are getting thicker again, but what's with your waist? Have you slacked off on your exercises? Fattened up? Alphansoib, eating well here in Luoqing does wonders. Jarviself laughed in response. Just then, Jarvislira walked over. Jarviself noticed a mix of anticipation and hesitation in her eyes as they stood facing each other for a while. Sheridan pushed Jarviself aside, allowing them privacy, then turned to Nolan. Hey there, handsome stranger. Come, introduce yourself to Alphansodolin. No need to be shy. With such looks, you're bound to catch girls' attention, right? Ha ha ha. Ignoring this, Jarviself decided it might be beneficial for Sheridan to shape Nolan's character. Walking towards the corridor with Jarvislira, she immediately hugged him, filling the air with her fragrance and softness. Jarviself instinctively held her slender waist. Carissa, don't be like this. Jarviself frowned, unable to withstand her hopeful gaze. If you have nothing to say, let's sit upstairs? Jarvislira pouted, revealing her thoughts. Finally, Jarviself sighed. I have news about Toby, but please brace yourself. Jarvislira took a deep breath. Each time Jarviself investigated Connor in the mining disaster, he never brought back any news about Toby. Jarvislira anxiously awaited this moment. We found Toby's whereabouts, but he's abroad and requires the Jordan organization's help, meaning you'll have to wait until I resolve matters here. But rest assured, Toby and others are alive. Jarviself offered a weary smile. He lied to spare Jarvislira from prolonged anguish, providing her with something hopeful to look forward to. Chapter 418. No spirituality. Jarvis broad? How did they end up abroad? Were they tricked into going? Jarvislira immediately became agitated. Her obsession with her parents was evident even to an outsider. If it weren't for Toby and Jarvis and Hunt disappearing, Jarvislira wouldn't have embarked on this needle-in-a-haystack search from the village to find them. Yichun, be honest with me. Are my parents in danger? There was a hint of anxiety in Jarvislira's eyes. How could that be? Don't overthink it, Carissa. When have I ever lied to you? Jarviself smiled faintly, patting Jarvislira's shoulder. It felt delicate, probably because she hadn't been eating or sleeping well due to her worries about her parents. Jarviself took a deep breath and opened his palms. Carissa, take care of yourself. If something happens, I fear Hunt Shuyu and Hunt Shushu will think I didn't take good care of you and might even blame me. You're always so quick with words, Yichun. You haven't learned any good ones recently? Despite feeling almost at her wit's end, Jarvislira broke into a smile, playfully tapping Jarviself's chest. Though she said this, seeing Jarviself's previously sullen demeanor brightening up made her genuinely happy. If you say so, then I won't worry anymore. I'll take care of myself and help Alphansodolin manage the clinic. I await your good news. Jarvislira understood well. Lately, Jarviself had been preoccupied with revenge, involving himself deeply in conflicts within large families like the Shin family, leaving him little time to spare. Jarvis' trace of sorrow flickered in her eyes as she murmured, Yichun, I'm just a poor girl who doesn't understand many things. But I know it can't be easy dealing with aristocratic children like those from the Shin family. We can't let them look down on us. But I heard recently that Mika might not be able to have children? Jarvislira tilted her head, coming closer to whisper. Jarviself broke out in a cold sweat, laughing awkwardly. Carissa, what are you talking about? Just don't worry about it. I'm a divine doctor after all. Yichun, listen seriously. I mean it. Jarvislira glanced at Sheridan in the distance, who was adeptly handling everyone around her. Returning to herself, Jarvislira said earnestly, if Han Yin really can't have children, Carissa would be willing to assist, Yichun. Jarvis, she spoke. She gently held Jarviself's hand, her face flushing red. This kind of logic would make Jarviself suspect any other Soraya of being indecent, but never Jarvislira. Jarvislira was now Jarviself's closest relative. If anything happened to Hunt Shuyu and Hunt Shushu, she would be his only kin. Though Jarviself, with his remarkable abilities, never felt lonely in the world, it was precisely Jarvislira's genuine concern that warmed his heart. He didn't reply, merely lowering his head with soft eyes. Jarvislira leaned in, and the two embraced. Jarvis the other end. Nolan was watching Jarviself and Jarvislira with disdain. Alena, help prepare some detox universal medicines, about 30 doses. The formula has been confirmed with Yoel. Go check on the preparation. Jarvis patted Sheridan's shoulder. You've just returned, Ichun, and already you're reminiscing with Sister Carissa while using me as a tool. Sheridan complained, though her tone was lighthearted. That's not true. Jarvis, you are the boss lady of Zhengxin Clinic. Jarvis teased with a raised eyebrow. Sheridan blushed, then grinned triumphantly. Is that so, boss lady? Then when will you marry me into the Qin family? Jarvis fell silent, making the atmosphere awkward. Sheridan slapped his shoulder and defused the tension. I knew you were up to no good. Tomorrow, I'll visit the Qin family to ask what's going on. Why hasn't the engagement happened yet if it was agreed upon? Ichun, if the Shins bully you, don't keep it to yourself. I'll stand up for you. With that, Sheridan left with a smile, adding teasingly before going, Ichun, how come the young man you brought today seems so rigid and lacks the spirit of the others you usually bring? Nolan, overhearing the remark, didn't argue but showed clear displeasure. Hemph, my father specifically entrusted me to you, expecting you to be virtuous, yet here you are flirting with women. Disgusting. Nolan despised Jarvis at that moment. Jarvis shrugged, uninterested in further explanations. Jarvis, being seen as a psoriazer by men wasn't exactly shameful. Sit anywhere. I need to wait for a batch of medicine before I leave. I'm familiar with Jordan organization. They excel in poisons. Jarvis broaching the Jade Project means approaching Jordan, and we can't be careless, Jarvis explained frankly. Nolan looked down at him arrogantly, saying coldly, stop pretending to know more than you do. My knowledge of Jade exceeds yours. Jade cannot contain poison. It's just some insect larvae. What can your antidote do against that? Think you're invincible? Only time will tell. Since you consider yourself so capable, why not cure your father's illness and give him a few more years? Jarvis retorted with a smirk. Why you? Nolan choked up, speechless. Jarvis laughed derisively and turned away, leaving Nolan's face redder than a liver. This old fool, shameless indeed. Wait, he looks quite young. How does he act so senior? Nolan rubbed his chin, unable to figure it out. Suddenly, a patient was rushed in, shouting, quick, my father stopped breathing and his face is turning white. I'll call the attending physician right away. Please wait. Jarvis' nurse quickly left. The young man holding his middle-aged father on a stretcher looked utterly helpless. Nolan frowned, recognizing the symptoms of a blocked airway. He moved swiftly. Let me handle it. Immediate action is needed to save him. Jarvis, are you Dr. Lee? The young man asked anxiously. I'm not a doctor here, but trust me, I'm better than average doctors. Nolan took out a silver needle, inserting it into the Edric's neck. Immediately, the man's condition stabilized. Chapter 419. Alfensoster's medical skills. The young man immediately relaxed and muttered, thank you, doctor. But Nolan waved his hand and said, not so fast. Your father's condition hasn't improved yet. I've only managed to temporarily allow his lungs to exchange gases through the respiratory tract. Nolan glanced around and noticed there were no medical devices available. This was indeed a very irresponsible clinic. Without updating its medical equipment, how could it handle any emergency patient? Even if their skills were extremely advanced, there would always be situations they couldn't handle. How should patients like this be treated? It was clear that Jarvis was entirely unreliable. Doctor, it looks like my father is in trouble. His lips are twitching. Just as Nolan was deep in thought, the young man tugged at his sleeve. Nolan hurriedly looked over. He saw the Edric's lips turning purple, followed by his whole body beginning to tremble. Soon after, a large mouthful of black blood spewed out from his mouth. This isn't just an airway blockage, it's poisoning. Nolan realized belatedly. He quickly grabbed a white towel from nearby to cover the man's mouth. However, the black blood soon soaked through the towel. Nolan kept using towels to plug the bleeding, having never experienced such a failure before. How could he have misdiagnosed the condition? Jarvis, this happened because of his arrogance. Nolan could only use one towel after another, deaf to the surrounding cries and calls for help. Jarvis, he could hear was the endless reproach echoing in his mind from past mistakes. Finally, the last towel turned red with blood, and the black blood stopped flowing. Nolan murmured, no good, if this continues, the man will die. What should I do? Should I call Jarvis? No, wait, should I call Alfensoster? Nolan swallowed hard. Even at this critical moment, he couldn't bring himself to call Jarvis Alfensoster. Jarvis was only a few years older than him. Why did he seem superior? Both of them were talented doctors with exceptional insight. Why did Nolan have to submit to him? He felt resentful inside. Move aside, let me take over. Every second counts. He's dying. Jarvis' clear voice snapped Nolan back to reality, causing him to step aside in a panic. Jarvis' young man dressed in a white coat with a pair of frameless glasses appeared, his expression cool and his eyes sharp. That's Dr. Lee. Everyone, stand back. The head nurse, holding the medical records, barked loudly. Everyone stepped aside, but remained clustered around. From their whispers, Nolan understood that this doctor's skills must be renowned, and everyone was eagerly waiting to see him perform. There's no medical equipment here, and the patient needs a blood transfusion. Nolan offered urgently. You're the one who used the silver needles? The patient already has blood stasis in his chest and throat poisoning, yet you blocked his boulevarding point? Yoel's rebuke left Nolan speechless. He hesitated for a moment and couldn't utter a single word. But Yoel didn't blame him. He merely sighed impatiently and began detoxifying. In Nolan's view, Yoel's techniques were quite peculiar. Jarvis, removing the silver needles, he massaged and pressed on acupuncture points, successfully expelling all the blood stasis from the Edric's body. Next, Yoel inserted a silver needle into the man's nasal bridge, then lightly twirled his fingers and tapped the center of the man's forehead. Jarvis, through this series of operations, Yoel took his pulse and thought for a moment before saying, just as Alfensoster said, please fetch him immediately. The patient's vital signs are stable for now, but for complete recovery, we still need Alfensoster. I currently don't have that capability. The head nurse, understanding that Alfensoster referred to Jarviself, rushed off to summon him. Nolan stood in place, thinking deeply. This Dr. Lee's skills were already remarkable. Who could be his master? Who had the qualifications to teach him? Shortly after, Jarviself arrived. Just as he was about to act, Nolan intervened. I advise you not to make a move. This patient's condition is special. You might kill him. Oh, in my clinic, when a patient comes, should I wait for you instead of treating them? Jarviself's words left Nolan speechless. Was this his clinic? Nolan found it incredible. It seemed there was no logic in this world. Unexpectedly, Jarviself simply acted, gently twisting the silver needles and withdrawing them, inserting them into another skin area. This seemingly effortless action looked flawless to Nolan. Each insertion was so precise, the timing and angle perfectly matching acupuncture principles. Just these few needle insertions alone provided Nolan with enough details to study for a long time. Still, Alfensoster's skills are impressive. Now, all the internal blood stasis has been expelled, and his blood flow is stabilizing. We only need to administer some glucose. Nurse, Yoel nodded repeatedly, then instructed the head nurse on the next steps. Jarviself patted Yoel on the shoulder and raised an eyebrow. You still haven't mastered the 13 acupuncture points chart? You need to speed up. I don't have much time to wait. Once you thoroughly understand these points, I can teach you the truly powerful needle techniques. Alfensoster, I understand. I'll remember your teachings. It seems I'm indeed the most foolish disciple. Yoel sighed, feeling inadequate. You're mistaken. You used to be the dumbest, but now I have an even more foolish disciple, Jarviself said, hands in pockets, his jade-green eyes focused on Nolan. Everyone turned to look at Nolan, who was utterly astonished. He was incredulous. Jarvis' skilled doctor like Yoel was also Jarviself's disciple? Unimaginable. After all, Yoel appeared a few years older than Jarviself. People began whispering among themselves. So this fool is actually Divine Dr. Chen's disciple? Where does he get off? He's indeed stupider than any other disciple brought by Divine Dr. Chen. He almost killed the patient just now. Back in the car, Jarviself placed the prepared medicine in the trunk and sat in the passenger seat. Damn Corbin, where the hell is he? Why isn't he here yet? Jarviself impatiently dialed a number, but it went unanswered. Nolan, sitting in the back seat in silence for a long time, finally spoke up. Alfensoster? Wow, has the sun risen from the west? Calling me Alfensoster? Jarviself smiled mockingly. Nolan's face changed. He wanted to react again. But this experience had profoundly made him realize the insurmountable gap between him and Jarviself. Perhaps this was why his father insisted he become a disciple. Alfensoster, I know I was wrong. Please teach me. What kind of mistake did I make just now? Nolan asked. Hashtag chapter 420, the method to harm. Jarviself's lips curled into a smile, thinking that the boy was indeed teachable. In his previous life, he had taken in over 2,000 disciples, and it was rare to encounter someone with such high insight. He had seen many troublemakers like Nolan before. For most people, a few words of advice were merely an act of kindness. Jarviself still needed to rely on Driscoll to save Mika, so he wanted to offer more advice, but he hadn't expected Nolan to change his mind. After all, human nature is often insatiable and arrogant. Since you are sincerely asking, I'll give you some advice. No, Alfensoster, as your disciple now, whatever you say goes, but I will forge my own path based on your teachings. Nolan asked earnestly this time. His sincerity made Jarviself think that if they weren't in the car, Nolan would have knelt down to ask. Haha, don't be all talk and no action. Your question is quite significant. The Boulevarding acupoint is not used for treatment, but to harm others. Jarviself's eyes revealed a hint of anomaly. Harm? But my father taught me this. Nolan swallowed hard. His knowledge came from Driscoll. Being both his biological father and teacher, Driscoll was highly regarded in the circle. Moreover, the Boulevarding acupoint was one of his frequently used points. I've seen my father stimulate the Boulevarding point to save people many times, Alfensoster. Jarviself, though it might sound disrespectful, I do have some doubts. Could it be that your medical skills are inferior to my father's? Nolan frowned, boldly voicing his concerns. Jarviself's lips curved. His experiences far outweigh Driscoll's. In terms of age, Driscoll wasn't even worthy to be Jarviself's great-grandson. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, today's results speak for themselves. When you seal the Boulevarding point, it can temporarily improve the patient's appearance, but the internal injuries are left unaddressed. The Boulevarding point forcibly smooths out the body's qi and meridians, essentially causing premature aging by forcing the patient's innate qi to become active. Jarviself's explanation filled Nolan with guilt. He understood these principles clearly, but why couldn't he achieve what his father did when applying them? Seeing Nolan's self-doubt, Jarviself spoke calmly before Greg returned. You heard that day, didn't you? Your master, Driscoll, has connections with many powerful families. Dealing with these families doesn't involve fighting or killing, does it? Can you guess how your father dealt with them? Nolan remained silent, his eyes filled with shock. Exactly. Your master is a complete scoundrel who spent his entire life working for the Jordan organization. If I'm not mistaken, your mother wasn't kidnapped by the Jordan organization to coerce him. Instead, it was due to some unsavory dealings he had with them that led to her capture. Out of guilt towards you, he wants you to atone for his mistakes by staying with me. Jarviself's tone was firm. He had long observed Driscoll's brain activity using Heavenly Eye technique during their interactions. Whenever mentioning Nolan's mother or the Jordan organization, Driscoll's brain showed unusual activity, a signal of trying to conceal the truth. This meant that Driscoll had been hiding something from him too. Impossible. Nolan refused to believe it despite seeing the facts. The medical techniques he had learned weren't for saving lives, but for harming them. Driscoll was renowned in the circle, yet he was infamous for his harmful methods. Old age brought regret? Nolan couldn't comprehend how the father he admired had turned into a despicable criminal in just a few days. If you don't believe me, why not ask your father after everything is settled? I will keep you by my side. He will admit it to save your mother. Jarvis smiled confidently, knowing he had planned everything perfectly. This was why he believed he could use Driscoll. Otherwise, how could he ensure that a core member of the Jordan organization wouldn't harm him? By leveraging Driscoll's weakness, his son, Nolan, Greg returned, greeted Jarvis briefly, and drove them to their destination. On the way, Nolan remained silent, resolving to confront his father next time. In Shenyang County, behind the Zhao family courtyard, Brendan isn't here. The goods are guarded by Ernest and some contractors nearby. Teacher Chun, you must be tired from the journey. Why don't you come inside and rest? Jarvis, an elderly man with a cane, addressed Jarvis. Jarvis bowing respectfully, Jarvis signaled Greg discreetly. Greg took an antitoxin universal medicine from the trunk and handed it to a servant beside the Zhao family. Jarvis advised, Elder Zhao, you're already able to walk around. I won't disturb you further. This visit is important, so I can't chat much. These medicines will help counteract the toxins in your body. Given the vicious methods used against you, I can't be sure how much poison remains, but following the prescribed course should benefit you. Zhao Sanqian examined the medicine packet carefully and nodded approvingly. It's a blessing for Ernest to be your disciple, not only for him but for our Zhao family. Thank you, Divine Dr. Chun. You're welcome. I'll be on my way then, Jarvis said. Sitting in the passenger seat, Nolan watched this scene dumbfounded, feeling like a mere attendant. He thought inwardly, if I'm not mistaken, this old man's face is visibly green, and his third eye looks dark. Virgil, he can still walk? Clearly, he was deeply poisoned. Jarvis, amazing that Jarvis can cure such a patient. Nolan's admiration for Jarvis grew with each observation. They arrived at an open field nearby, where several blue uniformed guards patrolled, presumably local security forces. Each face looked fierce. A bearded guard saw Jarvis and barked, Who are you? But lit lost. This isn't your place. Nolan smiled, seizing the opportunity to provoke Jarvis, Alphensoster Chun. It seems your people aren't very obedient? Hashtag chapter 421. Gratitude for spare life. I don't know if they are obedient or not, but these people indeed have no sense of propriety. Sigh. Jarvis sighed. Hey kid, I don't have the time to waste with you. Let me in now. I'm shareholder of your boss Brendan, Jarvis said impatiently. To his surprise, the burly man sneered, and several more muscular bodyguards jumped out from around, each holding a weapon, ready to fight. Blind man, did you see what I'm holding? This thing is called 7 days hard. Jarvis, the saying goes, hit the snake at its 7-inch mark, hit a person for 7 days. If I bring this hammer down on you, you'll be dead within 7 days. The burly man wielded a strangely shaped hammer that looked like an improvised farming tool from a hoe. Base couldn't stand it any longer and quickly tried to mediate. Brother, let's talk things through. You might not know, but Boss Chun here is an investor in this project and just wants to inspect it. Inspect? Bullshit. This project is fully under the responsibility of Alphensoster Zhao's family. Even if someone from the Shin family came today, we wouldn't let them pass. Jarvis Neon who dares enter will be killed on the spot. The burly man was defiant and refused to back down. Jarvis, and let me tell you, don't think we're only a few people. Our leader is surnamed Hermes, a notorious local gangster. He's even known for his ruthlessness in Yuzhou province. If you dare to provoke me again, I'll make sure you can't get away with it. Humph. The burly man seemed ready to attack at any moment. Base felt uneasy and whispered, What should we do? Morgan, this guy isn't cooperating. We can't just force our way in, can we? We don't need to force it, there's no point. Jarvis took a step forward and said, Call out your brother Hermes. If you think my status is too low to meet your Mr. Zhao, at least let me speak with him. Humph. Go call brother Hermes over. If he doesn't come, and I mess with you, I'll probably get scolded. The burly man sent someone to report back, then glanced at Jarvis, sizing him up. Base breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, Thank goodness they're willing to communicate. Let's talk things through, hee. Who the hell talks things through with you? Blind man, I'm not discriminating against you, but look at you. Do you really think you can pretend to be a shareholder? You must think we're all fools. Before brother Hermes arrives, I'm going to cripple you, so you can't pose as a fortune teller anymore. Jarvis. The burly man swung the hammer towards Jarvis. Jarvis sighed and murmured, Why does everyone think I'm a fortune teller wherever I go? I'm not even wearing sunglasses. With that, he raised his hand and easily knocked the hammer out of the burly man's grip. Then, Jarvis kicked out, sending the burly man flying back several steps, the kick packing incredible power. Wow. The burly man stumbled into a mud pit, water splashing everywhere. You little bastard, ah. With a loud thud, the hammer landed in the muddy ground between the burly man's legs, embedding itself 10 centimeters deep, missing by only a centimeter. Had the burly man been just a bit more impulsive, the hammer would have crippled him permanently. Realizing this, the burly man broke out in cold sweat. Without their leader, the surrounding henchmen were unfriendly but knew this blind man wasn't an easy opponent. Nolan frowned and complained, Though you're my master, I still need to advise you. When dealing with business, you can't act so recklessly. If you keep causing such trouble, how can we expect brother Hermes to let us through? Jarvis, that moment, a tall, muscular man approached, roaring, Who dares to come to my turf and cause trouble? Jarvis, are you tired of living? Base instantly recognized him. Oh, isn't that President Bennett? His eyes lit up, knowing Bennett had long been brought into Jarvis's fold. This was promising. However, Nolan's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly complained, Alphensoster, look at the trouble you caused. Thankfully, I've met President Hermes before. You don't know about his reputation on the streets. It's said he has several murder charges hanging over him. President Hermes, please be generous. Just as Nolan took 2 steps forward, Bennett's fierce expression turned kitten-like. Oh wow, who's this? Isn't this my Morgan? This is all a misunderstanding. Damn, who dared to provoke my big brother? Bennett put on a flattering face and angrily scanned his subordinates. The subordinates immediately backed off, leaving only the burly man who had just climbed out of the mud. Hermes Ming, was it you? What a troublesome fool you are. SK. No matter that you're my distant cousin, I must uphold justice today. Bennett hesitated, but stood firm with Jarviself. Nolan was stunned. The notorious Bennett, feared as a tiger among the circles, became docile as a cat in front of Jarviself. That's enough, Bennett. Stop tormenting him. Jarviself clicked his tongue. How could he punish his own people easily when he had already disciplined the burly man? It turns out you were Morgan's guest. Sorry. My apologies. Hermes Ming stood up and bowed deeply to Jarviself, despite lingering resentment. Bennett laughed. Thank you for sparing Morgan's life. Hermes Ming, you've been in jail for years, unaware of Morgan's prowess. Our meeting felt destined. He narrated his and Jarviself's past adventures like mythical stories, leaving Hermes Ming and Nolan astonished. They never imagined an ordinary-looking blind man could possess such power. So, that's the connection. No wonder you acted so arrogantly. It was merely borrowing authority here, Nolan sighed. Just then, Barrett walked over. I heard Alphensoster came by. Barrett quickly said. Nolan's breath nearly stopped. The person before him was none other than Zhao family's young master, Barrett. Jarviself was Barrett's master? Nolan's eyes widened. Wasn't he trying to associate himself with a much higher status? After all, the Zhao family's influence in Xuanhuan County rivaled the 10 Alphonsajor families in Yuzhou City, while his Virgil family only held sway through his father's unique skills. Both their masters turned out to be Jarviself. Chapter 422. Solving Problems with Violence. So this is Jareth's friend? I have committed a grave sin. Hermes Ming's eyes were moist, finally understanding how his cousin managed to come through the fiery sea to save him. Friend? You're still confused. This is my Alphensoster, Barrett. I almost forgot this part. Spread the word from now on. This is the Alphensoster I paid respect to with 3 kneels and 9 knocks. You all must do the same every time you see him. Upon hearing Jarviself being detained, Barrett scolded angrily. Virgil's yes. Greetings to Alphensoster. Jarvisel's subordinates knelt down and knocked their heads in allegiance, the scene resembling the glory days when one stood out above the masses. Jarviself chuckled awkwardly but raised a hand. Enough. No need for such formality. I never intended to take on so many disciples. Barrett, let me introduce your junior brother, Nolan. Driscoll's son. Barrett immediately noticed the young man standing behind Jarviself, tall and elegant, clearly unmarked by society. So this is Driscoll's son, whom Alphensoderland said was as soft as bean sprouts. Indeed, he looks it. Didn't you speak up when our Alphensoster was being bullied? Barrett teased. Jarviself paused. Sheridan mentioned this to you too? Barrett laughed. Alphensoster, since your return, you ignored me, leaving me alone at the Shen family. So I often went to the capital city to help out at the Zhengxin Medical Hall. Only then did I learn that you taught the medical skills. Why only teach me combat techniques? Bias. What bias? If you want to learn something, ask. Wasn't it you who wanted to learn combat techniques? Jarviself scoffed. The group chatted and joked together while Nolan stood silently behind Jarviself, unable to interject even a word. Along the way, they encountered figures Nolan had heard of, big names in the underworld and various classes of killers, all listening to the orders of the Zhao family and Bennett. Clearly, both Barrett and Bennett were under Jarviself, indicating the depth of his authority. Eventually, Nolan called Barrett, senior brother, under Jarviself's guidance. Barrett patted Nolan's shoulder. Junior brother. Don't worry, just some teasing. Once you get to know our Alphensoster better, you'll realize he's actually a good person. Bah, I'm not a good person. Jarviself coldly stated. Soon, Bennett reported back after finishing arrangements. Morgan, shall we inspect the goods first? We just finished quality control on this batch. You can achieve your goal while checking our progress. After all, we got your notice to help the Zhao family with these goods. Many brothers quickly learned professional knowledge for this task. Bennett laughed. Jarviself's gaze turned serious, saying calmly, that can wait. I need to resolve your issue first, Bennett. His jade-colored pupils glinted faintly, revealing an intensity as if he had spotted something extraordinary. Bennett swallowed hard, instantly nervous. Morgan, please, I've been very honest recently, doing exactly as you instructed. I haven't misbehaved. Jarviself fixed his eyes on Bennett's forehead and swiftly took out a silver needle from his pocket, quickly approaching with it. I'm wrong, brother. I admit. I asked the Zhao family for 20,000 more due to financial difficulties. Jarvis and you didn't specify the price was set in stone. I just wanted better meals for the brothers. Please spare me, big brother. Panic-stricken, Bennett explained frantically but dared not move, showing the fear he had towards Jarviself. With a sharp motion, Jarviself inserted and pulled out the silver needle, removing a pinkish worm from Bennett's forehead. So, it's a goo, parasitic worm. Barrett frowned in astonishment. Jarvis, so I was controlled? Brother, you were actually helping me. You scared me half to death. Bennett wiped cold sweat off his forehead with a black cloth. Jarviself's jade-colored eyes analyzed the pink worm. The worm can't control you but has infiltrated your heart. Its toxicity is potent, intended to harm. It's likely hidden within the batch of goods, which isn't your fault. Jarviself's expression darkened. This batch came from the capital, where Jarviself used to operate. Knowing the people there had unfathomable methods. Typically, goo worms are colorless and odorless, blending into the human body. But this pinkish worm resembled flesh color, clearly meant for long-term cultivation. These people's methods were filthy. If not for Jarviself, prolonged manipulation by goo would be undetectable even with modern imaging devices once fully integrated into the body. What? Poisoned? What should I do? Morgan, please save me. Don't kneel at every turn. Show some backbone. Haven't I always saved you? Rest assured staying with me. Jarviself scoffed. That's why I knelt before you. Jarvis for those others wanting me to kneel? I'd fight them tooth and nail. Bennett hurriedly got up. Shaoli, bring the medicine from the trunk. Give 20 packets here. Jarvis instructing. Jarviself turned to Barrett. Handle things here. Your brother will handle business openly. You manage matters on the streets. Know how to use those universal medicines? Keep everyone safe from goo. Barrett nodded immediately. Understood, Alphensoster. I'll bring CT equipment tomorrow for daily inspections. Jarviself nodded. Bennett whispered, since it's a goo worm, maybe my cousin was momentarily deluded. Should you forgive him? TSK, what nonsense. When have you seen me hold back? Jarviself scoffed again. Not touching him means I didn't take it seriously. Besides, I won't blame him. I'll praise him. The Jade Batch is important. Tell your cousin and the gatekeepers to enforce a strict no-entry policy. Treat everyone like today, solving problems with violence. Jarviself's words were forceful, with a hint of resignation. Hashtag chapter 423. The mine shaft is the target. Jarvister sending Bennett away. Simeon and Jarviself entered the secret chamber together. Nolan had seen a lot during the journey and merely followed behind, acting as an attendant. Alphensoster, those goo insects are from the minerals, right? Jarviself, though we can't detect anything unusual in this batch of jade. I believe your eyes can certainly see through it. Simeon said in a flattering tone. Jarviself retorted, speak only when necessary, and refrain from unnecessary talk. The jade-colored pupils fixed on Simeon, causing him to break into a cold sweat with a forced laugh, remaining silent afterward. Nolan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Eyes? It was common knowledge that Jarviself suffered from eye disease. Could it be that this condition somehow made his judgment sharper than a normal person's? Jarviself picked up a piece of ore. It was white and translucent, almost perfectly shaped. Jarvisel present couldn't help but marvel at nature's craftsmanship, how millennia could produce such symmetrical crystals. Even artificial means cannot achieve such perfection. This ore is likely called Jordan. Jarvison, there are so many in this shipment of jade. Simeon explained while pulling back a black curtain, revealing piles of ore underneath. The ores were approximately the size of an adult's thumb, varying in length and thickness, with colors ranging from emerald green to white jade, each one sparkling and transparent. I think I've seen this kind of ore in my father's possession. Nolan exclaimed excitedly. Jarviself chuckled softly and said, your father didn't bring you here for no reason, Nolan. Looks like it's time for you to put your skills to use. His jade-colored pupils scanned the numerous pieces of Jordan, or until he found one that exuded a strange aura inside. He picked it up carefully. Simeon explained, in the capital, these are called clusters, and single pieces are called units. These terms are used to obscure their true nature from outsiders. Indeed, if ordinary people knew about this, powerful factions would endlessly vie for control. But even if they obtained it, they wouldn't know how to harness its value, Jarviself murmured. Simeon nodded in agreement. Their experiences in Luoqing illustrated this point exactly. Reuben spent his life seeking stability because finding one unit plunged him into a complex situation. Ordinary people could fall into power struggles over a single unit. Yet now, the Zhao family held a vast cluster of Jordan ore. Nolan, help me examine this unit. See if there's anything peculiar about it, Jarviself asked, raising an eyebrow. Jarvisel, right. Without hesitation, Nolan took the ore and, using the technique his master taught him, focused his inner energy in his palm before placing the ore on it. Soon, Nolan's eyes widened in shock, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. That's not right. These ores should be natural crystallizations, but there are traces of synthetic silicon inside. This feeling is unmistakable. I started studying ores with my father at 3 years old. He cast a divination saying I must learn about these things. So, my sense of elements is very accurate. Jarvis in this weight. Nolan shook the unit in his hand and caught it again. You're right, this is man-made, Nolan stated firmly. Simeon suddenly understood. No wonder all the experts said this batch of ore doesn't seem naturally formed. The impurities in soil inside appear to have been taken from artificial cultivation, devoid of any bacteria or viruses. Jarviself nodded, saying calmly, so the people in the capital succeeded? They swapped out the critical components in the ore? It's impossible. The cargo from the capital even alarmed Guido, who personally investigated it. Simeon protested. Indeed, Guido must have been highly concerned about this shipment. That's why he rushed to the capital to verify it. However, since Guido hasn't reported back, it suggests no one in the capital tampered with the cargo. So, there's only one answer. Simeon and Jarviself exchanged glances. Jarviself remarked indifferently, the project was a scam from the beginning, a porker trap. Right. Jarvis' single unit can drive people mad with curiosity, let alone such a large shipment. It's all an illusion. They must be trying to cover something up. Simeon agreed. Forget it. What I want is the truth about the mine disaster. Once Hanyan is saved, I'll go to the capital to find Irwin, the leader of the Jordan organization. There are things I need to ask her personally. Jarviself's gaze sharpened. Jarvis, this moment, Nolan, who had been studying the unit, suddenly realized something and exclaimed. This creation is exquisite, almost impossible to replicate artificially. I suspect these ores don't just form on Mount Bolivar, but might also exist in underground mine shafts. Underground mine shafts? Simeon frowned. Nolan nodded. These fakes could be prototypes of underground minerals, just refined and modified. TCH, how's that possible? These ores contain natural energy, enough to power countless resources. Why take the energy out? Wait, take out. Simeon paused. You finally got it. Nolan seems smarter than you, Hanyu. Jarviself smiled faintly, causing Simeon to break into a cold sweat. Thanks to Nolan's expertise, they were closer to the truth. The reason all the ore shells were man-made wasn't necessarily to conceal something. Instead, nature had already used up all the minerals, leaving behind residue. In other words, all the energy hidden within these Jordan ores has been drained. Simeon gasped. Jarviself, however, was focusing on another matter. Jarvis' centuries-old underground organization with clear intentions. It's not a good sign. But that's beside the point. Nolan, did you say these ores came from underground? Because Driscoll suggested the ores were similar to Snow Lotus on Mount Bolivar, their investigation focused on the sky. Perhaps they were wrong from the start. Alphansoid, the mine shafts were the true target. While conditions in mine shafts can't match the celestial essences of Mount Bolivar, they still possess rich resources. Heavenly stems and earthly branches differ in such ways. But what clue do mine shafts provide? Jarvis, are there any nearby? Nolan murmured. Alphansauster? Could it be? Simeon's eyes widened in surprise. Let's go to Xuanhuan minefield, Jarvis said sternly. Hashtag chapter 424. This is not my phone. Cold sweat dripped from Simeon's forehead as he watched Nolan, a young man who, despite not knowing the full truth, effortlessly deduced the direction of events. He finally understood why his master, Isidore, had taken such a liking to this young man and made him his disciple. Jarvis. Isidore quickly left the room. Nolan was stopped by Simeon. Kid, your father is Driscoll, right? Simeon's face turned grim. Nolan sensed something was amiss but remained unfazed. He replied indifferently, Virgil's, though I can't match your family's power. Becoming his disciple was just a coincidence. Jarvis, coincidence? I don't think so. Your father must have some ulterior motive. I just want to warn you, no matter what, don't touch my master, or my entire Zhao family will make sure you're dead. Simeon's tone was heavy, even shocking himself with his own expression. Nolan took a breath but didn't respond. Once I confirm some things, I'll give you an answer. Jarvis. Saying that, he turned and left. Nolan still didn't know what to do next. To go against Isidore? That would be unimaginable. But whose side he stood on was ultimately his decision. One chooses their own path and becomes the person they wish to be. But if Isidore said his father was evil, a remnant of the Jordan organization, and someone who harmed others, Nolan didn't want to believe it. He'd have to ask his father clearly the next time they met. If it were true, then Isidore's actions weren't wrong, and he'd need to atone for both his sins and his father's. Leaving the secret chamber, Nolan's expression was unreadable. Isidore noticed and chuckled lightly. That kid Simeon threatened you, didn't he? Don't take his words to heart. They don't understand our relationship. They just think I trust you too much. If you knew all this, why didn't you keep me farther away from you? Nolan asked, frowning. How should I put it? Alphansoib's confidence. Or maybe we both want to save someone now, Isidore replied softly. In this life and the previous one, he basically had no weaknesses. However, the Jordan organization had struck a nerve with Beckham's incident, leaving Isidore barely able to rest since then. The anger had been building up quietly, and once it burst, even the complete annihilation of the Jordan organization wouldn't calm his heart. Isidore then dialed a number. Hermes Qing Lai, tell Dawson and Brother Hemlock to bring their people to wait for me outside the Zhao residence. On the other end, Hermes Qing Lai's voice was ingratiating. Hey Morgan, what are you talking about? Do Lionel and Caden even deserve to be called brothers by you? Besides, aren't they guarding the clinic in your village anyway? Why do you need them? Don't worry, my disciples Jarvis Lair and Israel can handle the clinic just fine. Jarvis, for your two subordinates, they're just wasting my money there, eating and doing nothing. How long do they plan to keep that up? Isidore smirked coldly. Jarvis, all right Morgan, I'll get them over right away. Hermes Qing Lai quickly replied. Jarvis, hanging up, Nolan couldn't help but ask, you have so many disciples. Can you really take care of all of them? Care for you? You think I took you as a disciple just to take care of you? Jarvis, can you fight? Isidore patted Nolan on the shoulder. Nolan frowned, muttering, my father doesn't want me to fight, but when I was younger, I learned some martial arts from a famous teacher. Taking down a dozen shouldn't be a problem. Wow, not bad. Let's go. This won't be an easy trip. I've avoided going there before because I didn't have enough ruthless people. Jarvis, the entrance of the Zhao residence, Lionel and Caden greeted Isidore cheerfully. Isidore explained his intentions directly, asking them to investigate Xuanhuan mine thoroughly and enter the cave where the incident happened to find any remaining ore. Brother, are you kidding? The mine has been sealed for months by County Alphonse Magistrate Hunt's order. How can we dare to move? Caden shrugged. Lionel scolded, Caden, do you have a death wish? When brother says go east, you dare go west? Hee, not daring. Caden laughed nervously. Isidore called County Alphonse Magistrate Hunt, zooming in front of them. Alphonse Magistrate Hunt, this is me. My men need to visit Xuanhuan mine. I know you haven't received official notice and don't have the authority, but whatever happens, cover it up for me. Don't worry. Regardless of how many lives are lost, I'll take responsibility, Isidore said coldly and hung up. Lionel and Caden exchanged glances, understanding Isidore's resolve. Nolan remarked sarcastically, wow, what kind of black organization is this? Jarvis, are you like the Yakuza? Isidore ignored him, saying only, we'll go to another place in a few days. The situation at the mine is too chaotic. We'll let them clean up the small fries first to make it easier for us. Jarvis, another place? How many secrets do you have? Nolan muttered, but didn't press further. Isidore's enigmatic nature only grew more complex after each encounter. He couldn't understand how a blind man had risen to such an influential position. Over the next couple of days, Isidore returned to the clinic in the village to treat many elderly villagers, while Nolan stayed at the clinic. There, Nolan met Jarvis Lair and Israel, two more of Isidore's disciples, who were skilled at the level of hospital specialists or directors. Seeing the stockpile of medicines in the back room, Nolan marveled. Who would have thought this small clinic was the origin of the universal medicine? Even more surprisingly, such miraculous drugs are mostly made from common herbs. Nolan studied the universal medicine with Israel and Jarvis Lair, but couldn't grasp its secrets, feeling it might take him a lifetime to fully understand. On the fourth day, Isidore received a call. The caller scolded, come here if you don't want to die. Young Alphonse Osterly is waiting for you personally. Nolan asked in surprise, young Alphonse Osterly? He talks to you like that? Isidore smiled wryly, handing the phone to Nolan. Look closely, this isn't my phone. Hashtag chapter 425, secret meeting. Nolan furrowed his brows, noticing that the note on Isaac's contact in the phone read, Lee Gavrielzu, meaning financial backer. Backer? So you captured one of his men? Nolan was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected Jarvis to be so ruthless and unscrupulous. But Nolan still underestimated Jarviself's methods. Jarviself merely retracted his phone and said nonchalantly, "There's no need for capturing. This man is already dead." Dead. Nolan was internally shocked, realizing how treacherous it was to be by Jarviself's side. Despite everyone regarding Jarviself as superior, Nolan dared not fully trust him. Jarviself had just admitted that Nolan's father was a harmful person, implying that, from Jarviself's perspective, the son of his enemy would also be considered an enemy. "So why did you take me as your disciple? If you were planning to use similar tactics against my father, does that mean I'm just like that phone?" Nolan swallowed hard, starting to overthink things. Jarviself raised an eyebrow and said, "You have quite some counter-surveillance skills, huh?" Just from one small detail, Nolan was already doubting him. Throughout this journey, Nolan must have changed his opinion about Jarviself countless times. Nolan pressed on, asking, "To confront the Li young master from one of the 10 great families, you dared to use such underhanded tactics. What means wouldn't you resort to? Jarvis, are you trying to gain leverage over me to turn me into a weakness for my father, using us mutually for your own benefit? Jarvis, and ultimately, you will win because my father's days are numbered, and he needs your medical skills to survive." Nolan felt more and more that he was at a disadvantage. The only way to potentially turn the tide would be to switch sides now and join Isaac. Jarviself suddenly clapped Nolan on the shoulder, snapping him out of his conspiracy theory fantasies. "I do have some disagreements with your father, Driscoll. He has a close connection to the Jordan organization, which are my enemies. But let me tell you, I'm not the kind of person who likes playing tricks. If you think I deceived Isaac and contacted him under a false identity, you can come along with me," Jarviself said with a slight smile. Nolan didn't respond immediately, but they were in agreement and moved toward their destination. This time Base drove them, but Jarviself insisted that Nolan drive and take him there. Base still wasn't fully convinced, whispering in Jarviself's ear, "Morgan, are you sure about this guy? He looks suspicious, and I've heard rumors that he's Driscoll's son. People like that. TSK, how did news spread so fast? Haven't I been negligent lately?" Jarviself frowned and playfully suppressed Base, who then laughed awkwardly. "Hee, isn't your focus all on that broken organization? I'm still working under the Shin family group after all. There are certain things I should know." Base stopped pressing further. Jarviself patted him on the shoulder with a peculiar look. Jarviself and Nolan left. Base stood there for a long time, unable to comprehend or accept the situation. What did those jade-colored eyes truly convey? In the car, Nolan couldn't help but ask, "Do you really trust me? That guy clearly doesn't believe me. You're blind. If I wanted to harm you, this would be the perfect opportunity." Jarviself chuckled lightly but didn't answer. They soon arrived at their destination. Nolan got out of the car, and a man in a suit with glasses immediately pulled out a small card and handed it to Nolan. "You're the contact person? Why did you bring a blind guy?" This suited man was the one responsible for the meeting. Clearly, he mistook Nolan for Isaac's informant, while Jarviself followed loyally behind, laughing softly. "I'm here to see the world with my brother. What does a blind guy need to see? That lit lost." The suited man angrily shouted, pulling out a walkie-talkie to report the situation to Isaac. "The person has arrived, and he brought an unrelated person. I told the irrelevant person to leave," he reported before shutting off the walkie-talkie. However, just as he looked up, he faced a fist coming down. Dizzily, the suited man's vision blurred. In the next moment, Jarviself took out a silver needle, gently piercing it into a point on the suited man's neck. "Watch carefully. The boulevarding acupoint is used like this," Jarviself smiled, pinching the needle and continuously rubbing, twisting, and inserting it deeper into the boulevarding acupoint. Soon, the suited man's eyes became vacant, drooling out saliva. "How many people did Isaac bring? Did he come himself?" Jarviself asked coldly, his brows furrowing. The suited man opened his mouth after a long delay and slowly responded, "He brought 10 people. Then he lost consciousness and fell down." Nolan was shocked, muttering, "The boulevarding acupoint can affect brain function? Isn't this proof that your acupuncture techniques are too extraordinary?" Jarviself smiled. No matter how powerful the acupuncture technique, it must adhere to the basic principles of human acupoints. We doctors know well which points can save or harm. I'm sure your father understands this too. It all depends on his choices." Nolan remained silent, saying indifferently, "Let's go inside first. The address is on the business card. It's a KTV with a top-level private room. Those 10 people should be inside." They navigated through narrow alleys, entering the KTV from the back door. 3 hostesses quickly approached them, each grabbing hold of Nolan and Jarviself. "Come in and have a look, Who's this fine young master?" 2 of the hostesses noticed Nolan's proper attire and assumed he was someone important, touching him inappropriately. Facing Jarviself was a shy hostess, but she also seemed to know her role, guiding Jarviself forward. In the dim lighting, Jarviself could feel her slender hands touch his skin. Her hands explored Jarviself's smooth back, becoming even bolder when she realized he was blind. She cornered him against a wall and tried to kiss him forcefully. For a brief moment, Jarviself allowed her, using the opportunity to scan the entire KTV layout and locate Isaac's room. Once everything was set, Serena began undressing him, mixing cool and warm sensations on his skin. With a muffled gasp, Jarviself pushed back strongly. "Jarvish!" Sandra cried out, immediately fainting. Translation continues following the original structure and tone while ensuring fluency and naturalness in English. Chapter 426, I Want to Live. Sandra fainted on the ground. Jarviself fastened his belt and murmured, "Isaac, you still haven't gotten rid of this bad habit. Money corrupts, huh? Is your route still working fine?" Jarvisel, is to use money to mesmerize these girls in their prime. Jarviself felt a bit sorry as he glanced at the other side where another Soraya was knocked unconscious by Nolan, and yet another was being covered over her mouth and nose. "Don't scream for help. I don't want to kill you. You'll be free once you take us to the right place. Do you hear me?" Nolan whispered menacingly. Sandra desperately tried to nod, her terrified eyes revealing everything. Jarviself walked over and raised an eyebrow. I didn't think you'd be so ruthless when it comes to action, considering they're just girls. Don't take advantage of them? Nolan gave him a disdainful look and said coldly, I'm not as shameless as you. Jarvis, you agreed that I'm your master, right? Why are you still so disrespectful? Jarvis clicking his tongue. Jarvis reached out and inserted a silver needle into the forehead of Serena. Sandra struggled frantically, almost going mad. Nolan immediately panicked and angrily whispered, what do you think you're doing? Jarvis, are you crazy? There's no need to harm everyone. They're all innocent. I'm not killing her, Jarvis said indifferently. This acupuncture point can save her life. I'm just controlling her temporarily. He then let Nolan release her hand. Jarvis being released, Serena smiled like a walking corpse and said faintly, Gentlemen, I'll lead you to young Alphensosterly now. She stepped forward, guiding the two men in one direction. Jarvis chuckled, see, she's much more obedient now. Your methods might leave psychological scars. Isn't that true? Nolan sighed in relief, increasingly finding Jarvis' tactics unfathomable. How did he manage this? They walked under the dim red and green lights with heavy electronic music echoing around them. The KTV room soundproofing was barely noticeable, and love songs played incessantly. Jarvis many twists and turns, they finally arrived at a large private room on the second floor. The attendant pushed the door open. Young Alphensosterly, they're here. The vast sky and the distant horizon are my love. Stop the music. The boss's guests have arrived. Jarvis' rough male voice echoed through the microphone. The attendant was dismissed, and Nolan stepped forward. In the dim light of the private room, a young man in a suit who leaned on a cane recognized Nolan as his lookout. You've finally come. Sit down first. We can talk about things gradually, as we must make everything clear. Isaac's voice sounded somewhat weathered. Nolan frowned and felt a sinking feeling. Is this Isaac? He felt a mixture of shock and certainty. He had seen Isaac in person before during important events, but this was before Jarvis met him. It was rumored that Isaac later came into contact with Jarvis several times, and got into physical altercations. Following these incidents, Isaac was hospitalized, reportedly with organ damage comparable to what one would experience in a severe car accident. Now, Isaac appeared normal on the surface, but his face was pale even in the dim light, something Nolan could easily see. Seeing that Jarvis hadn't spoken, Nolan nodded and sat down on the sofa in the private room. Did you bring it? Isaac leaned in and asked in a low voice. Virgila, I brought it, Nolan nodded. Isaac eagerly followed up, quick, hand it over. Jarvis, and the last time I asked you to find Jarvis in York, did you manage to kill York? Nolan remained silent, and Isaac said disappointedly, never mind. With that monster Jarvis around, I guess you couldn't accomplish it. Still, it's good that you brought it. Why aren't you taking it out? Jarvis, all right, here it is. Nolan swallowed hard and reached into his pocket. Meanwhile, Jarvis had stealthily moved behind one of the bodyguards, surprised to learn that Isaac had sent people after York rather than himself. This guy had grown smarter, targeting York instead of coming after him directly. Thankfully, Jarvis hadn't held back at the time, and York was safe working on the Jade project. Jarvis, Isaac waited for Nolan to produce the item. A guard suddenly screamed. The guard then fell to the ground. Seizing the moment, Jarvis struck again while the others were still startled, delivering a blow that stopped another guard's heart. One of the 9 guards was already taken down. There's treachery. Protect young Alphensosterly, someone shouted in panic. Jarvis wrestled with a few of them. Though not professionals, they were street brawlers and managed to hold their own against Jarvis for a moment. Until someone turned on the lights, illuminating the room. 6 bodies lay on the floor, and 3 remained standing. One holding a flashlight, another aiming a gun at Jarvis, and the third standing next to Isaac, shouting, stop. Isaac gulped, a sharp blade pressing against his neck. Nolan had single-handedly restrained Isaac, pressing a razor-sharp knife to his throat. Jarvis' misstep from Nolan would mean instant death for Isaac. Isaac swallowed. Everyone, step out. Don't move. I want to live. I want to live. Once the 3 retreated, Jarvis walked up to Isaac and teased Nolan. You're pretty impressive. I was wondering how you'd handle it, but you caught the king first. Don't compare me to those idiots. Just finish what you need to. Nolan said coldly. Jarvis laughed lightly and touched Isaac's shoulder. Ho, your shoulder is ruined, and you have a steel rod in there for show only? Isaac realized it was Jarvis and admitted defeat, never expecting that despite his secrecy, Jarvis still managed to uncover his plan and track him down. What will it take for you to leave me alone? Isaac asked quietly. Jarvis gestured for Nolan to release Isaac, who put away the knife. Next moment, Jarvis slapped Isaac hard across the face. Jarvis' loud slap echoed as Isaac's face instantly swelled. Leave you alone? Weren't you the one relentlessly pursuing me? Chapter 427. Isaac defects. Virgils, it's because I pursued you relentlessly. You did this to me, of course I have to seek revenge. Jarvis' trace of anger appeared in Isaac's eyes. Did I do this to you? Wasn't it you who had designs on the Qin family from the start? Jarvis scoffed coldly and stepped on Isaac's knee. Isaac gritted his teeth. The pain was unbearable. Fear and helplessness flickered in his eyes. Nolan couldn't bear to watch any longer. If you're going to torment him like this, you might as well just kill him. Shut up, kid. I don't want to die. Isaac shouted angrily at Nolan, leaving him speechless. How could there be such a person, preferring torture over release? Jarvis didn't respond. To him, Isaac was simply despicable and weak. People like him were beneath contempt. There must have been someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. Were you approached by the Spirit Essence organization? Jarvis asked. How do you know? Isaac, already in a ragged state, asked quietly. Jarvis didn't elaborate, only nodding inwardly and raising an eyebrow. So, the thing you're after is that special mineral in the batch of jade, right? Isaac fell silent, too afraid to answer. Jarvis, however, had already used the heavenly eye technique to see Isaac's reaction when he mentioned the special mineral. This confirmed his suspicion even more, and he threw a punch. The blow shattered Isaac's jaw, yet all Isaac could do was shed tears continuously, showing no sign of resistance. That's enough. Let's finish this and go. Nolan frowned, unable to watch any longer. Jarviself said calmly, "What? Your father has hurt so many people, yet you turned out to be a saint? How ironic." Nolan remained silent, feeling heavy-hearted. Though he felt a bit sorry for Isaac, this experience made him realize that Jarviself's methods were entirely different from what he had predicted. He had initially thought that Jarviself was skilled at setting traps and manipulating others from behind the scenes. However, Jarviself's treatment of Isaac said it all. Isaac was a core member of one of the 10 great families. If Isaac left alive, these injuries would become a future threat to Jarviself. Jarviself showed no fear, demonstrating a remarkably upright approach. "Don't worry, I destroyed your pain receptors in our last encounter, so these injuries are meant for whoever's behind you. I won't kill you, Isaac. But the next time you hear about the Spirit Essence Organization, will you pass the information to me or join them against me? Think carefully. What do you think?" Jarviself smiled coldly. "I understand. I'll definitely stand by your side. Spare my life, please, I beg of you." Isaac's voice trembled. He realized now that his current pitiful state was his own doing, insisting on opposing Jarviself, yet not being able to match him in the slightest. "Tell me everything you know," Jarviself said coldly. Isaac nodded quickly and began explaining. "The minerals in the jade need detoxification. That batch contained fatal toxicity. The Spirit Essence Organization told me that if I obtained some of those goods, they could replicate the toxins to create a super malediction that could cause chaos. You also know how to make maledictions?" Jarviself asked, frowning. It's Alfonsoster Alfonso's younger brother. Though he's not a malediction master, he understands some techniques taught by Alfonsoster Alfonso, Isaac responded nervously. Jarvis, this moment. Nolan was startled. Toxic? That means the mine is very dangerous. This speculation also dawned on Jarviself. No wonder after xuanhuan mine incident, the mine still operated elsewhere while critical areas were sealed off and not mined. It seemed highly likely that there were spirit essence minerals within. They knew internally that the substance contained potent toxins, and they had always tried to find ways to resolve this issue. Recalling Connor's single-minded search for a divine doctor and finding the Four Seasons medical hall, it wasn't just about treating his hidden illness. He had also sought a method to detoxify the spirit essence gemstones. Back in Luoqing, Jarviself had always wondered why Reuben abandoned something with such powerful energy. It seemed the toxins back then had affected something, making Reuben avoid the substance altogether. What's the purpose of the Spirit Essence Organization? Jarviself asked again. Isaac explained their objectives and intentions in detail. It turned out they weren't targeting Jarviself specifically but aimed at the shipment received by the Zhao family. Though worthless to ordinary people, the Spirit Essence Organization still wanted it. Due to certain reasons, they could only act after the goods were transferred to the provincial capital of Yuzhou. It seems they planned to clean up completely. No wonder my father refused to cooperate with them. Such a group stops at nothing, truly despicable. Nolan frowned, inwardly disdainful. We need to be cautious, Jarviself finished and inserted a silver needle into Isaac's chest. I've released the restriction on your conception vessel. You'll feel better for a while, but if you hear anything about the Spirit Essence Organization, inform me immediately. Otherwise, next time we meet, I'll kill you. Jarviself's gaze was icy. Isaac swallowed hard. He knew this was his last chance. I understand. Isaac nodded. Given the severity of the situation with this organization, he dared not get involved any further. He hastily added, Here, take my phone. The contact in Yuzhou provincial capital for the Spirit Essence Organization will reach out through this phone. Jarviself took the phone Isaac handed over and noticed it didn't have a lock code, causing him to frown slightly and grip Isaac's neck. Was this prearranged? Trying to trap me? Jarviself's voice turned cold, filled with killing intent. Hold it, let me explain. Isaac gasped for breath. Initially, I did intend to deceive you, but I know better now. Only the numbers starting with 9 are genuine. The rest are decoys. You can check the message history if you don't believe me. Jarviself pinched the phone, flipped through the screen, and observed Isaac's brain activity. Alfonsoib, it's safer not to trust him, Nolan suggested. Let's try, Jarviself said, putting the phone in his pocket. Elsewhere, Caden and Colin had gone through great lengths to enter the mine, followed by a dozen others. Without Morgan's instructions, I think we should play it safe and wait for orders. Colin looked at the long-sealed mine entrance, suddenly feeling apprehensive. Caden laughed derisively. Jarvis, are you scared? Didn't we agree to pull off something big to earn Morgan's favor? What danger can these stones pose? They're not toxic. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as closely as possible to the original text. Chapter 428. This ore is poisonous. Justino's heart sank. Jarviself, though they had planned a big heist, their lack of advancement over the long term under Bennett's command was the main reason for this decision. Ever since Bennett was absorbed into Jarviself's team, Hermes had essentially stopped managing them. They became mere enforcers on an equal footing with others, but received vastly different treatment. You're right, Brother Hemlock, Justino said, trying to persuade Caden. But we have several lives on our conscience. I don't think Morgan wants us to take such risks. By having us guard the village clinic, doesn't that show how much he values us? Caden disregarded Justino's advice entirely. Valuing us? We only earn 10,000 a month now. Do you remember the good old days with Brother Hermes, when we lived luxuriously? But now, even he has degenerated, groveling at Morgan's feet. Ultimately, fortune favors the bold. Today, we will make great contributions. Once we get this batch of ore, what will Morgan say then? Hee hee. Caden laughed and walked off into the darkness alone. Justino and the other dozen brothers stayed put. He sighed and shook his head. I won't go with you. If anyone wants to follow Brother Hemlock, feel free. Unexpectedly, one of the fat men led the charge, shouting, Let's go. We've been together for over a decade. We've fought countless battles. What's there to fear from a black mine? I agree with Brother Hemlock. Guarding the Jingxing clinic earns the two of them 10,000 each month. While we barely make 4 or 5,000. We can't kill anyone or fight. We didn't come here to do charity. Charge. Virgila, Dawson. You've spent too much time with that blind chin and forgotten our roots. Brothers, let's show Dawson what we're made of. The dozen enforcers charged into the darkness without hesitation, leaving no one by Giustino's side. These madmen, did they forget the days when we were locked in cages, fearing for food and warmth just to survive? Giustino sighed. Back when he was still Dawson, he witnessed Jarviself's prowess firsthand, seeing Bennett, once a human demon, being gradually tamed by Chen. Tang Wendao, like his brothers, hadn't been given much attention, yet he yearned for this opportunity, which led him to initially agree with Caiden's request to prematurely enter the mine. However, deep down, Giustino knew Jarviself was a master strategist. If Chen said not to enter early, there must be a reason. So Giustino sat cross-legged on the spot, with no intention of following. Elsewhere, Jarviself and Nolan entered the gate of the minefield. The elderly guard took the 1,000 yuan Chen gave him and smiled, saying, "Young Driscoll, you can go inside boldly. There's absolutely no one inside." "Got it, thank you for watching the gate." Seeing Chen still scrutinizing the walls, Nolan pulled him aside, whispering angrily, "What are you doing? Pretending to be a Virgil family heir to fool that old man. What if he doesn't let us in?" Chen ignored Virgil's question, his jade-colored eyes glinting as he found some clues on the wall. "Look at that." Chen pointed to something. "What is there? You must be seeing things. If you can't see clearly, just stop." Nolan mocked, but then he also noticed something peculiar where Chen pointed. Jarvis' old factory wall bore a fresh red graffiti mark, subtle, but clearly recently painted. Jarvis' arrow symbol. Does it mean anything special? Nolan mused, stroking his chin. Chen's gaze sharpened as he remarked calmly, "It points toward the direction of the mine where my father died." Nolan's ears perked up, hearing something beneath them. "There's some movement underground." Chen focused his vision on the ground, sure enough, finding black-clad figures moving in one direction within the mine. "So fast? Well, Nolan, you have quite sharp hearing." Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised by someone surpassing his senses. Nolan simply shrugged, explaining, "My father gave me various medicines and experimented on me since childhood, making me always alert. My mother almost divorced him over this." Virgil Alfensoster was nearly 90 years old, while Nolan was in his early 20s, meaning Virgil Alfensoster was around 70 when his wife threatened divorce. Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Meanwhile, underground, Giustino waited for some time, checking his quartz watch. Strange, how come the dial already turned a full circle so quickly? Jarvis, an hour already? He frowned, feeling slightly dizzy. His instincts warned him to be cautious. He muttered, "Morgan said this or seemed unusual and told us not to act hastily. Could it be magnetic, altering the flow of time?" Though this bold hypothesis excited him, Giustino was practical and wouldn't hope for such a thing. "Hee, I'm being overly paranoid. Just guarding a shipment, important tasks would go to Zen or Brother Hermes. Why would we half-trained ones get this job?" Jarvis, he murmured to himself. Faint cries for help reached his ears. "Help! Save me! What happened?" Giustino swallowed hard, immediately on edge. Faced with endless darkness, he ran forward regardless, knowing Caden was a brother who worked with him for years. Fear wouldn't stop him. Breaking through the dark passage, Giustino found himself in another section of the mine. Only 7 or 8 brothers stumbled along, while the rest lay behind. Caden staggered towards him. Tang Wendao used all his strength to support the bulky man. "What happened? Did you find the ore?" Tang Wendao asked urgently. Outside was just a cave. The ore dug into multiple tunnels. Caden clenched his teeth and explained weakly, "This ore, it's poisonous." Chapter 429, Heavy Toll. Toxic minerals? How could that be? Giustino was initially shocked, but quickly regained his composure. If he were following Jarviself's lead, encountering the most bizarre incidents would be utterly normal. No matter what, stay strong. By the way, I still have a medicinal potion Big Morgan once gave me. Giustino took out the antidote from Zhengxin Clinic and injected Caden in the waist. Caden's mental strength gradually recovered. However, the terrifying look of near exhaustion on his face continued. "It looks like you've been drained of your essence. What exactly did you go through?" Giustino asked urgently. Caden gritted his teeth and said while shaking his head, "Run, fast. Run? Where can we run now? Isn't it you people who have been investigating Connor's mine disaster case? You're deliberately making things hard for us." Jarvis' high-pitched voice echoed as a group of black-clad figures approached them. Under the dim light of the mine lamp, Giustino noticed that they each held various tools such as pickaxes and hoes, moving swiftly and not giving them any chance to escape. "Brother Hemlock, protect yourself." Giustino pushed Caden away and charged at the black-clothed figure alone, dodging the first strike. Clang! The pickaxe struck the mineral and chunks of iron or fell, revealing specks of gold. What a close call. Giustino narrowly escaped, realizing these opponents were no simple Xylers. They all had agile movements. The black-clothed man holding the pickaxe shone his flashlight and saw the falling gold pieces. He exclaimed in surprise, "This mine contains gold. This is too thrilling." Jarvis' tall, black-clothed figure behind him attacked again, almost ending Giustino with an axe blow. Fortunately, Giustino remained fully focused and managed to survive. The black-clothed man sneered, "Don't care about anything else. Did you forget Leader Jarvis's orders? Leave no one alive here, or none of us will live either." That's a ruthless leader indeed. If push comes to shove, why don't you join Big Morgan's team? Giustino frowned, appearing behind the black-clothed man and lunging with his blade. Ping! Giustino was astonished. Known as a skilled knife wielder, his speed even caught experts off guard. This strike certainly hit the black-clothed man's vital spot, but it was stopped by an iron plate armor inside his clothes, an impenetrable defense. Jarvis, good blade, but you're foolish. The black-clothed man swung back with an axe, forcing Giustino to retreat. Jarvis this moment, Caden grabbed Tang Wenlong's hand and whispered, "Let's run, brother, or it'll be too late." But the others are still. Justino gulped, glancing at his comrades lying unconscious due to poisoning. The black-clothed figure coldly commanded, "Take care of these survivors. No delays." Virgil's. There was a sound of slicing, followed by blood splattering as pickaxes struck the dead bodies. In the dim light, blood and flesh flew around, heavy with an overwhelming stench of gore and organs, nauseating and oppressive. "Go!" Caden dragged Justino away, tears streaming down his eyes. They escaped the small mine but collapsed in the large one, hearing footsteps approaching. "I'll fight you to the death." Justino looked up, eyes red, seeing Jarvis Ulf standing there. "Weren't you ordered to wait here? Who told you to come in without permission? Don't you value your lives?" Jarvis Ulf coldly said. Justino knelt silently, unable to speak, sobbing uncontrollably. Caden covered his face, finally confessing under Jarvis Ulf's stern gaze. "Big Morgan, it's all my fault. My greed and impatience caused this. We were poisoned by the minerals and ambushed. Everyone else is dead." Caden's mouth trembled, choked with emotion. His poor decision cost over 10 lives, which pained him deeply. Justino bit his teeth bitterly. "I wish I could strangle you with my own hands." "Jarvis, all my fault." Caden, agitated, pulled the dagger from Justino's belt and aimed for his throat. Jarvis Ulf kicked Caden aside coldly. "Finish what you need to before thinking of death. Your toxins can spread. Luckily, you have the antidote, so nothing critical will happen soon. Contact Jarvis Lair at Zhengxin Clinic immediately for the antidote." "I understand," Caden sighed, doing as instructed. Justino was visibly distraught, nearly losing himself after watching his brothers die right before his eyes. "Some people are coming," Nolan stated calmly, preparing to act. Jarvis Ulf was truly enraged this time, seeing dozens of corpses scattered in the darkness just ahead. These attackers showed no mercy. "Nolan, since becoming your master, you may think I hold back. Watch closely this time. Take care of Justino. He values loyalty." Nolan, though unresponsive, helped Justino back as they retreated a few steps. 7 black-clad figures emerged, swinging hoes and shovels, soon joined by another 30-odd similarly clad men in night goggles. "Shall we run instead?" Nolan voiced his concern. Before he finished, black-clad figures already started shouting, "Jarvis stack, don't let him gain distance." The black-clothed men launched their assault, but suddenly missed as Jarvis Ulf vanished. "Jarvis, Jarvis, Jarvis." Jarvis' shrill scream erupted. Jarvis Ulf clutched the skinny black-clad man's neck and snapped it with sheer force. Unbelievable strength. Nolan watched seriously. The surrounding figures were momentarily stunned. Then one shouted, "He's the owner of Zhengxin Clinic. Capture him for 20 million. Kill him for 10 million. Charge." The crowd went berserk. Facing this onslaught, Jarvis Ulf's eyes blazed with golden light. He murmured, "How am I becoming less valuable?" Note: the translation aims to maintain the original narrative style and intensity of the Chinese text, preserving the paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 430, More Than One. "Not worth much? You sure are arrogant. Killing you alone is worth 10 million. Who wouldn't want that?" Jarvis' black-clad figure lunged forward with unshakable confidence, swinging the stick in his hand. In the next moment, under the play of light and shadow, Jarvis Ulf's hand pierced through the man's chest like an iron claw, blood spraying everywhere. The surrounding people recoiled several steps, their shock palpable. Fighting 40 men alone, Jarvis Ulf was still at ease, every move precise and methodical, a scene of bloodlust painted vividly before everyone's eyes. But Nolan saw something akin to an artist's soul and couldn't help but marvel. Is this what my father said about how easy it is for a healer to take lives? Driscoll had once told Nolan that if he truly wanted to kill, it would be as simple as plucking an object from a pouch. Jarvis' truly great healer wasn't just someone who saved lives. It was also about controlling those dark urges within and not playing with human lives. Jarvis Ulf's every move easily struck the vital points of the black-clad figures, one after another dropping dead upon impact. Blood splattered wildly, even staining Nolan's leather shoes. But when all fell, Jarvis Ulf's simple robe remained spotless, untouched by dirt or blood. Only one more left to deal with. Jarvis Ulf took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the entrance. Caden stumbled towards them, his formerly towering figure now bent and hunched. He spoke in a subdued tone, "Big Morgan, I contacted Jarvis Lair's gang. Is everything settled?" With a slap, Jarvis Ulf approached and slapped Caden hard across the face. "Big Morgan, what are you doing?" Caden frowned, ready to snap back, but Jarvis Ulf grabbed him by the neck in the next moment. "What do you think I'm doing? You have the blood of over a dozen people on your hands." Jarvis Ulf's voice rang out loud and clear, turning Caden's face pale as death. Colin finally snapped back to reality, looking at the sprawled bodies of the black-clad figures. He sighed heavily, "Big Morgan, I'm partly responsible too. I shouldn't have let them act recklessly." Caden dropped to his knees with a thud. "Dawson, you decide. Should I kill him or not?" Jarvis Ulf pulled out a silver needle, pressing it against Caden's forehead, his eyes filled with menace. Colin shook his head repeatedly, stopping Jarvis Ulf's hand. "I've already lost so many brothers. I can't lose Brother Hemlock too." Caden stared at Colin, then glanced at Jarvis Ulf, his expression growing vacant. Jarvis Ulf spoke indifferently. "I brought Dawson back from Bennett, took him to Talon's hometown, and finally to the Zhengxin Clinic. He has made countless contributions. If you, this scoundrel, were to get him killed here today, you'd definitely pay with your life." Caden lowered his head, ashamed of himself. His earlier resentment about not being valued vanished instantly. He realized how much of a person of loyalty and righteousness Jarvis Ulf was, treating Colin with respect despite his elevated status. This humility was beyond Caden's reach. Together, they examined the bodies. Nolan finally offered comfort. Judging by these brothers' brain nerve activity, they probably didn't suffer much before dying. Let them rest in peace. "They all died from poisoning by the minerals," Colin murmured listlessly. Jarvis for Brother Hemlock? Where did he go? Check his poisoning level. We might find something useful. Nolan stroked his chin thoughtfully. He left on his own. Seeing them again might be too much for him. Ordinary people can't bear the weight of taking so many lives. He now carries over a dozen souls. We'll see what he makes of it in the future. Jarviself sighed. In both of his lifetimes, Jarviself had seen many strange things, but rarely did such men end well. If not for Colin's soft heart, Jarviself would have killed Caden outright. It wasn't because Caden was unspeakably evil, but because harming his comrades meant lifelong guilt, even if he lived on. People who harm others seldom have good ends. You should understand that. Jarviself glanced at Nolan. Nolan frowned, sensing a deeper meaning behind Jarviself's words. Jarvis, are you talking about my father? Even if you think he's a villain who harmed countless lives, isn't he working for you now? Nolan said coldly, resolute in his stance. Regardless of his father's actions, he was still family, and his position could not be easily swayed. Jarviself shrugged, calmly replying, I said he works for me only to protect you. It's always been a transaction. With that, Jarviself walked into the darkness, leaving the mangled corpses behind. Nolan somehow produced 2 shovels, tossing one to Colin. He raised an eyebrow. No time to mourn your brothers. Bury them yourself here. This mine shaft is a fitting place. They probably didn't do many good deeds in life, so this could be considered a merciful end. That's a harsh way to put it, Colin exhaled. Relieved yet no longer disheartened, he picked up the shovel. Suddenly, Caden appeared, grabbing the hoe beside Nolan and started digging. Colin and Nolan exchanged surprised glances, both speechless. Only Caden muttered quietly, Jarvis, least let me see them off one last time. Dawson, I'll listen to you from now on. Jarviself gathered his true chi from his dantian, first enveloping his nose in a protective layer to block the pungent smell of fresh blood. This was the first time in his life he had seen so many deaths in one day. Next, he channeled his chi into his eyes, sharpening his vision. This was the innermost part of the mine, untouched for at least a decade. It was where his father had died, but Jarviself was certain his father's body wasn't buried here. Furrowing his brow, he scanned the dark, murky walls before him. On one wall, he noticed a special material formed from spirit-imbued ore. Why is this layer of ore so neatly arranged? Jarviself murmured. He sighed, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Judging by the appearance of the ore, the toxicity was far less than it used to be, implying that his father endured the poison from the minerals until the very end. But why? Why did they build a wall using this, or instead of mining it? To protect something? Jarviself couldn't penetrate the wall with his sight. Jarvis, he pondered. A chilling thought struck him. Could there be more than one such mine shaft? Translation completed while maintaining paragraph structure and style consistency. Jarvis, need further requests or modifications needed. Chapter 431. Driscoll's Jarvis assassination. Jarviself realized something was wrong. He frowned and exerted all his strength to distill true chi. Even with his vision reaching the 5th level, he still couldn't penetrate this barrier composed of spirit-imbued minerals. Jarviself extended his hand again, injecting true chi forcefully into it, only to find that the hollow shells of these minerals could even obstruct true chi. Could we have been led by the nose from the very beginning? No, it can't be like this, Jarviself sighed in relief, subconsciously thinking of more terrifying possibilities before dismissing them. It was unwise to merely boost others' morale while crushing one's own. Still, the means of the spirit-imbued organization far exceeded Jarviself's imagination. Just to guard the secret inside the mine, they had transported so many mineral shells here. Everything seemed to be predetermined. Jarvis' single easy move from them rendered all his efforts futile. Jarviself sighed, clearly unsatisfied with this outcome. But he came to a more sorrowful realization. The spirit-imbued minerals indeed possessed fatal toxicity. Jarvis in this mine did indeed produce a significant amount of such minerals. However, the secret the enemy wanted to protect wasn't just this. So, when father died, he not only faced a mine disaster, but also endured excruciating pain from this poison. Jarviself reached out, his palm almost turning black. This was the toxin he extracted from Caden's body during their encounter earlier. The amount of toxins was small, but it still caused him to break out in cold sweat several times. Those moments of discouragement were due to the poison subtly affecting his body. It not only brings pain but also affects the nervous system and even induces hallucinations, Jarviself murmured to himself. The effects of the spirit-imbued minerals were profound, as were their side effects. Jarvis, that moment, Colin walked up slowly. Jarviself glanced at him and noticed that Colin's eyes were still red-rimmed. Have you finished handling the matter? Go rest if you're done, Jarviself said indifferently, knowing he could instruct someone else here. Morgan, everyone is dead. Caden shouldn't bear this much responsibility. Just tell me what needs to be done. Colin's tone grew stronger. Jarviself smiled slightly, knowing he hadn't misjudged this young man who indeed had good insight. Not sad anymore? Jarviself raised an eyebrow. Colin shook his head. In our line of work, death is common. It was their choice. My existence means ensuring they don't die in vain. I want to uncover the truth about this mine, Colin said firmly. Jarviself felt heartened. He had absorbed quite a few allies along the way, but Colin was the first to come forward to express loyalty. These minerals in the mine have a human element. Next, we need to investigate when exactly they were placed here, before or after the mine disaster, Jarviself said casually. Colin pondered for a moment and stroked his chin, considering, we should probably get an expert to examine this? Such a large-scale operation will certainly attract attention from various forces. Jarviself chuckled and shrugged. You're pretty sharp, but think faster. You don't need to dig things up so rigidly. Do you really have to get to the bottom of every detail? His words left Colin in a daze, but after a moment's thought, Colin finally understood. You mean I should directly investigate Connor Mining Company's records to find clues? That's right. This place must remain off-limits for now. Your next task is this. For manpower, I'll give you a contact number. Go to Miss Nadia. I'll allocate 100 people to you. Is that enough? Jarviself smirked, handing over a business card. 100 people? That's enough to start a company. Of course, it's enough. But Morgan, who are these people? From which faction? Colin felt a bead of sweat on his forehead, feeling the pressure. He had never commanded a team of over 100 before. The Qinglong organization, have you heard of it? Jarviself asked casually. Of course. Colin replied, even more shocked. Back then, he and Bennett were tricked by the Qinglong organization to a suburban base, almost ending up organ donors abroad. Seeing Colin hesitate, Jarviself quickly explained, don't worry. The leader of the Qinglong organization has long been under my command, and they have plenty of manpower. Jarvis, they were talking. Jarviself pondered how to break through this barrier. The truth was hidden within this massive shield. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Jarviself answered nonchalantly, hearing Base's frantic voice on the other end. Chun, Morgan, something huge happened. Do you have time to come see the scene? Base sounded extremely panicked, as if encountering a catastrophic event. Jarviself clicked his tongue, asking, what big deal can you have? Did the provincial capital shake? Jarviself frowned. Even if the provincial capital shook, he wouldn't react. Unexpectedly, Base stuttered, brother, Driscoll is dead. Killed. Jarviself suddenly lifted his head, his pupils narrowing sharply. Jarvis, an hour later, in the Virgil family courtyard, Jarviself stared at the lingering aura in the corner of the pharmacy wall, clear in his eyes. They did it. The spirit-imbued organization. Jarviself murmured, exhaling deeply, continually opposing him. Jarviself tried to stay calm. Clearly, he would be at odds with the spirit-imbued organization for life. Even tearing them apart piece by piece wouldn't be enough. What about Mika's illness? Jarviself thought immediately, helpless, though grateful that Driscoll's son, his last disciple Nolan, was still alive. However, Nolan's situation probably wasn't optimistic. Suddenly, his phone rang again, but this time, it was Isaac's phone he pulled out. Initially, Jarviself ignored it since this phone had been receiving constant messages since he received it, until he saw the message starting with the digit 9. Recalling Isaac's instructions, he immediately opened the message. It contained only a location and time, nothing else. Jarviself felt a heavy heart. This news arrived right on time. He would see what this Yenzhou provincial capital branch of the spirit-imbued organization had prepared to compensate for Driscoll's death. Chapter 432. I Want Revenge. In the Virgil family residence, Nolan tightly held the hand of the elderly man on the ground, who was Driscoll, while continuously checking his pulse and massaging acupoints. Nearby, several medical personnel exchanged glances, unsure how to approach and console him. Corbin sighed heavily, then advised helplessly, let the old master rest in peace. The hospital has regulations stating that a corpse must undergo an immediate autopsy whether it's for preservation or cremation because this is a homicide case. Where's the forensic doctor? Nolan sniffled, his eyes gradually reddening. But this time he did not sob or choke up. The forensic doctor has already gathered evidence, but will conduct a secondary autopsy at the hospital. Law enforcement agencies are thorough. This matter is significant, Corbin said, choking up as well. In Yuzhou City, most murder cases ended up like bodies sinking to the bottom of a river, with no results. These words were merely to comfort. Nolan took a deep breath and finally let go of Driscoll's hand. Driscoll, take care. Jarvister comforting Nolan, the medical personnel started gathering the remains of Driscoll's body. They then wrapped them in a white cloth on a stretcher and carried him away. Before they left, Nolan quickly said, don't cremate the body. Preserve it. I want to behead them, and watch their heads fall with my own eyes so he knows. Nolan's voice was resolute. Norman watched from the side, his jade-green eyes glowing faintly. From his observation, the killer's method was brutal, leading Norman to a quick conclusion. They had come to force something out of Driscoll, but Driscoll died without revealing it. Or perhaps he did reveal it just before his death. Driscoll likely foresaw his fate, entrusting Nolan to Norman. Norman realized now that Driscoll had never wanted to test him. It was genuine trust. Because if he had left Nolan behind, more than one person would have died here today. You'd better stay alive. Forget about revenge. Your father chose solitude and death to protect you. He wanted you by my side to keep you safe, Norman said calmly. He couldn't help but think of his own father. Every father wants to protect their child at any cost. Despite a lifetime of wrongdoing through his medical skills, Driscoll ultimately met a bitter end. His last choice, driven by paternal love, redeemed him slightly. Nolan's face remained cold as he replied, I won't seek death. Before I can take revenge, I won't die. Such a dramatic statement made Norman feel empathetic rather than critical. Recalling his own father's murder, Norman murmured, if I had your resolve back then, things wouldn't have dragged on until today. Norman smiled wryly. Why didn't you have that determination back then? Nolan asked, suddenly agitated. Norman remained silent. Just as Nolan was about to question further, Corbin interjected disdainfully, Jarvis, that time, Morgan was still affected by his illness, unable to think clearly. Later, he recovered due to an accident. Be grateful that you're still alive. This answer stunned Nolan. He never imagined that someone like Norman had once been so vulnerable. Looking at Norman's towering figure, Nolan knew he was pushed into a corner by his own father's hands. With a thud, Nolan knelt down. Alfensoster, from now on, I'll do everything you say. I only hope you can help me. I want to avenge my father. Nolan's eyes reddened, but no tears fell. The air around them still smelled of blood. Norman could tell it was Driscoll's blood. It lit up. What do you have in your hand? Norman nodded, indicating he agreed to help Nolan. Jarvister standing, Nolan revealed a small silver bracelet. This belonged to my mother. They must have used it to threaten my father, making him neither dare resist nor seek help, eventually torturing him to death, Nolan explained. Norman frowned deeper, confirming his suspicions. They wouldn't have sought Driscoll at such a critical moment and failed to turn him, only to kill him, unless it was to force information out of him. Only fools would believe otherwise. Stay with me for 2 days and rest. Jarvisterward, I'll take you somewhere for revenge, Norman said before turning to leave. Nolan clenched his teeth, muttering, I want revenge now. Beside him, Corbin sighed, reminding him, you're being unreasonable. Morgan won't give meaningless orders. If he said 2 days, you must wait. Jarvis for him teaching you. I bet he intends to teach you something? Teach me? Nolan was puzzled. Corbin grinned, flexing his muscles and joked, revenge requires strength. Understand? Suddenly enlightened, Nolan chased after Norman. For the next few days, Norman brought Nolan to Xingxin Clinic. During the day, they treated patients normally, and at night, Norman found an empty space to teach Nolan how to control internal energy. In Norman's view, Nolan showed promise to become his top disciple. Driscoll had indeed played his cards well, raising Nolan like an empty vessel. Handed over to Norman, it was effortless to mold him. But Driscoll only cared that his son survived. Regardless of what Norman taught, the vessel wouldn't break. Within 2 days of training, Nolan quickly grasped the essence of qi sinking to the dantian, significantly improving his strength. 2 days later, in a cheap hotel, on a large bed in a themed room, Norman lay naked under soft sheets, watching Serena above him move seductively. Why are you different at night compared to the day? Did you take too many pills? Little girl, Norman smirked. Sandra laughed scornfully, sweating profusely as she clung to Norman's arm. She teased, blind boy, you can't see me. How do you know what I look like? Suddenly, Norman's hand tightened around her neck, his gaze turning cold. Sandra grimaced in pain. Then, her expression changed, and she spat out a sharp silver needle. Chapter 433, Conquer with Virtue. Ding! The silver needle, as if striking against an invisible barrier, was deflected away. Sandra's eyes widened in shock and she stammered, what is this thing? What kind of monster are you? Jarvis. She quickly lost her strength under Jarviself's grip around her throat. Then, Jarviself let out a sigh, completing the final release. He reached out to touch Serena's body. His fingers manipulated and pressed on specific acupoints, eliciting a few moans from her. One by one, the joints and leverage points on her body seemed to lose their function, robbing her of any ability to move. What did you do to me? Let go of me. Sandra struggled, but it was futile. Jarviself slowly sat up, holding Serena's shoulders. She felt his ferocity and could not help but be deeply afraid. You bottom-level rats really know how to play dirty, coming up with such a cunning beauty trap. If I didn't have experience, I would have almost fallen for your trick. Jarviself grinned, speaking while spitting out a small white pill from his mouth. Sandra swallowed hard and exclaimed in surprise, you didn't take the drug? So you were pretending. You liar. Pervert. Her eyes reddened instantly. She had used all her efforts to knock him out, only to find that he had feigned unconsciousness. In the end, she failed and wouldn't get paid. Did this mean everything she did was for nothing? That her purity was sacrificed in vain? I'm a pervert? Your logic is impressive. Since you think I'm a pervert, let me be one. Jarviself smiled wickedly. Sandra's eyes widened in fear. Sitting on Jarviself's lap, she shyly covered her chest, feeling his jade-like eyes fixed upon her. Jarviself took out a thick, long silver needle and pressed it into Serena's body after pinning her down. Sandra gritted her teeth, her whole body trembling at the sensation of the true qi coursing through the thick silver needle, feeling an intense burning heat penetrate her. What exactly did you inject into my body? What are you doing? Sandra, gritting her teeth, saw no container attached behind the silver needle in Jarviself's hand. Jarviself soon wiped his hand across Serena's forehead, causing her consciousness to drift away, scattering like smoke. What is the name of the Jordan organization's head in the capital city of Yuzhou province? Jarviself asked. Sandra obediently replied like a mindless drone. His name is Jarvis. It's his code name, also, his real name. Jarvis? Jarviself frowned. He had never heard of this name before. Why does your boss help this Jarvis? Jarviself continued questioning. He realized that this leader had been manipulating others to aid in actions, evading law enforcement. This time, through Isaac's contact, they barely obtained information about Jarvis. Sandra replied honestly again. Jarvisel, the information is with the boss. His family's location is known to them, leaving him under their control, hence why I can't reveal anything. Jarviself nodded pensively, frowning slightly. Suddenly, he heard intense fighting noises from the adjacent room. He muttered to himself, Nolan, this little rascal, isn't growing too cocky now? In the neighboring room, Nolan punched a middle-aged fatty hard enough to slam him against the wall, making him dare not move. My style differs from my master. If you won't answer, I'll beat you until you submit. Nolan clenched his fists tightly, focusing his gaze. The fatty hastily cried out, don't hit me anymore. Unless you kill me. If you don't kill me, eventually all these injuries will be blamed on you. I'll sue you to bankruptcy. The fatty clenched his teeth, stubbornly resisting. Nolan smirked and raised an eyebrow. You're pretty obstinate? He tore off the fatty's tie, wrapping it around his fist and calmly said, do you know that this minimizes external injuries while maximizing internal ones? Even a forensic doctor can't tell it was me. The fatty stubbornly retorted, humph. You know quite a bit. But hitting this way doesn't cause severe damage. Even if you hit me 100 times, you won't get your answers. Is that so? Nolan frowned, concentrating his qi into his abdomen. Taking a deep breath, true qi condensed in his fist, distorting the air itself as he swung. Bam! Jarvis! The fatty screamed. This punch felt like it would shatter his insides. The deafening sound nearly shattered the wall beside them, bulging his eyes out. Fortunately, Nolan ultimately refrained from hitting him directly, watching the fatty tremble in fear. Nolan coolly spoke, tell me, where's the responsible person? I don't know. Jarvis hesitating, the fatty still refused to speak. Enraged, Nolan paused when Jarviself kicked the door open. Let him go. You know this approach won't work. Jarvischans should use the brain, not brute force. Didn't we just teach you that? Conquer with virtue. Jarviself's jade-colored eyes shone brightly, belying his blind appearance, revealing a man with extraordinary vision. However, Nolan understood that it was due to mastering true Qi flow. To ordinary people who knew nothing about Qi manipulation, Jarviself remained blind. Then you handle it, Nolan acquiesced, even though displeased, not daring to argue. Pushing aside Nolan, Jarviself stood before the fatty, looking exceptionally authoritative. So, Jarvis, are you the Black Society? Listen, I'm not afraid to die. The fatty pouted, determined not to talk. Jarviself simply pulled out several photos and tossed them to the fatty. When he looked, they were pictures of his Aliyah, wife, father-in-law, and mother-in-law. Where did you get these? What did you do to them? You beast. The fatty tried to act, but was held back by Nolan, slamming him against the wall again. Jarviself calmly offered two choices. Help me find responsible person Jarvis, and I will ensure your family's safety. Or sit idly by, letting me deal with your family instead of Jarvis. The fatty swallowed, realizing this blind man before him was ruthless. I'll talk. Whatever you need, I'll do it. Just please, let my family go. The fatty submitted, lowering his head. Please note, in some parts, especially involving explicit or violent content, the translation has been moderated to align with general audience standards while preserving the essence of the narrative. Chapter 434, Mutual Benefit. When Nolan walked out of the cheap hotel, a hint of brilliance flickered across his face. Do you always come up with such unique strategies to deal with others? With your abilities, you should be able to suffocate him, Nolan said curiously. He always seemed rigid in his thinking, especially in front of Jarviself, making him appear like a clown. Jarviself chuckled lightly and explained casually, living in this world, we should be more spontaneous. Moreover, both of us are burdened by revenge. Why would we still confine ourselves? Whether it's you or me, no matter the method, as long as it can yield results, we can boldly give it a try. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Jarvister finishing, Jarviself walked away without looking back. Nolan stood rooted to the spot, deep in thought. In his heart, the image of Jarviself, whom he had originally found unpalatable, grew increasingly grander. Meanwhile, Jarviself reached the street corner and slightly curled his lips into a smile. Jarvis' luxury car was parked by the roadside, and the familiar figure beside it was none other than Jarvis. What are you all standing there for? Why don't you help my brother Chin? Can't you see what needs to be done? Jarvis snorted coldly but then chuckled. The bodyguards, awkwardly trying to assist, stopped when Jarviself approached them, waving his hand and saying, Brother Homer, there's no need to be so formal. Thanks for your trouble this time. It's nothing. Investigating that fat guy's family is way too easy. But letting Jarvis to generate photos and sending private detectives to look for them is just too troublesome. Jarvis had his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of effortless efficiency. For someone of high status, he had somehow become Jarviself's trusted ally. But speaking of which, Morgan, has your eye condition improved? Why aren't you using a cane anymore? Jarvis had noticed earlier that Jarviself no longer used a white cane. Jarviself shrugged and explained, I can see vague outlines now, but I still look like a blind man on the surface. Jarvis stared at Jarviself's jade-like pupils and reassured him, Morgan, don't lose heart. Though you may differ from normal people up close, from afar, there's no difference. Is that so? But you look quite different from a normal person. Jarviself raised an eyebrow. Jarvis hesitated, looking himself over awkwardly. His arm was still in a cast, and he couldn't help laughing bitterly. Don't laugh, Morgan. Last time, it was all because I misunderstood you, and ended up being played like a fool. This time, I'm helping you. Can you forgive me? Jarvis laughed, though he knew Jarviself wouldn't hold a grudge. The term, Brother Homer, already conveyed everything. Thanks for your hard work, Brother Homer. We're brothers. No need for formality. Help each other out. Mutual benefit. Here, these are some supplements for you. Jarviself pulled out a packet of medicine from his pocket and handed it to Jarvis. Jarvis hesitated before accepting it, asking uncertainly, What? Did your eyes reveal something wrong with my health that requires medication? Jarviself shrugged and explained, Don't overthink it. These are calcium supplements to help repair your bones. Is that so? Then I must thank you. Haha, you're truly my brother Chun. Jarvis accepted the gift happily, acknowledging Jarviself's medical prowess. Brother Homer, weren't you always curious about who I've been investigating? Today, I'll tell you the name of the organization and my grievances with them. Jarviself's tone suddenly became serious. He certainly didn't invite Jarvis for idle chit-chat. Under Jarvis' astonished gaze, Jarviself recounted how he tracked Connor after losing his sight, investigated Talon, and finally discovered the Jordan organization in the capital city. Jarvis, hearing this, Jarvis was taken aback. No wonder you've been so distant with my Aliyah Monique. Your activities are incredibly dangerous. Jarvis felt relieved that Jarviself resisted Monique's advances. Otherwise, lying in the hospital waiting for rescue might have been Monique instead of Jarvis and I've investigated their representative in Yuzhou City. Codenamed Jarvis, he usually operates within your territory, Jarviself asked with raised eyebrows. Morgan, are you suspecting me? Jarvis frowned, feeling somewhat defensive. Jarviself shrugged, waving his hand. I have no reason to suspect you. I only think Brother Homer might be able to help me. Jarvis, are you willing? What are you talking about? I'm afraid you might suspect me of harming you secretly. Morgan, let me assure you, I'd be happy if you joined our family, even now. No matter what entities you fight against, I'll stand by you since you saved my life. Jarvis spoke candidly, immediately ordering his subordinates to investigate Jarvis. Rest assured, whoever he is, he's just a minor issue under my jurisdiction. I'll ensure all security departments will give you a green light, Jarvis assured Jarviself. The next day, Jarviself met with the Arlen at a food street near a university campus. The vibrant energy of young adults filled the area. Watching student after student pass by, Jarviself felt inexplicably touched. What was this emotion? Jarvis, after a while, he realized he was envying these college students. In this life, Jarviself had lost his vision at a young age and didn't get much schooling, not even middle school. But he had no time for sentimentality and turned to Nolan, saying, "Let's go in first. We'll head straight to their lair to find the leader." The Arlen immediately interjected, "I know where he is, but this place is crawling with his informants. We'll be caught if we enter as non-students. Jarvis and I'm known to him." He appeared nervous. Jarvisulf snorted coldly, "I brought you here to guide, not to second everything. Understand? Lead the way." Under Jarvisulf's stern command, the Arlen reluctantly led the way. They successfully navigated through the bustling areas and entered a small alley off the food street. To everyone's surprise, not a single informant spotted them along the way. Chapter 435. Who Jarvis are you? What's going on today? No one's even guarding the place. This is perfect. The fatty felt relieved because he knew that if they were caught following Jarvis's methods, there would be no way out for them. Especially for traitors like him. He would definitely meet a miserable death. Jarvisulf stood with his hands in his pockets and said indifferently, "Do you know who's in charge of this food city?" "Virgila, sure I do. The Homer family. Jarvis, the big boss in the underworld. 10 years ago, he was the top dog in Yuzhou province." The fatty became excited as soon as Jarvis was mentioned, showing immense admiration that he could talk about for days. Jarvisulf laughed softly and replied nonchalantly, "I've already talked to Jarvis, so no one will be on guard here." "What? You actually know Jarvis? Jarvis and can command him?" The fatty found it hard to believe, looking very skeptical. "So just lead the way without any worry. I told you, I only need you to guide me. Jarvis for your family. I've also asked Brother Homer to take care of them." Jarvisulf smiled, appearing somewhat careless. This made the fatty uneasy. Letting Jarvis take care of his family? Wasn't this an outright threat? "Brother, you're omnipotent. Why not go after Jarvis directly if you have such capabilities? Why entrust this small fry?" The fatty couldn't figure it out. Jarvisulf shrugged and said coldly, "Wasn't I clear enough? Lead the way." The fatty didn't dare ask again and could only obediently lead the way while Nolan followed behind. Seeing the fatty's somewhat reluctant demeanor, Nolan glanced around and explained calmly, "Brother Homer is on our side, but Jordan organization isn't. They've always been cunning. Jarvis, although they operate under Brother Homer, Alphensoster believes Brother Homer wouldn't betray us. This situation has two key points. 1, although we trust him, we can't ensure the Jordan organization hasn't done something tricky. 2, we don't want to drag Brother Homer into unnecessary conflict. So rather than asking Brother Homer to interfere, it's better to let him assist us while we personally capture Jarvis. Fatty, this concerns your family's safety. You'd want higher success, not end up with your family being used as leverage, right?" Nolan's explanation enlightened the fatty. "Alphensoster, your foresight is truly wise. It was my petty-mindedness." The fatty dared not hesitate anymore and led them boldly through the complex alleyways. Jarvisulf raised an eyebrow and praised, "Not bad, my little disciple. You're getting more and more capable." Thanks to Alphensoster's excellent teaching, Nolan smiled, clearly pleased. Then Jarvisulf changed the subject and said coolly, "But you missed the crucial point." "Which one?" Nolan asked, puzzled. "The main reason we aren't using Jarvis is that the Jordan organization set up their headquarters near the university possibly to hide something more significant." Jarvisulf's face turned grim. "More significant? What does that mean?" Nolan was confused, only having a surface understanding of the Jordan organization. From the information he had gathered from Jarvisulf, especially given that even his father met his end at the hands of the organization, its power was extraordinary, far beyond any regular gang. Jarvisulf explained, "The environment here is extremely complex, full of people moving around. It looks difficult to hide completely, but the most dangerous place is also the safest. I think something crucial must be hidden in Jarvis's residence. If my guess is correct, we might find a large amount of Jordaner here." Jarvisulf's pupils gleamed golden as he searched the area. "Found it. Let's enter from here." The fatty finally located an iron door and began entering the code. Jarvisulf's lips parted slightly, displaying shock. Nolan noticed and asked, "Alphensoster, did you find something?" Jarvisulf shook his head without replying, but he became more certain of his theory. Because this iron door, unlike others, was impenetrable by his heavenly eye technique. This suggested that Jarvis's residence used Jordan, or to construct its walls. Jarvister breaking through the door. Jarvisulf moved swiftly without hesitation. The fatty tried to call out to stop Jarvisulf but was blocked by Nolan, who said coldly, "Don't move, or you know what will happen, right?" Nolan's tone was icy, and his fists were clenched. Their lightning-fast actions now contrasted sharply with their earlier sluggishness. Thinking of yesterday's beating, the fatty was still in shock and had only one thought: stay still to survive. Nolan kept pressuring him, saying, "You mustn't move. We can't fully trust you. You might signal for help." The fatty swallowed. "I won't do that. But shouldn't you be worried about your Alphensoster? This Jarvis guy is strong. Can he really go in alone? If it were anyone else, I would be worried, but not for my Alphensoster. He's invincible." Nolan smiled confidently. Jarvis, he spoke these words. He realized how much more he admired Jarvisulf. Inside the room, a bearded man lounged on the sofa watching a TV show on treasure appraisal. "Tisich, which expert appraised this jade? It's worthless. Jarvis an heirloom? Huh? Rubbish." He flicked the cigarette, but away disdainfully. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, causing him to frown and become alert. "Your delivery." Jarvis' voice called from outside. "I didn't order anything." "Wrong address." The Edric retorted, switching channels. Next moment, another knock sounded. "Sir, your delivery. This is definitely your address." "Coming." He frowned, retrieved a small knife from under the sofa, and slowly walked over. The moment he opened the door, he lunged with the knife, but his target vanished before the strike. Where'd they go? The Edric turned abruptly, only to see a man with jade-green eyes standing behind him, shocking him. "What are you doing, Jarvis?" The man gasped, feeling a bone-chilling coldness as Jarvisulf jabbed a silver needle into his neck, causing his blood to freeze. "Who are you? No ordinary person can get in here." The man panted, never believing the delivery story from the start. Jarvis chuckled lightly, raising an eyebrow. It doesn't matter who I am. It matters more who you are. Come on, tell me everything you've been doing for Connor all these years. Chapter 436, The Sinister One. Under the dim light in the room, Jarvis twirled the silver needle in his hand, syncing with the static noise from the TV, plunging Leader Jarvis into a loop of agony. From the details he narrated, Jarvis gained deeper insight into the secrets Connor once protected at the mine. Connor wanted to use me, but the organization couldn't allow this to happen. Just as we planned to eliminate him, he got entangled in other disputes and was killed. Jarvis waved his hand, signaling him to stop. He fell into a brief contemplation. It turned out that before Connor's death, he had already crossed paths with the Jordan organization due to his insatiable greed, especially as he sought support in Yojo's provincial capital. The Jordan organization advocated low-profile operations, but Connor repeatedly shook the very foundations of the community. What were your intentions in targeting the Shun family in business activities? Both the Homer and Shun families are among the 10 great clans. If it was for some special purpose, there was no need to specifically target the Shun family, right? Jarvis frowned, making Jarvis feel a chill run down his spine. Do you know our entire plan? Jarvis swallowed hard. Jarvis sneered. You mean the plan concerning the ore? Jarvis trembled, muttering. It seems you know quite a lot. Listen, if you let me live, I'll tell you everything. Jarvis didn't respond. He hadn't decided whether to spare the man. Jarvis, the leader of the Jordan organization in the provincial capital, Jarvis had been involved in cases spanning 15 years, all related to the organization's goals. Do you think you still have leverage to negotiate with me? Jarvis' eyes flashed with killing intent. This murderous aura was palpable even to Jarvis. Though drenched in cold sweat, he gritted his teeth and struggled. No, you must promise to release me. Only then will I tell you everything. Don't you want to know why they targeted the Shun family? I just want to live. I just want to live. Jarvis panted, knowing full well from his investigations that Jarvis was ruthless. Too many people had died by Jarvis' hands. Jarvis, all right, I promise. Jarvis nodded calmly, speaking with decisiveness. Jarvis breathed a sigh of relief, knowing Jarvis to be a man of his word. Once given an oral promise, it was like getting insurance. Then Jarvis began to speak slowly. The Jordan organization has already taken action against all core members of the 10 great clans, achieving their goal long ago. I only know they were researching the Jordan, or nothing more. Jarvis, for why they targeted the Shun family, it was because of you, Jarvis. Jarvis cautiously raised his eyelids to observe Jarvis' reaction. Go on, Jarvis said indifferently. Because the upper echelons noticed your existence. Their first thought was to recruit you. We initially sought your relatives, finding Jarvis Lyra, but an old man surnamed Virgil refused to cooperate. Jarvis understood. Enoch must be Driscoll, who indeed saved Jarvis Lyra at a critical moment. What surprised Jarvis was that it wasn't Connor, but the Jordan organization who took Jarvis Lyra away. No wonder Connor couldn't reveal her location before his death. He had been bluffing. Later, we discovered your closest person was Jarvis Albert, the elder of the Shun family. We initially suspected you were Jarvis Albert's illegitimate child, so we told this to Alfonso Rio, hoping to use him to eliminate you, but he failed. Hearing this, Jarvis couldn't help but scoff at the Jordan organization's clumsy and foolish methods. No wonder Alfonso Rio suddenly showed hostility, thinking Jarvis harbored ill intentions based on hearsay. Ridiculous. We couldn't directly harm Vince without violating our principle of staying under the radar. Therefore, we chose to target Mika because we found your relationship with her wasn't ordinary. Jarvis, soon as these words left Jarvis's mouth, Jarvis slapped him hard, sending him reeling back. Fear flickered in Jarvis's eyes. You promised not to kill me. Jarvis pulled out the silver needle, ready to torture. I promised not to kill you, but I didn't say anything about not torturing you. Jarvis, help me. Jarvis struggled and screamed. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Stop, Jarvis. I want to talk to you. Jarvis frowned, scanning his surroundings, including through walls and every corner, finding no one. It seems your vision is limited. Look here. This was an encrypted, almost mechanical voice. You're the higher-ups of the Jordan organization? Jarvis sneered at the TV, not expecting them to communicate via video. Truly sinister. Unexpectedly, the figure on screen wore a red hood, revealing a curvaceous figure in black stockings and a uniform, exuding a mature allure, yet not too intimidating. But her tone was filled with disdain. Jarvis, we sincerely wish to invite you into the Jordan organization. Jarvis, among the tough nuts we've dealt with over the years, you've proven to be one of the most persistent. But those who persisted were dealt with by lower ranks. Once the higher-ups get involved, the methods surpass what ordinary people can withstand. Before your family is utterly ruined, why not join us? We might compensate you for your losses. Her superior tone made Jarvis laugh coldly. Family ruined? Haven't I already experienced that once? Want to recruit me with such methods? Certainly, Before she could continue, she was startled by the silver needle Jarvis threw. Even through the screen, his swift action conveyed immense pressure. In an instant, the TV shattered, emitting static and smoke. A silver needle piercing the middle of the screen, shattering it completely. Hashtag chapter 437. The enemy at the door. Jarvis. In the residence in the capital city, Serena was so frightened that she fell backward. Fortunately, the sofa she was sitting on was soft enough to prevent any harm. This blind fool, he's not easy to deal with, Serena murmured after regaining her composure, her eyes filled with deep malice. Beside her, a man stood respectfully and inquired, Alfonso damn. Now that they've captured the person in charge, we can no longer use his information. Shall I go there personally? The man's voice was unusually gentle, as if making a heartfelt confession. Sandra's red lips curled into a serene smile as she stood up and said, very well, at this point, I can only rely on you. She leaned in and kissed the man's lips, quickly turning into an intense embrace. Panting heavily, the man clenched his teeth and growled, Jarviself, is it? I will definitely kill him. If eliminating him fails, try to recruit him. Bring him to me. I want to torment him myself. Serena laughed seductively, causing the man's body to tremble amidst the heated sweat. Jarvis afterward, the man suddenly asked hesitantly, Alfonso damn, if you're determined to kill him, can you still recruit him? Sandra snorted coldly, how foolish of you. Can't you have two identities? There's a new vice mayor in Ujo City named Aloysius, who works for me. She smiled disdainfully after finishing, unable to control herself as she embraced him tightly again. In the alley of the food street in Ujo City, Jarviself was dragging Jarvis away. Jarvis called out anxiously, you're bringing me out? Are you not afraid I'll call for help? Everyone here is mine. Jarviself smirked, raising an eyebrow. Looks like you're indeed a cockroach hiding in the dark corners. Being here so long, you don't even dare to step outside? I can help you fight them. Just let me go. Jarvis retreated, clearly terrified of leaving this place. You needn't worry. I'll take you to Shanji Company, where you'll have a better shelter. You're my best tool against Jordan Organization. Jarviself had planned his perfect revenge from the moment he captured Jarvis. But Jarvis shook his head repeatedly, panicked. No, they've placed a mental restriction in my brain. I can't leave here. If I do and get punished, I'll die. Mental restriction? Jarviself frowned, his jade-colored pupils glowing faintly as he focused on Jarvis's brain. However, he found no insects, only an unusual metallic substance embedded like a chip. Jarvis ah! Suddenly, Jarvis opened his mouth wide, began trembling, and started foaming at the mouth. Nolan immediately intervened, pushing Jarviself back. Alfonsoster, stay back. He seems deranged. We don't know what these people might do. Nearby, the fat man gulped and muttered. This is divine punishment from the organization. Before joining, I didn't because they deal with traitors harshly. Deal with traitors? Let's see their method. Jarviself frowned as Nolan tried to reach for Jarvis. He warned, his brain neurons are being destroyed, entering high-speed consumption mode. Don't touch him. You might endanger yourself. Jarvis, all right. Nolan exhaled nervously, stepping back as Jarviself activated his heavenly eye, observing carefully. The metallic chip inside Jarvis's brain was spreading sharp spines that accurately damaged the white matter in Jarvis's brain. Jarviself's heart sank. This form of punishment was akin to euthanasia. Those with damaged brain white matter would lose memory and mental functions, turning into zombies. By the time Jarviself saw this, it was too late. The chip also cleaned out Jarvis's pituitary gland, erasing all memories instantly. Jarvis drew a series of white foam. Jarvis rolled his eyes upward, standing lifelessly and drooling like a mindless fool. He's useless now. This is Jordan Organization's method. Jarviself's gaze hardened, finding it exaggerated even for him. Nolan was confused and quickly asked, Alfonsoster, what happened? Did he get electrocuted? Jarviself explained coolly, the brain white matter was completely destroyed, and the components in the pituitary gland were cleared. His neural network has been reorganized. He's a vegetable now. Turning around, Jarviself felt a pang of regret for missing the tiny chip in Jarvis's brain. Damn Jordan Organization, acting so mercilessly, it's outrageous. It's impossible. How could they do this? Nolan murmured, disbelieving that he faced such a terrifying enemy. Jarviself waved his hand, instructing the fat man beside him, this time, I'll spare you. Your task is to bring this boy back and take care of him. I'll have Jarvis keep an eye on you and your family. Their handlers won't be able to act, but if anything happens to him again, you're done? Okay, I understand. The fat man nodded repeatedly, swallowing hard. It was a reluctant decision. Jarviself hoped this responsible party might be useful later. Walking out with Nolan, Jarviself stopped, and Nolan spoke first. Alfonsoster, I now understand how ruthless these people are. I'm not afraid, rest assured. He resolved to fight these people until the end. His father never revealed the truth before dying. He wouldn't give up easily. You have good thoughts, but Jordan Organization will send a new person in charge soon. Ujo City is crucial for their mineral cultivation. In Ihan Mine, you should have seen what happened underground, Jarviself stated calmly. I'm not afraid, Nolan declared firmly. Since then, you, having no relatives, are more suitable for something else right now. Jarviself finally turned, his expression sharp. 3 days later, Zhengxin Pharmaceutical held its annual shareholders meeting. Jarvis, young man named Nolan, took over as the largest shareholder and became the company's official representative. Jarvis, the provincial Zhengxin Medical Hall, patients came continuously, but more came because they heard about the young man named Nolan, son of Driscoll, coming to see him. Inside the room, Nolan looked at Jarviself excitedly. I didn't expect my father's influence to be so profound. But does this mean I can't act with you anymore? Jarviself sipped tea lightly. You don't need to act for a while. The enemy will soon be at the door. Hashtag chapter 438, disruptive patience. Jarvis, the entrance? You're not joking, right, Alfonsoster? Nolan swallowed hard. In recent days, he had developed a deep respect for Jarviself. Jarviself must be someone who follows through on his words, and Nolan instinctively glanced at the door, feeling uneasy. Jarviself's lips curled into a faint smile as he said calmly, it seems those people have become a bit more cautious. Don't worry. It's unrealistic for them to dare cause trouble for Zhengxin Medical Hall in Ujo City. The Shin family aside, Ujo City was now directly linked with the provincial hospital through Godric. Not only did they have an inseparable partnership on the all-purpose medicine, but Godric's Aaliyah, Jarvis Liza, was also Mika's stepmother. With this connection, the Nadia family wouldn't stand by idly. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a nurse with a ponytail rushed in, appearing flustered. She saw Nolan inside and was momentarily stunned. Then, hesitating slightly, she called out, President Virgil, good day? Nolan waved a hand and said, no need for formalities, just call me Nolan. Sure, President Virgil. The nurse who entered was the senior head nurse of Zhengxin Medical Hall, known as Sister Jarvisan. Jarvister exchanging pleasantries with Nolan, Sister Jarvisan urgently turned to Jarviself and said, Mr. Chun, there's a group of patients outside demanding that you treat them. They say they came from far away, specifically because of your reputation. They chose my Alphensoster's reputation? Have they brought enough money? My Alphensoster won't act lightly. Nolan grunted, feeling a sense of honor. They say they don't have money but are willing to risk their lives. They're clearly ready to create a disturbance here, so I thought I'd come and ask you, Sister Jarvisan whispered ominously. Jarvis the head nurse, she encountered Jarviself's admirers daily from all over, but this was the first time she faced such gangster-like patients, leaving her unsure of how to handle the situation. I understand. Just lead me there to see them. Jarviself stood up, preparing to leave with Sister Jarvisan. Nolan asked anxiously in a low voice, Alphensoster, what are you doing? Haven't you been trying to hide your identity? Let me handle these small matters. Jarviself chuckled softly. Nolan's frequent calls of Alphensoster made him find Nolan more endearing. He then smiled and said, sometimes you lack adaptability compared to Ernest. Clearly, they know I'm in the medical hall and deliberately came for me. I also have something to confirm with them. Tell Yoel that there are intruders in the medical hall, and he'll know what to do. With that, Jarviself left the meeting room with Sister Jarvisan. Nolan remained dumbfounded for a moment before realizing that the so-called imminent enemies were those very patients. Jarvis, the medical hall's consultation area, many patients began complaining. Is this even a medical hall? People are being suffocated here. So many patients. Don't they know how to queue? An elderly man exclaimed indignantly, while beside him, a burly man glared fiercely. His menacing look seemed like he could devour anyone whole. Where did you get your black society from? Don't always act so ferocious. Old lady here isn't scared of you since I won't live past this year anyway. An old Soraya stepped forward, looking ready to die fighting. Unexpectedly, a Soraya approached her side, gently tapping her shoulder and soothing her. Old lady, why so angry? We're all patients seeking treatment from Dr. Shun. Can't we show each other some understanding? Who are you? The old Soraya's temper cooled slightly but still showed hostility. The young Soraya hooked her fiery red lips, her chest catching the attention of all the men around, and she pouted slightly, whispering, I'm the village secretary. These are the unfortunate villagers injured in an accident with a strange illness. Upon hearing strange illness, the old Soraya suddenly felt compassion and murmured, poor souls, suffering under disease, how pitiful. It's my fault for accusing you wrongly. People around her also felt a surge of guilt, mingled with curiosity. This Soraya's every glance and movement seemed to calm the spirits. Jarvis, this moment, Jarviself's figure appeared silently behind the young Soraya, saying softly, Jarvisel, the patients you've brought here? Then I'll prioritize treating you, since you appear quite ill. The young Soraya turned, surprised but soon gave a knowing smile. You must be Dr. Shin. Long have I heard of you. I'm Alphen Sorgarid, pleased to meet you. Alphen Sorgarid extended her hand, but Jarviself didn't shake it. He merely said, Sister Jarvisan, take her to the private ward. She's gravely ill. Then, Jarviself added with a smile, please forgive me, but the virus on the patient is highly contagious. To prevent any close contact, let's proceed to the medical ward separately. When Alphen Sorgarid was taken away by Sister Jarvisan, Jarviself surveyed the crowd. They all had parasites in their bodies. Perhaps Jordan organization had sent only one real fish, with others serving as decoys? Or perhaps he could only see the one fish. Jarviself narrowed his eyes and put on a fake smile. Jarvis' single glance is enough to diagnose all of your conditions. You can pick up the prescriptions at the window later. With that, Jarviself walked away, leaving a wave of astonishment in his wake. So this is the miracle doctor? Just one look, and he can diagnose their illnesses. Even the prescriptions are prepared instantly. I heard Dr. Shun's jade-colored eyes harbor a divine eye, allowing him to easily diagnose illnesses. Tisich, who believes that nonsense these days? It's all a bluff. Jarvis, amidst the buzz of voices, some began to refute while others debated. The medical hall turned into a chaotic scene akin to a bustling market. Inside the medical ward, equipped with cutting-edge devices, which boasted a comprehensive health checkup function upon sitting down, Alphen Sorgarid examined the high-tech equipment and said with a smile, Dr. Shun, I'll come straight to the point. Jarvis, truly, I didn't come here to seek treatment. You didn't? But doesn't your shoulder dislocation need fixing? Jarvis, he spoke. Jarviself reached out, touched Alphen Sorgarid's chest, and realigned her shoulder with a firm upward motion. With a snap, the dislocated joint corrected itself, and Alphen Sorgarid's face changed slightly. Dr. Shin, the ones who need treatment are my brothers. Jarvis, also, I wish to discuss a cooperation plan with you. Personally, I'm quite healthy. Alphen Sorgarid's face blushed. Jarviself's lips curled into a smile, and he raised an eyebrow. Oh, if you have no physical issues, then what about the chip in your brain? Hashtag chapter 439. The silver chip. Chip in the brain? What chip? Rosalind swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a wave of panic. Jarviself reached out, removing the hairpin from Rosalind's hair and muttered, Oh, it's not a chip but a hairpin. Phew, Rosalind sighed in relief. Taking advantage of her distraction, Jarviself pushed her sideways onto the chair beside a sophisticated medical instrument and sat opposite her. Miss Gu, as you can see, my time is precious. Let's get straight to the point without wasting time. Jarviself, though you may not have any issues, since you've come to Jingshin Medical Pavilion, I can't let you leave empty-handed. Jarvister speaking. Jarviself took out a silver needle and instantly pierced it into Rosalind's forehead. Rosalind felt an unprecedented sense of relief wash over her, almost leading to a haze in her consciousness and a trance-like gaze. However, as the chip in her brain activated, any external acupoint stimulation was diminished. Jarviself meticulously observed everything, his aim being to use Rosalind's body to thoroughly study the additional functions of this chip. From its appearance, this chip had slight differences from the one implanted in Jarvis's brain, but it was largely similar. One thing was certain. This chip integrated with the human brain to some extent, influencing rather than completely controlling. there's no way I'd leave empty-handed. Our village wishes to collaborate with your Zhengxin Medical Pavilion, so the village chief specially sent me. We're from a small county not far from the provincial capital, called Taoweiyuan Village. It's a picturesque place with plenty of medicinal herbs. In short, Dr. Chen, cooperating with us will be mutually beneficial. Jarvis Rosalind spoke. Her eyes exuded allure. Jarvis Ulf stared intently at her eyes. She gave him an extremely seductive smile, as if ready to embrace him at any moment. However, from Jarvis Ulf's perspective, his vision was already focused on the neural activity in Rosalind's brain. Based on her neural activity, her mind didn't conjure up specific images when she spoke. There seemed to be a audiovisual desynchronization phenomenon. Observing someone's neural signals while they speak could reveal what they're imagining in their mind. Typically, human thoughts are relayed through rapid neural transmission of electrical signals. These signals shape one's consciousness and, consequently, actions and speech. Speaking is a continuous action, but Rosalind's behavior felt oddly disjointed. Jarvis frowned, thinking, is this the effect of the chip? With this in mind, he extended his hand, transmitting a stream of true qi into Rosalind's head. Unfortunately, the true qi dissipated upon contact with the chip. Impressive. This chip has a self-defense mechanism. Jarvis finally understood why Jordan Organization had endured for centuries. Jarvis after his death in the previous life, this organization had clearly been developing new technologies. These highly advanced products were entirely non-existent back then. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in your village. My hometown is exactly like what you described. If you really want to persuade me to collaborate, you need to provide more specific details about your village. Otherwise, I won't be convinced, Jarvis said with a sly smile, pretending to search through a cloth bag and taking out another silver needle. But secretly, he noticed that Rosalind's neural activity had become chaotic, akin to a computer crash. From the outside, however, Rosalind appeared perfectly normal, as if deep in thought. Jarvis' gaze moved down, through her fair skin, only to see Rosalind lick her lips and adjust the collar of her blouse, revealing a significant expanse of white cleavage. Why does a man like you always ask so many questions? Here we are, two people alone together, and yet you still insist on treating me? Jarvis. Rosalind tried to entice Jarvis when she realized she couldn't persuade him otherwise. If it were a regular person, Jarvis would quickly deduce that this was a tactic to misbehave. But this Soraya was different. Despite her human appearance, he sensed something robotic about her. What treatment? Let me cool you off instead. Rosalind grinned and knocked the silver needle out of Jarvis' hand. Jarvis was startled. How could she move despite the acupoint restriction? He had just used a silver needle to restrict her boulevarding acupoint, limiting her movements, yet her heart was pounding irregularly, creating a disconnect between her external actions and internal vital signs. Even if you do anything with me, I still won't cooperate. I told you, I want to know more about Taoweiyuan Village, Jarvis said, frowning. Jarvis this moment. Rosalind had already removed her skirt and sat on Jarvis' lap, provocatively adjusting her posture. Jarvis focused on Rosalind's mind and found that whenever he tried to make her recall specific details, her brain entered a crashed state. He soon confirmed his hypothesis. This chip inhibited memory, thereby affecting subconscious behavior. Given this so-called cooperation was likely a trap set by the Jordan Organization. He scoffed internally. Their retaliation came so quickly? How many people do they have planted in Yuzhou province? Come on, Dr. Chen. Use your thick silver needle to pierce my body. Rosalind leaned in, wrapping her red lips around Jarvis' earlobe, making the air heavy with her breath. Initially, Jarvis wasn't affected. Having undergone centuries of ascetic practice, his heart remained unaffected by desire unless he willed it. What's happening? Jarvis wondered in surprise, having resisted such temptations for centuries, yet now feeling vulnerable? Jarvis' wave of tingling sensations washed over him, transporting him to a realm of euphoria. He forcibly steadied his mind, directing all his true qi into his eyes, causing his pupils to emit a brilliant golden light. Suddenly, Jarvis saw a stream of energy connecting his brain to Rosalind's. His mental energy was being continuously transmitted to the small silver chip in her brain. Chapter 440. Preparing to close the net. Jarvis became wary. Could it be that the Jordan Organization was attempting to draw out his true qi through the chip? He raised one hand, aiming at Alphen Sorgerit's acupoints on her waist, but she did not stop her movements, still blushing and busy under Jarvis. Jarvis grunted, drenched in sweat. Realizing this looked like a perfect trap, it never occurred to him that they would dare use a living person. So far, anyone who had spoken with or interacted with Jarvis was not Alphen Sorgerit herself, but that chip. Jarvis that moment, the sophisticated device suddenly emitted an electric current, causing Alphen Sorgerit's eyes to widen, with saliva and some unknown liquid dripping from her mouth. Jarvis quickly stepped back, pulling up his belt tightly. Damn Jordan Organization, truly cunning. Jarvis almost got me too, he cursed. Now he understood why the people outside were acting so strangely when he left earlier. Upon entering the clinic, he noticed everyone was unusually calm and collected. Initially, he thought it was due to Alphen Sorgerit's alluring appearance captivating all the men. But no matter how beautiful a Soraya is, how could she also mesmerize the elderly and women alike? Indeed, it must have been the chip's doing. The chip in your brain can affect human minds through emitted signals? What a waste to use such technology against me, Jarvis sneered, scorning their low tactics. Gurgle. Alphen Sorgerit's eyes rolled back as electrical currents surged through her brain. Jarvis smiled faintly, explaining, this device appears to be medical equipment, but I had it modified by professionals under Gideon's guidance. It can detect mechanical anomalies for repairs. Now, you've picked up a rock only to drop it on your own foot. He pulled out a silver needle, aiming it at Serena's forehead. Jarvis intended to eliminate her. Though she lacked consciousness, she had become a tool for the Jordan Organization's malevolent deeds. Just as he prepared to strike, he saw her trembling form, her pleading gaze, and tears streaming down her face. No consciousness yet retaining emotions? How cruel. Beastly. Jarvisel felt a pang of guilt. He adjusted the needle and plunged it into her chest. MMPH. Sandra grunted, her head drooping, and the device ceased emitting currents. Jarvis, that moment, Nolan burst in, seeing the mess and asked, Alphensoster, I sensed your true chi was slightly chaotic, thinking something happened here. What's going on? Jarvisel calmly said, I suspect there's an organization behind them. I'm going to meet their leader. Tell Yoel to prepare to close the net. Okay. Nolan nodded. He didn't expect that after relaying Jarvisel's instructions to Yoel, Yoel would mobilize so meticulously. The entire Xingxin clinic was fortified both internally and externally, like an impregnable fortress. Not only was it difficult to touch Jarvisel's insiders, but even breaching the main entrance was almost impossible. Don't move. Hands up. Outside, chaos ensued as armed units rushed in, apprehending the troublemakers. These Xylers claim to be from Peach Blossom Village, which only strengthened Jarvisel's resolve. I'd like to see if this Peach Blossom Village is the same as the real one. Jarvisel, all the criminals were taken away. Nolan marveled at the scale and asked Jarvisel when these preparations were made. Jarvisel smirked. Didn't your Alphensoster tell you about our Yuzhou provincial capital's past? There used to be a gang stronger than Homer Chi and Jordan, called Qinglong Organization. Nolan recalled hearing about this. The Qinglong Organization had mysteriously vanished from the world. It turned out Jarvisel had quietly absorbed it. Not only was he skilled, but Jarvisel might also be a genius in strategic planning. Everything flowed seamlessly. Various departments worked together to capture all troublemakers within 5 minutes. Sheridan emerged, dressed in tight clothing, reviewing some documents. We've identified most of these troublemakers as local hoodlums. They'll be sent to the police soon. Jarvisel glanced at Sheridan, whose figure was perfectly curvaceous, setting an ideal example among women. He couldn't help looking longer, and Sheridan teased, Ichun, if you like watching Milana, just come more often to Xingxin Clinic. Otherwise, sister here will keep living like a career Soraya. Haha, Alphensodelin, you look great this way. Hope you're healthy? Jarvisel chuckled awkwardly, trying to escape. Sheridan grabbed Jarvisel's sleeve, her smile seductive. It's been long since you gave me a massage. I've been feeling congested lately. I'm busy. Alphensodelin. Jarvisel widened his eyes, knowing staying would drain his energy. You think I want to eat you? Just kidding. You're busy, but don't leave Alphensodelin to manage this clinic alone. Being a manager isn't easy, Sheridan pouted, hugging him and giving him a light kiss on the forehead. Jarvisel felt comforted, laughing, Alphensodelin, everything I do is for your safety. I'll be back. With that, Jarvisel and Nolan set off. On the way, Nolan reported the interrogation results. I personally removed the parasites controlling those hoodlums. Their methods were unsophisticated. Jarvisel deprogramming. I interrogated each separately. Jarvisel mentioned a remote area north of the city, very secluded, where fugitives were exploited by the Jordan organization. Nolan was impressed. He hadn't expected that Jarvisel's suspicions would uncover such significant leads. Jarvisel nodded calmly, then asked, what about that Soraya named Alphensorgaret? Nolan paused, explaining, technically, she's useless now, but the chip in her brain hasn't been removed yet. She might still have some value. Jarvisel nodded, narrowing his eyes, sensing that this Soraya might be key to approaching the Jordan organization. Chapter 441. Few words, but deadly. The car kept driving into remote areas. Nolan gripped the steering wheel tightly as the journey became increasingly bumpy. His expression grew more and more serious. This old clunker is way too outdated. Why not get a new one? Too stingy. Nolan complained sourly. Jarvisel's lips curved into a faint smile as he said lightly, don't underestimate Corbin. He's the overall manager of Xuanhuan Hotel, the Shin family's second major business. Though he appears to be just a front desk manager, he actually holds 3% of the shares, making him a minor shareholder. He can easily afford an expensive luxury car if he really wanted one. Hearing this, Nolan scoffed coldly. Then why does he drive such a piece of junk? Not only does he use it himself, but even makes me drive it. That's where you lack understanding. How can we show up in fancy cars for such missions? You need to know that when we do this kind of work, the vehicle could be totaled at any moment. Jarvisel sighed and said. He then suddenly seemed to recall something and asked in a serious tone, Nolan, you have to be careful. If anything goes wrong later, I probably can't protect you. You must take care of yourself. Taking care of oneself was not too much to ask for. Nolan nodded, but still felt somewhat puzzled. Alphensoster, I've seen your abilities. Why are you still afraid of them at your level? Nolan asked. Jarvisel gave a faint bitter smile, his tone somewhat disdainful. If they dare to confront me head-on, I will make them regret it. But you know what? These people are like flies. They pester you relentlessly if you don't chase them away, causing endless trouble. Jarvis, and if you try to catch them, they will use their keen instincts to escape, leaving you frustrated. They have too many tricks up their sleeves. They've even resorted to brain chip implants. What limits do they not cross? To err on the side of caution, I must conceal my tracks. If there's any monitoring equipment around me, concealing myself becomes paramount, explained Jarvisel. Jarvisally, by now, he had slightly hidden some of his true strength from Nolan. With his current mastery over the heavenly eye technique, Jarvisel could even block ordinary signals and effortlessly locate hidden cameras. But pulling back your punch allows for a stronger strike, and ultimate skills are most effective when used last. Reaching a deserted hillside, Jarvisel gathered his chi in his jade green pupils, effortlessly penetrating everything in sight. He saw a dozen or so men surrounding a man. That man was the fat guy whom Jarvisel had released days ago. Jarvisel's expression turned grave as he felt a surge of anger, which soon subsided when he noticed dozens of pinhole cameras on those men. They're being very cautious with me. It seems they're closely watching Yinzhou City and think I might go to the capital. Better not go for now, Jarvisel muttered to himself. With the deadline for the Jade Project approaching, Jarviself had intended to use this opportunity to infiltrate the capital and get closer to the Spirit Inheritance organization. But now it seemed the organization was more anxious to find him in Yinzhou City. Alphensoster, since you don't want to show yourself, perhaps you should trust me once? Nolan suddenly raised an eyebrow and suggested, trust you? What good plan do you have? Jarviself was puzzled. To him, Nolan was just an obedient tool. In terms of personality and ability, he wasn't as adaptable as Simeon. Nolan, however, calmly explained, leave this to me. Before we came, I had already contacted Brother Homer. Brother Homer? You reached out to Jarvis? Jarviself was somewhat surprised. Brother Homer told me they caught the fat guy and asked if I wanted to send someone to investigate. I told him to cooperate with me. The guns on these men have been tampered with by Brother Homer. So, I can handle them alone? Having said that, Nolan pulled out a black pistol from the car seat's armrest compartment. Jarviself squinted his eyes. He could roughly guess that Virgil de Aloysius's son would also be an outstanding figure, but he hadn't expected him to be so ruthless. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Do you really need to do this? It's a risky move. If unnecessary, I wouldn't support you, Jarviself said coolly. With his capabilities, he could ensure he returned unharmed, but not Nolan. But Nolan countered, under your watch, that fat guy wouldn't reveal his true intentions. If I rescue him, he might stand firmly on our side because he would feel protected. Don't you think that's important? You little. Not bad. You actually have some brains. Jarviself finally nodded in agreement. Nolan had hit the nail on the head. Now, Jarviself was most concerned about the loyalty of those around him. Facing the Spirit Inheritance organization, dealing with informants one after another was the hardest part. Jarvis' loyal companion was better than 10 opposing enemies. Subsequently, Jarviself sat in the car, using the Heavenly Eye technique to observe everything. Nolan got out of the car, pistol in hand, and walked over, shooting dead the leader in one shot. There were about a dozen Xylers in total. Initially waiting for news from Loneliness Blossom, they drew their guns upon hearing the gunshot. I'll give you one chance, release the fat guy. I know you're not part of the Spirit Inheritance organization, just doing a job for money. There's no need to lose your lives over this. The Xylers exchanged glances. One of the braver ones stepped forward and yelled angrily, you killed one of ours and now you're setting conditions? We don't care if it's about money or not. You killed our man, so you'll die here today. Did you kidnap Loneliness Blossom? Useless, as this guy knows quite a bit too. If you don't want him dead, hand over the chip in her head. Clearly, the Xylers wanted to keep the chip secret. Jarviself's eyes widened as he realized it all. So, the chip is what they're after. Loneliness Blossom is just a tool. Due to the electrical effects of the instrument, the chip had gone into a temporary shutdown, preventing remote destruction. Jarviself immediately deduced that uncovering the chip's secrets was far more important than finding their members. Unexpectedly trying to negotiate, Nolan showed no mercy and fired again. Bang! Jarvis' another Xyler fell. The remaining Xylers looked at each other in shock, realizing they had encountered a tough opponent. One of them took out a gun and fired at Nolan. Click, click, click. What the hell? Where are my bullets? Damn it! The man cursed furiously. Nolan smirked and sneered. I said, I'm giving you one chance only. Hashtag chapter 442. Jarvis good Jarvis Brentis. Bang, bang, bang. Asterisk asterisk. One shot after another, 3 men fell to the ground in succession. Nolan spun the gun in his hand and said indifferently, the people who just died were names given by Rosalind. I knew those few people had decided to join the Jordan organization. Jarvis truly, my master wants to deal with the leader of the Jordan organization, not you innocent people. Jarvis, long as you behave, you won't die. Isn't that good? Nolan raised an eyebrow, his eyes tinged with a bloodlust. One of the Xylers became agitated and questioned loudly, what? That bitch Rosalind sold out? That slut. Nolan shrugged and waved his hand. Human nature is unpredictable. I only have one bullet left in my gun, and your pistols have been tampered with by my men. Jarvis, through his words, all the Xylers began checking their handguns and found that the clips were empty. How strange. What kind of sorcery is this? Where are my bullets? Facing their panic, Nolan appeared even calmer and coldly said, now get out and take this message to your contact. Have him come and beg for mercy before my master. Otherwise, he will be next. Run. Run fast. Jarvis. The Xylers scattered in all directions. The core members of their team were mostly killed by Nolan, especially after facing the betrayal of their contact, Rosalind. With the leaders dead, the remaining lackeys had no brain power and blindly believed Nolan's provocation. They soon fled in one direction. Jarviself sat in his car, his gaze fixed on that direction. He spread his true energy throughout his body, reducing the precision of his Heavenly Eye technique but increasing the tracking distance. Jarvis, few miles away from here, there was a road sign pointing to a secluded, dark path, labeled Teowayuan Village. Huh? There really is such a village. But I'm curious, are there really so many magical herbs and potions in this village? Jarviself rubbed his chin, feeling an urge to explore. But now wasn't the time. If his actions were exposed, the traces of Rosalind's scent on him would also be revealed. If the Jordan organization used special methods to reconnect and damage the chip in Rosalind's brain, all their efforts would be in vain. This benefactor, life-saving benefactor. I never thought I would almost die by your hand and now be saved by you again. The fat man knelt before Nolan, his face a mix of terror and relief. Nolan calmly retrieved the pinhole cameras from the bodies and destroyed them one by one. Didn't I tell you to behave? What I said to them applies to you as well. This is your only chance. Nolan's expression was icy cold. It was a coldness that penetrated to the bone. The fat man felt chills run down his spine, too terrified to utter a single word of defiance. I understand. From now on, I'll listen to everything you say. I won't have anything more to do with them. Even if I die, I won't listen to them again. The fat man sobbed, taking off his gold-rimmed glasses, filled with regret and self-reflection. His family had almost fallen into endless calamity because of him. Jarvistor being saved by Nolan, he resolved to stand on the right side once and for all. Jarvistor returning to the car, Jarvisolf asked, raising an eyebrow. You let him go like that? Not afraid he'll be captured again? That's none of my concern. I mean what I say. The opportunity one gave is indeed only once, Nolan replied coolly and then stepped on the gas, starting the car. Jarvisolf nodded inwardly, realizing he indeed had a very capable apprentice, efficient, precise, and decisive, somewhat reminiscent of himself. Meanwhile, in a wealthy residence in Beijing, on a golf course, a man lay on a lounge chair soaking up the sun when his eyes suddenly showed signs of cracking. Huh? What's going on? Were the surveillance cameras destroyed? He removed his high-tech glasses and examined them, finding subtle cracks. These glasses only get damaged when the surveillance cameras are maliciously destroyed. The design was originally for information transmission, but it's the first time in all these years I've seen enemies capable of disrupting our organization's plans. The man muttered, narrowing his eyes. Suddenly, a beautiful Soraya approached him, her lips curling into a smile. Long time no see, Morgan. I came to ask you to help me deal with someone. That person is Jarvisolf, right? Morgan smirked and put his glasses in his pocket. You're as well informed as always. That kid has some skills. I wanted to recruit him under me, but he refused. For my plan to proceed smoothly, it's better to get rid of him first. Serena picked up a golf club and swung it a few times. Morgan nodded, admiring her fiery figure and smooth skin, then asked suddenly, Erwin, how old are you this year? Erwin hesitated for a moment, her eyes reflecting past memories. She then smiled gently and firmly said, How many times have I told you not to mention my age? Jarvisan, remember, you should call me great-grandmother. In the provincial capital of Yuzhou province, at Randall's home, he studied the shattered chip fragments repeatedly. Jarvisolf spread his hands, asking, Can you make sense of this? It's fine if you can't. I think one of your mechanical engineering students would know more about it. Randall nodded. This thing is extremely complex. Where did you get it from? Don't ask where I got it. Can you help with this? Jarvisolf asked honestly. Randall leaned on his cane and soon smiled warmly. Why do you speak like that? We're partners. Helping each other is a mutual obligation. But the chip you want me to study is inserted into a human brain? Randall's face turned serious again. Jarvisolf glanced up and said softly, Come out. Then, Rosalind slowly emerged, her expression lifeless, like a living corpse. Jarvisolf explained, It's her. There's a chip like this in her head. The fragment you have was extracted from someone else's brain but has been damaged. The chip can't be removed without breaking it. Jarvisolf, you must be joking. You want me to analyze this high-tech equipment inside a human brain without removing it? How am I supposed to do that? Randall felt stumped by this request. Jarvisolf chuckled. So isn't this why I came to you as a last resort? Jarvis, aren't you known as a national-level expert? Jarvis, small ethical issue like this shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Hashtag chapter 443, the chaos demon physiognomy. Jarvis, all right, just for that Gideon, known as the Grandmaster of Medicine, cannot concede to old age. Braden was successfully riled up by Jarvisolf and suddenly felt competitive. Jarvis, this age, people tend to see things more clearly and become more detached from worldly affairs. However, paradoxically, both their mental capacities and accumulated wealth reach unprecedented heights in old age. When such passion for research is rekindled at this stage, its impact is boundless. Then I thank you very much, old Alphensoster Nadia. When I develop a new anti-aging panacea, I'll ensure you live to be 120. Jarvisolf smiled and bowed, unable to change some of his habitual actions. Braden chuckled and teased him. Don't wish me 100 years of life. Old man here plans to live to be 120. In that case, may you live 200 years. Jarvisolf laughed heartily, and the two men conversed warmly and happily. Nolan, who had been standing aside all along, yawned. He couldn't understand how Jarvisolf could get along so well with such elderly people. In his eyes, Jarvisolf seemed like an ancient relic, detached from the interests of young people. Right, Ichun, in 2 weeks it will be my 80th birthday. You must come celebrate. Old as I am, I don't have many friends left. With a friend like you, my birthday party won't be in vain. Haha. Faced with Braden's enthusiasm, Jarvisolf quickly agreed. Of course, I'll be there. On behalf of Jingshin Medical Hall, I wish you a joyful birthday in advance. Jarvister leaving Braden's house, Nolan spoke up. So you're just leaving that Soraya Rosalind at Braden's place? What if the Nadia family betrays us? Jarvisolf frowned. Have you been harboring too many worries lately? While human nature can be shameful, why assume so much betrayal? True betrayal only happens when there's enough benefit. This Soraya has no vested interest with the Nadia family, and her connection with us is minimal. How can there be any talk of betrayal? Nolan felt what Jarvisolf said was reasonable, but still harbored some doubts, his gaze flickering nervously. Jarvisolf cleared his throat, mistaking Nolan's hesitation as mistrust of himself, and said, If I were to betray you, those bandits wouldn't have been the only ones dying in the wilderness. If I wanted to use you, your value would end there. Alphensoster, you misunderstood me. Nolan waved his hand. His eyes showed a hint of sorrow. From what I know, my father devoted most of his life to medicine. Jarvis, according to you, he became harmful later on, but he certainly wasn't evil from the start. True, no one becomes evil overnight. It's a gradual process, Jarvisolf explained calmly. Nolan fell into thought, his voice weakening. So I suspect, what exactly was the relationship between my father and the Jordan organization? Since he was willing to risk his life to save Mother, why did he choose to betray them before he died? Jarvisolf was taken aback, not expecting this young man to ponder such profound questions. Compared to Zen and Corbin, they seemed like mere mischievous children. This might be due to the fate that burdened Nolan. Driscoll, being skilled in divination, entrusted Nolan to him because he foresaw significant changes in Nolan's future. Ultimately, it's because you're not strong enough. Do you want to know the answer? Seek it out using your own abilities. Everyone carries a mysterious destiny, just that some are destined to bear more than others. Jarviself didn't want to delve too deeply into mystical matters. He knew he was getting closer to his true enemy. Back at Jingshin Medical Hall, Jarviself made a training schedule for Nolan, personally guiding him over the next week. When Nolan saw the large pack of silver needles Jarviself brought out, he frowned. My father deliberately kept me from learning needle therapy. He said the dark energy around these needles was too heavy and forbade me from touching them. Jarviself shrugged and said casually, your father kept things from you. If you listen to him, you should not pursue them. But if you truly want to know the truth, why should you obey him blindly? In Jarviself's view, Driscoll was a typical failure. He merely left a ticking time bomb for the world upon his death, and that time bomb was Nolan. Fine. No matter how hard or difficult it gets, I will learn. Nolan nodded firmly. During this week of teaching acupuncture, Jarviself surprisingly found that Nolan's aptitude could be described as bizarre. Furthermore, Nolan's physiognomy appeared exceptionally unique to Jarviself. By traditional standards, this was called the Chaos Demon physiognomy, destined to stir great upheavals in the future. In ancient times, this referred to the martial world. Today, it might involve the criminal underworld or the corporate battlefield. Through this reflection, Jarviself's control over the heavenly eye skill improved from the 5th level to the 6th, allowing him to perceive a person's destiny through their physiognomy. Ultimately, Jarviself had inadvertently become something like a fortune teller, though this form of divination was not as legendary. It was more scientific, involving how bloodlines, meridians, and blood types influence character and psychology, forming consciousness. Consciousness determined thoughts and actions, ultimately influencing one's expression. Every speculation had cause and effect. Jarvister examining Nolan's physiognomy, Jarviself felt a heavy weight. This young man could be a blazing fire, capable of igniting a revolution or burning everything to ashes. Memories from his previous life surfaced in Jarviself's mind. In his last moments of life, he witnessed a baby girl named Erwin born. Before passing, Jarviself saw the infant open her eyes. Her face also displayed the Chaos Demon physiognomy. 7 days later, Nolan had already achieved some success, and Jarvis Lyra couldn't help but seek out Jarviself. It's been days since you returned to the clinic, yet you hide in the pharmacy every day without coming to see me or Alphen Sodelin. What kind of accomplishment is that? Humph. Jarvis Lyra scolded lightly, but her tone and gaze held infinite warmth. Jarviself took the tea she offered, sipped it gently, and said softly, is Sister Carissa upset with me? I've been working hard to find Toby as soon as possible. Jarvis Lyra's expression slightly changed, seeming somewhat uncomfortable. This small shift caught Jarviself's attention. Recently, Sheridan had been busy, while Jarvis Lyra had disappeared. There were rumors she disregarded advice to go out, claiming to visit friends. Unable to hold back, Jarviself asked, Sister Carissa, is something troubling you? Jarvis Lyra sighed, mumbling, Chun, I have a secret to tell you, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Hashtag chapter 444, Jarvis Lyra's secret. What secret could you possibly have? Jarviself chuckled, but an uneasy feeling instantly arose in his heart. Jarvis Lyra indeed frowned seriously and explained, I met some people recently. They claim to know the whereabouts of my father. Carissa, don't easily believe outsiders. Jarviself thought it was just as he expected. Were they perhaps from the Jordan organization again? He had once heard from Driscoll about Toby's whereabouts. Since Driscoll had personally saved him from the clutches of the Jordan organization, the information was likely genuine. How could anyone else possibly know Toby's location? Chun, do you mean to say I've been deceived? But they showed me photos of my father. Jarvis and videos. Jarvis Lyra took out her phone, wanting to show Jarviself, but then hesitated. Let me see, Carissa. My eye condition has improved. I can see clearly, Jarviself said, taking the phone and focusing his true chi on his pupils. His vision immediately sharpened, and he saw a video on the screen showing Toby laughing and roughhousing in a bar. However, Jarviself quickly spotted the discrepancies. With the 7th level Heavenly Eye Technique, every detail of the video was scrutinized by Jarviself. This is Jarvis Eye generated. Jarviself sighed in relief. Thankfully, those people didn't actually know Toby's true location. Otherwise, it would have been terrible news. If they could find Toby, the power behind them would be formidable, and targeting Jarvis Lyra would certainly spell trouble. Jarvis Eye generated? How could that be? This is clearly my father. Jarvis Lyra frowned, refusing to believe it. Jarviself, helpless, explained in detail, Driscoll told me about your father's whereabouts before he died. To find him, we must go to the capital. How could these Xylers get their hands on foreign information? But how did you recognize it as Jarvis Eye generated? You don't know anything about that technology? Jarvis Lyra's voice betrayed her anxiety, but Jarviself understood her longing for her parents. He explained, during our investigation of the Jordan organization, we successfully apprehended a fat man and used Jarvis Eye synthesis to obtain photos of his family. The flaws in the video you showed me match those photos exactly. Jarvis Lyra fell silent, not doubting Jarviself's words, but stubbornly hoping this time it might be real. She hadn't seen her parents in so long. Chun, I want to find my father. Sob. Jarvis Lyra covered her face and started crying silently. Jarviself's gaze sharpened as he noticed a hidden worm in Jarvis Lyra's mind, slowly infiltrating. This worm had burrowed deep into the emotional region of her brain, explaining her sudden emotional instability. Their methods weren't sophisticated, but they were malicious. Without revealing this discovery immediately, Jarviself simply said, Carissa, if you want to look, then go ahead. I'm busy these days, but take care of yourself. With that, Jarviself turned and left. Jarvis Lyra stood there, unmoving, and finally sighed, Chun, it seems you still don't understand me. I want you to come with me to find my father. The next 2 days, Jarviself taught Nolan acupuncture techniques as usual but was distracted, frequently using his Heavenly Eye technique to observe Jarvis Lyra's movements within her room. Jarvister lunch one day, Jarvis Lyra lay down for a nap when her phone rang. Picking it up, she excitedly ran out. Nolan, practice on your own today. Today's content involves needle accuracy. Go through it according to your understanding. I won't accompany you. Jarvis said, and then leisurely followed her with his eyes. Alphensoster's off today? He's been distracted all morning. What's up with him now after lunch? Nolan muttered, feeling dejected. Forget it. I'll practice on my own. Alphensoib, he's disappointed with my slow progress. Nolan began practicing alone. In the past few days, the amount he'd learned from Jarvis was vast, almost matching what he'd studied in 3 years of high school math, physics, and chemistry. But unlike those subjects, what he'd learned here was highly practical. Nolan finally understood why his father, knowing just a bit about acupoints and medicine, was revered as a master healer. The more he learned, the more insignificant he felt, which helped him grow more humble and less arrogant. Meanwhile, Jarvis Lyra hailed a taxi. You can stop here. How much do I owe you? Jarvis paying. Jarvis Lyra was dropped off near a street. She checked her phone's map and muttered, "Third alley. This is it?" Looking at the quiet, dark alley and the desolate surroundings, she felt a twinge of regret. What if she encountered trouble again? But having come this far, she gritted her teeth and whispered, "I'll risk it. I have to find you, Mom and Dad, even if it costs my life." Jarvis had been occupied with revenge and investigations, and Jarvis Lyra knew he hadn't prioritized finding her parents. Virgil, she didn't blame him, only feeling her own inadequacy in protecting her parents. Determined, she plunged into the alley. Shortly after, Jarvis appeared at the entrance, his gaze cold and piercing. Well, the girl is here. Several young men in flip-flops, hands in their pockets, leered at Jarvis Lyra's slim figure. That Soraya looks malnourished. How much meat could she have? She probably lives poorly herself, one of them muttered. The leader, with green hair, grinned. What are you afraid of? We should treat ladies nicely. After all, they're full of potential. They laughed, completely ignoring Jarvis Lyra's presence. Jarvis Lyra frowned, sensing something was wrong. What are you talking about? Didn't you say you'd bring me to my parents? Where are they? Here's the money, $10,000. Jarvis Lyra fished out the cash from her bag, causing the men to widen their eyes in surprise. They hadn't expected this seemingly rural girl to produce $10,000 so easily. Quick, throw the money over. Let me count it. Green Alfonsoxer eagerly demanded. Chapter 445, The Mechanized Transformation. Wait. Jarvis Lyra shielded the bag in her hand and took 2 steps back. You can have the money, but first, let me see where my parents are. Even a glimpse would be enough to know they're safe. Jarvis Lyra said, her voice filled with urgency. She hadn't been far from her parents since birth, and the longing during this period had swelled like an overflowing river. Her tearful eyes contrasted sharply with the indifferent expressions of the Xylers. Heh, little girl, you're too naive. You believe them just because I say your parents are here? How could anyone be as foolish as you? Ha ha ha. The man with green hair mocked, his hands on his hips in denial. The Xylers began closing in from 3 directions, while behind Jarvis Lyra, another burly Edric with sunglasses approached silently. He seemed slightly more decent compared to the others. The green-haired one ordered, Jesus, watch this girl. Don't let her escape. Virgils, Jesus replied coldly, his expression indifferent, as if he didn't even notice Serena. His cold stare was more like that of a machine devoid of emotion. Jarvis Lyra swallowed hard, a chill running down her spine. Clenching her teeth, she zipped up her bag and said angrily, You're all liars. Let me go. I won't do business with you anymore. Go? Where? Can't you see the situation clearly? Stupid girl. The green-haired Xyler taunted. Jarvis Lyra tried to turn away. Jesus's broad body blocked her path. She realized she was trapped. Frustration and wager intertwining in her heart. She said indignantly, This is a breach of trust. Don't think I won't report this to the authorities. This is a law-based society. Note, waitchut means wronged or grievance, so it's better to use wronged for smoother English expression. Jarvis also made slight adjustments for fluency and naturalness. Hear that, boys? It's been ages since I've seen such a simple country girl. Ha ha ha. Boys, come on. Let's take care of her. The Xylers rushed madly at her. Jarvis Lyra panicked, hitting them with her bag, trying to flee, but Jesus grabbed her arms tightly from behind. Ichun, save me. Jarvis Lyra's eyes welled up with tears, her heart filled with fear, regretting not heeding Jarvisulf's warning days ago. Jarvisa. Jarvis' scream echoed through the alley. Jarvis Lyra opened her eyes in shock to see a tall figure standing in front of her, while the green-haired Xyler lay on the ground foaming at the mouth. Jarvisulf turned around, his jade-colored eyes glowing faintly. He asked softly, Kid, should I release your sister Jarvis Lyra or break your hands? Jesus' face remained cold, and he released Jarvis Lyra, stepping back 2 paces. Jarvisulf glanced at him curiously, finding something strange. Before he could finish his observation, a shout came from behind. Bastard! Where did you come from? Die! Ugh! The scrawny Xyler was no match for Jarvisulf. A single punch left his face swollen and deformed. The last remaining Xyler, who had clenched his fists, suddenly paused mid-air. Jarvisulf stretched his neck, having barely started his warm-up, only for 2 of the 4 villains to collapse already. You kids have pretty modern ideas? Colorful hair like yours, why don't you share your brilliant thoughts with the boss? Jarvisulf walked forward slowly, then reached out and gripped the last Xyler's neck, lifting him overhead. Let me go. Blind turtle, don't think a bit of strength makes you something. Jesus is Before he could finish his taunt, he choked. Jarvisulf stared, then let go, letting him fall from mid-air. Looking at the almost incapacitated 3 on the ground, Jarvisulf muttered disdainfully, Such weaklings, not worth much. He turned back, judging these insignificant 3 to be nothing more than petty crooks. But just as Jarvisulf turned, a massive fist came smashing towards him. Ugh! Jarvisulf grunted, barely raising his arm in defense. The force was immense, pushing him back several paces. Jarvis the far end of the alley. The strong figure casually lifted Jarvis Lyra by one hand and threw her against the wall. Jarvisulf frowned, this being the hardest punch he'd ever felt. He gathered his inner energy and charged forward, but Jesus showed no signs of fleeing. Instead, he clasped his hands together, and a surge of energy burst from his sleeves and clothes. What's that? Jarvislf wondered aloud, striking again with his fist to meet Jesus's. Originally, Jarvislf doubted anyone could match him head-on, but this enemy challenged his understanding. Such power. It felt like being hit by a jackhammer. Bam! The air shook violently, startling even the half-conscious Jarvislira nearby. She murmured, "Xuanhuan." Jarvislf frowned, puzzled by Jarvislira's warning. Suddenly, he noticed a precise mechanical device extending from Jesus's shoulder, transforming into a gun barrel, releasing a bizarre energy. In critical moments, Jarvislf condensed his energy around his head, forming a dense barrier to protect it. Boom! The powerful energy blast enveloped Jarvislf in electricity. Only now did he realize Jesus's body had undergone sophisticated mechanical modifications, equipped with war-grade weaponry. The electric energy was so potent it could sever human veins. Jarvislf flew several meters away, landing with squinted eyes, his body charred black by electricity. Thankfully, his head remained unharmed. He sighed in relief, recognizing his habitual underestimation nearly cost him his life. Jarvislira watched, her eyes wide in shock. Since Jarvislf had saved her, she hadn't heard of him suffering any setbacks. Now, this one incident was caused by her own disobedience. "Xuan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have ignored you." She teared up, but then heard the sound of machinery moving. Jesus's expression remained cold, a gun barrel unfolding from his palm, gathering energy for a shot. He murmured, "Your turn." Chapter 446, Trouble Jarvis Head. Whoosh! Jarvis, a critical moment. A long silver needle flew swiftly and pierced directly through Jesus's wrist joint. He frowned slightly and tried moving his arm, only to realize his wrist was dislocated, and he could not lift the gun in any way. In the next moment, Jarvislf charged over with a fist that had already turned charred black, smashing into Jesus's face. Boom! When Jesus hit the ground, a deafening sound erupted. Feeling this superhuman strength, Jarvislf finally realized he was facing a half-human, half-machine entity. Wow! The corner of Jarvislf's mouth twitched. He couldn't express how shocked he was. It was beyond unexpected, but instead of fear or pain, Jarvislf felt an infinite thrill and surprise. "I thought my life would just be like this, but I never imagined there was someone like you in this world." Jarvislf smirked. In his view, no matter how advanced technology became, it would never combine with the human body. If machines could merge with the human body, it would surpass the peak of the spiritual energy era, allowing humans to approach immortality and break the constraints of time. More importantly, under Electrical's attack, when Jarvislf's body was pushed to the brink, he unexpectedly activated the 7th level of Heavenly Eye Pupil Technique. The Heavenly Eye Pupil Technique is an ability. Even during the twilight years of the spiritual energy era, Jarvislf dominated using this technique. How much more so now? Each level represented a tenfold increase in power. Not only could Jarvislf now easily penetrate any obstacle with his vision, but he could also read memories directly from a person's brain. With another bang, Jesus's fist attacked again. His expression remained cold, showing no human emotion. Jarvislf effortlessly blocked the attack. Jarvisler upgrading the Heavenly Eye Pupil Technique. His physical abilities had significantly improved, overpowering Jesus effortlessly. "If I ask you outright, you probably won't answer. Let me see who's behind you. Spiritual Energy Organization, right?" Jarvislf grabbed Jesus's head, injecting true chi into his brain, causing Jesus's body to tremble as if struck by electricity. Jarvislira watched anxiously from the side, not understanding what was happening, only knowing that Jarvislf was being passively beaten while she could do nothing. Meanwhile, Jarvislf read Jesus's memories. Jarvis, amidst layers of chaotic images, he vaguely saw a manufacturer, the Heavy Mountain Metal Industry. Heavy Mountain Metal Industry? What place is this? Jarvislf was puzzled. He only noted the name down in his mind. Using this upgraded ability was very draining on true chi. Just those fragmented memories nearly depleted Jarvislf's energy. "Take him away." Jesus, with bulging eyes, attempted to attack again, but was still suppressed by Jarvislf regardless of how he changed his movements. Looking at the oblivious cyborg, Jarvislf frowned and said softly, "You haven't truly mastered human-like technology. You're just an inferior copy." Then, Jarvislf took out a silver needle and, guided by the Heavenly Eye Pupil Technique, accurately pierced Jesus's brain. Following that, Jarvislf delivered a palm strike, and a mechanical chip flew out from the back of Jesus's head, which Jarvislf promptly grabbed. This chip wasn't silver but black. The reason was unknown to Jarvislf. However, he wouldn't believe such technology had nothing to do with the Spiritual Energy Organization. "Sorry, Xuan. All because of me. I've caused you harm again." Jarvislira apologized helplessly beside him. Jarvislf comforted her gently, "Sister Carissa, it's all right as long as you're safe." Jarvislira saying this, Jarvislf frowned, then lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Jarvislira was taken aback, unsure of what to do, but then Jesus also collapsed, both falling simultaneously. She immediately called Sheridan. When Jarvislf regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a bed in the Jingshin Medical Pavilion, treated by none other than his disciple Yoel. "You've done well, treating my injuries." Jarvislf smiled, noticing the layers of bandages around him. Twisting his neck, he got up as if nothing had happened. Yoel was brewing tea nearby, not for the first time assessing Jarvislf's condition. He murmured to himself, "I knew it. Alphensoster, you didn't need excessive measures. Treating the external injuries was enough. Otherwise, we might have made things worse. I don't even understand your strange self-healing ability." Yoel adjusted his black-rimmed glasses with curiosity. Jarvislf chuckled without answering. Most people would consider these inexplicable phenomena as metaphysical, and as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Jarvislf enjoyed maintaining the mystery. He soon found Sheridan, who informed him that the stranger was placed in a special sealed room arranged by Jarvis Lyra. Sheridan remarked, "Carissa doesn't usually care about things. Why is she suddenly eager to handle this? Did you two do something secretive outside?" Jarvis laughed bitterly, explaining, "Look at these injuries. Does it look like we were doing anything good?" "Pfft, never mind. Just be careful. I'm busy attending a product launch tonight. You can come if you have time. It's about some high-tech products." Sheridan gave Jarvis a seductive glance. Upon hearing this, Jarvis' expression changed. High-tech products? Could it be that the spiritual energy organization was planning to invade the business sector of Yuzhou province? He first went to find Jarvis Lyra, discovering she had indeed hidden Jesus' body in the secret chamber of Zhengxin Medical Pavilion. "Only you, Sister Carissa, know this place. I didn't expect you'd help cover it up." "Thank you." Jarvis Lyra wiped the sweat off her forehead, explaining helplessly, "I just want to help you as much as possible. Jarvis, for what you're dealing with, I won't ask. It would only add to your burden." Jarvis saying this, she turned around, ignoring Jarvis. Before she left, Jarvis exclaimed, "Sister Carissa, rest assured. I will bring Toby and Jarvis and Hunt to you." "Good." With those words, Jarvis Lyra smiled again. Jarvis Lyra left. Godric called. Soon as Jarvis answered, he heard Godric's serious voice. "Ichun, it's serious. The chip you gave me has a part that's linked to a notorious nationwide murder case. Hashtag chapter 447. Horrifying news. Is it related to the murder case?" Jarvis frowned slightly. How could an electronic component be linked to a murder? But hearing the grave tone in Gideon's voice, Jarvis did not hesitate. He immediately left Nolan and headed to the Nadia family residence. When he arrived, Jarvis encountered Serena named Rosalind again. Gideon first had a servant bring Rosalind over with a stern expression on his face, then ordered sharply, "Sit down." Rosalind sat down immediately, but her movements were stiff, almost lifeless. Not quite human, not even like a robot, more akin to a zombie. How did she become like this? Jarvis frowned, his eyes filled with astonishment. His jade-colored pupils turned as he focused his gaze on Rosalind's body, examining her thoroughly. He discovered that the organs inside Rosalind's body were rapidly deteriorating, and her heart had stopped beating. Jarvis quickly asked, "Gideon, did you kill her?" Gideon frowned and explained anxiously, "Kill? What nonsense. Why would I kill her? She died over 10 years ago. Do you know about Teoweiyuan village?" Hearing the name Teoweiyuan village, Jarvis recalled that the Xylers had gone there. He murmured, "I've heard of it. This Soraya seems to have come from Teoweiyuan village, but her memories were controlled by the Jordan organization. If she died over 10 years ago, how could her body be so well preserved?" Jarvis' cold sweat trickled down Jarvis' forehead. He remembered that he had some intimate contact with this Soraya. Was she actually a zombie who had been dead for over 10 years? Gideon's tone grew serious as he said, "Over 10 years ago, there was a village massacre that shocked the nation. It happened within half a month after the mining disaster." Major news outlets reported on the incident. Jarvis frowned and immediately retorted, "How is that possible? If that's true, why has no one in our village ever heard of it? I've investigated this matter. The history was erased in our provincial capital." Jarvis the incident, only the external media reported on it. The city officials claimed they feared causing unrest. Upon deeper investigation, I realized how despicable their actions truly were. But unfortunately, by the time I uncovered it, it was already too late. No one cares about it now. Only you have been secretly working to uncover the truth behind your father's death. Gideon's voice carried a sense of wistfulness. Jarvis became impatient, puzzled by the vague explanations. He hurriedly asked, "Gideon, what are you hesitating to say? Just speak your mind. I can handle it." Gideon's eyes narrowed as he coldly stated, "That village massacre was orchestrated by Connor's backing force, without any reason. The Xylers you encountered were actually homeless people they recruited to create the illusion that the village wasn't completely wiped out. Their power reaches the heavens. Hence, journalists trying to investigate couldn't get any leads. Jarvis and the villagers, isolated from information, were completely fooled." Gideon's tone became even more serious, almost predatory. Jarvis smiled awkwardly, guessing, "Jarvis, first listen. It seems like they covered up their tracks perfectly, diverting attention away from the Ihan mining disaster, right? But this was just a guess." Jarvis sighed, thinking that in this era, they wouldn't dare be so bold. Jarvis, after all, it involved dozens, maybe hundreds of lives. Even if they wielded immense power, how could they manage such a feat? To his surprise, Gideon's face darkened as he muttered, "Unfortunately, Ichun, you guessed correctly." "I guessed correctly?" Jarvis was taken aback. Gideon slapped several investigative reports on the table while explaining, the agreement between the Jordan organization and Connor wasn't about cooperation but covering up the news of the mining disaster. Connor probably never expected the Jordan organization to use such methods, so he consistently refused to cooperate with them. Fearful of being imprisoned, Connor used his connections in the business world to secure retirement benefits for retired officials. Jarvis, as a result, Connor managed to cultivate a network of officials. But in the end, he met his tragic fate at your hands, and the whole affair was buried among countless other secrets. It wasn't until recently, when Rolf, Jarvis Viv's father, became deputy mayor, that I reconnected with the provincial oversight team. Gideon's explanation grew increasingly complicated, and Jarvis waved him off. He didn't care about the political machinations. His eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "To cover up my father's death, or to hide the special or they mind, they sacrificed over 100 lives." "Virgil's," Gideon nodded heavily. "The Aloysius family is involved in this too, right?" Jarvis frowned slightly. Just then, Sheridan entered, surprising Jarvis. Gideon explained, "I called her here. I knew she's the boss of Zhengxin Pharmaceutical, and suspected her relationship with you must be significant. She helped me by obtaining all the information on the Aloysius family during the press conference." Sheridan walked over, now a successful career Soraya, glanced at Jarviself and remarked, Chun, your eyes? Jarviself understood she was referring to the stack of documents he held. He took a deep breath and said, I can see many things now. Thank you for your hard work, Alphen Sodelin. Sheridan nodded, feeling overwhelmed but without tears, her voice slightly choked. Teoyuan village is where my ancestors are from. I was abandoned there and became a wandering person. In other words, if I hadn't been abandoned, I might have died there too. It will all be all right. Jarviself hugged Sheridan, comforting her, feeling her warm body. What's the company's name? Jarviself asked again. Xuanhuan Metal Enterprise. Upon hearing this, Jarviself's mind raced. Jesus also recognized the name in his memory. He was utterly shocked. Chun, what's wrong? That's the name of the Aloysius family's metal enterprise. Currently, we can only prove that the Aloysius family provided technology for their chips through their parts, but not that they have a close partnership, Gideon clarified carefully. Jarviself shook his head, his tone cold. No, everything makes sense now. It's all part of their scheme. Gideon, I need to find this Rolf personally. Chapter 448. Jarvis' powerful dragon does not oppress the local serpent. On a street beneath a high-rise building, a black sports car parked by the side, and Jarvis stepped out. Jarviself stood at the roadside, his jade-like eyes revealing an air of clarity and indifference. Wow, it's been how long since we last met? How come you look so aged? Jarvis greeted him, but didn't get a smile from Jarviself. He sensed something was amiss with him. So, did this investigation really hit you that hard? You've faced off against all sorts before. You should be used to it. Jarvis joked, then signaled to one of his Xylers behind him, who handed over a stack of files. Jarvis flipped to the crucial pages and showed them to Jarviself while explaining through clenched teeth as he held a cigarette. Here, take a look. The evidence is clear. Paxton has long been colluding with the Jordan organization. Jarvis and I also reviewed the projects he's been secretly manipulating in the Aloysius family for decades. Jarvis, about half of them are related to Beijing. Given that Beijing is now under the control of the Jordan organization, tell me, who else could he have collaborated with? With whom? You tell me. Jarviself's gaze narrowed, then shifted to look at the skyscraper behind him. Jarvis, a provincial city official. For the office tower to be built in such grandeur is truly despicable. The person's name is Irwin. I've seen her photos, and she's not someone to be trifled with. Most importantly, she has ties with Connor. Jarvis spoke, handing a group photo to Jarviself. Jarviself was taken aback. It was precisely the same four-person photo he had seen at Connor's home. The four people in the photo, Connor and Talone, were both dead now. Paxton was another person, Jarvis Viv's father. Jarvis and the other Soraya. Was that Irwin? Because the photo was quite old, it looked very blurry. Jarviself could only see the details within the photo itself and could not glean detailed information from the two-dimensional surface. He would have to wait until he saw her in person to know more. However, this left Jarviself feeling inexplicably strange. He remembered clearly that a baby girl named Irwin was born shortly before his death. But at least 100 years had passed since his previous life ended. It couldn't possibly be the same person. Could it just be a coincidence? Even if that old Soraya lived long, she would be extremely elderly. Sandra in the photo was no older than 30. Jarviself immediately concluded. It seems the Jordan organization has only kept up appearances, passing down its name and title while changing all the people. But don't worry, once the Aloysius family is dealt with, I will head straight to Beijing. Jarvis shrugged. This Irwin is a formidable figure. It's said she knows many obscure historical anecdotes about Beijing, unifying fragmented criminal gangs there. But that's not the most important part. The critical thing is that the Jordan organization under her control reportedly wields more power in the dark than the higher echelons of Beijing. Hearing this, Jarviself lost any inclination to think further. He merely raised his hand and said, Jarvis, stop talking for now. I know how to deal with Paxton. Just keep your people outside on guard. Of course, Jarviself wasn't concerned about his own safety. He wanted to prevent unexpected events from happening. Confirming these matters with Jarvis was merely because he was hesitating over whether or not to take Paxton's life. But when these facts were laid bare, Paxton was already like a corpse in Jarviself's eyes. Jarvis' command, several men and women, each dressed differently, burst out of the car. They were all tough-looking characters. These individuals were heads of various districts in Yuzhou province, managing elite units of at least 100 people each. On Jarvis' orders, go secure every corner around here. No one is allowed to leave or enter. Virgil, sir. One after another, they left and dialed their phones, after which large numbers of troops surged out, providing sufficient manpower. Inside the building, Jarviself slowly took the elevator to the top floor. The most luxurious office belonged to Deputy Alfonso E. Paxton. It was more opulent than even the mayor's office because he was the former patriarch of the Aloysius family. Yuzhou City's current unprecedented prosperity could be attributed to the Shen family for one half, and the Aloysius family for the other half. Therefore, even the mayor wouldn't dare easily raise his head before this influential figure, Paxton. Emph. Everyone says a powerful dragon does not oppress the local serpent. Today, I shall see what kind of serpent you are. Jarviself pushed open the door and saw an elderly man sitting in a chair at the front of the office, wearing a Zhongshan suit, a smirk playing on his lips. You're Paxton, right? Don't look at me like that. Your time has come. Jarviself got straight to the point. His anger could erupt at any moment. Paxton's brows furrowed slightly, but he maintained his gentle smile as he replied, You're Jarviself, correct? You've been in my surveillance camera's view ever since you entered. Of course, this doesn't mean you can't leave. If you want to attack me, I advise you to calm down. You won't win against me. If you want to talk, speak your mind, and I'll tell you everything I know. How does that sound? He tilted his head and suddenly grunted, But I do have a condition. Jarviself found it entertaining. Facing imminent danger, this old fellow remained composed and even dared to make demands? He arched an eyebrow and asked, Jarvis, condition? Since you know I'm here to harm you, you still dare make demands. The lights in the room suddenly shattered. Bang! Buzz! The buzzing of the main light bulb's current was deafening. Paxton squinted, looked up, and sighed. Wow, powerful aura indeed. Looks like you've practiced plenty. No wonder so many couldn't take you down. Seems they weren't lying, you are quite capable. Facing this anomaly, Paxton merely folded his arms without a hint of panic. Jarvisel frowned slightly and activated his heavenly eye, fixing his gaze on Paxton's brain. Indeed, there was a chip, but strangely, Paxton retained his main consciousness, not entirely controlled by the chip. Speak, what conditions do you want? Jarvisel probed. Although he had no intention of agreeing to any conditions, he was determined to kill Paxton. The air was thick with murderous intent, yet Paxton seemed oblivious to Jarvisel's malice, raising an eyebrow and muttering. The organization values your abilities. If I reveal what I know, you must join the Jordan organization, Paxton grunted with a laugh. Chapter 449, Trapped in Crisis. Joining the Jordan organization can be arranged. Jarvisel shrugged, raising his eyebrows as if the matter was utterly trivial. Upon hearing Jarvisel agree so readily, Paxton was taken aback. You rotten kid, how did you suddenly become so easy to talk to? How could I believe that you would join the Jordan organization without hesitation? This is the group responsible for your father's death. Jarvis an irreconcilable grudge. Jarvis Paxton's voice grew louder. A silver needle shot out at lightning speed and struck him directly between the eyes. Jarvis. Paxton's eyes widened, blood trickling from where the needle pierced his forehead. Jarvisel, holding another silver needle, approached calmly. You know the truth. It doesn't matter what you believe. Even if I join the Jordan organization, it's only to bring Irwin's head back. Saying this, he moved closer to Paxton. Confident of his advantage, he didn't expect Paxton's eyes to suddenly flash with an unnatural brilliance like titanium. Jarvisel was startled and immediately retreated. Crackle. With his heavenly eye technique, Jarvisel saw the startling transformation within Paxton's body. The chip inside his brain began to mechanize, taking over his entire mind. The area around the pierced forehead then opened up, revealing several gun barrels extending outward. Jarvis gained with that method? Jarvisel muttered, immediately focusing his entire chi. Jarvis this point, his heavenly eye technique had advanced to the 8th level. Compared to the 7th, it allowed for greater storage of chi, creating an impenetrable protective layer around his body. Unexpectedly, instead of releasing the anticipated electric attack, the barrels emitted layer upon layer of gray smoke, like a dud. Paxton's mouth slightly parted, looking almost lifeless. Jarvisel angrily demanded, planning on taking me down with you? You aren't worthy. Paxton didn't respond. When Jarvisel tried to open the door, he found it completely locked, the entire wall constructed of special Jordan or impervious even to the heavenly eye technique. What is this thing? Jarvisel felt puzzled and analyzed the gases using his technique. Indeed, it was a poison capable of corroding chi, known as soul sever powder, which had existed for centuries. This toxic substance was invented centuries ago specifically to target martial artists, though it carried a long-term backlash on its carriers, making it less mainstream. Unbelievably, in the 21st century, it was now being used alongside high-tech methods. Jarvisel frowned, realizing this must be the work of the Jordan organization. His chi barrier gradually eroded by the fog. Jarvisel slowly lost consciousness, falling into a deep slumber. When Jarvisel opened his eyes again, he found himself bound tightly to a peculiar device. What is this? Jarvis device to seal chi? Jarvisel quickly activated his heavenly eye technique, discovering the device connected to his own chi. Strange symbols covered its surface, clearly seals. Indeed, when he attempted to concentrate his chi to break free, he experienced excruciating pain, a reaction from the device. So, you think this contraption can contain me? Jarvisel murmured, unyielding. He gathered all his chi and erupted. Boom! Jarvis' thunderous explosion rang in Jarvisel's ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Since his rebirth, when had he endured such humiliation? Paxton! Jarvisel gritted his teeth, bursting into a fury. He truly felt restrained, and his emotions were becoming unstable. Jarvis this moment, Paxton emerged, a sly expression on his face. His wound had vanished. Using the heavenly eye technique, Jarvisel saw through Paxton's full-body protective equipment. Enoch cared deeply about his personal safety, but most perplexingly, despite appearing identical to the Paxton Jarvisel had seen earlier, how had his forehead wound healed so effortlessly? What was going on here? It seems you're anxious, Jarvisel. They say you're difficult to handle. Old man like me doesn't believe in your kind. Isn't this device impressive? It's specially made for you. Curious about my body, aren't you? Paxton sneered. Jarvisel spat out a silver needle, which was split in two by a hidden sword strike. Jarvisel frowned, sighing as his emotions stabilized. Unimaginable that his 2-century cultivation could be affected by this device. The chaos in his chi had disrupted his organs, exposing his emotions. Experts like Jarvisel with over a century of practice never showed their feelings. Their inner clarity remained undisturbed, their jade-like pupils reflecting innocence. Powerful sword chi indeed, Jarvisel murmured, glancing to the side. Jarvis tall, muscular man stepped forward in island country samurai attire. Paxton proudly introduced him. Impressive, right? This guy died by your hand. Jarvisel was stunned. He quickly recognized the familiar face from his memories. Calvin's Japanese samurai, Brendan. He's dead, right? Impossible. The dead don't come back to life. Jarvisel breathed, incredulous. Paxton looked at Jarvisel's shocked face and smirked. Hee, surprised? Our technology may not bring back the dead, but it can reconstruct them using special chips. The reconstructed individuals retain all their former abilities. Paxton shrugged, spreading his hands like an enthusiastic scientist. How about it? Impressive, right? Mr. Virgil refused to cooperate, but we managed to do it ourselves. Jarvisel frowned, understanding why the sword chi felt so genuine. It was aided by Jordan or, unexpectedly, Driscoll was involved too. Jarvisel, realizing belatedly, asked, so, Driscoll refused to collude with you, and you decided to eliminate him? Not necessarily eliminate. That action created a distance between us. Ultimately, it was you who caused his death, Paxton gloated. Chapter 450. This time, you lost. You're making things up. Before I declared war on your Spirit Essence organization, you never even gave me a second glance. Jarviself was certain of this. Based on his understanding of the Spirit Essence organization, if they had noticed him earlier, they would have sent people to find him long ago. Not now, and especially not by sending this old man, Rolf, to recruit him. How naive. Rolf's smile gradually turned stiff. He sneered coldly. It seems your intel isn't great. I can't easily fool you, but I want you to know that on this matter, I haven't lied. The reason for Driscoll's death is indeed due to you, and it was that old man's own choice. Jarviself remained silent. He had quietly sunk his breath into his dantian, condensing a strand of mineral true qi that began to rotate there. In fact, from the start, he wasn't curious about Rolf's thoughts or the goals of the Spirit Essence organization. He just wanted to kill this old man quickly and then rush to Beijing to find Erwin to uncover the truth. Through their conversation, Jarviself managed to buy time and found a way to evade detection by the machine, maintaining calm and slowly gathering true qi. Once the speed of true qi circulation exceeded a certain threshold, it could evade detection entirely. Jarvis that moment, Rolf didn't notice this detail. Instead, he turned away, sneering coldly. That old man had long uncovered the truth behind the mine disaster and was initially one of Connor's informants helping him escape. But he was playing a larger game. Even though Jarviself had lost patience with talking to Rolf, this information piqued his curiosity. For himself? Helping Connor escape. Jarviself's eyes widened. Half of his efforts since his rebirth had been spent hunting down Connor. He never expected that Virgil would secretly oppose him too. Rolf sneered again, looking at Jarviself with pity, saying, since you're dead anyway, I might as well let you die knowing. I love seeing people's furious expressions right before they die. Did you know? The more unstable the emotions, the easier it is to inject the chip, turning them into a masterpiece like Gillis. Rolf's expression was genuinely insane, but Jarviself kept his composure, not rushing. Rolf continued, while helping Connor escape, he used Connor's network to help his son, Nolan, grow rapidly. He also discovered your feud with Connor and learned that your father died in that crucial mine disaster. This gave Driscoll an idea to use you. He planned to deceive you into coming to his side to investigate the Spirit Essence organization, protect his son, and rescue his wife. Rolf's eyes were wide open. Jarvisel the truths fell into place logically, and Jarviself's breathing nearly stopped. Living for 200 years, he had indeed been outmaneuvered by Driscoll. However, Jarviself wasn't angry but burst into wild laughter. Jarvis his laughter echoed. Gillis instinctively triggered a command and slashed with his blade. Bang! Jarviself, gathering his energy, struck out with a palm strike that tore through Gillis's entire body. The force of the blow was extraordinary. Gillis's clothes exploded instantly, and the exposed flesh burst into fragments of bloody tissue. Jarvis the boundary between flesh and bone. Intricate mechanical structures extended from the chip. Jarviself paid no heed to this sight, his gaze fixed intently on Aloysius Hongshan. Stone Zhongshan's eyes widened in terror as he exclaimed, "You're not angry about this? Why isn't the device working?" Note: I've made some adjustments for natural English flow and consistency with previous parts of the text. Sir Zhongshan is referred to by his full name here for clarity. The informal address Xiaozug is translated to a more neutral tone to fit the overall context. I can't believe your device actually feeds on human emotions. Who would have thought? Virgil, it makes sense. Spirit-infused minerals are among the rarest and most peculiar forms of energy in this world. It's quite impressive that you've managed to develop them to this extent. In a way, you've provided me with some new ideas. This revision ensures the translation reads naturally while maintaining the original meaning and style. Jarviself stared at the other party. He was not just speaking offhandedly. He genuinely considered applying this ability to medicine, which could potentially advance modern medical technology by centuries. Virgil, these people, blinded by power and wealth, lived far better than most and were already among the elite, but they were never satisfied. Wielding such formidable power, they only thought of fulfilling their own desires, creating countless victims like his father. Note: the passage has been edited for natural flow in English while retaining the original meaning and tone. Originally, Jarviself was not a so-called upholder of justice. He wasn't foolish or naive. But at this moment, thinking of the pitiful Driscoll and Nolan, who had lost loved ones just like him due to being used, his heart burned with rage. With a thunderous boom. This appears to be a sound effect or onomatopoeia indicating an explosion or powerful impact. In English, it's more common to use boom, or with a thunderous boom, to convey this sound. Given the context of the story, I've opted for the latter to add more dramatic emphasis. Jarvis' surge of true qi exploded outward, and Jarviself's aura burst forth. Jarvisel the instruments were instantly rendered useless, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Paxton, plunging his palm fiercely into his heart. Immediately after, flesh and blood splattered from Paxton's body, nearly landing on Jarviself but slipping off a layer of skin formed by condensed true qi. To maintain consistency with the original text and ensure natural flow in English, Jarvis' surge of true qi exploded from Jarviself, and his energy erupted outwards. Jarvisel the instruments were instantly rendered useless. In the blink of an eye, Jarviself appeared in front of Paxton, driving his palm savagely into Paxton's heart. Blood and tissue from Paxton's body spewed out, almost landing on Jarviself, but it slid off a protective layer formed by condensed true qi. Seeing this, Rolf was taken aback, muttering, "You actually possess such an ability? Could it be that you have also researched the Jordan minerals?" Jarviself's gaze hardened, and he said coolly, "You have no right to ask these questions. Now it's my turn to ask you." With that, he clenched his hand, instantly crushing Paxton's momentarily softened heart. With a dull thud, a faint red glow emanated from Jarviself's pupils. This was the 7th level ability of the Heavenly Eye Technique, which allowed him to directly enter the opponent's mind and access their memories. The 8th level ability, on the other hand, utilized vast true chi energy to create a direct connection between wherever his gaze landed and himself. Paxton furrowed his brow slightly and remarked with surprise, "Well, your abilities far exceed my expectations." Jarvisel froze, muttering in surprise, "You can still speak? That's impossible, unless you also?" "Hee, you're too slow. It's already done." Stone Zhongshan suddenly reached out and grabbed Jarvisel, rendering his body immobile. Jarvisan electric current flashed through all of his acupoints in an instant, completely sealing his true energy. With the intensifying electric current, Jarvisel's entire body was enveloped in electricity. Then, Paxton suddenly pushed him forcefully, seating him back on the chair connected to the intricate machinery. Paxton tore open his shirt for Jarvisel to see clearly, the hard skin composed of white Jordan stones. No wonder he could evade the inside of Jarvisel's heavenly eye. "So, you've turned yourself into a cyborg, using Jordan stones to maintain your consciousness. Don't you fear divine retribution for such unethical actions?" Jarvisel sneered coldly, but it seemed that nothing could reverse the situation now. The corner of Paxton's mouth curled into a cold smile. "Regardless, this time you lost, Jarvisel." Jarvis, the electric current intensified. Jarvisel's entire body was enveloped by electricity. Then, Paxton suddenly pushed him forcefully, sending him back to the seat of the sophisticated machinery. Then, Stone Bell Mountain tore open the clothing on his chest, revealing to Jarvisel a hard skin composed of white Jordan ore. No wonder it had evaded the inside of Jarvisel's heavenly eye. Note: I have made some adjustments to ensure the translation reads more naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning and style. For instance, Stone Bell Mountain is used as a direct translation of Sirjongsan and Jordan or For Ling Yun Kong Sir to maintain consistency. Jarvis, additionally, I have adjusted the sentence structure to flow better in English. Jarvis expected. You've turned yourself into a cyborg, using the spirit, or to maintain your current consciousness. Jarvis, aren't you afraid of divine retribution for such an unethical act? Jarvisel sneered, but it seemed there was nothing he could do to change the situation now. Note: Jarvis adjusted the translation to ensure it reads naturally and maintains consistency in terminology and style. Rolf curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. "No matter what, this time you lost, Jarvisel." Note: for consistency in terminology and style, I've used Jarvisel as the character's name throughout the text. Jarviselso, Rolf, is used for the other character's name to maintain consistency. This edit ensures that the sentence reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning of the original text and maintaining the tone and style of the narrative. ##### chapter 451. Die together. The air around them buzzed, and Jarvisel's senses, which were dozens of times sharper than an ordinary person's, now became a tremendous burden. Under the piercing gaze of Paxton's sharp and cunning face, Jarvisel felt as if every part of his body was being suppressed. With a resolute bite of his teeth, Jarvisel tried to muster his strength, but the air responded with a dull explosion. Paxton took several hasty steps back in fright, only to realize moments later that Jarvisel was still trapped by the machine. He laughed even more arrogantly. "It seems even you can't escape this device. This is the trap I prepared especially for you. Go to hell." The next moment, as the remote control in Paxton's hand went dark, a massive current surged through Jarvisel's body. Paralyzed by the electric shocks, all his joints were numbed, and his acupoints were locked by the device, rendering him temporarily helpless. Holding onto the suspicious chip, Paxton inserted it into the device's slot. Jarvis' jolt of shock ran through Jarvisel. This was their method. Using this intolerable means, they intended to crush both the mind and body, injecting the chip during the most vulnerable moment. In this way, they aimed to forcefully retain the abilities and strength of a living person, then completely erase their consciousness, leaving behind only the physical form. Jarvisel despised this idea, thinking such people deserved to be eradicated. Was he truly at his wit's end? Using the last trace of his true chi, Jarvisel activated the Heavenly Eye Technique. His vision pierced through everything, revealing the intricate setup of the device. Despite the precision, a hint of fear crept into Jarvisel's heart. Virgil's, this device was indeed flawless. Jarvis, long as Paxton could continuously activate it, it would use Jarvisel's own internal true chi to enhance its defensive capabilities. This made the device stronger when faced with greater power and weaker against lesser resistance, making it perfect for trapping him. Jarvisel's vast reservoir of true chi actually contributed to the device's effectiveness, achieving its purpose perfectly. "It's over," Paxton cackled, watching as the device finished reading the silver chip and began preparing to forcibly insert it into the brain. Jarvis, that moment, an intense burst of light exploded from Jarvisel's pupils, accompanied by the sound of chanting in his mind. "Heavenly Eye Technique, awaken my divine power." Whose voice is this? Jarvisel frowned, suddenly feeling immense energy coursing through him. True chi poured from his pupils, filling his entire body. Jarvis, after a long silence, Jarvisel realized this voice belonged to his past self. He finally remembered some recollections. In his last moments before death in his previous life, he had used the 8th level of the Heavenly Eye Technique to gather residual space within his body. Thus, Jarvisel brought part of his past true chi into this life. Jarvisel, though far from his peak strength, the Heavenly Eye Technique, sensing his dwindling true chi, upgraded in this dire situation. The 8th level Heavenly Eye Technique allowed Jarvisel to reach out invisibly wherever his gaze focused. Using his surging true chi as a medium, he could influence the object of his focus. Clenching his teeth, he prepared to counterattack. FCZT, FCZT. The currents in the device began to fluctuate, warning lights turning red. Sensing Jarvisel's struggle, Paxton sneered, "Stop wasting your strength. There's no way out of my web." Clenching his teeth, Jarvisel knew human effort couldn't surpass destiny. The device's power depended on his own, always keeping him suppressed. The more powerful true chi he released, the more it countered. Silently turning his head, he focused his gaze on Paxton and the remote in his hand. Seeing this, Paxton smirked disdainfully. What? Not ready to die yet? It's useless to fight the Jordan organization. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, and the remote in Paxton's hand shattered, scattering pieces everywhere. Without the remote, the device's absorbed energy began to surge erratically. Virgiled, Jarviself continued releasing true chi. Stop. We'll both die if you keep this up. Paxton panicked. The remote wasn't for opening the device but for stabilizing it. Jarviself's powerful energy would cause the device to generate even more electricity. Understanding this, the boy seemed to intentionally adjust his breathing, sending Paxton into a full panic. Despite his advanced age, enhanced by mechanical modifications, he didn't want to die here. Turn it off. Do you want us both to die? Paxton struggled towards the device, enduring painful electrical shocks to pull down the threshold valve. In an instant, all operations ceased, and Jarviself breathed a sigh of relief, finally free. Whoosh! Jarvis' silver needle pierced Paxton's brain. That silver needle has no effect on me, huh? Just as Paxton began to mock, his brain momentarily froze. In that brief second, Jarviself leapt forward, grabbing his neck and throwing him onto the instrument's seat. You disabled my brain's chip with a silver needle, pausing my consciousness for a second. Your tactics are despicable. Roaring in anger, Paxton realized he was now completely restrained by his own creation. Before sending you to your death, let you experience your masterpiece. Jarviself panted, reaching out to activate the device. No, Jarvis! Paxton screamed, but in the specially constructed chamber, no one could hear his cries for help. Fear and despair enveloped Paxton as he transitioned from a vibrant state to a near-death condition. Jarvis, after what felt like an eternity, he regained consciousness, devoid of strength, mumbling incessantly. It wasn't me. They made me do it. Jarviself furrowed his brow, using the time to find documents on the nearby bookshelf. Reading through them, he learned that Paxton had been involved in purchasing minerals and, after a serious illness in middle age, became obsessed with extending human life through mechanical means. However, these weren't the details Jarviself cared about. Reaching out, he delicately inserted a silver needle into Paxton's forehead, saying calmly, "Since you can't speak, let me see for myself what I need to know." Chapter 452. Cutting off the root once and for Jarvisel. Jarvis, upgrading his heavenly eye technique to the 8th level, Jarviself could effortlessly manipulate targets using his true chi wherever his gaze focused. Jarvis and these abilities that he possessed could all be paired with the miraculous effects of the 8th level. This meant that not only offensive methods but also medical treatments, or even transformation techniques, could be subtly achieved when his gaze was focused. When Jarviself's heavenly eye technique reached the 7th level, he gained the ability to extract memories from a person's brain. Combining this with the capabilities of the 8th level granted him an almost demonic power. By focusing his sight, Jarviself could now immerse himself in a target's critical memories. In Paxton's memory, Jarviself easily found his connection with the Jordan organization. It turned out that more than 30 years ago, Paxton had already been under the control of a Sariah named Irwin. The most recent encounter was a few months ago when Paxton went to see Irwin in the capital city, after which he decided to return to the city as a leader. His sole purpose was to assist Irwin in manipulating officials in Yuzhou province. That meeting involved many important pieces of information. By delving into this memory, Jarviself uncovered numerous key factors. He could even experience firsthand how Irwin looked through Paxton's eyes. Jarviself observed through Paxton's memory in the office. He saw Irwin turn her head. Jarviself was utterly astonished. That face was indeed the same as the 4th Sariah in Connor's photograph. What surprised him even more was the facial structure, something Jarviself would never forget. The clearly defined jawline, the nearly sunken nasal bridge. No matter how much artificial augmentation she might have undergone, it was meaningless before Jarviself's eyes. Undoubtedly, this so-called Irwin wasn't just carrying the name of the former leader. She was precisely the female infant Jarviself had seen at the end of his previous life over 140 years ago. Exhausted from consuming his true chi, Jarviself panted heavily as he withdrew from the memory. Jarvis 140 years old, yet her appearance is still so young? Jarviself frowned slightly, finding it unbelievable. Even though he lived longer in his past life, he aged normally. How could anyone reverse aging? It seemed even more dramatic than resurrection. Jarviself rubbed his chin, unable to find an answer. Eventually, he speculated that the Jordan organization might have involved some ancient secret techniques and taboos. Irwin's appearance was typical of a chaotic demon. In ancient times, people like her would have been drowned in pig cages at birth. Who would have thought she'd become such a heartless killer today? It's not me. It's not my doing. I was forced. Paxton was trapped in a cyclical state of dementia, probably due to the malfunctioning of the device inside his body. Jarviself sneered coldly, showing no pity as he inserted a silver needle into Paxton's pupil and released true chi. The true chi ignited all the energy within the device, causing an explosive electrical surge that lit up the entire room like daylight. Paxton was burned black, his body dissolving into ashes. Jarviself calmly left the secret chamber and then the building. Jarvis' few bodyguards rushed out, but Jarviself easily waved them off like they were mere children. Nowadays, with my heavenly eye at the 8th level, ordinary people are no match for me. Damn it! The device on the mayor has been destroyed. One henchman clutched his alarm, watching the red light flicker on the screen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Jarvis another, clutching his injured abdomen, growled at Jarviself. You bastard! What did you do to the mayor? Do you know you're breaking the law? What? Breaking the law? Jarviself appeared before the man in an instant, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him overhead. Everyone was stunned by Jarviself's speed. They couldn't even follow it with their eyes. Your mayor committed unspeakable crimes. He must have killed over 100 people in his lifetime. Who will demand justice for those 100 lives? Jarviself's question left everyone speechless. Jarvis me. I'll give them an answer. Paxton is already dead. That's the best outcome for him. Dying by my hands was his lucky break. I advise you not to provoke me further, or I'll have to send you away too. Jarvisel flung the man over 10 meters away into an electric box, where he was electrocuted and looked thoroughly disheveled. No one dared to say another word as Jarvisel disappeared right before their eyes. None of the henchmen in the building dared to chase after him, especially without orders from the now-dead Alfonso Paxton, and knowing that outside there were more of Jarvis's men whom they feared. On the street outside, Jarvisel met Jarvis and handed over a stack of documents. Jarvis skimmed through them, finding that they were all detailed plans against his own organization. Jarvis finished. He asked, "Is all this real, or what?" Jarvisel raised an eyebrow, unwilling to elaborate. Jarvis swallowed hard, muttering as he read, "These higher-ups are just pawns of the capital. 10 years ago, I gathered all our internal forces in Yuzhou City, but the capital's organization wanted me to join them. I refused. I never expected they would secretly plot behind my back, colluding with officials to sabotage me. They not only fulfilled their goals, but also suppressed our local forces along the way. The saying goes, Jarvis Strong Dragon doesn't suppress the local snake. Even a child understands this, so how could the Jordan organization not know? They acted solely out of self-interest." Without another word, Jarvis turned and walked away. Jarvis called after him, "What about you? Did you find any leads in the capital?" "I did. I'll personally go and settle everything soon. This time, I must cut off the root once and for all." Jarvisel's tone was calm, but Jarvis sensed something different about him. Could it be those eyes, faintly glowing with an unusual brilliance? Meanwhile, in the Aloysius family residence, Jarvis Viv learned of his father's death and was dumbstruck. Who did it? Who did this? Jarvis Viv raged, wanting to smash the ashtray in his hand over the nearest person's head but hesitated and threw it to the ground instead. Glass shattered all over the floor. The person quivered, explaining fearfully, It was Jarviself. #### Chapter 453, The Grand Supreme Divine Needle. Jarviself? Didn't our Aloysius family already make way for him? We even gave him the project. He's still not satisfied. Jarvis Viv was so enraged that his face had turned completely red. Since he took over the management of the Aloysius family, although he controlled many things himself, he still often consulted his more experienced father, Paxton. Now with Paxton's death, Jarvis Viv, as the son, not only lost face but also lost his future protection, exposing himself to public scrutiny. Jarviself's actions were practically pushing him into a corner. Jarviself, I will never let this go. Never. Finally, Jarvis Viv raised his leg in fury and kicked away a nearby servant to vent his anger. Suddenly, Edric wearing sunglasses walked in. He smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Aloysius, I've heard about your father's situation. Please accept my condolences." Jarvis Viv frowned, sizing up the man before him. Confirming that he didn't recognize him, he immediately demanded, "Who the hell are you? Do I know you? Jarvis, and how did you get in here? This is my home." Outside the Aloysius residence stood well-trained guards who could hardly be breached by anyone, not even Jarviself in his prime. Virgil this Edric just walked right in. The man wore elegant white wristbands and responded with a slight smile. That Littingen wasn't hard. I just had a chat with the guards. "Mr. Aloysius, why don't we talk about how to deal with Jarviself?" "Deal with Jarviself? You have a plan? You haven't told me who you are yet." Despite his fear, Jarvis Viv, fueled by anger, was ready to take action if he didn't receive satisfactory answers. The man shrugged and explained, "Sorry, I forgot to mention. I'm the boss of Jordan Organization, introduced by Irwin to help your family handle Jarviself. You might not know what Jordan Organization is, but if I tell you that it was Jordan that supported your father, Paxton, in expanding the Aloysius family's business to its current size, would you be willing to listen?" With that, he slowly stepped forward and sat on the sofa inside the room, acting as if he owned the place. The audacity and confidence of this man alone had silenced Jarvis Viv. Swallowing hard, he began talking earnestly with the man. Jarvis the Shun residence. Jarviself had just entered and found an empty bed. Jarvis servant explained, "Stacy has been feeling unwell recently and prefers to go out for walks to clear her mind. She should be back soon." "I see. You may go now." Jarviself waved the servant away. His trip to the capital city was uncertain, possibly ending in life or death. Jarvis Dural, his current abilities differed from those of his previous life. In his prime last time, he couldn't completely eliminate Jordan Organization, and this time, could he really succeed? Perhaps Jarviself would only manage to avenge his father's death at the cost of his own life. A possibility he couldn't ignore. Therefore, each meeting with Mika felt increasingly precious. Lost in thought, the door creaked open, and Mika appeared, looking slightly haggard. However, her expression lit up with joy upon seeing Jarviself. Before he could greet her, someone else emerged behind her. "Jarvis Liza. Jarviself, you finally show up. Explain yourself. What happened to Driscoll?" Jarvis Liza's voice carried a mix of anger. While she had come to trust Jarviself, it was clear now that even he might not be able to solve Mika's condition. "Someone behind the scenes made their move," Jarviself said calmly. Jarvis Liza fumed. "I don't care who did it. Whose death matters to me. But you promised that Driscoll was crucial to curing Xuanhuan, and you failed to get the required item, leading to his death. Jarvis, are you telling me there's no cure for Xuanhuan's illness?" Her anger was evident. She seemed determined to give Jarviself no chance to explain. Jarviself replied calmly, "Driscoll is indeed dead, and I couldn't obtain the item. But what? There's no but. Listen, Jarviself, your engagement with Xuanhuan is hereby cancelled." Jarvis Liza shouted angrily. Mika quickly interjected to placate her. "Mom, you can't cancel an engagement like this. We're nobility." Mika tried reasoning, lacking other arguments. Jarvis Liza scoffed. "You silly girl. Why are you being so naive? The engagement was only verbal. When did you sign anything? If he can't treat your illness, I'll do it myself. My father, the renowned master physician, is still alive. Don't trouble your father-in-law. Let me try treating Xuanhuan." "Xuanhuan, lie down now," Jarviself said calmly. "Ichun, does this mean you can cure me now?" Mika asked, trusting Jarviself completely. She walked to the bed while Jarviself retrieved some silver needles and gently inserted them into her delicate skin. Jarvis Liza watched hesitantly, then coldly added, "If you can't cure Han Yin, I won't let this go easily." Mika was incredibly significant to Jarvis Liza after the Shin family took her in during her dire times and saved her life. Jarviself injected his true chi into Mika's body, focusing on her abdomen. He noticed an injury on her endometrium covered by various small mechanical devices. So that's it. Jarviself realized. It wasn't a biological virus but a high-tech device. Jarvis miniature instrument, created using advanced equipment to absorb human essence for growth, similar to bacteria. Only Jordan organization, which mastered Lingyun or technology, could achieve such precision. No wonder all medical methods had failed. With his upgraded 8th level heavenly eye technique, Jarviself could now see beyond the ordinary, detecting abnormalities within the human organs and cells. Jarvis this moment, Cade walked in slowly, watching Jarviself perform a peculiar needle insertion technique by targeting Mika's temples with 2 silver needles. Startled, Jarvis Liza cried out, "Jarviself, stop if you can't cure her. Don't risk harming Han Yin." Cade, however, was astounded. "I didn't expect to witness the grand supreme divine needle technique again after all these years." ####Chapter 454, The Heaven Chosen One. Tai Divine Needle? What is it? Jarvis Liza frowned, knowing well that Jarviselbert's remarkable experiences in his youth and some knowledge of medical techniques were perfectly normal. Jarviselbert nodded to himself and muttered, "It can't be wrong. From the technique and the distribution of silver needles on the acupoints, this is definitely the Tai Divine Needle. I never thought Jarviself's medical skills would still astonish me today." He felt incredibly fortunate that he had not misjudged Jarviself when they met half a year ago. Jarviself was truly an exceptional person. "Dad, tell me quickly, what exactly is this Tai Divine Needle? Can it really cure Han Yin's illness?" Jarvis Liza, who had long considered herself Mika's biological mother, asked anxiously. "Of course." Jarviselbert nodded affirmatively and began to explain. "You need to understand that the Tai Divine Needle is an ancient and miraculous healing method that has been lost in the world. It is said to have been created by immortals in ancient times to save humanity." Jarviselbert spoke about this myth-like origin. Jarvis Liza was speechless and immediately interjected, "Dad, come on, what age are we in now? We don't believe in your old stories anymore. Can you explain it in a different way?" This made Jarviselbert pause. He chuckled and said, "Fine, let me put it simply. This powerful secret technique will always carry some mythological elements. We don't know who created it, but we do know that this method has been passed down in China for at least 1,000 years. Ordinary doctors use it to treat common ailments like colds and diseases. Jarvis and ordinary doctors' use of the Tai Divine Needle technique is simple. They wouldn't dare apply needles to more than 3 acupoints simultaneously. But Jarviself's technique clearly surpasses the limitations of ordinary doctors. This could very well be the genuine Tai Divine Needle," Jarviselbert explained with evident admiration. Jarvis Liza grew even more anxious. "Dad, you've been talking for so long, but this needle technique is only legendary. You must know that even the hospital director couldn't diagnose Han Yin's condition as a conventional disease. It's hard to treat." Jarviselbert found it difficult to explain. Honestly, he also knew little about the so-called Tai Divine Needle. Just as he was about to try his best to explain, Jarviself spoke up. "Han Yin's illness is beyond your understanding. Jarvis, all I can say is that the Tai Divine Needle will certainly cure her. It's the supreme medical technique passed down to me by my master. Only a few days ago did I fully comprehend the true essence of this needle technique," Jarviself said, then gently inserted a silver needle deep into Mika's temple. The needle was almost touching Mika's eyeball, close to the white matter of the frontal lobe of the brain. Such a technique seemed too bizarre, and even someone without knowledge of acupuncture would find it unreasonable. "No, Jarviself, stop right now. If this is a technique you just realized, why should it be tested on Han Yin? What if her condition worsens?" "Stop," Jarvis Liza exclaimed. But Jarviselbert stopped Jarvis Liza from interfering with Jarviself. "Yenru, the capital city's Jordan organization is already suppressing Yichun. If we join them in suppressing him, wouldn't he have no way out? Crushing our own morale only boosts their spirit," Jarviselbert said with deep resolve. Jarvis Liza was emotionally agitated, shaking her head vigorously. "No, Han Yin is my Aliyah. Even if she's a step Aliyah, she's still my Aliyah. I can't let this outsider experiment on my Aliyah like this." "What kind of experiment? Han Yin is your Aliyah, but isn't she also my grand Aliyah? Regardless, I trust Jarviself. Let's wait here quietly for the result." Thankfully, Jarviselbert trusted Jarviself, and Jarviself breathed a sigh of relief because any interruption during the Tai Divine Needle procedure would cause severe harm to the patient and potentially backlash against the practitioner, leaving Jarviself bedridden for half a month. Time ticked by, and Mika's complexion gradually turned rosier. Seeing this improvement, Jarviself sighed with relief and pressed the silver needle deeper into Mika's temple. "Jarvish, Yichun, it hurts." Mika gritted her teeth, her face contorted in pain. Seeing this, Jarvis Liza grew even more frantic, shouting, "Stop, you're trying to kill her." Jarviself remained silent, while Jarvis Liza hesitated upon seeing Jarviselbert's stern and resolute expression, preventing her from interfering. Finally, Jarviself abruptly pulled out the silver needle from Mika's temple, revealing a layer of black substance on the needle. He calmly explained, "This is the toxin that had seeped into her brain. To clear the virus from her body, we must ensure that the toxins leave no side effects." "How do you plan to clear the virus? Even modern medicine's most advanced instruments can't achieve this," Jarvis Liza questioned. Understanding her concern as a mother, Jarviself didn't argue but focused on Mika's abdomen. There were countless mechanical viruses inside. The most terrifying part being that they contained spiritual energy which could absorb human vitality. Worse, the number of these viruses had increased recently, indicating a replication or reproductive ability. Jarviself aimed to eradicate the root cause. Concentrating on Mika's abdomen, he gathered his entire true chi, causing a low rumble in the air. Jarvis' golden light flashed over Mika's body, startling Jarviselbert, who remarked, "It's happening again. Jarviself, you truly are the heaven-chosen one. This light proves it." "What? What light?" Jarvis Liza blinked, unable to see any light. Jarviself guessed that his 8th level heavenly eye technique was so potent that Jarviselbert, having a strong blood connection with Mika, could perceive part of the golden light along with her. Jarvis Liza, as a stepmother, saw nothing. When the treatment ended, Jarviself removed the silver needles from Mika's face one by one. Jarviselbert was utterly shocked, stepping back, disbelief in his eyes. Misinterpreting the situation, Jarvis Liza questioned, "Jarviself, did you kill Xuanhuan?" But the next moment, Mika opened her eyes slightly and murmured, "Mom, I want some water." ##### Chapter 455, Reborn. Water? Someone, quick, bring water. Jarvis and fetch Esau, Jarvis Liza commanded, then moved closer. Mika had indeed awakened, but her complexion was much weaker. Jarviself instructed softly, "Xuanhuan, your illness is cured, but you need to rest well over the next few days. I will prescribe a medicine for you to take once a day for 3 consecutive days, and you'll be back to normal." Jarviself's voice was somewhat weak. Even using the complete Tai Divine Needle would consume a lot of mental energy. However, this secret technique that surpassed the Ghost Gate 13 needles was a bit of an overkill for treating the small tricks of the Jordan organization, but it was a necessary measure. Jarvis Liza noticed Jarviself's pale face and immediately challenged him, "Jarviself, do you ever tell the truth? My Aaliyah looks so bad, and yet you say she's cured? You must be out of your mind thinking about joining the Shin family." Jarviself didn't respond, but Mika held Jarvis Liza's hand and whispered, "Mom, Ichun really did cure me. I feel much better. Don't listen to his nonsense. Only a professional doctor can judge if you're truly better." Due to Driscoll's death, Jarvis Liza had lost some trust in Jarviself and only believed in her own judgment. When Esau arrived, he brought a complete set of medical equipment. Glancing at Jarviself, who looked as if he hadn't slept for days, he scoffed, "Mrs. Nadia, I must remind you that every examination comes with a fee. Jarviselso, Stacy's illness cannot be cured by any supposed martial arts techniques. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do, but..." Esau pushed up his glasses while muttering, "But there's no need to specially seek out herbalists or traditional Chinese doctors. Those people are just scammers. If sticking a few needles into someone could cure diseases, why would we need professional doctors, right?" Within a few sentences, he had belittled Jarviself to rock bottom, leaving Jarvis Liza red-faced and insisting, "Please conduct the examination. The Shin family doesn't lack money." "Hemph, even if you don't lack money, you shouldn't waste medical resources, right? Clearly, wealthy people like you have no brains and are easily deceived by those scammers. It's painful for me to see that money wasted instead of used on professional treatment." Jarvis, he spoke. Esau began examining Mika, hooking up all the tubes and electronic instruments. The data slowly started to display. He continued to introduce the latest medical instruments, explaining, "This device integrates many types of testing equipment, allowing comprehensive life sign checks and automatic comparisons with previous patient data. The last time we examined Stacy, the results were expected to worsen. Just look at the platelet count." His face suddenly showed shock as he observed the data. From blood indicators to body, bones, organs, and blood vessels, all metrics had returned to optimal levels. Even brain activity had significantly increased. This was nothing short of a medical miracle. "Impossible. This can't be possible. I need to retest." Esau hurriedly continued the tests, suspecting a mistake in his procedure. The corners of Jarviself's mouth curled slightly as he remarked, "Esau, does it really matter if you use the instrument one more time? Wouldn't that be wasting medical resources?" Esau didn't argue further and ignored Jarviself, conducting 3 consecutive tests, all showing minimal variations. Finally, Mika opened her eyes and said quietly, "Esau, I want to walk around a bit. Is it okay?" Esau swallowed hard, hesitating. He glanced at Jarviself with a strange and fearful expression. Jarvis' bizarre illness that the top medical team in the province couldn't handle, now cured effortlessly without surgery or chemotherapy. Unbelievable. "Originally, you shouldn't move, but since your metrics have improved beyond expectations, you can try walking." Mika nodded and got up from the bed. Initially, Jarvis Liza accompanied her, moving at a very slow pace and appearing quite dejected. But now, she walked with ease, even hopping joyfully, taking deep breaths and finding everything fresh, especially the air. Jarvis, that moment, she felt reborn. Mika then turned to Jarviself with tears of gratitude, shouting, "Ichun, I'm really better. Thank you. I knew you would come to save me." She ran towards him, rushing into his embrace. Jarviself scooped her up in a princess hold, his face radiating affection. This scene left the onlookers stunned and speechless. Could love create such miraculous healing? Jarvister dismissing Esau, Jarviselbert called Jarviself aside for a private conversation in a meeting room. "This time, you've caused too much trouble for me to clean up. Jarvis allowing you to treat Xuanhuan was the best compensation I could offer. Fortunately, you won the bet," Jarviselbert said in a low tone. "Betting? I didn't think of it as a bet. Jarviself, though it was my first time using the Tai Divine Needle, I was confident," Jarviself replied confidently. Jarvister all, he had used these medical skills before, saving over 100 lives in his past life. Through this experience, Jarviself gained a deeper understanding of the Tai Divine Needle. Its true effectiveness wasn't just in reviving the dead, but in rapidly addressing various constitutions and toxins. "Even so, Ichun, I can no longer help you," Jarviselbert sighed, tears welling up in his eyes, as if he were an old warrior reflecting on his decline. "Why, old Ford?" Jarviself was surprised. No matter how powerful the Jordan organization was, it seemed excessive to make someone like Jarviselbert, who once resembled a war god, become so submissive. Just then, the door opened, and Jarvis Liza walked in, declaring, "Jarviself, you heard it. Enoch doesn't want to help you anymore." Jarviself couldn't contain himself. His eyes flashed with a faint green light, preparing to act. In the next moment, he saw a faint emerald glow in Jarvis Albert's mind. That's a goo insect. Chapter 456. Good news. Jarvis arrives. Goo home? Where did you get this goo home? What nonsense are you spouting again? Jarvis Liza said angrily. Though Jarvisulf had saved Mika, she hadn't forgotten that Mika's calamity was originally due to Jarvisulf offending some powerful figures behind the scenes. Jarvisan with the Shin family's vast wealth and influence, there was no need to align with Jarvisulf in a showdown with those major players in the capital. His actions now were only dragging down the Shin family. Jarvis Liza had already decided this time to play the bad cop and expel Jarvisulf from the Shin household. Enough, Ichun. There's no need for explanations. The Shin family has nothing more to do with you from now on. Jarvis Albert sighed sadly, revealing a tinge of sorrow. So what if you saved Hanyan? The Shin family wants peaceful development. Your presence brings nothing but chaos. Just as he finished speaking, Jarvisulf suddenly acted, pricking Jarvis Albert's forehead with a silver needle. Jarvis Albert's eyes widened in shock. This scene frightened Jarvis Liza immensely. She rushed forward angrily. Jarvisulf, what are you doing? You want to kill Alphonse Maximilian? I will report you to the authorities. Jarvis stirred her angry rebuke. Jarvisulf's expression turned serious. Alfonso Damnadia, have you forgotten who helped you resolve the conflict with Pepper? The Qinglong organization was under my control, not the methods of someone from the capital. Jarvis Liza paused, frowning as she asked, what is the Qinglong organization? Who is Pepper? What are you talking about? Jarvisulf, who had been carrying anger, suddenly became more aware. What? Realizing something might be amiss, Jarvisulf immediately focused his chi energy at the pupils of his eyes and directed his vision towards Jarvis Liza's brain. Sure enough, a dark green guhong was slowly wriggling. Jarvisulf used another silver needle on her. Jarvis Liza clenched her teeth and murmured, Jarvisulf, you will reap what you sow. How can it possibly be me reaping what I sow? I am the retribution for all of them, Jarvisulf muttered coldly. He hadn't anticipated they would act now, especially since out of respect for Alphonse Maximilian, he rarely used his heavenly eye technique within the Shin household, giving the Jordan organization a chance to exploit this loophole. Under Jarvisulf's observation, he soon identified the origin of these dark green guhongs. Searching through his past memories, he quickly found an answer. This type of guhong originated from the northern wilderness, where it was used to control human mental thoughts. Initially, because its effects were too weak and difficult to cultivate, research into it had been abandoned. Later, due to medical studies, it was found useful in treating congenital dementia. Therefore, a small group secretly researched it further, using the guhong for medicinal purposes. In ancient medicine, this insect was called the green dementia bug. However, the bugs in their brains weren't the original green dementia bugs. Clearly, the spiritual power of the Jordan had strengthened the effectiveness, completely influencing their thoughts. Fortunately, Jarvisulf's current skills were high enough, and he planted a stream of true chi in their brains when focusing his vision. Following Jarvisulf's grunt, the guhongs in both their minds were thoroughly crushed. This time, Jarvisulf didn't present the guhong as evidence and didn't bother explaining. Jarvistor, they regained consciousness, he calmly said. Since the Shin family doesn't want me, there will always be a place that does. I've always said I never intended to marry into your Shin family. Jarvistor saying this, Jarvisulf intended to leave, but unexpectedly, Alphonse Maximilian spoke up, Ichun, please wait. It's strange. Why do I believe in Ichun deep down, yet my words keep contradicting that belief? What is wrong with me? Jarvis Liza sighed, staring at Jarvisulf. Jarvis Albert exhaled deeply, then calculated on his fingers and quickly said, Ichun, did you help remove the Jordan organization's method from us? Jarvisulf hesitated. Despite his toughened heart, it wasn't made of steel. He eventually softened. They use many means, including planting guhongs in your brains. There's no point explaining too much now. These enemies must be dealt with by me personally. You just take care of Hanyan and wait for my good news. Jarvis Albert walked over and held Jarvisulf's hands. Child, you are the one I chose, and I trust you entirely. I don't remember why I said those things earlier, but I unconditionally support your decisions. Jarvis, that moment, Jarvisulf felt as if he saw a glimpse of his late father. Ever since father left, Jarvis Albert was the only one who had made him feel even a bit of paternal love. Perhaps not quite paternal love, but more like the support a grandfather gives to his grandson. Jarvis mentioned by his deceased father, his grandfather had studied traditional Chinese medicine, which may explain why Jarvisulf could activate his lineage, a karmic inheritance left by his ancestors. I understand. Please rest assured, Alphonse Maximilian. Jarvis, this moment, Jarvis Liza sighed and murmured, Ichun. Although I also wish to support you like Alphonse Maximilian, the Shin family is indeed a massive conglomerate and cannot blindly follow an uncertain path. If the entire Shin family were destroyed, the outcome would be far crueler than you imagine. Suddenly, Jarvisulf's phone rang. He answered. It was Brendan's voice. Listening to Brendan recount the results of the Jade Project, Jarvisulf smiled faintly. Brother Zhao, your timing is perfect. Bring the team in quickly. In the Shin residence meeting hall, Brendan led a professional team holding thick files, detailing the profits from the Jade processing and sales project. To date, we've only completed half of the end-to-end service. We've already recouped all initial investments and even achieved a 20% profit. We plan to support the Chengxin Pharmaceutical Company with this part of the profit, given that Alphonse Chun contributed significantly to this project. Brendan looked at Jarvisulf, who waved his hand. This portion, I'll give it to the Shin family. Jarvis Albert and Jarvis Liza were amazed. They had no more complaints. Brendan continued, we expect additional project profits to exceed 1.4 billion yuan, conservatively estimated based on market changes. It could be even higher according to market trends. Jarvis, a supporting party, the Shin family should receive at least half of the extra profit. Given the Shin conglomerate's annual income of around 300 million yuan, this single project alone can bring 2 years' worth of revenue to the Shin family. Chapter 457, Piercing the Heart. Nearly 2 years of returns. Is this true? How can I believe it? Jarvis Liza narrowed her eyes. Jarvis, although she never inquired about the Shin family's specific annual income, she had confidence in her team. No matter how successful a project may be, how could it defeat an entire conglomerate by itself? If you say there's no funny business here, even a dog wouldn't believe it. Jarvis Liza picked up a financial report from the table and glanced at it casually. She didn't intend to confront Jarvis directly. After all, the Shin family was built up under her care, so their achievements and reputation were precious to her. Alfonso Nadia, you don't seem to understand our Zhao Corporation. In Xuanhuan County, there's a saying that not a single transaction can escape scrutiny, nor can any mischief occur because our group originally comes from the accounting industry. Brendan stood up and gave a signal to his assistant. Jarvis' neat-looking female secretary adjusted her glasses confidently and said, Alfonso Nadia, please look here. This shows the complete return on investment for this project. Under the large screen, the secretary gave Jarvis Liza and Jarvis Albert a detailed explanation. Jarvis got up and walked out at this point. Brendan's project succeeding was expectedly good news, and he needed to prepare fully for what lay ahead. Lately, he had noticed informants from the Jordan organization nearby, but he had lost interest in them since he decided to confront Jordan head-on. With Paxton dead and the personnel not moved, it meant the information wouldn't reach the Aloysius family. Thus, Jarvis needed to settle another score before leaving Yuzhou City. In Connor's group photo, besides Irwin, one person still lived in some hidden corner, constantly causing trouble. What? The Zhao Corporation announces a renewed partnership with the Shin family? That damn scoundrel. My plans are ruined. Jarvis slammed the table angrily with the financial report in hand. Don't get so worked up. Didn't I say that Jarvis isn't easy to deal with? The Edric wearing sunglasses opposite him remained unperturbed. Jarvis' eyes flickered. He felt utterly enraged and pointed at the other man furiously. Kyle, listen to me. I won't trust you again. Your poor judgment has led to over half of our Jade investment funds being absorbed by Zhao Corporation. Continuing will only cause greater losses. Kyle's gaze hardened, seeming impatient, but he eventually chose patience, explaining slowly. I advise you not to rush, Mr. Aloysius. Indeed, my strategy caused you to invest heavily just as Zhao Corporation was about to pull back. But do you think the Shin family would give up easily now? They must aim big. Let me tell you, Jarvis has great ambitions. If you patiently cooperate with me, you will win in the end. You should know, I, Kyle, am the most famous investor in Beijing. I would never deceive you. He gave Jarvis a final chance out of respect for Irwin, who had asked him to help deal with Jarvis. Kyle, at 40 years old, had seen nearly flawless success in his investments throughout his life. There was no need for him to bow to the Aloysius family in Yuzhou City, but he owed Irwin this favor. So even if Jarvis was incompetent, he was willing to tolerate him. Who knew that Jarvis suddenly slammed the poker table and shouted, What kind of investment genius are you? Regardless of who you think wins, I can't be the loser. My father was killed by that bastard Jarvis. If this continues, I'll be ruined. I have to find a way to kill Jarvis. Jarvis, aren't you an informant for the Jordan organization? That lit some people. I'll pay, and we'll hire killers. Originally, Jarvis was just Paxton's puppet, having only a few elite bodyguards to his name. With the news of Paxton's death, Jarvis developed a deep enmity towards Jarvis, and his mental state completely collapsed. Now, holding the wealth of the Aloysius family worth billions without Paxton's guidance, he was like a cripple. Cal saw this too. He tilted his neck, removing the white cufflinks from his wrist, and said indifferently, No matter what you say, now is not the best time to act against Jarvis. I still don't know enough about him. Beijing was Kyle's home turf, not Yuzhou City. He couldn't accept any possibility of failure. Then scram. I don't need you. I'll contact someone tonight to take out that brat. Jarvis stormed out angrily, leaving Kyle sitting alone, pondering why Irwin had warned him about Jarvis. It wasn't just that Yuzhou City wasn't their territory. Scarier still was that the core members of the 10 families seemed terrified of Jarvis, their mental states breaking. I guess I really need to meet Jarvis personally. How long has it been since that mining disaster? The last public appearance was at the disaster site. Kyle smiled meaningfully. That night, Jarvis received a call and smashed his phone in fury. The Qinglong organization won't take the job, top-notch assassins refuse to. Might as well die. With all my money, I can't buy Jarvis' head for a few billion? Jarvis was furious, deformed with rage as he contacted more than a dozen underworld figures who all refused upon hearing Jarvis' name. Even the Qinglong organization threatened him not to harm Jarvis. Is this kid really invincible? Or what? Jarvis thought he had misheard. A voice emerged from the darkness. Startled, the room lights turned on, revealing a young man in simple clothing with jade-colored eyes, who said coldly, Sorry, your time is up. Jarvis, go to hell. Jarvis pulled out a gun and fired wildly. But Jarvis moved faster, jumping out the window. With no surveillance cameras around, Jarvis grew more agitated, aiming to shoot again but was restrained from behind. Jarvis, he turned. A knife pierced through his heart. Chapter 458. Jarvis killing blow. Ugh. Jarvis gritted his teeth, staring wide-eyed at the face before him. It was Gillis, the person he trusted most in this life. Jarvis tried to speak, but found that the stagnant blood from his heart had blocked his throat. He abruptly grabbed a gun and fired it, creating a hole in Gillis's head. Jarvis, sizzling sound of electric current emitted from the bullet-riddled hole, and Jarvis finally realized. Of course, his father Paxton had taken Gillis for secret experiments, leaving him as just a body under someone's control. This meant Jarvis not only murdered his own father, but also seized control of Gillis. Slipping in through blind spots of surveillance and escaping through the window was an outright humiliation to the entire Aloysius family. Even if the security officer came, they wouldn't find any clues. This moment, Jarvis showcased his best performance in his lifetime. He quickly grasped the sophistication of Jarvis's move, but the long knife that pierced his heart was laced with toxins that paralyzed him completely, leaving him no way to counteract. In just half a minute, Jarvis Viv lost consciousness, spitting out blood before sinking into death. The Gillis facing him also fell backward at that moment. The next day, when the security officers arrived at the scene, the headlines of Yuzhou province read, "The current head of the Aloysius family was assassinated by a former killer at home, and both died on the spot." Including the disappearance of Paxton a while ago, experts could only attribute the unresolved case to Gillis's betrayal. Jarvis for Jarviself, no one could associate him with the case at all. That night, after leaving, Jarviself went on a shopping spree with Mika at the province's most famous shopping mall, generating multiple alibis. The next day, Jarviself planned to continue accompanying Mika to enjoy their last moments in Yuzhou province. However, a protocol attendant approached him then, presenting a bouquet of flowers and smilingly said, "Brother, buy this bouquet for your girlfriend? It's not expensive, just 520 yuan. Startled, Jarviself instinctively used Heavenly Eye Pupil Technique to observe her and glanced at the flowers, finding nothing amiss. Mika showed interest in the flowers and happily said, "Jarviself though died. These pink roses have a distinctive beauty. Buy them, Ichun. I really like them." Since recovering from her illness, she spoke more confidently, though her frail condition seemed to have left its mark, giving her words a rare elegance. "Sure." Jarvister confirming everything was fine, Jarviself paid for the flowers. "So fragrant." Mika sniffed the pink roses, bringing them close to her nose. Jarvis this moment, the protocol attendant leaned over and whispered to Jarviself, "There's a gentleman who wants to see you outside, waiting for you in a corner of the cafe. He said he has some spirit vein minerals." The attendant shrugged, clearly just delivering a message. Jarviself frowned, immediately sensing something was off. This must be someone from the Spirit Vein organization. Had the Spirit Vein organization sent someone to find him right after Jarvis Viv was dealt with? Truly interesting. "Nolan, watch over your Alphensoster mother. If anything happens to her, I won't forgive you," Jarviself said without turning back, speaking lightly. He felt fortunate to have brought Nolan along today as precaution. With Nolan's skills now reaching top-level assassin status, he nodded seriously and whispered, "Don't worry, Alphensoster, I never fail." Jarviself walked out towards the cafe. No matter who the person was, he needed to meet them face to face. Jarvis Neon brave enough to confront him directly was preferable to those who operated in the shadows. In a corner of the cafe, Edric wearing a white sleeve guard and a brown windbreaker pretended to read a newspaper. Jarviself ordered something and sat opposite the man despite the puzzled looks from the staff. "You don't seem to be carrying any spirit vein minerals. Did you lure me here with this word just to finish me off?" Jarviself asked coldly once seated. With his advanced Heavenly Eye Pupil Technique, Jarviself instantly discerned that there wasn't even a trace of spirit vein minerals on the man. Kyle chuckled, examining Jarviself closely. "What's wrong with your eyes? They say you're hard to handle, yet you're blind. Planning to kill me publicly? Even if you were godlike, wouldn't that be foolish?" Jarviself remained silent, recognizing the sharpness of the man's mind. With him in front, he still had ways to ensure this encounter would be a one-way trip. "Just tell me, why did you come looking for me?" Jarviself calmly inquired, intending to converse further. Jarvister a brief introduction, Kyle added, "Jarvischually, Erwin sent me. Do you know what this name means to me?" Jarviself lifted his head slightly, revealing an intense glint in his eyes. Sigh. Kyle took a deep breath, shaking his head. "You emanate too much killing intent, good for intimidating small fries, but against those weird beings, you'd suffer despite your power. Do you know how people easily fail? By being too goal-focused. I know what Erwin means to you, your father's murderer. Your haste to avenge your father exposes your ultimate aim. If you can't deceive your enemy, you may not defeat them. But I can help you with that." Kyle sipped his coffee, enjoying the moment. His composed demeanor impressed Jarviself, making him hesitant to act rashly, given his ability to terminate the man instantly. "How do I know you're not here to deceive me as my enemy?" Jarviself countered. Kyle handed him the newspaper. On opening it, Jarviself saw the date from several years ago, the date of the mining disaster. The headline detailed the leak of mineral secrets, and this newspaper had only circulated within Yuzhou province. "Where did you get this? Who are you?" Jarviself frowned, realizing this man's identity wasn't simple. If he was sincere, it could be a lethal blow to Erwin. Chapter 459. The truth comes to light. "I just introduced myself, didn't I? I'm an investment genius in the capital." Kyle straightened his tie, with a look that appeared harmless. But at this moment, Jarviself understood that this man before him was the most powerful and cunning individual he had ever encountered. Yet here he was offering a partnership. "Can I ask a question? Why are you helping me? Is it because you have a feud with Erwin?" Jarviself frowned. Kyle did not respond directly but shifted his gaze away, saying slowly, "People like Erwin, who do too much evil, will eventually offend others. Perhaps I am just one of them. In fact, over the years, I've noticed quite a few people. They all want Erwin dead, but most of them have failed. Jarviself, you're the most promising person I've come across," Kyle said calmly. "So, it's settled." Jarviself breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't care about Kyle's explanation at all. His only intention was to find an opportunity to let Kyle reflect on past events, then use the power of the heavenly eye to accurately judge whether there were any elements of lying in Kyle's thoughts. The result was clear. This man genuinely wanted to work together against Erwin. So straightforward. "You're indeed no ordinary person, Jarviself. I won't let you down," Kyle smiled excitedly. Initially, Kyle thought using Jarvis Viv could test Jarviself's abilities, but now it seemed unnecessary. Jarviself, who controlled almost the entire resources of the Yuzhou provincial city, still possessed such decisive decision-making power. He was clearly not a mere pool of water. "The deal is simple. I can help you against Erwin, and you only need to help me against Erwin. Under her surveillance, my chances to communicate are rare. This time, I need to tell you that the Nadia family, as a century-old medical family, intends to ruin your reputation at their upcoming birthday banquet. They will definitely make a move." Kyle's words made Jarviself fall into deep thought. Jarvister a long pause, he replied casually. "I expected something like this. The methods they might use are not too varied. I won't let them succeed. Is there anything else? Here are 3 addresses where Erwin resides. The specific location each day is unknown, but this information took me over 20 years to gather, he said as he handed a piece of paper to Jarviself, who accepted it and found 3 Beijing addresses written inside. There was no way to verify this information immediately, but under the piercing gaze of the heavenly eye, Jarviself confirmed Kyle was not lying. It was reasonable for Erwin, the leader of the Jordan organization, to possess such awareness. What can I do to help? Having received such critical information, Jarviself naturally wanted to repay Kyle in some form. Unexpectedly, Kyle stood up, preparing to leave. He said calmly, when you come to Beijing, I'll arrange for someone to meet you. Jarvisel, I want is for you to kill that bastard Erwin. She must die before my eyes. This time, Kyle's tone turned furious. Even by sound alone, it was evident how deeply he hated Erwin. Jarviself nodded. Everything was within his plan, but occasionally disrupted by the Jordan organization. Now, everything seemed to be going perfectly according to plan. Jarvis breeze blew through the cafe, and nobody knew that in this corner. A loosened cog was once again slowly turning due to external forces. Jarvis, the Shin family mansion, Mika and Jarvis Liza were having a lively conversation. Mika, pure and beautiful, and Jarvis Liza, sexy and enchanting, formed a pleasant sight. Jarviselbert watched them, laughing heartily. It's been a long time since we had such a cheerful atmosphere in our Shin family. Thank you, Ichun. I didn't misjudge him. Jarviselbert murmured. Jarvis Liza nodded and explained, indeed, I wrongly suspected him, but since he came, Alfonso Rio has behaved strangely. Why does that boy have such hostility towards Ichun? If you say so, I don't understand either. Jarvis, the saying goes, flies don't bite an uncracked egg. That kid has never measured up to his elder brother. Speaking of which, after Hanyan and Ichun's engagement, we should also go abroad for a trip. Hearing this, Jarvis Liza froze. That man whom Jarvis Liza had loved from childhood. Unfortunately, due to family disputes, that man married another Soraya and had Mika. Jarvis Mika's biological mother passed away. Jarvis Liza never gave up trying to return to the Shin family. Her eyes reddened slightly, and she said softly, Dad, we must help Ichun seek revenge soon. No matter how formidable the power in Beijing is, we cannot stand idly by. You finally see the light. Jarviselbert sighed. Just then, Jarviself entered and said calmly, Alfonso Rio has been manipulated by the Jordan organization. Jarvis, the time, I couldn't discern the worm in his brain, but now I'm 90% sure. Ichun, when did you arrive? How do you know all this? Jarviselbert asked urgently. The Jordan organization has a regional manager named Jarvis in the provincial capital. He provided me with clues. Jarvis, and it was also he who incited Alfonso Rio to mistake me as your illegitimate child. Jarviself no longer referred to Alfonso Rio as uncle. Calling him second uncle was out of place given his actions. Hearing these truths, Jarvis Liza's heart tightened. Never thought you did so much for the Shin family behind the scenes. I always assumed you had ulterior motives. I was too narrow-minded. Jarvis Liza lowered her head, feeling ashamed. In front of a young man like Jarviself, nearly 2 decades younger than her, it was the older person who acted immaturely. Especially when that night, Jarvis Liza even considered seducing Jarviself to set a trap for him. Jarviself smirked. My eye condition fooled you all along, but it's my duty, isn't it? Thank you for your hard work, Jarvis Liza nodded. Suddenly, she realized something odd and blushed, glaring. What? You mean your eye condition? Fool us? Did you fool me? Jarviself shrugged, his jade green pupils darting, landing on Jarvis Liza's chest, and giving a knowing smile. Jarvis Liza felt a rush of embarrassment. That night, she had stood naked before Jarviself. Could it be that Jarviself had seen her completely exposed? Hey mom, we're family. Ichun wouldn't blame you. Mika, oblivious, tried to console. Jarvis Liza could only laugh awkwardly. You're right. Ichun is a good man. Hashtag chapter 460. Heartfelt connection. Of course, mom. Jarvis Dural, even I can't help but admire Ichun. Mika said with a proud grin. Jarvis Liza smiled knowingly and teased her. You're right. Everyone in Yuzhou City has witnessed your high standards over the years. How many aristocratic young masters have you turned down? The Li family's 2 young masters were so infatuated with you that they even offered tens of millions as a dowry, but still couldn't take you away. Isaac? He can't be compared to Ichun. Mika sneered disdainfully, complaining under her breath. Standing beside them, Jarviselbert suddenly chimed in with a teasing smirk. Oh, you little girl, now you finally recognize Ichun's worth? Do you remember how you begged me to cancel your engagement with Ichun? If not for his broad-mindedness, he would have left long ago. Just enjoy it. Jarviselbert's words were harsh, making Mika blush furiously. She waved her hand hastily. Jarvish grandfather, at least I'm still your grand Leah. Give me some face, huh? She grabbed Jarviselbert's wrist like she used to do when she was younger, pouting and pleading. Jarviself watched this scene and felt an inexplicable sense of warmth and happiness deep inside him. How strange. In his previous life, as a divine physician who saved countless lives and made indelible contributions to society, he could have been regarded as a saint. Virgil, in this reborn life, he was caught in the web of something as simple yet profound as happiness. Most men wouldn't pursue mere happiness, but for Jarviself, this time it was different. He had already lost a family once. Having finally found another, he vowed to protect it with all his might. Besides, for Jarviself, this wasn't much of a challenge at all. Jarvis and Nadia, you've misunderstood me again. Jarvis, the saying goes, 3 strikes, and you're out. Please don't do this again next time. Jarviself relaxed his brows and tried to blend into this happy moment. Jarvis Liza chuckled heartily, fully opening up to Jarviself for the first time, nodding and agreeing. Of course, not anymore. Soon enough, you'll be part of our family. Jarviself frowned slightly, looking at Jarviselbert in surprise. Jarviselbert gave a mysterious smile and explained. We've decided to arrange the engagement between Ichun and Hanyan next month. These matters should be resolved quickly, and by then, you'll celebrate properly with Xuanhuan. By then, you will be one family. The arrangement sounded promising, but Jarvisulf still harbored some reservations. He hesitated, saying, Vince, I appreciate your kindness, and I am truly sincere towards Xuanhuan. But my father is no longer here, and Toby hasn't been found yet. I understand your concern. On your wedding day, you want Toby and Jarvis and Hunt to stand in for your parents, right? Jarvisulbert's vast experience allowed him to see through Jarvisulf's unease immediately. Jarvisulf nodded, explaining calmly, since my father passed away, only Toby and Jarvis and Hunt have taken care of me. I've been doing everything possible to find them. No problem. Not only can they stand in for your parents, but they can also attend the wedding in the future. However, they must contribute financially. Jarvisulbert laughed heartily. Before Jarvisulf could react, Mika hurriedly clarified, Grandfather, please don't let Ichun misunderstand. Money isn't an issue for him. The current market value of Zhongxin Pharmaceutical Corporation has surpassed 100 million, which matches us sins perfectly. Ichun, what Grandfather means is that you won't have to become a part of the Shin family. Isn't this what you've always wanted? Mika and Jarvisulbert exchanged glances with a smile. Jarvisulf managed a faint smile. He hadn't felt this genuinely happy for a long time. Beside them, Jarvis Liza observed this scene with deep emotion. Jarvisulf, though marrying into the Shin family fulfilled her youthful dreams, she often felt guilty about her own family. Ichun, if you ever need anything, just tell me. I'll help if I can. I owe you after misunderstanding you twice, and I don't want any misunderstandings between you and Xuanhuan because of me. Jarvis Liza acknowledged Jarvisulf wholeheartedly. Jarvisulf shifted the conversation. That's exactly what I've been waiting for, Jarvis and Nadia. I have something important to ask for your help. Jarvis, and it has to be you. Help you? Jarvis, and it has to be me? What could it be? Jarvis Liza was curious. In a few days, please come with me to attend your father's 80th birthday celebration at the Nadia family residence. How does that sound? Jarvisulf smiled. Jarvis Liza froze in surprise, touched that Jarvisulf was still considering her needs. Grateful, she said, thank you, but later learned from Jarvisulf that there was another purpose, to have Godric help him go to Beijing. With the Shin family and Jarvisulf bound together by mutual interests, everything would depend on their respective actions. Night quietly descended, and Jarvisulf lay beside Mika in bed. How do we sleep like this without your grandfather worrying? Jarvisulf raised an eyebrow with a playful smile. Mika playfully punched his chest, teasing, what's wrong? Not satisfied? Want other women to join us? I didn't mean that, Xuanhuan. Now that we are about to get engaged, I'll focus entirely on you. Jarvisulf waved his hand, not wanting to deceive her. Which man doesn't have certain desires? But Jarvisulf, having experienced countless women across 2 lifetimes, understood the essence of life after 2 centuries. Those physical and emotional temptations weren't eternal. Mika, however, was perceptive. Throughout her time with the Shin family, she heard rumors about Jarvisulf but never doubted his sincerity. She said softly, Ichun, I only want you to be happy. During my illness, I wondered if I would eventually leave your life. So I realized that I don't want to restrict you in any way. I just want to do everything that makes you happy because you make me feel so secure. Mika embraced Jarvisulf, and they instinctively drew closer together, their hearts resonating deeply. Jarvisulf's last bit of guardedness melted away, and soon he conceded. Finding a Soraya who truly connected with him and shared his life took Jarvisulf 2 lifetimes. He kissed Mika's lips, and under the warm candlelight, their hearts melded into one. The day of Nadia family's birthday celebration arrived soon, and Jarvisulf had already arranged everything at the Zhongxin Medical Clinic. ###Chapter 461. Extra preparations. The Nadia family Alfonso was an ancient estate built many years ago. It was said that the former master of the Nadia family had been an official before becoming a landlord, which explained the grandeur of the mansion, a resemblance to modern princely palaces. On this day, visitors were pouring in incessantly, even more splendid than Jarvisulbert's 80th birthday banquet back then. Please come in, everyone. Today, we will not discuss any business matters or tangential topics. This is merely my birthday celebration, and I invite you all to join me in raising a toast. Cheers! Maiden announced, drawing thunderous applause and cheers from everyone present. But standing in a corner, Jarvisulf remained composed, his gaze scanning every person at the event with keen intensity. Jarvis, that moment, Nolan stood at the back and remarked calmly, though Braden says so, only those who came simply to offer congratulations are truly carefree. Some with ulterior motives may be plotting mischief as we speak. Jarvisulf nodded in agreement. Exactly, so we must be extra cautious. This will be our last operation. Once this succeeds, I can personally go to the capital and settle accounts with the Jordan organization. Jarvisulf, though they already had intel from Kyle, Jarvisulf felt the need to prepare for any contingencies. He had waited for this day for too long. Nolan smiled faintly and suddenly said, Alfonsoster, don't worry today. The outcome might surprise you. What? Did you make additional preparations? Jarvisulf asked, somewhat taken aback. In a way, but you remain the main focus. With your abilities, you'd never be anyone's supporting cast, right? Nolan began to flatter him. But Jarvisulf knew Nolan well. He was straightforward and would never insinuate anything indirectly. It seemed he had fully re-evaluated Jarvisulf over this period. Suddenly, someone called out Jarvisulf's name loudly. Jarvis, the owner of the clinic funded by Braden for 20 million yuan recently, Jarvisulf was greatly anticipated. I need to attend to them now. Ensure everyone's safety at the banquet. Jarvister instructing Nolan, Jarvisulf left. Standing there for a while, Nolan took a deep breath and murmured, Father, I finally understand why you told me to follow Alfonsoster-chun. He is indeed an extraordinary person. Even under such dire circumstances, he still thinks of benefiting all humanity. He is the true physician. Compared to Alfonsoster, any other doctor in the world would seem inferior. Now seated in the most prominent position, Jarvisulf basked in the adoration of the crowd. Alphonsine bigwigs from both the business and political worlds attended, and astonishingly, even TV reporters were present. Moreover, many partners of Jiangxin Pharmaceutical also joined, turning this into a promotional event for Jarviself. Only now did he grasp what Nolan meant by extra preparations. They intended to deliberately raise his profile in Yuzhou province before he left. While Jarviself outwardly just went along with it, inwardly he found it fitting. This way, his movements in Yuzhou province would be exposed to the eyes of the Jordan organization. Sometimes, the safest place is the most dangerous one. The least expected moment is the best time to launch a counteroffensive. Jarvis that moment, let them secretly inform each other. His ultimate goal would definitely be achieved. Zhao Group presents a set of Tang Dynasty Sankai pottery. Xuanhuan Mining presents a collection of rare minerals. The Shin family from the provincial capital presents a painting by Mr. Qi. The Ouyang family presents a box of precious herbs. One gift after another arrived, all from prominent families. Given the high-profile nature of this birthday banquet, it certainly rivaled Jarviselbert's. Those who came here were mostly influential figures in the provincial capital, and their gifts were priceless and renowned. Just as Jarviself was about to present a few Dazeo pills, Ria, the matriarch of the Ouyang family, stood up. She had always had a grudge against Jarviself and seized the opportunity. Seeing that Jarviself wasn't presenting anything particularly valuable, she called out to everyone. Cough, this Jarviself is a young man Braden values greatly. Remember, he once came from nothing, and Braden has done much for him. If not for Braden, there wouldn't be the Jarviself of today. If Jarviself doesn't present the finest gift tonight, it won't do. Isn't it said that your Jiangxin Pharmaceutical made over 100 million yuan in just half a year? Jarvis' decent gift wouldn't be excessive, right? Ria's eyes were filled with mockery, clearly doubting Jarviself could produce something impressive. The crowd also began to cheer on, curious to see what grand gesture Jarviself would make. Virgil's, yes. We're all eager to see the gift. Jarvis Dural, Chinshini, can you imagine what kind of gift would match the identity of Chinshini? Hurry up and show us. Jarvis' perfectly fine birthday party was transformed into a competition due to these provocations. The cacophony of male and female voices created a chaotic scene. Braden grew worried. Knowing Jarviself was not one to compete, he interjected, everyone, please don't cheer. It's the thought that counts, no matter what gift you bring. I will humbly accept whatever you offer. Unexpectedly, Jarviself responded, no need to defend me, Braden. You have done so much for me. I should present a good gift. Braden swallowed hard. Ria sneered immediately. Stop being stubborn, Braden. Even he knows that if he didn't prepare a proper gift, it's his own fault. Our prestigious families of the provincial capital wouldn't look favorably on ingrates. Ignoring her, Jarviself withdrew the improved Dazeo pills and explained calmly, these 2 Dazeo pills I'm giving you were carefully prepared, using medicinal ingredients like black wu root from Su Mountain, Lingji mushrooms from the southern jungle, and red danwood from Jarvis, Australia. Mentioning ingredients almost extinct, he was met with derisive laughter. Jarvis, are you kidding? Dr. Chin, these ingredients you mention have been extinct for over a decade. Where did you get them from? Do you have magic? Someone jeered, calling experts to inspect. Ria sneered even louder. Jarviself, you send fake items and aren't afraid of ridicule? To everyone's surprise, Jarviself smiled faintly and retorted, what about you, Ouyang Lao Tai? Isn't that box of fake herbs more embarrassing for the Ouyang family? Hashtag chapter 462. Someone is sabotaging. The fake herbs I sent? Nonsense. They were all precious medicines imported by my son from abroad. How could they be fake? It looks like you're just jealous and trying to discredit them. Ria was becoming agitated. Jarvis, a nearly 70-year-old Soraya, she was usually respected wherever she went in this setting, but Jarviself was deliberately opposing her at every turn, which she found intolerable. But this only made Jarviself more resolute. He glanced at the experts who had approached and said, since everyone here is so professional, why don't we first check the authenticity of those medicines? Check it then. Who's afraid? Ria immediately dragged the 2 experts away, angrily barking orders. To ensure the authenticity, use professional equipment for testing, and there must be no mistakes. I want to see who dares say my medicine is fake. When the box was opened, Jarviself gave a disdainful glance at the herbs and said calmly, look at the cracks on those medicines. They've been sewn together. If you're checking, start with those seams. Cracks? Medicine can have cracks? This is ridiculous. Is this what the great healer of Yuzhou province is about? We came from the neighboring city thinking we'd meet someone powerful, not to be laughed at. Virgila, if it weren't for Godric's birthday banquet, I would have left long ago, remarked some brash young men who clearly didn't know their place. Jarvis that moment, Jarviselbert interjected, lifting his hand, young friends, please show some restraint for my sake. Old Shun, Jarviself is going to be my future grandson-in-law. Hell no. Shin family's grandson-in-law? Sir Shun, you're being fooled. This kid has vision problems and still calls himself a godly healer. Isn't he just treating people like fools? Jarvis in saying the herbs have cracks? Even the experts are confused. The young men all recognized and respected Jarviselbert, but none of them believed in Jarviself's abilities. It was understandable. Recently, Jarviself had focused on cultivating relationships with influential figures, so the younger generation, unaccustomed to high society, naturally didn't know the weight of Jarviself's name. Let everyone see for themselves. Nolan shouted from the side, a confident smile on his lips. Only now did Jarviself understand Nolan's strategy. He had deliberately invited people unfamiliar with Jarviself's reputation, using Godric's birthday banquet as an opportunity to boost Jiangxin Clinic's fame. Jarviself felt a twinge of appreciation. He hadn't expected appointing Nolan as the clinic's representative to yield such unexpected benefits. Jarvis, during inspection, the experts indeed found unusual seams in the herbs. These strange patterns? I thought they were antler velvet textures, but they're actually cracks. Beep. Jarvis' strange sound rang out from the instrument, leaving everyone speechless. This wasn't just about fake medicines. Even the materials used for the forgery weren't medicinal. Unbelievable. They really are fake medicines, and the material used is chemical compounds. Patched up? Eating this would actually harm someone? Jarvis, and it contains toxic substances, highly irritant ones. Such drugs are banned overseas. Where did your son get these, Alfonso de Moyang? Suddenly, the murmurings grew louder than ever. Jarvis turned to leave, but Ria panicked. No way. Impossible. These were definitely sourced by my sons. My sons are expert doctors I personally trained. They couldn't possibly make mistakes. Jarvis must be behind this. Me? Your imagination is running wild. Old lady, these Dazeo pills specifically enhance the brain. Would you like a couple? Initially, Jarvis hadn't wanted to be too harsh on the Ouyang family, but Ria had gone too far, especially joining forces with the Jordan organization to target Driscoll. This was utterly unforgivable. Despite everything, Ria insisted, shouting, "It must be your fault. My sons cannot be wrong." The room buzzed with murmurs, indecision rife. Just as Jarvis was about to speak, Sheridan stepped forward and slapped a file down in front of everyone. Here's information I retrieved from the prison. Your two sons, Finian and Trey, are both implicated in smuggling illegal drugs from abroad. This seems to be a common tactic of the Ouyang family. Jarvis, for your third son, who recently returned from studying abroad at the same school as his brothers, local authorities have already tracked his movements. Without a hospital, he'll soon join his brothers in prison. Alfonso de Moyang, instead of lecturing others, why don't you focus on educating your own children? Jarvis, least prevent them from harming others? They're nothing but parasites to society. Sheridan's words drove Ria to the brink of mental collapse. You bitch. I'll kill you. Parasites? You're the parasite. Why not let them handle the medicines? Drugs might be illegal abroad, but not here. They treat diseases. Why can't these medicines work? You powerful people are sick. She spilled secret after secret, her sanity completely shattered. Everyone, initially wanting to intervene, was now speechless, stunned by the revelations. Mrs. Ouyang, I never imagined your understanding of medicine would be so flawed. Bringing you here truly shames the Nadia family, sighed Godric, covering his face in shame. Only now did he realize that Jarvis wasn't causing trouble, but helping him eliminate a dangerous companion. Soon, the police arrived, and Jarvis handed the scene over to Sheridan and Nolan to handle. Employees of Jingshin Clinic helped clean up to ensure the banquet could continue. To prevent Godric from getting upset, Jarvis had someone escort him inside to rest. Godric, please calm down. I've had long-standing grievances with Alfonso de Moyang, but I didn't expect her to act so outrageously today, Jarvis explained calmly. Godric waved his hand and replied, they don't understand you, but I do. Jarvis told me about the 2 Dazeo pills. They're miraculous. I misunderstood you, thinking you were short of funds. Sometimes, we old folks aren't even half as capable as you. But speaking of which, Ichun, even if you care deeply about my birthday banquet, bringing everyone from Jingshin Clinic seems a bit much, Godric hesitated. Though he considered Jarvis a confidant, he doubted Jarvis was that profit-driven. Jarvis's eyes flickered, and he spoke softly, you noticed, haven't you? To be honest, there's someone sabotaging behind the scenes. Chapter 463, Virgilars of Grievances. Someone is manipulating things behind the scenes? Who could it be? Godric was somewhat surprised. Considering his status, few in Yuzhou province would dare to cross him, so the enemy must not be insignificant. Godric realized this immediately. Jarvis didn't beat around the bush and explained calmly, it's naturally the Jordan organization. This is partly my fault, Godric. In their eyes, since you've helped me, you're now a thorn in their side, just like me. Godric stared at Jarvis for a long time without saying anything. In his heart, he still had a clear sense of judgment, much like Elder Shen. He also had his own family member closely tied to Jarvis. However, unlike Elder Shen, Godric had more enmity than cooperation with people from the capital. Even though I have some opposing relations with those from the capital, supporting you at this moment might not be wise. But Ichun, you are a young man I recognize and approve of. I'm willing to spend my remaining years helping you, Godric said, his image instantly becoming noble. Jarvis wanted to make a pledge on the spot, but instead, he chuckled and joked, Godric, dealing with the Jordan organization is something you don't need to worry about. I came here today only to ask for a small favor. What I want is tangible help. For moral support, no thanks. He shrugged. Due to his jade-colored pupils and the 8th level of the Heavenly Eye Technique, he had already seen through Godric's true feelings. Despite wanting to help Jarvis, he felt powerless. Godric's lifelong endeavors couldn't be jeopardized in an instant. Even if he trusted Jarvis completely, there was still the issue of Jarvis Liza. Godric was taken aback and remained silent. Jarvis, for a while, he finally spoke slowly. You seem to understand not just my relationship with those in the capital, but also that we have old grudges. You're trying to use me to help you fight them, aren't you? Jarvis waved his hands hurriedly. You guessed half right. Virgils, I do want to use your connections to contact the capital, but I just need to sneak into the capital quietly. I don't need you to go personally. Unexpectedly, Jarvis actually had the courage to challenge the Jordan organization on his own. Godric laughed softly and then said slowly, Ichun, you may not know, but my Aliyah Jarvis Liza is now married into the Shin family. Jarvis, you should be well aware. If our Nadia family helps you, the Shin family might not cooperate with you. Jarvis, for this issue, I've already thought of a solution, Godric. Just see who I've brought. Jarvis raised an eyebrow, and one of his subordinates went out to call someone. Come in, Mrs. Jarvis, all right. The moment that Soraya's voice was heard, Godric's eyes widened instantly. The moment Jarvis Liza appeared, Godric's hands trembled, and he clenched his teeth angrily. Why are you back here? Dad. Jarvis Liza swallowed, glancing away, unable to speak. You lied to Ichun last time, telling him we had resolved the Nadia family issues, but you made it worse. You ignored my advice and insisted on marrying into the Shin family. How can you have the face to come back? Godric's emotions surged, paying no heed to the others present. Jarvis gestured for the outsiders to leave, glanced at the uneasy Jarvis Liza, feeling some pity, and said, Godric, Oren knows about this. What? Ichun, you? Godric was speechless. Virgil hours ago, Jarvis Liza's secret engagement to Jarvis Albert's son led to the estrangement between the Nadia and Shin families. It took a long time for the relationship to improve. Jarvis Liza severed ties with Mika's father, only to reunite after Mika's mother passed away. To Jarvis Liza, it was love, but to Godric, it was disgraceful and tarnished the Nadia family's honor. Later, Mika's father went abroad for studies, and the Shin family and the Nadia family reconciled. From then on, the Nadia family severed all ties with Jarvis Liza. She remained quiet for a while before silently helping the Shin family handle business matters, leaving Godric with mixed feelings about the Shin family. When I found out you were married into the Shin family as their grandson-in-law, I deeply regretted helping you. But Jarvisulf, you are truly a person of great talent, and I don't want to bury that potential. Just stay out of our family affairs. Godric turned away, seeming resolute. Jarvisulf replied, Godric, you plan to spend the rest of your life helping me deal with those dogs in the capital, yet you don't wish to spend even a little time resolving misunderstandings with your bloodkin? Jarvisulf had already asked Hermes Qing to investigate the Nadia family story thoroughly. The next step was to convince the Nadia family to stand on his side. Misunderstandings? What misunderstandings can I have with her? Godric frowned in surprise. Jarvis, that moment, Jarvis Liza suddenly spoke up. I don't know if they are misunderstandings, but Dad? That word, Dad, caused Godric to shed tears unconsciously, turning away so that no one would see. Jarvis Liza continued, isn't the true leader of the Qinglong organization you? Godric froze, utterly shocked and speechless. Jarvisulf smiled slightly. Everything unfolded as expected. Jarvis Pepper cut ties with him. She secretly contacted Jarvisulf, discussing her relationship with Jarvis Liza. Jarvis the Bray auction, Jarvisulf became very concerned about the connection between Jarvis Liza and Pepper. Coincidentally, Hermes Qing had been manipulated by the Qinglong organization before, which left unresolved issues. It was unexpected that the final investigation pointed to the provincial hospital collaborating with the Chengxin pharmaceutical company. The true stakeholder of the provincial hospital was actually the Nadia family, a renowned medical family. When Hermes Qing discovered this, he immediately informed Jarvisulf. Intuition told Jarvisulf that this was likely the reason for the relationship between Jarvis Liza and Pepper. Through further investigation, Jarvisulf learned that Jarvis Liza indeed used this connection to mediate between the Nadia and Shin families. I sent xuanhuan abroad to ease your concerns. Over the years, I've almost gained 30% control over the Shin family. I believe I can help you seek justice. Jarvis Liza declared confidently. Jarvisulf's heart sank heavily. Years of buried grievances were finally about to be revealed. Chapter 464. Things fall into place. Jarvisulf had always been curious about the whereabouts of the young master of the Shin family, Benjamin, who was actually Mika's biological father. In his youth, he fell in love with Jarvis Liza but, due to family arrangements, ended up courting a young lady from Beijing. Jarvis, through the young lady from Beijing, passed away due to unforeseen circumstances. Benjamin chose to elope with Jarvis Liza again. Despite being frowned upon at the time, Benjamin disregarded his family's objections and left the Shin family to study abroad. This departure lasted for 10 years without any news. The trail went cold here, but Jarvisulf did not give up. While engaging with various enterprises of the Shin family, Jarvisulf also uncovered the true catalyst for the division within the Shin family back then. This was an almost openly known secret in Yuzhou province's capital city, stemming from Patriarch Jarvis Albert's indiscretions in his youth. Upon returning from the battlefield, he indulged in promiscuity and betrayed a mentally unstable Soraya, who was, in fact, Godric's younger sister. Isn't it all ancient history? What purpose would it serve to seek answers now? Godric never expected his Aliyah, Jarvis Liza, to disappoint him so much by living her life in secret for his sake. Jarvis Liza had made up her mind and confessed her feelings to Jarvisulf. During this period with the Shin family, she nearly forgot her real mission. But Jarvisulf had made a bet, and this moment was the time to settle the results. I haven't chosen the Shin family. I firmly stand on my own side. Dad, without Jarvisulf, you, I, and my step-Aliyah Mika might not have survived until today. With just your word, I will immediately use this 30% share to demand that the Shin family kneel and apologize to our Nadia family, to right the wrongs done to my aunt. Jarvis Liza's words were forceful, and Jarvisulf could feel the decades-old grievances buried within them. So, it seems after your sister was betrayed, she must have faced considerable slander and criticism. What was her outcome? Jarvisulf suddenly felt intrigued by this dramatic story. Godric's eyes turned distant as he sighed deeply, explaining, back then, the Shin family was a prominent financial powerhouse, while our Nadia family inherited medical skills through generations. In an era that didn't value medical science, our family's influence was far from matching the Shin family, which is why Yinru couldn't smoothly marry into their family. My sister suffered the same fate, but I never thought such a thing would happen twice. First, it was my sister Nadia Meiling, who was lively and very cheerful, surpassing me in her medical prowess. However, she fell in love with someone she shouldn't have, Jarvis Albert. It's not entirely his fault. He wasn't a bad person, but other elders of the Shin family were despicable. For the future of the Shin family, they imprisoned my sister, forcing her to deny pregnancy and their relationship. They wanted to preserve the honor of the Shin family and deemed my sister a disgrace. They drove her insane. Jarvisulf was taken aback. He knew the Shin family had a past with the Nadia family, but never imagined it to be so vile. So, this is the reason for the split within the Shin family? Jarvisulf realized. Godric nodded. Correct. Only through these actions did Jarvis Albert finally earn my forgiveness. But since he bore the surname Shun, he could only beg for my forgiveness. My sister has remained a scandalous Mad Soraya in the eyes of the people of Yuzhou province. This perhaps explained why the Nadia family maintained such a low profile. Knowing Godric as one of the top medical experts in the country, even birthday banquets were kept humble, limited to close friends and family within the province. Truly heartrending. Godric, choose. I can vouch for Jarvis and Nadia. She already has substantial evidence against the Shin family, making it easy to force them into submission. Jarvisulf narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Jarvis Liza's heart raced anxiously. Jarvis, this very moment, Jarvis Albert was talking with Mika outside. If Godric issued an order, the conflict between the Nadia and Shun families would flare up instantly, bringing to light the past blood-stained history. Reopening old wounds usually wouldn't yield positive results, and Jarvis understood this best. Forget it. Godric sighed, his eyes revealing endless weariness. The real mistake was the outdated concept of matching social status. The ones truly deserving condemnation are those old men. Now we've become old too, so speaking of grudges makes no sense anymore. Godric shook his head helplessly. Clearly, this was an act born out of despair, yet he chose to forgive and said calmly, "You young people have your own affairs to handle. Not avenging my past grudge was already a regret. If I acted impulsively, it would result in mutual destruction. I don't want to see those evildoers prevail. So this time, when Jordan organization does harm to Yuzhou province, I cannot remain idle." Godric looked earnestly at Jarvis and said, "The provincial hospital collaborates with Beijing in transporting medicine, and many doctors can avoid scrutiny from Beijing officials due to prioritized medical supplies. Through this method, you can easily enter Beijing. Jarvis, and once you signed a 20 million yuan agreement with me, I harbored the secret wish to take you as my disciple. Thus, one clause included listing you as a nominal doctor under the provincial hospital. Therefore, without any additional maneuvers, we can arrange for you to join this medication transportation team." Everything was falling into place. Jarvis quickly gripped Godric's hand and nodded. "No words can express my gratitude, Godric." Jarvis, long as he could successfully infiltrate Beijing, his goal would be halfway achieved. Godric nodded and glanced at Jarvis Liza, who breathed a sigh of relief, feeling immensely fortunate. Forcing her to suddenly betray them and confront the Shun family would cause her immense pain. This was actually a gamble proposed by Jarvis, betting that Godric wouldn't act out of spite. He gambled correctly. Godric chose forgiveness, and events unfolded positively. "Why don't you two catch up then? I won't interrupt this rare fatherly moment." Jarvis breathed a sigh of relief and let the two talk privately. Outside, voices still buzzed. Jarvis exhaled. Everything was unfolding as he expected. Kyle's intelligence seemed less accurate. Although there were Jordan organization spies around, they didn't dare act rashly. It seemed they lacked inside collaborators, ensuring nothing would go wrong as long as Godric hadn't defected. Just as he thought, a sudden scream erupted from the crowd. "Help! Move aside! It's going to explode!" Explosion? Jarvis frowned, his heart sinking. Before he could react, a powerful explosion erupted among the crowd, deafening and sky-shattering. Chapter 465, Priority Handling. Where did the bomb come from? Jarvis' eyes widened as his gaze penetrated through everything and locked onto the explosion site. Jarvis discovered a corpse, almost shattered beyond recognition. He was bewildered. He knew that some individuals were under the threat or control of the Jordan organization, but he never expected that in this era, the Jordan organization would be so bold to use a human body as a fuse and detonate the parasites inside it directly. Is this what human alchemy means? Jarvis clenched his fists, anger burning in his heart. The limits of the Jordan organization had sunk this low. Originally, he thought they had already gone too far by using human bodies for elixir refinement to pursue immortality, but he never imagined they would actually use life-consuming methods for such invasive terrorist attacks. Boom! Explosion after explosion occurred, each turning a manipulated, human puppet into minced meat. Jarvis, although the explosions didn't cause fatal injuries to others nearby, the shock waves were still considerable. The shock waves rapidly spread the poisons originally contained within the human puppets around them. Jarvis could barely track the diffusion of these deadly toxins with his vision. Jarvis of them were deadly blackheart anesthesia. This poison, refined from anesthetics that could treat external wounds, when combined with venomous parasites, became a lethal substance that could cause rapid organ failure. Alphensoster, hurry, help them. Nolan rushed over, saying anxiously, "Fortunately, senior brothers Jarvis Lair and Israel have experience and have already urgently relocated the elderly and frail injured." Jarvis, are there enough universal medicines? Jarvis followed Kyle's advice and prepared several measures. If everything was in place, the situation wasn't too dire. "There's enough, but some patients' injuries are extremely severe." Jarvis, Nolan reported. Soon Jarvis Lyra and Sheridan wheeled over at Edric. Seeing the skin on the stretcher turning black, Jarvis squinted. This man was practically dead. Jarvis, that moment, journalists around started filming. Sheridan's rebukes were futile, and Nolan swallowed hard, his face pale. "Sorry, Alphensoster, I didn't expect things to turn out like this." Initially, they aimed to promote the capability of the Jiangxin pharmaceutical employees, but unexpectedly faced an enemy who cared nothing for results, a carnival, likely to turn a comedy into tragedy. However, Jarvis remained calm, speaking gently. "Relax, I'm here." He held a silver needle in one hand, piercing it into the forehead of the man with blackened skin. Jarvis, that moment, a well-dressed Soraya approached, collapsing onto the man's body and sobbing hysterically. "Husband, my husband, why did you die so young, leaving me alone with your fortune? Wah, what a pitiful Soraya I am." Beside her, Jarvis Lyra consoled, "Alfonso, damn, please don't worry. With Dr. Chin here, your husband will not die." "You're babbling. He's not breathing." The lady glared at Jarvis Lyra, and it was unclear if she wanted him dead or alive. Jarvis coldly replied, "You all step back. This man's life is temporarily preserved, but Alfonso, damn, your condition doesn't look good." Jarvis, he spoke. His pupils glowed oddly as he stared intently at the lady. The lady snorted. "What problems do I have? This birthday party has failed miserably, even causing explosions. Is this some kind of entertainment? I tell you, whether my husband lives or dies, you'll pay up. Best give me 100 million. Jarvisa." The lady suddenly shrieked as Jarvis plunged a silver needle into her forehead accurately. "What happened?" "They say the famous Dr. Chen, despite his eye disease, accidentally stuck the needle on this madam." Journalists began murmuring, creating a stir. Unexpectedly, Jarvis Wolf casually moved the needle, guided by his true chi. Jarvis he reached out to pinch the needle. The lady struggled but found herself immobilized. Next, Jarvis Wolf swiftly withdrew the needle, pulling out a long black parasite from beneath the lady's skin, about 15 centimeters in length. This scene was captured on camera, and the journalists erupted. We misunderstood the godly doctor. He didn't make a mistake, but saw the parasite in this madam's brain, extracting it effortlessly. Is this related to the parasite incident in Yuzhou province recently? Jarvis dealing with the lady. Jarvis Wolf continued treating the Edric with needles. When the lady regained consciousness, her face flushed red as she remembered what she said earlier. She quickly exclaimed, "Godly doctor! I spoke rashly. I shouldn't have said that. Please save my husband. No matter how greedy I am, I don't want to lose him. He loves me most." Whispers and cries for help mixed in the surroundings as Jarvis Wolf coolly replied, "It's not your fault. The parasites are the tools of the Jordan organization, exposing human weaknesses and stripping people of their free will." Jarvis Wolf mentioned the Jordan organization, openly before the cameras. His medical skills refreshed everyone watching live. The blind, godly doctor rumored to have eye problems turned out to have such formidable skills. In the capital city, thousands of miles away, Erwin sat with her leg crossed, applying a mask while watching the live broadcast. She scoffed coldly. "The Tai divine needle? This man looks like he can really survive. Jarvis Wolf isn't to be underestimated. We cannot allow this tiger to fester any longer." She rubbed her chin and whispered, "Kyle, what's wrong with that boy? Why haven't we heard from him?" The lady, Kyle, went missing today and was not seen at the Nadia family's birthday celebration in Yuzhou. A man with a mustache reported respectfully. Erwin scoffed again, picking up her phone and dialing a number. "Jarvis, now, take care of this guy. We no longer need to recruit him. He cannot be left alive." She vaguely realized that Jarvis Wolf was different from previous troublemakers and needed priority handling. Elsewhere, Jarvis Wolf used the Tai divine needle to bring the man back from near death and then retrieved another needle to treat the next patient. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of true chi appeared not far away. Jarvis Wolf frowned. Apart from himself, someone else possessed such formidable strength? That direction led straight to where Gideon and Jarvis Liza were staying. Chapter 466, Leaving it to you. Trouble, Godric is in danger. Jarvis Wolf's heart sank. Things had escalated this far, and yet the enemy hadn't given up. Kyle was right. The Jordan organization was indeed hard to deal with. This attack was more severe than the previous bidding incident and much more cunning. This was clearly a ploy to divert attention. I have to go find Godric, but who will take care of these patients? Jarvis Wolf's resolve wavered for a moment. In the past, he would have risked everything for his goal without hesitation. Was this fame and success? In this life, Jarvis Wolf had constantly been influenced by worldly matters, leading to this moment of frustration. Jarvis abandoning all treatments here would mean losing many lives, but if he didn't leave, Godric and Jarvis Liza would be doomed. The plan to confront the Jordan organization might be interrupted. Nolan, Jarvis Wolf clenched his teeth, determined to carry out his plan even at the cost of what he cherished. Nolan dashed over and whispered, "I've arranged for the scene to be secured. Don't worry. No more complications will arise. The situation is already critical. Godric is in danger. Hurry and go there." Jarvis Wolf pointed in a direction, feeling some regret. When training Nolan, Jarvis Wolf didn't care about most people's lives, so he only taught Nolan combat skills. If Nolan were left here to treat and save people, it could be disastrous. Virgil's. Nolan didn't hesitate and rushed into the inner room. Through Jarvis Wolf's vision, inside the room, Godric and Jarvis Liza had been subdued by several men. There were over a dozen of them. How did they infiltrate so quietly? Jarvis Wolf had no time to think. He drew out silver needles and sternly commanded, "Bring all the patients over quickly." One needle after another went in, gradually improving the patient's conditions. However, there were over 300 guests at the birthday banquet, nearly 200 affected by the toxic explosion, mostly severely injured. In just 5 minutes, using Tai divine needle technique, Jarvis Wolf saved 30 lives. Jarvis' cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Cries erupted from the crowd. "Why is this happening? Dad, don't die, Dad." Jarvis Saraya's anguished cry tore at everyone's heart. Even the journalists were moved. They shed tears but maintained professionalism, capturing the scenes and aiding rescue efforts as best as they could. But in many hearts, the suffering from this incident was unavoidable, and their only hope lay with one person, Jarvis Wolf. Phew, Jarvis Wolf felt immense pressure. This wasn't the time to save people. Jarvis he was about to abandon everything and leave. Sheridan, Jarvis Lyra, and Yoel appeared. Ichun, don't worry. Lau Alphonsox has distributed the medicine. More time was wasted because Jarvis Lyra vanished, Jarvis Lyra observed anxiously, having never seen Jarvis Wolf so breathless. Sheridan scoffed. Where did that scoundrel Jarvis Lyra run off to? Jarvis, such a crucial moment. Not seeing him around. Did he flee? I saw Nolan go into the inner room, and Jarvis Lyra mentioned something and then disappeared. Yoel chimed in. Jarvis Wolf paused and suddenly asked, Yoel, how has your medical skill progressed? I must leave now, and the reputation of Zhengxin Clinic may have to rest on your shoulders. Me? Jarvis, are you kidding, Alphensoster? Yoel panicked. His previous master was Alphensoster G, with whom he was used to the significant gap in age, knowledge, and capability. Even after being handed over to Jarvis Wolf, he couldn't shake this habit. Jarvis Wolf looked at the patients being wheeled over and handed a packet of needles to Yoel, saying indifferently, the ones with intricate patterns inside are called 7-star plum blossom needles. Use the disease-removing acupuncture method I taught you. It can effectively stimulate acupoints to counteract toxins. Jarvis steward. He left, leaving the three bewildered. Can I really do this? Yoel took a deep breath, wide-eyed. The pressure was overwhelming. Jarvis Lyra also struggled to process the situation. She wanted to help Jarvis Wolf but felt inadequate compared to her past self. What are you waiting for? Yoel, take charge of the treatments here. Carissa, assist Yoel. Do you still remember the nursing skills I taught you? Sheridan decisively commanded. Hearing this, Jarvis Lyra perked up and nodded immediately. Understood. I almost became our clinic's head nurse, and I believe I'm no worse than Sister Jarvisan. Thus, amidst the cries and chaos in the Nadia family mansion, Qingshin Clinic began operating. Sheridan knew something significant must have happened in the inner room for Jarvisulf to leave so abruptly. No one understood Jarvisulf better than she did. Everyone, listen to my commands. No need to worry about any further incidents. Seriously injured patients, come forward for immediate treatment. Slightly injured ones, receive the universal remedy to alleviate symptoms. While assisting Yoel, Jarvis Lyra watched Sheridan's confident demeanor and sighed inwardly. Thank goodness for Sister Sheridan. Every time. It's her who helps Ichun solve problems. Compared to her, I'm useless. Ichun, thinking back, I should have looked for my parents instead, letting you shoulder too much responsibility. Inside the room, starkly contrasting the chaos outside, several large men held Jarvis Lyra, covering her mouth and restraining her hands. Over a dozen others guarded the door. Godric was choked by a man in a leather jacket, revealing pain on his face. I'm not good at dealing with women or elders. I like fighting strong opponents, but it's a pity. Your lives seem worthless since no one came to save you. The man sneered wickedly. The next moment, the door burst open, and a young man in his early 20s kicked two people's heads, drawing blood. Jarvisa. Several men flew back, and Jarvis Lyra was freed. The young man, handsome yet cold, declared, before my master arrives, I'll engage you for a few rounds. This translation maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 467. Save my daughter. Cough, cough. Nolan, you're no match for them. Run and get Bert. Jarvis Lyra clutched her chest, gasping for breath. Her eyes were fixed on the almost lifeless old man. Her father she had finally reconciled with after decades of estrangement. Just when they had started to mend their relationship, fate was so cruel, it would let her father die right in front of her. Alfensoster is outside helping the injured. There are too many, Nolan whispered. He knew Jarvisulf would surely come, but since Jarvisulf sent him here to assist, there must be a reason. I underestimated this. Erwin told me that there's a man named Jarvisulf here. So, you must be Nolan, the son of Driscoll? Haha. The leather-clad man seemed to know a lot about Nolan. Hearing his father's name, Nolan was infuriated and lunged at him. However, the leather-clad man merely gave a signal, and a dozen Xylers rushed forward. Despite their massive sizes, they moved as swiftly as top-notch martial artists, overwhelming Nolan with punches. Soon, in the fray, Nolan was overpowered and restrained. Jarvis Lyra tried to help but was immediately blocked by two burly men. Though they didn't physically assault her, they easily overpowered her frail body. Seeing Nolan subdued without even needing to lift a finger, the leather-clad man burst into eerie laughter. Jarvis Driscoll got a child late in life. I thought he'd be something useful, but ended up raising a waste of space. Jarvis and your mother is just as useless, but if she stayed with us, maybe she could still be of some use. What do you mean? Is my mom with you? Nolan frowned, feigning submission. The leather-clad man, seeing Nolan as no threat, arrogantly replied, I'll tell you. Anyway, you won't live long. Your mother has been working for us from the start. We never captured her. Nolan's eyes widened in shock. Words failed him in expressing his twisted feelings. Surprised? Your mother was one of our researchers on the Jordan chip technology. She developed feelings for your father during work. When this waste of space wanted to betray us, we turned her into a mere working machine. Got a problem with that? The leather-clad man spoke smugly, like showcasing his achievements. Then, he pinched his eyeball, revealing an empty screen within. One of his eyeballs was a retractable instrument. This I can analyze identities in my line of sight. The moment you appeared, all information known by the Jordan organization about you was right here. Haha, you have no chance against me. Who would have thought Jarvisulf would send someone like you to face us? His insults and revelations weighed heavily on Nolan, making it hard for him to even lift his head. But thinking of Jarvisulf's imposing figure gave him courage. Too many lives had been lost because of this evil organization, including his own loved ones. What mattered most was taking action. He gritted his teeth and suddenly looked up. In the next instant, a silver needle shot out from his mouth, flashing. What? The leather-clad man furrowed his brows and quickly stepped back. Jarvis that moment, the nearly lifeless Braden suddenly opened his eyes and kicked the man's back. Jarvis! The leather-clad man yelled as the needle pierced his eye, causing agonized cries to echo around. Nolan casually waved his hand, knocking out the two men restraining him. Their waists were struck by silver needles, incapacitating both close and distant enemies with only 2 moves. Jarvis Lyra watched, stunned. This is Bert's disciple? Jarvis' amazing strength. In an instant, Nolan grabbed the leather-clad man by the neck, angrily demanding, the Jordan organization may know me well, but you clearly don't understand my master. In just a few days, I'm not who I used to be. Bang! Nolan tightened his grip, gathering immense true energy in his palm, shattering the man's neck. Jarvis' puff of smoke arose, revealing that his veins were also mechanically enhanced. Beware behind you, Nolan! Jarvis Lyra shouted. Nolan turned but found the charging Xylers suddenly collapsing. Jarvisulf appeared and fired several silver needles effortlessly, knocking out the Xylers instantly. You did well, Nolan. Leave the rest to me, Jarvisulf said, but Nolan shook his head. This one is mine. I need to ask him about my mother's whereabouts. Understanding the reasons, Jarvisulf couldn't protest. He approached Braden, who was barely alive, uttering with his last breath, Bert, save me. I will definitely save you, Braden. Go to safety quickly. Jarvisulf carried Braden over to Jarvis Lyra. Jarvis Lyra lifted her father. She noticed how frail his once mighty frame had become. Tears welled up in her eyes. To her surprise, Braden continued using his last ounce of strength to say, Save me, save my Aliyah. Jarvis froze, and Jarvis Liza could no longer hold back her tears. Determinedly, she pleaded, Bert, if you can save my father, I'll follow you blindly, anything you ask. Please, I beg you. Looking at the unconscious Braden, Jarvisl's eyes flashed golden, already diagnosing his condition internally. Braden had suffered severe blunt force trauma and was electrocuted, causing his veins to deteriorate rapidly. He was in critical condition, verging on stroke. Take him outside, wait 10 minutes, then bring Braden to Yoel for immediate treatment, Jarvislf instructed, turning away. Jarvis Liza complied, though reluctantly, carrying her father out while holding back tears. Wah! Nolan was sent flying by a punch. The leather-clad man tilted his neck, and the damaged eye regenerated. Alphensoster, he seems to be a cyborg. I thought I blew up his neck? Nolan clutched his heart, spitting blood. Jarvislf extended his hand, gathering true energy which he pressed onto Nolan's chest. Immediately, Nolan felt warmth flooding his body, healing his injuries instantly and relieving any discomfort. Chapter 468. Something more useful. Alphensoster, what did you do? Why can you treat me without stimulating my acupoints? Jarvis this moment, all of Nolan's anger and frustration turned to surprise. He had never seen such an extraordinary feat, not even from his father, Driscoll. However, Jarvislf only had a cold gaze and said calmly, Move back. There's no time for more explanations. I need to handle the enemy in front of us. Jarvisl right. Nolan wanted to ask more but knew it was wise to step back. Meanwhile, Jarvislf emitted a golden aura, one that Nolan had seen before on his father, but it was far less intense and solid compared to Jarvislf's. This meant that Jarvislf, whether in medical skill or energy cultivation, surpassed his father who had lived a whole lifetime. Could it be that teaching him silver needle techniques was just a facade to hide Jarvislf's true strength? Nolan was utterly shocked. Huh, one-on-one against me? You must be too arrogant. The man in leather clothing sneered, rushing forward. His neck was still smoking, revealing intricate mechanical skin beneath his rotting flesh, a scene that made Nolan feel they were on different levels entirely. Unexpectedly, Jarvislf suddenly moved, wrenching off the man's head with a single hand. This. Nolan stepped back, expecting a grotesque splash of blood, but none came out. Jarvislf casually tossed the head like a ball toward a distant screen. The screen shook violently as it was about to collapse, and a wind chime above the ceiling rang out of place, creating a jarring sound. Alphensoster, why did he become so easy to handle now? He wasn't like this earlier. Nolan watched the astonishing scene, aware of the gap between him and Jarvislf, but how could it be so vast? Jarvislf spoke coolly. Your attack earlier disabled his body. This is just a puppet, with all organs modified. In other words, he doesn't even have life. Even life. I see. Manipulated by someone? Nolan still felt unsettled. He couldn't believe this apparently living person was just a robot. While modern technology couldn't achieve this, the Jordan organization used the power within Lingyun or to conduct experiments beyond human understanding, aiming to achieve nefarious goals. The real manipulator, behind the screen? Nolan frowned, looking at the screen. Click, click, click. Suddenly, the previously fallen henchmen started trembling one by one, struggling unnaturally as if controlled, unlike human actions. What are these things? Nolan exclaimed, ready to face these strange enemies at any moment. But Jarvislf said calmly, Don't worry, I've already destroyed their switches with silver needles, killing them instantly. It wouldn't be possible for me to do this efficiently on a living being. So these people were mechanical enhancements, lacking life. Nolan realized now that using silver needles on them would be much easier than on a living person. Still, Nolan couldn't figure out what exactly Jarvislf saw through those eyes that found every flaw so effortlessly. Regardless, Nolan confirmed one thing. Jarvislf possessed strength far beyond ordinary humans. Come out. You have no puppets left, and hiding behind that screen is pointless under my eyes, Jarvislf stated. Philippe paused, smiling gently and softly muttering, Heavenly Eye Technique, just like Lady Chun. You've really kept yourself hidden. Heavenly Eye Technique? Nolan's eyes widened as he looked at Jarvislf in astonishment, having heard of this ability. The Heavenly Eye, a third eye capable of piercing through the essence of things, was believed to be a power only gods possessed. According to legend, a tribe tried to reverse its impending doom through special rituals, forcing gods to impart their abilities to humans. However, those with this power mostly perished early. Over time, some individuals occasionally grasped this power, known as the Heavenly Eye Technique. Even then, it couldn't be easily cultivated. To possess this level of skill, Jarvislf must have incredible talent. Jarvis man with his hands in his pockets walked out gracefully, his mouth curling into a smile, hair neatly parted and a strand dyed golden yellow. That streak of gold reminds me of someone disgusting. Jarvislf narrowed his eyes. With Michael's murderer still unknown, the true masterminds behind the Shin family and Mika remained elusive. Even projecting blame onto the Jordan organization wouldn't change the fact that justice needed proper direction. Hello, I'm Philippe, Irwin's butler from the capital. Pleased to meet you. Philippe introduced himself nonchalantly, without a hint of fear. Jarvis this point, identity wouldn't solve anything. Nolan wondered what card the other side had and sneered. You're facing your end, don't you know? Randall, called the great physician, you nearly killed him. Alphensoster won't forgive you. Won't forgive me? Just boasting. I came here to convey my master Lady Chin's intentions, not to fight you. But if you want to fight, I'm up for it. Philippe shrugged, clearly prepared for more. Jarvislf gauged the time. Gideon's body wouldn't last long, but the opponent was unpredictable. With his Heavenly Eye Technique reaching the 8th level, yet still unable to see through the man's insides, Jarvislf understood the magnitude of the challenge. What message? Lady Chan wants you to join the Jordan organization. She doesn't want to waste such a good protege. Instead of ranting about avenging your father, you should do something more useful. Philippe yawned, clearly not taking Jarvislf seriously. Jarvislf pondered how to deal with this formidable enemy. Nolan sought to buy time. asking, something more useful? What could be more useful? Like, bringing your father back to life? Philippe's words left both Jarviself and Nolan stunned. Hashtag chapter 469. No room for mercy. Resurrection? What nonsense are you spouting? Once dead, a person cannot come back to life. Nolan shouted angrily. He refused to believe such absurdities, but he was worried that Jarviself, who had fallen silent after listening, might actually believe it. To his surprise, Jarviself really asked, how do you plan to bring them back to life? Alexander shrugged and explained with open hands, people indeed cannot be brought back from the dead, but human organs can be. This includes the brain's memory, which is inherently a part of consciousness. With your heavenly eye ability, shouldn't you understand this better? Jarviself nodded silently. Alexander was right. The heavenly eye technique could penetrate the neural structure of the brain, investigating one's consciousness. If both body and consciousness could be recreated, then no matter how long someone had been dead, they could be recreated. It was merely an ideal design. To truly achieve such technology would likely require immense power. Do you mean you're not researching eternal life but resurrection? Jarviself suddenly realized what the Jordan organization was pursuing. Alexander gave a chilling laugh and explained, exactly. Resurrection means dying again and again, only to be recreated over and over, just like those machines behind you. Even if you destroy them, they can be reborn. Jarvis, that moment, his laughter resembled that of a great villain from some novel. Nolan felt an intense repulsion deep within him and urged, Alfensoster, don't believe him. People cannot be resurrected. Even if he recreates someone identical to your father, it will never be your father himself. Jarviself had no intention of believing such absurdity, but realized something more significant. He asked, so, your Jordan organization risks everything, harming many people, all in the name of saving lives? Of course. Great causes always require sacrifices. Truly great things, whether in art or civilization, have always demanded countless sacrifices. Sacrificing human lives is most valuable because there's an abundance of people in this world, Alexander said with a didactic tone, raising his eyebrows. With a sudden whoosh, Jarviself shot a silver needle, which Alexander easily caught. It seems you're unwilling to accept my proposal? Alexander held the needle in one hand, nobody noticing how he instantly caught it. In the next moment, Jarviself moved like a phantom, and Nolan didn't even hear the sound of his attack. Bang! The punch landed on Alexander's chest. Jarviself concentrated his inner energy, sending Alexander flying. However, something seemed to change within Alexander midair, causing him to stop abruptly before crashing down heavily. Watching Alexander land, Jarviself narrowed his eyes. His heavenly eye finally captured subtle changes within Alexander's body. Tiny black dots began dispersing, then reformed into particles upon landing. Jarviself was taken aback. Perhaps his heavenly eye wasn't ineffective. It was Alexander's body structure that was unusual. It seems you also have secrets you haven't disclosed, but I have no interest in knowing them. I have no interest in your research either. I just need you to help me find Erwin and send her away, Jarviself said firmly, his eyes narrowing. Besides avenging his father, he had another reason to deal with Erwin. Sensing Jarviself's determination and realizing he wasn't easy to handle, Alexander still maintained an indifferent demeanor. You're right. I know you want to take down Erwin, and just based on that, we can be allies. Alexander was confident, trying to persuade Jarviself. Alfensoster, don't be swayed by him. He almost killed Godric, Nolan urged, while Jarviself frowned slightly. What, Jarvis, are you planning to betray Erwin? Jarviself hadn't expected Erwin, who seemed so despicable, to be betrayed repeatedly by her subordinates at such critical moments. Wasn't this fate working in his favor? Through Alexander's explanation, Jarviself and Nolan finally understood the hidden reasons. 3 years ago, Alexander nearly died, but Erwin, wanting to control Alexander's family power, made a deal with him. She promised to cure my terminal illness and let me live. Without hesitation, I signed over all my shares to her, but she used my wife's life in exchange for mine. Alexander's eyes were wide, devoid of anger but filled with resolve to oppose Erwin. So, I've lived these past years solely to destroy Erwin. In this, our interests align. Alexander smiled and approached Jarviself, extending his hand. Unexpectedly, Jarviself coldly glanced at him and said calmly, Sorry, Erwin tampered with your body, making it unreadable by my heavenly eye. But you overlooked one thing. The heavenly eye can see through thoughts. Even Nolan was convinced, but Jarviself remained steadfast. He extended his hand and struck Alexander hard on the chest. Alexander spat out a mouthful of blood, shocking Nolan. His trust wavered like a flickering candle flame in the wind. Alfensoster, what's happening? Nolan asked urgently, noticing Alexander's eyes turning black until they became voids. Jarviself sighed and said softly, he did tell the truth about the heavenly eye. Before revealing the truth, you must promise not to disclose the secret of my eyes. Despite trusting Nolan, Jarviself wanted confirmation. Nolan nodded hastily. I need your help to find my mother. I'll follow your instructions completely. With Nolan's affirmation, Jarviself pushed Alexander's body aside, which fell to the ground. Everything he said is true. Erwin manipulated him and his wife, but his entire body was controlled by a black goo parasite. So, even before I acted, he was already a corpse. All I did was release Erwin's control. Jarvister saying this, Jarviself turned without hesitation, feeling thoroughly unsettled by Erwin's methods. The leader of the Jordan organization truly leaves no room for mercy. Nolan broke out in a cold sweat, watching Alexander's corpse on the ground, from which black maggots crawled out, emitting a foul stench. Chapter 470. I'll wait for you in the capital city. In a luxurious mansion in the capital city, a young Soraya stared at the flickering screen as it turned into snow after Jarviself's mocking voice. Her gaze froze for a moment, and she sneered coldly, Jarviself, you really surprised me. The heavenly eye pupil Jarvisard has reached such a level. Humph. Erwin's pupils faintly shimmered with a red glow at that moment, as if they contained the universe. He had just used the power of the heavenly eye pupil Jarvisert to see through Jarviself's current state via the eyes of the human puppet he controlled. But what he discovered was alarming. Jarviself's pupil art had nearly matched his own, and more importantly, it seemed to have evolved during their recent confrontation. This rapid evolution hastened Erwin's plans. If not acted upon soon, Jarviself might indeed attack the capital. Meanwhile, in Yuzhou province, within Luo family Alfonso, Jarviself let out a long breath after explaining everything to Nolan, who was already astounded by Jarviself's abilities and respect had grown even deeper. Jarviself himself was also secretly amazed by Erwin's prowess, which surpassed his expectations time and again. However, this seemed like a good thing. Forced into a corner and using all his strength, Jarviself's eyes had once again upgraded. This time, the heavenly eye pupil Jarvisert evolved to its 9th stage, but he didn't immediately notice any changes in his vision. From the disconnection of the Lux Garden puppet's life force and the ramblings of Lux Garden, Jarviself deduced that Erwin likely possessed the heavenly eye pupil Jarvisert as well. It dawned on him that this art was an imitation passed down from his previous life, triggering some forgotten memories. Is it really a forgery? Could it be? Jarviself hesitantly recalled fragments of past decisions. Feeling Jarviself had realized something, Nolan asked again, Alfonso, you seem distracted lately. Jarvis, are you too tired? Nolan, check on Godric first. I'll come over right away, Jarviself replied promptly. Jarvis, all right. Nolan obediently left. Jarviself exhaled deeply. He remembered separating the divine power of the heavenly eye pupil Jarvisert before his death, hoping someone would inherit it to benefit future generations. Someone possessing this inheritance might use it to save lives. But this ability fell into the hands of Erwin, turning a life-saving skill into a deadly tool. Lost in thought, footsteps interrupted him. Turning around, he saw Kyle, who had been hiding in the corner. Erwin really trusts you. Despite being tricked by me, she doesn't doubt you? Jarviself frowned slightly. Kyle shrugged, smiling faintly. You heard Lux Garden's story. Whose story do you think that was? Jarviself paused, finally understanding why Lux Garden betrayed them. He asked, is that so? Your wife was killed by Erwin, then your current body. He stopped, jade-colored eyes gently shifting, noticing something different about Kyle. Each organ connection held a trace of the spirit essence stone's power. A feat only possible due to the 9th stage of the heavenly eye pupil Jarvisert? What kind of ability could wield the hidden power within the spirit essence stone? Kyle didn't elaborate further, simply saying, now can you fully trust me? Without me, both the Nadia family and your plan would have been destroyed. I've given you the means to continue. Jarviself couldn't deny this point but remained indifferent. True, but even without you, I had other ways to achieve my goals. Whatever, I just wanted you to trust me. Jarviselso, your heavenly eye pupil Jarvisert, after upgrading, allows control over the yin and yang energies within the human body. This is the ability Erwin possesses. The strange power within the spirit essence stone isn't meant for humans to handle, but her heavenly eye pupil Jarvisert can make it flow within human bodies. That's why she can keep me alive, Kyle explained, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Jarviself was taken aback, asking hesitantly, if Erwin gave you a chance to live, why did you spend that time working against her? If humanity's inherent meaning is erased, living every day is agony. Jarvister saying this, Kyle turned and walked out, leaving behind, I'll wait for you in the capital. Jarviself stood still, memories drifting back 200 years, as if the cause and effect were destined back then. Living nearly 200 years, Jarviself once felt life become dull when everyone close and loved was taken by time. Eventually, life became painful, leading him to die peacefully. Thus, he understood Kyle's words. Exiting the inner room, 15 minutes had passed. Yoel was still urgently treating Godric. It's almost too late. I've reached my limit. Hasn't Alfonso finished yet? We're running out of time. Yoel gritted his teeth, sweat blurring his vision. Sheridan and Jarvis Lyra assisted while medical staff monitored Godric's rapidly deteriorating vital signs. It's no use. Yoel swallowed hard, 16 minutes gone. Following Jarviself's instructions, Godric could last another 10 minutes. Through Yoel's exceptional skills, he extended it by 6. Everyone was exhausted, nearly collapsing. Dad! Song Yinru shouted, eyes red. Jarvis Lyra suddenly appeared, pouring a universal medicine into Godric's mouth. Jarvis Lyra asked, Jarvis Lyra, where were you? What is this medicine? This is the original universal medicine Alfonso left at Zhengxin Medical Hall. It can prolong life temporarily, but prolonging won't help. It can only buy 1 minute. It's too late. Sheridan sighed, unable to bear watching Godric. Just then, Jarviself appeared, apologizing, sorry everyone, I'm late. Chapter 471. The world-renowned divine doctor. Alfonso, quickly save Randall. I've already given him medicine. Jarvis Lyra exclaimed with urgency, having anticipated the danger and specially sought out a miraculous drug to intervene. Jarviself, however, waved his hand reassuringly and said, don't worry, you did very well. Though, with his current abilities, whether Jarvis Lyra had found the medicine or not, Jarviself could still have saved Randall. But this incident proved that his recent efforts were not in vain. He calmly glanced around at everyone under his command and the guests at this birthday banquet. Almost all of them were still alive. The ambush by Jordan organization caused no deaths, only their own people perished. Jarviself concluded that he had emerged victorious in this confrontation. Virgil, if Randall were to die, news of it would shift public sentiment back in favor of the Jordan organization. Now everything hinged on whether Jarviself could save Randall. The crowd watched as Jarviself remained calm despite Randall's critical condition, and murmurs of disappointment filled the air. So much for the divine doctor. No matter how great he is, it's just a reputation. What great day. This is all part of Zhengxin Medical Hall's conspiracy to gain fame by disregarding human lives. Who are you? Shut your mouth. Don't speak nonsense. If it weren't for the doctors at Zhengxin Medical Hall, we'd all be dead here. For a moment, several guests began ridiculing each other. Jarvis, although most had been affected by the poisonous gas and received treatment from Zhengxin Medical Hall, opinions varied widely. Some saw it as an unfortunate accident where the preparations by Zhengxin Medical Hall had fortuitously saved everyone. Others, however, viewed these preparations as illogical and believed it was a carefully orchestrated marketing strategy by Zhengxin Medical Hall. No matter how repulsive the marketing tactic, playing with Randall's life went too far. His death during his 80th birthday celebration would be a tragic event for the entire province. Everyone, shut up. I trust Yichun. He will definitely save Randall. Jarvis Lyra walked over, grasping Jarvis Wolf's hand. Yichun, I believe in you. Just like I believe you can find my parents. Her eyes shone with hope. Jarvis Wolf felt a spark reignite within him, previously consumed by despair. He smiled faintly and turned to look at Jarvis Liza, who had cried her eyes red. He spoke calmly. Didn't I tell you? I won the bet. Jarvis Liza's eyes widened in shock. She never expected that even now, this was part of Jarvis Wolf's gambit. Initially, Jarvis Liza refused Jarvis Wolf's request to reconcile with her father. She couldn't accept that the long-standing grievances between the Nadia and Shun families be resolved now. But Jarvis Wolf bet that Randall was a man of honor. Otherwise, Jarvis Wolf wouldn't have received the 20 million sponsorship from Randall in the first place. It turned out, Jarvis Wolf's gamble paid off. Randall chose to protect his Aliyah who defied his wishes. I know I was wrong, Jarvis Wolf. Please save my father. The Nadia family will do everything to deal with the Jordan organization and sever all ties. Jarvis Liza revealed everything. Finally, Jarvis Wolf understood why the Shun family kept being targeted repeatedly. These incidents were linked to Jarvis Liza's clandestine business activities. For profit, many Shun enterprises had connections with Beijing. Jarvis Albert was well aware of this and thus arranged through Jarvis Wolf to connect with the Zhao family in the Jade Project, ultimately creating leverage against the Jordan organization. Hesitating any longer, the body will go cold. The heart rate has dropped almost to zero. How can anyone still be saved? Stop boasting. What kind of divine doctor? Jarvis, an elderly man with a cane, angrily shouted. Others joined in, knowing Randall's esteemed status rivaled Jarvis Albert's in the provincial capital. But Jarvis Wolf wanted exactly this moment of heightened tension for his actions to make an impact. Yoel, step aside. Let me handle it, Jarvis Wolf instructed Yoel, placing his hand on Randall's chest. Yoel wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, not expecting success but wondering how his master would respond to failure. Sure enough, after checking the pulse, Jarvis Wolf released Randall's hand, his brow furrowing. There's no point. Randall is old. All his organs are failing, and he's lost his last breath. Neither Western nor Chinese medicine can save him. Jarvis, a medical doctor, Yoel had no way to revive Randall even after learning Chinese medicine from Jarvis Wolf. Unexpectedly, Jarvis Wolf merely grunted, a red glow flashing in his eyes. He visualized inside Randall's body, seeing only a wisp of dark, turbid energy remaining. This moment, Jarvis Wolf finally understood the true power of the 9th level of the heavenly Eye Pupil Technique, the ability to harmonize the yin-yang energies within the human body, restoring balance. With a gentle movement, he infused true qi into Randall's body, realigning his vital energy. Beep beep beep. The instruments buzzed back to life, shocking everyone. Signs of life. What's happening? Nurse Jarvisan exclaimed. She was Yoel's chief assistant at Zhengxin Medical Hall and had seen many extraordinary events. Virgil, this medical miracle left her stunned. This is impossible. Jarvis, absolutely impossible. The attending provincial hospital doctor was also amazed, initially skeptical about the blindfolded doctor performing such miracles. However, Jarvis Wolf didn't need acupuncture needles. Just a light touch brought the miracle to life. Jarvis Wolf calmly announced, once Randall wakes up, everyone should come to me for treatment to avoid lifelong complications from the toxic gas. No one dared argue, fearing rejection from Jarvis Wolf might mean enduring lifelong ailments. In awe, Jarvis Wolf inserted acupuncture needles into Randall's temples, infusing more true qi through acupoints. Through concentrated vision, he repaired every damaged blood vessel and organ within Randall's body. Within minutes, Randall opened his eyes. The national live broadcast captured this incredible scene. Jarvisan, incredible surgery completed without a scalpel, using only a few needles and hands. One reporter commented excitedly, this is the legendary world-renowned divine doctor. Jarvis Wolf, a trailblazer in traditional Chinese medicine, can elevate its teachings. Jarvis, this moment, it's not TCM giving Dr. Shun his healing powers. Rather, Dr. Shun is redefining the boundaries of medicine itself. Chapter 472, Miss Jiang. Jarvis Wolf had never expected that the 9th level ability of the heavenly eye pupil technique could not only balance yin and yang energy but also significantly reduce his own energy expenditure. Jarvis Wolf injured people queued up for treatment on site, and Jarvis Wolf only needed to transmit true qi using his fingers and silver needles. For some lightly wounded patients, Jarvis Wolf merely focused his vision to trigger perfect self-healing within their bodies. After executing all these, Jarvis Wolf did not feel tired or exhausted at all. Everything seemed as natural as water flowing smoothly. This moment, Zhengxin Medical Hall's apprentices Israel, Jarvis Lair, as well as those Jarvis Wolf had specially taken in, Barrett, Nolan, and Yoel, all witnessed their master perform medical techniques they had never seen before. They felt as if Jarvis Wolf was a legendary immortal. To outsiders, it might look like Jarvis Wolf was using some rare medical skills, but to insiders like them, Jarvis Wolf was almost displaying magic. The doctors who came to rescue from the provincial hospital were baffled. They had originally thought they could use this opportunity to suppress the increasingly rampant traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, faction, but instead, they found themselves utterly defeated by TCM. Who would dare to provoke again? The treatment scenes were live-streamed by journalists, spreading the reputation of Zhengxin Medical Hall across the entire country instantly. Jarvis and Jarvis Wolf's name became synonymous with TCM. From this day on, a miraculous doctor named Jarvis Wolf emerged in Yuzhou Provincial City. Jarvis, after resting for 5 days in the hospital, Gideon was discharged safely. During these 5 days, Jarvis Liza had been accompanying him, enjoying a short yet peaceful fatherly time together. Meanwhile, the team at Jingshin Medical Hall was working overtime because Jarvisel's live treatments attracted visits from many experts in medicine from all over the country. Even more patients with various chronic diseases sought treatment. Nolan urgently converted all properties under the Virgil family into additional clinics of Jingshin Medical Hall just to accommodate the throngs of patients. However, these patients still needed statistical analysis and categorization before Jarvisel personally decided on the treatment methods. Fortunately, Jarvisel had an ample supply of his all-purpose medicine. Just with minor adjustments, it could handle most complex cases. Jarvisel patted Jarvislayer on the shoulder, comforting him. It's because of your foresight. From now on, you're in charge of medications. But what about me? Alphensoster. Israel felt jealous on the side. He hadn't expected Jarvislayer's timely initiative would secure such a great position. Jarvisel smiled faintly and explained. You have an even more important mission. What task could be more important than this? The all-purpose medicine is the cornerstone of Jingshin Medical Hall, Israel said in surprise. Do you think my current position is important? Jarvisel called Israel to the office and handed him the documents he held. Israel flipped through them and saw all the major clients Jarvisel usually met and the public medical activities he attended. Alphensoster, you can't mean you want me to replace you? That's way too scary for me. Israel's hands were trembling. Originally, he had wanted a chance to show off, but he didn't expect Jarvisel to let him take over his position directly. Jarvisel laughed and said, I'm not joking. I need to hide my whereabouts, so your role is crucial. Here are several bank cards containing part of Jingshin Medical Hall's earnings during this period. Each card has 30 million, totaling 150 million. He handed the 5 cards to Israel, who trembled as he held them. He had never seen so much money in his life. Your job for this period will be just one thing. Spend money. Jarvisel said coldly. Spend money? How should I do it? Israel swallowed hard. Naturally, he wanted to refuse, but since Jarvisel had said this much, not helping would derail his long-prepared plan. Jarvisel explained. Now Jingshin Medical Hall must face national patients and inquiries from the medical community. Your job is to use money to smooth things over. These funds aren't given out. Rather, hire trustworthy employees, especially increase salaries for all existing staff. Don't worry, you're acting on my behalf. Israel nodded but quickly questioned, but Alphensoster, you're worried about exposing your whereabouts. With someone so powerful backing this, what if my recruitment includes their informants? Don't worry, I've already prepared some help for you. There's no shortage of capable people here. Jarvisel cleared his throat and said, come in. The door opened, and a tall Soraya entered, dressed elegantly in a floral jumpsuit, black and white with a bright red lip, looking like a fashion icon. Israel was startled. He had heard of this person. Her name was Pepper, the good friend of Jarvis Liza, the well-known lady of Yuzhou. Jarvisel said calmly, have you picked out enough core members for the Green Dragon organization? Hand it over. Jarvis, soon as Pepper saw Jarvisel, she pounced and hugged him around the waist, laughing softly. It's been too long. You're getting more manly. Jarvisel smelled a whiff of burnt scent in the air and coughed, saying, your perfume is too strong. Jarvis, and after so long, why do you suddenly seem so oily? That's because I missed you, you scoundrel. You played with my feelings back then and dumped me like that. Humph. Pepper made a funny face at Jarvisel. Jarvisel sighed. Pepper indeed turned out to be a typical Beijing aristocratic lady. However, due to her status as the leader of the Green Dragon organization, they maintained communication through it. Fortunately, during this time, Jarvisel and Pepper used the Green Dragon organization as an intermediary. Is everything set for the Jiang family? Of course. Your fame exceeds what you imagined. When my grandfather learned we were acquainted, he couldn't wait to help you resolve any issues. In the future, when you visit the Jiang family, they'll be thrilled to see you. Pepper looked like she wanted to devour Jarvisel whole. Jarvisel did not elaborate further and instructed Israel. This is the former leader of the Green Dragon organization. Have you heard of them? With a confident smile, Israel hesitated momentarily. Soon, he reacted. Green Dragon organization? Isn't that the local organization in Yuzhou? Alphensoster, how are you involved with such a group? Jarvis, and you can command them to help us? The principle of fighting fire with fire is nothing new. She's just the previous leader of the Green Dragon organization, Jarvisel explained. So that's it. Israel breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Pepper interjected. Jarvischually, your Alphensoster is the current leader of the Green Dragon organization. Chapter 473, Earth-shaking news. Alphensoster, how many more things are you hiding from us? Israel grumbled by the side. You've worked hard recently, Israel, or should I say, Honeychune. Jarvisel smiled and patted Israel on the shoulder. Then Jarvisel was taken away by Pepper in an alluring manner. Israel secretly followed them and peeked out to see them enter the adjacent room. Soon after, sounds of joy came from inside, making Israel blush and his heart race. They say I'm supposed to be a master, but if being a master means such benefits, it would truly be heaven on earth. In the following days, Israel acted according to what Jarvisel said, while Jarvisel was busy arranging for Pepper to go to the hospital to find Gideon. Gideon had been allowed to be discharged, but chose to remain in the hospital for recuperation. Jarvis, are you doing this just to spend a few more days with your Leah? Don't be so aloof. At your age, it's better to be sincere. Jarvisel teased beside him. Gideon snorted with laughter and then suddenly said, you naughty boy without any respect. Why do we old fellows actually like you? Sometimes I really don't think you're like a young man. Oh, then do I look like a Edric? Jarvisel shrugged, asking knowingly. Unexpectedly, Gideon's expression turned serious as he began to ponder deeply. Jarvisel laughed and quipped, you're seriously thinking about it now? I was just speaking casually. But Gideon said solemnly, I feel that although you look young, your style of handling affairs and way of interacting with people is even slicker than me, especially your eyes. Though affected by eye disease, the glimmer in your pupils seems quite primal. Jarvisel, so, after watching the video clips where you treated me, I realize that your expertise doesn't stop at traditional Chinese medicine. You're also a practitioner. Therefore, saying you're not young isn't entirely wrong. It's rumored that practitioners can maintain youthful appearances. Jarvis hadn't expected Gideon's guesswork to be so accurate. He quickly changed the subject. Don't overthink it, Gideon. Perhaps it's just dumb luck. Regardless, I will avenge my father. Virgil's, I overthought it, Gideon chuckled, patting his head, immediately reversing his theory. Jarvis no matter how enigmatic Jarvis was, his father's death at the Nanhani mine was a fact. Jarvis, according to records, Jarvis's father died when he was not yet 40, and Jarvis could not possibly be over 30, so how could he have the wisdom of a centenarian? Ichun, through this incident, I've decided to fully support you. These past few days weren't just spent with Yenru. I've been coordinating with several high-ranking officials at the hospital, all of whom have expressed support for my decision. Gideon's words brightened Jarvis's eyes. Do you mean they plan to oppose the Jordan organization? Hee. Not exactly, but they are willing to support you covertly, helping you keep secrets and block information from Beijing. Whether this succeeds depends on you, Gideon chuckled. Jarvis felt reassured and nodded. Jarvis, long as you support me, I am content. Don't worry, I'm confident. During the breakthrough of Bolivarian pupillary technique to the 7th level, Jarvis already felt his abilities surpass those of ordinary people. Now, breaking through to the 9th level, he felt even more powerful. If he could catch Erwin off guard, the truth would certainly come to light. These past days have seen Jingshin Medical Hall booming. I assume you've arranged everything for the trip to Beijing, which will depart in 3 days. These matters are confidential, so details will only be conveyed to you 3 days later. Please understand, Gideon instructed. Jarvis nodded. I understand. I came here just to visit you and confirm the news. Suddenly, Gideon looked puzzled. Jarvis, aren't you being careless? You're drawing national attention. Suddenly visiting me at the hospital might arouse suspicion from the Jordan organization? No, in their line of sight. I'm still working in the office at Jingshin Medical Hall, Jarvis chuckled. This was precisely why he had arranged for Israel to see patients. Jordan organization's informants were constantly guarding the entrance of Jingshin Medical Hall, focusing heavily on Israel and neglecting Erwin's actual whereabouts in Beijing. They finalized everything, and Gideon reminded. For these few days, avoid anything out of the ordinary. Just prepare and wait for news. Suddenly, Jarvis approached, looking somewhat flustered. Father, I need to talk to Ichun. Go ahead, Gideon nodded, understanding the significance of Jarvis's actions. But Jarvis waved. Jarvis and Nadia, I trust Gideon. Speak freely, he can know. Jarvis aside. Fine. It's not a secret anyway, just unexpected. There's a huge piece of news online. Someone leaked a scandal involving you and a Soraya, tarnishing the Shin family's reputation. I'll check. Jarvis's heart sank. Could this be the work of that despicable Pepper who claimed she wouldn't ruin his family? Upon hearing this news, Jarvis blushed slightly, scolding herself mentally and feeling a complex mix of emotions. Jarvis, listen to me. If you ever do something like this again, even if hope forgives you, I won't. Jarvis and Nadia, where did your thoughts wander? Don't you know who I am? Jarvis cleared his throat. He'd never sounded guiltier. However, after seeing the video on his phone, Jarvis relaxed. Sandra in the scandalous video wasn't Pepper, but Bernice. This video is Jarvis generated. I'm sure of it. Just get it professionally authenticated. Jarvis went from worry to relief quickly. Jarvis, such a sensitive time. Someone intentionally diverting attention was the perfect smokescreen for Jarvis. The Jordan organization would only become more disorganized now. Is this really Jarvis generated? You didn't do this, right? Gideon asked dubiously. In short, the video is definitely fabricated. Jarvis hurriedly assured. But the problem is they've sent the news to Hope. If she misunderstands, it will all be ruined, Jarvis fretted. Chapter 474, The Turnaround. Jarvis thought about it, and felt there was some sense in this. Jarvis Mika had been bedridden for a month due to illness not long ago, constantly worrying about his interactions with various women outside. Now, Bernice was surfacing at this time. Was it possible that the Jordan organization planned to use psychological warfare against him? Ms. Nadia, what you said makes sense, but there's a saying that every grievance has its cause. Why don't I go directly to Serena featured in this video? Confronting her face-to-face would resolve the issue much more straightforwardly, wouldn't it? Jarvis seemed quite calm. His true intention was to use these rumors as a smokescreen. His goal had always been the same, to secretly infiltrate the capital city. Meanwhile, a large number of journalists had already surrounded the Mayu skincare group, leaving no way out. Mika looked at the journalists arriving in batches and asked curiously, I haven't come to the office for a month, and on my first day back, there are so many journalists interviewing me. Jarvis, am I really that popular? Jarvis, who had just been reinstated, nervously replied, during your absence, I only just came back to handle affairs. But from what I understand, the questions these journalists want to ask are much sharper than you might imagine. What do they want to know? Do you know? Mika asked. Concerned about Mika's emotions, Jarvis hesitated to reveal the real reason. Jarvis, if you don't say anything now, I'll demote you again. You have a dark history with the Qin family. Are you still being insincere to me even now? Mika's expression darkened. Jarvis had once been bought off by the Qin family, but Jarvis had seen through everything, rescued Jarvis parents, and gave him a second chance. Finally, after much hesitation, Jarvis rushed to tell the truth. Oh, Miss Shun, I won't hide it from you anymore. But please don't be angry. This news on the internet is probably fake. Jarvis pulled up today's major news on the webpage and showed it to Mika. Mika played the video segment. In it, Jarvis's body was completely exposed, while a seductive Soraya's figure entwined with his, performing unspeakable acts. Especially the dialogue involved in the video contained intimate details between Jarvis and Mika. If this video went public, it would be a devastating insult to the Shin family by Jarvis. Miss Shun, I think you should consider carefully. I believe in Dr. Chen's ability. He is absolutely not the kind of person described in this news. There must be some misunderstanding. Jarvisuden continued to explain on behalf of Jarvisulf. But Mika's face turned grim. She coldly said, "Go arrange for them to come in. I want to see them." Jarvisuden hesitated greatly, but eventually sighed and followed through. Jarvis, no matter how much he wanted to trust Jarvisulf, the final decision lay with Mika. Saying too much could cost him his valuable job again. In the lobby of the Mayu skincare group, facing a barrage of questions from the reporters, Mika calmly opened the conversation. Jarvis one at a time. Soon, the questions came one after another. "Stacy, did you just find out about this news? Did Jarvisulf ever mention such experiences to you before?" a female reporter asked. Mika remained composed. "I didn't know before. I just found out now. If so, do you know what Jarvisulf thinks? Or have you completely given up on him?" "Jarvis, are you?" This time, Mika interrupted the female reporter coldly. "I don't know what Ichun thinks. Can you ask more incisive questions? I can see that isn't your true intent, right?" The reporters were momentarily stunned. They had originally been polite, concerned about future economic benefits from the Shin family, but they hadn't expected Mika to invite sharp questioning. Sharp questions indeed followed. Jarvis male reporter grabbed the microphone and began probing. "With this incident, it's almost certain that Jarvisulf cheated on you. Jarvis, the direct grandson of Cade from one of the 10 prominent families in our provincial capital. Are you really willing to entrust your happiness to such scum?" Jarvister Mika's eyes narrowed. She coldly responded, "First, Jarvisulf is not scum. He is the man I love. Second, I firmly believe Ichun did not cheat. There's something else behind this video. Jarvisulf, though I don't know what it is yet. I believe Ichun will give me an explanation." The male reporter grunted angrily. "Haha, with such clear evidence, Stacy, are you planning to stubbornly defend him? The Shin family's reputation has always been clean and upright. For the sake of one bad apple, are you willing to ruin your entire family's good name under the guise of love?" Mika flew into a rage, stomped down in her high heels, and slapped the male reporter's face. "Haven't I told you there's something hidden here? What proof do you have that the video is flawless? Could it be that you're the one who released this video?" The surrounding journalists snapped photos frenziedly. Given Mika's current status, such an act could easily become a big news story itself. Just as everyone was hesitant, Jarvisulf appeared at the scene. Someone shouted, "The male protagonist is here. Jarvisulf has appeared. Things have gotten interesting." Jarvisul lenses turned towards Jarvisulf, and the headlines on major online platforms started racing to report the event. Back then, because of the Ihan mine disaster, the Jordan organization had covered up the facts using the Teowayuan village massacre, monopolizing all communications in the provincial capital of Yuzhou. Now, with advanced media technology, Jarvisulf intended to take advantage of this opportunity to bring up the concealed Ihan mine disaster. However, to do so, he needed to grab enough attention. Just relying on the reputation of Zhengxin Medical Clinic wasn't enough. This time, Bernice's actions inadvertently helped Jarvisulf reverse the situation. Looking at camera after camera facing him, Jarvisulf cleared his throat and didn't speak, only casting a faint look aside and then said quietly, "For the specifics, please ask my good friend, Mr. Homer." Jarvis stepped forward, capturing everyone's attention again. "Wow, isn't that Mr. Jarvis? He's reportedly one of the 10 prominent families in the provincial capital of Yuzhou. He became a billionaire from nothing." Jarvis said coldly, "Let me show you a report. It's verified by experts. This video has numerous artificial elements and has been identified as Jarvis I generated. Most critically, the faces in it are synthetic. That means, even if the video is genuine, the faces are superimposed. The actual female subject may be real, but the male subject is definitely fake." Jarvis' tone was firm. Jarvisul the journalists present exchanged glances. Could it be that the situation had truly turned around? ##### Chapter 475. No chance of victory. What? These appraisals are actually true. They are national-level experts. One knowledgeable journalist stepped forward, shifting the public opinion. Immediately, major newspapers and headlines revised their statements. Jarvisulf was framed. Previously, Mika had faced all the public pressure and chose to believe in Jarvisulf, which became a celebrated story. Suddenly, everyone who had mocked Mika's and Jarvisulf's relationship now understood what unwavering love truly meant. Thanks to the assistance provided by Zhengxin Medical Hall at the Nadia family banquet recently, Jarvisulf's fame experienced another surge. Meanwhile, in a villa in a remote area of Yuzhou province, Bernice watched the TV reports and angrily cursed, "What the hell? These brainless people? They trust your appraisals?" Beside her, a chubby old man who somewhat resembled Jarvisulbert leaned on a cane, squinted his eyes, and said leisurely, "Girl, you really gave yourself to Jarvisulf? You shouldn't have done that. That boy really got lucky." "No, I fabricated this video," Bernice muttered. Deep down, she knew that from the moment she met Jarvisulf, she was already captivated and fell deeply for him. But she lacked the means to keep Jarvisulf by her side, and that opportunity was never there to secure such concrete evidence. Thus, she resorted to this desperate plan. Unexpectedly, it not only caused no crisis for Jarvisulf and Mika, but also made their relationship even stronger. Hearing this news, Bernice threw the remote control with force. It shattered into pieces on the ground, scattering fragments everywhere. Seeing the shocking scene, the chubby elder chuckled. "If you can't figure out how to get this man named Jarvisulf, I have a way to help you." "How do you intend to do that?" Bernice asked, frowning. "There is a Soraya named Erwin in the capital, whose skills are almost supernatural. She mentioned Jarvisulf some time ago." Enoch continued, and Bernice's eyes gradually lit up with a gleam of hope. On the other hand, after handling the press conference, Jarvis handed a stack of documents to Jarvisulf and glanced at Mika. "The mastermind behind this is Bernice. This really shocked me, Jarvisulf. You sure know how to surprise people," Jarvis said calmly. Jarvis Dural, his Aliyah, Monique, swore that she would marry none other than Jarvisulf. She loved Jarvisulf dearly. Jarvis wasn't overly concerned about whether his Aliyah would eventually marry Jarvisulf. He cared more about whether the man she valued was reliable. If Jarviself turned out to be someone who played with people's feelings, Jarvis would have been disappointed as well. Thus, he went all out to help uncover the truth. Now that Jarviself had been vindicated, Jarvis felt relieved. The mastermind is Bernice. We did meet a few times during my investigation of Talon. Bernice is Elias's illegitimate Aaliyah, Jarviself said, narrowing his eyes. He and Jarvis looked at Mika, who seemed completely lost. Mika was still immersed in the joy of trusting Jarviself and didn't understand their gazes. Why are you both looking at me? Bernice is indeed my distant relative, but I'm not familiar with her at all. Jarviself replied calmly. I've had the chief of police investigate Elias. He has deep ties with the Jordan organization. The repeated targeting of the Shin family can be traced back to him. What? Is this true? How did you find out? Where did you get a chief of police from? Mika was puzzled. Jarviself continued, Jarvis police officer surnamed Luo found me unexpectedly when Talon was attacked by the Jordan organization. I gave him some clues, and soon he secretly contacted me because he followed the trail to a family surnamed Sean. I thought this involved your Shin family, but it turned out to be Elias, the bud of Alphonse Maximilian. Initially, Bernice tried to attend the banquet as Elias's grand Aaliyah but was refused. This investigation revealed she is Elias's illegitimate Aaliyah. Finally, Mika understood, nodding softly. So this fake news incident was orchestrated by the Jordan organization again? Not necessarily. To prevent the Jordan organization's informants, I need to personally take another trip. Jarviself clenched his fists, feeling the anger rise within him. Going to the capital city required significant effort, and he hadn't expected the Jordan organization's influence in Yuzhou to be so widespread. Jarvis this point, Jarvis Liza and Pepper entered, focusing intently. Ichun, I advise against being impulsive. Pepper told me everything. But the chief of police in Yuzhou province is still under the control of the Aloysius family. Jarvis scratched his chin, asking, Jarvis, aren't those two from the Aloysius family already dead? Virgil's. So the chief of police is controlled by whoever's behind the Aloysius family. Jarvis and that person is part of the Jordan organization, Pepper explained. In other words, they would be using the Jordan organization's own forces to investigate them. No chance of victory. Don't worry. Officer Darrell and I have a deal. I've prepared contingency plans. Just follow my lead, and we will have an advantage. Jarviself smiled confidently. Despite their doubts, everyone decided to trust Jarviself. Jarvis night fell, Nolan and Simeon secretly subdued the black-clad men, who came to arrest Jarviself around Jingshin Medical Hall. Not bad, Nolan. Simeon praised. He noticed Nolan's combat skills were almost on par with his, indicating the teacher favored one over the other. But Nolan ignored the jests, saying coldly, these are people from the Jordan organization, but they don't have chips or toxins. Why? Simeon yawned, explaining slowly, they're from the Shin family. The Jordan organization needs allies in the capital, just like here in Yuzhou province. Elias was Erwin's last ace in the province. Remember, the teacher doesn't do things without meaning. Israel walked over. They came for the teacher. Luckily, you guys were here. Otherwise, the teacher's plan might have been exposed. Meanwhile, Jarviselbert stood at the entrance of a villa in the outskirts, with a group of people behind him, including Jarviself in a black windbreaker, trying to hide his face. Jarviselbert took a deep breath, saying, brother, it seems tonight we'll settle our long-standing grievances. Hashtag chapter 476, searching for evidence. It seems that you, Vince, remember everything about what happened back then clearly. I thought after all these years, you would have forgotten, Jarviself muttered. Everyone present sighed in unison. Jarviselbert coldly snorted. Now, the only one who dares to speak to me like this is you. Respect your elders, Ichun. Grandfather, I wasn't making fun of you. This time when I came looking for Uncle Elias, I didn't expect to go easy on him. Have you really thought it through? Jarviself asked. Initially, he had intended to keep things secret from Jarviselbert, solving Elias's problem before informing Jarviselbert. He wanted to handle it decisively without prior notice. However, Mika couldn't keep the secret and told Jarviselbert, who insisted on coming along. I am here to see how my elder brother pays for his wrongdoings from the first half of his life. The one who drove Miss Nadia to her death back then was not me, but him. Jarviselbert frowned, harboring endless bitterness. It seems you've truly suffered a lot recently, Jarviself said with a sigh, not wanting to talk too much. This group was quite large, including Barrett and Nolan, Jarviself's two most valued apprentices. You two should learn from Elias's downfall. Like you, he comes from a prestigious family, but after gaining power, he didn't use it properly. You two are the closest to being fully trained under me, and this might be the most important lesson I teach you. Jarviself sometimes forgot his own youthful identity, and this sudden teaching left Barrett somewhat at a loss. Jarviselright, Alphensoster, aren't you still young? With you keeping an eye on us, how could we possibly misuse the skills you taught us? Haha. Barrett joked, but Nolan was entirely different. Nolan merely sneered, I disdain associating with such people. I don't even want to see him today. It would sully my eyes. Jarviself nodded, teasing. It seems Nolan is more sensible. Barrett, you're too smooth-talking. Alphensoster, isn't that what you taught me? You said being smooth is a good thing. Barrett chuckled as the three of them exchanged jokes. Jarvis that moment, an aide approached to report. Boss Homer, everything has been arranged. The security officer from the capital has already arrived. Officer Luo has compiled all the charges and given us only 20 minutes, the aide respectfully reported to Jarvis. Jarvis nodded and said to Jarviself and the others, let's go inside. Since everyone is here, let's all go together. Jarviselbert was slightly surprised. Ichun, I didn't expect you to contact the security officer from the capital over this matter. Looks like you've put a lot of effort into it. It's thanks to you that the Shun family hasn't erupted into conflict. He still felt grateful for recognizing Jarviself among the crowd back then. Dad, let's go, Jarvis Liza said coldly, seemingly not interested in chatting more. The group walked unhindered into the grand mansion in the wilderness. Despite its luxurious buildings and decorations, a thin layer of dust covered everything. The sunset, which colored half the sky red, seemed like a crimson cloth ready to cover the entire world. Jarvis, they entered the house. The red light faded, and night quietly fell. Jarvis, that moment, Elias sat on the balcony while Bernice sat on the sofa watching TV. Suddenly, Elias mumbled, "Xuanhuan, go outside and check. Why do I feel like my left eyelid has been twitching all day?" "You're overthinking it, Dad. How can there be so many things happening every day?" Bernice grumbled, but got up obediently to check the courtyard. She knew the yard had wild chrysanthemums that Elias had planted, and he kept nagging her to see if they were still alive. However, upon opening the door, Bernice immediately saw the jade-green eyes of the person standing before her. It was none other than Jarvis. "Why did you come?" Bernice's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't catch her breath. Nolan acted quickly, inserting a silver needle between her eyebrows. "Wow, that's impressive. Did Alphensoster teach you that?" Barrett asked enviously. He had long wanted to learn Jarvisel's silver needle technique, but that skill required exceptional talent. Jarvis, an ordinary person, could barely recognize the acupoints, let alone hit them precisely and swiftly to achieve the desired effect. Only someone like Nolan, trained by Driscoll since childhood, could attempt it. "Who are you guys?" Bernice clenched her teeth, realizing she only had enough strength to say that much. In the next moment, she couldn't even cry for help. Standing before her, Jarviselbert hummed coldly and said calmly, "By seniority, you should call me Uncle 3. Uncle 3. Bernice's eyes widened as she realized it was indeed Jarviselbert. She hadn't expected that simply posting a video to spread rumors would lead Jarviself to bring Jarviselbert over. "Where did you go, Xuanhuan?" Elias, sitting on the balcony, felt uneasy. Having harmed many people in his life, even if ghosts didn't exist, his conscience was filled with them. Elias stood up and saw over a dozen people suddenly appear in the living room. 6 or 7 of them started searching other bedrooms. Jarvis Edric spoke sternly, "Search according to the designated areas quickly and ensure nothing falls below standards. Seal all evidence carefully to prevent any secondary damage." Jarvis' voice was always severe, but now it felt like a harbinger of doom. Elias's heart froze. Had the day finally come? "Who are you? Why did you break into my house?" Elias tried to resist, but an elderly man appeared before him, stunning him. "You're Jarviselbert." Elias's eyes widened. "Brother, we haven't seen each other for at least 30 years, yet you still recognize me. Your memory is sharp. You must remember all the sins you committed." Jarviselbert's tone was calm but resolute. Elias swallowed, unsure how to respond. Jarviself added coolly from the side, "You're the real provincial liaison for the Jordan organization, right? Even though you always find some people to act as fronts, I've always wondered why the Shin family keeps producing traitors. It's all because you used your hidden authority to infiltrate the Shin family." Facing the truth, Elias was speechless. Bernice, restrained by Nolan, scoffed, "Jarviself, what nonsense are you talking about? My father can't possibly be that kind of person. He just feared the Shin family would be destroyed by someone like you." Unexpectedly, Jarvis Liza rushed out from her room, holding a list, and said, "I found it. This is the evidence of Elias's collaboration with the Jordan organization." Translation maintained the original paragraph structure, character names in pinyin, and tone/style as instructed. ##### chapter 477. The bloody truth. Evidence? What evidence? Bernice was taken aback. Jarvis, this moment, Elias knew he could not escape. He frowned and said, "So what if you found evidence? Just you few cannot convict me. None of the law enforcement officers in Yuzhou province have the authority to do so." Jarviselbert looked at Elias, who refused to reminisce with him and tried to defend his crimes shamelessly. He felt utterly disappointed. "Brother, it seems that all these years I've been waiting for you in vain. I thought you would turn back, but I never imagined you'd go further down this dark path." Jarviselbert expressed his anguish. Elias snorted coldly, "You just think I've wronged you because of what happened back then, right? But over the years, you were the one carrying on the Shun family's name while I lived like a rat in the shadows. Now you bring your son-in-law here to expose me? How ridiculous. Do you have the right to convict me?" Elias's face was tight, refusing to admit guilt. This point, Jarvis Liza laid out the list on the table calmly and said, "These are all the documents showing transactions between your company and Jordan organization. You still won't admit it?" Elias glanced at the documents disdainfully and said lightly, "Miss, don't get too worked up. I kept these receipts as insurance against the old foxes at Jordan organization in case they betrayed me in a crucial moment. I did have dealings with Jordan organization in the capital, but now all the security systems in Yuzhou province are under their control. Jarvis, are you planning to use my own hand to slap me? Haha." His tone was full of contempt. Jarvis sneered and said, "It seems this Ford is even more arrogant than the 10 major families of Yuzhou province. No wonder Morgan made such thorough preparations." "What? Do you have any other tricks? I advise you to give up. You can go after Jordan organization. I have no objections, but don't mess with me. Jarvis and cameras are everywhere in this room. The moment you entered, the news would have spread," Elias said coldly. Jarviself retorted dismissively, "Sorry, all the cameras have been destroyed. When we first met, I planted a mind-controlling poison on Bernice. Under its influence, she destroyed all the surveillance devices without realizing it." "What? Nonsense. This can't be possible." Bernice was frantic, never expecting to be completely manipulated by Jarviself. Just then, another voice echoed, "There's no point in talking more now. I'll give you the final 10 minutes, Mr. Chen." Daryl walked in. An extremely handsome police officer with 3 red stripes carved on his shoulder, symbolizing a special enforcer from the capital with the power to arrest across all of Huagua. He slapped the arrest warrant on the table and calmly addressed Elias. "Criminal Elias, you are suspected of being an accomplice to the mastermind behind the Yin Mine disaster and the Peach Blossom Village Alphonsasaker. You are hereby legally arrested. Please cooperate. If you resist, force will be used." Jarvis, additionally, your crimes include collaborating with the Ouyang family to smuggle banned drugs, conducting illegal jade transactions with Lion Tiger Casino, and using violence to collect high-interest loans with the Blue Dragon Organization, countless charges. Even though Jordan Organization and officials in Yuzhou Province might cover for you, as a newly appointed chief of the capital's law enforcement, I will not tolerate your crimes. Daryl's words were resolute, and Elias was shaken, unable to resist falling to his knees. Police officer. There must be some misunderstanding. Investigate again. I'm 85 years old. How could I have done such despicable things? Police officer. Elias's heart raced. Finally, he realized his end had come. However, Jarvis Liza lashed out angrily. If it weren't for cowards like you, how could our aunt have been killed by your Shin family? Jarvisant? Who are you? Elias's eyes widened in panic. Jarvis Albert spoke coldly. She is the Aaliyah of the late Braden, Jarvis Liza. Do you know who Braden is? Nadia Goen. Jarvis and Nadia Goen once had a sister named Nadia Lee. Nadia Lee and I shared youthful moments, eventually becoming pregnant and driven to madness by your Shin family. The world believed it was I, Jarvis Albert, who was unrighteous. But who knew that Nadia Lee had always harbored feelings for you, Elias, and the child was yours. You covered up your domestic violence to protect your chance to study abroad, brutally orchestrating Nadia Lee's death through local Xylers. Up until now, you didn't think anyone would know the truth, did you? Jarvis Albert's eyes turned icy cold for the first time. This bloody truth was something everyone present heard for the first time. Even Elias froze in place, his knees trembling as if he had fallen into a catatonic state. I, Jarvis Albert, have lived partly for you, to expose your crimes fully and to ensure Nadia Lee's death wasn't in vain. Jarvis Albert exhaled deeply, reflecting on the immense pressure he had borne for years. Now, so much needed to be redressed, and yet it was irretrievable. Everyone's sole wish was to send this villain, Elias, to prison. The bright dawn of Yuzhou Province was dawning quietly in this moment. Jarvis, he said, is true. The lawsuit has been filed by businessman Bray, and will be judged in the capital's law court. Most witnesses have been contacted, and the basic facts should match what Ford has said. You know this well, don't you? Daryl said coldly. Bray's mother is also here. Her name is Zhao Xian, whom you and your gang forcibly violated. Imagine this. You faked her suicide, and she eventually married a wealthy man surnamed Xue, living under a false name until today, all to seek revenge against you. Jarvis Albert recounted each detail to Elias, leaving no room for denial. Hearing these truths, Bernice was thoroughly stunned. She had thought her father, Elias, was doing everything to help her get closer to Jarvis. Little did she know, Elias had earnestly tried to bury the crimes he committed. So, Dad, you really intended to destroy the Shin family? Elias couldn't believe it. Elias remained silent. Bernice was his last weakness, the only person he could trust in his old age. Ruhuan, forgive me. I truly wronged too many people in this life. Elias choked, bowing heavily in apology. Hashtag chapter 478. The True Miracle Doctor. You're a beast. Tears suddenly welled up in Bernice's eyes. She was not someone easily swayed by moral rectitude either. To get close to Jarvis, she was willing to sacrifice her principles and do despicable things behind closed doors. But never did she imagine that her own father had been deceiving her all along, using her feelings to continually pit her against her only remaining relative aside from him. Jarvis Albert's fortunes rose. Elias also faced significant exclusion. Despite relying on the Shin family for assistance, his life wasn't much better, and he had virtually no one close to him. To think I still hoped that by getting close to the Shin family, we could eventually have a reunion. It turns out I've been your tool from birth. You never intended for me to live well. Each word from Bernice cut into Elias's heart like a sharp blade. He sniffed and looked up, tears streaming down his face. My dear Aaliyah, Ruhuan, please don't say any more. Elias lacked the strength to explain further. There was no bitterness in his heart, only boundless regret. Don't call me your Aaliyah. I'm not your Aaliyah, Bernice said angrily. Suddenly, Elias clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was dark, and he collapsed. What happened to him? Jarvis Liza asked, startled and surprised. Nolan squinted and spoke calmly. The blood is black. Either it's old pooled blood indicating he's been seriously ill for a long time, or someone poisoned him. From this, it seems more likely to be the former. Jarvis Ulf's jade-green eyes focused on Elias's body and said softly, he wasn't poisoned. His organs are failing due to extreme emotional stress and anger. Bernice sat down abruptly on the ground. She knew she might lose when she began targeting Jarvis Ulf, but she never imagined losing so completely. She lost her past, present, and future. I'm a complete fool. Perhaps I shouldn't have believed you from the start. Bernice glanced at Jarvis Ulf with disappointment. Jarvis Ulf gave her a disdainful look and replied coolly, I should be the one not to trust you. You trusted me? If you really trusted me, would you have planted poison inside me? Jarvis and used that poison to manipulate me gradually? You talked about taking down the Jordan organization, but your methods are just as sinister and evil as theirs. You're all the same. Jarvis Ulf explained quietly, sorry, you misunderstood. I believed you from the start. The poison was to protect you. Because you appeared at Talon's residence, I wanted to use you to save my elder sister Carissa, but it turned out you were beyond saving. Bernice stopped arguing with Jarvis Ulf, watching her fallen father with tears in her eyes, filled with endless sorrow. Jarvis Ulf, I concede defeat. Please save my father. Bernice finally cried, tears flowing freely. Jarvis Ulf didn't reply. Bernice continued kneeling, begging and holding onto Jarvis Ulf's legs with pleading eyes. Feeling the warmth from her hands, Jarvis Ulf squinted and said, I can save your father if everyone here agrees. Everyone first looked at Officer Darryl, who responded sternly, Jarvis Ulf, though he deserves severe punishment, legal procedures must be followed. Ultimately, it will be decided by the judge. Even if you don't treat him, we'll still send him to the provincial hospital for treatment to restore consciousness before sending him to Beijing for trial. Jarvis spoke calmly. Chun, help me one last time. He is my elder brother after all, and this can be considered my final act of kindness towards him. Since you ask, I'll do it without hesitation. Jarvis slowly walked to Elias, kneeled down beside him. Daryl frowned, puzzled. I didn't expect you to be a doctor, but it looks like this old man can't be saved. There's no need to waste medical resources. Not necessarily. My friend Chin cures people without wasting medical resources, Jarvis said confidently. He is a true miracle doctor. This statement made Daryl take notice. Jarvis placed his hand on Elias's head, and a golden aura flowed from his palm into Elias's brain. Soon, Elias's rigid face showed signs of life, furrowing his brow. Though still angry, Bernice couldn't help rushing over and lifting her father up. Jarvis then took out a silver needle and pierced it into Elias's forehead, saying calmly, there's a chip implanted in his brain by the Jordan organization. This needle seals it, preventing information leaks and helping your father through this critical juncture. Thank you. Bernice felt both love and hate toward Jarvis, struggling to express her emotions. Don't thank me. If you must thank for it. By seniority, he's your uncle. Speaking of which, does this make me your junior now? Thinking of this made Jarvis feel helpless. Two elder women of the Shin family had complicated ties with him. He wondered how Mika would feel about it. No matter what, I'll deal with my father first. Bernice turned around, looking at the gradually conscious but weakened Elias. She knew what she should do best now was not add to the chaos. I wronged Nadia Lee. Everything is my fault, Elias admitted remorsefully as everyone prepared to leave. This scene was broadcast in real time via the hidden camera in Jarvis Liza's hand to Braden in the provincial hospital. Braden's brows relaxed with relief. Decades of waiting weren't in vain. Who would have thought Jarvis fulfilled my wish? Jarvis, right, let's immediately initiate the action in Beijing. The next day, Jarvis left everything behind in the capital city of Yuzhou province and joined the medical team headed to Beijing. Weren't we supposed to go in 3 days? Why the sudden change? Nolan asked curiously. Jarvis smiled faintly and said, 3 days was a smokescreen. Braden has clearly hinted to me that he communicated with top hospital officials, meaning everything depends on my schedule. The 3-day delay was to prevent leaks. Even if the Jordan organization catches wind of anything, they won't suspect I'm already at their headquarters. Jarvis, he finished speaking. Jarvis looked back. They stood before a large compound. With a creak, they pushed the door open, facing a man with a handlebar mustache. I've been waiting for you, Alphensoster Chun, the man said in a raspy voice. Chapter 479. Swift Retaliation. Who are you? Nolan frowned, and then picked up the silver needle in his hand. His purpose this time was to assist Jarvis, so he naturally did not let his guard down for a moment. Jarvis, however, waved to stop Nolan and explained, this is Jarvis Ron. He's here to coordinate with us from inside. He has cleaned up all the riffraff. We just need to go in and find our target. I wouldn't say I've cleaned everything up myself. Fortunately, the Jiang family does have some means, though I didn't expect them to cooperate so willingly with you. It seems Alphensoster Chun still holds considerable influence in the capital. Jarvis Ron sighed continuously. Jarvis smiled bitterly. This wasn't necessarily good news. The more eager they were to please him through insignificant matters, the less genuine their intentions seemed. The so-called Jiang family of the capital likely had Pepper working behind the scenes again. If they had ulterior motives, it would only give Jarvis headaches. What's the situation now? Has Irwin's whereabouts been found? Jarvis asked coolly. Jarvis Ron hesitated. It's only a matter of time before we locate Irwin. There's someone you've always wanted to meet inside, but you should be prepared. The time I have secured isn't much. Is that so? Thank you for your hard work. Lead the way. Jarvis immediately let Jarvis Ron take the lead. They walked into the residence, navigating various small alleys. The design seemed intentionally meant to confuse visitors. Inexperienced people would easily get lost without guidance. Fortunately, having arranged for Jarvis Ron to scout the area beforehand made their progress smooth. Along the way, Jarvis Ron explained clearly. One of Irwin's capable assistants met a responsible person from a suburban outskirts area here, reportedly to convey important information. James had been waiting for a long time, and Jarvis Ron used a scheme to adjust the schedule, delaying the arrival by an hour. Therefore, only the assistant remained inside the house. When they reached the door, and several black-clothed men blocked their path, Jarvis Ron calmly said, "Move aside. We are the representatives from Qingcheng." "Password," the black-clothed men retorted coldly. "Qingcheng mountain leaves." Jarvis Ron replied indifferently. Unexpectedly, the black-clothed men looked confused and muttered, "Hiss. Didn't the boss specifically instruct to change the password? Using the old one might indicate tampering." "Hiss. Hold on. Let me call to confirm." One of the black-clothed men pulled out a phone. Jarvis immediately struck, whispering decisively, "Nolan, move." In the next moment, both acted swiftly, launching over a dozen silver needles which hit the 6 or 7 black-clothed men gathered around, piercing their foreheads and noses. Wow, impressive. Jarvis Ron was somewhat astonished, realizing that Jarvis and Nolan had immobilized all enemies within moments. These needles can temporarily lock their senses and have a hypnotic effect. "Let's go in to avoid further complications," Jarvis explained briskly. Jarvis right. Soon, they arrived at the place. Opening the door, they saw a young man with yellow hair dozing off. Seeing this, Jarvis Ron's eyes widened. This person was none other than his son, Michael. However, Michael had already been secretly murdered, his body buried in the backyard with his face meticulously removed. Jarvis frowned, saying, "This must be the skilled knife user who killed your son." Jarvis Ron swallowed hard, knowing he couldn't stand against this enemy, and said tremblingly, "Alphensoster Chun, I've done all I could. Please avenge me." "I know." Jarvis slowly stepped forward. "Hey, took those punks so long to return. Looks like they encountered some tough nuts. I didn't expect you to come to the capital yourself. Losing to you before was my mistake, but this time won't be as easy for you." James smirked, spinning a curved blade on his wrist like a live thing. It seems this kid excels with knives. Alphensoster, let me distract him while you deliver the killing blow. Nolan frowned, already planning the strategy. Jarviself replied calmly, I brought you here not to fight. Just watch from the side. Back when Jarviself was only at the 4th level of Heavenly Eye Technique, he matched James evenly or even slightly surpassed him. Now, at the 9th level, Jarviself was far beyond James's reach. Bastard, planning revenge? Huh? Did you undo Mika's injuries? That was one of my specialties. James sneered, eyes narrowing in preparation. Indeed, it's your doing. Jarviself extracted the silver needle unhurriedly, as if performing a predetermined task. Seeing James's ferocious stance, Nolan murmured anxiously, Alphensoster, you're awfully confident. This guy seems tough. But in the next moment, Jarviself lifted his head and moved. How fast? James exclaimed, raising his arm to slash with the knife. The curved blade's speed almost left afterimages in the air, yet Jarviself neatly stabbed the silver needle into the blade's surface, shattering it instantly. What? How did you break my curved blade with a needle? James's eyes bulged, but he had no time to be surprised as the needle pierced his chest. The xuanhuan point has been completely sealed. You're finished. I'll give you a chance to save your life. What do you think? Jarviself raised an eyebrow, pressing down on James's shoulder. Jarvish. James felt an immense pressure he couldn't bear. Nolan, ask your questions, Jarviself said coolly. Alphensoster, you mean? Nolan was initially confused, but soon realized his long-term goal. Where is my mother? Nolan approached, grabbing James's collar. James, gasping for breath, whispered, in the antique town of the capital, on Huntley Street. Then, Jarviself swiftly injected fatal chi into James, causing his heart to stop beating instantly. They quickly followed the clue to Huntley Street in the antique town of the capital. With Jarvisfriend's help in avenging his son, they focused on finding the clues leading to Huntley Street. It was rarely visited, containing only an abandoned old clinic. Surprisingly, the old clinic housed a doctor named Hunt Young. Jarvis, according to him, this facility was once a laboratory for Jordan Organization's research, where a staff member became a vegetative state due to an accident. Upon seeing the vegetative state, Nolan burst into tears, exclaiming, Mom! Chapter 480, Karma and Retribution. Nolan ultimately chose to stay in the old clinic on Huntley Street, caring for his mother who had become a vegetative state patient. He decided to diligently study medicine to help her recover. Next was Jarviself's solo mission because he had received some temporary news. There was news about Tobier. Walter rushed over hurriedly. Looking into Walter's shrewd eyes, Jarviself no longer felt suspicious. Where are Tobier and Jarvis and Hunt? Your apprentice, Yoel. I've taken good care of him. You must have seen it on the news too. Jarviself noticed hesitation from Walter and suspected that he wanted to bargain at this moment. Unexpectedly, Walter shook his head. Ichun, you really don't understand me. I see no reason to make things difficult for you right now. I only wish to inform you of some unfortunate news. What is it? Jarviself felt an ominous premonition. Jarvis Lyra's parents, your Tobier and Jarvis and Hunt, they're dead. Walter sighed deeply. Jarviself swallowed hard. Though he had anticipated this possibility, he hadn't expected it to be so suffocating. So what happens now? Jarviself asked again, feeling as if much time had passed already. Walter focused his gaze, saying quietly, Erwin knew in advance that you were coming to the capital. Though the exact time wasn't known, according to my investigation, they probably kidnapped Jarvis Lyra and brought her to a cliff where she saw the remains of her parents at the bottom. Take me there immediately. Jarvisinger flared up inside Jarviself. He couldn't wait any longer. But Jarvis Lyra might have. Walter gulped, appearing very concerned. Take me there. Jarviself did not hesitate. Suddenly, Mika called in, anxiously saying, Ichun. Carissa fell into Erwin's hands. Our Shin family received a notification. I know. I'm going to save Sister Carissa. Jarviself frowned tightly. Since Tobier and Jarvis and Hunt were dead, he couldn't let Jarvis Lyra die at Erwin's hands. I'll go with you, Ichun. To Jarviself's surprise, Mika had sneaked into the capital. The two of them took the car arranged by Walter, driving through the outskirts of the city. Jarvis this moment, surrounded by a multitude of martial artists, easily more than 100 yellow hair level experts, Erwin stood tall, pulling on Jarvis Lyra's hair, coldly sneering, So, you're Jarviself's beloved Soraya? Huh, your parents died because of Jarviself. Long ago, I had someone warn you not to mix with that kind of man, but you didn't listen. Now, you see your parents' bodies, right? Erwin whispered cruelly near Jarvis Lyra's ear. Then he tugged her long hair harder, leaving a bloodied lip on her face as she hung like a helpless chicken. Suddenly, Jarviself stepped forward, approaching slowly, with Mika trailing closely behind. You were looking for Ichun's weak spot? I am her fiancé. Let go of Sister Carissa and target me, Mika coldly remarked. Jarviself wasn't in the mood for all this. He went straight to the point, shouting, Erwin, wicked disciple. This voice of condemnation unmistakably belonged to an elderly person. Erwin, intending to mock, froze mid-insult. Perplexed, he stammered. Who are you? Who are you? You're not Jarviself. Jarvis this moment, Jarvis Lyra clenched her teeth and told Jarviself indifferently, Go away. It's because of you that my parents died. Jarviself, get lost. Stay as far away from me as possible. Carissa, don't believe these people's lies. Mika urged her. Suddenly, Erwin's emotions shifted wildly, and he slapped Jarvis Lyra across the face angrily, cursing, You filthy Soraya, trying to make him run. Huh? Don't think I can't see your true intentions. Jarvis this moment, Jarviself clearly observed that Erwin's eyes matched his own, pupils emanating extraordinary light, capable of piercing through Jarvis Lyra's thoughts. It seems you've cultivated Heavenly Eye Technique to the 9th level as well? Erwin grinned, focusing intently. Instantly, Jarviself felt an excruciating headache. The power of the Heavenly Eye Technique allows one to affect others using their true chi when concentrating their gaze. It could launch attacks remotely, akin to sorcery. Clenching his teeth, Jarviself stared wide-eyed. His jade-like eyes gleamed brightly as blood began trickling down his face. What is this? This? Erwin panicked. Jarvisel, the martial arts masters, understood Erwin's strength and hesitated to attack even with Jarviself present. Jarvis' strange glow radiated through the air, surging from Erwin's pupils directly into Jarviself's eyes. Heavenly Eye Technique, 10th level. Jarviself said coldly. He calmly added, back then, splitting the Heavenly Eye Technique into 2 parts. Injecting part into your body wasn't for this day. But unexpectedly, it turned into the means of your demise. Perhaps everything is just karma. The elderly voice finally triggered a memory in Erwin, of the great Qing's legendary physician, who adopted him as a disciple shortly after birth. Erwin realized his counterfeit, Heavenly Eye Technique was being overwhelmed and absorbed by the real thing. Without the powers of Heavenly Eye Technique, Erwin rapidly aged into an elderly man, his skin wrinkled and his bones nearly disintegrating. This kid dared to touch Mrs. Chun. Charge! Jarvis the order. Hundreds of martial arts masters lunged toward Jarviself. However, in an instant, all were flung into the air, spitting blood due to an invisible force. Mika was left speechless. Jarviself was not only a divine healer but almost a deity. Jarvister Erwin's death, Jarvislira sat dazedly at the cliff's edge, gazing into the abyss, her only remaining relatives. Now, I'm like you, an orphan. Ichun, I have nowhere else to go. Jarvislira's voice choked with tears. Carissa, I will be your family. Jarviself comforted her. Jarvislira suddenly shook her head, glancing at Mika. She envied Mika's happy family and future with Jarviself. Unexpectedly, Mika grasped Jarvislira's hand sincerely, saying, Carissa, rest assured. I won't monopolize Ichun. He'll be your good little brother too. In the future, we 3, along with Sheridan, will live happily together. Relieved, Jarviself glanced at Erwin's fallen body, realizing the sins he had committed in his past life. In this life, Jarviself adhered to the principles of healing, prioritizing saving lives, thus redeeming himself from his previous life's grave sins. The 10th level of Heavenly Eye Technique essentially meant transcending to immortality. However, Jarviself did not choose this path. Jarvis month later, he held an engagement ceremony with Mika in Yuzhou City. Friends and family attended as planned. The True Heart Clinic reopened under the Shun family name, with Jarviself enjoying a life filled with beautiful women. Unlike his past life, he no longer owed anyone. The Jordan organization was inherited by Nolan. In the capital, a legend spread that Dr. Virgil had a powerful teacher who would manifest to aid the world in times of need. The divine physician, embodying the spirit of healing for all. The end.